Chapter 1 Energy Building. China. Star City. Byte. We have arrived at the energy building. Passengers getting off, please exit through the rear door. Suyu was awakened by the sudden sound. He opened his eyes, looked around, and found that the surrounding environment was a little unfamiliar. He was sitting on a bus and the passengers around him were looking at him. "Hey young man, we're here at the energy building," the driver sitting in the front reminded. "Energy building?" Suyu was a little confused. "How much is it here, master?" He walked forward and prepared to take out his fare and hand it to the driver. "You have already paid the fare, 1 star coin." The driver was confused by Suyu's question. Didn't this kid give any star coins before getting on the bus? How come he remembered that this guy had given it to him? Knowing that he had already paid the fare, Suyu got out of the back door. Watching the bus go away. Suyu, standing on the side of the road, was a little confused. Everything around him was so strange and yet so familiar. What was unfamiliar was that he had never seen the surrounding environment and buildings before, but what was familiar was that the architectural style was the same as in his previous world. It was no longer the streets and shops he was familiar with. The only thing that was familiar was the people passing by. At this moment, there was a sharp pain in the brain, accompanied by a flood of memories. Suyu was 18 years old. He was an orphan since childhood and completed compulsory education with the help of the government. But at the most critical moment in his life, he failed the college entrance examination. After failing the exam, he became very confused and didn't know what to do next. Until he saw a news report on TV, superpowers successfully resist the invasion of extraordinary creatures. Although this piece of news was short, it gave him hope. Not only the college entrance examination can change your destiny, but also becoming a superpowered person. This world is not safe. On the blue planet with spiritual revival, animals and plants can continue to evolve and develop powerful superpowers. Mountains, lakes, wind and snow can all evolve into living things. These extraordinary creatures all possess powerful strength, and they constantly invade the environment where humans live. After a long struggle with supernatural creatures, humans finally found a way to defeat them. Humans have discovered that superpower stones will drop after killing extraordinary creatures. Drinking the liquid made from smelting superpower stones will awaken elemental powers. Humans who possess elemental powers are called psychics. Superpowered people have the power to control nature, can transform into fierce beasts, and possess abilities that ordinary humans do not possess. It is this ability that allows humans to be fearless of extraordinary creatures. Once he becomes a superpower, his social status will rise rapidly. His purpose today was to go to the energy building to buy superpower potions to awaken his superpower. Traveled through time? After a long time of digesting the memory, Suyu knew that he had traveled through time. He was originally an office worker who lived an ordinary life. After get off work, he planned to go to the supermarket to buy some snacks and go back to watch the League of Legends game in the evening. Watching the League of Legends game was one of his pleasures after get off work. Who knew that on the way back, a speeding car suddenly came and I came into this world in a blackout. If I traveled through time, I traveled through time. Suyu smiled. Anyway, I was originally a corporate slave and didn't accomplish anything great, so it's not impossible for me to start my life over again after traveling through time. Superpowers, extraordinary creatures? Suyu thought for a while, his eyes shining. In his memory, there are not many memories of extraordinary creatures. But he has deep memories of superpowered people. Superpowered people have superpowers just like Spider-Man and the Hulk in previous life movies. It's just that in the original world this is just science fiction, but it's different in this world because they really exist. And his intuition told him that he would have superpowers soon. Since I have traveled through time, I must experience the differences of this world. Suyu said and walked towards the energy building. The energy building is the largest building in Star City. It is a shopping mall for superpowered people and also a place for ordinary citizens to awaken. Soon Suyu arrived at the energy building, and the entrance of the energy building was filled with various sports cars. Sure enough, no matter which world, sports cars are men's favorite. I can't buy it myself anyway. Suyu touched the coins in his pocket and couldn't help but sigh, it's good to have money. Suyu arrived at the door of the building and took a closer look. The young man was about 175 centimeters tall, with short brown hair. He wore a brown shirt, a pair of slim jeans and a pair of white sneakers. The glass in front of the door perfectly reflected his slender body. "Hey, you look pretty good. Suyu touched his cheek when he saw himself in the mirror. He has a handsome and delicate face with regular features. If I saw this face in my original world, I would call it Little White Face. But before he could appreciate it, he walked into the building. After all, he came here today not to see his own handsome face, but for something more important. You can look at his handsome face at any time, but awakening is not something you can achieve whenever you want. He still has a clear distinction between the primary and the secondary. Hello, welcome to the energy building. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Just as Suyu walked into the energy building, a beautiful waitress in a black uniform came over. Suyu looked up when he heard the voice. The young lady in uniform was very beautiful and had a pleasant voice. If she were in her original world, she would definitely be a star player. But it would be fine if there was only one waiter as beautiful as this one. Suyu saw that there was a long line of waiters behind her waiting in line to serve customers, and each of them was extremely beautiful. Of course, there are also male waiters to serve female customers, and there is no need to say much about the appearance of the male waiters. Is this how people with superpowers are treated? In his memory, only those with superpowers frequently come and go in the energy building. Ahem, where is the super potion? Suyu asked in a childish voice. The super potion is in the east area, please follow me. The waitress said and took Suyu to the east area. Suyu followed behind her and carefully looked at the interior of the entire building. It could only be said that the building was quite gorgeous, with a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the center. The crystal chandelier kept flickering, and Suyu's heart beat every time it flickered. His originally restless heart suddenly calmed down. Chapter 2 Superpower Potion. Soon the waitress took Suyu through a door formed by mysterious energy. Suyu passed through the door and was in a trance for a moment before being teleported to his destination. Go through the portal to the east to reach the super potions area. The waitress explained when she saw Suyu looking a little dazed after passing through the portal. The super potion area is very large. There is a huge circular warehouse at the front of the entire area, and the warehouse is surrounded by people. There is a very large counter on the side of the portal. There were several waiters standing behind the counter, serving customers attentively. Behind the counter are many glass cabinets filled with bottles and jars. Should I be able to go in and take a look? Suyu said, pointing to the rows of glass cabinets inside. Of course. The waitress said with a smile, and then the two of them entered this ocean of superpowered potions. Ordinary super potion 1 star coin. Intermediate superpower potion 1 million star coins. Advanced superpower potion 500 W star coins. After walking around and seeing the prices of the medicines in these cabinets, Suyu secretly clicked his tongue and wondered, damn, these medicines are so expensive? This potion, which is as big as a can of Coke, actually requires so many star coins. This is really outrageous. What he never expected was that the price difference between ordinary potions and intermediate potions was so huge. Seeing Suyu's surprise, the waitress explained, super potions are made from super stones. High-quality potions made from high-quality super stones are naturally more expensive. Ordinary potions are made from ordinary super stones and are easy to obtain, but their awakening chance is extremely low, only 5%. It's a negligible potion that's full of miracles, so it's cheap. The awakening chance of other potions is several times higher than that of ordinary potions. For example, the awakening chance of an intermediate potion is 3 times that of an ordinary potion, while the awakening chance of an advanced potion is 6 times that of an ordinary potion. According to the original owner's memory, ordinary people can only take the super potion once. Once it fails, the effect of taking it again will be greatly reduced. If ordinary potions that are already 5% off are discounted again, then I can tell you with certainty that you are destined not to become a superpowered person. After listening to the waitress's explanation, Suyu was tempted by the advanced potion. Who wouldn't want a higher chance of awakening? But the conditions do not allow it. He still knows how much is in his pocket. Get me a bottle of ordinary potion. Suyu pointed to a bottle of white medicine in the bottom corner of one of the cabinets and said, okay. The waitress did not look down on Suyu for choosing an ordinary potion. Instead, he smiled and opened the cabinet to take out the bottle of ordinary medicine chosen by Suyu. After all, she had worked here for a long time, and most of the people who came here were those who bought ordinary potions. Rich people are still a minority. A student like Suyu would naturally not buy expensive medicine. Everyone who buys the medicine has the potential to become a superpowered person, and no one should be underestimated. She quickly took out the bottle of medicine and handed it to Suyu. Suyu took it in his hand and weighed it. It felt about the size of a can of Coke. If this happened in the original world, and someone said that the Coke in your hand could give you a chance to become a Superman, he would not believe it even if you beat him to death. But it's different in this world, because there are indeed people who become superpowered after taking superpower potions. Suyu took a bottle of medicine and went to the counter with the waiter to pay. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the side. Hey! Isn't this the lonely little prince of our class? You want to become a superpower too? That's wishful thinking. Suyu looked back and frowned. I saw a girl wearing a belly-bearing top and long hair holding hands with a boy of similar height who was teasing me. Wang Yuanhui and Wang Xueqing. I met my classmates, what a coincidence. Wang Yuanhui has an ordinary appearance, but because his family has a considerable business in Xingqing, he is arrogant and domineering in school and idles around all day. Wang Xingxue is a very arrogant person and does not take anyone in the class seriously. Both of them were holding potions in their hands. Wang Yuanhui was holding a bottle of red potion, while Wang Xueqing was holding a bottle of blue potion. Obviously, the two of them also came for awakening. He was just a little surprised that such a proud person like Wang Xueqing was actually with Wang Yuanhui. He himself has no feelings for Wang Xueqing. In his memory, his evaluation of Wang Xingxue was that she was not destined to be a princess but had princess syndrome. Suyu, I didn't expect you to awaken too. Wang Xueqing let go of Wang Yuanhui's arm, walked over, lifted her hair by her ear and said, Wang Xueqing is good-looking and a natural beauty. If you can come, why can't I? Wang Xueqing looked at the ordinary super potion in his hand, then showed her own potion and persuaded him. The chance of awakening with ordinary potions is extremely low. How about you ask Brother Wang to buy you an intermediate potion? She knew that Suyu was an orphan and didn't have enough star coins to buy high-level potions. Even she didn't have that many star coins to buy it, so she had to rely on Wang Yuanhui's help to buy the intermediate potion. The condition is to become Wang Yuanhui's girlfriend. She was somewhat reluctant but had to do it in order to become a superpower. Wang Yuanhui on the side raised his head proudly. Although ordinary medicine only has a 5% chance, it is still possible, isn't it? Suyu said nonchalantly. It is impossible for him to ask Wang Yuanhui for help in this life. Suyu has never asked anyone for help in his life. Of course he knew that the probability of getting an ordinary potion was extremely low, but it was unrealistic for him to buy an intermediate potion with the few star coins in his pocket. It is even more impossible to work and save 1 million star coins to buy potions. It's easy to say that Wang Xueqing, a student who has not yet entered society, has no idea about the salary level of ordinary people in Star City. He has been an orphan since childhood and has to do odd jobs during every winter and summer vacation, earning only 100 star coins a day. It is unknown when he can save up 1 million star coins. Even if an ordinary person could save up 1 million star coins, would he spend his life savings on a 15% chance of getting an intermediate potion? That's simply impossible. Xueqing, why are you talking nonsense to him? Let's wake up quickly. Wang Yuanhui walked up to Wang Xueqing and hugged her slim waist, inadvertently revealing his jar of red high-level super potion. When Wang Yuanhui's arm touched her waist, she showed a look of disgust, which happened to be observed by Suyu. How could such a proud person choose Wang Yuanhui as her boyfriend? Maybe she is just taking advantage of him. You don't really think you're the child of destiny, do you? You think you can awaken by using an ordinary potion? Wang Yuanhui immediately became sarcastic when he saw the ordinary potion in Suyu's hand. Wang Xingxue on the side cooperated with a forced smile. The two then headed to the awakening area. What if I really awaken? Suyu looked at the backs of the two men, then looked at the ordinary potion in his hand with a determined look in his eyes. Chapter 3 Nature and Animals. Energy Building provides awakening services. After purchasing potions here, you can go directly to the awakening area to awaken. Of course, you can also choose to take it home and take it on your own. However, according to a rumor in Star City, awakening in the awakening chamber in the energy building can increase the probability, but of course it is difficult to tell whether it is true or not. The circular warehouse at the front of this area is the awakening area. When he came in just now, the warehouse was surrounded by many people. Suyu's mind was on the super potion, so he did not go to the awakening area to find out. Originally, he planned to take it home and wake up alone, but thinking of the ridicule from his two old classmates just now, he changed his mind and decided to wake up here and try his best to turn the bicycle into a motorcycle to scare them to death. After that, Suyu paid the star coins and took the potion to the awakening area. There is a control console under the huge round energy warehouse, and a young staff member is standing on the console. The area below the control console was crowded with citizens, some of whom were waiting to be awakened and some were just watching the fun. Awakening failed. Four eye-catching words appeared on the console. The staff opened the warehouse door. As a mist came out, a young boy walked out staggeringly with a pale face. Failed. The boy found it difficult to accept this result. His parents used their family savings to buy a can of intermediate potion. I hope my child will become a superpowered person that attracts everyone's attention. But the reality was not as expected and he failed. Although good potions can increase the chances of successful awakening, whether you can become a superpowered person still depends on fate. As the old saying goes, what is destined to happen will eventually happen, and what is not destined to happen will never come to you no matter how hard you try. The parents in the audience were upset when they saw their children failed to awaken, so they held their children in their arms and kept comforting them. Next one. Seeing that the boy had finished awakening, the staff at the counter began to remind the next awakener. Soon, a beautiful girl walked into the awakening chamber tremblingly with a bottle of intermediate potion. The boy's failure to awaken just now put a lot of pressure on her. She was already feeling a little nervous, and now she was even more panicked. The warehouse door is closed. After a while, 4 big words appeared on the console: awakening successful. Nature, water. As the foggy cabin door opened, the girl appeared with a beaming smile on her face, playing with a water ball in her hand. The water ball changed its shape freely and easily in her hands. Congratulations on awakening to become a superpower. The staff at the console recorded the girl's information with a smile on their faces. The onlookers in the audience were all extremely envious when they saw her playing with the water ball in her hand. The girl's fate will change completely from now on. The girl's awakening caused a lot of discussion, but soon everyone calmed down and began to pay attention to the next awakening. Next up. Wang Yuanhui. Suyu, who came from afar, happened to hear that the next person to awaken was his old classmate Wang Yuanhui. Shouldn't this be a huge blessing? Wang Yuanhui walked up with a red potion. The audience below sighed when they saw the potion in his hand. The red potion is not something that ordinary families can afford. If you don't have some assets at home, you can't afford the red potion. This naturally attracted everyone's attention. Soon Wang Yuanhui walked into the awakening warehouse. After a while, the 4 big words awakening successfully appeared on the console. Animals, wolf. The warehouse door opened. Wang Yuanhui walked out of the fog. He did not have the cheerful look on his face like the girl in front of him. Instead, his expression was extremely fierce. Several sharp claws grew out of his 2 arm bones. The muscles on his body have obviously grown bigger, and the lines are more obvious and powerful. Animal department, it's such a shame that it's actually the animal department. The audience below did not express as much envy as they did when the little girl awakened. Instead, they felt a bit regretful and fearful, as if they didn't want to awaken the animal element. After Wang Yuanhui walked out of the warehouse, the staff at the control console also smiled and said, "Congratulations on becoming a superpower." Suyu below saw Wang Yuanhui suddenly transform into the same person as Wolverine in the science fiction movie in his previous life. Is this Wolverine? Those claws and those muscles. This change really surprised him. How could it be like this? This cosplay is so realistic that he is looking forward to becoming Spider-Man himself. It would be so cool to climb walls and swing between tall buildings. At this time, a young man behind Suyu was whispering with several people of similar age. Are animal-type superpowers powerful? Although the animal type is also a superpower, they are the weakest type among all superpowers. It's not because these types of espers are incapable of their abilities, but because animal-type espers have a fatal flaw. This type of awakened person is often more brutal, easily loses their mind, and their emotions are difficult to control. Of course, there are people with animal-type superpowers who can control themselves, but they are very rare. The voices of the people around him were very low, but they still reached Suyu's ears. Brutal, irrational? Suyu lost interest in the animal department immediately after hearing these words. Aren't these people born criminals? Can they be awakened? He woke up on the first day and was arrested on the second day for not being able to control himself. That's really hard to explain. Wang Yuanhui quickly walked down the stairs. The people around him made way for him. He came to Wang Xueqing's side and said, "Xueqing, I succeeded." Wang Xueqing nodded in agreement. Wang Yuanhui saw Suyu in the distance, his eyes red and his face gloomy, and said, "Suyu, I didn't expect you to dare to come over here." Because he had just awakened his animal element, he was extremely excited. Suyu said bluntly, "Why shouldn't I come? Is this your business? Damn it, you don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've awakened to superpowers, do you? I can go wherever I want, why do you care? You." Wang Yuanhui's claws, which had just been gradually retracted, extended out here, his eyes became even redder, as if he wanted to tear Suyu to pieces again. "Do I really want to wipe it?" Suyu was a little scared when he saw his sharp claws. But he didn't believe that Wang Yuanhui would dare to fight here. The onlookers gradually retreated when they saw Wang Yuanhui's claws change from retracting to extending. Isn't this a sign of losing control of your emotions? The animal department is so scary. Next one. Wang Xueqing. Suddenly a calm voice came. Ordinary people might not feel anything when they hear this sound. But this voice made Wang Yuanhui's eyes gradually clear up, and his outstretched claws retracted again. "Humph." He groaned, knowing that he couldn't just act recklessly here. If he were to go somewhere else, he would really be able to tear Suyu to pieces. "Ha!" Suyu exclaimed, as expected, he guessed right. Even if Wang Yuanhui had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to cause any trouble in the energy building. Chapter 4, Nature, Thunder. The next one is Wang Xueqing's turn. She took the intermediate potion and entered the warehouse with the same nervous mood as the previous awakeners. After a while, the words "awakening successfully" appeared on the console. Nature, Earth. Wang Xueqing was also in high spirits after coming out of the warehouse. She had awakened the earth element in the natural element. Her previous efforts were not in vain, and the final result made her very satisfied. Wang Xueqing walked down, and the people around her were envious. Compared with the previous animal department, the natural department was more enviable. "Xueqing, you actually succeeded too." Wang Yuanhui took the initiative to greet him with a smile and wanted to hug him. But Wang Xueqing showed a look of disgust and avoided his arm. "Wang Xueqing, what do you mean?" Wang Yuanhui was a little angry when he saw Wang Xueqing like this. Before awakening, he was obedient to his own behavior, but after awakening as a super-powered person, he began to dislike himself. Wang Xueqing looked at him with disdain. "I borrowed your star coins before, and I will find a way to return them to you after I get out. There is no possibility between us." She didn't like Wang Yuanhui at all, and she got close to him just to use him. Good, you are very good." Wang Yuanhui's anger was instantly ignited. It turned out that Wang Xueqing didn't like him at all, but was using him to buy intermediate potions. Why didn't you say this before you awakened? Telling him now that there is no possibility between them is making a fool of him. The sharp blade between the arm bones stretched out again. The muscles throughout his body quickly became engorged with blood, and his face looked frighteningly gloomy. Wang Xueqing was not at all panicked when she saw him like this. Now that she was also a super-powered person, how could she be afraid of Wang Yuanhui who had just become a super-powered person like her? She didn't like Wang Yuanhui at all because she had to borrow his star coins to buy intermediate potions for awakening. Since you have awakened and become a super-powered person, there is no need to cooperate with him anymore. Moreover, he awakened the animal type, which made him even less worthy of his natural type. She placed her hands on her chest, palms facing each other, and then separated them again. A brown cone appeared between her palms, pointing at Wang Yuanhui in front of her. The actions of the two stunned the people around in Suyu. Damn, Wang Yuanhui is actually a bootlicker. In the end, he was left with nothing. People abandoned him after using him as a rich second generation. The two of them are about to fight. Are you kidding me? This is the Energy Building, the most famous place in Star City. I have never heard of anyone who dares to take action here. So courageous? The staff at the control console warned, "It's best for you two to retract your abilities. Otherwise, if you disrupt the awakening order, you will bear the consequences at your own risk." When Wang Yuanhui and Wang Qingxue saw the staff speaking out to stop them, they quickly retracted their abilities. The two men glared at each other. If a collision occurs here, the consequences will definitely be serious, but they don't want to try to figure out how serious the consequences will be. Next one, Suyu. Suyu, who was watching the show in the audience, didn't expect that he would be the next one. He had obviously arrived very late, but he didn't expect that it would be his turn so soon. Since he was called, he had no choice but to take the potion and walk into the energy warehouse. When the audience saw Suyu walking into the energy warehouse with ordinary potions in his hand, no one looked expectant. That's all, this guy is bound to fail. Ordinary potions are basically useless. I've been observing here for a month and not a single one has successfully awakened using ordinary potions. How bored are you to watch this for a month? Do you understand what it means that experiments are the only way to test probability? It would be a lie for Suyu to say he wasn't envious of Wang Yuanhui and Wang Shueqing's abilities after seeing them just now. Who doesn't want to have such ability? But when it comes to oneself, one will feel more or less nervous. The awakening warehouse closed its door. It's like a confined space inside. Please open the super potion and drink it. Close your eyes and sense it carefully. Time countdown, 10 minutes. A string of text reminders suddenly appeared in front of the pitch-black room, and Suyu hurriedly followed the instructions. He opened the can of white potion and drank it down in one gulp. This potion has a sour and sweet taste when you take a sip, just like the lemon juice in your previous life. Soon a bottle of medicine was poured into his stomach. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, carefully sensing himself. The countdown began when he drank the potion. At this time, a lot of fog appeared around him and wrapped him up. As time passed, Suyu felt a ball of inexplicable gas suddenly appear in his dantian. This gas moved from bottom to top and finally stopped in his mind. The gas gradually gathered into a small purple star, but this star was a little blurry. The successful appearance of the stars represented his successful awakening. The warehouse door was gradually opened. Suyu saw a light appear in his tightly closed eyes, stood up and slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the changes in himself, he used his mind to attract the purple star in his mind, and then a force of thunder gathered in his palm. Success! He felt the extremely violent power of thunder in his palm, and the power of thunder would be released as long as he waved his palm. Awakening successful. Nature, thunder. For large characters and the awakening category were displayed on the console. Suyu walked out of the warehouse with a smile on his face. Thunder! Thunder! Oh my god, the thunder has the most violent attack power among all the natural elements. Holy crap! Someone actually awakened the lightning element. How is it possible? How could he awaken successfully? Can ordinary potions help people awaken successfully? Oh my god, are you kidding me? A 5% chance of awakening is fine. How could this kid even awaken the lightning element? Is there any justice or law left? The crowd in the audience instantly went wild with envy. I just regret that I'm not the awakened one of the thunder type. Wang Yuanhui was still very angry about what happened to Wang Shueqing and was thinking about going out to take revenge on her. As a result, the information displayed on the side console told him that Suyu had awakened successfully, and he had awakened the strongest thunder element in the natural element. This made it difficult for him to accept this reality, and he stood there in a daze for a while. Could it be that he is really the child of destiny? The ordinary potion was awakened successfully, and it awakened to the thunder element, which has the most violent attack among the natural elements. Any one of these two would be a king bomb, let alone both of them appearing together. Wang Shueqing standing by was also stunned. She never expected that Suyu would awaken successfully. He also awakened the rare thunder element. Taking ordinary potions to awaken the natural lightning element was too much of a blow to her. She spent a huge amount of money to buy intermediate potions before she was able to awaken the earth element, while Suyu spent 1 star coin to awaken the thunder element. Thinking about how she sacrificed herself for money before, I really don't know where to seek justice. Suyu on the stage was ecstatic as he watched the lightning flashing in his hands. From now on, I am the god of thunder. The attendant at the console said with a smile, "Congratulations on becoming a superpower." Suyu smiled and gestured, then walked out of the energy chamber and came to the crowd below. The crowd below looked at the lightning in his hand with envy. Suyu showed the lightning in his hand as he walked. Lightning crackled in his palms. He walked up to Wang Yuanhui and proudly displayed the lightning in his palm. "Wang Yuanhui, come and take a look at what this is." From now on he is also a super-powered person. Humph. Wang Yuanhui took a glance, snorted coldly, and walked towards the portal with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he didn't want to stay here for a moment. When Wang Shueqing saw Suyu coming over, she took the initiative to approach Suyu in order to get closer to him. After all, he is also a superpowered person, so there is no need to say much about the subsequent benefits of making friends with a thunder-type person. Now she is still entangled with Wang Yuanhui. With Suyu's help, perhaps Wang Yuanhui's attention can be diverted to Suyu. Suyu saw that Wang Xueqing wanted to get close to him, so he slid away. Wang Xueqing was willing to sacrifice her body in exchange for Su Yuanhui's money. He didn't want to have anything to do with such a woman. He didn't want to get involved in the affairs of Wang Xueqin and Wang Yuanhui. This scene happened to be seen by Wang Yuanhui, who turned around. He was extremely angry. He had made a fool of himself today. Affected by animal emotions, he vowed to kill both of his old classmates who had embarrassed him. Chapter 5 Dual System. Next, with the waiter's introduction, Suyu learned that superpowers are divided into 3 categories: animal type, natural type, and dark type. The strength of each system's ability is divided into S rare, output type, B support type and speed type, C control type and defense type. The levels are divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Each level requires 7 stars to advance. Note, at the low-level beginner and intermediate, the strength of the ability can make up for the difference in star level, but it cannot make up for the difference in class. He awakened the thunder element in the natural element, with S-level ability strength, and is currently at the initial stage 0 stars. Because the thunder system is the most powerful among the natural systems, its chance of awakening is very low. What's more, he awakened the lightning element with ordinary potions, so there is no need to say more about how lucky he is. It turns out that the people in the audience looked like they wanted to stab me because they saw that I had awakened the 1 in a million lightning element. Suyu chuckled. Then Suyu left the area amid everyone's envy. Led by the waiter, he visited other areas and learned some information about superpowered people. He discovered that those superpowered weapons and superpowered stones that could enhance one's own star energy all started at thousands or tens of thousands of star coins. The few star coins he had in his pocket now were not enough to buy an ordinary superpower stone. I can't afford it. I can't afford it at all. Suyu knew that there was nothing left for him to stay in the energy building, so he prepared to leave. Now he has just awakened to become a superpowered person, and he is not yet very proficient in using his superpowers. He must go back and consolidate his knowledge. Now he has to keep a low profile. Just after Suyu left the energy building, the news that he awakened as a lightning-type superpower has spread, and he can't keep a low profile even if he wants to. Suburbs of Star City. In the rental house. 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom, simple facilities. After returning home, Suyu couldn't wait to start studying the purple star in his mind. As his mind moved, the purple stars in his mind flickered slightly, and a tingling sensation appeared in his palms. He aimed at the wall in front of him and swung his hand hard. The violent thunder force in his palm shot towards the wall in front of him like a bullet breaking through the air at high speed. Bang! A thunderclap. The surface of the wall was slightly blackened by the bombardment of thunder power, and in the middle there was a trace of thunder power making crackling sounds. It feels so good. Seeing this, he waved his hand again, and saw that the wall in the distance was blasted with the power of thunder and became burnt. He was shocked by the power of thunder. This was just a casual wave of his hand. If he gathered all the remaining thunder power and released it instantly, the power would be unimaginable. Soon, burned circles appeared on the wall in front of him, which were all traces left by his thunder power. After a few times, sweat began to form on Suyu's forehead, and then he began to breathe heavily. Sure enough, this thunder power cannot be released continuously. When he wanted to condense lightning again, he could only condense a small lightning seed in his palm. The power of this thunder seedling is the same as that of a firecracker, which looks good but is useless. At this moment, the purple star in his mind, which seemed to be somewhat empty, became dim. There's really not a single drop left. Suyu looked at his hands and could not gather any thunder power. Now he can release it about a dozen times at most. So he decided to end his practice there, as there was no point in continuing. Maybe I felt a little thirsty after practicing, so I drank a glass of water prepared on the table and lay down on the bed, ready to have a good sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly began to feel a tearing pain in his head. Ah! He was instantly awakened from his deep sleep, jumped up from the bed, buried his head in the quilt with his hands, and kept screaming. He felt as if his head was torn apart by a powerful pair of hands, and the intense pain made him faint. After an unknown amount of time, the pain gradually subsided. Suyu slowly opened his eyes and, exhausted, slowly supported his body with his hands. I looked up and around and found that the surrounding environment had not changed. The wall bore traces of the lightning strike he had struck not long ago. He came to the table, and the mirror on the seat reflected his disheveled appearance. His short brown hair was a little messy, his eyes were red, and he looked listless. It's really unbelievable. He touched his head, thinking about what he had done before the pain occurred. After releasing the star energy, he drank a glass of water and went to sleep. Etc. Star energy. He quickly closed his eyes to feel if the stars were still there. He seriously suspected that the headache he had just had was caused by him overdrawing the release of star energy. Phew, still here. I was still relieved to see the purple star. He was really afraid of losing his abilities, because without the power of thunder he would not be considered a super-powered person. Hey, why are there two of them? That's right, at this moment there were two stars floating quietly in his mind. One is purple and the other is white, but the white one looks more blurred than the purple one. He quickly used his telekinesis to draw the power of the white star. When he opened his eyes again, he found that everything in front of him was clearer, and he could even perceive the objects behind him. He even had a feeling he could easily float it without touching the mirror. Rise! He stared at the mirror in front of him and shouted in his heart. The mirror in front actually floated up. Damn, what kind of ability is this, taking things from the air? The mirror on the table seemed to be lifted in front of Suyu by an invisible pair of hands. At this moment, Suyu was ecstatic. He loved the power of this star so much that he had completely forgotten his previous headache. I now have two stars, which means I have two systems. The first purple star is of the thunder element, and he doesn't know what element the second white star is of yet, but he can control objects through the air, so he temporarily determines that it is of the space element. After repeated tests, he discovered that this space star could control a range of about 10 meters, which means that he could control any object within a range of 10 meters. As long as you manipulate objects in space, the energy of the stars will be lost. Not controlling but just investigating will not cause the loss of star power. The power of control is matched by his own strength, and he cannot control an object that he cannot lift himself. The number of times of control was the same as the previous thunder star, but after controlling it for more than 10 times, the power of the star dimmed. After some practice, he was able to initially master the abilities of these two stars, and soon the energy of the stars was exhausted. The sky gradually darkened. The next morning, Suyu got up early, washed up simply, and hurried out to the city of Xincheng. The urban area of Star City is extremely prosperous, and the density of people and vehicles coming and going is no less than that of the metropolis in the previous life. Suyu soon saw a piece of information that was useful to him on a bulletin board. Delivering special supplies to Qinghai City, urgently seeking fire thunder elementalists. Salary to be discussed at Xincheng Pinyin Bank. After waking up yesterday, he learned that if he wanted to improve his star level, he could either meditate and practice hard or take superpower stones. Now he has two systems, and he doesn't know when he can achieve this through meditation and hard training. So he is in urgent need of star coins to buy super stones to improve his strength, so he must find a job. He has superpowers but he can't use them to rob or steal, as he doesn't want to be wanted. There are rules for superpowers too, otherwise how can superpowers and ordinary people coexist in this world? You are safe as long as you don't break the rules. Chapter 6 Superpower Association. Xincheng Pinyin Bank. Suyu quickly found this place according to the instructions. There were several black armored vehicles outside the bank, and several people were talking next to the vehicles. Seeing this, Suyu stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you hiring people with superpowers here? Are you here to apply for an escort mission?" One of them was a middle-aged man named Zhao Kai. He was wearing a black windbreaker, had a burly build, had somewhat weathered features, and was holding a cigarette in his mouth. He remembered the escort mission issued by the association the day before yesterday and didn't expect someone to come so soon. Yes. What's your name? What department are you from? Suyu, a lightning-type superpower. What? You said your name is Suyu. Zhao Kai, who had a cigarette in his mouth, was a little shocked when he heard Suyu's name, and the cigarette in his mouth almost fell to the ground. The two people beside him also looked at Suyu in shock. Suyu's name spread throughout the association yesterday. It's not because of how powerful he is, but because he awakened in the energy building yesterday and became a 1 in a million lightning-type superpowered person. Yeah, what's wrong? So you didn't quite understand why they were so surprised. It seemed like they were meeting for the first time. You're so famous now. Famous? The escort mission released by the association yesterday was to recruit a fire-type character, but unexpectedly, the thunder-type character, who was the hottest topic in the association yesterday, actually showed up. Zhao Kai put out the cigarette in his hand and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Kai, captain of Team 7 of the Superpower Association. Are you interested in joining us? Superpower Association?" From Suyu's memory, he learned that the Superpower Association played a role equivalent to police in the world of superpowers, maintaining the safety of the city. Join our Superpower Association and you'll get a 20% discount on items purchased at the Energy Building, and you'll also receive a pretty good monthly bonus. Of course, you also have to complete the tasks issued by the association every month. Zhao Kai introduced the benefits and corresponding responsibilities of joining the Superpower Association. Suyu pointed to the black armored vehicle beside him and asked, "Mission, such as escort mission?" "Yeah." Zhao Kai nodded. "How about it, are you interested?" "Sounds good, I'd like to join." Suyu weighed the pros and cons and found that joining the Superpower Association was indeed a good idea. Joining the association means you are a regular staff member and you won't have to wander around Star City like a headless fly looking for ways to earn star coins. Moreover, I get a good salary every month and can get discounts when buying things in the Energy Building. All in all, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Okay, very good. Zhao Kai grinned. Let me introduce you to the members of our Team 7. This is Bai Xiao, a wood-type superpower, the other is Wang Debao, an earth-type superpower, and I am a fire-type superpower. There's another person who didn't come today. I'll introduce him to you when we go on the mission tomorrow. Suyu nodded and looked at the two of them. Bai Xiao has short black hair and a thin figure. He wears a black suit and a pair of glasses, giving people the feeling of a gentleman. The other Wang Debao was a little fat, with a round face. He wore a khaki worksuit and a black headband. Just as Suyu was looking at the two of them also looked at Suyu. Bai Xiao seemed very calm and didn't show much excitement. On the contrary, Wang Debao's eyes were so fiery that it was frightening. The three of them looked at each other, smiled awkwardly, and then looked away. "Come on, I'll take you to the association to sign the membership agreement." Before Suyu could react, Zhao Kai pulled him into a black armored vehicle nearby. "You two should pack your equipment and go back to rest. Come back tomorrow." After giving the instructions, Zhao Kai slammed the car door, stepped on the accelerator and drove Suyu to the Superpower Association. "Suyu is quite handsome, but your status as the most handsome man in the team is no longer secure." Wang Debao touched Bai Xiao, who was thinking beside him, with his shoulder. "Boring." Bai Xiao replied casually and turned around to organize his equipment. "Hey, wait a minute." On the way to the Superpower Association, a black armored vehicle was speeding on the road. Suyu, who was sitting in the car, was holding onto the armrest of the armored vehicle tightly, for fear that he would fly out accidentally. "Don't be nervous, we'll be there soon." Zhao Kai saw that Suyu had not let go of the handrail since he got in the car, so he slowed down the car a little. Although the car slowed down, Suyu still held on to the handrail tightly. Zhao Kai controlled the speed of the car perfectly and soon brought Suyu to the front of the Superpower Association building. The Super Energy Association building does not appear to have as many floors as the Energy Building, with only 2 floors. There are several black armored vehicles parked in front of the door, and there is a circle of green plants on both sides of the door for decoration. The overall look is simple and unpretentious. Suyu got out of the car and walked in under the guidance of Zhao Kai. The architectural style of the Superpower Association tends to be classical, and a huge chandelier hangs in the middle of this floor. There is a huge counter right in front, with all kinds of wine and drinks displayed behind the counter. There are 2 spiral staircases on both sides of the counter leading to the upper floor. There are 2 huge monitors on each wall, and one monitor is filled with various tasks. Another display was covered with portraits of certain people, with star coins marked under the portraits. In the middle of the counter, a woman in a white dress was wiping wine glasses, and a gramophone next to her was playing classical music. Zhao Kai led Suyu to the counter. When he saw the woman up close, Suyu was deeply attracted by her appearance. She was so beautiful, with long, smooth black hair gently tied up and fixed with a snow-white hairpin. She looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with a beautiful and refined appearance, and her eyes revealed nobility and elegance. She wore a white dress that revealed her snow-white neck, and her figure was exquisite and well-proportioned, with attractive curves. Have you seen enough, little brother? Li Yuehua put down the wine glass in her hand and looked at Suyu with a smile. Suyu finally came back to his senses and felt a little embarrassed. The other person was so beautiful, and it was normal for him to be attracted to her at such a young age. Ahem, the newly recruited member needs to fill out the membership agreement. Seeing that Suyu was bewitched by Li Yuehua, Zhao Kai hurried to rescue him. She was not surprised by this. After all, every newcomer who joined the association was attracted by her. When he first saw her, he was also attracted by her beauty, but after knowing her strength, he could only admire her. Newcomer, what's your name? Li Yuehua's voice was as gentle and soft as a wind chime. Suyu. Li Yuehua said in surprise. Suyu, is that the Suyu who awakened the lightning element yesterday? Zhao Kai nodded, and Suyu beside him remained silent. You got a great deal early on. If the other teams had discovered him earlier, they would have snatched him away long ago. As Li Yuehua spoke, she took out an agreement to join the Superpower Association from under the counter. Li Yuehua handed the agreement to Zhao Kai, who then turned to the last page and took out a seal to signal Suyu to put his fingerprint on it. Suyu pressed the handprint according to the instructions. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Superpower Association. Li Yuehua took out a booklet and handed it to Suyu. This is the Superpower Association's manual. You must study it carefully when you get back. Suyu took it and then left with Zhao Kai. Chapter 7 Escort Mission. Xingcheng Pinyin Bank. Suyu arrived here early to report in because this was his first mission. Maybe he came early, so he only saw Zhao Kai and Wang Debao. Bai Xiao, who was with them yesterday, did not show up. Zhao Kai, who was sorting his equipment, saw Suyu with two big dark circles under his eyes and asked curiously, "You look like you didn't sleep well last night?" Suyu rubbed his eyes and said, "I studied until very late last night." Last night, after he went back and practiced releasing his skills, he was bored and flipped through the association manual. He originally planned to just flip through it casually. Unexpectedly, it was full of restrictive regulations for people with superpowers, which forced him to take it seriously. Studying, is that kind of study? Juan Debao on the side showed an expression that said, "You know what I mean." Association Handbook. Suyu showed a speechless expression. Wang Debao immediately became serious when he heard about the association handbook. Then you must study it carefully, the content inside is very important. He was punished for violating a rule in the association's manual and still remembers it vividly. Here, this is your equipment. Zhao Kai took out two pieces of equipment from an equipment box and handed them to Suyu. A black smartwatch, a pair of black handcuffs and matching keys. Suyu asked, "What is this?" Zhao Kai explained the performance of the two pieces of equipment to Suyu respectively. Every member of the Superpower Association has this smartwatch. It can communicate and connect to the two monitors in the association building. Of course, it can also be used as a savings card. Your subsequent rewards will be deposited into it. These handcuffs are made of a special superpower stone. They can restrict superpower users from using their superpowers. Suyu's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Isn't this watch equivalent to the smartphone of the previous life? With this thing, you can make calls, pay payments, and accept tasks at the same time. He then took the watch and handcuffs and put the watch on his wrist. He already knew the function of the watch, but what were these handcuffs? I just heard Captain Zhao introduce that it can limit the use of abilities by superpowered people. Is it really that magical? He decided to give it a try. Then he handcuffed one of his hands, and he was surprised to find that his connection with the two stars in his mind had become a little hazy. If both my hands were burned, wouldn't I be completely unable to sense the stars in my mind? Suyu was shocked by its ability. Then he handcuffed his other hand and found that he could no longer sense the stars in his mind. If you can't sense the stars, then you can't use your superpowers. Suyu hurriedly used the key to unlock his handcuffs, cursing inwardly, "This thing is not suitable to wear." For people with superpowers, it is very insecure not to have superpowers. The two men laughed when they saw Suyu handcuffed them. I remembered that when I first joined the Superpower Association, I was also curious about these equipment. Zhao Kai turned to Wang Debao and asked, "Bai Xiao and Su Lin haven't arrived yet?" Wang Debao looked at the time. It should be soon. As soon as the words fell, a black armored car appeared at the door of the bank. Here they come. Wang Debao knew that the two of them were coming when he saw the armored vehicle suddenly appear. The car door was opened. A woman with twin ponytails, a black tennis hat, and a pair of black sunglasses got out of the car. She wore a white crop top that showed off her abs perfectly, and black shorts that exposed her snow-white thighs to the air. She also wore a pair of white sneakers that made her look youthful and energetic. Bai Xiao followed behind him wearing a black suit. Zhao Kai saw the two people get out of the car and said seriously, "Su Lin and Bai Xiao, you are late." Su Lin took off his sunglasses and said with an aggrieved expression, "I understand, boss. I won't do it again next time." Bai Xiao behind him also rolled his eyes and said, "You always say that, and you're always late." The two of them came in front of the crowd. Zhao Kai pointed at Su Lin and introduced her. "I didn't introduce her to you yesterday. This is Su Lin, the water-type superpower." "Is this the new thunder-type superpower?" Su Lin looked at Su Yu curiously. On the way here just now, Bai Xiao briefly introduced the process of Su Yu joining their team. "Be good, little brother. Call me Sister Lin from now on. Don't be like these rough guys." She walked to Su Yu's side and kept looking at him. "He's quite handsome, do you have a partner?" Su Yu smiled awkwardly. Looking closely at Su Lin, she has a beautiful and tender oval face and two big, shining eyes. In short, she has the face of a Lolita and the body of a queen. "Su Lin, stop making trouble." Zhao Kai on the side couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly spoke out to stop her. This couldn't go on. Although she is the only female in the team and everyone usually pampers her to some extent, Su Yu has just joined after all and it would be bad if she gets scared. "Oh." Su Lin immediately became serious when he saw the captain speak. Seeing that everyone was present, Zhao Kai began to arrange tasks. "Tell me about today's mission." "It will take 2 days to escort the supplies from Ping'an Bank to the Ping'an Bank branch in Shanghai City. We can't tell you what the supplies are. We are only responsible for security along the way. Is everyone clear?" "Understood." A convoy was driving slowly on the road from Xingqing to Shanghai City. "Su Yu, don't be so nervous on your first mission. Relax." Zhao Kai, who was driving in the front, saw through the mirror that Su Yu was sitting in the back with a serious look on his face, and thought that he was too nervous because it was his first mission. "No. It's not that Su Yu doesn't want to relax, it's just that he can't relax because Su Lin, who has a pair of long, white legs, is sitting next to him. He had never experienced such treatment in his previous life. These long, snow-white legs made him dizzy. Before setting off, the team arranged 2 armored vehicles, one in the front and the other in the back, with several supply vehicles in the middle. Since it was Su Yu's first mission, he was arranged to drive in the front of the car with Captain Zhao, while the others went to another car. Unexpectedly, Su Lin showed up halfway and squeezed in. "Don't worry, Captain, I'm here." Su Lin responded and quietly moved closer to Su Yu. Zhao Kai rolled his eyes and thought, "It's because of you that I feel uneasy." He was a little curious about what happened to Su Lin today, as she never rode in the same car with him. Instead, today they had to ride in the same armored vehicle. As the captain, he really couldn't understand it. He shook his head helplessly and focused on driving, ignoring what was happening behind him. Chapter 8 Blackwater Valley. Su Lin asked, "Is my sister pretty?" Su Yu nodded woodenly and said, "Beautiful." "How beautiful is my sister?" "Amazing beauty. My brother is so sweet." "How old is your brother this year?" 18. "So long, oh no, sis, I mean my legs are really long, right?" Su Lin slightly lifted her pair of snow-white, slender long legs and gently stroked them from top to bottom with the index finger of her right hand. "Want to touch it?" Su Lin put her cheek close to him and asked in an extremely seductive tone. Su Yu sat in the last row of seats. Originally, there was a lot of space for 2 people, but now he couldn't even turn his head. Because Su Lin kept pushing Su Yu into the corner, whenever he turned around he would see that charming face. Su Yu was so angry that he couldn't bear it any longer. He turned around and said, "Think. That's a nice thought." Su Lin immediately pulled away when she saw that the teasing was almost over, returned to her seat and looked at Su Yu with a smile on her face, his face flushed. Su Yu then realized that he had been teased. As a man, how could he be so passive? He had to fight back. So he took a deep breath of the air around him and immediately smelled a fragrance. Then he turned to Su Lin and whispered, "It smells so good. Sister Lin's body fragrance is just so unique." Su Lin was originally watching him with a smile, but Su Yu's words immediately froze her. Her cheeks flushed red, and she cursed inwardly, "You little bastard, you're so brave to tease me." No one in the team has ever dared to tease her. Bai Xiao and Wang Debao were both completely subdued by her teasing. Today she really met her match. Su Yu felt very proud when he saw her shy look. He thought that she deserved the consequences of teasing him. Su Lin glared at him fiercely, and Su Yu rolled his eyes in response without any hesitation. After spending time together just now, I found that Su Lin was just a paper tiger, and he was weak when it came to real combat. Zhao Kai, who was driving, reminded them, ahem, we're almost at Blackwater Valley, so cheer up. Su Yu and Su Lin's little episode just now, he didn't see it because he was sitting in the front row because of the obstruction of the seat. He only saw Su Lin's pretty face slightly blushing as she returned to her seat. He had been on the same team with Su Lin for such a long time, but he had never seen Su Lin like this. He felt that he needed to get to know Su Yu better. When Su Lin heard that they were almost at the Blackwater Valley, he immediately became serious, prepared for battle, and stopped laughing. Blackwater Canyon? Su Yu learned from his memory that the Blackwater Valley was a must-pass place between Xingqing and Shanghai City. The canyon is very large. If it takes 2 days to travel between Xingqing and Shanghai City, then it will take 1 day to pass through the Blackwater Valley. The valley is full of broken walls and ruins, in a mess and full of dangers. This is also the reason why Pinyin Bank found super-powered people to protect it. After learning about the dangers of the Blackwater Valley, Su Yu also sat down carefully, and then quietly released his spatial ability. At this moment, the eyes became particularly sharp, and everything around was clearly visible. Any object within a 10-meter radius is out of his control. As long as he doesn't use his space-based abilities to manipulate objects within range, he won't consume star energy. This is also a space-based ability. At the same time, in the last armored vehicle in the convoy, Wang Debao sat in the driver's seat and controlled the steering wheel. What do you think of this newcomer? I don't know his strength, but it's enough that he's a thunder type. Bai Xiao replied calmly. Then he said, drive your car well and stop talking nonsense. There is a canyon ahead. Be careful. Wang Debao was speechless. Seeing the valley ahead, he began to drive the armored vehicle seriously. He was very aware of the danger of the Blackwater Valley. Blackwater Valley. On a broken wall, several burly men were whispering and plotting something. The leader was named Li Biao. He was tall and strong, with a hideous scar on his face and a beard. The other people also had some scars on their bodies to varying degrees. They are bandits from the Blackwater Valley area. Relying on their awakened superpowers, they disobey the orders set by the superpowers and rob houses and bully ordinary people. Boss, someone from the Black Alliance sent a message today saying that a supply truck will pass through the valley today. Should we take it? Supply truck? Li Biao's eyes lit up. Is this news true? They haven't had any meat for several days, so now that supplies are being delivered to their door, of course he has to ask clearly. Yes, the people from the Black Alliance also said that there are members of the Superpower Association escorting us and asked us to be careful. The younger brother at the side reported all the information he had received. Superpower Association? That's not easy to deal with. Li Biao touched his sexy beard and started thinking. The fact that the supplies are escorted by members of the Superpower Association means that they must be expensive, but it is also more difficult to consume them. The members of the Superpower Association are all superpowers like them, so it is hard to say who will win or lose in a fight. If it were an ordinary escort team escorting the supplies, it would be easy for them to take over the supplies. But when it comes to people with superpowers, they have to think carefully. It's a good thing that you get supplies if you win the fight, but if you lose and get caught, it will be a waste of time. Boss, the brothers have been through so much hardship lately. How can we let him go when this piece of fat meat is right in our mouths? Aren't they just superpowers? We are also superpowers. The worst that can happen is that we can just fight with them and it's still uncertain who will win or lose. Several younger brothers on the side kept encouraging their boss. Yeah, boss, the ones he and his friends have been looking for mistresses for lately are the worst. Done. Encouraged by several of his younger brothers, Li Biao finally decided to take over this batch of supplies. I'm lucky if I can come across a caravan after squatting in this broken valley for a month or so. Caravans used to be more frequent, but I don't know if it's because they robbed too much that there are fewer and fewer of them. The subsequent caravans even had superpowered people joining in, so they couldn't have a full meal for half a year. Once, because they were extremely poor, they attacked a caravan that included people with superpowers. But they had never fought before, and after being beaten to a pulp, they would be cautious every time they went around a caravan with people with superpowers. The younger brothers around were also very excited when they heard that their boss was willing to take action. They were grinning from ear to ear at the thought of living a life of luxury and debauchery in the near future. Let's make it clear beforehand. Don't kill superpowered people. Just knock them unconscious or make them incapacitated. Don't kill them. Our goal is supplies. I don't want to be on the Superpower Association's wanted list. Did you hear that? Li Biao instructed his younger brothers. People who are on the Superpower Association's wanted list often end up dying miserably. I understand. The younger brothers around him nodded frequently. Everyone, go down and prepare. Have Black Bear prepare some boulders instead of the small rocks like last time. Let him use his superpowers to carry a few large rocks for me. We are in the dark and they are in the light. We can ambush them and succeed in one try. Yes. Chapter 9 Attack. Soon the convoy drove into the Blackwater Valley. The empty and silent valley gives people a feeling that there is danger everywhere. At this moment, Suyu, who was sitting in the car, was quietly releasing his spatial insight ability. The ground of the Blackwater Valley was filled with gravel of all sizes, and the road was bumpy and uneven. The overall appearance appeared in his mind one by one. Ha! Su Lin, who was standing by, was a little curious when she saw Suyu sitting there quietly with his eyes closed. Doesn't he want to see what the valley looks like? However, she didn't know that Suyu already knew the terrain within 10 meters around him. Suddenly, Suyu opened his eyes bloodshot, and shouted to Zhao Kai, who was driving in front, "Get out of the way. There's a huge rock falling." Zhao Kai's face changed drastically when he heard this. Without waiting to confirm whether Suyu's words were true or not, he subconsciously turned the steering wheel. The vehicle made a sharp right turn and then stopped suddenly with an emergency brake. Just after the vehicle stopped, Zhao Kai's watch heard Bai Xiao and Wang Debao's voices in unison. "Captain, get out of the way. A huge rock is falling." The two of them had just finished speaking. Bang! A huge rock fell where it had been. Zhao Kai was still frightened. If Suyu had not reminded him in advance that there was a huge rock, he would have reacted quickly and avoided it. Otherwise, it would be too late to react after Bai Xiao and Wang Debao reminded us. If it is hit, although the armored vehicle may not cause serious injuries as a buffer, minor injuries are inevitable. The loud noise instantly woke everyone up. Oh no, there's an ambush. Zhao Kai realized that something was wrong, shouted, and quickly got out of the car. The security personnel in the vehicle behind were also awakened by the huge rock and got out of the vehicle with their weapons in hand, on guard. Hey, big sister, can you please get out of the way? The weapon is pressing on me. Suyu, who was sitting in the back seat, was squeezed against the car door by Su Lin because of the inertia of the car's sharp turn. Who are you calling big sister, you little brat? I'm only a few years older than you. Su Lin's pretty face turned red. At this moment, she also realized that the two people's actions were indecent, and quickly got up and got out of the car. If you don't call me big sister when the weapon is so big, then you should call me Mississippi. Suyu muttered softly, then opened the car door and quickly got up and got out of the car to be on guard. After everyone got off the car, Bai Xiao and Wang Debao, who arrived from behind, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they were full of energy. Zhao Kai saw the two of them arrive safely and asked hurriedly, "Are the supplies okay?" Bai Xiao raised his glasses and said, "It's okay, the vehicles are all normal and have not been attacked." That's not right. How could my car be attacked? This shouldn't happen. Zhao Kai was a little confused. Logically speaking, if they were ambushed, all the cars should have been attacked. Why was his car attacked while the others were fine? Remind everyone not to let down their guard and explore the surroundings before setting off again. Zhao Kai felt that things were not that simple. Yes. Several people nodded and began to investigate separately. At this time, Suyu and others were on a broken wall above the valley. I asked you to block their path, and look what you did. Li Biao kicked his younger brother beside him. Black Bear said a little aggrievedly, "Boss, I aimed it in the direction in front of them. Who knew they were driving so fast that it would hit us right in the middle?" Following his boss's orders, he did throw the boulder in front of them, but who knew it would hit them by chance? We've alerted the enemy. Tell the others to block their way forward and backward with huge rocks. We'll catch them in a trap. Seeing that the situation could not be reversed, Li Biao had no choice but to quickly order the next plan. Don't make any more mistakes, you hear me? Black Bear patted his chest and said confidently, "Yes, boss, I promise to complete the task." "Then get out of here." He. Black Bear turned around and left happily. At the same time, as an Earth-type superpower, this is the time for Wang Debao to play his role. He squatted down and pressed his hands on the ground, then activated his Earth-type superpowers and soon discovered something was wrong. He discovered that in addition to their group of people in the valley, there was another group of people on the broken wall of the valley. Not good. He came to his senses and quickly sent the information he had discovered to the other people through the watch communicator. At this time, Suyu was using his spatial ability to observe around, but he didn't find anything unusual. It may be that the current spatial insight ability is too small, and it seems insufficient in such a large valley. At this time, ding! A message from Wang Debao came through the watch on his left wrist. "There's an ambush on the cliffs of the valley." What? Everyone looked up suddenly after seeing the message. Suddenly, several huge rocks fell from the broken wall above. Not good. Everyone dodged subconsciously. Bang! 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 The boulder did not hit them, but blocked the road in front of them and the way back. Then dense smoke bombs were scattered in the sky, and the smoke instantly covered the surrounding space. Roar! Then a lion's roar was heard, accompanied by the sound of an object falling to the ground. Before Suyu and the others could react, everything around them was covered by smoke. Their vision was completely blocked and the smoke and visibility was extremely low. "Everyone be careful, the one attacking us might be a super-powered person." Zhao Kai found that something was wrong and quickly passed the information to the team members through his watch. It is impossible for ordinary people to move a boulder of this size. No doubt only people with superpowers can do it. Everyone instantly became alert and displayed their abilities one after another. Suyu also instantly connected the two stars in his mind. He used the space system to detect whether there were any enemies around, while in his hands he condensed the violent power of thunder and prepared it for release. Zhao Kai's hands were already burning with flames at this moment. His ability was fire-related and he was very powerful. Several water spears instantly gathered behind Su Lin. She looked around and was ready to fire the water spears at any time. Bai Xiao is a wood element. Suddenly, a huge vine grew out from under his feet, lifting him up and gradually rising into the air until he reached the top of the smoke. Wang Debao, who is of the earth element, uses his ability to explore to obtain information. Wang Debao suddenly shouted, "Suyu, Su Lin, there are people in front of you, and on your left, boss." He didn't tell me through his watch because it transmitted information too slowly. In this case, information must be transmitted immediately, and transmission through sound is very fast. After hearing Wang Debao's suggestion, several people instantly released their abilities. Zhao Kai turned around instantly, raised his flaming fist and punched hard to the left, but he hit the air. Zhao Kai frowned slightly. It was impossible for Wang Debao to lie to him. It was obvious that the other party quickly dodged after hearing Debao's voice. On the other side, Su Lin's water spear pierced the air, wasting the star energy in vain. On the contrary, Suyu was not in a hurry to release his thunder skills. Because he found that there was no one in front of him through his spatial reconnaissance, the enemy might be outside his reconnaissance range. He still played it safe. After all, star energy was quite precious. If he missed, the loss would outweigh the gain. It was obvious that his bet was right, as he heard the sound of Su Lin's water spear hitting the stone wall not far away. Chapter 10: Fierce Fight. First, get rid of that fat guy and those people without superpowers. Li Biao naturally heard Wang Debao's hint and discovered that this fat man had the ability to investigate, so he quickly mobilized the power of his younger brothers to deal with him. "Yes, boss." There were responses from the younger brothers around. Li Biao activated his animal-type ability and sniffed the air, finding his target. As the boss, his opponent is naturally Zhao Kai, the strongest among the group. "Debao, where are you?" When Zhao Kai heard that this group of people's target was Debao and those guards without superpowers, he hurriedly asked Debao's location so that he could support him. Wang Debao's voice came from a distance, "Boss, I'm fine. I can handle it." When Zhao Kai heard Wang Debao's voice, he rushed in the direction of the voice. But just as he was about to take a step, a dark figure appeared in front of him and said, "Where do you want to go? It's better to stay here obediently." The black shadow gradually became clearer, and a burly man with a scar on his face appeared in front of him. His muscles were engorged with blood, sharp claws grew on all 10 of his fingers, and ferocious fangs were revealed at the corners of his mouth. There was also a vague shadow of a lion behind him. This person was Li Biao, who released animal-type abilities. Zhao Kai also became alert when he saw this. This person's strength was definitely comparable to his. The opponent's animal-type superpowers have obviously been cultivated to the intermediate level, and the animal has become a phantom. Each superpower is divided into basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. The difference between the initial and intermediate levels of the animal system is that the intermediate level animal system can present the phantom of an animal, greatly increasing its own strength and power, while the initial level simply increases its own power. The same goes for the natural system. The initial stage is just a simple release of ability, while the intermediate stage is the possession and use of ability and the increase of power. It was obvious that the scarred man in front of him was a mid-level animal-type superpowered person. He was also mid-level like him, which forced him to take him seriously. Wang Debao looked at the people surrounding him and said with a wry smile, "Brothers, did you recognize the wrong person?" "Wrong person? You're the fattest one, and you smell greasy. Who else could it be if not you?" The person who was speaking was an animal type, Cheetah Super. He had the speed of a leopard, so he looked thin, but his leg muscles were very developed and strong. A companion beside him said, "Kai Bao, why waste time talking to him? The boss has given the order to quickly deal with him and go support the boss." Kai Bao waved his hands impatiently to his companions. I know. Then he showed his claws and grabbed Wang Debao fiercely. At this time, Suyu was still alert to his surroundings. He also heard the voice just now. It was obviously an order issued by the leader of the attackers. Wang Debao is in danger. He must go to support Wang Debao. If Wang Debao is defeated, they will be in a passive position. However, before going to support Wang Debao, he needed to solve the trouble in front of him, because Debao just told him that there was someone in front of him. But the other party had not taken any action yet, so he slowly moved towards Debao. Suddenly, Suyu discovered that a huge rock was hitting him within the range of his spatial insight control. Not good. Suyu's face changed when he saw this, and he quickly dodged. Bang! The boulder hit not far from Suyu. Not bad, the reaction is quite quick. I saw a short, dark-skinned but sturdy man gradually walking out of the smoke. Suyu stared at the other party cautiously. It was obvious that the other party was extremely powerful, as he could lift such a huge rock and smash it at him. Black Bear said arrogantly, "Boy, if you're smart, hand over the supplies behind you, and I'll let you go." Supplies? Suyu was startled. It turned out that he had already walked to the side of the supply truck. Suyu said bluntly, "If you want supplies, come and get them yourself if you have the ability." Their mission was to escort this batch of supplies, so how could they hand it over so easily? Humph. You're looking for death. The Black Bear's eyes suddenly turned red, 2 puffs of air came out of his nostrils, and then his muscles began to swell and become congested. Suyu immediately became cautious upon seeing this. He had seen this situation before. This person's current state was very similar to that of Wang Yuanhui, who had just awakened to the animal element wolf. He knew that the other party must have activated his animal-type abilities, so he unceremoniously blasted the other party with the thunder power that had been gathered in his hands for a long time. The violent power of thunder arrived in an instant. Boom! Hit! A cloud of black smoke floated up from in front of the opponent. Suyu knew that he had hit the opponent. The black smoke was the burnt smoke produced by the power of thunder. But what happened next shocked Suyu. The other party actually resisted his thunder power. Damn it! You are a thunder type. Luckily I awakened the animal type, the bear, otherwise I would have been hurt by you. The Black Bear shook his 2 arms, which were numb and burnt with blood. He had just used his 2 thick arms to block the lightning. He could still feel a slight tingling sensation on the surface of his arms, like lightning. Animal-type bear. Suyu frowned slightly. The opponent's defense was very strong, otherwise he would not have been able to take his attack so easily. TSK, Thunder Element, I'm going to kill you today no matter what. I'm going to take your genius's head to the Black Alliance, and my brothers will never have to worry about food and drink in their next lives. The Black Bear looked Suyu up and down with shining eyes, as if he was looking at a mountain of gold, greed in his eyes. During the operation, the boss told them not to kill the superpowered people, for fear of being put on the Superpower Association's wanted list. If the boss knew that there was a thunder-type person in this team, then it wouldn't matter if he was on the wanted list of the Superpower Association. I was originally planning to grab supplies, but now that I know there is a thunder-type superpowered person here, there is no point in grabbing supplies. It is still possible to distinguish between a full meal and a full meal. As long as you take off the head of the person in front of you, you will have meat to eat every meal. When Suyu heard his words, his expression became serious. The other party actually wanted to kill him and exchange his head for the bounty. Here we come. The black bear rushed over greedily. Maybe because of its size, it was not very fast and looked a little clumsy, but Suyu knew that it would be dangerous if it got close to him. As an animal-type bear, his strength can be imagined. He is too small to withstand a hit from him. Chapter 11 Easy to control. Seeing this, Suyu quickly put his palms together, then separated them again, and saw a spear formed by the power of thunder appear in front of his chest. He swung it at the other person's head. The lightning spear is a way of using the power of thunder that he mastered at the initial stage after many times of practice. This spear is about 1 meter long and is made up of lightning. It exudes the power of thunder. The power of the lightning spear is naturally stronger than his previous casual attack, but I don't know what effect it will have on the opponent. Seeing Suyu bombard him with lightning again, Black Bear smiled slightly and secretly rejoiced in his heart. How can a little lightning stop me? With the experience of blocking the opponent's lightning before, he quickly put his powerful arms in front of him and rushed forward without dodging. Just crazy. The main theme is contempt. Who made me an animal-type bear? My defense is strong. But it was not until the lightning spear was very close to him that he realized something was wrong. This was different from before. The lightning was solid and slender, and the thunder power emanating from it was much more terrifying than before. The black bear realized something was wrong and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The lightning spear pierced his arm precisely into his flesh. Ah! After the black bear was hit in the arm by the lightning spear, he let out a scream. It was so painful that the arm that was pierced had no feeling at all. And the numb feeling spread from the arms to the whole body. Suyu was also very surprised when he saw this. It seemed that the lightning spear was quite effective, and it was worth the hard training for many days. As expected of a thunder element, I underestimated you before. I didn't expect the power of thunder to be so overbearing. Black Bear looked at his left arm where the lightning spear had pierced his flesh. The arm was slightly pale, and it looked like it had lost too much blood. But no blood flowed out of his arm. Black Bear stretched out his other hand to pull out the spear, but just as his palm touched the spear, a tingling sensation spread through his palm throughout his body. Seeing that Black Bear was actually trying to pull out his lightning spear, Suyu kindly reminded him, "Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to pull the spear out in a short time. Isn't it just a broken spear? If you can't pull it out, then you can't pull it out. Stop gloating over it." Black Bear tried several times but found that he really couldn't pull it out. Every time he touched it, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, making him very uncomfortable. When the energy runs out, the spear will disappear. Black Bear was very clear about this because he had fought with natural psychics before. The skills they released had a certain duration and would turn into air after the time was up. As the releaser, Suyu was naturally very clear about this, so he had to make a quick decision. Take advantage of the fact that one of the opponent's arms is unusable and find a way to defeat him quickly. Really? What if there's another spear? Suyu had a flash of inspiration. Since one was not enough, he might as well release another one. Anyway, his star energy was enough for him to release it several times. Come again? When Black Bear saw another spear exactly the same as the one just now condensed on Suyu's chest, his face suddenly changed. After witnessing the power of the spear just now, I can't let it stab me again. He wanted to dodge immediately, but just as he was about to dodge, he found that his legs were a little clumsy when he lifted them. This sudden abnormality made him terrified. The spear arrived in an instant and pierced his thigh smoothly. Ah! The Black Bear screamed again. Still want to hide? You can't hide. Suyu sneered. Just when the Black Bear wanted to dodge, he immediately used his spatial ability to slow down his legs for a short time, and it was this short period of time that allowed the lightning spear to successfully hit the target. If it weren't for the spatial system controlling that moment, he would have definitely been able to dodge it. Something's weird. Do you have a super weapon? Black Bear's face was distorted by the electric shock. The first thing he thought of was that the other party had a super weapon, which restricted his legs just now, otherwise he would not have been able to dodge it. Superpower weapon? Suyu saw his confusion. It seemed that the other party regarded his spatial ability as the ability of a superpower weapon. Yes, it's a super weapon, Suyu admitted generously. Humph. Black Bear snorted coldly, and immediately became serious when he saw the other party admit it. His left arm and right leg are now restricted, so it is impossible to get close to him, so he must find a way to attack him from a distance. The Black Bear looked around and then at the ground, and suddenly an inspiration came to him. Suyu was a little confused when he saw the Black Bear looking around. Did I get electrocuted by myself? Never mind. I want to see what kind of big waves he can stir up. Suyu decided to pierce all of his limbs with lightning spears, making him unable to move. No. Suyu's hands, which were gathering lightning, suddenly stopped. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground. Suyu quickly dodged to the side. With the help of the space system, he was able to detect and react in advance, and easily avoided the attack of the crack. The Black Bear's face turned red when he saw that his sudden attack missed. Just now, he used his only movable right leg and stomped on the ground with all his strength. He wanted to catch Suyu off guard by causing the ground to crack. However, what he didn't expect was that Suyu dodged it so easily. A sneak attack? Don't you realize the seriousness of the situation? Suyu condensed 2 lightning spears in succession and fired them at the remaining limbs of the Black Bear. The Black Bear was shocked when he saw this. Wasn't it supposed to be 1 shot at a time? How did it suddenly become 2 shots? Where can I find justice in this matter? 2 lightning spears shot towards him at a speed that could break through the air. The Black Bear felt miserable when he saw the 2 lightning spears. Now he was helpless and no one could help him. Helplessly, he could only watch as the lightning spears pierced his limbs. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. Now he can only move his mouth. Seeing that the Black Bear's limbs had been pierced by his lightning spears, Suyu slowly walked to the Black Bear and slapped it in the face. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you going to claim the reward for my head? Be careful next time you go out. Suyu rubbed his hands, feeling quite thick-skinned. At this time, the Black Bear had been beaten by Suyu, with bruises and swollen face, and glared at Suyu fiercely. If looks could kill, Suyu would have died 100 times. Sizzle! The lightning spears on the Black Bear's limbs gradually began to dim, making thundering sounds as if reminding Suyu that the power of thunder and lightning was weakening. Seeing this, Suyu quickly took out the weapon that the captain had given him earlier. Yes, it was the super handcuffs. Now is the time for this weapon to come into play. Chapter 12 Arrival. This is? When Black Bear saw that the thunder power on his limbs began to weaken, he thought he could take revenge immediately. It was not until he saw the black handcuffs in Suyu's hands that he realized something was wrong. Aren't these fucking super handcuffs? If I get handcuffed, it will be the end. Snap. The handcuffs handcuffed Black Bear's hands. At this time, the thunder power of the lightning spears was exhausted, and the 4 lightning spears dissipated into the air out of thin air. The Black Bear, who originally had well-developed muscles and was full of strength, instantly deflated and turned into a short, normal-sized person. The muscles in the limbs no longer become congested and enlarged, but instead return to normal. These handcuffs are really nice. Suyu was very satisfied with the situation. He liked these handcuffs very much. Seeing that his limbs could move, the Black Bear immediately tried to stand up and resist. Although my hands were handcuffed, I could still move my legs. As long as he could find a way to snatch the key from Suyu's hand and unlock the handcuffs, he didn't believe that he couldn't deal with Suyu. According to his many years of experience with superpowers, the number of times a natural-type superpower can release its abilities is limited, unlike the animal-type superpower which can release it unlimitedly. Suyu had already released it many times just now, so he definitely didn't have much star energy left. Next, he just needed to unlock the handcuffs. Without the star energy, Suyu would be as easy to kill as crushing an ant. Hey, you haven't moved for a long time, are you looking to move around? Seeing that the Black Bear actually wanted to resist, Suyu used the power of thunder to condense a tiny needle. Although the lightning rod is not big, it is enough. Don't be fooled by the thinness of this needle. It is made up of the power of thunder. Using it against an ordinary person without any superpowers is like using a mortar to hit a turtle dove, a waste of talent. Isn't the Black Bear who was handcuffed by super handcuffs just an ordinary person now? When Black Bear saw the fine needle condensed in Suyu's hand, his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly wanted to beg for mercy, but it was too late. The small needle had already pierced his butt. The power of thunder instantly swept through his body. The black bear was trembling all over due to the electric shock and curled up on the ground, shivering. Be more careful next time and don't do anything tricky, okay? Suyu laughed heartily, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and the lightning rods on the black bear disappeared. Lead the way. Just now, when Suyu was fighting, he heard the sound of fighting not far away, and he decided to go and take a look. Yes. Black Bear nodded palely. When he saw his wet pants, he realized his current situation. The valley is shrouded in mist. Whoosh! The water spear hit the stone wall accurately. Little sister, stay with me for one night, and I'll let you come. Bah, are you worthy? Su Lin spat at the other party, changing her usual petite style. She saw her water spear hit the surrounding stone walls again, and her teeth chattered with anger. The opponent's movement speed was too fast, and she tried to launch several water spears in succession, but all of them missed. Wow, what a figure and what a pretty face! A slender man walked out from the smoke with light steps and looked Su Lin up and down carefully. His code name is Civet Cat, and he is an animal-type cat superpower. His limbs are long and slender, and his 10 fingers are covered with slender and sharp cat claws. He tilted his head back, licked his arm with his tongue, and looked at Su Lin with a playful look. The woman in front of him was the most perfect woman he had ever seen, both in figure and appearance. I must get her today and enjoy her to my heart's content. Su Lin felt uncomfortable when she saw the other person looking at her with lustful eyes. The two were on the verge of a fight. Suddenly, the civet cat rushed towards Su Lin at a rapid speed. Seeing this, Su Lin immediately fired several water spears behind him. But the opponent actually dodged back and forth between several water spears and dodged them all easily. Not good. Su Lin's face turned pale instantly when he saw this. The opponent's sharp claws had already attacked, and Su Lin quickly leaned back to dodge, thus avoiding the fatal blow. However, the opponent's claw attack came again. Seeing this, Su Lin instantly condensed a water ball in his hand and attacked. Bang! The two of them took several steps back, and several conspicuous claw marks appeared on Su Lin's palms. The other party shook his claws and looked very relaxed. Su Lin frowned. The opponent's claws were so sharp that they penetrated her water ball and hurt her flesh. This forced her to be serious. Since the water spear can't hit, we have to try another method. Su Lin wrapped her palms with water, trying to relieve the pain. Then she put her palms together and opened them again, and a huge source of water emerged from Su Lin's palms. Then she smashed the ground in front of her, and with a splash, water spread out around her. The strange thing is that these water sources are not absorbed by the land but float on the surface. Seeing Su Lin using his water-based superpowers, the spirit cat rushed forward again. He is an animal-type psychic who can only unleash his strength in close combat. Su Lin stood in the water he had released, and he could clearly sense the other party's next position. With the help of this water area, Su Lin was no longer passive and his movement speed was on par with that of the opponent. Every time Su Lin bent down to dodge, the water on the ground supported by her palms would give her a push, allowing her to easily avoid the opponent's attack. The civet cat saw that his attacks were ineffective, and instead, the opponent found a flaw in the interval between each attack. I sensed something was wrong. There was something strange in the waters. The other party knew every move's route very well, and since entering this area of water, he clearly felt that his feet were a little heavy and no longer light. After realizing that something was wrong with the waters, he decided to leave immediately and not waste his energy there. The spirit cat quickly retreated, and after leaving the water, it looked at Su Lin and said with a devilish smile, "Little sister, your water is really powerful, but I wonder how long you can hold on?" He knew that there was no chance of defeating the opponent quickly in the water. We can only wait for the energy in the water area to dissipate before making other plans. Su Lin also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the other party leave the water. After all, he was a nature-type esper, and it was too risky for him to fight an animal-type esper in close combat. The elementary water system and the natural system only plays a supporting role, so its attack power is naturally much lower. In her memory, only by upgrading the water system to the intermediate level can one have good attack power. She is only at the beginner level now. Where does she get the fighting power from? The reason I developed the water area skill was because I was afraid of close combat, so I practiced it. I didn't expect the effect to be quite good. But when Su Lin heard what the other party said, her brows furrowed slightly. She released the skill waters, but it consumed most of her star energy. Now the opponent has noticed the characteristics of the waters and no longer fights with her. This is a difficult situation. Just as she was racking her brains to think of what to do next, a familiar voice reached her ears. Ahem, am I not late? Chapter 13, Civet Cat. Cat, save me. When the black bear saw his companions, tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. His savior finally appeared, and he could finally escape from this kid's torture. Are you a black bear? Seeing the black bear with a bruised face and nose, the civet cat was a little hesitant to confirm. It's me, I'm the black bear, save me, civet cat. The thin man opposite Su Lin is codenamed Civet, animal type cat. Shut up, I haven't even caught up with Sister Lin yet, and you're already doing it. Suyu came up and slapped him. After being beaten, the black bear immediately shut up and dared not make any sound. It just looked at the civet cat with watery eyes. Stop. The civet cat became angry when he saw his companion, the black bear, being beaten. Black bear and he had a close relationship. They had shared the money after robbing a caravan before. In order to get rid of the bad habits brought by their animal-type abilities, the two of them often went together to find mistresses. This time, they acted separately on the mission, but they didn't expect that Black Bear would be captured alive by this young-looking boy. Suyu seemed not to hear this. He turned around and looked at Su Lin with a smile on his face and said, Sister Lin, did you miss me? Su Lin was extremely surprised to see Suyu coming. With the help of Suyu, who was an expert in thunder, it was easy to deal with the spirit cat. Stop talking nonsense. Can't you see the enemy is still here? Su Lin said unhappily when he saw that the boy was still smiling at him at this time. Let the black bear go quickly, otherwise. The civet cat showed its sharp claws, trying to threaten Suyu to let the black bear go. What else? Seeing that the other party dared to threaten him, Suyu immediately condensed lightning and stabbed it at the black bear beside him. Don't. When Black Bear saw the lightning rod, he felt as if he saw a demon from hell and trembled all over. He really didn't want to experience the feeling of being electrocuted again. On the way here just now, he was tortured because he didn't listen to Suyu. Not long after that, the lightning rod came again. It was you who was threatened by the civet cat, not me, so why was I the one who got hurt instead of him? The black bear was trembling all over from the electric shock, and from time to time it made sounds of begging for mercy. Thunder element? The spirit cat frowned when it saw the lightning rod in Suyu's hand. The opponent was actually a lightning type. No wonder the black bear was captured. He did not take action immediately but stood there thinking for a while, thinking about how to rescue the black bear. But when the black bear was shocked and trembled all over until he fainted, he knew he could not wait any longer. His anger surged up instantly, and he quickly rushed towards Suyu, wanting to tear him to pieces. Seeing this, Su Lin in the distance quickly urged the water spear to shoot at the opponent, thus interrupting his attack rhythm. Suyu, be careful, he's very fast. Su Lin shouted to warn. Seeing the other party rushing towards him quickly, Suyu made a quick decision, immediately left the unconscious black bear where it was, and ran quickly to Su Lin's side. Seeing that Suyu had put the black bear down, the civet cat stopped chasing Suyu and hurriedly checked the black bear's condition. Seeing that the black bear was not seriously injured and had just fainted, it breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lin ran over when she saw Suyu leaving the black bear behind. She asked in surprise, why did you let him go so easily? She didn't quite believe that Suyu would easily hand over the black bear to the other party. Once the other party woke up, it would only cause more trouble. Released, where? Look at what he is wearing on his hands. Suyu took out the key to the super handcuffs and turned it on his index finger. Su Lin saw the key in Suyu's hand and immediately understood what was going on. She smiled brightly and said, you did a great job, boy. Even if you have superpowers, you can't use them when you are handcuffed by super handcuffs, so there is no need to worry about the other party causing trouble after waking up. At this time, hand over the keys. The civet cat looked gloomily at Suyu who was turning the key in the distance. When he checked Black Bear's body just now, he found that his hands were handcuffed with super handcuffs. He knew very well what super handcuffs were. He cannot use his superpowers after being roasted by it, which means that saving the black bear will not help him in the subsequent battle. He tried to use his brute force to unlock the handcuffs, but they were much harder than he expected. Your claws are not worn out, are they? Suyu looked smug, causing Su Lin to cover her mouth and laugh. He saw where Ling Mao had just attacked the handcuffs, but the handcuffs didn't move at all. Seeing his angry look, he wanted to disgust him. Humph. The civet cat snorted coldly. Seeing that the two were gloating over someone else's misfortune, it stretched out its sharp claws and pounced on them. Since the other party will not hand over the key easily, the only way to get the key is to rob it. When Suyu and Su Lin saw the spirit cat pouncing towards them, they immediately activated the star power in their bodies and released their superpowers. Su Lin's water area had not disappeared yet and could still last for a while, so she immediately activated the water area. Suyu now discovered the peculiarity of this water area. He did not notice the peculiarity of this water area when he walked in just now, so he thought that this water area was the water skill released by Su Lin when he was fighting with the civet cat just now. It was not until Su Lin activated the water that he noticed the difference. He found that his legs were very light, and he felt that his movement speed was much faster than before. What kind of ability is this? Suyu quickly asked Su Lin beside him after discovering this characteristic. Seeing his confusion, Su Lin said, "There's no time to explain. You just need to know that you will become faster in the water." Suyu's eyes lit up. He could use his abilities like this? He glanced at the surrounding waters and found that they were much larger than the range of his space system. He would definitely ask Su Lin for advice when he returned. Seeing that the spirit cat was about to arrive, he didn't think any more and quickly gathered a lightning spear to shoot at the other party. Unexpectedly, before he could shoot, Su Lin beside him spoke up to stop him. "It's useless. He moves so fast that I can't hit him." Seeing that Suyu also wanted to use energy emission, Su Lin warned him. Although the civet cat's movement speed will slow down in the water, the reduced speed will not affect its reaction and evasion at all. Otherwise, Su Lin would have used the water spear and the water area to hit him earlier, and the stalemate would not have happened. "What should I do? This is the only trick I know." Suyu scratched his head and smiled bitterly. "You said you only know this one trick?" Su Lin widened her eyes in surprise, her mouth opened wide, she was stunned. Suyu nodded. He had just awakened a few days ago, and the lightning spear was a way of releasing energy that he had figured out by continuously releasing the power of lightning over the past few days. This special skill of his was quite useful when he dealt with the black bear before. Although it was only so useful when combined with a trace of spatial power, he couldn't tell Su Lin about his spatial power. After all, that was his trump card. Su Lin was helpless to see Suyu nod so honestly, but it made sense since Suyu had just awakened to become a lightning-type attacker and naturally had fewer means of attack. How about giving it a try? Chapter 14 Cooperation. The lightning spear has been gathered together, if not now, when? Suyu aimed at the spirit cat that was rushing towards him, and used all his strength to throw out the spear in his hand that was filled with thunder power. The civet cat in the air raised its mouth corners slightly when it saw the spear coming through the air. "That's it? If you can hit me, I will call you daddy." When the civet cat saw that the spear was about to hit his shoulder, he quickly dodged sideways. If he moved his shoulder slightly, the lightning spear would be deflected. However, just when he wanted to move his shoulders, he suddenly found that his shoulders were restrained by an inexplicable strange force, and he could not twist them immediately. How is this possible? The civet cat realized something was wrong, but it was too late. When Suyu saw his spear successfully hit the target, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously and he thought to himself, "Is my lightning spear so easy to dodge?" The moment he launched the lightning spear, he immediately released his spatial ability, and used his ability to control objects to control the opponent's shoulder to prevent the opponent from dodging. It only took a short moment for the spear to hit the target accurately. Is this possible? This scene made Su Lin, who was watching from the side, dumbfounded. She had tried before, but she always hit the air and never hit the target. Is the lightning system faster? Su Lin felt that this was the only possible guess. After all, I am not a thunder element and I don't know how fast this thunder spear is shot out. Phew! The lightning spear pierced the civet cat's shoulder accurately, and a violent force of thunder swept through the body in an instant. The civet cat suddenly felt that it had lost all its strength. With a thud, the civet cat half knelt on the ground. Suyu, who was far away, was also stunned when he saw the civet cat's reaction. When he shot the black bear with the lightning spear before, his reaction was not so strong. Only one arm could not move. He thought that his lightning spear could only make a certain part of the opponent lose the ability to move. Now, seeing the reaction of the spirit cat, he truly realized how terrifying the power of his lightning spear was. Su Lin standing by was also stunned. Is this the power of thunder? It is worthy of being the thunder type with the strongest attack power among the natural systems. My water spear is not even a little bit less powerful than this thunder spear. Suyu saw that the spirit cat was already half kneeling on the ground and said to Su Lin beside him, Sister Lin, attack him quickly. My lightning spear has a short duration. The lightning spears launched this time were different from the previous ones. Although the power of this lightning spear was the same as before, its duration was much shorter than before. Upon hearing Suyu's reminder, Su Lin quickly released several water spears at the civet cat. The civet cat was still paralyzed after being hit by the lightning spear and couldn't dodge at all, so several water spears hit him. Bang! The civet cat was knocked against the far wall and fell to the ground. At this time, the energy of the thunder spear gradually disappeared, and the civet cat recovered from the anesthesia. In fact, he woke up the moment the water spear hit him, but since the water spear had already hit him, he could only bear the damage of the water spear. Fortunately, the power of the water spear was not very great and had little impact on his body, so he could still fight. He slowly got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then rubbed his shoulders. The numb feeling in his shoulders made him very uncomfortable. What a powerful thunder system! He couldn't feel his body after being hit by the lightning spear just now, and he felt a little scared when he thought about it now. After seeing the power of the thunder system, he did not attack rashly again, but looked at Suyu and the others vigilantly. Suyu was a little surprised to see that the other party stood up as if nothing had happened. You didn't even faint? If he were to be hit by a few of my lightning spears, I would never believe that he could stand up so easily even if I beat him to death. Suyu looked at Su Lin beside him strangely, his eyes seemed to say, you haven't eaten, why don't you try harder? Su Lin's pretty face turned red when he looked at her, this is my strongest move. Are you kidding me? I'm a water type, where does my killing power come from? I'm still at the beginner level and only know these two moves. Unless I reach the intermediate level and learn the water spout, maybe my killing power will be a little bit. Su Lin quickly thought of something and added, he's an animal type. His physical fitness has improved, so he can naturally block my water spear. The subtext is that I really tried my best to output, but he was too weak. Suyu was speechless. I didn't know he was an animal. The cat's paw was right there, so if he wasn't an animal, then what was he? Su Lin said confidently, it's okay. If you and I cooperate a few more times, I don't believe he can still stand up. Although her water spear was not powerful, as the saying goes, dripping water wears away a stone. After hitting him a few more times, she still didn't believe that the other party could still stand up safely like this. Suyu said seriously, no. Why not? A man can't say no. I'm gone. What do you mean? Su Lin didn't understand what Suyu meant for a moment. What did he mean by he was gone? I said my star energy is gone. Su Lin realized the seriousness of the problem. Without the lightning spear to control the opponent, it would be useless even if she released more water spears if she couldn't hit the opponent. Why are you so short-lived? Su Lin really wanted to kick Suyu aside. I don't want to either, but I really don't have any left. Suyu spread his hands as if he was giving up. He had already released a lot of energy when dealing with the black bear, so there wasn't much left. The lightning spear he used against the civet cat just now was made up of his remaining energy. It is impossible for Suyu to condense the lightning spear again now. He also wants to ask why you have so much energy. Su Lin rubbed his forehead, fortunately the problem was not particularly serious. She still has a lot of star energy, so it's not impossible for her to fight back. She swore that after this mission was over, she would go back and let Suyu absorb more super energy stones to make him more durable. The team was originally lacking in output, and suddenly a strong man with thunder output came. She thought the team would become stronger, but the strong man told her that she was not durable enough. Suyu knew that the next battle might be a fierce one, but he was not too worried because he still had a space system. Unless things got to the worst point, he would not rush to use his space system abilities. Ahem, actually if I squeeze a little bit, I still have a little bit. Suyu looked at the water on the ground and his eyes lit up. He thought of a way. What do you mean? If you have something to say, come on. Su Lin was in a very bad mood. She hated herself for having spent most of the money she got after completing tasks on brand name bags and clothes. None of it was used to improve his own strength, otherwise why would there be so much trouble today? A waterspout taught the civet cat a lesson. Suyu leaned close to Su Lin's ear and whispered his plan to her. Su Lin blushed after hearing this. Are you sure this method works? Chapter 15 Capture. Of course, just tell me whether you believe me or not. Suyu said confidently. Seeing how confident he was, Su Lin nodded. In this situation, we can only try this method. We have to try our best. There is no other way if we continue to waste time. As an animal-type superpower, the civet cat's hearing becomes stronger after using its superpowers. Naturally, it heard the conversation between Suyu and Su Lin at such a close distance. It turns out there is no star energy. When the spirit cat heard Suyu say that he had no star energy, he was ecstatic. No wonder the two of them didn't pursue me when they saw that I was injured. It's better to be an animal. There is no such thing as energy, so you can persist as long as you want. However, thinking of the shortcomings of the animal system, the civet cat also had a headache. That is, the animal system will bring some of the bad qualities of animals to the awakened person, which is also a very troublesome point for the awakened people of the animal system. For example, some animal-type awakeners are very lustful, some are very cruel, some are very arrogant, and so on. Never mind, let's solve the problem first. The spirit cat knew that Suyu's star energy was exhausted, so it boldly launched an attack. Without that strange lightning spear, he could easily dodge Su Lin's water spear with his agility and speed, so he was no longer as hesitant as before. Seeing the civet cat rushing over again, Su Lin quickly patted Suyu's shoulder to remind him, he's coming soon. Don't worry, wait until he enters the water. Suyu quietly gathered all the remaining lightning power in his hands, waiting for the opportunity to come. The energy he mentioned before was gone, which meant the energy needed to condense the lightning spear, but he could still use a little bit of the power of lightning. Now! After seeing the civet cat enter Su Lin's waters, Suyu quickly injected the power of thunder and lightning in his hand into the waters. Then he looked at Su Lin beside him and gave her a look that seemed to tell her, you understand. Su Lin blushed slightly upon seeing this, and then she lightly jumped towards Suyu. Then Suyu bent down and held her in a princess hug. The civet cat in the distance was stunned when it saw Suyu picking up Su Lin. I thought, what are you two doing? We were fighting, and you two were hugging each other. Are you kidding me? Just as he was complaining in his heart, suddenly a force of thunder and lightning spread through his body along his feet. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. This guy is playing dirty. At this time, Su Lin's water area can no longer be called water area but should be called a thunder pool, a combination of the power of thunder and water area. The civet cat felt that every step he took in this forbidden pool was extremely difficult, and even stickier than the previous waters. From time to time, he felt a tingling sensation under his feet, and after a while he couldn't feel his feet. Success! Suyu knew that his plan was successful when he saw that the civet cat had great difficulty moving after entering the thunder pool. When he saw the water on the surface just now, he wondered if combining his lightning power with the water would have a miraculous effect. Unexpectedly, the effect was really good. This body of water has actually become a mind pond. Sister Lin, why don't you attack him? Suyu looked down at Su Lin in his arms. She shyly buried her head in her proud breasts, with her arms clasped together. Although Su Lin's legs are very white and feel very smooth, this is not the time to enjoy them. It is better to deal with the enemy in front of you first. Su Lin bit her lip when she heard Suyu's words and replied shyly, well, okay, I'll attack him. Su Lin, you are so embarrassing. It's just a hug from a man, how could you forget such an important thing? She scolded herself in her heart. Just now, Suyu told her about his thunder pool plan. She thought it made sense, but there was only one thing that required her cooperation, which was to hold her. She originally wanted to refuse, but after Suyu explained that he was not sure whether his lightning would hurt her, it would be better to hold her, so she had no choice but to obey Suyu's arrangement. She had prepared herself mentally, but when she was really hugged, she found her heart was in turmoil, like a deer running around. She had never been hugged by any other boy except her father since she was a child, but she didn't expect to be hugged by Suyu today. She came to her senses and quickly activated her water skills, condensing several water spears behind the two of them, and then fired them at the civet cat. She learned a lesson from her last failure. The spirit cat escaped because the water spear was not powerful enough last time. This time, she was determined to inflict heavy damage on him. What? You said my water spear isn't powerful enough? Well, I'll just have to make up for it with numbers. Seeing the dense water spears behind him like a rain of swords, Suyu swallowed his saliva and looked at the spirit cat in the distance with some pity. I thought to myself, may the best be to you, brother. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The water spear immediately shot towards the civet cat struggling in the thunder pool in the distance. The civet cat looked up and saw dense water spears shooting towards it. It was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on its forehead and goosebumps covered its whole body. Bang bang bang. When the spear hits, people faint. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the civet cat fainted in the water. It was over. He retracted the power of thunder and lightning, then looked at Su Lin, who was held in his arms, and said, "Sister Lin, if you don't come down, I won't be able to hold on any longer." After saying this, he pretended to be struggling. Su Lin shyly jumped down from his hands. Just as she was about to jump down, she felt a slight pain in her calf. After Su Lin jumped down, she gritted her teeth and stared at Suyu fiercely. Suyu felt a little guilty when he saw her expression. He just pinched her calf when he came down. She was not like this when she teased him before. Suddenly, a slender and tender little hand grabbed his ear. "You are so bold, you dare to take advantage of your sister Lin. How is it? Is it smooth, tender, and comfortable?" Suyu nodded instinctively when he heard her words, then shook his head and begged for mercy. "It hurts, Sister Lin was wrong." He endured the severe pain and pointed to the civet cat lying on the ground in the distance and said, "He hasn't been handcuffed yet." Su Lin finally reacted, loosened her hands and threw her super handcuffs to Suyu, then kicked him and signaled him to go over and handcuff him. Suyu rubbed his ears, then ran over and put handcuffs on the civet cat. Click! With a crisp sound of locking, the civet cat's physical state instantly changed into that of an ordinary person without superpowers. Done. Suyu dragged the unconscious civet cat to the side of the black bear, which was also in a coma. Then he returned to Su Lin and asked, "Sister Lin, what should we do next? Should we put them both?" Suyu gestured with his hand on his neck. When he captured the black bear before, he had the idea of killing it on the spot, but he was not sure, so he took him to support his teammates. Maybe he could use him to trap the enemy. The effect was quite good, and the spirit cat was very angry. Now that there is an elderly person around me, it is better to obey her arrangements. After all, she is so fierce. Chapter 16, Confluence. Su Lin shook his head and said, "Wait until I take back the waters, then take those two guys with me to support the others. Keeping these two as hostages might be of great use." After Su Lin finished speaking, she took back the energy in her water area. Just as she was taking back the energy, she found that more than half of the energy in the water area had inexplicably disappeared. This was really strange. The water energy released by the water skill will gradually dissipate over time, but how long has it been? How could so much energy be lost in such a short time? "Suyu, come here." Su Lin suddenly thought of something and turned around to call Suyu over. Suyu heard Su Lin's call and immediately came to her. "What's wrong? Have you recovered your lightning star energy?" "What do you mean?" Suyu didn't quite understand what she meant. Restoring star energy required meditation. His lightning energy is almost exhausted. How can he recover without meditation? However, since Su Lin asked him to check, he couldn't refuse, so he closed his eyes and looked into his own mind. Soon he saw two stars in his mind. Needless to say, the white star still had a lot of energy as the space system had not been used many times. However, the purple star was also full of energy, as if it had not been released today. Suyu opened his eyes instantly, opened his mouth and said, "I can do it again." Su Lin knew from Suyu's expression that his lightning star energy must have recovered. Her teeth chattered with anger, and she thought to herself, "Not only did this brat take advantage of me, but he even stole my star energy." She forced a smile and said, "It's good to recover. Try your best and don't give up at the critical moment, understand?" Suyu felt that her smile was a little creepy, but he still nodded obediently. However, he quickly guessed why his thunder energy had recovered. Su Lin was just recovering his water area, so he must have asked him because there was something wrong with the water area. "I had only come into contact with the water area when I was recovering the lightning just now. I must have taken away some of the energy of the water area when I was recovering the lightning. So, isn't her water area her own power bank?" Thinking of this, he became excited. Wouldn't it be possible for him to shoot random shots with her in the future if he teamed up with her? With such a big power bank, are you still worried about not having enough power? Su Lin saw Suyu grinning foolishly and didn't know what he was thinking. She rolled her eyes at him speechlessly, not knowing that Suyu was plotting against her. "Go wake those two up and take them with you to support the others." "Okay." Suyu came back to his senses and came to the two of them. Seeing that they were unconscious, he took out his lightning needle and stabbed them. Of course, he tried his best to control the energy of the lightning rod to a level that could wake up the two people. After all, the two of them were now ordinary people with super handcuffs, so he didn't want to accidentally kill them. As the lightning rod pierced into them, the two men woke up instantly and twitched. Black Bear opened his eyes and saw the spirit cat in front of him. He didn't see Suyu, so he stretched out his hands excitedly. "Spirit cat, untie me quickly, I know you can definitely get rid of them." After hearing this, the civet cat's mouth twitched, and he stretched out his hands helplessly. When Black Bear saw the handcuffs on civet cat's hands, his face turned pale. It was over. Civet cat was also caught. At this moment, a voice that he never wanted to hear in his life came from behind him. "Hey, who are you going to take out? Do you want me to take out you first?" Suyu gestured with the lightning rod in his hand and looked at him teasingly. When the Black Bear heard Suyu's voice, he was so frightened that he trembled all over and turned pale. He immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong, please don't stab me." "Stop talking nonsense, both of you, get up and get going." When the Black Bear heard Suyu's order, he immediately stood up, and the civet cat beside him followed closely behind. The two of them naturally obeyed orders and followed instructions. After all, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Suyu and Su Lin took the two hostages and began to search for other teammates in the fog. Soon they heard the sound of fighting not far ahead, so they walked towards the sound. It's Bai Xiao and Wang Debao. Suyu and Su Lin saw clearly who was fighting in front of them. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao, who were fighting with Kai Bao and others, were overjoyed when they saw Suyu and Su Lin rushing over. They shouted, "Suyu and Su Lin, you've arrived just in time. Let's catch them together." With the help of these two people, Kai Bao and others had no choice but to surrender. Kai Bao was a little surprised to see Suyu and Su Lin suddenly appear. He didn't expect that their teammates would arrive so quickly, so he immediately asked his brothers to stop. However, when he saw the Black Bear and civet cat behind the two men, he was extremely shocked and was a little hesitant to confirm it. "Civet cat, Black Bear?" The white cat and the Black Bear in the distance heard Kai Bao calling them, so they forced a smile and nodded. Black Bear learned his lesson this time and stopped shouting. He was afraid that Suyu would stab him with the lightning rod again. How is this possible? Kai Bao couldn't accept it for a moment. What happened between the two of them that they didn't even dare to talk? Kai Bao frowned, seeing that something was wrong, and immediately said to his brother beside him, "If something is wrong, retreat first." Even the civet cat and the Black Bear were subdued by the other side, so the two of them had no chance of winning against four people, so running away quickly was the best choice. Roar! Kai Bao roared twice at the surroundings, then turned around and fled from here at a rapid speed. Just as Suyu and the others were about to take action, they saw Kai Bao and the others turn around and run away. They were all confused. What was going on? They ran away? The few of them had no intention of chasing them. Firstly, there was smoke all around, making it difficult to chase them. Secondly, they did not have enough energy. Except for Suyu, everyone else consumed a lot of star energy. On the other hand, the Black Bear and the civet cat were very calm, as if they were already used to this kind of thing of betraying their teammates. "Are you two okay?" Su Lin walked up and asked about their condition. After all, the two of them had only just finished fighting. "It's okay, I have thick skin and can withstand beatings." Wang Debao looked at the claw marks left on his body by Kai Bao and said nonchalantly. Bai Xiao pushed up his glasses, dusted himself off, and said, "I'm fine." Wang Debao looked at the civet cat and Black Bear behind them and asked curiously, "How did you two bring back two hostages?" Bai Xiao on the side was also somewhat interested in this. So Su Lin and Suyu told them the general process of subduing the civet cat and the Black Bear, but did not mention the details in between. "Sure, I didn't expect you to be so amazing, Suyu." After listening to the whole story, Wang Debao looked at Suyu with a different eye. A newcomer who had just awakened a few days ago was able to use superpowers to fight so quickly and even captured an enemy alone. If this record were to be reported to the association, there would definitely be a lot of discussion. Suyu chuckled and said, "It's all thanks to Sister Lin. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been able to catch them." In fact, part of the reason why he captured the Black Bear was because the Black Bear was not a speed-type animal, but a more clumsy animal. Otherwise, his lightning spear might not have been able to hit him so easily. Another part of the reason was that he took him down with the help of the Space Department. As for the civet cat, it was naturally caught by him and Su Lin together. Forget about her. With her fighting ability, it would take her a long time to fight even if she stood there. At most, she can only play a supporting role. Wang Debao obviously knew Su Lin's fighting ability. Without Suyu's thunder system, it was impossible for him to defeat the two of them with just the water system. Bai Xiao on the side obviously also agreed with Wang Debao's point of view. Wang Debao, do you want to die? Su Lin bit her lip, clenched her fists, and gestured at Wang Debao a few times, then glared at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, who are you on the same team with? Wang Debao immediately apologized in a frivolous manner. Sister Lin, don't be angry, I was just joking. Bai Xiao, who was standing by, saw Su Lin being bullied by Wang Debao and immediately attacked Wang Debao. I don't know who it was, but he kept begging for mercy before I arrived. When the fog just rose, Bai Xiao used wooden vines to prop himself up in the air, and then judged Debao's position based on his previous voice, and then found Wang Debao who had released the earth shield and was being beaten madly by Kai Bao. Bai Xiao shouldn't expose people's secrets like this. Wang Debao's face suddenly turned dark. Well done, Bai Xiao. End of chapter 17. After a brief gathering, several people were assisted by Wang Debao's earth-related skills Earth Vision and Hearing. After finding Zhao Kai's location, several people rushed over with the two hostages. Zhao Kai and Li Biao had just experienced a fierce battle. At this time, both sides were observing each other's next move and were not acting rashly. Zhao Kai's body was bathed in flames, and his two fists turned into fire fists. Li Biao on the opposite side had a lion phantom behind him, and his momentum was no weaker than Zhao Kai's. Both of them had some injuries on their bodies. Zhao Kai had several very conspicuous claw marks on his body, and Li Biao also had fist marks on his body caused by Zhao Kai's fire fist attack. Li Biao never expected that the fire-type superpower in front of him would be so difficult to deal with. His physical skills were not inferior to his own at all. Logically speaking, as an animal-type superpower, he would definitely have the upper hand in close combat with a natural-type superpower. I didn't expect that the opponent didn't have any advantage in the close combat with me. Zhao Kai, who was standing aside, had extremely sharp eyes and looked at the other person cautiously. After fighting for so long, he didn't have much fire star energy left. Although he upgraded the fire element to the intermediate level and increased the star energy, no matter how much energy he had, it could not withstand constant consumption. If I continue to waste time like this, I will definitely suffer a great loss. Without the support of fire energy, I will be no match for the opponent. Now both sides are watching each other very cautiously, fearing that the other side will launch a surprise attack. Li Biao looked at Zhao Kai, who was bathed in flames, and said, "How long can your star energy last?" He has been a superpowered person for so many years, so he naturally knows that releasing natural skills requires star energy. The two of them have been fighting for so long that the opponent's star energy must be very little. Zhao Kai replied bluntly, "How much can you afford? What can I do if I know that I have very little star energy left? Can you easily bear the cost of using the animal system for a long time?" Li Biao frowned when he heard this. Although the animal system can use abilities at will, there is no such thing as a blue bar. However, long-term use will increase the side effects infinitely, and it will be very troublesome to deal with the side effects afterwards. Li Biao is a mid-level animal-type lion. His shortcoming is that he will enter a period of weakness after using his abilities. Only after overcoming the period of weakness can you continue to use your abilities. The longer you use your abilities, the longer the period of weakness will be. For entry-level animal systems like civet cats and black bears, after using their abilities, they must also find ways to deal with the impact of the next animal's inferiority on themselves. This is also the difference between the initial and intermediate levels of the animal system. In short, when the nature system encounters the animal system, you, the nature system, can either defeat the opponent with the existing star energy, or wait to be exhausted to death by the animal system at the cost of huge side effects. Just when the two of them were on the verge of a fight, Suyu and his group happened to find this place. "Captain, boss." A series of familiar voices came into Zhao Kai's ears. Zhao Kai's frown relaxed immediately after hearing the voice, and the corners of his mouth turned up. "Next, you should worry about yourself first." When Li Biao saw Suyu and his group suddenly appear, he knew that his men had failed. No wonder he heard Kai Bao's cry earlier. He didn't pay attention to it at first. It turned out that he was sending him a retreat signal. When he saw the miserable expressions of the civet cat and the black bear behind Suyu, he became even more certain. Two pieces of trash. Li Biao cursed the civet cat and the black bear in his heart with a gloomy face. When the black bear and the civet cat saw their boss looking at them, they lowered their heads and did not dare to look at each other directly. Li Biao pointed at Suyu and the others who had just arrived and said confidently, "Humph. What do I have to worry about? Do you think you can take me down with just these few people? Just try it and you'll know." Zhao Kai saw that opposite Fa was still so arrogant and he had to teach him a lesson. Su Yu and others looked at Li Biao seriously. They all knew that this man was definitely very powerful, otherwise how could he have survived until now under the hands of his own captain? Several people quickly released their abilities. Damn, there's also thunder-type abilities. Li Biao felt something was wrong when he saw several people releasing their abilities. Especially when he saw Su Yu's thunder system, he immediately thought of retreating. Judging from the situation, it seems that there is really a possibility of taking me down. If there is no thunder system and only one fire system, I might try to fight them. After all, the output of the other systems may not break his defense. But it's different with the addition of a thunder element. The output points are equivalent to 2, and I may not be able to defeat it. This is also the reason why Zhao Kai's team needs to recruit another fire or thunder element. One output point is still too few. Although the thunder element was very tempting, and he also wanted to take Su Yu's head back to collect the reward, he was not willing to risk his life for the thunder element. Humph. Li Biao snorted coldly and released his own abilities, then turned around and fled from here at a rapid speed. Su Yu and others? Black Bear and Civet Cat felt mixed emotions when they saw their boss run away without hesitation. They could only blame themselves for not living up to their expectations, otherwise they would have been able to get the supplies this time. However, when they turned around and thought that Su Yu was a thunder element, they felt less upset. Who knew that this time they would happen to encounter a 1 in a million thunder element, and they had no reason to blame for the loss. Seeing that Li Biao retreated without hesitation, several people had no intention of continuing to chase him. Captain, are you okay? Several people walked up to the captain and looked at his injuries. After all, the bloodstains on Zhao Kai's body were quite conspicuous, and Su Yu and the others saw them from a distance. I'm fine. Su Lin, who was standing by, asked curiously, who is that captain? He's actually on par with you, Captain. They were very clear about the strength of their captain. He was a mid-level fire-type superpowered person and was not someone that an ordinary animal type could challenge. Just like the spirit cat before, if it encountered Zhao Kai, it would be defeated within a few moves. This person's name is Li Biao, codenamed Crazy Lion. He is a mid-level animal-type superpowered person with very strong strength. Zhao Kai looked down at his own injuries and thought of the scene when he fought with Li Biao, and told everyone roughly about Li Biao's strength. When they heard about Li Biao's strength, they looked at each other in surprise. Perhaps they would have to wait until they reached the middle level before they would be qualified to fight him. Alright everyone, take a break and see if there are any other members of the guard team still alive. Zhao Kai looked at the wreckage around him and prayed in his heart that there were other members of the guard team alive. Otherwise, the 5 of them would not be able to drive these supply trucks to Qinghai City. Soon, several people dispersed to look for other members of the guard team. With Wang Debao's visual and auditory skills, they quickly found the remaining people. Less than half of the original guards survived. As ordinary people, they were like chickens and had no ability to fight back in this battle. Fortunately, the supplies were still there and had not been stolen, otherwise their trip would have been in vain. When Zhao Kai saw that everyone was present, he walked to the huge rock in front and instantly activated his fire ability to smash the rock blocking the road with one punch. After getting ready, everyone took the 2 prisoners to Qinghai City. Chapter 18 Qinghai City Prison. On the way to Qinghai City. Captain, you really picked the right person this time. Didn't you see Su Yu use the lightning system? Su Yu was still sitting in an armored vehicle with Su Lin and Zhao Kai. During the ride, Su Lin kept praising Su Yu's performance in this battle to Zhao Kai, which made Su Yu feel shy. Su Lin saw Su Yu's face flushed beside her and thought to herself, so you can't stand being praised. Finally I found your weakness. If Su Yu knew what she was thinking at this moment, he would definitely say, please attack my weak spots more often. I like it very much. One person single-handedly dealt with a super-powered person? Zhao Kai felt a little unbelievable after listening to Su Lin's explanation. Su Yu was a superpowered being who had only awakened a few days ago, so he was a little surprised that he had such strength. By the way, Captain, do you know the Black Alliance? When Su Yu was fighting with the Black Bear actually wanted to take his head to the Black Alliance to claim the reward. He did not provoke the Black Alliance, so why would it offer a reward for him? Black Alliance? Zhao Kai's body tensed up when he heard Su Yu mention this word. Su Lin beside him also shut up after hearing it. Where did you hear that? When I was fighting Black Bear, he said he would take me to the Black Alliance to claim the reward for killing me, Su Yu explained. Zhao Kai's face suddenly turned gloomy after hearing Su Yu's explanation. After a moment of silence, he explained, the Black Alliance, like the Superpower Association, is composed of a group of superpowers. The only difference between the Black Alliance and the Superpower Association is that they don't follow the rules of superpowers. They relied on their extraordinary abilities to commit all kinds of evil, including burning, killing, and looting. They had no regard for ordinary people and had no regard for the rules or bottom line. After listening to his explanation, Su Yu became more convinced that his choice to join the Superpower Association was the right one. After all, bullying the weak is not something he would do. This is also why when he became a superpower, he went to find a job that was suitable for superpowers to earn money, instead of relying on his superpowers to do things that undermine social stability to gain wealth. The Black Alliance wants to kill you because you are a lightning-type superpower. They wouldn't want a rare natural-type superpower to appear in the Superpower Association. Who would want a genius to appear in the enemy camp? Would you? Su Yu shook his head. He naturally doesn't want his enemy to be stronger than himself. The main reason is that I am a thunder type. If it is a less rare nature type, I will naturally not be targeted. I still have to become stronger, otherwise I might be killed by the Black Alliance one day. Don't worry, it's okay. With the existence of the Superpower Association, the Black Alliance won't dare to be too arrogant. Zhao Kai gave Su Yu a reassurance. Yeah, that's what the Superpower Association does. Aren't we just dealing with the Black Alliance? By joining the Superpower Association, you are already standing on the opposite side of the Black Alliance. What is there to be afraid of? When one comes, kill one. When two come, kill two. When three come, run away. If you can't beat them, won't you just run away? Then Su Yu asked some questions about cultivation. Zhao Kai and Su Lin explained to him everything he didn't understand. He finally understood why his star energy was not as much as Su Lin's. Because the star level he had just awakened was too low, the energy was naturally small. Only by raising the star level would he have more energy. Every time a star is upgraded, a star will appear around it, and the star's energy will increase. When 7 stars appear, it means that this star has the opportunity to be upgraded to the intermediate level. When 14 stars appear, it means there is a chance to upgrade to a higher level. Yes, there is a chance. The upgrade of stars is not 100%. Some people, relying on their strong financial resources, forcibly raised their stars from 1 star to 7 stars, and then found that no matter how many super energy stones they absorbed in the future, it had no effect. 7 stars is a threshold that some people cannot reach in their entire life, while others can reach it with just 1 superpower stone. After learning about the upgrade of the stars, he looked at the 2 stars in his mind. The surroundings were bare, not even a hair, let alone stars. Su Yu decided that after receiving his reward this time, he would go back and buy a few super stones to try and upgrade his stars. This way, it will last longer and you can shoot more lightning spears. As time went by, the convoy soon arrived at Qinghai City. Qinghai City is a subordinate city of Xinjiang, so its level of wealth is naturally not as rich as Xinjiang. Several people drove into Qinghai City and arrived at the destination of the mission. After unloading the supplies, Su Yu and others' mission was completed. Subsequent mission rewards will be distributed after several people return to Star City. When we arrived in Qinghai City, in addition to delivering the supplies, there was another thing that needed to be resolved. That is where the civet cat and the black bear go. When they found out that Black Bear was a member of the Black Alliance, Su Yu and his group wanted to kill them on the spot. However, at the critical moment, Black Bear said that he was not a member of the Black Alliance, but just bought information from the Black Alliance. They were just a group of bandits and they had never killed a super-powered person. This saved the lives of the 2 men. Afterwards, Su Yu and Zhao Kai took the 2 to Qinghai City prison, and the others gave them half a day off, allowing them to wander around Qinghai City. Originally, Su Yu could have taken a vacation, but Zhao Kai cancelled his vacation because he considered that Su Yu was a newcomer and needed to be shown around. Su Yu felt sad because his vacation was gone. Qinghai City Prison is a prison for people with superpowers. The people imprisoned there all think they are lawless because they have some abilities and are imprisoned because they violated the rules of superpowers. They are all wearing superpowered handcuffs and are no different from ordinary people, so it is not difficult to manage them. The prison only needs a few superpowered people to easily watch over this group of prisoners. The prison warden of Qinghai City is named Su Changhui, a mid-level fire-type superpower. When Su Changhui saw an armored vehicle from the Superpower Association appear at the gate of Qingyang City Prison, he hurried out to greet it. Zhao Kai and Su Yu got out of the car and saw Su Changhui walking towards them not far away. He was a middle-aged man, thin, with a cigarette in his mouth and a windbreaker draped behind him. Captain Zhao, long time no see. When Su Changhui sought his acquaintance Zhao Kaiyu, he greeted him warmly. As the warden of a superpower prison, he is naturally familiar with the captains of various superpower teams, otherwise where would his prisoners come from? Zhao Kai pointed to the armored vehicle behind him and said, "It's been a long time since we last met, Warden Su. I'm here to give you a big gift today." "I understand." Su Changhui gave him a look that showed he understood immediately. What else can people who come to the prison to find him give him except prisoners? Su Changhui saw Suyu standing next to Zhao Kai and felt he looked unfamiliar, so he asked, "Hey, a new face. Who is this?" "Newly recruited team member, Suyu." Zhao Kai introduced. "Suyu?" Su Changhui kept repeating his name and then scratched his head. "Why does it sound so familiar?" "I remember now." Then he looked at Suyu in shock and said, "Isn't this the lightning superpowered person who just awakened in the energy building a few days ago?" "I chow. Brother, you are so lucky. You have been recruited into the team." Zhao Kai nodded proudly. He felt really proud to take Suyu out with him. He had been the captain of the Superpower Association team for so many years and only had such a little fame, while Suyu had awakened a thunder element and his fame surpassed his. It was really frustrating to compare oneself with others. Suyu on the side nodded awkwardly. He suddenly regretted awakening publicly in the energy building. Being famous was really not a good thing. Chapter 19 Consumption. After Zhao Kai handed the prisoner to Su Changhui, the two reminisced for a while, and then he left with Suyu. The two returned to an apartment that the team had temporarily rented in Qinghai City. "I'm so tired, I'm finally back." After shopping, Su Lin returned to her apartment, threw her shoes aside, and lazily lay down on the sofa. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao, who were carrying large and small bags of food behind them, both looked grim-faced. They were the ones who carried all the things, so they should be the ones complaining of being tired. The two placed the bags in their hands on the table in the living room and began to pack them up. Suyu was sitting on the sofa watching TV when suddenly a pair of long, snow-white legs swung towards him. He quickly stood up and dodged. "My legs are sore after walking all day. Come and massage my legs." Su Lin stretched out her little hand lazily and made a beckoning gesture towards Suyu. After hearing this, Suyu froze in place, wondering if he had heard it wrongly. "What's going on? Is this a reward for me? I pinched her calves before and it didn't work, so why did she suddenly want me to rub her legs now? No, it's definitely a fraud." Seeing Suyu's indifference, Su Lin said to Bai Xiao beside him, "Why are you unhappy?" "If you're not happy, forget it, Bai Xiao." "Why wouldn't I be happy?" "Sister Lin, if you need any dirty work like this in the future, or clean or hard work, just leave it to me. As a newcomer, how can I let my seniors do such hard work?" Suyu quickly interrupted Su Lin's next words. "I cursed myself inwardly for not seizing the opportunity. How could this be a trap? Sister Lin is so beautiful, how could she trick me? Isn't this just a reward for me? That's more like it." Su Lin curled her lips. Suyu rubbed his hands and looked at the white area in front of him. He really didn't know how to start. Su Lin, who was wearing shorts, showed off the curves of her legs perfectly when she lay down. They were slender and soft, snow-white and long. Her calves were as white and tender as young lotus roots, and of course she had two tender and white little feet. Su Lin, who was lying on the sofa, turned her head to check when she saw that her calf was not moving after being rubbed. Who would have thought that he would see Suyu staring at his calves in a daze? "What are you looking at? Hurry up and rub it." Su Lin's pretty face turned red instantly when she saw this. "Oh." Suyu immediately came to his senses and started rubbing it with rough techniques. At this moment, the only thing in Suyu's mind was silky, delicate, and refreshing. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao, who were sorting food nearby, naturally heard the conversation between the two. Wang Debao took a lemon from the bag in his hand and handed it to Bai Xiao. "Do you want to taste it?" Bai Xiao picked up the lemon and took a big bite, sour. Zhao Kai heard the noise outside and walked out of the room. His upper body was covered with bandages. By chance, she saw Su Lin pressuring Suyu to rub his legs, so she said, "Su Lin, you are bullying the newbie again." Before Suyu came, he bullied Bai Xiao. Now that Suyu is here, he starts to bully Suyu. Su Lin quickly woke up from her enjoyment when she heard the captain's voice. "Captain, I didn't bully him." "Ask Suyu if I bullied him?" Su Lin turned around and stared at Suyu fiercely, as if telling Suyu, if you dare to say that I bullied you, then prepare to be beaten. Suyu said righteously, no, Captain, Sister Lin didn't bully me. How can this be considered bullying? This is clearly a reward for me. Zhao Kai didn't know what to say after hearing Suyu say this, so he went to the living room to eat. Seeing Suyu's understanding, Su Lin nodded with satisfaction, rub it well. Of course Suyu would rub it well without her telling him to. The next morning, several people got up early, packed their luggage and set off back to Star City. Of course, they would still pass through the Blackwater Valley on the way back, but this time they were not attacked. In a cave in the Blackwater Valley, Li Biao was shivering in a quilt, and the younger brothers beside him were not much better, and were extremely weak. Boss, the convoy from the day before yesterday is here again. Li Biao was startled when he heard this. What? You're back again? He couldn't be planning to come back and clean himself up, right? His hands gripping the quilt were shaking slightly. If he let them find his location, he would be doomed. They are all in a weak state now, and if they are caught by them, they can only wait for death. Give orders to everyone to stay inside the cave and no one is allowed to leave. Yes. Suyu and his group returned to Star City easily. After returning to Xingqing, Zhao Kai gave everyone a few days off so that the team members could relax. Rental house. Bite. Suyu, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly heard the message sound from his watch. He woke up suddenly and checked his watch. 100,000 star coins have arrived. After seeing the information on his watch, Suyu thought he had seen it wrong. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed again that it was 100,000 star coins. He was immediately ecstatic. The star coins he had been waiting for finally arrived. And there were actually 100,000 star coins, which was far beyond his imagination. He originally thought that it would only cost 10,000 to 20,000 star coins, but he didn't expect it to be 100,000. Damn it, superpowers are all about making money. I earn 100,000 yuan in less than 2 days, and this is under the premise that my strength is relatively weak. If my strength is very strong, the reward for the task I took would not be a simple 100,000 yuan. But he calmed down and thought about it. Although the rewards were high, the missions were often accompanied by dangers. For example, this time he was lucky that he had the ability to defeat the enemy. If he hadn't defeated him, he would have been the one to die. The next step after getting star coins is of course spending. Suyu hurried out and went straight to the target energy building. With the experience from last time, Suyu walked in with ease. A waitress in black business attire came over. Welcome to the energy building, sir, how may I help you? I want to buy the superpower stone. Suyu stated his purpose simply and directly. After hearing what Suyu said, the waitress said, please follow me. Then, under the guidance of the waitress, we arrived at the super stone area. The two entered this area through a portal. The super stone area does not have an awakening chamber like the awakening area. Here there is nothing but a huge counter and a wide variety of super stones. The two came to the counter. The waitress who had brought Suyu here earlier told the staff here about Suyu's needs, and the staff took out all the super stones of all prices. So expensive. Suyu was secretly shocked when he saw the price of the superpower stone. The last time he came, he just took a quick look, but this time he was really surprised by the price of the superpower stone. An ordinary superpower stone requires 5,000 star coins, and an intermediate superpower stone requires 1 million star coins. The difference between the two is too incredible. Not to mention the advanced superpower stones, which are even more unaffordable. The level of super energy stones matches the level of stars. The primary level absorbs ordinary energy, the intermediate level absorbs intermediate energy, and they cannot be absorbed randomly from each other, otherwise it will not only have no effect but may also have a counterproductive effect. After careful consideration, Suyu bought 10 ordinary super stones. With the remaining money, he decided to go to the super weapon area to see if he could buy a suitable weapon. After all, he is very clear about the power of the super handcuffs, and the other super weapons must not be too bad. Chapter 20 being kept? Suyu paid the star coins to the counter, and then took the safe full of super power stones from the counter staff. Suyu looked at the balance of his account and saw that there were only 60,000 star coins left. When he showed his super watch, the staff automatically gave him a 20% discount. Fortunately, he joined the Super Power Association and enjoyed a 20% discount on items purchased in the energy building, otherwise he would have lost 10,000 yuan. It cost him 40,000 star coins to buy 10 ordinary super stones. Then he was led by the service staff to the super weapons area. Looking at the dazzling array of weapons in front of him, Suyu had only 3 words in his mind: I want them all. But when he saw the prices of these weapons, Suyu thought to himself, I can't afford it. Of course, it's not that none of them are unaffordable, there are still a few of them that you can afford. Elemental bow, water element only, 5W. Description: increases the power of water attacks. Water source ring 5W. Description: increases the power of water-based skills. Thick earth belt 5W. Description: improves earth defense. Beast necklace. Description: increases your own attack. Most super weapons can increase their skill damage. The extent of the increase depends on the super stone used to create the weapon. Suyu looked for a long time before finding the weapon he needed. Thundercloud ring 50,000. Introduction: made from ordinary super energy stones, it increases the power of lightning skills. This Thundercloud ring was very suitable for Suyu, so Suyu decided to choose it, as it was both cheap and easy to use. His own lightning power is already strong, and this Thundercloud ring is simply the icing on the cake. The waiter took off the Thundercloud ring and handed it to Suyu. Suyu put it on his index finger and immediately felt a connection between himself and the ring. Not bad, good stuff. Suyu felt that this ring was like an accelerator for the stars. As long as he releases a skill, the star energy must be enhanced by the ring before he can release the skill. Suyu paid the star coins to the counter and left the energy building with the safe. Now he only has 20,000 star coins left in his hand, and he plans to rent a house in the city center of Star City with these 20,000 star coins. He has now joined the Superpower Association and has to come to the city every time he goes on a mission. His previous house in the suburbs was far away from the city, and going back and forth would waste a lot of time, so he decided to rent a house in the city, which would save a lot of time. Sister Lin, are you busy? Suyu sent a message to Su Lin through the super watch. It is better to find someone you know when renting a house. Of course, the person he is most familiar with is Su Lin from the team. After all, I have fought alongside her before, and I believe she is still willing to help me with this small favor. After a while, a message from Su Lin came through the watch. Explain. Rent a house. Where is your location? I'll pick you up. Suyu then sent his location to Su Lin. Soon a red sports car drove over. Get in the car. Su Lin waved to Suyu, who was standing on the side of the road. Today, Su Lin is wearing a white casual outfit and a tennis cap on her head, looking particularly youthful and energetic. Suyu didn't expect Su Lin to come and pick him up in a sports car. It turns out that there has always been a rich woman by my side. This young and beautiful rich woman must be grasped tightly. Seeing that Suyu didn't move, Su Lin hurriedly urged him, What are you doing? Get in the car. Okay. Suyu came to his senses and got in the car quickly. After getting in the car, Su Lin saw Suyu sitting in the passenger seat holding a safe and asked, Did you go buy the superstone? As a superpowered person, she naturally often buys things in the energy building. After getting in the car, she recognized the safe in Suyu's hand at a glance. Suyu nodded and put on his seatbelt while replying, Yeah, I used the reward from this mission to buy a few super stones. There is no need to hide the purchase of super energy stones from the other party. That's right. It's a good thing to know that you are not durable enough and to improve yourself. Su Lin looked at Suyu with an approving look. She naturally knew that Suyu's star level was too low and he urgently needed super energy stones to improve his star level. Suyu felt something was strange about her words, but he couldn't put his finger on what was wrong. Then Su Lin took out a safe exactly the same as Suyu's from behind her seat and handed it to Suyu. This is for you. Open it and take a look. Suyu took the safe and opened it, and saw 10 ordinary super gems lying inside. What's the meaning? Want to support him? If you want to support him, do you need to give him gifts to show it? Just say one word and he will come over happily. Seeing Suyu's incredulous expression, Su Lin explained, I saw you weren't very durable in the last battle, so I wanted you to improve your strength quickly. I'm also thinking about the team. Is this the reason? Suyu was a little unconvinced. Do you want it or not? Don't give it to me. Su Lin glared at him fiercely and said. Yes, why wouldn't I want it? Suyu chuckled. If you don't want something that's given to you for free, you're a fool. Suyu closed the safe filled with super stones and asked, Where are we going? My home. Suyu said seriously, Actually, if you want to support me, you can just tell me directly. There's no need to sugarcoat me like this. When Su Lin heard Suyu's words, she staggered and almost caused the engine that had just started to stall. Go to hell. Then Su Lin drove Suyu to her home. Star City high-end villa area. Suyu looked at the surrounding environment. Whether it was the roads, green areas, or houses, they were all very beautifully built, and every green plant around them was carefully trimmed. The decoration style of Su Lin's house is full of girlishness, with pink everywhere inside and outside, and of course the furniture inside is also very gorgeous. My house has 3 floors. One of them is a basement used for cultivation. I usually live on the 2nd floor. No one lives on the 1st floor. So the 1st floor is empty anyway, you can just move in and live with me. As for rent, you don't have to pay rent, but you just need to clean the room and take out the trash in the future. Su Lin introduced her home to Suyu. Sister Lin, I have no way to repay you. Just tell me, I can do whatever you want. Suyu risked everything today. It was just selling his body, so he gave it to her. Seeing Suyu's heroic face, Su Lin glared at him fiercely and said, I'm going upstairs to rest. You can look around for yourself. Then she went upstairs. Then he turned around and added, you are not allowed to come up. That's all? I'm not ready to sacrifice myself. Chapter 21, More Lasting. Su Lin returned to the room and lay down on her pink bed. Then she reached out and picked up the photo frame beside the bed. Looking at the photo in the frame, 2 crystal tears suddenly slid down from the corners of her eyes. This is a family photo of Su Lin and her family of 3. However, Su Lin looks very different in the photo. She was well behaved and cute in the photo, but now she has grown into a grown-up girl. Su Lin's parents in the photo are also handsome and beautiful. The reason why she helped Suyu in this way was because she saw her former self in Suyu. After Suyu joined their team, she investigated Suyu's life experience and learned that Suyu was an orphan since childhood. She was also an orphan, but she had parents before. When she was in high school, her family went out for a trip and happened to encounter a superpowered person attacking the city. In order to plunder money, they harmed innocent people. Su Lin's parents were killed by that group of unscrupulous superpowered people at that time, but she survived because of her parents' desperate protection. From that moment on, she was determined to become a superpowered person and avenge her parents. In the end, she did it, became a superpowered person, and then found the murderer who killed her parents and killed him with her own hands. Everything she has now is the result of her hard work step by step after becoming a superpower. After knowing Suyu's experience, she felt the same way, so she took care of Suyu like this. She really treated Suyu as her younger brother. But when she thought of Suyu's despicable look, her heavy mood immediately disappeared. After Su Lin returned to her room, Suyu took the safe and went to the basement of the villa. According to Su Lin's introduction just now, this basement was specially used by her for cultivation. When Suyu came here, he found that it was indeed the case. The whole room is in a confined space and the sound insulation is very good. Suyu stood inside, closed the basement door, and yelled, Su Lin has big breasts. There was no sound coming from outside. If the sound insulation was not good, Su Lin would definitely rush over and beat Suyu up if she heard this. He opened the 2 safes and found a total of 20 super stones. The surface of these super stones emitted green light and were the size of eggs. He held 2 super stones in each hand and looked at them closely, but found nothing special about them. Apart from the green light they emitted, they seemed to be just like that. I learned from Su Lin and Zhao Kai how to absorb this thing. I just need to activate my own stars. Then he activated his thunder star energy, and the power of thunder instantly appeared in his palm, sweeping over the 2 super power stones. Soon a miracle happened. The 2 super stones melted instantly like ice meeting fire. It turned into inexplicable energy and disappeared from Suyu's hand. Disappeared? That's it? He quickly checked his mind and found that there were no stars surrounding the purple star, which meant that he had not upgraded. Ciao! 10,000 yuan was gone just like that, Suyu felt heartbroken. He then picked up 2 more super stones and absorbed them, and then his expression became strange. He was a little suspicious that he had been cheated. Could this superpower stone be fake? Suyu didn't believe it and picked up 2 more pieces to continue absorbing. Just as Suyu was cursing, a star finally appeared around the purple star in his mind. He finally upgraded from a 0-star thunder-type superpowered user to a 1-star thunder-type superpowered user. When Suyu saw the star, he wanted to cry. It had finally come. I've been waiting for you so long that all the flowers have wilted. Otherwise, he would have thought he bought a fake superpower stone. Next, Suyu absorbed the remaining 4 in the safe. Then he looked inward into his own mind and discovered that there were 2 bright stars surrounding the purple star. In other words, he is now a 2-star lightning-type psychic. Suyu originally wanted to continue to absorb the remaining 10 into the thunder element. But then I saw the white star next to the purple star, twinkling alone, as if it was very aggrieved. So I decided to give the remaining 10 to the space system. As a superpower, you must treat everyone equally, otherwise the space system will be angry. He retracted his lightning ability and then released his space ability. When he retracted the lightning ability, it gave him the feeling of being unsatisfied, as if he had not eaten enough. But he didn't care whether the thunder element had eaten enough or not. He knew that the space element must be very hungry and needed his nourishment. Soon, all 10 super energy stones were eaten up by the space system without leaving any residue. 2 bright stars kept circling around the white star, and they kept flashing. It seemed to be showing off to the purple star that it also had 2 stars. Suyu was very excited to see that both of his systems had been upgraded to 2 stars. Next, he would try to see what the difference was after the upgrade. It should last longer than before, right? Suyu made a bold guess. If it doesn't become more durable, he decided to starve these 2 stars in the future. So that they could no longer eat the delicious super energy stones, but instead had to eat the meager energy he obtained through meditation. The 2 stars seemed to know that Suyu was going to fast them, and immediately took action. Test the thunder system first. 2 flashes of lightning suddenly appeared on his palms, and then a violent force of thunder emerged, and he struck at the wall in front of him. Bang! The wall was bombarded, leaving a large black mark. Suyu looked at the wall that he had struck with lightning and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, the power is a little higher than before, but not much. The damage range has increased a lot, and the power has also increased, but there is no qualitative improvement. Maybe the star level is still too weak." Then he condensed a lightning spear, which is also his very powerful attack skill. This time, the thunder power around the spear was denser, and the entire spear was more solid. Then Suyu used force to hit it out. Boom! A thunderous sound was heard, and the spear pierced into the wall fiercely, causing ripples, and lightning continued to emanate from the surroundings. Good. Suyu felt an impact under his feet. Although it was small, he could still feel it if he felt carefully. He was very satisfied with the power of the lightning spear after the upgrade. If he encountered the black bear again, he believed that he could easily knock him out with just 1 shot of the lightning spear. Bite! Just as Suyu was immersed in the joy of the increased power of the thunder spear, a message from Su Lin suddenly came through his watch. Suyu, are you going to tear down our house? When he saw the message she sent, he knew that Su Lin had sensed the shock wave from the lightning spear. Suyu, I will try my best to restrain myself. Chapter 22, Getting Stronger. After Suyu replied to the message, Su Lin probably didn't reply again because she was afraid of disturbing Suyu's practice. He continued to condense the lightning spear, but this time he did not fire it but just condensed it. Soon, 1, 2, 3, 1 lightning spear after another were condensed. Sweat began to appear on his forehead. A total of 10 lightning spears. This means he can now fire the lightning lance a full 10 times. After condensing 10 spears, the remaining star energy can be used for several lightning strikes. Suyu was very satisfied with this. Then he saw that the purple star in his mind and the 2 stars surrounding it were dim at this time. Next, Suyu released his spatial ability, and everything around him appeared in his mind. 20 meters? The spatial control range has been increased to 20 meters. Within this range, he can use his spatial abilities to manipulate any object. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared within his sensing range. It was indeed Su Lin. At this time, Su Lin was wearing a loose pink pajamas and sitting on the sofa in the living room, drinking coffee and watching TV. Suyu decided to tease her, and just as she lowered her head to drink coffee, Suyu immediately controlled the space and pressed the remote control. Su Lin, who was drinking coffee with her head down, had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, the TV screen went out, and Su Lin was filled with confusion. Is the TV broken? She put down her coffee and picked up the remote control, tapping and clicking. The TV, which had been off, lit up again after she pressed the remote control. It's not broken. Su Lin was a little confused for a moment. Why did the TV suddenly go out? After seeing her turn on the TV, he didn't care. After a while she took the coffee and took a sip. What she didn't expect was that the TV in front of her suddenly went out again strangely. But this time it went out right in front of her. She frowned, slowly stood up from the sofa, and looked around. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The fact that the TV went out twice for no reason was definitely not a coincidence. There must be something wrong. But in her sight, it seemed that there was no one else except herself. Su Lin murmured softly, "Is it Su Yu?" The first person she thought of was Su Yu. After all, besides herself, Su Yu was the only one in the family. But then she thought again, it couldn't be him. Su Yu was still practicing in the basement. At this time in the basement, Su Yu, who was using the space system to tease Su Lin, was laughing. "Forget it, I won't tease her anymore." Su Yu quickly withdrew the space system. After all, Su Lin is also a super-powered person. If you continue to tease her, she might really notice the problem. The power of the spatial system to control objects is the same as his own power. He tested it several times and found that there was no improvement in this aspect. In other words, the two-star space system simply increases the range of control. Is this all the space department is? Su Yu suddenly felt that this improvement was a bit useless, but when he thought about the ability of the space system to detect objects within the range without consuming star energy, he suddenly felt that it was very worthwhile. Fortunately, I have a thunder system as a powerful means of attack, otherwise if I only have a space system, the output would be insufficient. After a preliminary understanding of his own abilities, he decided to stop here for today. He looked down at his soaked clothes, then checked his watch with a worried look on his face. "It's bad, I've been practicing for too long. I was already in a hurry when I came to Su Lin's house. I should have gone out to buy some clothes to change. It was my fault that I was too anxious to practice and forgot such an important thing. Forget it, it's so late and everything outside should be closed. Let's just make do with it tonight." Su Yu sighed and looked at himself with disgust. He opened the basement door and prepared to go to the living room. Just as he was about to leave, he saw out of the corner of his eye a set of clean clothes on the chair at the basement door. Sister Lin is so nice. He knew that Su Lin must have prepared these clothes for him because he practiced too late and had no spare clothes. Su Yu felt a sense of guilt when he thought about how he had teased her with the space system just now. He quickly changed his clothes, threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine and went to the living room. At this time, Su Lin was watching TV and drinking coffee, and the scene was the same as the one she had seen before using the space system. Su Lin, who was sitting on the sofa, heard the noise coming from the basement and quickly got up. Her eyes lit up when she saw Su Yu wearing the clothes she bought. She prepared several sets of clothes for Su Yu and picked out a set of shorts and short-sleeved shirts and placed them for him at the door. Su Lin looked him up and down and said, "Does the suit fit?" "It fits me very well." "I have to say, Sister Lin, you have really good taste." After putting the clothes on, Su Yu found that they fit him very well. He had never found clothes that fit him so well when he bought them himself. They were either a little big here or a little short there. As long as it fits. By the way, do you know that the TV at home is broken? Su Lin stared at Su Yu sharply, trying to find the flaw in his eyes. She still had a slight suspicion that the TV's inexplicable shutdown was related to Su Yu. The TV is broken. When did it break? I have been practicing the whole time. Su Yu showed a puzzled expression, but he was very calm inside and did not reveal a single flaw. Then he pointed to the TV in the distance that was playing a TV series and asked, "Isn't this broken?" He knew that Su Lin must have noticed something, otherwise she wouldn't ask him like this. He definitely couldn't show any flaws at this time, otherwise he would be exposed. "Oh, I may have remembered it wrongly." Seeing that Su Yu looked very calm and without a trace of guilt, Su Lin no longer doubted him. "By the way, how many stars have you upgraded to?" Su Lin quickly changed the subject and asked about his training results. Su Yu said nonchalantly as he walked towards the sofa, 2 stars. "What? 2 stars?" Su Lin was drinking coffee when she was suddenly choked by his words. "Ahem, you said you've reached 2 stars? Su Lin put down the coffee and emphasized it again. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Su Yu was suddenly confused by her question. "Is 2 stars too little?" Su Lin asked again with a look of shock on her face. "You used 20 superstones to upgrade the lightning element to 2 stars? "Yeah." Su Yu nodded in response. He certainly couldn't say that he only used 10 superstones to upgrade the lightning element to 2 stars, otherwise she would definitely ask him where the remaining 10 went. "Do you know how many super energy stones I used to upgrade the water type to 2 stars? Su Lin explained, it took me 40 super stones to reach 2 stars. Ah? Suyu was stunned after hearing her words. Is it so difficult to ascend to the stars? Why do I feel like it's a good upgrade? Su Lin asked herself, something's wrong with you. You didn't take a lot of super energy stones before and then lied to me, did you? That's not right. You just awakened the lightning element, so it's impossible for you to absorb a large amount of super energy stones before. I can last very long now. Suyu raised his eyebrows and gave Su Lin a wicked smile. Roll. Seeing him being so shameless, Su Lin's earlobes turned red, and she reached out and threw the pillow on the sofa at him. She was still wondering why Suyu could be promoted to 2 stars so easily, but he was thinking about some improper things. Chapter 23: Ancestral Ring. The two of them had an in-depth conversation until very late last night. The next day, Suyu opened his eyes drowsily, meditated in his room for a while, and then prepared to go out. He needed to go back to the rental house to pack his luggage. Going out so early? Just as Suyu was about to go out, Su Lin's voice came from behind him. Well, let's go home. Suyu turned around and replied. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to go out, he saw Su Lin coming down from the second floor, and the two met by chance. Today, Su Lin was wearing a white suspender skirt. Her waist was slender, and her long white legs under the skirt were particularly eye-catching. Her eyes were full of confusion, and she was walking downstairs barefoot. Su Lin scratched her slightly messy hair and said lazily, Do you need help? No need, I can go back by myself. Suyu saw that she looked like she had just woken up and there was no need to disturb her. Su Lin nodded, then went downstairs and went straight to the living room. Sister Lin looks beautiful again today. Suyu did not forget to praise Su Lin before leaving, and then walked out without looking back. Su Lin, who was about to go to the living room to drink water, blushed when she heard Suyu's words. She thought to herself, Stinky boy, why are you suddenly so sweet today? When she finished drinking the water, she realized that she didn't seem to have put on any makeup, so she went downstairs to meet Suyu. Then she thought about how Suyu had just praised her for being beautiful. Ah! Su Lin's hysterical shouts were suddenly heard in the villa. After Suyu returned to his rental house, he was shocked by the scene before him. Because the door of his house was removed. Oh my god, we've been robbed. The first thing Suyu thought of was that his house had been robbed. Seeing this, he hurried in to take a look, and was shocked by what he saw. The room was in a mess, all the furniture and items inside were destroyed, clothes and quilts were torn into pieces, and the surroundings were a mess. Suyu froze in place upon seeing this, then frowned, knowing that things were not that simple. This definitely wasn't caused by a thief. A thief wouldn't destroy your own things so wantonly when stealing. At most, they would rummage through your clothes to see if there were any valuables. Besides, I have been an orphan since childhood and I am very poor. Every family around me is richer than me. Logically speaking, a thief would not steal from me. He needed to verify his guess at this time. He looked at the desk on the ground that was broken into 2 halves. He had always used this desk to store things. If the items inside disappeared, then it must have been caused by the thief, if not, then there must be another reason. He walked forward and opened the drawer of the desk, and the valuables and star coins inside were lying there quietly. Seeing this, Suyu knew that everything that happened at home was not caused by a thief. If it was a thief, his star coins would have disappeared long ago. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly looked up and found that there were several unfamiliar claw marks on the wall that he often bombarded with his skills. When he left, there were no claw marks on the wall. There was nothing there except the black marks left by his lightning strike. The claw marks were not obvious under the black marks caused by the lightning strike. Suyu walked forward curiously and touched the claw marks on the wall. The claw marks actually gave him a prickly feeling, so one could imagine how sharp they were. Based on these claw marks, he finally understood why his home was destroyed like this. Someone wanted to kill me last night. If someone came to kill me last night, then everything would make sense. The murderer didn't find me and then destroyed my room out of anger. This resulted in his house being in a mess. Is it the Black Alliance? Suyu muttered to himself. Apart from the Black Alliance, he probably doesn't have any enemies, so it seems understandable that the Black Alliance wants to kill him. Forget it, it's a good thing I wasn't at home last night, otherwise a fierce fight would have been inevitable. Judging from the depth of the claw marks on the wall, one can imagine that the opponent must be very strong. If I had not improved my strength yesterday, I might not be able to defeat him. Does this count as dodging a disaster? Suyu smiled bitterly. This trip was in vain. I wanted to come back to get my luggage, but it was all broken into pieces. Forget it, let's see if there is anything valuable. So you took out all the star coins in the desk drawer, a total of about 2,000 star coins, and then he fumbled around in the drawer again. Hey! What is this thing? So you touched a small box from the drawer and took it out. There was some dust on the surface of the box, and he gently brushed it off with his hands. The small square box looks very simple and quaint. Suyu recalled it, and although his memory was a little fuzzy, he finally remembered what it was. He remembered wearing a ring around his neck when he was very young. I wore it until high school and then stopped wearing it, mainly because high school didn't allow accessories. So he put it in this small box and kept it there for several years. It was not until today that Suyu, who had traveled through time, opened it. Suyu opened the box and saw a ring with a rope inside. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Still here. If he lost this ring, he would be very sad. According to his memory, this ring had been with him since he was very young and was considered a family heirloom. Sometimes he wondered, since he had no parents, where did he come from? Perhaps this ring could give him the answer. Now that I have entered society, there is no need to keep this ring here. Just let it wander around the world with me. He took out the ring, then pulled the rope on the ring hard and placed it in the palm of his hand. He was too young to wear this ring before, so he needed to put a rope through it and hang it around his neck. Now that he has grown up, there is no need to hang it around his neck. The ring looks very simple and rustic as a whole. There are no patterns on the edge of the ring. The whole ring looks like it is carved from a piece of wood. So you looked at it for a long time but couldn't figure out what it was. Maybe it was just an ordinary ring. No matter what, as long as it is something you grew up with, no matter how ordinary it is, you can't throw it away casually. Just as he was putting the ancestral ring on his hand, the ring miraculously flew to his left index finger. What the hell? The ancestral ring has become a spirit? Suyu was confused. I wore it for so many years and it didn't become a spirit. You tell me it suddenly became a spirit today? On the index finger of his left hand was the thundercloud ring that he had bought from the energy building yesterday. Is this ancestral ring trying to take over someone else's nest? Don't you want to go to the index finger of your right hand? While Suyu was still confused, the ancestral ring suddenly grew larger and wrapped around the thundercloud ring. Then the thundercloud ring disappeared in an instant, and the ancestral ring returned to its normal size, firmly fixed on Suyu's left index finger. What happened at this moment caught Suyu off guard. The thundercloud ring I bought yesterday is gone just like that. The super weapon thundercloud ring that I bought for 40,000 star coins was wasted and disappeared before I could even use it. He noticed something was wrong and quickly took off the ancestral ring. But no matter how hard he pulled, the ring didn't budge at all, as if it was welded to Suyu's index finger. The harder it was to take the ring off, the more strange he felt it was. Whose ring can only be worn and not taken off? Chapter 24 Wang Shuetching was killed. He knew that it was pointless to continue wasting time with the ring, so he simply ignored it. Since the thundercloud ring had been swallowed, it was okay to be swallowed. Give it. It's just 40,000 star coins, why not just earn more money and buy one? Anyway, I am a super-powered person now, so it is easy for me to earn star coins. Suyu turned around and looked at his small, shabby house. Although it was in a mess now, it was still full of memories. Since memories are beautiful, let them remain beautiful forever. He decided to leave it as it is and not to repair it, just let it remain in this mess. Who would still live in this broken thing when there are big villas to live in now? In fact, the reason why he didn't repair it was, first, he was afraid that the person who assassinated him would find out that Suyu had been there after returning, and second, this shabby rental house was not as comfortable as a big villa. What's more, there is a beautiful woman living in the villa. When Suyu returned to the villa, he saw Su Lin sitting cross-legged on the sofa meditating. Su Lin was dressed casually. When she heard the noise, she stopped meditating and turned around to ask, "You're back. Do you have a lot of luggage?" Suyu thought hard and said, "A lot, so much that I can take it all with one hand." "There's nothing wrong with that. I took off the heirloom ring with one hand." Seeing Suyu's empty hands, Su Lin asked in confusion, "Where's the luggage? Isn't this it?" Suyu did a 360-degree turn in front of her, indicating that he was the luggage. Seeing Suyu's behavior, Su Lin smiled and said, "It's better not to have this luggage." Suyu sat on the sofa, picked up a glass of water and drank it, then told Su Lin about his family situation, but concealed the matter of the ring. After listening to this, Su Lin frowned slightly. It seems that letting you come and live here has protected you. She saw Su Yu looking to rent a house yesterday and knew that no one lived on the first floor of her house, so she asked him to move in. She didn't expect that this unintentional action would save him once. Su Yu nodded heavily, and then said with a pitiful expression, "I'll have to trouble Sister Lin from now on. Sister doesn't want me to be homeless, right?" Su Lin supported her chin with one hand, then blinked and said, "Sister will not let you be homeless." Just when Su Yu thought the job was done, Su Lin added, "However, if you don't finish cleaning, I can make you homeless." Su Yu understood immediately after hearing it. It's just cleaning, simple. Seeing this, Su Lin showed a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. In the evening, Su Yu slumped on the sofa. After a day of housework, he found it more tiring than fighting with superpowered people. Su Lin came to the sofa with a cup of coffee. Seeing Su Yu slumped there with a look of despair on his face, she covered her mouth with her hands for fear of laughing out loud. "Have you seen today's news on superpowers?" "No." Su Yu replied lazily. He was so tired today that he had no mood to watch the news. Superpower news can usually be viewed through a superpower watch. You just need to search for it yourself according to the date. Superpower news will send you events related to superpowers in real time every day. Yesterday, the body of a superpowered person was found near the Shanghai Bridge in Xinjiang. Su Lin told him because she saw that he was so lazy. Yeah. Su Yu remained unmoved after hearing this. Isn't it just the corpse of a superpowered person? Star City is so big that there are countless superpowered people living here. Besides, the death of just one superpowered person will not have any big impact. Su Lin continued, the deceased superpowered person was a female, an Earth-type superpowered person. Female? Su Yu became interested when he heard that the other party was a woman. It would be fine if a male superpowered person died, but it might be because he lost control of his temper and started a fight. The death of a female superpowered person is quite novel. These days, murders of passion between people with superpowers are quite common. A woman awakens her superpowers and abandons her original boyfriend, finding another boyfriend with superpowers. Then her original boyfriend, out of hatred for being cheated on, awakens his superpowers and kills the couple. Su Lin rolled her eyes at Su Yu. You get excited when you hear it's a woman, right? Su Yu lifted up his super watch and began to flip through it. Su Yu asked, which day? Yesterday. Su Lin glared at him coquettishly, picked up the coffee beside her and started drinking. You weren't interested just now, why are you so active all of a sudden? Su Yu quickly looked up yesterday's news. Soon he found news about the Shanghai Bridge in Xinjiang. Then he looked at it carefully. The woman's body was found under the Shanghai Bridge. Her clothes had been stripped off and her body was covered with scratches. Her death was as tragic as it could be. But when Su Yu saw her face, he was shocked. Then he suddenly stood up from the sofa, with cold sweat on his forehead and a chill in his heart. Wang Xueqing. The female superpower who died on Shanghai Bridge was Wang Xueqing. Damn it! Who killed him? He quickly checked the news to see if the killer had been found. However, this news did not include any information that the murderer had been caught. Su Lin, who was standing by, saw Su Yu stand up instantly. She realized something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Yu knew he was a little excited, so he calmed down and sat down and asked, "Hasn't the murderer of the Shanghai Bridge news been caught?" "No, I don't know the details." Su Lin explained, "That area is not under the jurisdiction of our team." "What do you mean it's not under our team's jurisdiction?" Su Yu asked. "Does their team also have an area under their jurisdiction?" Su Lin knew that Su Yu had just joined the team, so she explained to him. Each Superpower Association team has its own jurisdiction. If a problem arises in the area under its jurisdiction, the team responsible for that area has priority in resolving the problem. Su Lin explained, "That means you can take this task first. If you want to know the murderer, either have the captain talk to the captain of that regional team and see if we can take on this mission, or we can only wait for the regional team to release information after they catch the murderer." Su Lin noticed that Su Yu was not quite right after reading the news and asked, "Are you familiar with the deceased?" Su Yu explained, "High school classmate." "High school classmate, then you can talk to the captain and see if this task can be transferred to us." Su Lin was surprised when he heard that it was his high school classmate. "Forget it, I don't know her well." Su Yu would not risk his life, there was no need for that. He was not familiar with Wang Xueqing either. He was just curious about who killed Wang Shueqing. Su Lin rolled her eyes at him. Are they still acquainted with each other as high school classmates? Seeing Su Lin's expression, Su Yu knew she had misunderstood, so he explained, I was a bit of a loner in high school, so we were just acquaintances at best. After listening to his explanation and thinking about his experience, Su Lin understood why he was not familiar with his high school classmates. Chapter 25 The Function of the Ancestral Ring. At night, Su Yu lay in bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. He was still thinking about the murder of Wang Shueqing. He felt it was too strange. Wang Shueqing is an Earth-type superpower. It is impossible for ordinary people to kill her, so only superpowers can kill her. She had just awakened successfully, and there should be no superpowered enemies in society. Logically, she should have been living a comfortable life. How could she die suddenly? Etc. He suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Wang Yuanhui was the one who killed Wang Shueqing? This thought was so terrifying when he thought about it carefully. Thinking of the conflict between Wang Shueqing and Wang Yuanhui on the day he awakened, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Wang Shueqing borrowed star coins from Wang Yuanhui to buy potions under the pretense of being Wang Yuanhui's girlfriend. After successfully awakening, she ruthlessly abandoned Wang Yuanhui, which brought about Wang Yuanhui's revenge. Damn it, Wang Yuanhui is so cruel? In his memory, Wang Yuanhui was a rich second generation, and Su Yu had no in-depth understanding of what his family did. All I know is that his family has a lot of industries in Star City and is quite wealthy. Although he is a playboy, I don't see him being ruthless in school. Maybe it's because he awakened the animal element that he's more cruel? This is also possible. He suddenly thought that the claw marks on Wang Shueqing's body were very similar to the claw marks on the wall of his own house. Is it possible that the claw marks on the wall of his house were not left by the Black Alliance but by Wang Yuanhui? The awakening King Yuanhui awakened the animal-type wolf. The claw marks on the wall of his house were left by an animal-type superpower. Thinking of this, Su Yu got goosebumps all over his body. I seemed to be there on the day of awakening. I didn't treat him well at that time and even showed off in front of him. Damn it, Wang Yuanhui must have wanted to kill me that night. It must be him. Su Yu immediately sat up from the bed, gasping for breath. All these speculations are closely related to Wang Yuanhui. I didn't expect Wang Yuanhui to be so cruel and ruthless that he even spared no high school classmates. After a while, Su Yu calmed down and thought about it carefully. These were just his speculations, and the facts still needed to be verified. Since I have become suspicious of Wang Yuanhui, I must be extra careful when I meet him in the future. Now he is also a 2-star thunder-type superpowered person, and he also has the space type as his foundation. It is not an easy task for Wang Yuanhui to kill him. However, he got a headache when he thought that Wang Yuanhui was a rich second generation. He had money and could improve his strength madly, but who knows when Wang Yuanhui would come and kill him. But I have no money and no super stones, so my improvement speed is too slow. Fortunately, Wang Yuanhui didn't know where he had gone and couldn't find himself for a while. There is not much time left for me, so I must find a way to quickly improve my strength. The next morning, Su Yu opened his eyes with difficulty and rubbed his head with his hands. Last night, Wang Shueqing's matter consumed a lot of his brain cells, causing him to fall asleep late at night. After he stood up, he entered a meditative state. He now urgently wanted to improve his strength. Meditation can improve one's star level, but the effect is not obvious. The improvement you get from meditating for a day may not be as great as that from a superpower stone. But even a mosquito leg is still meat. Without the superpower stone, one can only improve his strength through meditation. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Yu suddenly felt a slight burning sensation on his left index finger. Su Yu woke up from his meditation and looked at his left hand. The source of the burning sensation was the ancestral ring. After swallowing the thunder cloud ring yesterday, this ancestral ring has been silent. He thought the ring would stay quiet for a while, but he didn't expect it to start causing trouble today. What the hell is this crap? Su Yu cursed in his heart. He was really fooled. He should have not messed with this ring. He was really afraid that something strange would happen to the ring. Just as he was cursing in his heart, suddenly a pure energy entered his mind, and then split into two and entered the 2 stars. Buzz! These 2 energies caused the 2 stars to flash violently, and then a star appeared around each star. Then the ring that was filled with a burning sensation suddenly returned to calm. This sudden change left Su Yu unable to react for a while. He quickly checked the 2 stars in his mind. At this time, there were 3 stars orbiting around each of the 2 stars. In other words, Suyu is now a 3-star super-powered person. Suyu whispered softly, "Have I upgraded? Is it such an easy upgrade?" The higher the star is, the more energy is required to upgrade. Logically speaking, if he wants to upgrade from 2 stars to 3 stars, the super energy stones he needs are twice as much as before. He didn't expect that he had just been promoted to 2 stars yesterday, but today he was promoted to 3 stars without doing anything. No, he meditated today, but the insignificant energy from meditation was not enough to allow him to upgrade to 3 stars, he was very sure of this. Is it the ring's fault? He was a little bit incredulous and stared blankly at the ring on his finger. Just now, after the ring emitted a burning sensation, his star was upgraded. There seems to be no other possibility besides this one. Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up, then he raised his hand and kissed the ring fiercely. Baby, good baby. He didn't realize the extraordinary nature of this ring until now. This thing is a magical artifact. An artifact that allows him to level up quickly. Thinking about how I had just cursed the ring, I felt like I deserved to die. Suyu thought about it carefully. This ring transformed after swallowing the Thunder Cloud ring, so other things might be able to transform as well. A light flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly stood up and rushed to the living room. It's already noon. Su-Lin was cooking in the kitchen wearing a blue and pink apron, a white short-sleeved shirt behind the apron, and black tight jeans. She lived alone after losing her parents, and cooking was a skill she was very good at. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud sound of a door opening. Suyu rushed to the living room and found that Su-Lin was nowhere to be found. He looked around and finally saw a familiar figure in the kitchen. Su-Lin, who was cooking, heard a loud noise outside the kitchen. She went out to check without even putting down the spatula. Seeing Suyu looking at him expectantly, he asked, "Why, you've never seen anyone cook?" Suyu looked at the spatula in her hand with confusion and said, "You can cook?" Of course, cooking is not simple. Su-Lin said very proudly, then pointed at the food on the table and said, "Would you like to try it?" Okay. Suyu wanted to try her cooking skills. As soon as he sat down and hadn't even started eating, he remembered that he had something important to discuss with Su-Lin. Chapter 26 Explosion. By the way, do you have any extra super stones? Super power stone? I have a few that I'm not using. Su-Lin said after thinking for a while. Can you give me that piece? Suyu said. Since his ring can absorb weapons made of super power stones, then super power stones may also be able to absorb them. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go up and get it for you. After saying that, Su-Lin put down the spatula in her hand and went to her room to get the super stone. After a while, Su-Lin came down from the building and saw Suyu eating the food she cooked. She said, "How is it?" "It's delicious, right?" "Very delicious." Suyu evaluated her meal seriously. It was really good. "Didn't you just upgrade to 2 stars yesterday?" Su-Lin handed him the bag of super power stones. It's best not to absorb too much in a short period of time after upgrading. It will be unstable. It's best to adapt for a few days before absorbing it. Su-Lin advised. New. He took the bag and opened it to see 5 super stones inside. He was surprised and said, "That's too many. I only need 1." He just wanted to test whether the ring could absorb the super energy stone, so there was no need to use so many. What's the use of just 1? Take them all. These are what's left after I upgraded, and I don't need them. Su-Lin said generously. She had already upgraded the water system to 6 stars yesterday, which was still a long way from 7 stars. Since Suyu wanted to use it, she would give it to him. For her, these 4 super power stones could not provide her with much help. On the contrary, Suyu's level was lower, so the improvement would be obvious if he took the super power stones. Then I won't be polite? Suyu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Don't be polite to me, just take it all. Su-Lin waved her hand. Okay. Suyu took the bag of super stones and hurried into his room. Su-Lin was speechless when she saw Suyu in such a hurry. What was the matter? Suyu returned to his room and locked the door. He took out a super power stone and held it in his left hand. Suddenly, the super power stone in his hand turned into a force and was absorbed by the ring. Yes. The super power stone was not absorbed by the stars, but was absorbed by the ring, which means that this ring can absorb the super power stone. Then he felt a burning sensation in the ring, and a pure energy entered his mind, which was then absorbed by the lightning star. This time, this energy did not allow Suyu to upgrade, but it was also within his expectations. If absorbing a superpower stone can upgrade 1 star, then this ring is amazing. Then he conducted an experiment using 2 super stones. It was discovered that this ring has the ability to purify, and can refine the energy of the super stone to make it purer. The energy fed back from the super stone absorbed through the ring is stronger than the energy not absorbed through the ring. This means that he can upgrade quickly with a small amount of super stones in the future, while others will need a large amount of super stones to upgrade. After knowing the power of this ring, Suyu was ecstatic. I felt sad when I thought about how this ring absorbed the Thunder Cloud ring before. Now that I know the ability of this ring, I want to buy another Thunder Cloud ring and put it in its mouth. According to his speculation, the Thunder Cloud ring contained more energy, so the ring was purified slowly, while the Super Power Stone contained less power, so it was purified quickly. After absorbing these super energy stones, he found that his lightning element had a tendency to break through 4 stars, but it was still a little short. I don't know if absorbing too much energy purified by the ring will affect subsequent advancements. He thought about it for a while and then stopped caring about it. After all, he still had a long way to go before he could advance from 7 stars to the intermediate level. Gurgle gurgle. Just then, Suyu's stomach growled with hunger. He patted his forehead and thought to himself, is there anything more important than eating right now? Su Lin, who was eating in the living room, saw Suyu coming out of the bedroom and asked curiously, upgraded? No. Suyu shook his head. Su Lin smiled with satisfaction. Upgrading requires a long and steady process, don't rush it. She had long guessed that Suyu had failed to upgrade. She had absorbed a lot of super energy stones when she upgraded from 2 stars to 3 stars. How could it be possible that she could upgrade with only 4? Miss Su is right. Suyu agreed with her words. Su Lin didn't know that Suyu had already been upgraded to 3 stars. She was still stuck at the point when Suyu told her it was 2 stars yesterday. After finishing his meal, Suyu entered a meditative state again. Their vacation ends tomorrow, so it would be better to use the remaining time for cultivation. Just as Suyu was meditating and practicing, the sound of an explosion suddenly came from the distance. So he walked out of the bedroom curiously and saw Su Lin also coming down from upstairs. Did you hear the explosion? Su Lin asked when she saw Suyu walking out of the room. Yeah. Suyu nodded. He did hear the explosion, but the sound was a little small. Just when the two were still curious, messages from Zhao Kai came from their super watches respectively. An explosion occurred at the Xingqing textile processing factory. Send for support immediately. After receiving the message, the two looked up suddenly, and when they looked at each other, they knew that they were about to go on a mission. Wait a moment, I'll go in and change my clothes. Su Lin left a word and quickly turned around and went upstairs to change clothes. Suyu shook his head helplessly when he saw her wearing a white suspender dress. Who would have thought that she would go on a mission so late at night? Soon Su Lin hurried down from upstairs wearing a white t-shirt, a blue denim jacket, and black casual pants. Walk! At this time, the entire textile factory was engulfed in flames, and explosions were heard from time to time. Because of the production of textiles, the fire could not be extinguished for a long time. So when the local managers saw that they couldn't put out the fire, they asked the Superpower Association for help. And this area is exactly the area under Zhao Kai's jurisdiction. Soon Suyu and Su Lin arrived here. A strong heat came towards him, and Suyu looked at the sea of fire and was deeply shocked. Team leader. Suyu and Su Lin saw Zhao Kai and others standing not far away, so they hurried over. Everyone is here. Let me assign tasks to everyone. Zhao Kai saw that everyone had arrived and immediately gave out tasks without explaining the reason. As everyone has seen, there may be survivors inside the textile factory, so we need to rescue them. As for this fire, the chances of extinguishing it are low, so everyone is prioritizing saving lives. Next, let's talk about the team allocation. Suyu and Su Lin will be in one team, Wang Debao and Bai Xiao will be in one team, and I will be in one team. Zhao Kai looked at everyone and divided them into groups according to their abilities. The situation is urgent, everyone should act separately. Chapter 27 Search and Rescue. In a large villa in the urban area of Xingcheng, Wang Yuanhui slumped on the sofa in the living room. He stood up, picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip, feeling very relaxed. He hadn't felt so comfortable in a long time, because he knew that his goal had been achieved. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked into the living room and lowered his head after seeing this scene. He said in a low and respectful voice, "Master, the Superpower Association has intervened." "Yeah, got it." Wang Yuanhui downed the glass of red wine in his hand. "It's normal for the Superpower Association to intervene. There's no need to make a fuss. Well, let's send a few capable people to cause trouble and prevent them from rescuing people so easily," Wang Yuanhui said after thinking for a while. This time, the fire in the textile factory was caused by people he sent. The owner of the textile factory was ungrateful and refused to accept his takeover, so he let the textile factory burn. He wanted to make things bigger so that he could easily take over the textile factory. It was very simple to make things bigger. The more people died, the bigger the matter would be. "Yes, young master," the middle-aged man replied in a low voice and then left. After the middle-aged man left, Wang Yuanhui looked at his hands and suddenly saw sharp claws growing between his finger bones. He found that after becoming a superpowered person, he became very cruel, barbaric, and his desires became stronger. Wang Xueqing's death was caused by him. Whoever let Wang Xueqing deceive him and make a fool of him should bear his anger. He retracted his claws, then stood up and walked to the window, looking at the wisp of black smoke that was very far away from the villa. He showed a sinister and indifferent smile. "Superpower Association, I hope you will disappoint me." Outside the textile factory. It was already early morning. So you looked at the sea of fire in front of him and felt depressed. How can we get in and rescue people? Wouldn't it be suicide to go into such a big fire? So you pointed to the sea of fire ahead and said, "Sister Lin, how do we get in?" As a thunder element, he had no way of getting in, so he could only rely on Su Lin, who was a water element. Su Lin frowned when she saw the sea of fire in front of her, then she waved her hand and a sky-blue water ring appeared around each of them, surrounding them. Su Lin said to Suyu beside her, "This water ring can protect us from the burning of the flames." When Suyu saw the water ring, his eyes lit up. It had this effect? Suddenly, a cool feeling came over me, and the previous heat disappeared instantly. With this thing, what are you afraid of? Just rush in and do it. Suyu suddenly felt that the water system was quite powerful in other aspects except for its attack. Su Lin explained the characteristics of the water ring to Suyu beside her and said, "This water ring will consume my energy all the time, so you can't be too far away from me, otherwise this water ring will disappear. We'll get closer after we go in." Suyu replied, "Okay, when we go in, I'll go in front and you'll go behind." With this water ring, he felt confident. "Let's go." In this way, the two of them walked into the sea of fire wrapped in water rings. There were constant sounds of slight explosions and things falling inside the textile factory, mixed with the crying of old people and children. After entering the textile factory, I found that it had been burned to the point where only charcoal was left, and the flames were much smaller than those outside. So you looked at the piles of charcoal in front of him and sighed, "I wonder how many people are still alive." Apparently there were no survivors. Su Lin, who was standing by, also shook her head when she saw this. "Let's go to the next place." Based on the floor plan of the textile factory posted by Zhao Kai on the Super Watch, the two learned that they were currently located on the outskirts of the textile factory, still some distance away from their destination. Zhao Kai arranged different rescue locations for everyone. Suyu and Su Lin were arranged to be rescued in the dormitory building, while Wang Debao and Bai Xiao were arranged to be rescued in the power area, and Zhao Kai himself went to the production area. They walked all the way to the dormitory building. During the journey, Suyu used all his space detection capabilities, but did not find any survivors. The ground he passed was filled with charcoal and black smoke. The flames near the dormitory building had long been extinguished, and the surrounding temperature was not very high, so Su Lin removed the water rings on the two people. The walls of these rows of dormitory buildings were charred black by the flames, and it was obvious that this was one of the places where the flames first started. Su Lin said, "Let's split up. You search the back rows, and I'll search the front rows." "Yeah." Suyu nodded and replied. The flames here had long been extinguished, so Suyu no longer needed to rely on Su Lin's water ring for protection, so acting separately would be more efficient. Suyu quickly walked to the back rows of dormitory buildings, then randomly selected one and walked in. He activated his spatial reconnaissance ability, and the 30-meter reconnaissance range allowed him to easily search a building thoroughly. No. He closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly. With his spatial reconnaissance ability, he did not find a single survivor in the building. It is possible that everyone ran away after the fire broke out and did not stay in the dormitory. Then he went to another building, And just as he was about to enter this building, he suddenly found the target in the tea room on the second floor of this building. Suyu quickly climbed the stairs to find this place, then kicked the burnt doorframe open. He cleared the dust from his nose with his hand and looked down to see a young woman of medium height fainted behind the tea machine. Her clothes were already torn and her skin was burned. She was holding a towel in one hand, which she must have used to cover her mouth and nose during the fire. He quickly stepped forward to help her up and check her out. Her overall facial features looked good, but because of the fire, her face was covered with charcoal and her specific appearance could not be seen. Suyu stretched out his finger to measure her nasal breathing and found that there was still a slight exhalation, which was very fragile. He immediately contacted Su Lin using his super watch and told her the exact location of the building. Su Lin rushed over immediately after receiving Suyu's message. She saw the woman lying on the ground unconscious, so she quickly used her water skills and a water ring appeared around her. The water ring continued to ripple, and gradually the woman resumed her normal breathing, but she did not wake up. Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Her condition has stabilized." Her water ring had no healing effect, it could only slightly stabilize her condition and prevent her from dying. Chapter 28 Arsonist. Let's go. I have searched other areas of this building. There is no one else here except her. Suyu told Su Lin about the situation in the building. So the two of them helped the woman down the stairs together. Suyu pointed at the woman who was being held against the wall by two men and said, "You stay here to guard her while I continue the search?" Su Lin thought about it and realized that this person had just stabilized and really needed someone to protect him, so she nodded, "Okay, be careful." Suyu nodded and continued to search several other buildings. It is very quick for him to search a building, as he has the space system and can easily investigate the specific situation of a building. So he quickly moved between the floors in the back row and found that there were several survivors in some of the buildings, all hiding in the tea room. So Suyu quickly found them and discovered that they were all in good condition, just unconscious. He helped them down one by one and put them together. Then he used his space reconnaissance capabilities to find a cargo flatbed truck and place them all on it. At this time, Su Lin was guarding the woman. She suddenly saw Suyu pushing a flatbed cart towards her. So fast? It's only been 10 minutes. She was a little confused. Could it be that Suyu didn't find any survivors? When she saw the people on the flatbed truck, she was stunned for a moment, then her beautiful eyes widened and her mouth opened. She saw something incredible. There were actually several survivors lying on the flatbed. Suyu quickly came over with a flatbed cart full of survivors. Seeing Su Lin staring at him in amazement, he said, "What are you looking at? Hurry and unload it." Su Lin woke up instantly and quickly helped the survivors down one by one, letting them cling to the wall. "How did you find so many survivors?" Su Lin counted and found a total of 10 survivors, all of whom were found by Suyu alone. "We were lucky. There was a survivor in every building we went to, and they were all in the tea room," Suyu explained. Although this reason was a bit far-fetched, he believed that Su Lin would not delve into it. "Really?" Su Lin looked at Suyu with suspicion. Seeing Suyu nod in confirmation, she didn't ask any more questions. After all, the first woman was also found in the tea room, so the situation he described is not impossible. "You take good care of them, I'll go check out the front." After saying that, Suyu pushed the flatbed cart and rushed to the rows of floors that Su Lin had not finished searching. Su Lin was left standing there in a daze. Suyu pushed the flatbed cart to the first few floors, and then started a rapid spatial reconnaissance. He placed the survivors on the corresponding floors in the corridor on the first floor first, and after searching all the floors, he pushed the flatbed cart to carry them up one by one. In a short while, he finished checking all the rows of floors that Su Lin had searched earlier. Then he pushed the flatbed cart towards Su Lin. While Su Lin was still wondering how Suyu had gathered the survivors together so quickly, the same flatbed truck drove towards her again. Seeing Suyu standing behind her and waving at her, she was a little bit incredulous for a moment. Is there really a survivor in the tea room of every building? Su Lin began to think about what Suyu had said to her before. Why was she so unconvinced? Why were there no survivors in the tea room of that building when she had searched it before? Soon Suyu came over pushing a flatbed cart, and before Su Lin could speak, he said, "Wait a moment, I'll go find another flatbed cart." Then he threw away the flatbed truck full of survivors and rushed into the building. Su Lin was now unable to describe the shock in her heart in words. She looked at the more than 20 survivors around her and felt a little dreamy for a moment. A moment later, Suyu came over pushing a flatbed cart. Why, am I that handsome? Suyu touched his face and said when he saw Su Lin staring at him with something wrong in her eyes. Her eyes were filled with confusion, shock, and speechlessness. What a handsome ass! Hurry up and push them into the car. Su Lin felt that he seemed to be able to know the exact location of the survivors and the flatbed truck, but she began to question her idea. How could he possibly know the exact location? Su Lin didn't understand why, so she stopped thinking about it and just believed what Suyu said. There is a survivor in the tea room of every building. Let's send these survivors out. Suyu counted and found that he had found more than 20 survivors, which was really too many, so he made a suggestion. After listening to this, Su Lin nodded and agreed very much with Suyu's suggestion. 2 people each pushed a flatbed cart to transport the unconscious survivors out. Just as the 2 were about to walk out of the dormitory area, Suyu suddenly discovered within the space department's detection range that 2 people were jumping on the roof and heading towards them. Suyu frowned and turned to look at the roof. Su Lin beside him saw Suyu suddenly stop and wanted to ask. Before she could ask, Suyu suddenly turned around and pushed her hard in the chest. Su Lin's eyes widened immediately, and she thought, is this kid crazy? He dared to push me, and pushed my breasts. She was completely unprepared for Suyu, so this push knocked her back several meters, and Suyu took the opportunity to retreat several meters. Suyu, you are crazy. Su Lin immediately started cursing after falling to the ground. At this moment, a fireball fell exactly where the 2 people were just now. Bang! The fireball hit the ground, and the shockwave sent the survivors on the 2 flatbed trucks falling all over the place. Suyu! Su Lin suddenly came to her senses after seeing this scene. She knew that Suyu had just saved her life. If Suyu hadn't pushed her, she might have taken the fireball head-on. Based on the trajectory of the fireball, she instantly turned her head and looked towards the roof. There were 2 people standing on the roof. One of the men was about 1.6 meters tall, with a childish face and a thin body. He was wearing a red jacket, black shorts, and had short, fiery red hair. He was playing with 2 small fireballs in his hands. His name was Red Boy. The other man was about 1.8 meters tall and had a burly build. He wore a wrestling mask and a wrestling suit, so his real face could not be seen clearly. His name was Aniu. Seeing the 2 people downstairs easily dodge his fireball, Red Boy said with some displeasure, I didn't expect you guys to react so quickly. Anyo stood silently beside Red Boy, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Suyu frowned upon seeing this, and said to Su Lin in the distance with a serious expression, send the survivors out first, I will stop them. The 2 people who attacked them were obviously not good people, otherwise they would not have stopped them from rescuing people. Fortunately, I detected the 2 of them early, otherwise they would have succeeded. The top priority now is to send these ordinary people out, otherwise all previous efforts will be in vain. Su Lin also knew that these 2 people had come with bad intentions, and now was not the time to argue with Suyu about who should stay. These survivors must be sent out, they cannot be allowed to die here in vain. She quickly carried the scattered survivors onto a flatbed truck. Rooftop. Aniu, who was standing behind Red Boy, wanted to stop Su Lin. After all, their mission on this trip is to make the Superpower Association rescue fewer people. Red Boy stretched out his hand to stop Anyo, who was about to make a move. Seeing the other party's confused face, he said, let her go. I want to see what right this kid has to speak so arrogantly. Then he showed a contemptuous smile. How dare he try to stop the 2 of us? Chapter 29 Red Boy, Aniu. Su Lin quickly helped the survivors scattered on the ground onto a flatbed cart, put 2 flatbed carts together, and pushed the flatbed carts out of the dormitory area. Before leaving, she looked back and said, Suyu, hold on, I'll be back soon. Red Boy on the roof was really annoyed by Su Lin's nagging, so he raised his hand and threw the fireball over. Why don't you just get out of here right away? I've let you go, but you're still hesitating. When Suyu saw the oncoming fireball, he immediately communicated with the lightning stars, condensed a lightning ball of the same size in his palm, and threw it over. Bang! When the 2 systems collided, the thunder system clearly had the upper hand, instantly shattering the fireball, and the remaining lightning shot towards Red Boy on the roof. Red Boy was surprised that his fireball was broken up. This was really rare. He hadn't encountered a situation where his fireball was dispersed. At most, he could counterattack others with it. While he was still surprised, a tiny bolt of lightning shot towards him. Oh no! Red Boy suddenly panicked. Damn, his own fireball had pierced through it. Seeing the thunderball coming, Anyo calmly stretched out his palm in front of Red Boy and caught it easily. Bang! The thunderball was pinched out by Anyu. Red Boy heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Anyo taking action, then his face darkened. This kid is actually a thunder elementalist. No wonder my fireball couldn't defeat his. The lightning system has the strongest attack power among the natural systems, so my fire system is naturally inferior to it. Anyu, who was standing by, put the hand that caught the thunderball in front of his eyes and was surprised to find that there was a trace of burnt black on the palm of his hand. After Suyu knocked away the fireball, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Lin safely push the survivors out of the dormitory area. The reason why he chose to stay was not because he was trying to be brave, but because there was still fire outside the textile factory. He had no way to cross the fire and push the survivors out, but Su Lin could. Someone had to stay here to stop the two people on the roof, so he chose to stay. Red Boy on the roof said to Anyu beside him, "Let's go down and learn this thunder element." Anyu nodded woodenly, then carried Red Boy on his shoulders and leaped forward. Suyu, who was downstairs, was confused by the actions of the two people upstairs. He narrowed his eyes and thought, are they going to jump off the building? If you jump from such a high building, you will either die or break your legs. What's the point of fighting? Just admit defeat. Bang! The ground made a sound and raised dust. Anyu slowly walked out of the dust. Red Boy on his shoulder patted the dust in front of him and said, "Ahem, Anyu, can you please not choose the sandy area next time?" Anyo scratched his head and thought, it wasn't you who jumped, why are you making so much trouble? Sand is not softer than concrete. You are not the one who was injured. My soles are still hurting. Suyu, who was in the distance, saw Anyu and Red Boy walking out of the dust and thought, looks cool, huh? However, he still looked at the two of them cautiously. Being able to jump from such a height, one could imagine how strong his physical fitness was. He must be an animal. If I jump from such a height, I will either break my legs or die. He is not an animal, so naturally his physical fitness cannot compare. Red Boy jumped off Anyu's shoulders, then stared at Suyu in front of him for a long time before suddenly realizing something and saying, "So it's you." After hearing this, Suyu wanted to say, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" But he didn't answer. Seeing Suyu's bewildered look, Red Boy said, "It's normal that you don't know me. I'm a fire element, how can I be as famous as you, a lightning element? Your name has spread throughout the Star City superpower community. I was wondering why a lightning type suddenly appeared. It turns out it's you." Suyu smiled bitterly when he heard his words. The thunder element had already spread and it was impossible to hide it, unless he changed his face and stopped using the thunder element. You said you have awakened a thunder element, why don't you just keep a low profile and develop yourself, and instead provoke people you shouldn't provoke? Red Boy waved his hand and said. Anyo, who was standing by, also had his eyes light up when he heard what Red Boy said. I know that I can make a lot of money from this mission. Suyu was stunned after hearing this. Did he offend some big shot? He hadn't been very honest and low-key in his development in the Superpower Association, and he had never killed a superpowered person. Even if the Black Alliance wanted to kill me, they wouldn't do it in a high-profile manner, and I haven't caused the Black Alliance to suffer any serious losses. In the eyes of the Black Alliance, he was at most a target to be killed. Besides, he couldn't be the only one who had awakened the lightning element, so it wasn't his turn. Moreover, it was obvious that these two people did not come here specifically to kill him, and they did not recognize him at first. Just prepare to die. Red Boy didn't want to chat with him anymore, and gathered two fireballs with his hands and prepared to launch them. Anyu on the side also released his abilities, and his originally sturdy body became even stronger and more powerful. Anyu, come on! Red Boy shouted angrily. When Anyo, who was standing by, heard Red Boy's command, his eyes turned red and filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Suyu, who was far away, immediately released all his dual abilities. Lightning gathered in his hands, his palms came together, and then a lightning spear condensed. Seeing Anyu rushing towards him, he immediately threw out the spear, trying to delay Anyu's attack. Then he used his spatial abilities to detect the movement of the two fireballs, and then dodged them by leaning sideways. Seeing the lightning spear coming at him, Anyu was not afraid at all. His face turned red and hot air kept coming out of his ears and nose. His body suddenly became bigger, even bigger than before. Seeing the lightning spear flying towards him, he stretched out his hands and grabbed the middle of the lightning spear, trying to stop it. However, could the lightning spear be caught so easily? The raging power of lightning immediately extended from Ainio's palm to his entire body. He immediately realized that something was wrong and tried to shake off the lightning spear, but no matter how hard he tried, the lightning spear seemed to be stuck to his hands and could not be shaken off. The violent thunder and lightning made his face extremely hideous, and he retreated repeatedly until he stopped after retreating several meters. At this time, the lightning spear only had the lightning power emitted by itself, and the previous impact force was gone. Ainio successfully stopped the lightning spear. He suddenly opened his hands with force, and the lightning spear that had lost its power fell to the ground. He immediately gasped for breath, and his body was still shaking. Red Boy standing by was also shocked. Ainio was actually forced to retreat. And his fireball was easily dodged. This kid is so evil. Red Boy asked, Ainio, are you okay? He noticed that Ainio seemed to be a little abnormal at this moment, as if he had lifted something very heavy and seemed exhausted. This was the first time he saw Ainio so exhausted. Ainio had never looked so exhausted when he took his fireballs before. Ainio shook his head and said, panting heavily, this kid's lightning spear is a bit weird, don't get hit by it. Chapter 30, Battle with Red Boy and Ainio. How could this happen? Red Boy never expected that Ainio would be defeated. Suyu had just awakened the thunder element, but he was already able to use the thunder element skills so skillfully, and the power of the thunder element was truly abnormal. Ainio's thunder element is a bit strong. Red Boy looked at Ainio beside him with a confused face. After several fights, why did he feel like the two of them seemed no match for him? What are you afraid of? Can't the two of us beat him alone? Both of them are superpowered, and he doesn't believe that he can't beat Suyu. Red Boy nodded and became serious. He had underestimated Suyu before and did not take him seriously. Seeing the two men attacking again, Suyu quickly condensed a lightning spear and shot it at the attacking Ainio. He didn't plan to change to another attack method until the opponent had thought of a strategy to deal with his lightning spear. When Ainio saw the lightning spear coming again, he suddenly became nervous. He had seen the power of this spear just now, and he didn't want to be electrocuted again. He immediately stopped attacking, carefully observed the trajectory of the lightning spear, and then dodged to the side. He easily avoided the lightning spear and it shot to the ground on the side. Seeing that Ainio easily dodged the lightning spear that was shot at him, Red Boy smiled happily and said, well done, Ainio. After knowing that Ainio had dodged it, he immediately released his fire skill, Fiery Eruption, to cooperate with his attack. He put his palms together and shot out a column of fire at Suyu in the distance. He knew that his fireball could not hit the opponent and he had to change his attack method. The raging fire spurted out, and Suyu saw that there was no time to dodge, so he quickly gathered his lightning energy in his palm and then released it. Since he wants to fight with me, then let him do it. He doesn't believe that his thunder system can't beat the fire system. It's a head-on confrontation between the thunder system and the fire system. After dodging the lightning spear, Ainio rushed up again. He is an animal type and must fight Suyu in close combat, otherwise he will not be able to exert his full strength. Suyu naturally knew that the other party wanted to get close to him, so how could he let Ainio get close to him? He used one hand to resist the flames and clenched his fist with the other hand. Explode! Suyu shouted. The lightning spear stuck in the ground in the distance suddenly exploded. Ainio never expected that the lightning spear that he had dodged so easily would actually explode. Seeing this, he wanted to dodge, but the range of the lightning spear explosion was too large and he couldn't avoid it at all. Fortunately, he was strong, and the explosion of the lightning spear only interrupted his forward steps, forcing him to retreat several steps. I can't get in at all. His attacks were repelled one after another, and Ainio became angry and roared repeatedly. If you can't get close to them, you can't do anything. Red Boy was speechless when he saw Ainio being beaten back again. He used the fiery eruption to create an opportunity for him to attack, but he didn't expect to be beaten back anyway. I thought my flames could cause him some trouble, but I didn't expect that the flames I sprayed out could be easily blocked by him. He immediately retracted the flame. Since it was useless, there was no need to waste energy. Facts proved that the two of them really had no way to deal with Suyu. One can't get close to the opponent, and the other's skills are not as powerful as the opponent's. How can we fight? When Suyu saw that the two men stopped attacking, he knew that his chance had come. He could no longer be passive and had to take the initiative to attack, otherwise it would be over if they found a way to deal with his thunder spear. He immediately condensed two lightning spears and released them at Red Boy. He did not choose to attack Ainio mainly because the lightning spears he used to attack him just now did not have much effect. The lightning spear arrived in an instant. Not good. Red Boy's face suddenly turned pale. He didn't expect that Suyu's target was actually him. 2 lightning spears shot towards him in a pincer attack, and there was no time to dodge in this situation. Explode! Suyu shouted angrily. Suyu did not intend to let the lightning spear hit the target, but to let it explode not far from the target. The shockwave caused by the powerful explosion instantly knocked Red Boy back against the wall behind him. Kid, are you okay? When Anyo saw Red Boy being blown away, he immediately ran over and helped him up. Red Boy stood up with difficulty. I'm fine. Then a stream of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. The sudden explosion caught him off guard and left him completely unprepared. When Anio saw that his friend was seriously injured, his face suddenly became gloomy and he stared at Suyu angrily. He is an animal, a cow. He has a lot of strength but can't do anything if he can't get close to the enemy. Suddenly he looked at the tall building beside him and an idea immediately came to his mind. He walked to a tall building nearby, then stretched out his arms and pressed them hard against the wall. Immediately afterwards, his body doubled in size, and his muscles suddenly became engorged with blood. The wrestling mask on his face suddenly turned red, and an invisible force spread throughout his body. He roared. He uprooted the entire high-rise building. Red Boy, who was standing by, was not surprised by this. He guessed what he wanted to do, so he stood up with difficulty and walked behind him. Suyu, who was far away, was stunned by the scene. Holy shit! Is this something a human can do? Lift up a tall building. Groove. Suyu's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his entire back. He swallowed his saliva, and then he quickly condensed several lightning spears. He released all the lightning energy in his body without reservation. Because a huge monster came towards him, and the uprooted building fell on him. With such a huge building falling down, he had no way to dodge and could only rely on his skills to blast his way out. He aimed at a point on the tall building and continued to bombard it with the lightning spear. I hope I can have a chance of survival. Boom! The tall building collapsed, making a deafening sound. Ania lay on the ground exhausted, his body had returned to its original state. Lifting this tall building had cost him a considerable price. His wrestling mask is a superpowered weapon that briefly grants him the power to uproot tall buildings. Did it succeed? He asked weakly after being helped up by Red Boy. I don't know, he should be dead. Chapter 31 Su Lin arrives. Textile factory, dormitory area. Under the ruins, Suyu struggled to get up and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, I reacted quickly just now. He felt a little scared when he thought about what happened just now. When the building fell down just now, he exhausted his lightning energy and bombarded a point on the wall continuously to penetrate it. This gave him a glimmer of hope to survive, otherwise the tall building would have been enough to smash him into a meat patty. Although he survived, the shock wave generated by the falling building still caused him considerable damage. The surrounding gravel still hit him hard. He was covered in dust and had several bruises on his body. He kicked the rubble that was pressing on him away, then struggled to climb out of the ruins of the building. Red Boy, who was supporting Anyo from a distance, looked quietly at the ruins in front of him. Just when the two thought Suyu was dead. Suddenly, a piece of rubble collapsed from the ruins, and then Suyu crawled out from under the rubble. He's not dead yet? Red Boy and Ania were stunned and looked at him in disbelief when they saw him crawling out of the ruins. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Didn't this kill him? Suyu climbed up the ruins and saw Red Boy and Ania in the distance and said, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm still alive. How could it be so easy to kill him? When Red Boy and Ania heard Suyu's words, their faces froze instantly. They really didn't expect Suyu to be alive. Red Boy looked at Ania, who was being supported by him, and knew that Ania was not in good condition to continue fighting, and he could only rely on himself from now on. The explosion of Suyu's thunder spear caused him some injuries, but he was still able to use his fire abilities. He leaned the weak Ania against the wall nearby, then looked at Suyu in the distance. I wonder how much energy of your lightning element is left? He didn't believe that Suyu still had a lot of thunder energy to use. Since he was able to walk out of the ruins of the building, he must have consumed a lot of lightning energy to survive. Suyu replied in a cold voice, it won't take much energy to hit you. Although his lightning ability was exhausted when defending against the building just now, he still had space ability, so he was not panicked at all. Did you set the fire here? Considering Red Boy's fire ability and the fact that he attacked him, he guessed that the fire in the textile factory was set intentionally by the other party. Red Boy replied casually, I take money from people and help them get rid of disasters. It was indeed he and Anio who set the fire in the textile factory together, but they were paid for doing the job, and who would resist money? What's more, they are super-powered people, and they need money if they want to upgrade and become stronger. It was easy for them to set the textile factory on fire. Why not do it if they could easily get a large amount of star coins? After Red Boy finished speaking, he released his fire skills. He didn't plan to continue talking nonsense with him, otherwise it would be difficult for him to wait for his teammates to come to support him. Seeing the other party take action, Suyu no longer held back and instantly released the space system. The range of 30 meters was enough to include the two opponents. The gravel under him was ready to move, so he decided to use the space system to control the gravel to resist the opponent's fireball. Just as the gravel was about to rise, Suyu suddenly sensed two water spears shooting towards him within the range of his space system. He knew that Su Lin had returned. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, knowing that he didn't have to expose his use of the space system. So he immediately gave up his control over the rubble beneath him, and then stood where he was, calmly and composedly welcoming the arrival of the fireball. Red Boy, who was far away, was surprised to see Suyu on the ruins not dodge his fireballs. He asked, could it be that he has no energy left? If this had happened before, Suyu would definitely have thrown a few thunder balls to resist his fireballs. It would be impossible for him to do nothing. Just when the fireball was a few meters away from Suyu, two water spears suddenly flew from behind him and instantly collided with the flying fireball. Bang! With two loud bangs, two fireballs exploded in front of Suyu. Then a familiar voice came, Suyu, are you okay? After hearing the voice, Suyu looked back at the ruins and said with grievance, if you don't come soon, I will die. Seeing his wounded appearance, Su Lin smiled bitterly and said, sorry, I'm late. She had successfully sent the survivor out. On her way back, she heard a loud noise and rushed over quickly. Seeing two fireballs flying towards Suyu, she stopped them. She saw Suyu standing on the ruins, full of confusion. What had happened after she left? Why was there so much devastation around? She climbed up the ruins and walked to Suyu's side. Looking at the scene around her, her face was suddenly filled with shock. Suddenly she saw that the row of buildings in the distance, which should have been neatly arranged, was missing one building. Combined with the ruins under her feet, she suddenly had an amazing idea. She pointed at the ruins at her feet and asked in shock, who did this? Suyu pointed at Anya, who was far away from Red Boy, and said, those two guys made. She looked in the direction of Suyu's finger and saw Anya leaning against the wall to rest, looking extremely weak, while Red Boy was looking at the two of them cautiously, and he didn't look in a good condition either. Seeing the state of the two people combined with Suyu's previous words, if you don't come, I will die. She suddenly felt that they were the ones who were going to die. Even if she didn't come, Suyu could have done it for them both. Su Lin asked curiously, how did you survive? She was deeply shocked that the other party actually used a building as a weapon. The most important thing was that Suyu was still alive and kicking in front of her after being hit by the building. If she had been hit by this building, she might not have been as lively and energetic as Suyu. Suyu said seriously, of course it's the charm of the protagonist. Su Lin was speechless immediately. Who would believe this? Suyu said seriously, now is not the time to explain to you. Let's deal with those two first. After hearing this, Su Lin nodded and stopped asking questions, then looked at Red Boy and the other person. Red Boy and Anya looked as pale as death. When they saw Su Lin coming to support them, they knew they were doomed. Even when the two of them were at their peak, they still couldn't defeat Suyu, let alone with Su Lin added to the mix. There was absolutely no hope for them to defeat Suyu and the other two. All that awaits them is death. Sister Lin, please charge my phone. Suyu suddenly remembered that he had a power bank next to him. Su Lin? My lightning energy is exhausted. Use your water area to give me some electricity. Suyu explained when he saw that Su Lin didn't understand what he meant. After hearing this, Su Lin rolled her eyes at him and thought, did I come here just to recharge you? Chapter 32 Wrestling Masks. Su Lin naturally would not refuse Suyu's request after hearing it. She said, go down first. It's not easy to perform in the water above the ruins. The ruins are too high, and after the water is applied, it will seep into the ground below along the rubble and will not be effective. Suyu nodded after hearing this, and the two of them jumped down from the ruins. After jumping off the ruins, Su Lin immediately released his water skill, water area. She put her palms together and then separated them, and a huge circle of water suddenly appeared between her palms. She then slapped the ground, and the water spread out in all directions. After Suyu saw her water area being used, he quickly inserted his hands into the water area, and then a huge amount of energy flowed into his star through his palms. After a while, his lightning energy was fully restored. Then he took his hand out of the water. A violent force of thunder and lightning gathered in his hands. It's so nice to have a power bank around. Suyu was instantly ecstatic when he knew that his energy was full again. Su Lin, who was standing by, pursed her lips when she saw how happy he was. This is all her energy. After she saw that Suyu had replenished his energy, she retracted her water area. After all, as long as the water area is released, it will consume energy all the time. However, just as she was taking back the waters, she realized something was wrong. 3 of the 6 stars surrounding the water star and his mind had dimmed. In other words, Suyu absorbed the energy of his 3 stars. Su Lin was stunned. Wasn't he only a 2-star thunder type? At most, it will absorb 2 stars of your energy. Realizing something was amiss, Su Lin immediately asked Suyu tentatively, "When did your thunder element reach 3 stars? How do you know I'm a 3-star thunder type?" Suyu asked. He didn't seem to have told Su Lin that he was a 3-star thunder element, so how did she know? Your thunder system is really 3 stars. Su Lin looked at him in shock with her mouth open. After hearing Suyu's explanation, she was sure that his thunder system was really 3 stars. No wonder he drew 3 stars of energy from his own waters. Seeing her shocked expression, Suyu nodded. After thinking about it, he knew why he was exposed. It must be because he absorbed too much energy, which made her suspicious. I'll deal with you when we get back. Su Lin gave him a vicious look. He actually hid such a thing from her. I feel ashamed when I think about how I said before that cultivation requires a long-term process. It turns out that other people's stars have already been upgraded. Let's deal with those 2 first. Suyu pointed at Red Boy and the other man in front and said. When Red Boy saw the 2's actions and the lightning that suddenly appeared in Suyu's hand, he knew that Suyu's lightning energy had recovered. There was no chance of them winning at all. Even if he had taken action just now, it wouldn't have changed anything because he didn't have much energy left. We surrender, said Red Boy. The weak Ainio, who was standing by, lowered his head helplessly when he heard the child admit defeat. Now the 2 of them really had no idea what to do. If he had thought of using a wrestling mask to move a building and hit Suyu earlier, it might not have been so difficult. They had underestimated him before. They didn't expect that Suyu's skills prevented him from getting close to him. Without being able to get close to him, his strength could not be brought into play. The original 2 versus 1 situation became 1v1, which led to the 2 of them not being able to take down Suyu in time. Give up? Suyu scratched his head. Since the 2 of them have admitted defeat, there is no need for me to attack them with the lightning spear anymore. If you don't admit defeat, he will not show mercy. What's more, there is a power bank with him this time, so he has to use his skills like crazy. Sister Lin, give me your handcuffs. Suyu asked Su Lin for the handcuffs. Although Su Lin was a little confused, after hearing his request, she quickly handed him the super handcuffs around her waist. Suyu took the handcuffs, then took out his own handcuffs and threw them at Red Boy and Ainio. Suyu said, "Put on the handcuffs yourself." He certainly wouldn't go up and help them put them on himself, as he was afraid that the 2 of them might suddenly change their minds and attack him, which would be disastrous. Red Boy? Ainio? You are too cautious and don't treat them as human beings. Letting a superpowered person put on superpowered handcuffs himself is no less than cutting off his own arms. Why aren't you willing? Suyu saw that the 2 were somewhat reluctant and immediately gathered the power of thunder and lightning in his hands. If you don't want to, that's fine. Wait until I knock you out and I'll come over and put it on you too. Are you kidding me? Is it enough to just say that you admit defeat? What the hell are you dreaming about? He would feel very insecure without handcuffs. Seeing the lightning in Suyu's hand, Red Boy and the other 2 were extremely helpless and could only take the handcuffs on the ground and put them on themselves. Click, click. The 2 men handcuffed their own hands, and then their supernatural powers suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Suyu also walked forward boldly. Wearing the super handcuffs, he is no different from an ordinary person, so he doesn't need to be too afraid. I am a super-powered person, so it is easy for me to deal with two ordinary people. He came up to Ainio and asked, "How did you manage to lift that building just now?" When Ainio heard Suyu's question, he hesitated and didn't want to tell Suyu. "Don't say anything?" Suyu was instantly unhappy when he saw Ainio remain silent. Damn, he hadn't avenged Ainio for hitting him with a building just now, so now he really didn't mind giving him an electric shock. When Red Boy saw Suyu was about to use lightning, he quickly tried to dissuade him, saying, "Ainio, tell him." Seeing the child trying to persuade him, Ainio could only tell the truth. "My mask is a power-type super weapon that can instantly increase my strength." When Suyu heard him say that his mask was a super weapon, his eyes lit up. Damn, his ring has food to eat. He quickly reached out to take off his mask. Seeing Suyu was about to take off his mask, Ainio quickly stepped back. Ainio never takes off his mask. "You don't seem to be aware of your current situation?" Suyu said angrily. Damn, he is still so tough even though he is now a prisoner of others. A few minutes later, Suyu played with the wrestling mask in his hand and came to Su Lin. "Sister Lin, it seems that you can't wear this mask. How about giving it to me?" Through Suyu's introduction, Su Lin learned that this mask was a super weapon, and that she, a girl, could not wear it, and that it was taken off someone else's head. Thinking of the sweat on the other person's head, she waved her hand in disdain. "Take it away, take it away, take it away quickly." Seeing Su Lin agreed so readily, Suyu put the mask into his pocket. Su Lin didn't dislike him at all, this was a good treasure to him. According to Ainio's introduction just now, this mask can increase the wearer's strength several times in a short period of time. The disadvantage is that it cannot be used continuously in a short period of time and will also make the user exhausted. Of course Suyu would not choose to wear it himself, but his ancestral ring really needed this thing. Chapter 33, Cool? Ainio squatted in the corner with his head buried at his feet and cried bitterly. Just now, Suyu took off his beloved mask from his head. Suyu smiled bitterly and said, "You are so handsome that you don't need to wear a mask, really." He admitted that he had said something against his will, because Ainio had a very distinctive appearance, with eyes as big as rice grains, a nose as big as a thumb, and a small mouth. If you were far away from him, you might not be able to see the organs on his face. This face combined with the tall and burly body is really funny. Really? Ainio raised his head and asked when he heard his words. Suyu held his stomach and tried not to laugh. "Really? You're lying." Ainio raised his head and saw Suyu holding his stomach to hold back his laughter, so he immediately lowered his head again. Red Boy on the side was also very helpless. As Ainio's teammate, he had known Ainio's appearance for a long time. Ainio had always been inferior because of his appearance and wore a mask for a long time. Later, after awakening his superpowers, he met him during another mission and the two became teammates. Suyu quickly adjusted his mood and asked in a cold tone, "Who sent you here?" Red Boy and Ainio fell silent when they heard Suyu's question. "Don't tell?" Seeing that Suyu was a little unhappy, Red Boy said, "We don't know who that person is either. The man was wearing a mask and his appearance could not be seen. He told us that he would reward us after the task was completed. We saw the pay was quite generous, so..." Suyu frowned and kicked Ainio beside him. "Is he right?" Ainio nodded immediately. "What is your mission?" Suyu asked again. "Setting fire and causing trouble." "How much is the reward?" "A total of 200,000 star coins." "Me?" Suyu was a little surprised to hear that the other party's reward was as high as 200,000 yuan. "My god, it only costs 100,000 yuan for a guard mission by myself, but the two of them can earn 200,000 yuan just by using their superpowers to set fires and cause trouble." Although he was a little envious, he would not do such unscrupulous things even if he was paid more. Suyu asked curiously, "If you have this ability, why don't you join the Superpower Association?" He saw that these two people were actually quite capable, and their achievements might not be low if they joined the Superpower Association. The Superpower Association has too many rules and it's not cool enough. Red Boy explained. When he first awakened, he also wanted to join the Superpower Association, but when he saw the rules of the Superpower Association, he immediately gave up. He has become a superpowered person, so why should he be restricted? He can do whatever he wants. "You're so cool, you just set fire to others whenever you want, right?" So you looked at them with contempt. Red Boy fell silent after hearing this. Now that he was captured, it was useless to say anything. He could only blame his own lack of strength, otherwise he could continue to be so carefree. "Go and have some fun in prison." Suyu saw that he couldn't get any information out of them, so he picked up the two of them. Members of the Superpower Association can choose to kill prisoners while performing their tasks, but he did not do so because he can get a portion of the bonus if he successfully captures a superpower prisoner. The bonus for the two superpowered people their team captured last time has been included in the previous reward. If they catch two more this time, they can make a big profit again. As for why some people are left alive, it is mainly because people with superpowers still have great value in this world, so if they can be spared, they will be spared, unless it is absolutely necessary. In this way, Suyu and Su Lin took the two people out of the textile factory. The fire outside the textile factory is now very small, and the surrounding area is in ruins. It's all your fault, Suyu said as he looked at the surrounding environment. Red Boy and Anya lowered their heads in shame. Soon Zhao Kai and others walked out from inside the textile factory. Several of them were covered in dust, and their faces were more or less stained with black ash. Zhao Kai walked over and saw the two people behind Suyu and Su Lin who looked unfamiliar. He asked, "Who are these two people?" Suyu explained, "They were the ones who set the fire." Zhao Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Their mission this time was not only to rescue people, but also to find the arsonist. He was still worrying about how to find the arsonist, but he didn't expect Suyu to appear right in front of him. Zhao Kai said, "Of course I can. I've only been in the team for a few days and I've already arrested 4 criminals." His vision was good at the beginning, and choosing Suyu to join the team was the best decision in his life. "Captain, you don't know that Suyu is already a 3-star thunder type," Su Lin said with a pout. She let this brat hide it from her, and now she is going to let all the team members know that he is a 3-star. What? Zhao Kai was stunned when he heard that Suyu had become a 3-star thunder system, his mouth wide open. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao were also extremely shocked to hear that Suyu had reached 3 stars so quickly. Red Boy and Anio, who were handcuffed, were stunned when they heard his teammates say that he was a 3-star thunder type. No wonder this kid's star energy is almost the same as theirs. You reached 3-star lightning elements so quickly. Zhao Kai supported him and said, "Great." He thought that the reward Suyu got from the last mission could only be used to buy super stones to upgrade his star to 1 or 2 stars at most. He really didn't expect that Suyu could actually reach 3 stars. This time when he goes back, he will have to consider taking on some difficult tasks. Every time a star is upgraded by 1 star, its star energy increases, its sustained combat capability becomes stronger, and the power of its skills will also be improved. With Suyu, a 3-star thunder type, their team strength will be greatly improved. So when accepting tasks, you can choose some tasks that are slightly more difficult. Suyu smiled bitterly. I thought to myself, Sister Lin is really not kind. She exposed it to him right away. But it doesn't matter. It's good to let teammates know your strength. In fact, even if Su Lin didn't say it, he would find a chance to say it. After all, knowing his own strength would make it easier for everyone to cooperate. This time, if he goes back and lets the ring absorb the wrestling mask, maybe he can improve his strength and shock everyone again. By the way, how many people did you rescue? Zhao Kai came back to his senses from the shock and asked the people beside him. Su Lin said, "We have a total of 20 survivors in the dormitory area." She was the one who carried all the survivors out, so she naturally knew it best. She carried the survivors out and called an ambulance to take them to the hospital. 20 people? Zhao Kai was a little surprised. He walked around the production area of the textile factory for a long time and didn't see a single person. There was nothing but fire. The fire was probably quite intense because the production area was producing textiles, and the people inside either ran away or were burned. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao on the side spread their hands, indicating that there was none. The two of them had no chance at all in the power area, and the equipment inside exploded directly when it encountered fire. Fortunately, their abilities were more defensive, otherwise it would be difficult to get out. Zhao Kai dusted himself off and said, "Forget it. We'll save as many as we can. Just do our best." When they arrived, the fire had been burning for a long time. Perhaps the people inside had already escaped or died. Zhao Kai said, "Leave these two to me. You all go back and rest." The task of sending these two people to the Star City superpower prison was given to him. After all, everyone had a very hard time on this mission. A high-end villa in Xingcheng. Wang Yuanhui sat on the leather sofa drinking red wine, with 2 maids serving him. "Master, the 2 superpowered people we sent out haven't returned." The middle-aged man who walked out of the living room said in a low voice. "Not coming back?" Wang Yuanhui frowned. He was just sent to cause trouble, so why can't he come back? How did things go? Wang Yuanhui asked. The textile factory has been burned down. I don't know if the two people sent there were arranged by the young master. Wang Yuanhui pondered for a moment and said, the Superpower Association is quite capable. Now that the matter has been settled, it doesn't matter whether the two people sent out return or not. By the way, find someone to investigate my high school classmate Suyu and see where he lives recently. He went to Suyu's house a few days ago to get rid of him, but he didn't expect that the guy was not there. After that, he went there a few more times and found that Suyu seemed to have never returned home since his awakening. Otherwise, it would be impossible to watch your home being destroyed and do nothing. Suyu? It's the young master. The middle-aged man thought for a while and left the living room after finishing the report. You two continue. Wang Yuanhui said to the two maids beside him. Chapter 34 Absorption. After Suyu handed the two of them over to Zhao Kai, he prepared to go back with Su Lin. Team leader Zhao Kai took full charge of the remaining cleaning work and subsequent handover, so they didn't have to worry about it. Wang Debao waved to Suyu and said, Suyu, would you like me to give you a ride? He remembered that Suyu's home didn't seem to be in the city, so he wanted to give him a ride. Su Lin opened the car door and said, no need, Debao. He lives at my house now. I can just take him back. Live in your house? Wang Debao suddenly showed a gossipy smile. There's something going on. No wonder Suyu and Su Lin came to the textile factory together just now. It turns out they have been living together for a long time. Seeing Wang Debao's smug look, Suyu knew he had misunderstood, so he explained, I wanted to rent a house in the city, and Sister Lin's first floor happened to be empty, so I stayed there for a while. No need to explain, I understand. Wang Debao smiled knowingly. Suyu smiled bitterly and thought to himself, I should have stopped explaining. The more I explain, the worse it gets. Let's go. Su Lin urged while sitting in the car. Suyu opened the door of Su Lin's sports car and got in, see you on the next mission. Wang Debao looked at the two people's backs as they walked away and said with a tut-tut sound, there's definitely something going on. He looked at Bai Xiao who was getting into his sports car and said, why are you getting in? We're not going the same way. Bai Xiao said, I took a taxi. Wang Debao was helpless when he saw this and had to give him a ride. After getting in the car, he suddenly asked, why don't you stay at my house? I think I have an empty room there. Roll. Yes. Star City, a high-end villa area. Suyu sat on the sofa and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, feeling a little scared. Su Lin leaned closer and stared at Suyu fiercely, tell me, when did it become Samsung? It's that day when I asked you for the super stone to upgrade. Suyu said with a wry smile. Okay, that day I asked you if you had upgraded, and you told me you hadn't. It turns out you were lying to me then. Su Lin snorted softly, then stretched out her slender little hand to grab Suyu's ear and scolded him, Humph, you little heartless thing, I gave you free food and shelter, and you still lied to me. Suyu reached out and grabbed her slender hand that was grabbing his ear and immediately begged for mercy, Sister Lin was wrong, I will never lie to you next time. When Su Lin's hand was touched by him, her pretty face flushed immediately. Then she immediately withdrew her hand and said, only once. If you lie to me again next time, She gestured with her pink little fist. Suyu nodded continuously, and when he saw that she had calmed down, he immediately ran behind her and rubbed her shoulders. Su Lin pursed her lips and said, that's pretty good. Okay, I'm going upstairs to rest. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Su Lin go upstairs. Finally got rid of this little rich woman. He stretched his waist, then looked at his ring with his eyes shining. Next, it's time to take care of the little ancestor's ring. He quickly returned to his bedroom and locked the door. Then he took out the wrestling mask he had taken off Anio's head from his trouser pocket. He looked at the mask in his hand and sighed, Sister Lin still loves me. Besides myself, only Su Lin knew about this mask. Now this mask is still in my hand. It is obvious that Su Lin is still hiding it intentionally and did not tell Zhao Kai. If I tell Zhao Kai that the mask might be handed over and compensated with star coins, it might also remain in my hands. This is also the reason why he did not tell Zhao Kai about the mask. If he handed it over, he would suffer a huge loss. I hope this mask can give me a surprise. As he spoke, Suyu put the wrestling mask on the ring. Then Suyu felt a slight burning sensation on his index finger, and then the ring emitted a strange light, and the mask disappeared instantly. No more? This is swallowed quite quickly. Forget it, since it has been absorbed, I can only wait for the results tomorrow. The ring may take as much time to purify this mask as the thundercloud ring. After that, Suyu practiced for a while and then fell asleep. The next day, when Suyu got up, he saw Su Lin got up early and cooked in the kitchen, so he went to the kitchen to taste her cooking skills. Seeing Suyu coming over, Su Lin said, "Get up. There's porridge on the table. Drink it while it's hot." Okay. Suyu sat down without hesitation and drank the porridge on the table. He finished the porridge on the table quickly and commented, "Sister Lin is not only beautiful, but also cooks delicious food. You are such a sweet talker." Su Lin smiled when she heard him comment on her like this. Ever since Suyu came to live with her, she found that she was happy every day and no longer felt lonely as before. Suyu also smiled and said, "If I don't know how to speak sweet words, how can I live and eat for free at a rich woman's house?" Su Lin asked, "By the way, yesterday's reward has arrived. Did you receive the 100,000 yuan? Are we there yet?" Suyu hurriedly checked. Maybe he slept too deeply yesterday and didn't hear the notification from the super watch. Sure enough, there were 100,000 more star coins in his account, plus the remaining ones from last time. He had a total of about 120,000 star coins. Now he had to admit that becoming a superpower made money quickly. Suyu raised his eyebrows at Su Lin and said, "After dinner, let's go spend some money?" After receiving the reward, the next step is of course to spend money to improve your strength. After breakfast, the two went to the energy building together to buy super energy stones. Suyu used all the remaining star coins to buy super power stones, and bought 30 super power stones at a discount. Su Lin also used all the 100,000 star coins to buy super power stones. The two returned home carrying the safe from the energy building. Su Lin said, "Go to the basement first and absorb the super energy stone." She decided to wait until Suyu finished absorbing the energy before she did. She was not in a hurry. After all, she is already 6 stars, and these 20 or so super stones definitely cannot help her upgrade to 7 stars, but if Suyu is only a few super stones away from upgrading, perhaps it can help him. Okay. Suyu nodded, then walked straight to the basement. He closed the door of the basement and opened the safe, which contained 30 super stones neatly arranged inside. Suyu is a little worried now. After the ring absorbed the mask yesterday, there has been no feedback until now. If it absorbs these 30 super power stones again, it is unknown when it will be able to return energy. Forget it, never mind, this little bit of time doesn't matter. Suyu decided to absorb it all at once. At worst, he would just have to wait a little longer. He placed the super power stones one by one on the ring, and soon the ring absorbed all the super power stones. Then he walked out of the basement as if nothing had happened. Chapter 35 Upgrade. So fast? Su Lin was sitting on the sofa watching TV and was a little surprised to see Suyu walk out of the basement so quickly. She remembered that Suyu seemed to have bought 30 super energy stones. How could so many super energy stones be absorbed so quickly? Seeing this, Su Lin asked curiously, "Has it been upgraded?" Suyu shook his head and said, "It hasn't been upgraded yet, but it will be soon." He didn't know how to explain it, because all his super energy stones had been absorbed by the ring, and there had been no energy feedback until now, so naturally there had been no upgrade. Almost there? Su Lin's eyes lit up after hearing this and said, "How much more is needed? How about I give you my super energy stone to absorb?" If she wants to upgrade to 7 stars, these dozens of super power stones are far from enough. But if Suyu is short of a few super stones for upgrading, she really wouldn't mind giving them to Suyu so that he could upgrade faster. The more his strength improved, the more help he would be to the team. No need. A few days of meditation will be enough for me. You should keep it for your own upgrade. Suyu was shocked when he didn't expect Su Lin to want to give him his super power stone. He quickly refused. Although he really wanted the super power stone, he couldn't keep taking advantage of Su Lin's resources. He asked for a few super power stones last time, and he couldn't ask for them again this time no matter what. Besides, Su Lin still needs to be promoted, and I can't let her be affected by me. Okay, then I'll go practice. Seeing that he refused, Su Lin had no choice but to carry the safe full of super power stones into the basement to practice. Suyu shook his head helplessly when he saw her walking away, thinking, "If you continue like this, I will really give myself to you." After seeing her leave, Suyu returned to his bedroom and began to meditate. Both of his elements are now 3 stars, and the lightning element is just a little bit away from reaching 4 stars. As long as the energy from the ring is successfully fed back, he can make the lightning element 4 stars instantly. He didn't know how long he had been meditating, but suddenly he felt a slight burning sensation on his index finger. Suyu suddenly woke up from his meditation and was overjoyed. Here we come. The energy he had been waiting for finally arrived. He saw a huge amount of energy transmitted from the ring into his mind. This energy was extremely pure. Just when Suyu thought it was going to be divided between the 2 stars, it suddenly stopped between the 2 stars and waited for a decision. Suyu was also curious when he saw this. This time, the energy did not fly towards the stars automatically but stopped outside the stars waiting for his instructions. The 2 stars nearby smelled this pure energy and began to flicker, trying to lure it over. Seeing this, Suyu's mouth curled up slightly, and he thought to himself, "Did you two seduce the wrong person?" He still remembered the scene of the last time the 2 stars divided the energy. He didn't expect that this time, no matter how the 2 stars flashed, the energy would remain unaffected. Very good. He was very satisfied with this, as it allowed him to control the upgrade of the stars and not arouse other people's suspicion because of the rapid upgrade. The reason why the first few stars upgrade quickly can be explained because they absorb a lot of super energy stones for upgrades. If the last few stars are upgraded, it will soon cause speculation from others. After all, the super energy stones required to upgrade the last few stars are several times more than the previous ones. He first separated out a bit of pure energy and transferred it to the thunder element. After the thunder element absorbed it, it just kept flashing and no stars appeared around it. Not enough? Suyu frowned when he saw this. It seemed that he had to allocate a little more energy, so he allocated a little more pure energy and gave it to the thunder system. After the lightning element was absorbed, a star suddenly appeared around it. At this time, there were already 4 stars around the lightning element, constantly rotating around the lightning element star. The space stars nearby became unhappy instantly when they saw that 4 of the thunder stars existed, and then they kept flashing, trying to attract the remaining huge energy. Suyu smiled when he saw that the thunder element had been successfully upgraded. Since the thunder element had already been upgraded, there was no need to upgrade it again. The 4-star thunder system is good enough, but upgrading it further will attract other people's attention, so he decided to transfer all the remaining energy to the space system stars. He saw the stars in the space system flashing desperately to seduce this energy, and thought to himself, "Don't worry, baby, they are all yours." The remaining huge energy flew towards the space stars under Suyu's command. Buzz. After absorbing this energy, the space system vibrated suddenly, and then stars began to appear around it. 1, 2, 3. Oh shit. Is this 6 stars? Suyu was frightened by the 3 stars that suddenly appeared. He didn't expect that this energy could actually upgrade the space system from 3 stars to 6 stars. It was really exaggerated. He knew that the higher the star, the more energy it required, so he thought that this energy could at most upgrade the space system to 5 stars, but he didn't expect it to reach 6 stars. Ha ha. Suyu was ecstatic. As long as he could make the space system produce another star, the space system would be able to advance to the intermediate level, and then his strength would skyrocket. The intermediate space system made Suyu drool just thinking about it. He was looking forward to the ability of the intermediate space system. The lightning star in his mind saw the 6 stars surrounding the space star, and the 4 stars that were originally flying around it stopped instantly. It protested, asking why it had 6 stars while it only had 4, it was unfair. Suyu had no choice because the thunder element was in the open while the space element was in the dark. If he upgrades the thunder element to 6 stars, it will definitely arouse suspicion from others. The current 4-star thunder system is already outrageous enough. If it is upgraded to 6 stars, it may be pulled in for research. Next, let's try the upgrade of the 6-star space system. Suyu is eager to try it. Of course, the entry-level 6-star is still entry-level, and there will be no essential difference in skills, only an increase in range and energy. He released his spatial ability, and an invisible energy emanated from all around. Suddenly, all objects within a radius of 60 meters appeared in his mind. It appeared in his mind as clearly as a 3D map. The range of the space system is increased to 60 meters, which means that he can move anything within this 60-meter range. So cool! Suyu laughed loudly, and suddenly he found Su Lin within his space detection range. Seeing this, he became interested. Now the detection range of the space system has become 60 meters, and the entire villa is under his control. Let me come and see what she is doing. Su Lin was surrounded by mist, giving people a hazy feeling. Then he heard the sound of flowing water, and then a body as white as mutton fat jade appeared in Suyu's mind. A pair of towering peaks stand on the body, the skin is like white jade, and the beauty is captivating. Oh shit! Do not look at anything inappropriate. Seeing this, Suyu instantly turned off his spatial ability and stared at the wall in front of him in amazement. His handsome face suddenly turned red, and then a warm current flowed down his nose. I thought to myself, this is not fun to watch. Chapter 36 New Map? After Su Lin absorbed the super energy stone, he sweated a little because the basement was stuffy, so he went upstairs to take a hot shower. Then she changed into a white dress and walked down from upstairs, wiping her wet hair with a towel in her hand. As soon as she went downstairs, she saw Suyu hurriedly coming out of the bathroom. Seeing Suyu in such a hurry, Su Lin asked, "What happened to Suyu?" Suyu was stunned when he heard her voice. Is it such a coincidence? Just now, his nose was bleeding because he had been peeking at the beautiful scenery, so he hurried to the bathroom to clean it. Unexpectedly, he ran into Su Lin as soon as he walked out of the bathroom after cleaning. He turned to look at Su Lin and said with an awkward smile, "It's okay, it's okay." But when he saw Su Lin in a white dress wiping her hair, the beautiful scene before appeared in front of his eyes again. A warm current appeared in his nose again. You said you were fine, but why is your nose bleeding? Su Lin reminded him quickly when she saw his nose suddenly bleeding. Ah. It's bleeding. Suyu came back to his senses after hearing her reminder. He quickly wiped the blood from his nose with his hand, thinking to himself, my nose is bleeding because of you. Seeing Suyu's hands covered in blood, Su Lin said with disgust, "Hey, that's disgusting. Go wash it quickly." "Okay, I'll go wash it now." Suyu returned to the bathroom again and quickly cleaned up the bloodstains. Then he washed his face, pointed at his nose in the bathroom mirror and said, "Can you please do better?" After saying that, he opened the bathroom door. Unexpectedly, Su Lin was standing at the door of the bathroom at this time, with her arms clasped in front of her chest, highlighting her breasts. Seeing Suyu come out after cleaning, he asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly have a nosebleed?" "I'm getting angry. I'm getting angry." Suyu explained quickly. He really wanted to say, "Who made you have such a hot body?" but he was afraid of getting beaten if he said it, so he took it back. Getting angry? Su Lin immediately became interested after hearing this. When I think about the fact that Suyu has just reached adulthood and is at the age of being hot-tempered, it is not impossible for him to get angry. Thinking of this, Su Lin's face suddenly flushed and she glared at him with shame and anger and said, "Look at less dirty things in the future." After that, she left Suyu and walked towards the sofa in the living room. After hearing this, Suyu froze in his tracks, thinking, how did she know? Could it be that Su Lin knew that I was using the space system to spy on her? But when he saw Su Lin turn around and walk towards the sofa, he knew that she didn't notice that he was using the space system to detect her. She misunderstood and thought she was watching something pornographic. It's obviously clean, okay? Suyu retorted in a mosquito-like voice. After Suyu cleaned up the bloodstains, he also came to the sofa in the living room. He saw Su Lin lying on the sofa with her legs together, watching TV. Her pair of white legs made people imagine a lot. A warm current appeared again, and he quickly took a deep breath to suck the blood into his mouth. In an instant, the smell of blood filled his mouth. He couldn't let his nose bleed again, it would be too embarrassing. Su Lin saw that Suyu looked unhappy and asked, "What's wrong?" Suyu quickly picked up the water on the coffee table and drank it. After a moment of calming down, he said, "It's okay. Oh, by the way, my thunder element is now 4 stars. Su Lin was a little surprised and said, "So fast, isn't it just a little bit short?" "While you were absorbing the super energy stone, I was meditating and leveling up," Suyu explained. After listening to his explanation, Su Lin suddenly understood. No wonder she didn't use her superpower stone. It turned out that she was really just a little short of it. "By the way, do you want to tell the captain and the others about your strength?" Su Lin asked. Suyu nodded, let them know my current strength as soon as possible so that they can cooperate with the future work." Su Lin happily picked up the super watch and sent a message to Zhao Kai about Suyu's 4-star thunder system. Zhao Kai was also a little surprised after seeing the news. Is it really upgraded so quickly? However, considering that all the wages paid for these 2 tasks can be used to purchase super stones, it is not impossible to upgrade to 4 stars. Since Suyu has reached 4 stars, he will go to the extremely cold place in a few days. Zhao Kai sent a message. When Su Lin saw the message sent by Zhao Kai, the smile on her face disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Suyu stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong? Why did he suddenly become silent when he was smiling?" Seeing Su Lin silent, he picked up her super hand and looked at the message sent by Zhao Kai. "The extremely cold place?" Suyu asked with some confusion, "What is the extremely cold place?" "The environment there is extremely harsh and full of dangers. It's an extremely cold place. You can imagine how cold it is." Su Lin explained seriously. "It's so dangerous, why don't you tell the captain that you're not going?" Suyu was a little hesitant after hearing Su Lin's explanation. Damn, he just woke up and went to such a dangerous place, he hasn't even had time to enjoy it yet. "No, since the captain has made the decision, we must go, and this is also the responsibility of us super-powered people," Su Lin said. "Responsibility?" Suyu was a little confused. "Isn't it the responsibility of those with superpowers to maintain social stability and arrest those who use their superpowers to cause trouble? You don't think that the responsibility of a superpowered person is just to arrest people, do you?" Su Lin seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. Suyu nodded. "Isn't that right? Isn't that what he has been doing these days? Catching criminals is only a task for low-level superpowers. Once our strength increases, the superpower stones we need cannot be purchased with just a few simple arrest missions. Ultimately, our purpose as superpowers is to hunt down extraordinary creatures and prevent their invasion." Su Lin knew that he had just awakened to become a superpower and did not understand these things, so he patiently explained. "On Blue Planet, not only can we humans awaken, but also animals and plants, mountains, rivers, lakes, ice and snow can awaken and become extraordinary creatures. The extraordinary creatures are ambitious. They are constantly encroaching on the areas where we humans live, wanting to carve up the human area completely. It is the duty of superpowers to eliminate extraordinary creatures and prevent them from invading human homes. There are 4 areas where extraordinary creatures live: the extremely cold land in the north, the endless sea in the east, the boundless desert in the west, and the misty forest in the south. The extremely cold land belongs to the area under the management of our country, and other areas are not under our management. The superpower stones we need to upgrade are obtained by killing extraordinary creatures. Killing extraordinary creatures of different levels will drop superpower stones of different levels. So if you want to level up at a higher level, you have to hunt extraordinary creatures. Just completing quests is not enough." She then added, "There are no rules in the area of supernatural beings. Not only do we have to be wary of supernatural beings there, but we also have to be wary of humans in various areas who also have superpowers. So you know how dangerous it is." Su Lin told him all the information she knew. Her level was relatively low, and she had not been to extremely cold places many times. Every time she came back, she was terrified. Suyu digested this information, and only then did he truly understand what kind of world this was. Before, he was just an ordinary human being and had no access to such information. The superpowered people would not allow such information to flow to the public to prevent panic. "Can we get a lot of superpower stones in the extremely cold land?" Suyu's eyes lit up. What he lacked now was superpower stones. If he went to the extremely cold land and killed the extraordinary creatures, he could get superpower stones. "Yes." Su Lin looked at him speechlessly. "I told him so much just to tell him the dangers of the extreme cold land, but I didn't expect that his mind was full of the superpower stone in the extreme cold land. The prerequisite for obtaining a large number of superpower stones is to kill a large number of extraordinary creatures and be wary of superpower people who are also humans." Su Lin stated the difficulties he faced. Seeing that she looked a little heavy, Suyu smiled slyly and said, "It's okay, Sister Lin. I'm a thunder element, so I'm a supernatural being. I'll kill as many of them as you can." Su Lin was amused by his words and thought to herself, maybe the captain decided to go to the extremely cold land just because he is a thunder element. Chapter 37: Preparing Supplies. Su Lin recalled the first time he and his teammate Zhao Kai went to the extremely cold place. At first, she was also full of enthusiasm and wanted to hunt more alien creatures to obtain superpower stones to improve herself, but the result was not satisfactory. Not only did he fail to obtain the superpower stone, he also almost died in the extremely cold place. Su Lin said with a serious expression, "Suyu, you must remember that in the extremely cold land, the most dangerous thing is not alien creatures, but humans who are also superpowered." Suyu nodded heavily after hearing her warning. After all, Su Lin had been to an extremely cold place and naturally knew the dangers there, so her warnings had to be listened to. "Okay, I'm a little tired tonight, I'm going upstairs to rest." Su Lin rubbed his forehead and said. At night, Suyu lay in his bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. His mind was full of the extremely cold place. He was worried about not having enough super energy stones, but he didn't expect Zhao Kai to suddenly tell him that he would take him to a place where he could get a lot of super energy stones. How could he possibly sleep? After listening to Su Lin's explanation, Suyu was full of anticipation for the extremely cold place. The next morning, Su Lin got up early and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. She saw Suyu sitting at the dining table with dark circles under his eyes and asked with a smile, "Didn't you sleep well last night?" Suyu nodded, then silently picked up the porridge on the table and drank it in a daze. Last night he dreamed that he went to an extremely cold place and killed all the extraordinary creatures there. He counted the super energy stones until his hands were tired. He was so excited that he woke up several times that night. After dinner, we will go to the supermarket to buy some supplies. This trip will take a long time, so we have to prepare the supplies in advance. Su Lin said. Suyu hesitated when he heard about the money. Sister Lin, can you lend me some money? He had already used all his star coins to buy superpower stones, with not a single one left. If he had known that he was going to the extremely cold place, he would never have spent all his star coins. Do we need to borrow money with such a relationship? Su Lin said a little angrily when she heard that he wanted to borrow money from her. Seeing this, Suyu knew he had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Lin, from now on, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Oh, no, what's yours is yours. After hearing this, Su Lin pursed her lips and said, that's pretty good. After the two finished their breakfast, Su Lin drove them to the largest supermarket nearby. It's quite cold in the Arctic, so you need to buy a few down jackets. You don't need to buy gloves, as they will affect your ability. You also need to buy some compressed food, as we'll be staying there for many days. Suyu followed Su Lin, carrying bags of things, and listened to her explain what she needed to go to the extremely cold place. He now finally understood the sadness that Wang Debao and Bai Xiao had felt when they followed Su Lin shopping in Shanghai City. Women simply couldn't stop shopping. They would buy anything they liked and did whatever they wanted in the supermarket. The most important thing is that he was the one holding all the things, while Su Lin didn't take anything. However, when he thought about the other party paying, Suyu suddenly felt that it was okay to be a little tired. Fortunately, he is a young man and this is not a problem for him at all. Look, isn't that our high school classmate Suyu? Really? Why is he following? Holy shit! That woman is so beautiful. Did he get lucky and meet a rich young woman? Just as Suyu and Su Lin were shopping, two of Suyu's former high school classmates recognized him and started discussing in a low voice when they saw Suyu carrying large and small bags of items in his hands. What do you mean by shit luck? I felt this kid was definitely going to be great when I was in high school. Just look at his handsome face and he's going to do something big in society. You didn't believe it at first, but look, it's here. I'm not bad looking, so why don't any rich women like me? You? Look at your bust. If you covered your head, I'd think you were a woman. Forget it, even if you were a woman, I wouldn't be interested in your figure. You idiot, you're skinny as a stick, and you still have the nerve to say that to me. Say it again if you can. Suyu naturally had no idea that his two former classmates were discussing him. He just wanted to pay the bill quickly and leave. I'm done shopping, let's go. Su Lin bought the last item she wanted to buy. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. He was already carrying a lot of packaging bags, and he felt his small body would collapse if he had to carry a few more. After Su Lin paid the bill, Suyu threw all the purchased items into the trunk of the car. This time, because he had to buy a large amount of supplies, he did not drive Su Lin's sports car, but instead changed to a car with more space. Then he sat down on the passenger seat and leaned back lazily. He just wanted to rest and didn't want to say a word. Su Lin was sitting in the driver's seat. Seeing Suyu sitting there looking exhausted, she asked curiously, "Are you that tired?" Why didn't she feel tired at all, and even a little excited? Suyu forced a smile helplessly and said, "I'm not tired. I told you, I don't feel tired at all." Suyu thought to himself, "You must not be tired. I am the one who is tired because I am the one carrying all the things." He swore that he would never go shopping with Su Lin again. After buying supplies and returning home, the two began to meditate, preparing for their next trip to the extremely cold land. Through meditation and practice over the past few days, Suyu has mastered the abilities of thunder and space more proficiently. Soon the day arrived to head to the extremely cold land. Bite. Gather your equipment and assemble at the Superpower Association. Suyu, who was meditating, was awakened by the sound of a message from the superpowered watch. After checking the message, he hurried out and saw Su Lin already waiting for her in the living room. Let's go. The two drove to the Superpower Association building with the equipment and supplies they had prepared in advance. After Suyu and his companion got off the car, they saw Zhao Kai and others waiting for them not far away. Suyu. Juan de Bao waved and greeted Suyu when he saw him get off the car. De Bao. Suyu, is your thunder element really a 4-star? Juan de Bao wanted to confirm it again. Bai Xiao beside him also wanted to know whether Suyu was really a 4-star thunder element. A few nights ago, when Zhao Kai told them that Suyu was a 4-star, the corners of their mouths twitched constantly, thinking that this kid was only a 3-star before, and now he is a 4-star in just a few days. They can't eat super energy stones so quickly. They are only a little over 5 stars, and this newcomer who just awakened is almost catching up with them. Suyu nodded, then raised his palm, and saw a miniature purple star appear in the center of his palm, surrounded by 4 stars. Wang de Bao took a deep breath when he saw this, and Bai Xiao beside him pushed his eye sockets excitedly. Seeing this, the two of them finally felt relieved. With Suyu, a 4-star thunder element, this journey to the extremely cold land would be much easier than before. When Zhao Kai told them that they were going to an extremely cold place, they were still a little scared. After all, they both knew how dangerous the extremely cold land was, and the failure they had last time left a deep shadow on them. Last time, their team was unable to move forward in the extremely cold land because of insufficient output. This time, with Suyu here, their survival rate can be greatly improved. Chapter 38 Teleportation Chamber? Now you two can rest assured. We will definitely come back with a full load this time. Zhao Kai said to them very confidently. He was also very upset about the last defeat, but this time with Suyu joining him, he believed that he could definitely return with a full load from the extremely cold land. Zhao Kai and his companions packed their equipment and walked into the association building. Suyu, who was standing by, didn't quite understand why they had to bring equipment into the association building, but he still followed. At the counter in the middle of the building, Li Yuehua was still standing there wiping the wine glasses. Today she was wearing a fiery red long dress that perfectly outlined her seductive figure, making her look noble and elegant. Suyu and his companions carrying equipment into the association building naturally attracted her attention. Several people came to the counter, and Zhao Kai walked up and said, "Sister Yuehua, we are going to the extremely cold place." "Oh, why? Because of him?" Li Yuehua put down the wine glass slowly, then raised her head and glanced at Suyu and said. Zhao Kai naturally knew who she was talking about, so he said, "Suyu has already reached 4-star thunder element. I think we should be able to gain something this time." 4 stars? Li Yuehua's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard that Suyu was actually 4 stars, but it quickly disappeared. "Since he's a 4-star, you can definitely go and try your luck in the Arctic land. You guys go ahead, I hope you return victorious," Li Yuehua said to everyone with a smile. Zhao Kai nodded, then led everyone upstairs. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave." Su Lin saw that Suyu was fascinated by Li Yuehua, so she kicked him and said in a low voice. "Oh, okay." Suyu came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly, then followed the group up to the 2nd floor. Just now he was attracted by Li Yuehua's beauty. Her beauty was different from Su Lin's. She was noble and elegant, while Su Lin was lively and cheerful. After everyone left, Li Yuehua raised the corner of her mouth slightly and picked up a wine glass to wipe it. The thunder system is still quite interesting. Several people went up to the 2nd floor from the spiral staircases on both sides. At this time, Suyu was a little confused. Weren't they going to the extremely cold place? How did they come to the 2nd floor of the association building? So he quickly asked, "Captain, aren't we going to the extremely cold place? Why are you bringing your equipment to the 2nd floor?" "There is a teleportation chamber on the 2nd floor that can directly transport you to the extremely cold place." Zhao Kai and others were stunned by Suyu's question. Teleportation chamber? Suyu was stunned for a moment. What the hell is a teleportation warehouse? There is a teleportation warehouse on the 2nd floor? Yes, you don't know, Su Lin, didn't you tell him? Zhao Kai looked at Su Lin in confusion. Su Lin felt a little embarrassed when she became lighter. She did not tell Suyu how to get to the extremely cold place. She only told him the general information about the extremely cold place. Suyu stared at Su Lin blankly, thinking, "You didn't tell me such important information. He thought it would take a long time to drive to the extremely cold place, but he didn't expect there was a teleportation cabin that could take him there directly. Seeing Suyu staring at her like this, Su Lin felt a little guilty and said, "I haven't had time to explain this to you yet." Seeing that Suyu was a little confused, Zhao Kai explained, "The extreme cold land is the northernmost region of Blue Star. It would take ages to get there by car, so we have to go through the portal. Every city a superpower association has a teleportation chamber that can lead to an extremely cold place. Only members of the superpower association can use it free of charge, so that members of the association can easily travel between the two places." During the conversation, they came to the second floor. Zhao Kai pushed open the door of the second floor. The second floor of the association building was very spacious, with a very large circular warehouse in the middle. Suyu pointed at the circular warehouse and asked, "Is this the teleportation warehouse?" Zhao Kai nodded. "Did you see the indicator light on the teleportation chamber? Red means it is in operation and cannot be used, and green means it can be used. At this time, the indicator light at the top of the circular warehouse is red, indicating that the transmission warehouse is in operation." Click. After a while, the teleportation chamber opened and a group of people walked out. Several people looked pale and supported each other as they walked out of the portal. The leader saw that it was Zhao Kai, an acquaintance, and stepped forward and asked, "Captain Zhao, are you planning to go to the extremely cold place?" Zhao Kai nodded, then frowned when he saw that the situation was not good for them. "Captain Zhang, what happened?" This person is Zhang Qiming, the captain of Team 5 of the Star City Superpower Association. He is quite friendly with him and they have a good relationship. "Oh, don't mention it. We were blocked on the way back from the extremely cold place. The team fought desperately and finally escaped back." Zhang Qiming sighed. The team members behind Zhang Qiming were also dejected. They did gain some benefits from this trip to the extremely cold land. They killed many extraordinary creatures and obtained many superpowered stones. Who would have thought that when they were finally returning to the base, a group of people suddenly rushed out and seriously injured them? In the end, they used the superpower stones in their hands to redeem their lives, otherwise they would never be able to come back. Zhao Kai and his companions were also very angry after hearing this, but when they thought that it was an extremely cold place, they instantly lost their temper. "So you thought, was he being robbed? You can play like this in an extremely cold place. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable for robbery?" Zhao Kai asked angrily, "Do you know what it looks like?" Zhang Qiming nodded weakly and said, "So what if I know his appearance? Who knows which city he belongs to? I can only consider myself unlucky." Zhao Kai sighed. Even if he knew what it looked like, what difference would it make? There were countless cities of all sizes in Blue Star China, and countless superpowered people went to the extremely cold places. To put it bluntly, once you get there you can only rely on your own abilities, and if you get robbed you can only blame yourself for not being good enough. "Captain Zhao, please be extra careful when you go to the extremely cold place. I wish you a triumphant return." Zhang Qiming said goodbye to Zhao Kai and his party because he knew that his team members were a little weak and needed timely treatment. After hearing about what happened to Zhang Qiming's team, Zhao Kai and others knew that this trip was full of dangers. "Let's go." Although they felt sorry for Captain Zhang's experience, it could not stop their determination to go to the extremely cold place. Several people walked into the teleportation cabin with serious expressions. The warehouse door is closed. The transmission chamber begins transmission. A striking beam of light shot up into the sky from above the Superpower Association building. Suddenly, Suyu, who was standing in the teleportation cabin, felt a slight pressure coming. The entire warehouse gave Suyu the feeling that it was just like an awakening warehouse, and there was nothing special about it. However, the atmosphere in the teleportation chamber was rather depressing and everyone was silent. This might be because Captain Zhang Qiming's experience just now made everyone feel heavy-hearted. "Suyu, who do you think is prettier, Liu Ehua or me?" Su Lin suddenly asked Suyu a question and kept blinking at him. Zhao Kai, Wang Debao, and the others immediately turned their gazes towards Suyu, wondering, "What's going on with you two?" Suyu felt a little embarrassed by everyone's gazes, thinking, "Sister Lin, what are you doing? Can I answer this kind of question?" He suddenly saw Su Lin blinking at him and instantly understood her good intentions. She must have known that the atmosphere was a bit depressing and wanted to find a topic to talk about. Suyu must consider this carefully with such good intentions. Under Su Lin's expectant gaze, Suyu said, "Li Yuehua is beautiful." He was indeed amazed by Li Yuehua's beauty, and Su Lin was certainly not bad either, but he just wanted to play a trick on her. Hearing his words, Su Lin's teeth chattered with anger. She thought to herself, "You little bastard, I raised you for nothing. I was hoping to take this opportunity to be praised, but you turned out to be a clown." "Bai Xiao, who do you think is pretty?" Su Lin immediately asked Bai Xiao, who was silent on the side. "Ah, are you asking me?" Bai Xiao, who had always been silent, finally reacted. "You're beautiful." Hearing Bai Xiao's praise, Su Lin immediately felt happy. A bootlicker. Wang Debao looked at Bai Xiao speechlessly. Wasn't he lying? Li Yuehua was obviously beautiful. "Debao, what are you talking about? Are you looking for a beating?" Although Wang Debao spoke in a low voice, it was still clearly heard in this small space. Su Lin instantly raised her little fist and gestured towards Wang Debao. "Su Lin is the most beautiful, Su Lin is the most beautiful woman in the world." Wang Debao shouted while holding up a banner of praise. Several people were also amused by Debao's reaction. After this little episode, the originally depressing atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. After an unknown amount of time, the indicator light on the teleportation chamber turned green. We have arrived at the extremely cold land. Chapter 39, Arctic Fortress. The extreme cold land is located in the northernmost part of Blue Star. It has a harsh environment, is extremely cold, and is covered with ice and snow all year round. Therefore, in order to resist the extraordinary creatures here, the superpowered people of China built a large fortress called the Extreme Cold Fortress. The destination that Su Yu and his group were teleporting to was the headquarters of the Superpower Association in the Arctic Fortress. Several people walked out of the teleportation cabin, and suddenly a chill came over them. Hiss. It's so cold, Su Yu took a deep breath and wrapped himself in his clothes. What comes into view is a grand hall with many teleportation chambers placed inside. There is a staff member standing outside each teleportation chamber. Welcome to the headquarters of the Arctic Fortress Superpower Association. Please register here. The staff standing outside the teleportation cabin smiled and gestured. Zhao Kai nodded, then walked forward and filled out the information of the Star City Superpower Association. Su Yu looked around and found that the architectural style here was the same as that of the Star Superpower Association, except that the space here was much larger. From time to time, superpowered people walk out of each of the surrounding teleportation warehouses. There are also two huge screens on both sides of the hall. The information on the screens is the same as the information displayed in the Star City Superpower Association. After filling in the information, Zhao Kai led everyone out of the association building. This is our association's headquarters in the extremely cold land. Everyone who walks out of here is our association's members from all over China. The place where we are is a fortress built by China in an extremely cold place. It is called the Extreme Cold Fortress. Zhao Kai explained as he walked. Extreme Cold Fortress? Su Yu was not very clear about it since it was his first time here. The Arctic Fortress, you can think of it as a fortress built by humans in an extremely cold land to defend against the invasion of extraordinary creatures. This place is actually equivalent to a city with very strong defenses. People with superpowers are not allowed to use their abilities here, otherwise they will be arrested by the law enforcement team. We, the members of the Superpower Association, do not have the power to enforce the law here, so we must keep a low profile. Zhao Kai introduced to Su Yu very patiently. As they spoke, several people walked out of the Superpower Association's headquarters building. After walking out of the headquarters, Su Yu suddenly felt the biting cold wind. The weather was a bit gloomy, and snowflakes fell from the sky from time to time. He looked up and saw a huge city gate in the distance, with several superpowered people guarding the gate. There are several meter-high walls on both sides of the city gate, and there are several teams of superpowered people patrolling on the walls. Looking up along the city wall, you can see a yellow energy shield enveloping the entire fortress. There was a blizzard outside the city gate, while it was quiet inside the city gate, forming a sharp contrast. Zhao Kai, who was standing by, followed Su Yu's gaze and explained, outside the city gate is the real extremely cold place. The energy shield above is a protective shield created by a powerful superpowered person. It is used to reduce the impact of the harsh environment outside on the Arctic Fortress. He then added a few more words, be careful of other superpowers here. Besides members of our association, there are also superpower organizations from all over China, so you must be careful and cautious. Once they've set their sights on you, they'll definitely cause trouble for you once you leave the fortress. The outside of the fortress is a place without rules, unlike inside. I think you should be aware of how serious the situation is. Su Yu nodded. After Zhao Kai's explanation, he had a preliminary understanding of this. Zhao Kai said, "Let's go find an apartment to stay in first and go out tomorrow. They just arrived here today, so there is no need to rush to the extremely cold place. They should find a place to stay first." Several people then started looking for the apartment. On the way, Suyu noticed that the clothes worn by the people around him were a little strange. "Shouldn't we wear something thicker in such cold weather?" He was shivering even in his down jacket. Some of the people in this group were shirtless, and some girls were wearing beautiful skirts. "Aren't they cold?" Suyu curiously asked Su Lin beside him, "Sister Lin, aren't they cold?" Su Lin naturally understood what he meant when he heard the question, so he explained, "Those burly, shirtless people are probably animal-type superpowers. They have high physical strength and are naturally not afraid of the cold. Those wearing thin clothing may be wearing super weapons to protect against the cold." "A super weapon that can resist the severe cold?" Suyu's eyes lit up. "There is such a good thing? Then why bother wearing a down jacket? It's so cumbersome to wear a down jacket. You must have a weapon to resist the cold." Su Lin saw his eyes and immediately understood what he was thinking, so she said ruthlessly, "Don't even think about it. A super weapon that can withstand the severe cold is worth 500,000 star coins. It's not something you and I can own." 500,000? Suyu was stunned when he heard the price of the super weapon that could resist the severe cold. So expensive? He suddenly felt that down jackets were actually quite good, inexpensive, and had obvious functions, highlighting their cost-effectiveness. "Actually, I think the clothes we wear are enough and we don't need that weapon," Suyu said with a pout. There were people around wearing thick clothes, and there were quite a few of them, much more than those who were wearing thin clothes. Su Lin was amused by his words and smiled, "If we came here often, we could buy weapons to resist the severe cold, but we don't come here often, so there's no need to buy any. Their team is still a little weak and they don't come to the extremely cold place often. So there is no need to spend huge amounts of money to buy super weapons to resist the severe cold. It's better to use that money to improve your own abilities. Of course, it doesn't matter if you are wealthy." Suyu nodded. He felt that what Su Lin said made sense. During the conversation, they quickly found an apartment, but when they asked the price, Suyu was stunned. 1 ordinary super stone per night. Perhaps because this place gathers super-powered people from all over China, there is never a shortage of super-powered tenants here. To put it bluntly, if you don't rent it, there are plenty of people who will, and the prices are extremely exaggerated. In the end, Suyu and others moved in. Originally, Suyu wanted to take this opportunity to go out for a walk and experience the local culture and customs, but he was expressly forbidden to go out by team leader Zhao Kai. His reason was that if you weren't afraid of being noticed, just go out and have a look. After hearing this, Suyu instantly lost all thought of leaving. He has such a handsome face. If he is spotted by an ungrateful person and someone tries to rob him of his kidneys after he leaves the Arctic fortress, it will be a waste of time. Several people took out their equipment and distributed it among themselves. Since Wang Debao was stronger, he was responsible for equipping the tent, while the others were responsible for food and water. Because Suyu joined their team, this time they will stay in the extremely cold land longer than before. They must make adequate preparations in advance to deal with various possibilities that may occur in extremely cold areas. Chapter 40, First entering the extremely cold land. The next morning, Suyu and his companions got up early, packed their equipment, and headed to the extremely cold place. The group arrived at the gate of the Arctic fortress and found that a large number of super-powered people had gathered there waiting for the gate to open. It seems that everyone has the same idea. The early morning when the wind and snow are lighter is the best time to enter the extremely cold area. Zhao Kai looked at the people gathered around and said, "Is the city gate not open yet?" Su Lin tiptoed and looked at the closed city gate in the distance. Wang Debao looked down at the watch on his wrist. There's still a little time left. When do the city gates usually open and close? Suyu was a little curious. He had never been here before and didn't understand it. There is no specific time for opening and closing the city gates. The super-powered people guarding the city gates decide whether to open or close the gates based on the strength of the wind and snow outside. Zhao Kai explained. But the city gates must be opened at 6 a.m. every day. Why? This is to let those who want to leave or come back know that the city gate will be opened at this time so that they don't make a wasted trip. If a super-powered person from an extremely cold land returns from a snowstorm and finds they can't enter the fortress, wouldn't that mean they've been freezing in vain? Boom! As the two were talking, the city gate slowly opened. The city gate is open, everyone charge. This time I'm going to kill everyone. Girls, please don't touch me, otherwise, hee hee hee. When everyone saw that the city gate was about to open, the wild words and nonsense of the superpowered people could be heard all around. However, the superpowered people outside the city gate who were preparing to return to the Arctic fortress were all extremely nervous. They looked at everyone around them cautiously, fearing that someone would suddenly attack them. Not entering the Arctic fortress means there are no rules. If someone attacks them, then they can only blame themselves for their bad luck. However, most people are still cautious and will not take action. Since everyone was able to come back alive, it means that they have gained something more or less. If the robbery fails, it will be a waste of time. At this time, the city gate was completely open, and the group of people outside the city gate immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the city gates are fully open and no conflict is allowed in front of the gates, they don't have to worry about being robbed. The two groups of people were entering and exiting the city gate in an instant. The two groups of people have different passages. Those going out go on the left and those coming in go on the right, and they don't conflict with each other. Soon Suyu followed the large army through the city gate into the extremely cold land. Hiss! It's so cold. Suyu, who had just walked out of the city gate, took a deep breath. It was really too cold. It was freezing cold outside the city gate, several times colder than inside the Arctic fortress. He looked at the people around him wearing thin clothes with envy. It was so cool to have super weapons. They could act like nothing happened in such cold weather. Seeing that everyone had come out, Zhao Kai said, "Let's go, everyone put on your goggles." In the early morning, the wind and snow in the extremely cold areas are relatively small, but to be on the safe side, everyone still wears the goggles prepared in advance to prevent the wind and snow from interfering with their vision. Suyu put on the goggles and looked at his surroundings. There was an endless snowfield, and in the farthest distance he could see another cedar standing upright. Going through that cedar forest is the purpose of our journey. There are no extraordinary creatures around the Arctic fortress, so if you want to find them, you can only go deeper and deeper, Zhao Kai explained. So, led by Zhao Kai, several people walked into the snowy plain. Everyone, remember, the super watch can locate the location of the Arctic fortress. Don't lose your watch in the extreme cold. It's the only tool that can guide you. Once you lose your way here, you will be dead soon. On the way, Zhao Kai spoke to everyone very seriously. After hearing this, Suyu raised the watch on his wrist and tapped it a few times. Sure enough, I saw 5 red dots and 1 large red dot clearly displayed on the dial. The big red dot represents the location of the Arctic fortress, and the 5 small red dots represent the locations of the 5 of them. Great! With this thing, I won't be afraid of getting lost in the snow. He looked up at the cedar forest ahead and sighed. I wonder how much longer it will take. The cedar forest ahead looks quite close, but it is actually still some distance away from the Arctic fortress. In fact, he once asked the captain why he didn't drive a snowmobile, and the answer he got was, if you want to be a thorn in everyone's side, then drive a snowmobile. It's better to keep a low profile if you don't have absolute strength. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at this cedar forest. Zhao Kai saw that everyone was a little tired and said, "Everyone, please stay where you are." Suyu found a cedar tree and leaned against it. After leaving the city gate, he released his spatial reconnaissance ability all the way. At first, there were a few teams following them not far behind, but after a while they all dispersed. Now there is no one within 60 meters of his space system. What happened? Su Lin handed him a biscuit and a bottle of water. Suyu took the supply she handed to him with a smile. It's my first time here, so I'm a little curious. Su Lin said, once you leave the city gate, you have to be extremely careful with every step you take. You might run into a supernatural creature in a few steps, or even a superpowered person you don't recognize in a few more steps. If we encounter a supernatural creature, it's okay for everyone to kill it together. If we encounter other superpowers, we must be extra careful. Superpowers are often more difficult to deal with than extraordinary creatures. Suyu nodded. He had never fought against supernatural creatures before, so he was not very clear about them. However, he had fought against superpowered people several times, and they were indeed very difficult to deal with. Now in such an unregulated place like the extreme cold, the ugliness of human nature will be infinitely released, and who knows what that group of superpowered people will do. By the way, Sister Lin, how many times have you been to the extremely cold place? Suyu suddenly asked, looking up. As for me, I've been here 3 times, including this time, said Su Lin. 3 times? Su Yu was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that Su Lin had only come 3 times. He thought Su Lin had come several times before. Well, our team's overall strength is still too weak, so we don't come here often. If you hadn't joined us, it might have taken us a long time to come to the extremely cold land again. Su Lin explained. Am I so important? Su Yu pointed at himself and said. Well, you are very important. You are like a step up for the entire team. The last few times we came to the Arctic to hunt extraordinary creatures, we relied on the captain's mid-level fire element. It's okay to hunt low-level extraordinary creatures, but once we encounter high-level ones, it will be a bit difficult for us beginners. Your joining can make our team more flexible and adaptable, and no longer rely solely on the captain's damage. Su Lin nodded heavily. I'll do my best. Su Yu said. I didn't expect that I was so important to the team. It was because of him, the thunder element, that the team was more confident in entering the extremely cold land. Oh, don't worry too much. The captain is a mid-level fire element. Even if we encounter powerful supernatural creatures, we can kill them together. Su Lin said with a smile. Although she said this, she was not sure in her heart. The last defeat was actually because they encountered a very powerful supernatural creature, which seriously injured them. In the end, they fled in different directions and only survived by relying on the super watch. The reason they failed to defeat it was that their team had only Zhao Kai as their attack weapon. The other people's basic skills couldn't even break the defense of the extraordinary creature, which led to their ultimate failure. Chapter 41 Snow Wolf. In a cedar forest in the snowy plains of an extremely cold land, Su Yu was leaning against a cedar tree and chatting with Su Lin. At this moment, a strange creature suddenly appeared within Su Yu's space reconnaissance range and approached them. Sister Lin, is there a creature that's 2 meters long and 1 meter tall, with long white hair all over its body and ice blue hair covering its limbs? Su Yu described the creatures he had detected through space exploration. Yes, the snow wolves in the extremely cold areas are similar to what you described. Su Lin replied. How do you know the characteristics of the snow wolf? After answering, Su Lin found something wrong. Su Yu had never been to an extremely cold place, so how did he know about the snow wolf? Snow wolf? Su Yu asked with some confusion. The name does match the animal that scouted in his space system, and it does look like a wolf. Well, snow wolves are the most common supernatural creatures in extremely cold lands. By the way, you haven't told me how you know about snow wolves. Su Lin asked quickly after explaining his doubts. Why don't you take a look at the one behind you and see if it's a snow wolf? Su Yu pointed at the snow wolf behind her and said. Behind me? Su Lin turned around and saw a snow wolf staring at them fiercely, breathing out hot air from its mouth. Ah! Su Lin was frightened by the sudden and silent appearance of the snow wolf and shouted. Zhao Kai and the others who were resting nearby were awakened by Su Lin's surprised voice. What happened? Snow wolf. Su Lin pointed at the snow wolf not far away with a trembling voice. Snow wolf? When Zhao Kai and the others heard the name, they immediately looked in the direction she pointed. At this time, the snow wolf was drooling and staring at everyone fiercely. It stuck out its tongue and licked its front paws, as if it regarded them as prey to be slaughtered. Everyone prepare for battle. When Zhao Kai saw the snow wolf, he immediately spoke up to remind everyone. Everyone immediately became nervous and tensed their bodies to prepare for the upcoming battle. Is this a supernatural creature? Except that it's a little bigger, it seems to be no different from the wolves in my previous life. Su Yu looked at the snow wolf in the distance and thought, is that it? Suddenly, the snow wolf that was standing still and staring at everyone moved and pounced towards Su Lin. Just now, it saw fear in Su Lin's eyes, so it chose her as its target. Seeing this, everyone immediately released their skills. Vine binding. Seeing this, Bai Xiao immediately released his control skills. As the snow wolf rushed over, several vines suddenly appeared on the icy ground under its feet, binding its limbs and restricting its movement. His vine binding skill can control the target within the range visible to the naked eye. Thick Earth Shield. When Wang Debao saw that the snow wolf was targeting Su Lin, he immediately formed a brown energy light shield in front of Su Lin to block her way. Don't be afraid, it's just a beginner snow wolf. Zhao Kai judged that this was a beginner snow wolf based on its size and quickly spoke out to remind everyone. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard it was a beginner level, but they did not let their guard down. The snow wolf, which was originally flying, was suddenly tied up by vines. It became a little angry and let out a low roar. Then it lowered its head and used its sharp teeth to bite the vines that bound its limbs. Seeing that the trapped snow wolf was trying to break free, Su Lin quickly released a water spear to attack, but was stopped by Su Yu, who was standing by. "Sister Lin, leave it to me. It wants to bite you, but it doesn't even consider its own weight." As Su Yu spoke, a lightning spear condensed in his palm in an instant, and the lightning spear exuded a terrifying power of thunder. Without waiting for Su Lin to reply, he fired at the snow wolf. I don't know how tough this snow wolf is, so the energy gathered by this lightning spear is his strongest attack. If you don't do it, it's fine, but when you do it, it must be shocking. The lightning spear made a sound like breaking through the air and instantly pierced into the body of the snow wolf. The snow wolf was tied up by vines and couldn't move at all, so the lightning spear pierced its body without a doubt. Roar! The snow wolf roared in pain, and then a tingling sensation spread throughout its body, making it feel weak, and it lay on the ground with limp limbs. The originally straight body shriveled in an instant. Then Su Yu shouted, "Explode!" The lightning spear inserted into its body exploded instantly, emitting terrifying power of thunder. Boom! Accompanied by the bombardment of huge lightning energy, the snow around the snow wolf was blown away, revealing the bare ground. The originally tall and ferocious snow wolf disappeared, leaving behind 5 stone-sized superpower stones. Gone just like that? Su Yu looked at the location of its corpse with some disdain. He thought it was very powerful, but he didn't expect that it couldn't even withstand his attack. Fuck, it's so powerful that even the corpse was blown away? Wang Debao was stunned by the damage Su Yu suffered. The power of this skill is the damage that he, an initial level earth element, will never achieve in his lifetime. Zhao Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. In fact, when the snow wolf was trapped just now, he could have killed it instantly. But he didn't do anything. He wanted to see how strong Su Yu was. The result was beyond his imagination. To be more precise, it was Su Yu who exceeded his imagination. He killed the beginner snow wolf instantly with one strike. Bai Xiao, who was standing aside, pushed his black glasses and was extremely surprised. Others might not be able to feel the power of Su Yu's skills, but he could definitely feel it. Because just now when the lightning spear exploded, the vines he used to bind the snow wolf were instantly blown into energy and dissipated into nature. Su Lin, who was behind the thick earth shield, saw the huge snow wolf disappear in an instant and looked at Su Yu beside him in amazement. So fierce? Is this the short-lived Su Yu he knew? He's become so powerful in just a few days. If she used her skills to attack the snow wolf, she could eventually kill it, but it would waste some time and she wouldn't be able to kill it instantly like Su Yu did. What's wrong? Su Yu felt a little guilty when he saw everyone looking at him like that. Damn, if he had known that the snow wolf was so weak, he would not have released such a powerful lightning spear. He felt that using half of his energy would be enough to kill it instantly. It's okay, I'm just shocked by the power of your skills. Zhao Kai was indeed shocked by the power of thunder. When he was just starting out in the fire system, he couldn't kill a snow wolf in one blow. Everyone nodded like chicks, agreeing very much with what Zhao Kai said. Su Yu scratched his head awkwardly. That attack just now was my strongest attack. I wanted to test how strong the extraordinary creatures are, but I didn't expect some. We understand. Wang Debao's inner thought at this moment was, are you trying to show off? Chapter 42 Need some refreshment? By the way, Su Yu, take the 5 superpower stones dropped by the snow wolf. Since you killed it, they belong to you. Zhao Kai pointed to the superpower stones in the big pit in the distance. Su Yu looked at everyone and seeing that no one had any objections, he put the 5 super stones into his backpack. In fact, the killing of the snow wolf was not entirely his credit. His control of the taciturn Bai Xiao also contributed to it. Su Yu asked, Captain, if you kill a beginner-level supernatural creature, will it drop 5 ordinary superpower stones? If so, that would be awesome. Getting 5 super stones with one hit wouldn't be any better than taking on those missions in Star City. A beginner-level extraordinary creature can drop a maximum of 5 ordinary superpower stones, while a mid-level one can drop a maximum of 3 intermediate superpower stones. I'm lucky this time. I didn't expect that after killing this snow wolf, it would drop 5 super stones. Generally speaking, the probability of getting 5 super stones is very, very small. Most of the time, it's only 3 or 4. Zhao Kai explained. After a short rest, everyone continued their journey to deeper into the extremely cold land. On the road, Su Yu walked at the end of the team. When no one could see him, He put his hand with the ring into the backpack containing the superpower stones. After a while, the superpower stones were absorbed by the ring. Suyu, what are you doing sneaking around in the back? Su Lin saw Suyu at the back of the team and didn't know what he was doing. There's something fishy going on over there, don't accuse anyone wrongly. Suyu hurriedly caught up with the main group after hearing Su Lin's reminder. You're clearly. Alright, stop messing around. Zhao Kai interrupted Su Lin and said to Wang Debao, use your earth vision and hearing to see if there are any extraordinary creatures nearby. They couldn't keep walking aimlessly like this. For the past half day, apart from the snow wolf they had encountered earlier, they couldn't see any trace of any extraordinary creature. After hearing the captain's words, Su Lin gave Suyu a fierce look. Suyu didn't care about her. He scratched his head and looked around. His space reconnaissance revealed that there was nothing within 60 meters. Okay, boss. Wang Debao squatted down, then inserted his hands into the ice and snow on the ground and then activated the earth-based skill. Ground vision and hearing is an entry-level skill of the earth element, used to detect whether there is anyone within a 500-meter radius. This detection skill has limitations, that is, the target must be on the ground and move. If it is not on the ground or not moving, it cannot be detected. However, Suyu's spatial system has no restrictions. As long as a target appears within the range, it can be detected immediately. Captain, there are several footsteps about 400 meters to our left, and more than a dozen footsteps at the limit of the detection range on our right. Wang Debao closed his eyes, listened to the vibration sound coming from the ground, and told the results of the detection. Suyu, who was standing by, was also surprised when he heard his detection results. He could actually detect so far away. No wonder there was no one in his detection range. They were all outside the range. Zhao Kai frowned and asked, can you tell if it's a human or a supernatural being? No, Captain. My detection skill can only tell me how many targets are moving. It cannot detect whether they are human or supernatural creatures. Wang Debao said helplessly. His skill is to listen to the feedback fluctuations from the ground. If the opponent does not move, it cannot be detected at all. After hearing Debao's explanation, Zhao Kai had no choice but to say, look at where there are more footsteps and we'll go. Wang Debao nodded, then continued to carefully detect it again. Soon he said, there are more footsteps on the right. Let's go and take a look to the right. Under Wang Debao's guidance, everyone changed direction. Debao, does your visual and auditory consumption consume energy? On the way, Suyu was a little curious about Wang Debao's skill consumption. It definitely consumes energy, and quite a lot of it. Ah. Suyu was surprised. His space system did not consume energy, and he thought Debao's ground vision and hearing did not consume energy either. It turned out that his skills consumed energy. What's so surprising about this? If it doesn't consume energy, I can detect a few steps without walking a few steps. Wang Debao looked at him speechlessly. It's because of the energy consumption that I let him detect now, otherwise I would have asked him to detect long ago. Zhao Kai heard the conversation between the two and interrupted. That makes sense. Suyu nodded. It seems that his own space system is better. Although the detection range is small, it does not consume energy and the range is sufficient. Let's go. Debao said there are a lot of footsteps there. Maybe we can get something big this time. Su Lin walked up and patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, kindness. After walking for a while in the direction indicated by Debao, some figures gradually appeared within Suyu's space detection range. After checking, he stopped for a moment, looked up at the cedar forest in the distance, stood there in a daze, and then swallowed. Damn, so many of them. Grandma Lies Wang Debao, do you want us to die? What's wrong, Suyu? Why don't you leave? Su Lin asked when she saw Suyu suddenly stopped leaving. Suyu, is there something wrong? Zhao Kai asked hurriedly when he saw that he didn't move. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao beside him also looked at him curiously. Can I take a break? I'm a little tired. Suyu thought for a long time before coming up with this reason. Tired? Zhao Kai and others were full of confusion after hearing this. Why did he suddenly feel tired? Okay, since Suyu suggested that we take a break, let's take a break. It's not a big deal to travel this distance anyway. Zhao Kai looked at the surrounding cedar forest and found that there was nothing wrong, so he agreed to Suyu's suggestion. Everyone rested on the spot. You were fine, kid, why are you suddenly tired? Su Lin walked to Suyu and pinched him. Hiss, it hurts, please stop pinching me. Suyu begged for mercy quickly. Su Lin looked at him speechlessly and said, I just took a break, why do you want to take a break again? Suyu actually wanted to tell her that there was a fucking pack of snow wolves ahead. There were no less than 20 of them within his reconnaissance range, and he felt that these 20 were still too few, and there might be quite a few more outside the 60-meter range. But he couldn't tell Su Lin directly. Can you take a break, my dear sister? I'm really a little tired. Suyu said to Su Lin coquettishly. Looks like I'll have to give you a good rest when I get back. Su Lin snorted softly, thinking of the time a few days ago when he had a nosebleed after looking at something unclean. Then she said something harsh and walked away from Suyu, finding a cedar tree to lean against and rest. Suyu was immediately unhappy after hearing this. Do I need to be supplemented when I'm so strong? Forget it, I won't bother with her. Next, we have to find a way to tell everyone that a group of snow wolves are gathering not far away. If you go there rashly without being prepared, you will suffer a great loss. Then he saw Wang Debao sitting on the ground not far away, and he walked towards Wang Debao. Chapter 43, Running Away. Debao, we've been walking for so long, but we haven't seen any extraordinary creatures here? Could it be that your audio-visual detection is wrong? How about you detect it again? Wang Debao, who was sitting on the ground, was a little confused when he saw Suyu coming over and asking him a series of questions. Probe again? Suyu nodded calmly. We went in the direction you pointed, but didn't see any extraordinary creatures? Is it possible that the extraordinary creature has already left early? He must find a way to let Wang Debao detect it again, so that everyone can know that there is a group of snow wolves not far away without exposing the space system. Wang Debao thought about it and found that what Suyu said made sense. They walked in this direction under their own guidance. They had been walking for such a long time without seeing any extraordinary creatures. What Suyu said might not be impossible. Wang Debao said doubtfully, then let's test it again? Although audio-visual activities consume energy, we cannot let everyone make a wasted trip just for a little energy. As he said this, he pressed his palms tightly against the ground and activated the earth-based skill of sight and hearing. Feedback from the ground 500 meters around him came clearly into his mind. Then he frowned, suddenly opened his eyes, and stared at Suyu in front of him in amazement, with his mouth wide open. Suyu knew that he must have detected the group of snow wolves, which was why he looked like that. So Suyu said calmly, why are you looking at me like that? Did you detect anything? Did the extraordinary creature leave early? Wang Debao looked at him and shook his head in shock. Didn't leave? That's impossible. If they didn't leave, why are there no extraordinary creatures around here? Suyu whispered to himself in feigned confusion. Wang Debao stood up suddenly and shouted to Zhao Kai in panic, Captain, there is a group of footsteps about 100 meters ahead in the cedar forest. What? Zhao Kai jumped up from the ground after hearing it. Su Lin and Bai Xiao on the side also looked at Wang Debao in surprise. Suyu was naturally very surprised, after all, he had to perform well. A group, how many are there? Zhao Kai asked hurriedly. If the number of extraordinary creatures was huge, they would be seeking death if they went forward rashly. There should be no less than 100 extraordinary creatures. Wang Debao said as he recalled the frequency of footsteps coming from the ground just now. 100 of them? Suyu was really shocked after hearing this. His space system only measured about 20 of them. It turned out that there was another group outside the detection range of his space system. Wang Debao, you really want us to die? You are dragging us into the fire pit. 100 extraordinary creatures? Zhao Kai was extremely shocked after hearing this, and was glad that they did not rush over. Su Lin and Bai Xiao, who were standing by, were also stunned when they heard the number of extraordinary creatures. They asked in unison, are you sure? Wang Debao nodded. He was sure that he had not made a mistake this time. After all, the frequency transmitted from the ground was too high. Captain, what should we do? Wang Debao asked in panic. After all, it was only 100 meters away from them. Fortunately, there was a cedar forest blocking their way, otherwise they would have been seen by that group of extraordinary creatures. Su Lin and others also looked at Zhao Kai, waiting for his command. After all, he was the captain and had rich experience. What should we do? Zhao Kai frowned and thought, as if they were a group of extraordinary creatures, they would only be sending themselves to death. Just when they didn't know what to do next, the howling of a snow wolf suddenly came from the distance. Ah! After hearing the wolf howling, Zhao Kai shouted, "Run!" What a joke! This group of extraordinary creatures turned out to be snow wolves, and once snow wolves gather together, there must be a wolf king. The wolf king's strength is comparable to that of a mid-level fire-type superpowered person like him, or even stronger. If I don't run now, am I waiting to die? There was no chance of them winning against a pack of snow wolves. Run? Several people were stunned after hearing this, then they came to their senses in an instant, picked up their equipment and ran in the opposite direction. Su Yu was the fastest runner. After all, he was ready to run away before Zhao Kai even opened his mouth. This was because he had discovered within his spatial detection range that the pack of snow wolves were heading towards them. Su Yu, aren't you tired? Why are you running so fast? Wang Debao, who was following behind Su Yu, noticed that Su Yu was running a little fast and asked breathlessly. Zhao Kai and others beside Debao were also curious. Aren't you the first one to say you were tired? How come you ran the fastest? Su Yu thought to himself, you don't really think I'm pretending, do you? If I hadn't told you there's a pack of snow wolves ahead, how could I possibly be tired? No, I can't run anymore. Su Lin was a little out of breath after running for a while. Her physical fitness was not very strong to begin with, and this was a snowy field with a layer of snow covering the ground, making it more difficult for her to run than on flat ground. Seeing that Su Lin, who was at the back of the army, could hardly run anymore, Su Yu quickly stopped and put her backpack on his back. Sister Lin, I'll carry your things. Hold on a little longer. He is young and strong, so this weight won't have much impact on him. Su Lin saw this and didn't act pretentiously. Naturally, she wouldn't refuse Su Yu's help. She nodded and said, Sister, my love for you is not in vain. Then she handed the backpack to Su Yu and ran again. Seeing this, the people on the side didn't say anything. Since Su Yu had the ability to help his teammates share the burden, everyone was naturally happy to see it. Even if Su Yu didn't help Su Lin carry the backpack, others would take the initiative to help, after all, they were a team. But 2 legs can never outrun 4 legs. After they ran for a distance, the group of snow wolves appeared behind them. Ah! The howling of snow wolves came from behind. Bai Xiao, use your skills to stop them. Zhao Kai immediately said to Bai Xiao beside him when he saw this. Bai Xiao nodded, then stopped and turned to face the pack of snow wolves rushing towards him. Then his palm emitted a green light and instantly slammed it into the ground in front of him. A vine wall instantly appeared on the ground. After Bai Xiao finished releasing his skills, he turned around and continued running with the team. This is a form of releasing his primary wood-type control skill. Vines rise in one place and once the opponent enters, they will be entangled by the vines. Sure enough, the snow wolves were entangled by the vines when they entered the area. After being trapped for only a moment, the group of snow wolves used their sharp teeth to tear off the vines that were entangled with them. Nima, why is it so fast all of a sudden? Bai Xiao, did you give them stimulants? They run so fast. Wang Debao was frightened by the sudden acceleration of the group of snow wolves. The snow wolf that broke free from control became even more angry, and chased at a speed more than twice as fast as before. Bai Xiao rolled his eyes at him after hearing this. Who would have thought that his vine bindings did not trap them but instead angered them? Seeing this, the few people knew that it was useless to continue running because this group of snow wolves was determined to eat them. Chapter 44 Battle. I won't run anymore. I'll fight them. Leave the Wolf King to me, and you go deal with the other snow wolves. Zhao Kai stopped, and then his body instantly caught fire, glaring at the Wolf King at the end of the snow wolf pack in the distance. Following the captain's command, everyone stopped and prepared to fight. Just as Su Yu and the others stopped, the pack of snow wolves also stopped and stared at them with a fierce look. Then there was a low growl, and the snow wolf pack made way for a passage. A wolf king with a body length of 5 meters and a height of 2 meters walked out of the snow wolf pack. It walked to the front of the pack and looked at Su Yu and others with fierce eyes. Why is this horse so big? Su Yu was shocked by the wolf king's huge body. What the hell did you eat to grow so big? The pair of wolf fangs were almost as thick as his thighs. The two sides were in a standoff, when suddenly the king of waves looked up at the sky and roared "Aoaoao." When the roar ended, the wolf attack began. The group of snow wolves swarmed towards Su Yu and his 4 companions. Leave the wolf king to me, and the rest are up to you. Zhao Kai, who was burning with fire, took the lead in attacking. He gathered the blazing fire energy in his fists and rushed towards the wolf king. The surrounding snow wolves felt the heat wave and didn't dare to get close. they passed Zhao Kai and rushed towards Suyu and the others behind them. It was as if they knew that the Wolf King would deal with the fireman and they didn't need to worry about it. What do you mean by looking down on us? Suyu felt a little unhappy when he saw that this group of snow wolves ignored Zhao Kai and came to kill them. You're afraid of fire, but not electricity, right? Okay, very good, I'll electrocute you. Sister Lin, stand back and leave it to me. Suyu's fighting spirit was instantly ignited, and his palms gathered violent thunder power. He wanted to make these snow wolves that were about to pounce on him pay the price. Su Lin, who was standing by, felt relieved when she heard Suyu's words. It was good to have a younger brother to protect her. However, Su Lin was still a little worried and wanted to use her skills, but before she could do so, Suyu interrupted her. Sister Lin, you don't have to use your skills. Leave it to me. These snow wolves are just useless. Well, since you are so confident, let's see your performance. Su Lin obediently walked behind him and watched his performance. Just wait and see. Suyu instantly condensed dozens of lightning spears. He was enraged by this group of snow wolves, but the price of his anger was very high. Seeing a snow wolf flying towards him, Suyu fired a lightning spear without saying a word. The moment the lightning spear was launched, he also released his spatial ability and used some object control ability to make him hit the target every time. The lightning spear instantly pierced into the body of the snow wolf at the speed of breaking through the air, and then Suyu shouted angrily, "Explode!" Boom! The massive explosion instantly destroyed the snow wolf, leaving only a few superpower stones on the ground. Piao Lang. Su Lin behind him cheered for Suyu like a cheerleader. There are more beautiful ones, look carefully. Bang! 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 Suyu suddenly turned into a fighter plane in a space war, continuously firing lightning spears, which exploded when they hit their targets, just like fireworks, disappearing as they came. Su Lin behind him was stunned. She had never seen such a scene before and she could not describe it in words. Seeing the snow wolves that pounced on them turning into super stones, her heart was extremely shocked. The sound of the explosion, like firecrackers, naturally attracted Wang Debao and Bai Xiao, who were fighting with the snow wolves nearby. Damn, is this even possible? Suyu is playing Candy Crush here. He eliminates every snow wolf that comes his way. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao were shocked by Suyu's skills. The two of them fought with the snow wolves for such a long time and only managed to kill a few of them, but Suyu killed more than a dozen of them in just a short time. It was really outrageous. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel dreadful. Oh no, comparing yourself to others will make you feel dreadful. Zhao Kai, who was fighting with the Wolf King in the distance, naturally also heard the sound of bombing like firecrackers. Soon after, he looked over and saw the snow wolves turning into super stones, which made him feel happy. He knew that he didn't have to worry about the other team members being unable to defeat the pack of snow wolves. At first he was a little worried that Wang Debao and the others might not be able to deal with so many snow wolves, but after seeing Suyu's operation, he knew that his worries were unnecessary. With Suyu by his side, he could concentrate on fighting the Wolf King in front of him. The Wolf King was extremely angry when he saw his people disappearing one by one, but he was powerless because there was a fireman in front of him that he had to deal with. As more and more snow wolves disappeared, Suyu's lightning spears gradually decreased. Suyu saw that the lightning spear he had condensed was almost finished, so he turned around and said anxiously, "Sister Lin, charge me quickly." The reason why he bombed so unscrupulously was because he had a big power bank behind him. Su Lin had not yet recovered from the shock. Let me absorb the energy. Absorbing energy? Su Lin immediately realized that the brat asked her to hide behind him and not to use her skills because he was thinking about her star energy. Sister Lin, hurry up, let me suck. Seeing that the lightning spears were almost finished, there were still many snow wolves flying towards them. Su Lin rolled her eyes at him viciously, and then released her water area. Upon seeing this, Suyu immediately absorbed the energy of the water into his body. Comfortable. There was an indescribable sense of relief when I saw my 4 dim stars regain their luster in an instant. Come again if you have the guts. He once again gathered his energy into several lightning spears and fired them at the flying snow wolves. Boom boom boom. The bombing continued again. Su Lin, who was standing behind Suyu, looked at him resentfully and thought to herself, "You enjoyed it, but you sucked my sister dry." She didn't do anything and the energy of her few stars was gone. The sound of bombing that lasted for several minutes made Wang Debao and Bai Xiao, who were still fighting hard, doubt their lives. How can Suyu's energy last so long? At first, they were a little worried that Suyu might not have enough energy to release his skills so recklessly, but the result was a slap in the face to them. There is so much energy that it can never be used up. The two of them didn't know that the reason Suyu had so much energy was because he had almost sucked Su Lin dry. Otherwise, his energy would be exhausted after just one round of explosions. In this way, the number of snow wolves in front of Suyu was reduced to fewer and fewer. The last few remaining snow wolves looked at him with fear in their eyes, and slowly retreated, not daring to move forward at all. It was really scary. My companion turned into ashes before he could pounce on the other party. Who can withstand this? Are you scared? It's too late. What were you doing before? I will blow up anyone who dares to mess with me. Suyu saw that the remaining snow wolves wanted to run away, but how could that be possible? They had to be captured. Sister Lin, keep charging. When Su Lin heard the word recharge, she suddenly felt weak all over, as if her body had been hollowed out. Suyu, please, sister, please do this for the last time, okay? I really can't suck anymore, I'm going to be sucked dry. Suyu felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. It was all because he was fighting too hard and the star energy was bombarding him continuously as if it was free. He turned around and saw Su Lin's resentful eyes and said shyly, Sister Lin, just one last time. Su Lin finally silently released the energy of her few remaining stars for him to absorb. Now she really didn't have a drop left. She didn't do anything in this battle, but her star energy was exhausted. There was nothing she could do since Su Yu's results were quite good. Look at the super energy stones all over the ground. She had never seen such a scene before. She might as well suck them all up. Chapter 45, Kill Them All. As Suyu's energy was replenished, he easily killed the remaining snow wolves. That's it? The beginner-level snow wolf is really vulnerable. Suyu looked at the battle results on the ground in front of him with complacency. At this moment, Su Lin stretched out her small hand and pinched Suyu's waist. Hurry up and help Debeo and the others. Hiss okay. Suyu took a breath, and the soreness in his waist brought him back to his senses instantly. The two of them only dealt with some of the snow wolves on their side. Wang Debeo and Bai Xiao were still fighting with another part of the snow wolves. What's more, Captain Zhao Kai was still fighting with the Wolf King. He knew that now was not the time to celebrate. Daba, I'm here to help you. Wang Debeo and Bai Xiao were fighting hard with a pack of snow wolves at this time. When the two heard Suyu's voice, they looked over and found that the two had killed all the snow wolves that surrounded them. Their faces twitched in shock. Finished the killing so quickly? Are you kidding me? Is this the thunder element? Suyu came to support the two of them with a lightning spear in his hand. Su Lin followed closely behind him. It was Suyu who sucked her dry, so he must be responsible for her. Without star energy, Su Lin didn't dare to run around, otherwise it would be very bad if she was caught by the snow wolf. Suyu controlled the lightning spear and fired it at the snow wolf that was fighting with the two men. The powerful impact instantly knocked the snow wolf in front of the two men back several meters and then exploded in the wolf pack. The violent explosion made the surrounding snow wolves tremble. They had just seen their companions being killed by Suyu, and now that this evil god had come to them, they were all a little afraid. He didn't dare to fly up again. Fuck, your lightning spear is awesome. Wang Debeo saw the power of the lightning spear up close. He was still fighting with the snow wolf just now, but he didn't expect that a lightning spear suddenly passed by his side and instantly knocked the snow wolf in front of him several meters away, and then an explosion occurred, killing it instantly. Bai Xiao next to him pushed his eye sockets, appearing very calm on the surface, but actually he was shocked inside. Because the terrifying power of thunder when the lightning spear passed by him just now really shocked him. Considering the wolf's trembling limbs, it is hard to imagine how powerful this is. Perhaps only Captain Zhao Kai's intermediate fire skills can be compared with it. Suyu smiled slightly, low profile, low profile. He had almost gotten used to the shocked expressions on people's faces. Who can resist the shock of seeing the powerful lightning element? Looking at the shivering snow wolves in the distance, Suyu was quite proud. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Why are you trembling now? It doesn't matter how many wolves there are. My thunder element is not to be trifled with. My meat isn't that delicious. With the addition of Suyu, the Big C, and the control skills of the two, Suyu did not need to use too much energy to kill the remaining group of original wolves. Bang! After killing the last snow wolf, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Are they all dead now? Several people looked at the superpower stones all over the ground in a dreamy manner. No one expected that the ending would be like this. All the snow wolves turned into superpower stones. If they had known the result would be like this, they would not have run just now, wasting a lot of energy in vain. Fortunately, Suyu was here, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy. Wang Debao said. If Suyu, a thunder elementalist with explosive output, was not there, it would be impossible for them to kill this group of wolves with just a few of them. They could only wait until Captain Zhao Kai killed the Wolf King and came to support them. If Zhao Kai did not defeat the Wolf King, their ending would be the same as the last time they came to the extremely cold land. If he fled with serious injuries, he might even die here. This is a truly great harvest. We've never been this rich before. Several people were drooling as they looked at the super stones all over the ground. This trip was not in vain. Ouch. Suddenly, the Wolf King, who was still fighting with Zhao Kai in the distance, suddenly became furious. The white hair on his entire body instantly turned blue, and then he pounced towards Zhao Kai in front of him with all his might. Seeing this, Zhao Kai immediately used his fire fist to resist. After all, he had used his fire fist to block the Wolf King's attacks several times before. But what he never expected was that the power of the Wolf King's attack this time was several times greater than Xiang Qian's. Not good. Zhao Kai cried out inwardly. He knew that there was no time to react and could only passively take the attack. Bang! The powerful force instantly knocked him back several meters. After landing, Zhao Kai gasped for breath and looked up at the Wolf King in front of him. How come it suddenly became so strong? It wasn't like this just now. Just now, I was able to block its claw attack with my fire fist, so why is it suddenly so powerful this time? Captain! Are you okay? After killing the group of snow wolves, Suyu and others in the distance saw Zhao Kai being instantly knocked several meters away by the Wolf King, and quickly came to support him. Why are you here? Zhao Kai asked hurriedly. Weren't they fighting against the snow wolf pack? Why did they suddenly come to support them? Captain, we've finished killing the snow wolf. All killed? Zhao Kai was stunned for a moment after hearing this. How could it be possible? He immediately looked and found that the place where a group of snow wolves should have been had all turned into super energy stones. It's really all over. He looked at the few people in shock. Previously, he only looked at Suyu's battle situation and then turned his attention to the battle with the Wolf King. He didn't continue to pay attention to their battle situation. Unexpectedly, they wiped out the entire pack of snow wolves. No wonder the Wolf King's sudden strength made him rub his hands in anxiety. Damn, all his own people are killed, how can he not be angry? Okay, very good, let's kill this Wolf King together. Zhao Kai was very excited when he knew that the snow wolf pack was killed. This time, as long as they can kill this mid-level Wolf King, their harvest will be huge. Everyone nodded, knowing that a fierce battle was about to begin. The Wolf King was not as easy to kill as the previous snow wolves. The Snow Wolf King stared at the few people fiercely with bloodshot eyes. He would not let them go unless they killed all his people. It suddenly stretched out its hind legs and burst out at an astonishing speed, pouncing on the people in an instant. Its speed was so fast that Suyu and the others could only see a shadow. Before they could react, the Wolf King had already arrived in front of them. Get out of the way! Zhao Kai shouted when he saw this, and then he immediately released his fire fist to fight against it. Bang! The fire fist and claw attack collided again. The power of the Wolf King's claw attack was so strong that Zhao Kai's legs sank deep into the ground before he could barely take it. Fortunately, with the support of Zhao Kai's fire fist, Suyu and others had the opportunity to escape, and they quickly escaped from the Wolf King's huge claw attack. Zhao Kai, who was struggling to hold on with his fire fist under the claw attack, saw that everyone had moved away. He instantly burst out with powerful strength, pushed the wolf claw upwards, and took advantage of the brief gap to quickly roll to the side. Chapter 46 Tragic. Several people looked stern and quickly released their skills to attack the Wolf King. Suyu was the first to release the lightning spear. After all, apart from Zhao Kai, he was the one with the strongest output here. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning in his palm instantly condensed into the shape of a spear, and then he swung the spear at the Wolf King in an instant. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao on the side also released their attack skills at the same time. An earth cone condensed in front of Wang Debao and was fired at the Wolf King. Bai Xiao used his wood-type primary attack skill, Fujino Flying Knife. A vine instantly grew in front of him. The vine spun rapidly, and the leaves on it slashed towards the Wolf King like flying knives. Boom! Because the Wolf King is large in size, everyone's attacks can easily hit it. What? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked his attack had no effect at all. Although all the attacks hit it, except for the explosion of Suyu's thunder spear which turned its blue hair black, the attacks of others could not hurt it at all. The Wolf King looked at them with contempt and thought, that's it? Zhao Kai, who was far away, was not surprised to see this, because this Wolf King was a mid-level extraordinary creature, and in order to cause damage to him, at least mid-level skills were required. Instead, he was surprised by the damage done to Suyu's lightning spear. He didn't expect that his lightning spear could actually hurt the Wolf King's hair. Zhao Kai knew that he had to take action, otherwise no one would be able to capture the Wolf King. Meteor Shower. An intermediate fire attack skill. Zhao Kai instantly shot the fire energy into the sky, and in an instant a fierce rain of fire fell from the sky, instantly shooting towards the Snow Wolf King below. Each burst of fire rain had a burning effect, and it fell on the Wolf King with incredible precision. The originally contemptuous look of the Snow Wolf King instantly turned into one of great pain, and he let out a painful roar. The hair on its body was constantly being burned, and it was constantly being baptized by fire. Fuck, this skill is so powerful. Suyu was also extremely surprised to see the lethality of this skill. Obviously, Zhao Kai's skill was several times more powerful than his own lightning spear. If Zhao Kai had used Meteor Shower to attack the Snow Wolf pack, perhaps one skill could have killed a whole group of snow wolves. Of course he's powerful. The captain is a mid-level fire element, so his skills are naturally powerful. Su Lin, who was standing behind him, said. So you thought about it and it was indeed true. He was only a beginner in the thunder element, so his power was naturally not as strong as that of a mid-level fire element. Beautiful captain. Wang Debao started cheering for Zhao Kai when he saw the Wolf King roaring in pain. Bai Xiao, who was standing beside him, also raised the corner of his mouth slightly when he saw this. Although Zhao Kai's intermediate fire attack skill Meteor Shower is very powerful, the Snow Wolf King cannot be defeated so easily. The Snow Wolf King growled, his eyes instantly changed from blood red to ice blue, and all the hair on his body turned ice blue. Extremely cold area. How could a mid-level snow wolf not have any special skills? The Wolf King activated his own extreme cold field, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. The rain of fire falling on it was instantly reduced by the extreme cold field, and finally hit its body without any pain. It slowly stood up from the ground and let out an earth-shaking roar. This works? Su Yu and the others were stunned. Such a powerful skill couldn't kill it. Do you feel a chill? Su Lin suddenly felt a chill coming from around her, and she wrapped herself in clothes. After hearing this, everyone instantly felt a chill approaching around them. Can the Snow Wolf King also perform magic attacks? Su Yu immediately guessed that this abnormal cold air was definitely caused by the Wolf King. The extremely cold place, which was already quite cold, was now even colder, making several people shiver. Zhao Kai, who was far away, saw that the effect of his Meteor Shower attack had greatly decreased, and his expression suddenly became stern. Just as the group was stunned, the Snow Wolf King opened its mouth and raised its head, and a stream of icy blue energy surged from the depths of its throat. Then it spit fiercely at Su Yu and the others, and the strong breath instantly turned into a ferocious ice explosion that shot towards Su Yu and the others. Zhao Kai, who was standing on the side, saw this and immediately shouted, "Get out of here!" Fuck! When Su Yu and the others saw that the ice explosion was targeting them, they cursed inwardly and immediately dodged to the side. Seeing this, Wang Debao immediately released his defensive skill, Thick Earth Shield, while Bai Xiao used his Vine Wall. Boom! As a mid-level Wolf King, its ice explosion power is naturally very powerful, and its small primary defense skills are completely useless. The instantaneous explosion made it impossible for Su Yu, Su Lin, and others to escape. The huge shock wave instantly knocked several people dozens of meters away. Damn! Zhao Kai was instantly filled with anger when he saw his teammates being seriously injured. Then a raging fire burned himself and his fire fist appeared again. Since the popular rain of fire doesn't work, he can only try a different attack method. Fiery Fist. He gathered all his flames into his fist and punched the Wolf King. Go to hell! He roared and punched out with his flaming fist filled with enormous energy. The huge fist instantly hit the Wolf King's body. Bang! The Wolf King roared in pain as his body was knocked back several meters, and a huge fist mark was burned on his hair. Ahem! At the same time, Su Yu struggled to get up from the ground, his face as pale as paper. In an instant, a surge of blood surged in his heart, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth unconsciously. Fortunately, he used the space system to support himself just now, otherwise his injuries would be even worse. Su Lin and others who were also knocked away were seriously injured and fainted. They did not wake up for a long time. Su Yu walked to Su Lin's side with difficulty, helped her up and shook her body. "Sister Lin, wake up." Su Lin felt weak all over, and she opened her eyes blurrily. "Su Yu, am I still alive?" The immense power of the ice explosion instantly made her lose consciousness, and she thought she was dead. She's still alive. Sister Lin is so beautiful, how could she be dead? Su Lin smiled slightly after hearing this. It was already such a late hour and this boy still had the mind to praise her. When Su Yu saw her wake up, he helped her to a cedar tree and let her lean against it. "I'll go help Debeo and the others over. Please wait a moment." As he spoke, Su Yu dragged Debeo and Bai Xiao over with great difficulty and woke them up separately. "You guys recover here, I'll go help the captain." Several people were seriously injured, and I was the only one who still had the strength to fight. Next, I could only go to help Xiao Kai by myself. "Su Yu, be careful," Su Lin warned. Except for Su Yu, the others really didn't have the ability to continue fighting, and they would only die if they went there. Now they could only pray that Su Yu and the captain could kill the Wolf King, otherwise they would surely die. "Team leader." Su Yu ran over with difficulty. "Su Yu, are you okay?" Zhao Kai saw the power of the ice explosion just now. He couldn't believe that Su Yu and others could still stand up after being hit by the ice explosion. "They're fine, just a little bit badly injured." "That's good." Zhao Kai was delighted after hearing this, and then said, "The Wolf King's defense has weakened since its fur turned blue." He immediately told Su Yu about his discovery. Just now, he used his fire fist to kill the Wolf King several meters away and caused it severe damage. This shows that the Wolf King's defense is extremely low at this time, otherwise his fiery fist would definitely not be so powerful. Chapter 47, Ramming War. The defense has weakened? Su Yu's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Kai's reminder. Previously, my skills could only touch its wolf fur, but now that its defense has weakened, my skills can hurt it. After being repelled, the Snow Wolf King was extremely angry and used his ice explosion skill on Zhao Kai again. The strong breath turned into a fierce energy and shot towards Zhao Kai and Su Yu. "Careful!" Seeing this, Zhao Kai immediately swung out his fire fist. The huge flaming fist collided with the ice explosion, and instantly a powerful shockwave spread in all directions. Su Yu used his arm to barely block the shockwaves generated by the collision of the two skills. It's really powerful, worthy of being a mid-level extraordinary creature. The shockwaves from the skill made him somewhat unsteady on his feet. "Su Yu, let's use our skills to attack him together." "Good." Su Yu nodded, and the two of them took advantage of the gap when the Wolf King activated his skills to instantly release their own skills. Su Yu released his lightning spear, and Zhao Kai on the side also swung out his fire fist. The two people's skills instantly hit the Wolf King. Because of the Wolf King's large size, he had no time to dodge and was hit by the skills of the two people again. Ouch! The Snow Wolf King let out a terrible cry. It worked! Su Yu was delighted when he saw that the explosion caused by his lightning spear actually blew a black mark on its body. Previously, the explosion caused by his lightning spear at most dyed the Wolf King's hair black, but did not hurt its body. This time, it was able to hurt its body, which was enough to show that the Wolf King's defense had indeed decreased. Although the damage is far less than that of Zhao Kai's fire fist, it is enough. As long as it can injure its body, there is a chance to kill it. Continue. Don't give it a chance to breathe. Seeing that Su Yu's attack was miraculously effective, Zhao Kai urged him to continue the attack, otherwise it would be troublesome if the Wolf King recovered and attacked them with ice explosion again. The two will release their skills again. Just as Su Yu was about to shoot the lightning spear at the Wolf King, he suddenly had an idea and thought of a good idea. This time he did not hit the Wolf King's body but shot at its eyes. He wants to make the Wolf King blind. Since his attack can cause damage to the Wolf King's body, it can definitely damage the relatively fragile eyeballs. Call out. The slender lightning spear arrived in an instant and pierced into the Wolf King's eyeball. The moment it pierced in, a scarlet liquid spurted out. Su Yu did not let the lightning spear explode, but instead allowed it to remain in the Wolf King's eyeballs and continuously emit lightning to stimulate the Wolf King. Roar! After the lightning spear was inserted, the Wolf King let out an extremely painful roar towards the sky and kept shaking his head. His body had already been hit by the powerful fire fist, and his eyeballs were even pierced by inexplicable needles. Pain. It hurt so much. The Wolf King shook his head and found that he had not shaken off the thorns in his eyeballs, so he quickly lowered his head and tried to pull the thorns out of his eyeballs with his claws. But compared to its huge body, Suyu's lightning spear was as thin as a needle and could not touch it at all. No matter how it scratched with its claws, it couldn't relieve the pain in its eyeballs. Zhao Kai looked at Suyu in shock at the Wolf King's painful behavior and asked, "How did you do that?" He had used his fire fist before, but he had never caused the Wolf King such severe pain. He believed that the pain the Wolf King was in this time was definitely not caused by his fire fist. "I blinded its eyes. Is this possible?" After hearing Suyu's explanation, Zhao Kai suddenly understood. No wonder the Wolf King was in so much pain. It was because his own eyeball was hit. How could it not hurt? Why didn't I think of hitting its eyeballs before? But then I thought that even if I hit its eyes, my skills would probably be blocked. After all, his attack form was too large, unlike Suyu's lightning spear, which was smaller and difficult to detect. It still has one eyeball. Why don't you stab it again? Zhao Kai found that Suyu's trick was quite good. He thought it would be a good idea to blind the remaining eyeball as well. Yeah, Suyu nodded. Even if Zhao Kai didn't tell him, he would blind the Wolf King's last eye. Who made the Wolf King look so painful? The more painful it was, the more it showed that the place where he attacked was its weak point. "Captain, cover me." He was afraid that the Snow Wolf King would be on guard this time, so he asked Zhao Kai to use his skills to cover him. Good. Zhao Kai swung out his fire fist again, and Suyu took the opportunity to release his lightning spear. Although the Wolf King was in pain, when he saw Zhao Kai's fire fist coming, he still used his huge claws to block it. He couldn't just be beaten in vain, so he had to defend himself. Unexpectedly, as soon as its claws left, Suyu's lightning spear instantly pierced its other eyeball. Then the previous severe pain came again. Ah! These two humans have no moral principles. The Snow Wolf King let out an earth-shaking roar. He never thought that he would become blind like this. Beautiful! Zhao Kai shouted excitedly when he saw Suyu's lightning spear successfully pierce the Wolf King's eyes. Now that both eyes of the Snow Wolf King are blind, the next battle will definitely be much easier. Just imagine how much of a threat a Snow Wolf King without eyes can pose. The Snow Wolf King was extremely angry at the back and forth between the two. "You dare to stab me in the eyes, right? Just wait and see. It will fight back, and fight back hard." It opened its bloody mouth, and an ice blue energy that was even more powerful than before condensed again. Then it sucked in the surroundings fiercely, instantly determined the position of Suyu and the others, and then exhaled a burst of ice. "Although I am blind, my nose is still very sensitive. Just accept your death obediently." Fuck! Suyu was stunned when he saw the ice explosion sprayed accurately towards them. "You're blind and you can still be so accurate." Just now he was feeling smug about the Wolf King becoming blind, but he didn't expect that he would be slapped in the face by the Wolf King. When Zhao Kai saw the ice explosion coming towards them, he was stunned at first and then immediately released his own attack skills. Meteor shower. In an instant, a fierce rain of fire fell from the sky above the two of them and shot towards the oncoming ice explosion. Boom! The powerful ice explosion was weakened bit by bit by the rapidly falling fire rain, and was eventually weakened completely. Damn, this Wolf King is so accurate even without eyes? Suyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the oncoming ice explosion was offset by the rain of fire. Zhao Kai frowned upon seeing this and said, "Suyu, my energy is running out." He had been fighting with the Wolf King and had consumed a huge amount of energy. In addition, the energy consumption from using intermediate attack skills against the Wolf King several times was also very huge. Now there is not much star energy left. Suyu was startled when he heard this. He didn't have much star energy left. They had to find a way to quickly get rid of the Snow Wolf King and couldn't continue to waste time, otherwise they would be the ones to die in the end. Chapter 48: Killing the Wolf King. I know how he determined our location. Suyu suddenly came to his senses. I almost overlooked its nose. Nose? Zhao Kai was stunned after hearing this. Yes, the Wolf King sniffed fiercely before launching the attack. So this is the problem. The wolf's nose is so sensitive. It's up to you whether I stab him or not. After finding the problem, of course the next step is to solve it. As he spoke, Suyu condensed a lightning spear and stabbed it at the nose of the Snow Wolf King. This time he didn't ask Zhao Kai for help because there was no need. Now that the Wolf King's eyes are blind, he can fire his lightning spear with impunity. He absolutely didn't believe that the Wolf King could still smell the location of the Thunder Spear. The lightning spear easily hit the Wolf King's nose. Ouch! The Wolf King let out a tearing roar, and now its only means of locking the enemy was also discovered by the enemy. Now it has no choice. The irritable Wolf King naturally would not sit still and wait for death. He condensed the ice explosion again and shot it forward. However, after the lightning spear hit its nose, Suyu and the other man immediately changed their positions and did not stay in the same place, just to prevent the Wolf King from counterattacking. As expected, the Wolf King did attack the position where Suyu and the others were just now after his nose failed to work, but he ended up hitting the air. "Captain, it's up to you now," Suyu said. After all, his skills were not powerful enough to cause much damage to the Wolf King, and in the end he had to rely on Zhao Kai's intermediate skills. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Zhao Kai was very excited, because the Wolf King was now like fish on the chopping board, a lamb to be slaughtered and could be manipulated at will. Fiery fist. Zhao Kai swung his flaming fist towards the Wolf King, aiming for the Wolf King's head and shooting it in the head. Previously, when the Wolf King had vision, it was extremely difficult to hit the wolf's head, so he could only hit the body. Now that he has lost his eyes, of course he can only hit the wolf's head hard. Bang! The huge flaming fist instantly knocked the Wolf King back several meters. Suyu was naturally not idle either. He used the lightning spear to further damage the Wolf King's injuries. Ouch! The Snow Wolf King weakly climbed up from the ground. His entire head was bruised and swollen, and blood was constantly coming out of his eyes and nose. However, before it could stand firm, its head was hit by another force and it was instantly knocked back several meters. Zhao Kai's consecutive fire fists all hit the Wolf King's head. He did not stop releasing his skills until the Wolf King fell to the ground. The Wolf King became weaker and weaker, and finally his life was slipping away. He was knocked unconscious by Zhao Kai's fire fist. Seeing that the Wolf King did not turn into a superpower stone, Zhao Kai immediately used up the last of his star energy to release a meteor shower. The endless rain of fire shot accurately at the Wolf King, and finally the huge Wolf King turned into 2 blue superpower stones. "Huh, it's finally dead." Zhao Kai gasped for breath, feeling extremely excited. They finally killed the mid-level Wolf King. This was his first time to successfully hunt a mid-level extraordinary creature, and also the first time for their team. "Captain, are you okay?" After hearing the noise, Su Lin, Wang Debao and others came over supporting each other. "The Wolf King is dead?" After a few people came over and did not see the Wolf King, they concluded that the Wolf King was dead. They looked at Zhao Kai and Suyu in shock. "Well, the Wolf King is dead," Suyu said calmly. "Fuck, is this true? Real?" Wang Debao felt a little dreamy and quickly reached out to pinch his face. He was not dreaming, the Wolf King was really dead. Su Lin and Bai Shao looked at Suyu in disbelief. Just now, after Su Lin and the other two recovered, they were ready to die, but they didn't expect that the ending would tell them that the Wolf King was dead. Thanks to Suyu's presence this time, otherwise we would have been wiped out. Zhao Kai patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, "It's all thanks to the captain. I was just helping out on the side." Suyu said modestly. "Come on, stop being so modest. Everyone can see how important you are." Zhao Kai rolled his eyes at him. He didn't expect that this kid was so modest. Su Lin and the others nodded in agreement with the captain's words. This time, thanks to Suyu, otherwise they would have surely died if they had encountered a pack of snow wolves. "Okay, everyone, quickly collect the super energy stones on the ground." Zhao Kai gave an instruction and everyone immediately dispersed to collect all the super energy stones scattered on the ground. Debao, use your geo-visual device to see if there's anyone nearby. Seeing that everyone had collected almost everything, Zhao Kai asked Debao to use his skills to detect the surrounding area to prevent other super-powered people from coming here. If other super-powered people approach, they must evacuate immediately. After hearing this, Wang Debao immediately released the Earth-related visual and auditory skills, and then explored the surrounding area within 500 meters. "Captain, there's no one nearby at the moment." After hearing Debao's report, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now they are either seriously injured or have no energy left. If someone comes to them, they can only wait to die on the spot. If they meet a kind person, maybe they will just take their superpower stone. If they meet a vicious person, then their end will be miserable. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's find a place to stay first. They made such a big noise here just now, it will definitely attract other people. They absolutely cannot stay here, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Just like that, without even taking stock of their gains, everyone packed up their backpacks filled with super stones and left. Every few hundred meters, Zhao Kai asked Wang Debao to use the ground audio-visual system to detect whether there was anyone nearby. If they found someone, they would take a detour to avoid collision and conflict. They had to find a deserted place to rest and recover their energy and injuries. Soon they found a deserted cedar forest and went into it. Zhao Kai looked up at the darkening sky and said, "It's getting late, let's all rest here." The night in the extremely cold land is very dangerous. Not only are there extraordinary creatures, but also you have to face the baptism of strong winds and snowstorms. So once night falls, all the super-powered people in the snowfield will choose a cedar forest to rest. Dense cedar forests can effectively withstand the strong winds and sleet in the snowfields. Several people took out their tents and set up camp here. After setting up camp, except for Wang Debao, everyone got into the tent and immediately began to meditate to restore the star energy. Their primary task now is to quickly restore the star energy. Only when the energy is restored can they face all subsequent changes. As the only person in the team with detection skills, Wang Debao naturally cannot sit idle. From time to time, he would use his vision and hearing to detect the surrounding situation in case anyone else approached so that he could remind everyone to react in time. Chapter 49 Distribution. The night in the extremely cold land is pitch black, the stars in the sky emit faint light, and strong winds and snowstorms blow around from time to time. In a cedar forest. Debao, go meditate to restore your energy, and leave this to me. After Suyu restored his star energy, he walked out of the tent. Suyu, you recovered the star energy so quickly? Well, my lightning star rating isn't high, so my energy recovers quickly. Because his lightning element is only 4 stars, he recovers faster than everyone else. Wang Debao suddenly realized, then I'll go recover my energy. I'll leave this to you. Remember to tell everyone immediately if you find anything unusual. He had just been using his visual and auditory skills to continuously survey the surrounding environment, which had left him with very little energy. Now that Suyu had recovered his energy, he could safely hand over the reconnaissance mission to him. Don't worry, nothing will happen with me here. After Wang Debao left, Suyu immediately released his space ability. As long as there was any abnormality within the space detection range, he would be able to know immediately. He believed that the distance of 60 meters was enough for him to inform the captain and others of the news. Suyu sat cross-legged beside the campfire outside the tent. He reached out to take his backpack, and when he saw it was full of super energy stones, his saliva couldn't stop flowing. He really wanted to absorb these super power stones immediately. With so many super energy stones and through the purification of the ring, he felt that it was not impossible for his space system to break through 7 stars and become intermediate level. But in the end he was able to control himself. After all, it was everyone's effort. There are still 2 mid-level super energy stones in Zhao Kai's hands, so we must wait until everyone has recovered their energy before discussing the distribution of the super energy stones together. I'm not going to look at it anymore. I really can't bear it anymore. Suyu threw the backpack aside to keep it out of his sight. After a while, Su Lin and Bai Zhao's star energy was restored. They walked out of the tent and saw Suyu sitting alone by the campfire, so they walked over. Suyu, you are not secretly absorbing the super energy stone, are you? Su Lin walked over and teased with a smile. Sister Lin, how can you look at me like that? After hearing the voice, Suyu turned around and saw Su Lin and Bai Zhao walking towards him. He looked at Su Lin aggrievedly. Seeing this, Su Lin rolled her eyes at him, then sat down by the campfire and warmed her hands on it. In fact, even if Suyu absorbed them, they would not say anything. After all, Suyu's contribution this time was very great. If it weren't for him, there might not be so many super power stones. Then Zhao Kai also walked out of the tent. He stretched and saw Suyu and others sitting by the campfire, so he went over. Everyone, bring all the super power stones you have collected, and we will distribute them. Zhao Kai walked over and said. After hearing this, everyone took all the super power stones they had collected. So much. Their eyes widened when they saw the huge number of super stones. They had never seen so many super stones at one time. This time they were really eye-opening. It was not in vain that they came to the extreme cold place. A few people counted and found that there were more than 300 ordinary super power stones, and there were also 2 intermediate super power stones. This time they sent it. I'm a mid-level fire type, so I won't be involved in distributing the ordinary super stones. The four of you can just divide them up. There are 2 intermediate superpower stones. I will take one, and the remaining one will be exchanged for star coins when we return, and then we will divide it equally among the 5 of us. Zhao Kai expressed his idea of distributing the superpower stones. Su Yu and the others had no objection after hearing this. After all, except for the captain, everyone was at the beginner level and therefore could not use the intermediate superpower stones. They placed Wang Debao's superpower stones outside his tent. Then everyone took their own share of super energy stones and found a place to absorb them. Of course, they could choose not to absorb them and take them back to exchange for star coins. However, everyone chose to absorb it. After all, more than 70 superpower stones were still a bit heavy in the backpack, and it would be a bit cumbersome to carry on the road. So you took his share of the super stone and came to a cedar tree. He then used the space system to detect and found that his teammates were not nearby. Then he put his hand with the ring on it into the backpack. In a short while, the full backpack became empty. All the super energy stones inside were absorbed by the ring. This time, the more than 70 super power stones can definitely increase his strength again. Ha! After absorbing it, he breathed a sigh of relief, then waited for a while and returned to the camp with his shriveled backpack. So soon? Zhao Kai, who had absorbed the intermediate super energy stones early, was a little surprised to see Su Yu coming back so quickly with a shriveled backpack while sitting by the campfire. How could he have absorbed more than 70 super energy stones so quickly? Quick! Su Yu was confused after hearing this. If he had known, he should have waited a little longer. Last time I absorbed the super energy stone a little too quickly at Su Lin's house. I learned my lesson and waited a little longer this time. Unexpectedly, it was still faster. Have you upgraded your thunder element? Zhao Kai was curious whether Su Yu had upgraded after absorbing so many super energy stones. It was understandable that his lightning element upgraded quickly before. After all, the first few stars were easy to upgrade, but if the last few stars were also so easy to upgrade, then something would be amiss. No, how could it be possible to upgrade so quickly? I feel like I still have a long way to go from 4 stars to 5 stars. Su Yu made up an excuse. Zhao Kai nodded. Just as he guessed, Su Yu did not upgrade. Captain, have you upgraded? Su Yu asked back. Zhao Kai was stunned. Why did this guy ask about me? But as the captain, he naturally wouldn't hide his strength from his teammates, so he said, after absorbing the intermediate super energy stone, my fire element has reached 10 stars. Fuck, 10 stars? Su Yu counted. Above 7 stars is mid-level, and above 14 stars is high-level. Now the captain is 10 stars, and there are only 4 stars left to reach the high level. Zhao Kai smiled and said, I've been stuck at 9 stars for a long time. This time, after absorbing a mid-level super energy stone, I naturally reached 10 stars. The captain is 10 stars, that's awesome. Just then Su Lin came over in a good mood, carrying a somewhat shriveled backpack. Hey, Sister Lin seems to be in a good mood. Did you level up too? That's right. I'm now at the peak of 6 stars, just 1 step away from 7 stars. Su Lin raised her fair chin proudly, and then handed the shriveled backpack to Su Yu. The remaining super stones are for you. Give it to me? Aren't you almost leveling up? Why are you giving it to me? Su Yu was puzzled when Su Lin handed the backpack containing the superpower stone to him. It's useless to absorb more super energy stones at the peak of 6 stars. The last bit of energy can only be upgraded by meditation. Su Lin explained when she saw that Su Yu was a little confused. Su Yu turned to ask Zhao Kai, only to see him nod, that's right. To upgrade from a 6-star peak to a 7-star, you can only gain that last bit of energy through meditation. And those who are unlucky may be stuck there for the rest of their lives. Is there such a saying? Isn't this a good deal for yourself? Chapter 50 Intermediate. After hearing this, Su Yu decisively took Su Lin's backpack and put the super stone inside into his own backpack. He also said, I believe that someone as beautiful as Sister Lin can definitely be upgraded to 7 stars. He still understands the principle of being grateful to others and being soft-hearted when receiving favors. My little rascal, your love for me is not in vain. Su Lin's pretty face turned red when she was praised by Su Yu, and she was full of expectations for the 7-star intermediate water system. Everyone is so happy, have you guys upgraded as well? Just then Wang Debao and Bai Xiao came over together in high spirits, and it was obvious that they had just upgraded as well. Seeing the two of them approaching with beaming faces, Zhao Kai knew they must have leveled up. What stars are you two? Wang Debao patted his belly with both hands and said, "Captain, I'm 6 stars." Bai Xiao, 6 stars. When Zhao Kai heard the star ratings of several people, he stood up instantly and said excitedly, "Are you all 6 stars?" He wanted to confirm it here. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao nodded, then stretched out their hands, and 2 stars surrounded by 6 stars appeared in the palm of their hands. Well, it's great that we came to the extreme cold land this time. Unexpectedly, all 3 of them have reached 6 stars. As long as one of them breaks through to 7 stars, the strength of their team will be qualitatively improved. Where is Su Yu? Have you upgraded? Wang Debao looked at Su Yu standing aside. He knew that Su Yu upgraded very quickly, and he seriously suspected that Su Yu had also upgraded this time. I'm almost there. Su Yu scratched his head. Damn, how come everyone upgraded but I didn't? That's normal. The higher you go, the harder it is to ascend. The 2 of them also stayed at 5 stars for a long time. If they hadn't gained so much from coming to the extreme cold land this time, they didn't know when they would be able to upgrade to 6 stars. But then again, this time it was all thanks to Su Yu, otherwise they would have no chance of reaching 6 stars and would have become a meal for the snow wolves long ago. Su Yu actually wanted to say, is it difficult to upgrade? He has already reached 6 stars, and maybe his space system will reach 7 stars tomorrow. But he still held back. After all, the space system was still his trump card, and it must not be revealed unless it was a matter of life and death. Several people sat happily by the campfire, then took out the supplies they brought and started eating. Captain, what should we do next? Wang Debao said while eating. We'll be leaving tomorrow. Go back? The people around were stunned after hearing this. Going back so soon? They thought they would stay for a few more days. Well, we have gained a lot in this trip to the extreme cold land, and you are still injured. Our team does not have any healing system, so to be on the safe side, you should go back. Zhao Kai was also a little helpless about this. After hearing this, several people looked down at themselves in silence. Their bodies were covered with bruises and purples, and they also had internal injuries. It was indeed not suitable for them to continue fighting. Okay, it's getting late, everyone should go to bed. Debao, you take care of the first half of the night, and I'll take care of the second half. After eating, they returned to their tents to rest. In the second half of the night, Su Yu was sleeping soundly in the tent when he suddenly felt a burning sensation from the ring on his index finger. He woke up instantly, feeling extremely excited, as the energy of the ring's counterattack came. Just as he was about to get up, he felt a sharp tearing pain all over his body. Fuck, the aftereffects are really strong. Su Yu gritted his teeth and struggled to get up. He hadn't felt the severity of his injuries before going to bed, but he didn't expect to be unable to get up after waking up. After sitting firmly, he quickly looked inward into his mind. I saw a pure and huge energy stopped between the 2 stars waiting for his distribution. I didn't expect the purification to be completed so quickly. He thought he would have to wait until tomorrow. It seems that the purification speed of superpower stones is faster than that of superpower weapons. Without hesitation, he poured all of this enormous energy into the stars in the space system. Now his space system is 6 stars and he needs to try to make it 7 stars. Once the space system reaches 7 stars, his strength will make a qualitative leap. The captain had previously told him that the 6-star peak was the critical value for the initial stage, but he didn't know whether the energy purified by his ring could break through this critical value. So you kept praying, 7 stars, 7 stars, 7 stars. Click. Suddenly, a shining star appeared around the white star, and the 7 stars instantly formed a circle and rotated around the space system star. It's done! Su Yu shouted excitedly, and then quickly covered his mouth with his hands, for fear of waking up his teammates. At this moment, he was very excited because his space system had successfully entered the intermediate level. The most crucial thing is that the energy of the ring's counterattack was not stuck at the critical value of 6 stars. It was incredible. He couldn't help but immediately activate his spatial abilities. He wanted to see what improvements his intermediate abilities had made. In an instant, the surrounding vision came into view. 500 meters. Yes, the reconnaissance range was increased from 60 meters to 500 meters. Oh shit! Su Yu was shocked by the range of this mid-level space detection system. Damn, 60 meters directly became 500 meters, is it so perverted? The improvement from beginner to intermediate level is really a qualitative improvement. Then he began to grope again, but before he could continue groping, he found Zhao Kai rushing towards him within his reconnaissance range. Suyu cried out inwardly that something was wrong and immediately lay down and pretended to sleep. The captain must have noticed my excited shouting just now. As expected, Zhao Kai came over and opened Suyu's curtain. Hey, could it be that Suyu was talking in his sleep? Seeing that Suyu was sleeping quietly, Zhao Kai closed the curtain again. After Zhao Kai left, Suyu began to explore the intermediate space skills again. Just as he was groping around, he found that the space in the tent was a little small and he couldn't move around. He was a little worried. He thought about going out to confront the captain and switching shifts with him since he couldn't sleep. This way he could also take the opportunity to test his skills. Just as he was thinking about how to get out, he instantly appeared 500 meters away. The surrounding environment suddenly changed from a small tent to a vast snowfield. Moreover, there was a strong wind and snowstorm all around, which made Suyu shiver with cold. What the hell? Suyu was stunned when he saw this. Wasn't I in the tent just now? How did I end up in such a weird place? Damn it, go back quickly, I'm freezing to death. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot and returned to the tent. Teleport? Suyu was stunned. Are you back now? He looked around and actually returned to the tent. But then he shook his head. It didn't look like teleportation. If it was teleportation, the curtain of his tent should have shown signs of being open. There were no signs of the tent curtain being opened, indicating that it was not teleportation. He tried a few more times and finally he named this skill, Space Jump. He can jump freely within the detection range of the space system, and this skill consumes very little star energy. Chapter 51 Space Jump. Space Jump. With this skill, no one can kill him. If you meet someone stronger than you and you can't beat him, can you either run away or not? The more Suyu thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately activated the space jump and instantly arrived at the snowfield 500 meters away from him. Although the strong wind and snow around him made him shiver, it still couldn't stop the excitement in his heart. He kept jumping back and forth like a ghost, moving freely within the range of 500 meters, instantly arriving at this position and then at that position. After repeated tests, he discovered that not only could he jump by himself, but he could also jump with objects. However, the object to be jumped must be something that you can move by yourself. If the object is too heavy to be moved by yourself, then space jumping cannot be performed. Through constant practice, he has mastered the technique of space jump. He then continued to develop his space-related skills. In his eyes, space jump is at most an auxiliary skill with no lethality. He didn't believe that the space system didn't have its own output skills when it reached the intermediate level. The space shattered. Suyu looked at a thick cedar tree not far away, then clenched his palm towards it in the air. A powerful force of destruction was transmitted to the cedar tree, and then the thick cedar tree was instantly crushed by the power of space. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole cedar tree fell to the ground like fragments. Oh shit! What a powerful force! He was stunned by the power of his own skills. Not good! Suyu cried out inwardly. Damn, such a loud noise will definitely arouse the suspicion of the captain and others. Before he could get closer to take a closer look, he immediately released his space jump skill and returned to the tent in an instant. As expected, such a loud noise woke Su Lin and others from their sleep, and they hurriedly walked out of the tent. Captain, is there anything wrong? Several people looked at Zhao Kai with serious expressions. Such a loud noise is not normal. It is possible that someone nearby is fighting with a supernatural creature. At this time, Suyu, who had returned to the tent, heard the noisy sound outside and immediately came out of the tent to ask, Captain, what happened? Why is there such a loud noise? Zhao Kai frowned. He didn't know what the noise was. He had been guarding near the camp and nothing had happened. The sudden noise caught him off guard. Debeo, use your geo-visual and audio-visual equipment to detect what's going on around you. After hearing this, Wang Debeo immediately released his earth-based skill of sight and hearing. After detecting for a while, he looked a little confused. Captain, there's nothing going on. There's no one around. Nothing? Several people were stunned when they heard the results of Wang Debeo's detection. How could there be nothing wrong? You told us there was nothing wrong despite such a loud noise. Did they hear it wrong? That's impossible. Everyone heard the loud noise. Suyu, who was standing by, thought to himself, isn't there anything wrong? I was the one who did this, how could I not know whether there was anything wrong or not? Wang Debao nodded. It is true that no one was detected nearby. He was also a little puzzled. He also heard the loud noise around him just now, but his detection results told him that nothing happened around him. Okay, Bai Xiao, you stay here, and we'll go over and take a look, Zhao Kai said. He was still a little worried. After all, Wang Debao's vision and hearing still had certain defects. It would be better for them to go and see it in person. Bai Xiao nodded, and everyone began to search for the source of the sound. Soon they arrived at the place where Suyu had just jumped through space. Who did this? Several people looked at the pile of cedar tree fragments in front of them in shock. Zhao Kai's face looked a little solemn. The person who could destroy this huge cedar tree like this was definitely not an ordinary person. Even he couldn't destroy it like this. His intermediate fire skills could only smash the cedar tree at most, but it would never break into pieces like this. He walked up alone, picked up a piece of debris and examined it, and found that the cut surface was very neat and smooth. From this, we can infer that this cedar tree was definitely man-made. If it was made by a supernatural creature, the cross-section would definitely not be so neat and smooth. Several people followed closely behind him and came to the pile of cedar tree fragments with serious expressions. They looked around cautiously, fearing that the person who broke the tree would suddenly come back. Suyu, who was standing aside, didn't look very serious at all, because it was all his own fault. Instead, he was somewhat shocked. He was shocked by the power of his own space being shattered. I left in such a hurry that I didn't have time to check. I didn't expect that the destruction of my space would shatter the cedar tree so completely. Zhao Kai threw the fragment in his hand down. This person's strength is not simple, he may be stronger than me. Hearing Zhao Kai's evaluation of this man, Wang Debao looked at his captain in surprise. What? Better than you? Su Lin stared at Zhao Kai in amazement. Everyone knew very well the captain's strength, a mid-level fire type. Anyone who could be stronger than the captain had to be at least a mid-level player. In other words, the person who destroyed this giant cedar tree like this is a mid-level strongman or even stronger. Suyu touched his nose a little embarrassedly when he heard the captain's evaluation of him. Ahem, am I that strong? How come I don't know? Zhao Kai nodded. Let's go back, this person should have left. Seeing the miserable state of the cedar tree, several people were unwilling to stay there for long, so they quickly returned to their camping location. How is it? Did you find anything? Bai Xiao saw that the expressions of the few people after they came back were a little heavy, and he felt that something was not simple. It's almost dawn, so don't rest. Pack your equipment and set off for home tomorrow morning. Zhao Kai did not answer Bai Xiao directly, but spoke to everyone with a heavy expression. Bai Xiao stood there in a daze. What's so urgent? You guys tell me what happened. He quickly pulled Wang Debao aside to ask, what's wrong, Debao? Why is he acting strangely after coming back from outside? After Debao's explanation, his expression became more and more serious. There was a person with strength comparable to that of the captain who just passed by them, and the loud noise just now was caused by that person. No wonder everyone looked like this when they returned. Not taking a break anymore? Suyu, who was standing next to Su Lin, was stunned when he heard this. What the hell is going on? Why don't you take a rest for no reason? He had spent most of his time tonight testing his skills and hadn't slept at all. Now the captain told him not to rest anymore. Who could stand that? It's all my fault for not picking a smaller cedar tree for the experiment. What's wrong? Haven't you slept enough? Su Lin poked him and said. No. Suyu nodded very seriously. He didn't just not get enough sleep, he didn't get any sleep at all. No, that won't work. You can sleep however you want when you get home. Now go pack your equipment. Su Lin said viciously. I didn't expect that this brat still wanted to sleep. Doesn't he know it's very dangerous here? If the strong man who destroyed the cedar tree comes back and finds them, they will all be doomed. Can you really sleep however you want? Of course I can sleep however I want. After Su Lin finished speaking, she saw Suyu staring at her with a sly expression. Really? Really? She suddenly thought of something and her pretty face flushed all the way to her ears. Then she kicked Suyu and said in a delicate voice, not serious. That's not proper. Is it not proper to sleep properly? Suyu said very seriously. You still say that? Why don't you go and pack your equipment? Su Lin was so angry that her teeth were chattering. Okay. Seeing that everyone was sorting out their equipment, Su Yu had no choice but to go and sort out his equipment as well. Chapter 52 Encountering the Team. In the extremely cold place in the early morning, the strong wind and snow had long stopped. Su Yu and his companions packed up their equipment and set out on their journey home. Based on the prompts from the super watches, several people quickly determined the approximate direction of the Arctic fortress. It's so cold. Su Yu was shivering as he walked in the snow. He felt that staying in the cedar forest was better than staying in the snowfield, which was too cold. Why don't you get closer to the captain? The captain is a fire element and even a little spark is enough to keep you warm. Su Lin said when she saw him shivering from the cold. It's still possible, why don't you go? I'm not cold. Su Lin said as she wrapped herself in clothes. You're just being stubborn. Su Yu knew that she must be too embarrassed to say it, so he took small steps and came to Zhao Kai's side. Captain, warm me up by the fire, he said softly. He was almost frozen to death and really needed the captain's fire system to warm him up. Zhao Kai rolled his eyes at him after hearing this. Damn, he was a mid-level fire element after all, but he didn't expect to be used as a furnace. But seeing that everyone was shivering from the cold, he released a little fire energy. His body was instantly bathed in a layer of faint flames. It's so warm, it's like a moving furnace. Su Yu suddenly felt so happy to have the captain by his side in this extremely cold place. When the people nearby saw the captain releasing fire energy, they also came over. It's all in vain. Now that the captain has been released, let us all enjoy it together. Just like this, several people are close together. Zhao Kai looked at the few people with a frown on his face. He was really being treated like a furnace. They didn't know how long they had been walking when they suddenly heard the sound of fighting not far away. Su Yu's space system detected the situation instantly. Two burly men and a thin young man were fighting with a wolf king and dozens of snow wolves. Zhao Kai's expression froze when he heard the sound of fighting not far away. Debao, go and check how many people there are. There are two groups of people, one group has 3 people, and the other group has a group of people. Juan Debao told his detection results. 3 people, a group of people? After hearing Wang Debao's report, Zhao Kai frowned and whispered, it seems that the superpowered team encountered a group of extraordinary creatures. Is the captain coming? Let me think about it. Zhao Kai was very conflicted. If they rashly joined the other side's battle, not only would they not end up well, they might even be regarded as enemies. In the unregulated land of extreme cold, one must be cautious everywhere, not only guarding against extraordinary creatures but also guarding against humans with other superpowers who might stab you in the back. Several people waited for Zhao Kai's decision, but he thought for a moment and said, let's go and take a look. Don't take action unless necessary. So everyone followed the sound and looked for the place. The first thing you see is a burly man fighting with the Wolf King, and another burly man and a thin young man fighting with a pack of wolves. The one who fought against the Wolf King was named Zhang Yong, the captain of the 3-person team. He was the first to notice the arrival of Su Yu and his group while fighting the Wolf King, so he quickly said to his teammates, stop, someone is coming. When the two heard the captain's words, their expressions suddenly became solemn. They immediately killed the snow wolf beside them and kept a certain distance from the wolf pack. Zhang Yang himself also instantly burst out with powerful strength to push the Wolf King away, and then quickly retreated. The mid-level Wolf King was not stupid either. When he saw Su Yu and his group coming, he roared towards the sky, "Yo-yo." The fighting snow wolf pack immediately returned to its back upon hearing the Wolf King's roar, observing the situation. The Wolf King stared at the 2 teams of humans in front of him with a fierce look, obviously regarding them as enemies. In this way, the situation formed a confrontation between 3 forces. As fellow superpowered people, why don't we work together to eliminate this group of extraordinary creatures first? Zhang Yang asked Zhao Kai's team tentatively. He must figure out whether this team wants to kill people and steal treasures, or whether they want to cooperate to kill the enemy. If it is the former, their situation will be very dangerous. If it is the latter, they will have to give up some of their interests. Zhao Kai pondered for a moment, the snow wolf's target is you, not us. It seems there is no need for us to help you. After the kill, the super power stones will be divided equally. Zhang Yang said immediately after hearing this. Zhao Kai finally heard what he wanted to hear. The reason he suggested coming here was to see if he could get some super power stones. If the 2 teams work together to hunt down the Wolf King, it will be very easy. It won't cause much loss to them, so why not get the super stone so easily? He turned around and looked at his teammates and asked, "Do you want to cooperate?" At this time, Suyu frowned slightly. Just now, he had used the space detection function to roughly understand the strength of the three-person team. In fact, even if they didn't come, these three people could hunt down all these extraordinary creatures. How about cooperating? Wang Debao was also a little uncertain. Su Lin and Bai Xiao were silent and in deep thought, not knowing whether to cooperate or not. "Captain, please ask them to tell you their strength, otherwise we cannot cooperate," Suyu said solemnly. "This team is actually not weak. It is best to find out their details, otherwise it will be troublesome if they turn against you in the end." Suyu is right. "Captain, you should ask about their strength so that we can have some idea." Su Lin also spoke at this time, and Bai Xiao beside him also agreed. Zhao Kai nodded, then turned to Zhang Yang and said, "Tell us your strength, otherwise there is no need for cooperation." Zhang Yang became instantly angry after hearing this. "Damn it, why don't you tell us your strength? Why don't you report your strength? You don't seem to understand the current situation very well. It's you who are begging us to cooperate, not us." Zhao Kai thought to himself that if he still wanted to find out our intelligence, he would be dreaming. Zhang Yang felt unhappy after hearing this. Even if they didn't cooperate, they could kill the Wolf King and the Wolf Pack. Why would they need you? He was afraid that Zhao Kai and his group would suddenly attack them when they killed the Wolf King, so they had to cooperate with them. Why not? Then you guys play with Shui Yuanlang by yourselves, we're leaving. Zhao Kai saw that the other party was unwilling to reveal his strength, so he decided to cooperate and left. Wait. Zhang Yang saw the other party was about to leave and quickly stopped him. "God doesn't want to, I haven't said it yet. Who knows whether they are really leaving or just pretending to leave? What if they are ambushed nearby? People's hearts are unpredictable in such a cold place." He had no choice but to tell others about his teammates' strength. There was nothing he could do since they were the ones fighting the extraordinary creatures first. The initiative was not in his hands. "I'm a mid-level wolf, another one is a beginner bear, and that one is a beginner light," Zhang Yang said, pointing at his teammates beside him. "The ones with big bodies are bear type, and the ones with thin bodies are light type." Chapter 53 Light System. Zhao Kai nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. If the other party did not reveal their strength, then they really would not wade into this muddy water. 2 animal-based units and 1 nature-based unit with a recovery effect. This configuration is pretty good. "Captain, does their team have a light type?" Suyu's eyes lit up instantly when he heard that there was a light type in the other team. "Well, there should be a light type. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that thin young man." Zhao Kai looked at Suyu with a strange look in his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" "Captain, how about letting their light system heal our injuries?" Suyu suddenly had an idea. Now they were still injured, and if they suddenly met a healing system, they should exploit him ruthlessly. After becoming a superpower, he also looked up a lot of information and naturally knew that light has healing effects. "Yes, the captain asked them to treat us, otherwise we would not cooperate." Several people on the side also agreed after hearing Suyu's suggestion. After hearing this, Zhao Kai also thought that this suggestion was good, but he didn't know whether the other party was willing. So he asked tentatively, "Our team suffered some minor injuries in the previous battle. Before we start working together, let your light system heal us." Zhang Yang's face turned pale after hearing this. This was too much. Is there still justice in the world? Is there still law in the world? Such demands can be raised. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked contemptuously, "You are injured, are you still able to fight?" "Damn it, since you are all injured, why bother cooperating? Why are we afraid when we're injured? Get as far away from us as possible, or we'll kill you too." Zhao Kai was a little unhappy when he heard this. "What do you mean? How dare you question their fighting ability?" He instantly activated his fire energy, and suddenly a scorching flame covered his whole body, and his fists were burning with flames. "It's just a minor injury, how can I not be able to fight, don't you think?" Zhang Yang was immediately surprised when he saw the blazing fire bathing him, and he quickly said, no problem. It's just a treatment. No problem." Damn, this flame doesn't look simple at first glance. Fortunately, I didn't directly refuse it just now. If I had angered them, it would have been difficult to deal with. Humph. Zhao Kai snorted coldly, then returned to his previous appearance. "Let's go over there." So several people came to Zhang Yong's team. Zhang Yong was stunned when he saw the injuries of everyone except Zhao Kai. Their clothes were torn and they walked with a limp. You tell me this is a minor injury? Why do I feel like I've been cheated? What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and get treatment. Zhao Kai saw that the other party was a little dazed and reminded him. Zhang Yong came back to his senses and whispered to his teammates, Xue Xion, use a skill to heal them. Captain, are you really going to give them treatment? Wang Xue Xion felt a little resistant. Nonsense, I've already promised them, hurry up. Zhang Yong rolled his eyes at him. He didn't want to treat the other person, but he was forced by the situation. If he didn't agree, what if the other person was watching the show and then someone else came to his rescue? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? When Wang Xue Xiong heard his captain say this, he had no choice but to release his light skills. Glory! 2 dazzling balls of light instantly condensed on his palms. Don't resist. Wang Xue Xiong looked at Suyu and the others with disgust, then threw the light ball in his hand at 2 of them. One of them was Suyu. When he heard what the other party said, he stood still without resisting, and then the light ball instantly hit his body. Then a holy light covered his entire body, and the bruises on his body were slowly healing, and the scars were gradually disappearing. Fuck, so magical? Suyu was extremely surprised to see the scars on his body disappearing bit by bit. The other person was Bai Xiao, who was also bathed in the holy light, and his injuries were gradually recovering. Wang Xue Xiong saw that they were a little surprised, so he said proudly, now you know how powerful the light system is. Although its light-type combat ability is not good, its healing ability is strong. Of course, the light system cannot heal all injuries, and its healing effect is limited. Light cannot heal people who die instantly, and healing takes time. The more serious the injury, the longer it takes to heal. Then he condensed 2 light balls again and shot them at Su Lin and Wang Debao. Soon the injuries of Suyu and the other 3 were healed. Sister Lin, it would be great if you could awaken the light element. Suyu suddenly felt that the light element was really good, a perfect nurse. Su Lin rolled her eyes at him, if my sister is a light type, how could I let you charge? She actually also wants to awaken the light element, after all, the healing ability is too abnormal. Fighting in extremely cold places for a long time will inevitably leave some wounds. Once the wounds are not treated in time, they will become festered and infected. Although taking medicine can curb the deterioration of the wounds, the effect is too slow and the injuries will affect subsequent combat. But if their team has a light system, then their wounds and injuries can be recovered quickly, and there is no need to worry about the injuries affecting subsequent combat. But things went against her wishes, she awakened the water element and could only look forward to awakening the light element next time. However, the next awakening must wait until her water system is upgraded to a high level, and it is unknown when that will happen. However, the water element is also very powerful, and her water area can increase the movement speed of her teammates. Because Suyu had been absorbing her star energy, she had no chance to use it. If teammates are standing in water, the chances of winning in melee combat will be greatly increased. That makes sense. Suyu felt that the water system was also very important to him, as it could provide him with endurance energy. As long as your output is explosive enough to kill the opponent instantly, how can you get hurt? Moreover, he also has the space system, and he feels that no one can hit him if he doesn't want to get hurt. You can use skills to fight from a distance, and jump directly to avoid when you are close. Zhang Yang saw that the others had recovered from their injuries and pointed at the Wolf King who was still watching them from a distance and said, "Go ahead. No problem, the 2 of us will deal with the big one and the others will deal with the small one." Zhao Kai nodded. Dealing with the Wolf King this time shouldn't be as difficult as before. After all, the person next to him is at least a mid-level super-powered person. It's easy for the 2 of them to deal with the Wolf King together. Well, Xue Xiong, give me a skill. Zhang Yang said, and then released his ability in an instant. The shadow of a wolf instantly appeared behind him, with 3 sharp claws growing between its arm bones. When Wang Xue Xiong heard what his captain said, he immediately threw a light onto his body. Suyu and the others were stunned by his actions. Damn, can it be amplified like this? Is it really outrageous to use the healing ability in advance? Zhao Kai naturally showed no sign of weakness when he saw this. In an instant, a blazing flame covered his entire body, and his fists burned with fierce fire. In this way, the 2 of them rushed towards the Wolf King, one bathed in holy light and the other bathed in raging fire. Chapter 54 Cooperation. When the Wolf King saw the two men running towards him, his momentum did not decrease at all. He roared towards the sky, and his younger brothers behind him pounced on them. Seeing this situation, Suyu did not use his lightning ability immediately but prepared to observe first. More than 100 snow wolves were no problem before, let alone there were only 20 or 30 of them, which posed no threat at all. Sister Lin, it's time for you to perform. You're not going to perform? Su Lin asked Suyu with a puzzled look on her face. Didn't this guy love to perform before? If he had taken action, the small wave of snow wolves would not be enough and would be killed instantly. No, this time I'll stand behind you and watch your performance. Suyu gave her a cheering gesture. Humph, then you'd better watch carefully. Su Lin snorted. Since he was unwilling to take action, she would do it. Everyone has some strength. Save your energy and don't take it too seriously. Suyu walked to her side and whispered in her ear. Su Lin was stunned at first, then nodded solemnly. Suyu was on guard against Zhang Yong and the others. After all, they were of the animal type and had no star energy. They are all natural type and consume too much energy, so they can't use their skills afterwards. It will be troublesome if the opponent turns against them in the end. Suyu pointed at the snow wolf that was flying towards them and said, "Let's start." Do I need you to tell me? She was not blind, so she naturally saw the snow wolf rushing towards her. Seeing this, she immediately activated her water energy and several water spears appeared around her body, shooting towards the snow wolf. Suyu, standing behind her, touched his nose and thought to himself, I'm just reminding you kindly, why are you still yelling at me? When Wang Debao and Bai Xiao saw the snow wolf rushing towards them, they also released their skills to fight it. The other side. Lu Kuan. Help me. Wang Shuaxiong said to his teammates beside him. He is a light type and does not have the strength to fight against the snow wolf alone, so he has to rely on his teammates. Lu Kuan is another animal type superpowered person in Zhang Yong's team. He has a strong and sturdy build, and you can tell at first glance that he is an animal type. When he saw his teammates calling for help, he quickly came to Wang Shuaxiong to help him resist the attack of the snow wolf. Upon seeing this, Wang Shuaxiong immediately gathered light energy and instantly slapped it towards Lu Kuan, giving him healing holy light. Bathed in the healing holy light, Lu Kuan was extremely ferocious, tearing the snow wolf in front of him into pieces with his bare hands. There was no way around it, as it was the healing holy light bull, who had to fight against the snow wolf while being bitten. I'll let you bite me, anyway I have a nanny behind me. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. Lu Kuan stood in the front and blocked all the snow wolves that were rushing towards him. Wang Shuaxiong, who was standing behind, was very relaxed. When he saw Lu Kuan being bitten by the snow wolf, he cast a holy glory, and the wound slowly healed. Water, earth, and wood. While Wang Shuaxiong was hiding behind him, he had a clear view of the superpowers of Suyu and the others. Hey, why is that guy standing behind the woman? Is he also a support type? He looked at Suyu with some curiosity. At this time, Suyu was also looking at him carefully. The two looked at each other and the scene was a little awkward, so they quickly looked away. Wang Shuaxiong thought that this kid standing behind someone must have the same auxiliary superpower as him. And Suyu thought to himself, how could they fight like this? Damn, there is a piece of meat standing in front and the milk is constantly supplied from the back. The most important thing is that the animal system does not have to worry about the disappearance of its abilities, because its abilities are unlimited. Be good. Is this the combination of the animal and light types? Although it's a bit slow to kill the snow wolf with bare hands, it's durable. My own lightning system can kill snow wolves quickly because of its area damage, but it is not durable and will disappear when the energy is used up. At this time, Su Ling killed the snow wolf in front of her and proudly asked Suyu behind her, how is it, Suyu, my strength is not bad, isn't it? Sister Lin is not only beautiful, but also very strong. Suyu kept nodding and praising her. On the surface, he agreed, but in fact he was complaining in his heart. On average, it takes 4 or 5 water spears to kill a snow wolf, which is really very good. If I fired 4 or 5 lightning spears, I'm afraid all the snow wolves would be killed. Su Lin blushed at his praise and then turned around to continue fighting with the snow wolf. In this way, the members of the two teams quickly killed all the snow wolves, and the superpower stones fell all over the ground. Zhao Kai and Zhang Yong, who were fighting with the Wolf King in the distance, were also beating the Wolf King back step by step. The Wolf King was furious as he looked at the claw marks and fist marks on his body. Are you the Wolf King or am I the Wolf King? My mother's claws are more cruel than mine. And the fireman's fist was so painful that it burned all the wolf's hair. Kill it in seconds. Zhao Kai said to Zhang Yong beside him when he saw that Su Yu and the others had finished fighting. Zhang Yong nodded. He also saw that his teammates had killed all the snow wolves and felt that there was no need to waste any more time. The two men used their unique skills and decided to kill the Wolf King instantly. Zhao Kai's fist instantly ignited with flames of destruction, and then he swung it hard at the Wolf King's body. I saw a huge fist shadow filled with blazing flames hitting the Wolf King. Zhang Yong, who was standing on the side, was also frightened when he saw such a huge fire fist. The power of the natural psychic skills is really abnormal, and the range is so fucking huge. He immediately displayed his ability, and the two wolf eyes of the wild wolf shadow behind him suddenly emitted red light. Immediately afterwards, his muscles became engorged with blood, and sharp wolf claws instantly extended from between his arm bones. The wolf claws were extremely sharp, and the cold light they emitted made Zhao Kai, who was standing by, feel a little nervous. He did not rush forward immediately but waited for the moment when Zhao Kai's skill hit the Wolf King. He exerted force on his hind legs and quickly came to the side of the Snow Wolf King, then raised his sharp claws and slashed the Wolf King's body. The Wolf King's body was easily cut in half like soft tofu when it touched the sharp claws. So fast. Zhao Kai was also shocked when he saw his speed. The Wolf King instantly turned into two intermediate superpower stones and fell to the ground. Zhao Kai walked over bathed in flames. Yes, you are quite strong. It was mainly because of your fire fist that created the opportunity for me, otherwise it would have been impossible to kill it instantly. Zhang Yong picked up the two super stones on the ground and handed him one. We agreed to split it equally, one for each of us. Zhao Kai took it and turned around and left, returning to his team. During this time, he kept a cautious eye on Zhang Yong to prevent any sudden attack on him. Captain, how strong is that guy? Su Yu asked when he saw that he was still bathed in flames after returning. Very strong, almost as strong as me. Su Yu frowned slightly when he heard Zhao Kai's evaluation of Zhang Yong. In fact, he had previously detected Zhang Yong's strength through the space system. He could fight the Wolf King alone, so his strength must be extraordinary. Fortunately, I didn't expose my thunder element. If the other party wanted to turn against me, I might be able to catch them off guard. Chapter 55 Conflict breaks out. Zhang Yong also returned to his team, playing with the intermediate superpower stone in his hand. He shook his head, feeling a little regretful. I could have gotten two pieces, but now I can only get one. At this time, Wang Shuaxiong came up and whispered in his ear, Captain, except for the fire type, everyone else in their team seems to be a support nature type. Zhang Yong immediately became interested after hearing this. Are you sure? Auxiliary natural systems often have poor output capabilities at the initial stage, and their output will only be significantly improved when they reach the intermediate or high levels. Well, besides the fire type, the others are water, wood, and earth. There's another one hiding behind the water type, not daring to go forward and kill the snow wolf. He must also be a supporting nature type. Wang Shuaxiong pointed out the abilities of Su Yu and others one by one. Do you know what the remaining auxiliary nature type is? I don't know. He was hiding behind the water system just now and we couldn't tell what system he was. Wang Shuaxiong shook his head. Lu Kuan also came up at this time. Captain, are we really going to split the superpower stone with them? Damn it, I could have taken on this group of snow wolves by myself, but unexpectedly Chang Yaojin showed up halfway. Captain, they only have one output type natural system. I don't think there is any need to be afraid of them. Why should we share the super energy stone with them? Wang Shuaxiong felt a little dissatisfied. He had been forced to treat the other party before and he had some grudges. Zhang Yong did not answer them immediately but thought silently. If the other side really only has one fire element, then the three of them are not afraid of them. You can hold down the opponent's fire system by yourself. As long as the opponent has no output, your teammates will not be afraid of the remaining auxiliary nature systems. You want to eat them? Zhang Yong asked doubtfully. The two nodded solemnly. They really wanted to eat Su Yu and others. Captain, although the light system can temporarily solve our shortcomings, it is very uncomfortable. Captain, you should also want to vent your lust, right? The other party happens to have a woman who is very beautiful. Why don't we capture her and vent our anger on her? Lu Kuan said in a low voice. He needed to add more fuel to the fire and ignite the captain's desire. After hearing this, Zhang Yong looked up at him. He didn't expect that he would have such an idea. He not only wanted the superpower stone but also wanted a woman. Indeed, the radiance of the light system can not only heal but also temporarily suppress the defects of the animal system after releasing its abilities. However, if the suppression lasts for a long time, the defects will accumulate more and more, making people very uncomfortable. They had been in the extremely cold land for many days, and the desire in their hearts was suppressed by the light system and accumulated more and more. Now they happened to meet a woman. If they could just kidnap her and vent their anger on her, they could stay in this extremely cold place for a few more days. Otherwise, if the fire accumulates too much, they will have to return to the Arctic fortress to find a way to solve it. What about you? Do you think so too? Zhang Yong looked at Wang Shuaxiang beside him. Wang Shuaxiang nodded. Although he was not a zoologist, he was feeling suffocated after being in this extremely cold and desolate place for so many days. He also wanted to vent his lust. Okay, then eat them. Let's make a deal, I'll take care of that woman first. Zhang Yong saw that his teammates all agreed, so he didn't have to worry anymore. Anyway, this is an extremely cold place. In this lawless place, it won't have any impact even if you kill all the enemies. The anger accumulated in his heart also made him very uncomfortable. Now that he met such a beautiful woman, he had to vent it out. Previously, they couldn't confront each other because of the snow wolves, but now there are only 2 teams left on the field, and they have every chance to kill each other. We understand, Captain, go first. Wang Shuaxiang and Lu Kuan smiled knowingly. After all, you are the captain. So you go first. Maybe those who come later will feel more comfortable. At the same time, Suyu and Zhao Kai saw that the other 3 had been discussing for a long time with serious expressions on their faces. Debeo, I guess you didn't consume much star energy fighting the snow wolves just now. I consumed 1/3 of my energy. Wang Debeo replied. 1/3. 1/2. 1/2. How come you consumed so much? Zhao Kai looked at Su Lin in surprise. Suyu on the side was also extremely surprised. Didn't I tell you to use your energy sparingly? Why did you use it up so quickly? It's all Suyu's fault. He doesn't use any skills, so I have to fight him. My skills are less powerful, so I have to use them more often, which results in a lot of energy consumption. Su Lin spread her hands helplessly. She was already very frugal. There's nothing we can do since her skills are not very powerful. We can only win by numbers. Suyu was also very embarrassed after hearing this, and when he thought about it carefully, it was indeed the case. Hiding behind others, she was fighting against 2 people, so naturally she consumed a lot of energy. Suyu didn't use any skills? Yeah, he was afraid of exposing his lightning ability, so he hid behind me and watched me fight. Su Lin glared at Suyu fiercely. So, Suyu's thunder element has not been exposed? Zhao Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect that this kid was so thoughtful. Suyu nodded, then looked at Su Lin and smiled. I just want you to show off. If I take action, you will also have a share. Captain, look at him. Su Lin was angered by Suyu's words. It was too much. What did he mean by leaving her alone when he took action? No matter how weak the water element was, there were still a few of them left. Okay, your water element is indeed not as good as his thunder element. Zhao Kai patted Suyu's shoulder and looked at him with admiration, well hidden. Captain. Su Lin became unhappy when she saw the captain speaking for Suyu. She looked at Suyu viciously and thought about making him pay when she got back. Suyu gave her a smile, and then saw Zhao Kai's face was a little serious as he said, Everyone, prepare for battle. Everyone's expressions were shocked after hearing this. What did that mean? Were they really going to overturn the table? They have been talking for so long and haven't discussed it with us yet. I suspect they might go back on their word. Suyu knew that his teammates should have also noticed the other party's ill intentions. Just then, Zhang Yong's voice came from a distance. How do we divide the super stones on the ground? Zhao Kai turned and walked forward and said calmly, It's 50-50 as agreed before. 50-50 is fine, but we need one of you to do us a favor. Zhang Yong said with a slight smile on his face. Wang Shuaxiang and Lu Kuan looked at Su Lin with lustful expressions on their faces, their eyes scanning her body without any concealment, as if they wanted to strip her naked and ravage her. What help? Zhao Kai said with a gloomy face. He felt that the other party's eyes were a little unfriendly. Su Lin, who was standing behind Zhao Kai, felt a little uncomfortable with the other party's naked gaze. She felt uncomfortable all over and slowly moved to Suyu's side. Let your woman come over and relieve our sexual desire. Zhang Yong no longer concealed his purpose and directly stated his purpose. His teammates beside him also laughed lewdly. Since I'm going to kill them anyway, I might as well just go straight to the point of falling out. After hearing this, Su Lin's face turned pale and looked extremely ugly. Su Yu and the others were instantly furious. Zhao Kai was even more furious and said, "You are dreaming." Then the whole body was instantly bathed in scorching flames. The other party is so arrogant that they dare to be so unscrupulous and really don't take them seriously. In Su Yu's heart, he had already regarded the other three as dead men. They actually dared to speak disrespectfully to Sister Lin. They really didn't know how to live or die. Chapter 56, Instant Kill. Dream? Zhang Yong snorted coldly. He was determined to have this dream today. When you hit her, remember not to hurt that beautiful girl, otherwise you won't feel anything when you use it later. Don't worry, Captain, we will definitely not hurt her. Wang Shuaxiong and Lu Kuan couldn't wait to enjoy Su Lin's beautiful body. I'll go take care of the fire guy. I believe you two should be able to take care of the remaining ones easily. As Zhang Yong spoke, the shadow of a wild wolf appeared behind him. Its claws instantly stretched out from between its arm bones, and then it exerted force with its hind legs and rushed towards Zhao Kai quickly. No problem, I'm afraid they can't even break Lu Kuan's defense. Wang Shuaxiong said very confidently. With his brilliance and Lu Kuan's defense, as long as the opponent does not have a skill with strong output, the two of them can completely ignore the opponent's skills with their strong defense and recovery ability. Lu Kuan, come on, it's our turn to perform. Seeing that the captain had already rushed into the enemy, they certainly couldn't fall behind. Lu Kuan nodded after hearing this, then he roared suddenly, and his muscles expanded rapidly, doubling in size. His animal-type ability has been cultivated to the peak of 6 stars and is only one step away from the intermediate level. This is a great opportunity. As long as he can capture that woman and vent the long-accumulated desire, and then absorb a few super energy stones, there is a great chance that he will be promoted to the intermediate level. When Wang Shuaxiong saw him release his ability, he immediately injected his own light into his body, and then the two of them also went to meet the enemy. When Zhao Kai saw Zhang Yong rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, he immediately covered his entire body with flames. He did not release fire fists or meteor showers. The opponent was very fast and was about to rush over, so I had no choice but to fight him in close combat. Although his strength in close combat is not as good as that of his opponent, his overall physical fitness will be improved after being bathed in the flames, so he is not without the ability to fight. I'll leave those two to you. Zhao Kai left a word and quickly stopped Zhang Yong, who was rushing towards him. Su Lin and others also released their own skills, including water spears, earth spikes, and vine-leaf flying knives. The three of them quickly used their skills to attack Lu Kuan and Wang Shuaxiong, who were coming towards them. Bang bang bang. All the skills hit Lu Kuan, who was coming towards him. Fuck, why is it useless? Wang Debao looked shocked. Their skills only pushed the opponent back a few steps, without causing any damage to the opponent. Su Lin and Bai Xiao both looked extremely heavy. They had not expected the other party's defense to be so strong. They totally disregard their skills. Don't waste your energy. The damage you have done is not even enough for us to use for scraping. Wang Shuaxiong, who was standing behind Lu Kuan, said arrogantly. As he thought, with the blessing of Guangyao, Lu Kuan could completely ignore the opponent's attack. Lu Kuan, let's charge forward together. As long as we get close, those small bodies of theirs will be nothing but trash. Compared to Lu Kuan's burly figure, Su Yu and the others did seem a little weak. Lu Kuan nodded, then grabbed him and put him on his neck. Wang Shuaxiong naturally would not refuse him. After all, his safety was very important to their group, and sitting on Lu Kuan's neck could ensure his safety to the greatest extent. What the hell, Snowman Nunu? Su Yu, who had been observing, was stunned by their godlike performance. Su Yu, why don't you fight yet? Su Lin asked Su Yu anxiously when she saw the other party was about to reach her. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao were also a little anxious. Seeing that the other party was about to approach Su Yu, why didn't he take action yet? Don't hide now, it's time to let the lightning element shine. Bai Xiao, control him, and leave the rest to me. Su Yu did not take action immediately just now, mainly because he was afraid that the other party would see that he was a thunder element and react in advance, which would cause trouble. Bai Xiao nodded, then released his control skills. Vine binding. Green vine suddenly appeared under Lu Kuan's feet and trapped him. Stop struggling and just wait to die right here. Wang Shuaxiong glanced down at the vine under Lu Kuan's feet and suddenly smiled. It's a daydream to think that you can trap Lu Kuan with just this little vine. Hey, why is that guy glowing purple? Seeing the purple light coming out of Suyu's palms, he was a little curious. What type of energy is purple star? That auxiliary nature type is glowing purple? Wait, that can't be the thunder type. Purple light, thunder element. Wang Shuaxiong rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. Fuck, this guy is actually a thunder type, damn, this guy is hiding behind a woman and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, right? Lu Kuan, get out of the way. Wang Shuaxiong hit Lu Kuan's head hard and yelled. Lu Kuan was very depressed at this time and he also wanted to hide. But I can't move it at all. Although this vine looks delicate, it is really strong. He had just broken a few vines, but he didn't expect that new vines would grow out of the ground in an instant and tie him up again. It was impossible for him to break free in a short time. It's over. Wang Shuaxiong looked desperate. Seeing the purple light getting closer and closer, he knew it was too late to hide. Burst. When Suyu saw that his lightning spear was about to get close to the opponent, he immediately made it explode. Then he pointed at the void in front of him. The space shattered. Suyu used the powerful energy explosion of the thunder spear to perfectly cover up the traces of space fragmentation using the mid-level space attack skill. Boom! The explosions ended. Wang Shuaxiong was instantly blown several meters away by the powerful explosion of the lightning spear. Lu Xiong, who was standing under him, was hit by the shattered space, and thousands of scratches appeared on his strong body, each of which was several centimeters deep. Ah! Lu Kuan suddenly let out a horrible scream, blood spurted out of his body, and he soon turned into a bloody man. He didn't know what had just happened. He had clearly resisted the explosion of the lightning spear. How could it suddenly become like this? What exactly was that sudden tearing feeling I just felt? It actually cut into pieces his strong body that was possessed by light. Ahem. Wang Shuaxiong, who was blown away, struggled to get up from the ground and then vomited blood. Fortunately, he had hit himself with a flash of light when the lightning spear exploded, otherwise his injuries would have been very serious. He would have been seriously injured if not killed by the explosion at such a close distance. When he looked up at Lu Xiong, who was covered in blood in the distance, he was stunned for a moment. Is this Lu Kuan? Looking at the bloody man in front of him, he was a little uncertain. How is that possible? How could the explosion turn him into such a horrible state? His defense is stronger than mine, and I am intact, so how could this happen to him? Is he still alive? Such a strong force made him a little unbelievable. He didn't believe that Lu Xiong died just like that. He instantly condensed several balls of light and shot them at Lu Kuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Several light balls instantly merged into Lu Kuan's body. The blood on Lu Kuan's body began to flow backwards, and the scratches on his body began to heal, revealing the pale body inside. Lu Kuan! Lu Kuan! Wang Shuaxiong shouted at the top of his lungs. Lu Kuan knelt on his knees with his head facing the ground, and did not respond to him for a long time. He knew that Lu Kuan was really dead. His brilliance only restored Lu Kuan's body to its normal state so that he wouldn't be so miserable, but he was already dead. Chapter 57 Intermediate Thunder System? Suyu. How did you do that? Su Lin covered her mouth with her hand, her face pale. She was shocked by the scene before her. The strong man who had been showing off his might just now was kneeling there lifeless, dead just like that. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao were so shocked that they were speechless for a long time. They had experienced how abnormal that person's defense was. They never expected that Suyu would not attack at all, but would kill them instantly once he attacked. The scene of that man bleeding just now was really horrifying. Suyu himself was also shocked by the power of his skills. Previously, he had only tested the skill by releasing it on the cedar tree and felt that the skill was very powerful. Now that he released it on the super-powered person, he realized that the power of this skill was so terrifying. He swallowed, his chest heaving, his hands trembling slightly. This was his first time killing a super-powered person, and he was a little overwhelmed for a moment. After he calmed down, he turned to look at the shocked people and said slowly, "I don't know how I did it myself. Do you believe it?" It was impossible for him to expose his spatial system, so he could only make up a reason to deceive them. As for whether they believed it or not, he didn't care. As long as they don't admit it, they will only think that the power of their lightning system is too abnormal, and it is impossible for them to think that they have another system. After hearing his words, Su Lin and the others shook their heads and then nodded frequently. Shit, you said you don't even know who would believe you. This person clearly died after your lightning explosion, and you say you don't know? There's no way to cheat like this. Zhao Kai and Zhang Yong, who were fighting in the distance, were also attracted by the explosion. They both looked over. Damn it! Wang Shuexiong, this idiot, doesn't he have any damage output system? You told me that the rest are auxiliary nature types, so what the hell is this lightning type? Zhang Yong was almost mad. There was clearly a thunder-type superpowered person in the opposing team who could deal explosive damage. Why the hell didn't you tell him earlier? If I knew that the other party had a lightning-type superpower user, I would not have taken any action. Lu Koan is dead? As an experienced superpowered person, he knew that Lu Koan was in great danger when he saw him kneeling on the ground for a long time without getting up. How is that possible? Even if it was a thunder element, it would be impossible to kill Lu Koan with one strike. Lu Koan is a wild bear with very strong defense in the animal system, and with the support of Holy Glory, how could he die so quickly? Unless the opponent's thunder system has reached the intermediate level, it is impossible for it to be so powerful. Intermediate level thunder system? Zhang Yong seemed to have thought of something terrifying. He widened his eyes and his expression was extremely ferocious. Reason told him that if the opponent had a mid-level thunder element, they would surely die if they continued fighting. Zhao Kai was also shocked by Su Yu. He did not disappoint him. It seemed that they won again this time. He was already shocked by how he dealt with the snow wolf Su Yu before, and now he was even more shocked. Bringing him to the extremely cold place this time was definitely the right choice. Without Su Yu, their team would have been unable to move forward. Since Su Yu and the others have made progress, I can't fall behind. Fiery fist. The powerful flames instantly invaded his fists and then he hit Zhang Yong in front of him. Hey, why did you run away? Zhao Kai was about to throw a fire fist when the other party ran away? What a fast speed. He was shocked by the speed at which the other party escaped. Seeing this, he clenched his flaming fists and immediately chased after him. Want to run? No way. Weren't you very arrogant before? If you have the guts, don't run away. Zhang Yong used his wolf-type abilities to their fullest and ran desperately to Wang Shuexiong's side. He immediately pulled him up and cursed him, "You idiot. Captain, I didn't expect the other party to be a thunder type. He hid behind the woman and played a trick on us. He was the one who killed Lu Koan. Captain, you must avenge Lu Koan." Wang Shuexiong's face flushed red, and he pointed at Su Yu in the distance with his eyes wide open. It was all his fault. He was the one who killed Lu Koan. He must not be let off. You're such a fucking idiot. I'm going to die of your madness. Zhang Yong reached out and slapped him. Doesn't he realize the seriousness of the situation now? It's simply a pipe dream for the two of them to want revenge. Su Yu and others in the distance looked stern when they saw Zhang Yong running towards them quickly. Fortunately, I saw my captain following closely behind, and I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I thought the captain had never fought before, so I scared them. Damn, this guy runs so fast. Zhao Kai clenched his flaming fist and came to the crowd panting. What? What are you laughing at? Zhao Kai saw a few people laughing secretly, and then continued with some confusion, Bai Xiao, restrain them and don't let them run away. It was the first time that Su Yu and the others saw their captain in such an embarrassing situation, and some of them couldn't help but want to laugh. Bai Xiao nodded after hearing this, and then quickly released the vine binding skill. Zhang Yong, who was in the distance, saw Zhao Kai rushing over and immediately grabbed Wang Shuexiong. Hurry up and use your skills and run away. Ah, running away? Wang Shuexiong was confused. Not taking revenge anymore? There are only two of us, and the opponent's thunder element is at the intermediate level. Shouldn't we run away and wait for death? Zhang Yong looked at him speechlessly. This guy's brain has been blown silly by the lightning. Intermediate level lightning? How is that possible? If it was intermediate level lightning, I would have died long ago. Isn't it? Wang Shuexiong nodded. Are you kidding me? If it was a mid-level thunder system, could he still be alive? He was completely damaged by the lightning explosion. With his small body, he would have been blown to ashes by a mid-level lightning explosion. Now it was Zhang Yong's turn to be confused. If he wasn't a mid-level thunder element, could he have killed Lu Kuan, who was bathing in holy glory, in an instant? Then you have to run away. He didn't have time to explain and grabbed Wang Shuaxiong without saying a word. Then he gathered all his strength into his legs and immediately ran away. At this moment, green vines suddenly grew out from under his feet and tightly wrapped around his legs. Use your skills quickly to buy some time for me to get rid of the vines. Zhang Yong panicked when he saw the vines. Although these vines are low level, they are still very difficult to deal with. If they are caught, their situation will be very dangerous. Upon seeing this, Wang Shuaxiong immediately condensed a ball of light in his hand and shot it towards the sky above Suyu and the others. Holy light bullet! In an instant, a dazzling beam of light shot towards Suyu and others. Flash bomb? Suyu cursed inwardly and immediately blocked the light with his arms. Seeing this, Su Lin and others beside him also blocked the glaring light. Seeing that the two were tied up by vines, Zhao Kai was about to throw a fire fist when he was affected by the dazzling light and quickly covered it with his hands. At the same time, Zhang Yong took the opportunity to use his sharp claws to scrape away the vines that bound his legs one by one. Then he carried Wang Shuaxiong and ran away. The dazzling light disappeared in a few seconds. Seeing that the two were about to run away, Zhao Kai immediately released a meteor shower. A fierce rain of fire shot towards Zhang Yong and the other man in an instant. Upon seeing this, Su Yu and his companions immediately released their skills. Boom! Boom! Zhang Yong relied on his speed advantage to constantly dodge the opponent's bombardment. Her movements are extremely graceful. Hurry up and throw a few more holy light bullets. Zhang Yong urged. As long as they throw a few more holy light bullets, they can leave here safely. After hearing this, Wang Shuaxiong threw out a few more holy light bullets. The strong light made it impossible for Su Yu and the others to see which direction the other party was running. Forget it, everyone, let's quickly collect the super energy stones on the ground and leave here quickly. Zhao Kai sighed, but the other party still ran away. Seeing that the two had already gone far away, there was nothing I could do but give up. If they chased deeper, they could catch up, but there was no need. There are still so many super stones on the ground that have not been picked up, and we can't let others get them easily. Seeing this, several people retracted their skills and quickly collected the super energy stones scattered on the ground. Just as everyone lowered their heads to collect the super energy stones, Suyu took advantage of their inattention and pointed a few times in the air in the direction where the two people had just gone. Chapter 58 Not dead? Captain, they didn't catch up. I'm not blind. Zhang Yong threw Wang Shuaxiong directly to the ground, gasping for breath. Although he is an animal, it is still a bit tiring to carry a person and run such a long distance at a fast speed. Captain, Lu Kuan is dead. Wang Shuaxiong looked at Zhang Yong with dull eyes. Who to blame? It's all your fault. Zhang Yong shouted loudly. Damn, if he knew that the other party had the thunder element, he wouldn't be angry no matter how hard he tried. Wang Shuaxiong hated himself so much. It was all his fault that he didn't find out the other party's strength clearly, otherwise Lu Kuan would not have died. Okay, the fact has happened. We are lucky to be able to live here alive and well now. Why don't we think about what to do next? Zhang Yong comforted. In such an extremely cold place, one can die if one is not careful. Instead of commemorating Lu Kuan here, they might as well think about what to do next. Wang Shuaxiong nodded. Although he wanted revenge, it would be in vain without the strength. I'm afraid I won't be able to find the other person by the time I have the strength. After all, this extremely cold place is vast and finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Give me a healing skill. Zhang Yong said as he looked at his body, which was covered with scars. He had just suffered some minor injuries from the aftermath of the explosion when he was quickly dodging the bombing. Wang Shuaxiong then cast a radiance skill on him. Let's go, find a place to rest, and then leave here. Zhang Yong said and turned to leave, followed by Wang Shuaxiong. Now that their team is missing one person, the danger of staying in the extremely cold place has increased several times, and they have to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Wang Shuaxiong, according to you, that person is a beginner in the thunder system? Zhang Yong, who was walking in front, asked curiously. Seeing that he didn't answer, he asked again, how could a beginner-level lightning element kill Lu Xiong instantly? I'm asking you a question. Zhang Yong became a little impatient when he saw that his question had not been answered for a long time. So I wanted to turn around and see what he was doing and why he didn't reply to me for such a long time. Captain, Save me. Zhang Yong turned around and saw Wang Shuaxiong kneeling behind him, covered in blood, making weak cries for help. His face instantly turned pale as paper and he shouted, "This is impossible." He quickly came to Wang Shuaxiong and checked his condition. Unexpectedly, Wang Shuaxiong's body was full of cracks, the cross-section of the cracks was very smooth, and blood was constantly oozing out. The scene was very creepy. "Shuaxiong, how are you?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "Help!" Wang Shuaxiong fell headfirst onto the snow before he could finish his words, losing his life. "No!" Zhang Yong looked at Wang Shuaxiong lying on the snow in disbelief. He never expected that Wang Shuaxiong, who was full of energy just now, would die like this. He had healed him before, so how could he die like this? Just when he was heartbroken, suddenly a strong tearing feeling spread throughout his body. Tear. There was a sound of muscles tearing. Suddenly, several cracks appeared on his body, and then one crack after another continued to appear on his body. Ah! Zhang Yong roared, and his animal-type abilities instantly erupted. His muscles suddenly swelled, bursting out with powerful strength. The shadow of a wild wolf suddenly appeared behind him, and the sharp wolf claws between his palms instantly stretched out from between his arm bones. This power is so strong. Zhang Yong vomited blood and looked at his body that was bleeding continuously. He finally understood what kind of torture Wang Shuaxiong had just faced. The sudden force was so strong that it caught him off guard. He almost died under this power. Fortunately, he released his animal-type ability in time to fight against that force, which just made the crack much shallower, so he survived. Otherwise, his fate would be the same as Wang Shuaxiong's, dying here with blood all over his body. "Who is it? Come out!" Zhang Yong yelled. He looked around cautiously, but couldn't find anyone who attacked them. "It's unbelievable. No one? After being on guard for a while, I found that there was no one around." Then he glanced at Wang Shuaxiong lying on the ground, and then quickly left here dragging his staggering body. He originally wanted to bury Wang Shuaxiong's body on the spot. After all, they had known each other for a while and he couldn't bear to see his body being eaten by a passing snow wolf. But when he saw his miserable body, he knew that was unrealistic, as the bloody smell of the corpse would attract nearby supernatural creatures. So he must immediately find a deserted place to recuperate. In its current state, any extraordinary creature in the extreme cold land is enough to pose a threat to it. "I will avenge you." He left silently after leaving a word. At this moment, on the other side, Suyu stood there, looking into the distance and whispered, "Isn't he dead?" Within his space reconnaissance range, he detected that the captain of the opposing team survived and was not killed by his space shattering. But it makes sense. The opponent is also a mid-level animal type. It would be unreasonable if he can't even take my attack. "Suyu, what are you looking at?" Su Lin asked curiously when she saw Suyu standing there looking into the distance in a daze. "I'm looking at you," Suyu said with a smile. "You're lying. You clearly didn't look at me just now." Su Lin didn't believe his lies, but she didn't ask any more questions. Then he handed him the bag of super stones in his hand and said, "Here, this is the super stone allocated this time." "So many?" Suyu took it and was a little surprised to see the number of super energy stones inside. "I'll give you my share too. I'm already at the peak of 6 stars anyway, so I don't need too many super stones. Sister Lin is not only beautiful, but also has a beautiful heart." Suyu looked at her with watery eyes and said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's go. The captain is waiting for us to leave here together." Su Lin looked at him speechlessly. This kid is really good at sweet talk. But I am indeed a kind-hearted person. The two of them came to the team together. Zhao Kai saw that everyone was there and said, "Let's go. Let's find a place to recover before returning to the extremely cold land." Now that their injuries have recovered, there is no need to rush back to the Arctic fortress. To be on the safe side, find a deserted place to restore the star energy first, and it won't be too late to start the journey back later. Chapter 59 Tracking. Ah! It hurts. Suyu walked at the end of the team, holding his stomach with both hands, with a look of pain on his face. "Suyu, are you okay?" Seeing this, Su Lin quickly walked to his side, held him up with her hand and asked with concern. Zhao Kai and the others at the front of the team heard the noise and rushed over to ask, "Suyu, what's wrong with you?" "My stomach hurts," Suyu said with difficulty, his face grim. "Stomachache?" Su Lin and the others were stunned after hearing this. I was fine just now, why does my stomach hurt for no reason? The body of a superpowered person is essentially a modified one. If there is no external injury, the body of a superpowered person will hardly have any problems on its own. Seeing everyone coming over to greet him, Suyu said awkwardly, I want to go to the bathroom. Fuck, are you serious? Wang Debao looked at him in shock. Zhao Kai and the others also looked at Suyu with twitching faces. If you want to go to the bathroom, just say so. We're not forbidding you from going. You're making everyone worry by pretending to be in pain. Su Lin's pretty face flushed red after hearing this. She felt embarrassed and annoyed. She directly shook off the arm that was supporting him and said, Why are you like this? What the hell is going on? I thought something happened to him. I worried for nothing. Ahem, I think this place is good. Let's all take a rest here. Zhao Kai coughed twice, then looked at the surrounding cedar forest and thought this was a good place to rest. Well, I'm going to take care of my physical needs. Suyu reached out and poked Su Lin beside him. Su Lin blushed and thought to herself, if you want to go, just go. Why are you telling me anything? I'm a bit long, please tell everyone. Oh, I see. Go ahead. Su Lin covered her mouth and kicked him with disgust, signaling Suyu to stay away from her. Suyu held his stomach and slowly walked behind a cedar tree. Ha! He breathed a sigh of relief. It had been very difficult for him to pretend to have a stomachache just now. Fortunately, they didn't find anything unusual, which shows that he still has a talent for acting. He is not really trying to satisfy his physical needs, but to kill people. Space jump. Then he immediately released space skills. A scene within a radius of 500 meters appeared in his mind, and then he followed the original route, crossing the distance of 500 meters at a time in an instant. In just a few seconds, they returned to the place where they had just fought with Zhang Yong's team. Then he looked off into the distance with a slight smile on his face. Do you think you can run away? In an instant he arrived next to Wang Shuexiong's body, where several beginner snow wolves were gnawing on his body. Die! Suyu tapped lightly at the snow wolf that was gnawing. The powerful crushing ability instantly shattered the snow wolves into pieces, and in an instant they turned into super energy stones and scattered on the ground. He waved his hand and the super power stone on the ground floated into his hand. Then he waved his hand again, and a blizzard blew up from the ground, instantly covering Wang Shuexiong's body. After all, he had healed him before, so he might as well leave his body intact. Where are you running to? Suyu continued to make spatial jumps along the bloodstains on the ground. Hey, the bloodstains are gone. You're quite smart. He kept jumping along the bloodstains, and after a few times he found that the bloodstains on the ground had disappeared. It seems I can only look for it slowly. Suyu sighed, then jumped to this approximate location. After several attempts, when he found that he couldn't find the other party, he would go back again, then jump to another location, and then go back. He didn't believe that he couldn't find the other party. Anyway, the star energy consumed by space jump is negligible, so there is no need to worry about energy consumption. Hiss. Zhang Yong took a deep breath as he walked on the snowy field. The cracks on my body are extremely painful. He had been maintaining his animal-type abilities and enduring the pain of torn skin while walking in this extremely cold place for a long time. Without the suppression of the light system, he didn't dare to casually retract his animal-type abilities in the extremely cold land. He must find a place to meditate and recover as soon as possible. The animal system can slowly recover from its injuries through meditation. This is it. Zhang Yang looked back and found that there was no one around, so he walked into the cedar forest in front and decided to recuperate there. As soon as his injuries recovered, he immediately left the extremely cold place. Nowadays, the longer you stay alone in an extremely cold place, the more dangerous it is. It would be okay if he encountered a supernatural creature. If he couldn't defeat it, he could just run away. But once he encountered a group of vicious people like him, he wouldn't even know how he died. He then found a relatively secluded place and began to meditate. At this moment, Suyu had searched for Zhang Yang 5 or 6 times but still couldn't find his location. Damn, he can really run. Suyu cursed. During these jumps, he discovered many traces of other superpowered teams. Fortunately, he acted cautiously. After detecting other superpowered people in range, he would immediately move away and never get close. He did a very good job in this regard. He believed that Zhang Yang would never be able to meet other superpowered teams alone. With his torn body, wouldn't he be a dead end if he encountered other superpowered teams? Try again. If it doesn't work, he's lucky. Suyu decided to try one last time in one direction. It took him a full minute to jump back and forth. He was almost dizzy from jumping, but he still couldn't find the other person. If he couldn't find him this time, he would have to give up. He quickly crossed the space at a distance of 500 meters per second in the selected direction. Hey, you're really hard for me to find. Suyu finally saw a familiar figure within his reconnaissance range. Is this meditation? Damn, the skin is actually healing. Fortunately, I came quickly, otherwise you would have recovered. The moment he discovered Zhang Yong, he came in front of him. At this time, Zhang Yong was meditating, and suddenly a crunching sound came from his ears. He knew someone was coming. The sound was the sound of feet stepping on the snow. His sensitive ears quickly determined the other party's position. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of the wolf shadow behind him turned red instantly, and the claws between his arm bones stretched out in an instant. Go to hell! Zhang Yong suddenly opened his eyes, burst out with unprecedented speed, and stabbed Suyu with his sharp wolf claws. Fuck, so fast. Suyu was still thinking about how to attack, but he didn't expect the other party to attack him first. Space jump. When he saw the other party rushing towards him and trying to tear his body apart, he immediately released his space skills without thinking. The whole person disappeared from the spot in an instant. Where are the people? Zhang Yong was so shocked that he actually stabbed the air. The other party was clearly standing there just now, but he disappeared out of thin air. This is unbelievable. Ahem. When Zhang Yong heard the other party's voice, he turned around suddenly and saw that the other party appeared at the same place where he was just now. It's you! He recognized Suyu. It was their team that killed all of his members. He would never forget the appearance of any member of the other team until his death. What he never expected was that there was only one person coming. Chapter 60 is over. Why, am I surprised? Suyu said slowly. Surprised, very surprised. If you're alone, you won't be able to do anything to me, right? Zhang Yong smiled. Why does he dare to come here alone? He really doesn't take me seriously. You'll know if you try it. Suyu also smiled, and then the power of thunder gradually gathered in his palm. Zhang Yong's expression was stern when he saw this. Thunder type, could it be the mid-level thunder type? He had previously heard from his teammates that the opponent's thunder system was not intermediate level, and he was a little unsure. Goodbye. Suyu didn't plan to waste time talking to him. He wanted to finish the battle quickly because his teammates were still waiting for him. A spear emitting the power of thunder gradually gathered together, and then instantly burst out at the speed of breaking through the air and shot towards Zhang Yong. Let's fight. Zhang Yong gritted his teeth and prepared to take the lightning spear with his bare hands. He decided to trust his teammates. Since his teammates told him that this thunder system was only at the beginner level, there was no need for him to be afraid. Burst. Suyu laughed when he saw that the other party was trying to take his lightning spear with his bare hands. Doesn't he know that his lightning spear can explode? What? Zhang Yong was caught off guard by the sudden explosion. Damn, so this is what caused the previous explosion. Upon seeing this, he immediately activated the phantom of the wild wolf behind him, his body reaching a peak state, and used his wolf claws to block the powerful shockwave in front of him. Boom! The shockwave generated by the explosion instantly knocked him back several meters. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yong walked out of the explosion and laughed out loud. That's it? It turns out that it is really a beginner-level thunder type. The explosion merely knocked him back, and although it caused him some damage, it was only a drizzle. He is a mid-level animal system, but the damage of this lightning explosion is not as strong as the attack of a mid-level snow wolf king. With this little strength, you dare to come and kill me alone? You really don't know how to live or die. He looked at Suyu with a hint of contempt. Suyu shook his head. As expected, he couldn't be killed by lightning. It seems that I can only use the space system. After all, the space system is intermediate, so it should be easy to deal with him. Just when Suyu was about to touch the void, the other party had already rushed towards him quickly. Seeing this, he immediately made a space jump. What? Zhang Yong was shocked to see that he had hit the air again. He thought it was a coincidence when the other party dodged him once before, but he didn't expect that the other party was so powerful. How is this possible? His current condition has reached a peak level. How could his speed be slower than that of a thunder element? He is an animal type, and the other party is a natural type. How could his physical speed be comparable to his? Suyu instantly crossed over to another place. It's over. He lightly pointed at where Zhang Yang was. The space is broken. Immediately afterwards, a powerful braking force instantly spread throughout Zhang Yang's body. It's you! Zhang Yang looked at Suyu in shock. The severe pain in his body made him understand immediately. It turned out that the previous unknown attack was caused by the other party. Why did this attack come without any warning? He couldn't even dodge it. Ah! The powerful tearing feeling made him feel extremely painful all over. The previous wounds had not yet recovered, and now it was even worse. Remember to watch your mouth in your next life. Suyu looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a dead person. Then he touched the void twice again at Zhang Yang. To be on the safe side, he condensed several lightning spears and shot them at him. No! I have a superpower stone, please let me go. Zhang Yang made a hoarse plea for mercy. He felt that he was really going to die this time. He had never felt such fear of facing death since he became a superpowered person. Suyu just looked at him without answering him. Poochie! In an instant, blood spurted out of Zhang Yang's body, and then the lightning spears instantly pierced his limbs, nailing him to the cedar tree behind him. The space fragmentation did not end there, and the next second his body was shattered into pieces. Beginner level? What if I say I'm not at the beginner level? Suyu murmured in a low voice. He waved his hand and an egg-sized intermediate superstone emerged from a pool of blood. It spun rapidly in the air, shaking off the blood on it, and then floated in front of Suyu. He waved his hand again, and a blizzard directly covered the opponent's body. It's time to go back. Suyu put the superpower stone into his backpack, and then quickly performed space crossing. The remaining energy in the space system was enough for him to perform several space jumps in succession, without worrying about running out of energy. However, if he were to use space shattering once or twice more, his space energy might not be enough to support him to return to his team's location. He raised his super watch and quickly determined the team's location, then quickly moved towards there with a jump range of 500 meters each time. Zhao Kai and his group were resting in a cedar forest at this time. Why hasn't Suyu come out for so long? Zhao Kai asked after looking at the time on his super watch. Who knows? Maybe it takes him a while to satisfy his physiological needs? Wang Debao thought it was normal that it would take longer to solve that problem. Su Lin heard the conversation between the two and said, so you just said that it might take him a while, so we can only trouble everyone to wait. Zhao Kai nodded. There was no way to urge others in this situation. After a while, Zhao Kai felt something was wrong. Was it a little too long to satisfy his physiological needs? So he gestured to Wang Debao who was standing beside him. Debao, please call him twice. Why hasn't he come out after such a long time? Wang Debao frowned after hearing this and felt it was a bit strange that Suyu took too long. So he shouted towards Suyu's position, Suyu! Suyu! After shouting twice and finding no response for a long time, he knew something was wrong. Zhao Kai and the others also looked serious when they saw that Suyu did not respond. Debao, Baishao, let's go over and take a look. Zhao Kai immediately said to the two people beside him. The two nodded, then followed Zhao Kai towards the tree that Suyu had chosen earlier. Su Lin was also a little anxious when she saw this. What was going on? Why didn't Suyu reply? She couldn't go over in this situation. Oh, there's a super watch. She suddenly thought of the super watch that could accurately determine the location of teammates. If Suyu was nearby, the red dots above would be close to them. She immediately turned on the positioning function of her watch and saw a red dot rapidly approaching their 4 red dots. What's going on? Su Lin was shocked and rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. When she looked at the dial again, 5 red dots were clustered together. Oh, it feels so good. At this moment, Suyu suddenly made a sound of relief. Zhao Kai and the others stopped immediately after hearing this. Is Suyu still not well? It's time to go. After hearing the familiar voice, several people breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the person had disappeared while they were pulling. Okay. Suyu straightened his clothes and walked out from behind the tree. He scratched his head and said, sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Chapter 61 Robbery. It's indeed a bit long. The corners of Zhao Kai's mouth twitched. I didn't expect this guy to have some self-awareness. If you don't come out soon, we will kill you. Sister Lin, what are you looking at? Suyu came to Su Lin's side and asked curiously when he saw her looking down at the super watch. I didn't see anything. Seeing him coming, Su Lin put her wrist down in panic. At this moment, Zhao Kai suddenly said, now that everyone has rested, let's set off. Let's go, the captain has spoken. Su Lin smoothed the hair by her ears, left a word, and hurriedly turned around to pack her equipment. Seeing this, Suyu felt that something was wrong with her, but without asking any further questions, he followed everyone and started the journey back. After walking in the snow for a while, Su Lin was still feeling uneasy, thinking that the previous positioning of Suyu by the superwatch was a bit strange. She clearly saw the red dot representing Suyu jumping in the distance and moving towards the red dots they represented. But they gathered together in the blink of an eye, which was really incredible. What are you thinking about? Suyu reached out and patted Su Lin's shoulder. He found that Su Lin had been absent-minded since he came back. Oops. Su Lin's delicate body shuddered, and she quickly came to her senses. You kid are trying to scare me to death. Suyu scratched his head and blamed me. Seeing him approach her, Su Lin took the opportunity to ask quietly, Suyu, tell me honestly, what are you doing behind the tree? She suspected that Suyu might not have been behind the tree just now, and the positioning on the super watch would definitely not be wrong. Of course it's to satisfy physiological needs. Suyu said nonchalantly, but his heart was tense. Did she notice something? That's impossible. I was traveling back and forth through space jumps. How could she possibly notice it without leaving any trace? Really? Su Lin looked at him suspiciously. Really? If you don't believe me, go back and take a look. It's still warm. Suyu looked at her without blushing or blinking. Just kidding, my acting skills are at the level of an Oscar winner. Oh, who wants to go back and look? Su Lin blushed and rolled her eyes at him. How could this brat say such words? Hey, wait for me. Suyu saw her walking forward angrily and hurriedly followed her. According to the instructions of the super watch, if we go straight ahead, we should be able to reach the Arctic fortress. Zhao Kai raised the super watch on his wrist and looked at it and said, the snowstorm isn't too severe right now, so the gate to the Arctic fortress should still be open. Everyone, hurry up and leave while the wind and snow are still light. Everyone nodded and picked up the pace of their steps. Shit. Suyu suddenly came to his senses when he heard what Zhao Kai said. He finally understood why Su Lin had been so uneasy just now. She had been staring at the super watch before, and she must have discovered her whereabouts through the positioning function of the super watch. That's why I asked myself what I was doing just now. How could I forget such a crucial thing? I should have put down the watch and jumped into space. Hey, that's not right. It seems like I can't come back without the super watch. He jumped back and forth several times and felt dizzy. Without a watch, he really couldn't find the location of his teammates. Suyu looked at Su Lin suspiciously and thought, I hope she didn't notice anything. Why are you looking at me like that? Hurry and go while the wind and snow are not strong enough. Su Lin saw Suyu staring at her and her pretty face turned red. She reached out and pulled him. Okay, let's go. Suyu came back to his senses. Judging from her expression, she seemed to have not noticed anything, so he put his mind at ease and followed the main group. Soon everyone saw a huge fortress in the distance. There is a yellow energy shield covering the fortress. They finally saw the shadow of the Arctic fortress. Zhao Kai saw several teams of superpowered people wandering around the outskirts of the Arctic fortress and warned them, the Arctic fortress is ahead, everyone be careful. Everyone's expressions also became solemn. Who knows, some of these superpowered people might target them. Seeing that they were gradually approaching the Arctic fortress, Zhao Kai immediately released his fire ability. Then, his whole body was bathed in scorching flames, and he displayed his strength in order to shock the superpowered people around him. Otherwise, anyone could try to intercept them. Suyu and others also looked at the superpowered people in front of them cautiously, fearing that someone would suddenly attack. At this moment, outside the Arctic fortress, some teams gave up on intercepting the team when they saw that the leader was a mid-level fire element, but some teams had ulterior motives. Captain, look, another team is back. Fuck, this team actually came back without any injuries at all? Didn't they encounter any extraordinary creatures? Captain, do you want to grab it? Let's wait until they get closer and then see. A team of superpowered people gathered together and talked with their heads down. "Captain, shall we take action?" Seeing that the other party was about to arrive, he hurriedly asked his captain. "Just a mid-level fire type? Go for it." A mid-level fire type leader dares to come to the Arctic fortress to hang out. If he doesn't rob you, who will he rob? The captain of this team is named Zhao Jia, and they often wander around the outskirts of the Arctic fortress. Instead of going out to hunt extraordinary creatures, they squat here and wait for the returning teams to rob them and plunder the spoils of other teams. In their opinion, it is too dangerous to go out and hunt extraordinary creatures, so it is safer to stay here. If they can defeat the enemy, they will fight. If they can't, they will immediately retreat to the Arctic fortress. The enemy can't do anything to them anyway. Suyu and the others were about to enter the extreme cold fortress when 4 or 5 people suddenly appeared and blocked their way. Several of them had sallow complexions, were thin, and of medium height. The leader was wearing a black leather jacket and standing at the front of the team with a cigar in his mouth. "Robbery!" Zhao Jie threw down his empty cigar. His feet were suddenly suspended in the air, and violent air currents were flowing around him. He is a mid-level wind-type superpower, and the wind type is also a type of offensive natural type. He would naturally be able to fight against a mid-level fire element, which was why he dared to intercept Zhao Kai's team. When the younger brothers behind Zhao Jie saw their captain releasing his abilities, they also released their own abilities. 2 of them were primary water type, and 2 were primary earth type. The superpowered people watching nearby quickly withdrew when they saw the 2 teams were about to fight. "We all rob here and are familiar with each other. Since you want to eat this meat, we will naturally not interfere." Wind? Seeing the opponent hanging in the air and the air flowing around him, Zhao Kai quickly judged the opponent's ability. He frowned slightly. The strength of the wind element was no worse than his fire element. It seemed that this team still had some strength. Aren't there really robbers? Suyu looked at the people in front of him and thought, "You are standing at the gate of the Arctic fortress and robbing, you are too arrogant. Hand over the superpower stone and I will spare your life." Zhao Jie said arrogantly, and the younger brothers behind him looked at each other with ferocious expressions. "Humph." Zhao Kai snorted coldly. Suyu and others quickly released their abilities. "It seems that I can't get through here without showing some skills." Chapter 62 Triumph. Water, wood, earth, thunder. Wait, there's a thunder element? Zhao Jia was shocked when he saw the purple energy in Suyu's hand. "Oh my god, there is actually a lightning-type superpower user in this team? When did a lightning-type superpower become paired with such a shabby team? Mistake, misstep. Ahem, that misunderstanding was just a misunderstanding." Zhao Jia coughed dryly, then quickly apologized. He kicked several of his younger brothers beside him hard, signaling them to apologize quickly. Seeing this, the younger brother behind him changed his ferocious expression and greeted him with a smile. This scene left Suyu and others stunned. What is going on? Didn't we just want to rob them? How could his attitude change 180 degrees in the blink of an eye? While several people were still in a daze, Zhao Jie waved his hand, and the younger brothers beside him instantly understood and quickly made way for the Arctic fortress. "Dear brothers, please come in." Zhao Jie made a gesture as if inviting people in. Zhao Kai and his companions were a little amused and helpless when they saw this. What kind of trick was this? It can't be a trick, right? Since the other party politely gave way, they naturally would not make things difficult for themselves. They did not retract their abilities because of the other party's apology, and several of them stared at each other cautiously. Once the opponent makes any unusual movement, the battle will break out immediately. Zhao Jia narrowed his eyes slightly, and when Suyu walked past him, he clearly saw the purple energy in the other's hand. This made him even more certain that the other party was a lightning-type superpower user. After Suyu and his companions left them, one of the younger brothers came up and asked, "Captain, is this team strong?" They have worked together for many years and are familiar with the meaning of their captain's gesture. As soon as his captain waved his hand, he knew to give way. "Not strong, but we can't beat him," Zhao Jia said helplessly. "I can stop the fire element, but my teammates definitely can't beat the lightning element, not to mention that the other side has other team members." "Can't beat him?" "The other side has a lightning element, which means we are doomed to be unable to defeat them." "I'm not afraid, but can you guys beat the thunder type?" When the younger brother next to him heard that there was a thunder type event, he kept shaking his head like a rattle. "Are you kidding? These auxiliary nature type characters will be beaten to pieces if they encounter the thunder type characters. That's it, I'm here to rob you, not to kill you. Zhao Jia patted his shoulder and continued, okay, keep your eyes on the next target. They are professionals. If they can win, they will fight. If they see the situation is not good, they will immediately lower their stance and apologize. If the other party is not forgiving, they will run away. Su Yu and others thought they were going to have a big battle, but unexpectedly they were able to enter the extreme cold fortress so smoothly. Let's go back to headquarters and take the teleportation cabin back. Zhao Kai also breathed a sigh of relief after entering the Arctic fortress. Everyone arrived at the entrance of the headquarters of the Superpower Association in the Arctic fortress, where superpowered people were still coming in and out. Several people walked into the association headquarters and came to the previous teleportation warehouse. Zhao Kai walked up to the staff next to the teleportation chamber and said, "Go to the Star City Superpower Association." The staff member nodded with a smile, entered a coordinate on the console, and then opened the teleportation chamber. Su Yu and others walked in and the teleportation chamber closed. Then there was a slight feeling of oppression, and the teleportation chamber began to start. This time we have returned with a full load. Zhao Kai was very happy in his heart. This trip to the extremely cold land was very successful. Not only did the team's strength increase greatly, but it also earned a considerable amount of income. Yes, this time it's all thanks to Su Yu, otherwise it would have been difficult. Wang Debao also felt a sense of emotion. If Su Yu was not here, they would definitely be in great danger this time. If Su Yu hadn't been there, encountering the pack of snow wolves first would have been enough to wipe them out. When did you become so powerful? Su Lin was completely conquered by Su Yu's strength this time. Thanks to Sister Lin for helping me recharge, otherwise I wouldn't be so powerful. Su Yu smiled. Charging? Several people nearby were stunned. What the hell is charging? It's to absorb Sister Lin's star energy, otherwise my energy won't be enough to last that long. Is this possible? Several people looked at Su Lin. Su Lin nodded and told her about Su Yu recovering his energy through her water area. Several people immediately understood that the boy had been relying on Su Lin's energy to support his reckless use of skills against the snow wolves. No wonder he has so much energy. How can I use so many skills with the limited energy I have? Su Yu said modestly. Then I'll have to arrange for you two to team up more often in the future. This will also help the team's strength improve to a higher level. Zhao Kai's eyes lit up after hearing this. No, I don't. I have no experience at all being with him. Su Lin curled her lips after hearing this. She didn't want to team up with Su Yu, otherwise she would really become a power bank. The people around laughed after hearing this. They knew that although Su Lin said she was unwilling, she was still willing to sacrifice herself for the team. After all, the team's strength is still too weak now, and they rely more on Su Yu's thunder system. Perhaps when everyone reaches the intermediate level, they will not have to rely so much on Su Yu's thunder system. Bite. At this time, the indicator light above the transmission chamber turns green. Several people walked out of the teleportation cabin and looked around. They saw the familiar second floor of the Superpower Association. Let's go. Zhao Kai led everyone down from the second floor. I happened to see the stunningly beautiful Li Yuehua wiping the wine glasses elegantly behind the counter. Seeing that several people were in a good mood and walked down, Li Yuehua asked curiously, "It seems like this lei was a good harvest?" Zhao Kai nodded, then took out 2 intermediate super energy stones from his backpack and placed them on the counter. Li Yuehua was slightly surprised when she saw him take out 2 intermediate super power stones. She remembered that the last time they went to the extremely cold place, they returned in defeat. I didn't expect that with Su Yu's joining this time, we would reap so much benefits. Then Zhao Kai signaled to the others to show the gains from this trip to the extremely cold place. At this time, Su Yu was a little hesitant because there was not a single super stone left in his backpack. With the ring's absorption rate, he wouldn't have survived until now with just that little bit of super energy stone. It even absorbed the intermediate super power stone obtained from Zhang Yong. Li Yuehua naturally caught Su Yu's expression and said, "Alright, no need to show it to me. Just make sure you return victorious, or else the Star City Superpower Association will have to recruit new members." Sister Yuehua, are we leaving now? Li Yuehua looked at the backs of the people leaving, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and then she continued to wipe the wine glass. Chapter 63 Premeditation. Star City. Wang Transportation Group Industrial Park. In a luxuriously decorated office, Wang Yuanhui was sitting comfortably in his office chair. Under him was a very beautiful and well-proportioned female secretary wearing a black business suit, who was serving him closely. Bang, bang. Come in. A middle-aged man in a black suit walked in from outside. He looked at the scene in front of him and said in a low voice, "Young master, how's the investigation going for me?" Wang Yuanhui groaned as he was being served by his secretary. "Master, according to the feedback from the Black Alliance, so you should have joined the Superpower Association." Superpower Association? Wang Yuanhui frowned slightly after hearing this. If Suyu joined the Superpower Association, it would be difficult to deal with him. It would be difficult to kill him. If you kill a member of the Superpower Association, you will be investigated all the time and you won't be able to get rid of it. It will be very troublesome. I can only ignore him for the time being. He patted the female secretary and said, "Go down." The female secretary stood up, wiped her tender lips, then lowered her head and slowly retreated. "Where's my dad?" Wang Yuanhui asked after straightening his clothes. "The master is negotiating transportation business with other companies. The old man just talks all day long. What's there to talk about? If you don't agree, just kill them all." Wang Yuanhui was very excited, and the sharp claws between his arm bones gradually stretched out. The middle-aged man stood aside and listened silently without saying anything. Perhaps only his own young master dares to say that the person at the helm of Wang Group is an old man. Forget it, since the old man is unwilling to use his superpowers to suppress others, let's talk if we want. Wang Yuanhui rubbed his temples, knowing that he was a little excited, and quickly retracted his claws. "Has the Black Alliance made any moves recently?" "Master, the Black Alliance is planning to attack Qinghai City Prison soon." "Attack the prison?" "Yes, sir." Wang Yuanhui was a little surprised. Damn, the Black Alliance is preparing for a big move. Most of the people in the superpower prison are members of the Black Alliance. It seems that the Black Alliance is preparing for a big liberation. Interesting, really interesting. If the Black Alliance is preparing to attack the superpower prison, then it will definitely be very lively there. Is the news accurate? Wang Yuanhui wanted to confirm it. Accurate. The middle-aged man said in a firm tone. If this kind of news is released internally, it cannot be false. Good. Wang Yuanhui slammed the table and said, "Go get all the equipment I bought recently. I want to join in the fun this time." He has been feeling very frustrated during this period of time. His husband arranged for him to either play with women or absorb super energy stones here. He almost vomited because it was so boring. Now his ability to absorb super energy stones has reached the peak of 6 stars. This time he decided to go out and show off his sharp wolf claws and find some different fun. Maybe I can take this opportunity to break through to 7 stars. He still remembered the pleasure he felt when he killed Wang Shueqing. The way Wang Shueqing shamelessly begged for mercy in front of him made him linger on it. "Young master, if the master knows, will he?" The middle-aged man hesitated. After all, the master didn't want the young master to get involved in the affairs of the Black Alliance. It's really too dangerous. It will be troublesome if we are targeted by the Superpower Association. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, how is my father going to know? What? Are you going to tell him? Wang Yuanhui looked at him sharply. The middle-aged man felt a chill all over his body, shivered, and then whispered, "Young master, I will go to prepare equipment for you." After that, he retreated. Wang Yuanhui looked at his wolf claws, which were gleaming with cold light, and whispered, "I've let you drink milk every day, and it's time to let you drink blood." At the same time, Star City high-end villa area. Bang, bang, bang. Suyu. Something happened. Suyu, who was sleeping soundly, was startled when he heard Su Lin's cry outside the door and immediately jumped up from the bed. "What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" he asked, quickly opening the door of his bedroom. Su Lin was wearing a pink dress, with her hair tied into 2 ponytails, and her hands behind her back. A pair of white and slender legs came into view, a pair of jade-like feet stepped on the floor, and her pretty face looked at him with a slightly blushing face. Seeing this beautiful scene, Suyu's hazy eyes suddenly brightened and he woke up instantly. He quickly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Su Lin's 2 white and tender feet clasped the floor tightly and she said shyly, "It's okay." "Nothing? If nothing is wrong, why do you want me to do that?" Suyu was stunned when he heard that. "Didn't we agree that we can sleep as long as we want after returning from the extremely cold place?" Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are dressed so beautifully today. He rubbed his messy hair and said, if everything is okay, I'll go back to sleep. Wait. Su Lin stopped him immediately when she saw him about to close the door. For you. What is this? Is this porridge? Su Yu saw her bring her hands, which were leaning against her back, in front of her, holding a bowl of porridge and handing it to him. Su Lin blushed slightly and nodded, saying, I made this porridge especially for you. I was afraid it would get cold since you haven't been out for so long, so I came to call you. Su Yu was deeply moved after hearing this. How could he have deserved this that Sister Lin would make porridge just for him? He took it and felt the residual warmth coming from the edge of the bowl. It looked like it had just been cooked not long ago. Sister Lin, you are so nice. He looked down at the porridge in the bowl and found that there was something wrong with it. It was not regular. Hey, what kind of porridge is this? This is the tonic porridge I made for you. It contains red dates, lotus seeds, red beans. Su Lin shyly explained each ingredient to him one by one. Su Yu's mouth twitched as he listened to her explanation. Can I choose not to drink? What? This is something I worked so hard to make especially for you, and you dare not drink it? When Su Lin heard him say he didn't want to drink it, she immediately became furious and changed her shyness. Drink, can't I drink it? Su Yu drank the bowl of tonic porridge in one gulp. Not to mention the taste is pretty good, Su Lin's cooking skills are pretty good. That's more like it. Su Lin became shy again after seeing him drink it. I promised to nourish you well after returning from the extremely cold land. Have you forgotten? Shit. Su Yu suddenly remembered that it was all Wang Debao's fault. If he had discovered earlier that it was a group of snow wolves, he wouldn't have been labeled as a scoundrel by Su Lin because he had to rest all the time. Seeing him in a daze, Su Lin reached out and took the bowl from his hand, then said, there will be more in the evening. Then she walked lightly back to the kitchen. There's more tonight? Su Yu smiled bitterly and said, what a sin. Wang Debao, I really want to thank you very much. Wang Debao, who was sitting at his computer desk playing games and drinking coke, suddenly sneezed, who was saying bad things about me. Chapter 64, Strength Improvement. In the evening, Su Yu was sitting on the sofa in the living room meditating and practicing. At this time, Su Lin came to him with a bowl of 10-ingredient tonic porridge and said, Su Yu, drink this, it has magical powers. Su Yu came out of his meditation state and looked at the bowl of tonic porridge in front of him. He shook his head helplessly. The last bowl? The last bowl. Su Lin nodded with a smile. Burp. Su Yu suddenly burped. Looking at the bowl of porridge in front of him, he really had no idea where to start eating because he had already drunk several bowls. The last bowl, Su Lin has said several times. But he was cheated every time. Sister Lin, I really can't drink anymore. I understand. This is really the last bowl. Su Lin felt a little embarrassed when she heard him burp. Su Yu, just bear with it. For the sake of our team, work hard and drink it. Su Yu sighed and picked up the bowl of tonic porridge and drank it in one gulp. Burp burp. Su Yu, why are you bleeding from your nose? Su Lin saw a streak of bright red liquid flowing from his nose the next second after he drank the bowl of porridge. Su Yu thought to himself, why is my nose bleeding? It's all because of your 10-ingredient tonic porridge. Seeing this, Su Lin quickly took a tissue to wipe him. I'll do it myself, stay away from me. Su Yu saw a pair of white thighs approaching and quickly spoke out to stop them. Just kidding, if you get any closer it won't just be bleeding, it will be spurting blood. You come on your own. Su Lin pursed her lips as she watched him wipe the blood from his nose and said, the captain has exchanged the 2 intermediate super stones in his hand for star coins and has already sent them to us. Has the money arrived? Su Yu blocked his nostrils with a tissue, then quickly picked up the super watch to check. Account balance, 400,000. It's really here. Okay, let's go shopping tomorrow. Su Lin was speechless when she saw how happy he was. She said, I never saw you so happy even when I worked hard to make porridge for you. At this moment, Su Yu's index finger felt a slight burning sensation. He knew that the long-awaited ring feedback energy had finally arrived. He thought the ring was broken since there was no feedback for so long. Sister Lin, I'm going to the basement to practice. You should also go to bed early. After saying that, Su Yu ran to the basement at the speed of light. Su Lin was left standing there in a daze. She shook her head helplessly and yawned. She was a little tired after making porridge all day, so she went upstairs to rest. Suyu came to the basement and closed the basement door tightly. Then sit cross-legged. There is a huge and pure energy in the mind, sandwiched between the two stars. Fuck, it's so big. This time the feedback energy is larger than the previous energy groups. Could it be because of the absorption of the intermediate superpower stone? This time he absorbed 1 intermediate superpower stone and 40 ordinary superpower stones. All of these were obtained from Zhang Yong's team. 20 of them were his own, 20 were given to him by Su Lin, and the last intermediate one was obtained by killing Zhang Yong. It was the first time for him to use his ancestral ring to absorb the intermediate super energy stone. Looking at the huge ball of energy in front of him, he suddenly had a question. This energy is a mixture of intermediate superpower stones and ordinary superpower stones. Can the intermediate space system be absorbed? According to his understanding, after a star is upgraded to 7 stars, it can no longer absorb ordinary superpower stones and can only absorb intermediate superpower stones. An intermediate superstone is worth 1 million star coins, which is not a small amount, while an ordinary superstone is worth 4,000 star coins. Initial level superpowers can often satisfy their cultivation needs by completing tasks, but intermediate level superpowers are far from satisfying their cultivation needs by completing tasks. This is also the reason why most superpowered people go to extremely cold places after reaching the intermediate level of cultivation. Forget it, let us give it a try. He separated a small portion of energy and sent it into the space star. The space star trembled slightly, and the energy instantly sank into it. The space system can absorb it. Then he separated a small portion of energy and sent it into the thunder star. The thunder star also trembled slightly and directly swallowed all the energy. Can absorb everything. In other words, he can buy ordinary super energy stones to upgrade mid-level stars in the future. What if when his star reaches a high level, ordinary super energy stones can also upgrade the high-level stars? My goodness, do you have to be so perverted? Suyu looked at his ancestral ring and swallowed hard. He couldn't even imagine the changes that would occur if the function of this ring were exposed. Perhaps all the super-powered people in China will fight for this ring. But now the ring is in my hand, and no one else will know unless I tell them. Then he stopped thinking about it and allocated a part of his energy to hit the lightning star. Now his thunder element is at the peak of 4 stars but is still a little short of 5 stars, and his space element is at 7 stars. He is now at the intermediate level in the space system and needs to upgrade the star level of the thunder system. But you can't improve too quickly, otherwise it will arouse suspicion from others. Ouch! The lightning star trembled, and a star appeared next to it, a 5-star lightning star. 5 are not enough. Everyone gained a lot from going to the extremely cold land this time, and I will have 100 ordinary superpower stones tomorrow, so raising it by 1 more star will not arouse anyone's suspicion. Then he separated a part of his energy and injected it into the lightning star. On! Another star appeared in the thunder stars, and now there were 6 stars surrounding it. 6 stars is fine. Suyu knew that 6 stars was enough and he couldn't upgrade any further. The next time they meet the captain, they will say that they used 140 ordinary super stones to barely upgrade the lightning type to 6 stars. It is still a long way from the 6-star peak. This way they won't be suspicious. If this doesn't work, I'll shamelessly ask Su Lin for another 20 super stones tomorrow. Using 160 ordinary super stones to upgrade to 6 stars as an excuse. That way they will never have any doubts. Suyu believed that as long as he asked, Su Lin would definitely give him the 20 superpower stones. Finally, looking at the remaining energy, he injected it all into the space system. On! A new star suddenly appeared around the space star and surrounded it. 8 stars in the space system. Oh my god, I actually upgraded. Suyu thought that the remaining energy was not enough to upgrade the space system, but he didn't expect that it could actually be upgraded. It seems that the ring's purification ability is still very powerful. Of course, it may also be because it is easier to upgrade from 7 stars to 8 stars in the middle level. He looked at the violent lightning in his palm, then looked at the walls around him. He sighed, afraid that if he tested its power here, the basement would collapse. Although 6 stars is not yet mid-level, there is no qualitative improvement in power. However, compared to 4 stars, its power has been partially improved. Of course, the most important thing is that the star energy has been greatly improved. Suyu stretched, washed the sweat off his body, changed into clean clothes, and walked out of the basement. Seeing the dim living room, he knew Su Lin should go to bed early, so he returned to his bedroom. Chapter 65 Charming. Bang, bang, bang. Suyu. Suyu, open the door. In the early morning, Suyu, who was sleeping soundly in bed, heard Su Lin's voice coming from outside the door, and his whole body trembled. No way, you're coming again? Yesterday, he drank too much tonic porridge, which caused him to be extremely excited at night. Fortunately, he took a cold shower to suppress his desire, otherwise he would really have to ask his left and right hands for help. I didn't expect her to come again today. I heard a fierce knock on the door. Suyu quickly picked up the shorts beside him and put them on, then quickly opened the bedroom door. Be prepared to accept the results that cannot be changed. The bedroom door opens. Fuck! Suyu was stunned when he saw the beautiful scenery in front of him. This morning, Su Lin was wearing a white lace suspender nightgown, her pretty face flushed, and she stood at the door of his bedroom excitedly. The white lace suspender nightgown outlines her devilish figure, and the spring light on her chest is hidden and vaguely visible, which is just right between revealing and not revealing, and is very tempting. What does it mean that Sister Lin is dressed so beautifully? When Su Lin saw him come out, she rushed over to him without caring whether he was wearing any clothes or not, then hugged him and jumped up excitedly. Suyu, I'm a 7-star. She was very excited at the moment. As soon as she woke up this morning, she found that her water system had inexplicably reached 7 stars. She was so excited that she hurried downstairs to share it with Suyu. When Suyu saw her suddenly hugging him, he was stunned. Was this serious? He's not ready yet. I finally understood after hearing what she said next. It turned out that he came to share with him the joy of the water system upgrade. He thought Su Lin was really going to eat him. 7 stars? Yeah. Su Lin paused and nodded excitedly. The two of them hugged each other, so close to each other, the desire in Suyu's heart instantly burned. Oh my god, I'm not wearing anything? Hee hee, Suyu, you're excited too, right? Otherwise, why is your face so red? Su Lin looked up and found that his face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to bleed. He must have known that he had been upgraded to 7 stars, which was why his face turned red with excitement. At this time, Suyu swallowed his saliva. Why is my face red? It's because of you. Su Lin blinked, and when she saw that she was too close to Suyu, her pretty face instantly flushed and she screamed, ah. Then she pushed Suyu to the ground with force. Bang! The bedroom door is closed. Only Suyu was left sitting there in a daze. Suyu got up from the ground and rubbed his butt. Do you have to be so forceful? Su Lin returned to her room, leaning against the bedroom door, breathing rapidly, and the peaks of her chest were rising and falling. She scratched her messy hair and bit her lips lightly. It was all my fault for being too excited. I ran downstairs in my nightgown to share my joy with Suyu and forgot to change my clothes. The most important thing is that she has the habit of not wearing underwear when sleeping, and this time it was really embarrassing. She recalled Suyu's look from before, and a blush appeared on her face as she gritted her teeth. How dare this brat? Humph. She immediately took off her nightgown, revealing her white and jade-like body underneath. She went to her closet, picked out a piece of underwear and a more conservative long skirt, then put on her makeup and adjusted her mood to prepare to go downstairs. At this time, Suyu had already come to the living room from the bedroom. Hearing the noise coming from the second floor, he saw Su Lin walking down from the second floor with delicate makeup and a black long dress. Morning. Morning. Seeing her greet him calmly, Suyu's lips curled up slightly, thinking that she adjusted herself quite quickly. Not as shy as before? After Su Lin went downstairs, she brought a cup of coffee and sat on the sofa in the living room. Suyu, I have reached 7 stars in the water element. What? 7 stars, so awesome. Suyu jumped up from the sofa excitedly after hearing this. Su Lin drank the coffee in her hand calmly. Now Suyu was embarrassed. Are you so calm? Why does he feel like a clown? He must find a factory. It's more comfortable to sleep without underwear. Ahem, say it again. Su Lin almost spit out the coffee in her mouth. She was broken by Suyu's words and her face turned red instantly. It really made him realize that he slept without underwear. Ha, I won't say anymore, I won't say anymore. Suyu laughed when he saw this. Humph. Su Lin snorted and put down the coffee in her hand. Seriously, how did you get 7 stars? Seeing that he was serious, Su Lin said, after a good sleep, he got 7 stars when he woke up. She felt a little proud after saying that. Is this possible? Suyu was a little surprised. Although he had never been stuck in a level, he had heard that some super-powered people would be stuck for a long time after reaching the peak of 6 stars, or even for their entire lives. I didn't expect Su Lin to be able to get over it so easily. Didn't you meditate yesterday? No, I just made porridge for you yesterday. Su Lin shook her head. She had made a whole day of tonic porridge for Su Yu yesterday. Besides, he has already reached the peak of 6 stars, and meditation is just a matter of luck, so he might as well do something else. Could it be because I made porridge for you that you got the upgrade? You're kidding. How can you upgrade your skills by making porridge? Su Yu stopped her immediately when he saw her heading towards the kitchen. He didn't want to drink porridge anymore. He felt like vomiting when he smelled the porridge. Could it be that you didn't think about practicing yesterday and completely emptied yourself, which is why you upgraded? Su Yu suddenly asked a question. Su Lin thought it made sense. She hadn't really focused on cultivation yesterday, but was concentrating on studying the recipe and preparation method of the 10-ingredient porridge. Su Yu saw her expression and knew that this was possible. It seems that I have to tell this method to Wang Debao and Bai Xiao. They are both 6 stars now. Maybe the star coins issued this time will be enough for them to upgrade to the peak of 6 stars. Maybe they can try to reach 7 stars, and maybe they can succeed. I don't care about it. I have the ring anyway, so I can upgrade directly. As long as I have enough energy, there will be no level limit. Since Sister Lin is already 7 stars, can you give me those 400,000 star coins so that I can level up as well? Su Yu said, rubbing his hands eagerly. For you? Su Lin gave a playful smile. Aha! My shoulders have been a little sore lately. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he came quickly behind Su Lin, then stretched out his hands and began to rub her shoulders. Sister Lin, are you comfortable? Yes, your technique is becoming more and more sophisticated. That. Why are you in such a hurry? Go and rub my feet again. Su Lin became angry when she thought about what he had done to her before, and she had to take this opportunity to take revenge on him. Foot? Su Lin lifted up a corner of her long skirt slightly, revealing a pair of pink and white feet. Why not? Yes. Of course. Su Yu drooled when he saw the delicate little feet. For 400,000 star coins, let us fight. That's more like it. Su Lin thought her request was a bit excessive, but when she saw Su Yu rubbing her feet obediently, she smiled smugly. Su Yu stretched out his hands and slowly touched the delicate little feet. Unexpectedly, as soon as he touched them, Su Lin's body trembled and she seemed to shrink back. Seeing this, Su Yu pulled the delicate little feet over. Hey, be gentle. Su Lin's face flushed. She had been thinking of punishing him, but why did she look so excited to see him? Don't worry, Sister Lin, my technique will definitely make you feel very comfortable. Su Yu said as he began to rub it with a rough technique. Rubbed it for a while. Su Lin's face flushed crimson, and she couldn't bear it any longer. Forget it, you don't have to rub it. She quickly pulled her small feet back under her long skirt. Su Yu was not massaging her feet at all, he was clearly touching her feet randomly. Looking at the pink little feet leaving, Su Yu felt restless. He hasn't touched enough yet. Oh, no, he hasn't rubbed it enough, why does he stop rubbing it? Then, 400,000 star coins. Forget it, since he won't let me touch him, he can only wait for next time. He believes that there will be many opportunities waiting for him in the future. Let us pay the service fee first. I can give it to you, but I can only give you 300,000 yuan. The remaining 100,000 yuan is needed to purchase supplies for the household. Su Lin said helplessly when she saw his humble look. Anyway, she is already 7 stars now, and ordinary superpower stones cannot absorb it. Intermediate superpower stones are too expensive. It is not bad to use these star coins to help Su Yuxing upgrade. Moreover, Su Yu made the greatest contribution in this trip to the extremely cold land. Even if he didn't ask, he would exchange these star coins for super energy stones for him. 300,000 is enough, Sister Lin, you were so kind. Su Yu was very excited to see her agree. If you use 700,000 star coins to buy super stones, that is 175 super stones. If I tell Captain Zhao Kai that I used 175 super energy stones to upgrade the lightning element from 4-star P to 6-star, it will definitely not arouse their suspicion. Chapter 67 Tips. Su Yu, should I tell the captain and the others now that I've been promoted to the intermediate level? Don't worry, wait until I finish upgrading and then tell them together. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will be surprised twice in one day. Su Yu quickly stopped Su Lin, who wanted to send a message through the super watch. Su Lin put down her watch and smiled, then wait until you get the upgrade and then tell them together. Let's go, target the energy building. Soon the two drove to the energy building together. Su Yu did not choose to use these star coins to buy super weapons. He would usually buy super weapons when he was unable to improve his strength. I urgently need super stones to improve my strength, so I'd better put super weapons aside. Well, Sister Lin, would you mind getting me one? Su Yu was amazed as he looked at the 4 safes containing super stones. Each safe is so heavy that it seems impossible for me to carry them all by myself. Fortunately, there was a beautiful Su Lin next to him. Then I'll help you get 2, sister. Su Lin weighed one of the safes and found that it was indeed a bit heavy. Su Yu could only carry 2 at most by himself. Can you carry 2? Su Yu was a little curious, but he was a little worried about her small body. If you keep talking nonsense, take it by yourself. No, you're just kidding. Then the 2 of them walked out of the energy building, each holding 2 safes filled with superpower stones. The 2 put the safe in the car and drove home. Do you want me to help you take it to the basement? After returning home, Su Lin saw Su Yu going to the basement to absorb it, so she spoke up. No, I can do this by myself. In this way, Su Yu made 2 trips back and forth to move the 4 safes filled with superpower stones into the basement. Keep the basement door closed. He then opened one of the safes and slid his ring-wearing finger over the super stones one by one. In an instant, all the super stones in the box disappeared. In this way, all 4 boxes of super energy stones were absorbed in less than 10 seconds. That is to say, the ring cannot be used in front of outsiders, otherwise why would these 4 boxes of superpower stones be so troublesome? Su Yu sighed. After absorbing the superpower stone, he began to meditate. Anyway, I can't get out so quickly, after all, it costs more than 170 superpower stones. In Su Lin's opinion, it would take several hours to absorb these more than 170 super energy stones. So in order to prevent her from suspecting him, Su Yu decided to stay in the basement for a few hours. To be precise, the longer you stay, the better. Su Yu meditated on the spot for several hours, gradually consolidating his 6-star thunder and 8-star space abilities that he had just upgraded. Bite. The time set by the super watch rings. Su Yu knew it was time to go out. He washed the sweat off his body, changed into clean clothes and walked out of the basement. It was already dark outside. Has it absorbed? Su Lin, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV series, asked curiously when she saw Su Yu coming out of the basement. 6 stars. Su Yu replied casually. What, you have reached 6 stars in the thunder element? Su Lin was shocked when he heard this. This news was indeed enough to shock the captain and the others. Well, I was already at the peak of 4 stars before, and now I've absorbed so many super stones and just reached 6 stars, which is not bad. It seems reasonable to upgrade 1 star for more than 170 yuan. Su Lin thought about it and felt that this was possible. For star peak is more or less 5 star. It is not as difficult as the distance from 6 star peak to 7 star, so it is reasonable for Su Yu to use more than 170 superpower stones to upgrade to 6 stars. Should we tell the captain and the others now? Su Lin was a little excited at the thought of telling the captain and the others the news of their upgrade. She was looking forward to seeing the captain and Wang Debao know how the 2 of them would upgrade. Then Su Lin sent a message to their team group through the super watch. Su Lin, Su Yu is a 6-star thunder type, Su Lin is a 7-star water type. A few seconds after the message was sent, the super watch started to sound reminders continuously. Zhao Kai? Wang Debao? Bai Xiao? Zhao Kai, holy crap, so US thunder element is already 6 stars, how did he level up so quickly? And Su Lin, how come you're suddenly 7 stars? Wang Debao, are you kidding us? Bai Xiao, +1+1. Su Lin, I gave him all the star coins I got from this trip to the extreme cold. He absorbed more than 170 super energy stones and upgraded from the peak of 4 stars to 6 stars. Su Yu, well, thanks to Sister Lin's help, I was able to level up so quickly. Su Lin, I woke up from a good sleep and my mind was already 7 stars. Zhao Kai, Su Yu's reason for upgrading is reasonable, Su Lin, yours is totally unreasonable. Zhao Kai, in all my years as a superpowered person, this is the first time I've heard of someone upgrading just by sleeping. Wang Debao, sleeping? Holy shit, Are you two having sex? Paying money and sleeping together, I seriously suspect you two have an illicit relationship. Bai Xiao, +1+1. Zhao Kai, de Bao, how can you talk like that? How can you slander Su Lin's innocence? Bai Xiao, +1. Zhao Kai, ahem, Su Lin, please tell us the details of how you upgraded to 7 stars so that they can learn from you. He had upgraded his fire element to the intermediate level by slowly grinding it out with energy. It took a long time, and his experience was of little use. Bai Xiao, +1. Suyu, de Bao, if you keep talking nonsense I want to let Sister Lin tell you the secret to upgrading to 7 stars. Wang de Bao, the message has been withdrawn. Bai Xiao, the message has been withdrawn. Su Lin saw Suyu staring at the super watch and laughing, and immediately looked at him with contempt. She upgraded just by sleeping. Where did this secret come from? Isn't this cheating, everyone? Suyu looked up and saw Su Lin looking at him, so he explained to him, don't worry, I've already compiled a trick for you. Su Lin was skeptical, and then looked at Suyu who was constantly editing. Suyu, the reason why Sister Lin was upgraded to 7 stars is because she was able to relax her mind. Wang de Bao, let go of your mind? Bai Xia? Suyu, well, Su Lin made porridge for me yesterday. I was in the kitchen cooking all day and had no intention of upgrading and practicing. Then I slept for a while and upgraded naturally. Wang de Bao, porridge, what kind of porridge? White blind, +1. Suyu, a tonic porridge. De Bao, you may really be picky about words. You don't read the key points, but only read the most useless words. Su Lin, shy, expression. Zhao Kai. Wang de Bao, damn it. I've already arranged the 10-ingredient tonic porridge, and you're telling me you two didn't have any PY transactions? Bai Xiao. Zhao Kai, ahem, you two have seen the trick to Su Lin's upgrade that Suyu mentioned. Let us try it in the next few days to see if it works. Wang de Bao, definitely not. I played games all day yesterday so I relaxed my mind, but why didn't I level up after I slept? Bai Xiao, +1, I tried it yesterday. Wang de Bao, they gave each other money, slept together, and made tonic porridge. They definitely had a PY relationship, which is why it escalated. Bai Xiao, +1. Zhao Kai. Su Lin, Wang de Bao, do you want to die? I'm already an intermediate level person now. Believe it or not, next time we meet. Wang de Bao, the message has been withdrawn. Bai Xiao, the message has been withdrawn. Suyu looked at Su Lin, whose pretty face was blushing, and thought to himself, it's over, I can't explain it anymore. Putting money, sleep, and the tonic porridge together seems to be impossible to explain. Su Lin's face flushed red as she looked up at Suyu and gritted her teeth, it's all your fault. Suyu spread his hands helplessly, how about you explain it again? Explain your ass. Go to sleep. Okay. Chapter 68 Prison Attack. At night, on the back mountain of Qingyang City Prison. A group of people in black robes were looking down at the Qingyang City Prison below. One of the leading men in black robes suddenly said, Wang De, go turn off the searchlight on the prison's watchtower. Don't fucking call me by my name, call me by my nickname, Fire Emperor. Wang De was shocked when he heard the other party calling his name and started cursing. Damn it, if the superpowered person guarding Qingyang City Prison remembers my name when I go to the prison to attack, I will be wanted. Fire Emperor, you're just a beginner fire type and you dare to call yourself the Fire Emperor? When the people around him heard that he was a beginner fire element and his nickname was Fire Emperor, they also laughed. How shameless. Hey, Luo Hua, don't think that you can call other people's names casually just because you are the person in charge of this mission. So what if I'm called Fire Emperor? Believe it or not, I'll start a fight with you, yell your name, and let the Superpower Association put you on the wanted list. Wang De said unconvinced. Do you want to die? Luo Hua was angry. As a superpowered person with intermediate abilities, he was actually being taught by a beginner. If you keep smiling at me, I'll yell at you. Wang De was not afraid at all. At worst, he would just blow himself up. Who would be afraid of that? Fire Emperor, go turn off the searchlight on the prison's watchtower. Luo Hua finally gave in. He himself was a dark-type poison type, and his burst attacks were far less direct than those of the fire type. If there weren't a few naturalists around, he wouldn't have let Wang De fight. That's pretty good. Wang De nodded with satisfaction. Damn, Luo Hua almost got himself into trouble. If the Black Alliance hadn't given him a generous reward for this mission, he wouldn't have taken the risk. This mission is so dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be in trouble. At worst, you may have to stay in prison for the whole year. Being a superpowered person is so cool. He doesn't want to go to the superpowered prison. As he spoke, 2 fireballs suddenly appeared in his hands, and he then shot them at the prison's watchtower. Bang! 2 fireballs instantly destroyed the watchtower. Boom! The stands on top of the watchtower were destroyed in an instant. Now is the time to act. Luo Hua immediately gave orders when he saw the searchlight on the lookout tower was destroyed. At this time, the Qingyang City prison warden Su Changhui was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a loud noise woke him up. What the hell? What happened? Su Changhui immediately jumped up from the bed and was shocked to see through the window that the observation tower in the middle of the prison had been destroyed. He immediately pressed the alarm in the room. Ring, ring, ring. Alarms suddenly rang everywhere in the prison. Everyone in the prison was awakened. When they saw the watchtower in the middle destroyed, some were happy and some were worried. Brothers! The Black Alliance is here to rescue us. Aha! We are going to be liberated. I'm calling you, fuck you. Su Changhui came out of the room and heard the prisoners around him shouting, and he immediately became furious. Damn it, I'll remember you. I'll come back and beat you to death after I finish dealing with those bastards outside. The prisoner who was being stared at by Su Changhui suddenly turned pale. I kept praying in my heart that I could take this opportunity to get out, otherwise my fate would be miserable. Su Changhui held a cigar in his mouth, and in an instant his whole body was bathed in flames. When he saw several of his companions appear, he shouted to one of the thin middle-aged men, Fan Xian, "Take control of the prison for me." When Fan Xian heard the warden's instructions, he immediately released his skills. He was a mid-level wood-type super-powered person, and he placed his hands on the ground. In an instant, dense vines appeared on the walls surrounding the huge Qingyang City prison. The vines continued to grow and tightly wrapped the entire prison. After Su Changhui saw that his skills had been released, he immediately shouted again, "Wang Shuyan, hurry up and ask Xingqing for help." The thin Wang Shuyan was stunned when he heard the warden's instructions. "Warden, ask Xingqing for Yuan?" He repeated it again. "The city we are entering is Qingyang City, why not ask Qingyang City for a girl?" Nonsense. Even those few mediocre superpowers from Qingyang City wouldn't be enough to feed them. Su Changhui is speechless. Can he use his brain? Has he become stupid from guarding the prison? Anyone who could attack his Qingyang City prison must be very powerful. The level of those super-powered people in Qingyang City is not even as high as that of the guards in their prison. Why are they coming here? Aren't they just seeking their own death? After hearing this, Wang Shuyan immediately ran to the studio to send a distress message to Xingqing. The back mountain of Qingyang City prison. Luo Hua, who was charging downwards, was instantly shocked when he saw the vines suddenly wrapping around the entire prison. The reaction should be quite fast. This vine is so thick that it looks like an intermediate skill, which is really tricky. As expected, the guards of Qingyang City prison cannot be underestimated. Wang, Black Rhino. Luo Hua thought of how he was scolded by Wang Di for calling him by his name before, and he instantly reacted and realized his ability to call him by his name. Black Rhino, go and knock these vines away. Wang Jia, Intermediate Animal Department, Black Rhino, nodded and followed Luo Hua's instructions. After all, Luo Hua was the person in charge this time. Since the other party didn't call his name rashly, there was no need for him to confront him. Wang Jia released his ability in an instant, his strength increased dramatically, and a black rhinoceros suddenly appeared behind him. The black rhino's eyes suddenly turned red, and then a sharp horn condensed from energy appeared above Wang Jia's head. He aimed at the vine-covered wall in front of him and crashed into it. Bang! The entire prison wall, including the vines above it, began to shake. Fuck! The few men in black robes who were watching the show were all shocked. Sure enough, the super-powered people who came to participate in the attack on Qingyang City prison were not simple. Luo Hua also swallowed his saliva. If he was hit by him, his whole body would fall apart. Bang, bang, bang. The entire prison was shaking continuously. In prison. Su Changhui looked at the prisoners in the cells around him who were constantly making noise and roared, "Everyone, shut up!" The prisoners in the cells suddenly became quiet after hearing the warden's roar. Su Changhui's reputation is well known in prison. It's better not to confront them head on until you're sure they can leave the prison. Su Changhui had just finished speaking. Bang! A big hole suddenly appeared in a corner of the prison wall. The prisoner who had been intimidated by Su Changhui before started to roar again when he saw the corner of the wall was breached. I'm finally getting the fuck out. I'm finally going to be liberated. I want women, I want to play with women. Aha! Su Changhui immediately looked at the broken hole in the wall and frowned. I didn't expect the prison's defenses to be breached so quickly. I saw a man with horns on his head standing at the entrance of the cave. He was wearing a black robe and a mask, so his face could not be seen at all. Beautiful, black rhino. Luo Hua was excited to see Wang Jie break a big hole in the prison wall. Come on! Several men in black robes rushed into the prison in an instant. When Luo Hua saw the man bathed in flames not far away, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Before they attacked, they had already figured out all the super-powered people stationed in the prison. Seeing the other person bathed in flames, he immediately determined that he was the prison warden, Su Changhui. Poisonous fog. Luo Hua released his poison skills, and a large amount of black and purple mist suddenly spurted out from the palms of his hands. The poisonous gas instantly filled the entire prison. Chapter 69, Set Out. Midnight. Ding-ling-ling. The super watch beside the bed made a loud beep. Suyu, who was sleeping soundly, was instantly awakened. What's going on? Who the hell is not sleeping in the middle of the night and is raising the team's alarm? He took it and examined it in confusion. Zhao Kai, all members, Superpower Association, assemble quickly. Fuck, it's the captain. There's a mission. When Suyu saw that the person who sent the message on the super watch was Zhao Kai, he shuddered and immediately jumped up from the bed. When you see the words speed collection, you know it's time for a mission. Didn't we agree to rest for a few days after returning from the extremely cold land? It's been less than 2 days and we're already on another mission. He quickly put on his clothes, put on his watch, and quickly walked out of the bedroom door. At this time, Su Lin, who was dressed in casual clothes, hurried down from upstairs. Did you see the message sent by the captain? Let's go. Suyu nodded, and then the two of them quickly went out and drove to the Superpower Association. Sister Lin, why do all the missions take place in the middle of the night? Suyu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the pitch-black environment around him, yawned and asked curiously. The last textile factory fire happened at night, and this emergency mission happened in the middle of the night again. How would I know? We, the members of the Superpower Association, don't have a fixed time for missions. If we're needed, we have to act immediately. Su Lin had long been accustomed to this. After she joined the Superpower Association, except for Zhao Kai notifying them in advance that there would be a mission at a certain time, most other tasks were sudden. Soon the two drove to the Superpower Association. What's going on? Why are there so many cars? Suyu was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was the first time he saw the front of the Superpower Association building filled with armored vehicles and various sports cars. Su Lin frowned upon seeing this. It seems that this mission is not easy. She has been a member of the Superpower Association longer than Suyu, and has seen such large-scale operations several times. Each mission is extremely difficult and dangerous. Not simple? Well, let's find a parking space and park the car for a while. Su Lin immediately found a parking space at the entrance of the association and parked. After getting out of the car, the two men walked quickly towards the association building, passed through the pile of parked armored vehicles and soon arrived at the entrance of the association. I saw a lot of Superpower Association members gathered at the entrance of the association building, talking in low voices. Suyu. Here. Wang Debao, who was standing at the outermost edge, hurriedly greeted Suyu and Su Lin when they appeared. Suyu heard the sound and saw Wang Debao waving at them from a distance. Sister Lin, Debao and the others are there, let's go. However, just as the two were about to walk towards Debao, the eyes of the people around them all turned to them. Suyu, is that the Suyu who awakened the lightning element in the energy building? Otherwise, who else is called Suyu besides him? I thought he was recruited to the Demon City after he awakened. If it weren't for this mission gathering, I wouldn't have known he had joined the Star City Superpower Association. He joined us a long time ago. We met him last time when we came back from the extremely cold land. Is the person standing next to Miss Suyu? This is the first time I've seen Suyu in the Superpower Association. I've only seen him in portraits within the association before. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. What's the use of being handsome without strength? A male superpowered person felt jealous when he saw the female members of his team were crazy about him. I'm not strong enough in the thunder element yet. I'm not stronger than you who are a water element. The more the female superpowered person looked at Suyu, the more infatuated she became. When she thought that he had awakened the thunder element, she fell in love with him even more. Several male superpowered people on the side looked at the female team member speechlessly. You are hopeless. Suyu felt a little embarrassed being discussed in front of everyone. Su Lin said, I didn't expect you to be so famous. Suyu smiled bitterly and said, Sister Lin, stop teasing me. I don't want this name anymore. Su Lin pursed her lips and smiled. Under the gazes of everyone, the two of them quickly came to Wang Debao and Bai Xiao. Debao, you've caused me so much trouble. Suyu looked at him helplessly. Wang Debao scratched his head embarrassedly. Who knew that these people would have such a big reaction when they heard Suyu's name? Debao. Do we have a score to settle between us? Su Lin looked at Wang Debao viciously, and became angry when she thought of the message he had sent in the group before. Wang Debao saw the water energy in Su Lin's hand gradually condensing and quickly stepped back. Sister Lin, I was wrong. I'm wrong, isn't that okay? I will definitely control my mouth from now on. Just then, Zhao Kai walked out of the association building, accompanied by several captains of other teams. Wang Debao saw Zhao Kai coming out and said as if he had seen a savior, Captain, here. Poof. When Su Lin saw the captain coming out, he quickly retracted the energy in his hand that was used to scare Debao. Zhao Kai came over upon hearing the voice and said, now that everyone is here, let's set off for Qingyang City Prison immediately. Go to Qingyang City Prison? Suyu and the others were stunned after hearing this. What kind of mission requires going to the prison overnight? Why is it so urgent? There's no time to explain. We'll talk on the way. After hearing this, they realized that the matter was serious and stopped asking questions. He quickly selected a large armored vehicle and set off for Qingyang City Prison. On the way to Qingyang City, Zhao Kai explained to everyone in the driver's seat with a serious expression, the members of the Black Alliance are attacking the Qingyang City Prison. We must go to support them immediately. After hearing this, several people were stunned. They actually dared to attack the Qingyang City superpower prison. Is the Black Alliance so brave? They don't take the Superpower Association seriously at all. There are hundreds of superpowered prisoners imprisoned there. If they were all released, it would be a devastating blow to the stability of Star City society. Will there be a lot of superpowered people coming to attack the prison? Suyu asked curiously. There are powerful superpowered people stationed in the Qingyang City prison. If one or two of them go there, they will only die. If the Black Alliance wants to take it down, it will have to send out more than a dozen superpowered people. Well, so the Star City Superpower Association sent several teams to provide support. After the captains of each team reported their team's strength, Li Yuehua conducted an assessment, so we are honored to be selected. Honored? Suyu didn't feel honored at all. He might even die. They all remained silent, knowing that this mission was much more dangerous than usual. Don't worry too much. We are not the only team supporting Qingyang City Prison this time. There are several other teams as well. Zhao Kai said when he saw that everyone looked a little heavy. I hope Qingyang City Prison is still holding on. If we fail, hundreds of superpowered prisoners will be released, which will be a difficult situation. Chapter 70, Return to Blackwater Valley. Suyu and others soon arrived at the Blackwater Valley, a must-pass place on the way to Qingyang City. The Blackwater Valley is ahead, everyone be careful. Zhao Kai, sitting in the driver's seat, reminded when he saw the fog filling the valley ahead. The last time they were on a mission, they were attacked in the Blackwater Valley. This time they are supporting Qingyang City Prison, and the Black Alliance will definitely ambush them at the place they must pass through on their way to Qingyang City. Everyone began to be on guard. Suyu instantly released his space-related skills, and the scenes within a 500-meter radius all appeared in his mind. There is indeed an ambush. In his mind, he saw a group of people on the broken wall of the valley, plotting with their heads down. This group of people were Li Biao and others who attacked them last time. As they were about to enter the Blackwater Valley, Suyu suddenly said, Captain, you've been driving for so long, why don't I take over? You want to drive? Zhao Kai was a little confused when he heard this. Why did he suddenly want to drive? The people around him also looked at Suyu with strange eyes. Can you drive? Of course. Suyu nodded confidently. Just kidding, although I don't have a driver's license in this life, I had a driver's license in my previous life. Moreover, he had been observing for a long time, and the way this armored vehicle was driven was no different from the cars in his previous life. I'm a little tired too. If you want to open it, then open it. Seeing that Suyu insisted on opening the door, Zhao Kai let him open it, as he also wanted to take a rest. Then the two of them changed seats. Suyu sat in the driver's seat, and he started the armored vehicle with ease. That's great. You really know how to drive. Su Lin, who was standing by, praised the armored vehicle when she saw it start smoothly. Sister Lin, I know a lot. I'll show you when I have time. Suyu smiled meaningfully at Su Lin beside him. Su Lin's cheeks flushed. Stop talking nonsense and drive your car properly. At this time, instead of driving properly, you were thinking about all kinds of messy things. Wang Debao looked at the two of them flirting with each other and complained in his heart that there was definitely something wrong with these two people. Seeing this, Zhao Kai and Bai Xiao were even more convinced of what Wang Debao said in the group, that the two had an improper relationship. In this way, Suyu drove the armored vehicle into the Black Water Valley. During this period, his spatial ability was always open, and he kept an eye on every move of Li Biao and others. Boss, the people from the Superpower Association have entered the valley. A younger brother next to Li Biao reminded. Li Biao, who was lying on the broken wall, said, I saw it. We just need to send someone to throw boulders to intercept it. Boss, are you just throwing boulders at it instead of going down to intercept it? What else? The lesson from last time wasn't enough. We just agreed to help the Black Alliance intercept, just for show. Isn't that too perfunctory? I felt my boss's approach was a bit too perfunctory. Just throwing a few boulders and calling it a day? What would I do if the Black Alliance came to investigate? What the hell do you know, kid? We just need to help the Black Alliance. Why do you want to risk your life? When the younger brother heard this, he shook his head. He didn't want to lose his life just by joking. Hurry up and do what I say. Don't force me to kick you. Li Biao glared at his younger brother beside him. Is the Superpower Association so easy to deal with? Last time, two brothers were lost because of the boss. This time, there is no way we can get involved with the boss no matter what. Yes. Li Biao saw his younger brothers behind him retreat, then he lay on the broken wall and continued to observe with a telescope. With his spatial reconnaissance ability, Suyu discovered the bandits' plan. I also want to throw huge rocks at them like last time. Are you dreaming? Now his spatial range is no longer the previous 10 meters. Now he can see everything they do from a distance of 500 meters. Everyone, sit tight. I'm going to show you some special skills, Suyu reminded. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Special skill? What special skill? Su Lin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also looked at him puzzledly. How come she doesn't know what special skills this kid has? The corners of Suyu's mouth curled up slightly, and then he quickly stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the speed of the car increased instantly. Everyone was shocked and quickly grabbed the armrests of the armored vehicle. Suyu, your special skill is not speeding, right? That's right. Are you crazy? Stop now. Don't you know that the road in Blackwater Valley is bumpy? How dare you drive so fast? Su Lin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, reminded anxiously. Everyone also tried to dissuade Suyu from doing anything stupid. Please trust my driving skills. Seeing that Suyu refused to listen, everyone could only helplessly hold on to the handrail. There's nothing we can do about it since Suyu is in the driving seat now. Seeing that Suyu was so serious about asking everyone to believe him, they had no choice but to believe him. Several people also expressed helplessness about this, because teammates should trust each other. Then take it easy. Rest assured. The reason why Suyu increased the speed of the car was because he detected a huge rock flying towards them within the range of his space detection system. He determined the landing point of the boulder in advance, so he increased the speed of the car instantly. With an instant of speed increase, he easily dodged the huge rock falling from the sky. Bang! The huge rock fell down instantly and hit a place not far behind the car. What's that sound? Several people sitting in the armored vehicle heard a loud noise coming from outside the vehicle. Something's wrong, everyone be careful. Zhao Kai immediately became alert when he saw this. Everyone's expression froze. There was an ambush. Suyu, stop the car. Don't worry, it's probably the wheels squeezing the gravel on the road and the sound of the gravel hitting the wall. Suyu made up an excuse to explain. Within the range of his space detection system, he discovered that Li Biao and others did not come down from the broken wall at all, but were throwing huge rocks on it. If they stop the car, they will become sitting ducks for the other side, so they cannot stop the car no matter what. Gravel? Is the sound of gravel so loud? How come they don't believe it at all? Just as they were stunned, Suyu immediately said, "Hold it tight." Have you got it? What's the meaning? Fuck, Suyu, slow down. Suyu stepped on the accelerator again, then drifted to the right. He then turned the steering wheel sharply to straighten it and accelerated again. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises were heard outside the car again. Zhao Kai and the others in the car came to their senses after the car slowed down. This shouldn't be broken. Before they finished speaking, Suyu accelerated and drifted again. Li Biao, who was using a telescope to investigate the situation on the broken wall, was startled. Fuck, this is all gone? This kid's driving skills are so good that he didn't even hit a single boulder. Go and give the orders, and tell them to smash it hard and throw all the prepared boulders down to me. Li Biao immediately called out to his younger brothers behind him. He just couldn't believe it. He prepared so many huge stones, but couldn't hit any of them? Yes. The younger brother behind him immediately went to the stone throwing area after hearing the order. Chapter 71, Excellent Driving Skills. Suyu drove the armored vehicle in the Black Water Valley, constantly dodging falling boulders. Everyone in the car was also frightened. They looked out the rear window and saw the huge rock fall behind the car. Only then did they realize that someone must have attacked them in the valley. This continuous noise is definitely not something that could be produced by a vehicle crushing the gravel on the roadside. I just don't know why Suyu was so confident and didn't stop getting out of the car to fight the enemy. Instead, he relied on his unique skills to constantly dodge the falling boulders. Naturally, they would not make any noise to interfere with Suyu's judgment. Everyone hold on tight, here we come. Suyu suddenly discovered a group of densely packed boulders being thrown down within his reconnaissance range. Come back. Everyone laughed bitterly. Suyu's driving skills were really too wild and fierce. Although they were protected by seatbelts, the feeling of being swayed from side to side in the car was still very uncomfortable. Suyu easily found a safe route within the detection range of the space system. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he thought to himself, "You think you can hit them with just this little stone? Dream on." The armored vehicle was under Suyu's flexible control. The steering wheel turned back and forth, the accelerator and brake coordinated with each other, and it kept drifting and accelerating, easily avoiding the group of boulders. Several huge rocks fell from the sky. Bang 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 bang. All the boulders fell to the ground, and not a single one hit the armored vehicle that Suyu and his companions were riding in. Fuck, is this driving skill something a human can achieve? I didn't hit any of them. Li Biao, who was standing on the broken wall, stared at the black armored vehicle below in amazement. The armored vehicle continued to speed up and drift, swimming easily under the huge rocks like a carp entering the river. All the waste is fucking waste. Li Biao threw the telescope in his hand, then walked angrily to the pell-mell area. He decided to try throwing it himself. He just couldn't believe that the armored vehicle below was so weird. I really can't hit it at all. Are his subordinates useless, or is the movement of this armored vehicle really that amazing? When I arrived at the riprap area and saw several people panting and holding huge rocks, I immediately cursed, they haven't eaten yet. They can't even lift this little stone. Several of the younger brothers grumbled to themselves, they've already moved dozens of boulders. How can they have any more energy? Get out of here, everyone. Li Biao came to a huge rock, and his animal type ability was immediately activated, and the shadow of a mad lion appeared behind him. The eyes of the mad lion phantom turned red, and a huge force spread throughout Li Biao's body. The muscles on his body suddenly became thicker, and he grabbed the huge rock in front of him with both hands and lifted it up easily. Get out of the way. Seeing this, the younger brothers around him retreated one after another. Li Biao looked at the armored vehicles below that were like carp entering the river and showed a contemptuous smile on his face. Hide? I told you to hide. Die. Based on the speed of the armored vehicle, he roughly predicted its position in the next few seconds. Then he burst out with all his strength and threw it down towards the predicted location. This boulder is several times faster than the previous one. Suyu, who was driving the armored vehicle, frowned as he discovered a huge rock in his space system that was moving at an incredibly fast speed and was falling towards them. Prediction? Yes, it can even predict. Suyu chuckled, and he immediately slammed on the brakes. Squeak! Squeak! The armored vehicle braked harshly, and due to inertia it moved forward a short distance before stopping. What happened to Suyu? Why did he suddenly brake? Everyone was also shocked. Fortunately, everyone was wearing their seatbelts, otherwise the powerful inertia would have made them fly out of the car. Everyone, please come and watch the show, Suyu said with a smile. Watching a play? Everyone was stunned. Where was the show to watch? At this moment, there was a bang. A huge rock fell in front of them, sinking several meters into the ground. You can imagine how powerful it was. Several people stared at the huge rock in front of them in amazement. Is this a show? How about it? It looks good, let's go. After Suyu said that, he immediately started the car and drifted over the edge of the boulder. To everyone's surprise, he lightly touched the void. Released the space-based attack skill Space Shattering. Then he drove the armored vehicle out of the canyon again. Li Biao on the broken wall was stunned by Suyu's operation. Why did you stop? The armored vehicle was originally running very fast. He predicted the opponent's position in the next second and was ready to celebrate. He was told that the car had braked. Is it so weird? What do you call this? This is called the other party predicting his prediction. When he thought he was about to succeed, the other party suddenly braked on the spot, as if playing a huge joke on him. Boss, are you still throwing it away? The younger brother asked cautiously as he watched the armored vehicle about to drive out of the valley. What the hell? I've been throwing for a long time but haven't hit anyone. Li Biao looked at the younger brothers beside him speechlessly. It's all in vain after all this trouble, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't intend to stop them to death, so let them go. At this time, a younger brother came over from a distance and said, Boss, there are several more armored vehicles coming from behind. Again? Go and intercept the cars behind. Li Biao's eyes lit up. He still didn't believe it. Could the armored vehicles behind him be so weird? All the driving skills are mastered, and every vehicle can leave his Blackwater Valley intact? Just as he was about to attack several armored vehicles behind him. Suddenly, a tearing pain came from his body. Ah! Li Biao roared loudly in pain, and the shadow of a mad lion behind him flashed instantly. Thousands of fine cracks appeared on his body in an instant, and blood continued to flow out from under the cracks. The younger brothers beside him saw their boss suddenly bleeding, their faces turned pale and they trembled slightly as they said, Boss, are you okay? What happened to his boss? Why is he suddenly covered in blood? Li Biao looked at his body covered in blood, then said weakly to the younger brother beside him, Retreat. Retreat quickly. This inexplicable attack made him want to retreat instantly. We absolutely cannot stay here anymore, we must retreat immediately. I didn't see any enemies around, but I was injured for no apparent reason. If he were to be attacked a few more times like this, he would probably die without even knowing how he died. Several younger brothers quickly stepped forward to support Li Biao, and then quickly left the place. Several armored vehicles of the Superpower Association that were coming from afar and heading to Qingyang City Prison were shocked when they saw the densely packed boulders in the Blackwater Valley. What's going on here? Why are there so many boulders? They remembered that Blackwater Valley didn't look like this before. Everyone be careful, there may be an ambush here. Everyone drove into the Blackwater Valley carefully. However, they were not ambushed by anyone until they left the Blackwater Valley. In this way, this group of Star City superpowered people who were preparing to support Qingyang City Prison easily passed through the Blackwater Valley. Chapter 71 Poison Gas. At this time, the interior of Qingyang City Prison was filled with black and purple poisonous gas. Fuck, you're even poisonous to your own people. Wangda, who was wearing a black robe, saw Luo Hua releasing black and purple mist, and quickly covered his mouth and nose and spoke in a muffled voice. Seeing the poisonous fog surrounding them, the men in black robes covered their mouths and noses and looked at Luo Hua in confusion. Luo Hua's poison system is notoriously terrifying in the Black Alliance. The poison gas is extremely toxic and inhaling too much will cause hallucinations and eventually lead to shock and death. This is also the reason why everyone covered their mouths and noses when they saw him releasing poisonous mist. Luo Hua glanced at them, then ruthlessly threw out a few purple pills. Take it. Everyone reached out and grabbed the pill. Wang De hesitated when he saw the purple pill in his hand. He had contradicted Luo Hua before, so he wouldn't secretly tamper with the pill. Who would dare to take a pill given by a drug addict? Just as Wang De hesitated, the men in black robes around him swallowed the pills without hesitation. Poisonous? There's no such thing as poison. We are in the same group. Seeing this, he swallowed it without hesitation. He didn't believe that Luo Hua would dare to tamper with the pill. At worst, they would all explode together. After he swallowed the pill, inhaling the poisonous mist again felt no different from inhaling air. After seeing everyone swallow the pills, Luo Hua threw out dozens of purple pills to everyone. Go to the cell to rescue them, and leave the rest to me. Everyone nodded. Since the leader of the prison attack mission had spoken, they had no choice but to do as they were told. Several people took the pills and quickly went to the various cells to rescue them. The prisoners in the various cells saw someone breaking through the prison's defenses to rescue them and frantically banged on the iron doors of their cells. Save me! Ah! I'm a member of the Black Alliance, save me first. Bullshit, I'm the member of the Black Alliance, save me. Fuck, it's poisonous. Suddenly, a prisoner noticed that there was something wrong with the air he was breathing in, and he shouted, damn it, someone is poisoning. When the prisoners in the various cells heard the old man shouting that it was poisonous, they were startled and quickly covered their mouths and noses. Damn it! Are you here to save people or to kill people? Now they are all prisoners wearing super handcuffs, which is equivalent to an ordinary person without any superpowers. How can they fight against the poison gas? Save me! I don't want to die. Ah! Help! Bang, bang, bang. The prisoners in the cell banged on the iron door more violently, trying to escape from this damn cell. Otherwise, once the poisonous gas spreads, only death will greet them. Prison warden Su Changhui quickly blocked his mouth and nose when he saw the poisonous gas filling the air. He then shouted in a muffled voice, Fan Xian, quickly remove the vines. The prison is still wrapped in vines. If the vines are not removed quickly, the density of the poisonous gas will become higher and higher, and inhaling a little will cause hallucinations or shock. As a super-powered person, he could absorb a little bit without any problem, but these prisoners could not absorb it. As the prison warden, he couldn't let all these prisoners die. After receiving the order, Fan Xian immediately removed the vines that covered the entire prison. Rustle! The huge vines enveloping the prison quickly retracted into the ground. Soon the entire prison was revealed. The originally thick poisonous gas began to dissipate into the air and became thinner. Go and stop them. Don't let them release the prisoner. Seeing that the other party was about to release the prisoner, Su Changhui immediately ordered several people around him to intercept them. These prisoners are all superpowered people, and their situation will be very dangerous once they are released. Several people nodded and quickly went to intercept the group of black robes. Luo Hua, who was far away, frowned when he saw this. There's no way around it, his poison skill creates a poisonous fog all over the sky. Once used in the open air, the concentration of the poison gas will become thinner, and the farther away from him, the weaker the poison gas will be. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to take action himself. He was surrounded by poisonous gas, his body turned black and purple, and there were various purple lines on his skin. The poisonous gas in the palm of his hand suddenly condensed. Poison blade. A blade formed by poison gas instantly slashed towards the opponent. Seeing this, Su Changhui showed no sign of weakness and his body instantly caught fire. His fists were surrounded by flames, and he immediately released a fire attack skill when he saw the flying poisonous blade. Fiery fist. The fire fist condensed from fire energy immediately hit the flying poisonous blade. Boom! The fire fist instantly exploded the poisonous blade. Just when Su Changhui thought that the other party's strength was limited. Suddenly, after the energy explosion, a large amount of poisonous gas suddenly gushed towards him. Not good. Su Changhui never thought that the opponent's poisonous blade could still release a large amount of poisonous gas after being blown up. Seeing a large amount of poisonous gas gushing out, Su Changhui knew that he could not hide, and immediately spurted out a raging fire from his palm to try to burn it out. Sizzle! The gushing flames continued to burn away the poisonous gas. Su Changhui breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Those who play with drugs are so insidious. Fortunately, my fire element can burn away the remaining poisonous gas, otherwise I would be in danger. It would be troublesome if you were contaminated by even a trace of poison gas. Although it would not be immediately fatal, it would affect subsequent battles. Luo Hua, who was far away, shook his head helplessly when he saw that his poison blade was broken. Fire skills are still very powerful, and my poison really has no effect on him. Poisonous rain all over the sky. He immediately released his poison skill again. Suddenly, a thick black and purple poisonous gas appeared behind him. In an instant, the poisonous gas condensed into several poisonous balls the size of raindrops. Go! Luo Hua waved his hand forward, and poisonous balls as dense as raindrops shot towards Su Changhui from behind him in an instant. Su Changhui's expression froze when he saw the dense poisonous balls behind the other party. If you get hit by even a drop of it, you will be poisoned. Seeing this, he immediately released his fire skill, Rain of Fire, to fight against it. Su Changhui instantly shot his fire energy into space, and in an instant a violent rain of fire fell from the sky. Boom 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 boom. The rain of fire and the dense poison balls continued to collide. Su Changhui found that his rain of fire could not stop the opponent's dense poison balls. Suddenly, several tiny poisonous balls rushed out from the dense rain of fire. How is that possible? The next second, tiny balls of poison shot onto his skin. Hiss. The poison ball hit his skin and instantly turned into venom and seeped into his body. Su Changhui took a deep breath, and suddenly felt a rotting pain on his skin. Unexpectedly, the opponent's poison balls were even smaller than his own rain of fire, and the meteor rain of fire could not stop these dense poison balls. Luo Hua, who was far away, showed a scornful smile when he saw his poison ball hit the target. Although his fire element is powerful, his poison is not so easy to deal with. All that is left is to wait for the venom to erupt, and Su Changhui will collapse on his own. Chapter 72 Prisoners Released. Su Yu and his group have successfully passed through the Black Water Valley. Su Yu, how did you do that just now? How did you know someone was ambushing us? Su Lin sat in the passenger seat and looked at Su Yu with burning eyes, wanting to know the answer from him. Everything I just experienced was really unbelievable. She sat in the passenger seat and saw everything. Every time Su Yu accelerated and drifted, a huge rock would fall behind them. It seemed as if the boulder was always one step behind them and would never hit them. Zhao Kai and others sitting in the back seat also looked at Su Yu, wanting to know the answer. The fact that Su Yu didn't stop to fight the enemy made Zhao Kai suspicious. Normally, once an ambush is confirmed, the car should be stopped immediately to fight the enemy. There has never been a case where someone directly rushed in like Su Yu did. Want to know? Aha! I won't tell you. Humph. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Su Lin's face suddenly turned red. This brat actually didn't tell her. Didn't I tell you to show you a special skill? Su Yu explained casually. That's your special skill? It's obviously a magical skill. Su Lin curled her lips. This brat didn't tell the truth. Zhao Kai and others in the back seat saw that Su Yu seemed to be trying to hide something, so they didn't dare to ask again. After all, we are all teammates and everyone has their own secrets. Since Su Yu was unwilling to speak, they would not ask too many questions. Divine skill? It is indeed a divine skill. Su Yu thought to himself. His spatial reconnaissance ability is indeed a magical skill. A skill that can be used without consuming energy is nothing but a magical skill. After Su Yu and the others passed through the Black Water Valley, the rest of the journey was extremely easy. Soon they saw Qingyang City Prison not far away. At this time, the Qingyang City Prison was filled with black and purple mist. Seeing this, Su Yu asked curiously, Captain, what is the fog filling Qingyang City Prison? Zhao Kai looked at the prison in front of him, his face suddenly becoming heavy. Poison gas. Poison gas? Su Yu was shocked. The black and purple mist was actually poison gas. Well, it looks like a fight has broken out in Qingyang City Prison and there's a poison-type superpower inside. Zhao Kai looked solemn. Then what should we do? This place is filled with poisonous gas. How can we get in? They were still some distance away from Qingyang City Prison, and the poisonous gas had not yet reached them. But they still have to go into prison eventually, so how should they deal with the poison gas? Su Lin, isn't your water system intermediate? Use the purifying water drops. Yeah, with the purifying water droplets, why should we be afraid of poison gas? Wang Debao and Bai Xiao, who were sitting in the back seat, also had their eyes light up. The two of them were a little scared when they saw the poisonous gas. Although absorbing a small amount will not cause any harm, they will be going in to fight and will definitely stay there for a long time, so the poison gas will have a great impact on them. Fortunately, Su Lin upgraded the water system to the intermediate level this time, otherwise the poisonous gas would be enough to give several people a headache. Purifying water drops? Seeing Su Yu's confusion, Su Lin explained, the intermediate level water type skill, Purify Water Droplets, can remove all negative effects of the same level, so even a small amount of poison gas is no problem. So powerful. It can remove all negative effects of the same level? Su Yu thought the effect of the halo was too abnormal. This damn water system is different when it reaches the intermediate level. That's right. Seeing Su Yu so surprised, Su Lin raised her head proudly. The auxiliary ability of the intermediate water system is very strong. Although it is not as good as the healing ability of the light system, it is not weak at all. Nothing unexpected will happen with Sister Lin here. Everyone, sit tight. After knowing that Su Lin had a way to control the poison gas, Su Yu stepped on the accelerator and rushed directly towards the prison in front. At this time, Su Changhui's condition in Xingyang City Prison was not very bad. His face was pale, his lips were purple, and he was severely poisoned. Fortunately, there was a low-level light-type superpower in the prison who helped him survive until now. Throw me another guangyao quickly. Su Changhui gritted his teeth and said to his teammate beside him. Seeing this, Wang Chang immediately threw a guangyao at him and said, Warden, my guangyao can't resist his poison gas at all. It can only help you alleviate the worsening of the poison gas. Because Wang Chang is a light element, he serves as a doctor in the prison. The light system's primary skill, Radiance, has no ability to remove negative effects, but only the ability to heal wounds and suppress the side effects of the animal system. So he was somewhat helpless in the face of the poison gas. I know, but there's nothing we can do now. The support hasn't arrived yet. We can only try to hold them off as long as we can. It has been very difficult for Su Changhui and his men to drag it on until now. When he was fighting with Luo Hua just now, every time he used a skill to fight, a few drops of venom would splash onto his body. The venom accumulated more and more, which made him extremely poisonous. If Wang Chang hadn't been there, he would have probably fainted from the poison. Stop struggling. Luo Hua felt a headache when he saw the other party stand up again. Originally, his poison gas had almost accumulated to the point where it would make Su Changhui faint. As a result, the light system appeared halfway through and allowed it to persist until now. At this time, the passionate roars of some prisoners being released from prison were heard in the distance. Liberated. Ah, I'm finally free. It's out, haha, it's finally out. Roar. Su Changhui, damn it. I'm going to kill you. Yes, let's go find Su Changhui for revenge. Let him kill him for bullying me when I was powerless. Brothers, it's time for revenge. When Luo Hua heard the prisoners shouting wildly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He knew that his teammates had successfully released the prisoners. If we just hold on a little longer, all the prisoners in the prison will be released. By then, the entire prison will be filled with people from the Black Alliance. Su Changhui sighed helplessly when he heard the prisoners roar. He knew that the teammates he sent out failed to stop the other party and eventually released the prisoner. Next, they will not only have to face these men in black robes, but also the prisoners who have just been released from prison. Roar! The roar of a wild beast emanated from the cell block. I saw a group of people wearing black and white prison uniforms walking out one after another. They changed from being thin and having sallow skin to being tall and strong with rosy skin. Their animal-type abilities were released again. This time, the Black Alliance came to attack the prison with full preparation. They brought with them a fierce axe that could chop off the super handcuffs, which allowed the prisoners to successfully release their abilities. They came to the square from the cell block in a menacing manner, looking ferociously at the somewhat weak Su Changhui in front of them. Su Changhui never thought you would have this day. Ha, Su Changhui, you didn't expect us to get out of prison. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and the Black Alliance really hasn't given up on us. Do good, thanks to you guys this time. When Luo Hua heard the other party call in Dugu, he responded with a chuckle. Saving them was actually what he should do, because they all belonged to the same camp, the Black Alliance. Su Changhui, supported by Wang Chang, looked at the group of prisoners coming out of the cell with a deathly pale face. His eyes were dim and he knew that there was no way to save the situation. The methods he had used previously to educate this group of bad-tempered prisoners were also very cruel. Now that they are out of prison, they will naturally not let me go. Only death awaits him. There is no way these few prison guards can defeat this group of superpowered people. Just as Su Changhui closed his eyes and prepared to accept death, suddenly, a car horn sounded in the distance. Beep. Beep. Chapter 73: Purifying Water Droplets. Beep. Beep. A black armored vehicle quickly broke through the prison gate. Crunch. With a handsome drift, he instantly stopped beside Su Changhui and Wang Chang. Old Su, do you need help? Zhao Kai rolled down the car window and prepared to tease Su Changhui. But when he saw a group of prisoners standing in the distance looking at them ferociously, the corners of his mouth twitched. It seems like they came at the wrong time. Su Yu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, swallowed his saliva when he saw this, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was too much. Within the range of his spatial reconnaissance, he discovered that half of the prisoners in the entire prison had been released. Su Yu, why don't you reverse the car? Wang Debao, who was sitting in the back seat, said with a trembling mouth. Damn, so many prisoners have been released, isn't this going to cost them their lives? Bai Xiao even lifted his black-framed glasses, thinking he had seen it wrong. Su Lin, the co-pilot, saw a group of prisoners in prison uniforms standing in front of him and turned pale with fear. Captain, what should we do? This is a group of super-powered people. Each of them is an independent individual, which is much more difficult to deal with than a group of extraordinary creatures. What to do? Fight. Isn't the purpose of their coming here to support Qingyang City Prison? Now that the prisoners in prison have been released, they are of course obligated to arrest them again. Fortunately, the prisoners held in Qingyang City Prison are not very strong, and their abilities are only at the beginner level, so there is no need for them to be so afraid. They just need to hold on for a while and wait for the main force to arrive so they can easily take them down. Everyone got out of the car reluctantly. Luo Hua and the many prisoners around him in the distance were stunned when they saw the sudden arrival of the armored vehicle. When they saw several super-powered people walking out of the armored vehicle, they all understood. It turned out that the Superpower Association team from Star City had arrived to provide support. Prison warden Su Changhui's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the black armored vehicle parked next to him. Support from Star City finally arrived. They are saved. Su Changhui was a little excited when he saw that the person who got off the armored vehicle was Zhao Kai, old Zhao. After Zhao Kai got out of the car, he saw that Su Changhui was in a weak state and his spirit was a little depressed. His brows were furrowed into a shape of Chuan character. Old Su, how did you get hurt like this? He was very clear about Su Changhui's strength. Like him, he was also a mid-level fire element. The other party's strength was definitely not simple to be able to injure him like this. Hey, why are you the only team here? Su Changhui stood there in a daze when he saw that there was only one armored vehicle coming for support. The rest of the people are still behind and haven't arrived yet. Zhao Kai explained. The reason they arrived so quickly was because of Su Yu's unique skills, which allowed them to rush all the way to Qingyang City Prison as quickly as possible. Su Changhui breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. It turned out that other teams were still on their way. He thought that Xingqing had only sent a team led by Zhao Kai to provide support. If only one team comes to support, it would be better not to come. Aren't they just coming to die? I was poisoned. The other party was extremely insidious and cunning in using poison. Su Changhui explained to him why he was injured so badly. Old Su, I didn't expect that you would have this day. Zhao Kai shook his head and smiled. It was rumored that Su Changhui and others were living a leisurely life while being guarded in the Qingyang City Prison. He was very envious when he heard about it. He never thought that he would be in such a miserable state now. I never thought they would dare to attack the superpower prison. Su Changhui sighed helplessly. Isn't it just poisoning? Zhao Kai gestured to Su Lin and asked her to detoxify Su Changhui. Su Lin nodded, and saw water energy continuously gathering between her palms. Purified water droplets. A few drops of sky blue, crystal clear water gathered in her palm. Su Lin swung the bottle, and a drop of water quickly fell onto Su Changhui's forehead, then instantly turned into a stream of energy and dissipated into his body. Su Changhui was stunned at first, then he was shocked when he saw the water droplets condensed by Su Lin. He then said excitedly, "Great, old Zhao didn't expect that your team would actually produce a mid-level water system." When he saw this crystal clear water drop, he immediately realized that it was a mid-level water skill, purifying water drop. Purifying water drops can remove all negative effects of the same class. With this drop of water, his poison can be neutralized and he can recover. After Su Changhui absorbed this drop of water, his lips, which were originally purple, began to turn red. I was feeling a little listless and weak, but now I feel refreshed and energetic. Ah, I'm back! Su Changhui shouted excitedly. In an instant, his body was engulfed in flames, and his physical condition returned to what it was before he was poisoned, and his mental state even became stronger. Su Yu and others standing by were also stunned. Is this drop of water so magical? The current Su Changhui is completely different from the previous Su Changhui. Then Su Lin flicked the remaining few drops of water on the foreheads of others, and the drops of water sank into everyone's forehead. After witnessing the magic of the water droplets, everyone naturally would not resist. After the water droplets merged into everyone's bodies, everyone suddenly became refreshed and full of energy. The purifying water droplets last for a long time, so you don't have to worry about being affected by the poisonous gas next. After seeing that everyone had absorbed it, Su Lin took back the remaining energy. When everyone heard that the effect could last forever, they were shocked and speechless for a long time. Luo Hua, who was far away, saw that the other party actually had a mid-level water system and his face suddenly became gloomy. He cursed Li Biao from the Black Water Valley in his heart. Li Biao is such a waste. The enemy support team arrived so quickly. They only need to wait a little longer and they will be able to release all the prisoners in the prison, and then their mission will be completed. Now that the enemy support team has arrived, uncertainty has increased. When he saw that the other party had cured his poison, he became a little impatient. Brothers, make this a quick fight or more reinforcements will come. Many prisoners immediately started yelling when they heard this. Brothers, charge! We can't wait any longer, their support will arrive soon. Kill Su Changhui. Kill him. Zhao Kai heard the prisoners' roars and said with a wry smile, Su Changhui, what did you do to make them hate you so much? Isn't it just that I used harsh methods when educating them? Su Changhui is somewhat innocent. Is it possible to educate this group of prisoners with bad natures without using harsh methods? Su Yu, De Bao, Bai Xiao, the three of you go stop the Black Alliance from releasing the prisoners. The rest of you stay here and deal with them. As he spoke, Zhao Kai also released his fire ability, and his body was engulfed in flames. Burning in flames. Su Changhui's body beside him also instantly caught fire. Holy water protection. A layer of sky blue water film suddenly appeared on Su Lin's body, protecting her body. Once the natural system reaches the intermediate level, elemental abilities can be used to possess and utilize, breaking away from the simple release and use of primary level skills. The use of elemental possession will greatly enhance the superpowered person's strength, speed, reaction, agility, defense, attack, and other abilities. Of course, the power of intermediate level skills is far greater than that of primary level skills. This is also the difference between beginner and intermediate levels. After hearing Zhao Kai's arrangement, Su Yu and others nodded, and then quickly went to the cell area to prevent the Black Alliance from releasing more prisoners. It is enough to have Zhao Kai and others here. There was not much point for these beginners to stay here. Their mission was to stop the Black Alliance from releasing the remaining prisoners. Chapter 74 Arrest. When Su Yu and his companions arrived at the prison area, they discovered that some of the cells had been opened, so they said, De Bao, let's split up. No problem. If you encounter a problem you can't solve, remember to ask for help. Wang De Bao and Bai Xiao also agreed with Su Yu's suggestion. After all, the prison area was quite large, and it would be a bit time-consuming to act together. Su Yu nodded. What else can't he solve? Now his strength is no less than that of Captain Zhao Kai, so it is easy for him to deal with these people. After the two left, he used his spatial ability to quickly lock onto a black-robed man who was smashing through the cell. He made a space jump and came directly to the cell next to the man in black robe. To prevent others from seeing his spatial abilities, he chose a cell with a broken door as his destination. Su Yu walked out of the cell and looked around. He discovered that he had released all the prisoners in this area, and they might have already gone to the square to attack the captain and his men. You're quite capable. You actually released so many prisoners. Wang De, who was opening the cell door, froze when he heard Su Yu's words. Is someone coming? That's not right. He specifically chose a relatively remote cell area, so how could anyone come here? He turned around and saw that it was a little kid. I thought he was a pretty powerful prison guard. Scare him. Brother, don't stop, keep scoring. The prisoner in the cell saw him stop breaking the door and urged him anxiously. He was almost out. Why did he suddenly stop? What's the rush? Can't you see someone coming? I'll save you after I finish dealing with this little brat. Wang De threw the tools in his hand to the ground and turned to look at Suyu. Seeing that the old man had a bad temper, the prisoners did not dare to speak loudly. After all, the rest of their lives were in his hands. So he cheered, "Come on, brother. Don't worry, I will definitely let you out after I kill this little brat." Wang De saw that this prisoner was quite capable of dealing with things. The prisoner in the cell was also excited when he saw this, and he felt relieved after hearing these words. "I say, little brat, if you know what's good for you, get out of here and don't disturb your grandpa from working." Wang De looked at the little brat in front of him, feeling a little unfamiliar. In the information about Qingyang City Prison provided by the Black Alliance, it seems that there is no prison guard so young. Suyu smiled, his tone quite arrogant. "Do you know that wearing a mask is disrespectful to others?" Wang De heard that this guy was quite excited. "Who the hell are you? Why should I respect you? It's impossible to take off the mask." The group of Black Alliance members who attacked the prison all wore masks and could not reveal their appearance. What they did was somewhat shameful. They released extremely vicious people. How could they expose their appearance in such a thing? In that case, I'll do it myself. Suyu chuckled and released his lightning ability. The violent power of thunder suddenly condensed in his palms, and the power of thunder continuously made crackling sounds in his palms. Fuck, thunder! Wang De was shocked when he saw the purple energy in the other party's hand. Are there any lightning-type superpowers among the prison guards in Qingyang City? How come he didn't remember it? No, this guy can't be from the Superpower Association. He quickly determined Suyu's identity. Apart from the prison guards, only the people from the Superpower Association would stop him from releasing the prisoners. Suyu decided to test the other party's level first and find out how deep he is. He condensed 2 thunder balls in his palms and threw them forcefully towards the black-robed man in front of him. When Wang De saw the opponent's thunder ball coming, he immediately released his own fireball to fight against it. Boom! Boom! It turned out to be a fire-type superpower. Suyu judged the other party's ability by seeing the fireballs thrown by the other party. Ha, it turns out to be a beginner fire type. Suyu smiled when he saw that his thunderball actually penetrated the opponent's fireball. A beginner fire element dares to be so arrogant. His own thunder system is now 6 stars. Unless the opponent's fire system reaches the intermediate level, it is impossible for them to defeat his thunderball. What? Wang De was shocked when he saw that his fireball was penetrated by the opponent. Although he was at the beginner level of fire, he had reached the peak strength of 6 stars and was only 1 step away from the intermediate level. He didn't expect that his fireball could not beat the opponent's thunderball. This means that this kid's lightning star level is not lower than mine. Not good. The lightning ball penetrated the fireball and headed straight towards him. Seeing this, Wang De wanted to dodge sideways, but just as he was about to dodge sideways, the 2 thunder balls in front of him exploded. Boom! The powerful explosion instantly blasted him against the wall. Ahem, this kid has no moral principles. The thunderball can actually explode. Wang De got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother, are you okay? The prisoner in the cell looked panicked. He didn't expect that the brother who opened the door for him was beaten and bleeding. My brother can't die, otherwise the rest of his life will be over and death will be the only thing waiting for him in the end. Little brother, it's not that I don't want to save you, I really can't do anything. After saying that, Wang De turned around and ran away. He knew that he couldn't defeat this thunder element and that if he stayed, he would only wait for death. Brother, don't go. You agreed to let me out. The prisoners in the cell immediately pleaded when they saw Wang De turn around and run away. Want to run? Seeing that the other party wanted to run away, Suyu immediately released 2 more thunder balls. Although he could use the space system to kill him instantly, Suyu felt that it was a waste to use the space-shattering technique on him, so he gave up the idea of using the space system. Wang De panicked when he saw the other party release 2 more thunderballs. Little brother, let me go, I will take off the mask right away, I still have a lot of money. His fire element is not on the same level as the opponent's thunder element, and he can't win at all. Sorry, it's too late. I want the money, and I want the person too. Isn't it too late to take off the mask now? Suyu was delighted to hear that the other party still had money. Burst. The thunderball explodes instantly when it gets close to the opponent. The powerful energy explosion emitted by the two thunderballs instantly blasted Wang De onto the distant wall. Because of panic, Wang De didn't have time to release any skills before he was hit by Suyu's skills. Being a natural type, his physical fitness was not enough to withstand the powerful energy explosion, so he fainted. Suyu slowly walked to Wang De's side and made sure that he was unconscious before putting the super handcuffs on him. I searched his body and found that there was not even a hair, not even a shadow of money. Then he carried Wang De to the door of the cell. Little brother, can you let me out? Releasing you? Are you dreaming? Suyu felt that this prisoner was a little naive. How could he possibly release the prisoners? He was thinking about how to put Wang De in with him to keep him company. He looked at the lock on the cell door and found that he didn't seem to have the key, which was a difficult problem. Suyu looked at the prisoners inside and shook his head helplessly, then instantly condensed a lightning rod and shot it out. The prisoner who was begging desperately felt a black screen before his eyes and fainted on the ground. As an ordinary person, he could not resist Suyu's lightning at all. After Suyu looked around and found that there was no one around, he picked up the unconscious Wang De and made a human-level space jump. The next second, they arrived at the cell. He threw Wang De in his hand to the floor of the cell, then released space again and jumped out of the cell. Few mission accomplished. Chapter 75, Encountering the Light System Again. Even if Wang De had great abilities, he couldn't walk out of the cell after being handcuffed by super handcuffs. As for why not kill him? Suyu felt that there was no need for that, and there was a rule in the Superpower Association's manual. If you encounter someone from the Black Alliance or a vicious superpowered person, do not kill them if you can. Unless the person threatens your life and can be killed directly, it is best to put him in the superpower prison. As to why it was necessary to keep these superpowered people alive, the Superpower Association's manual did not explain. After dealing with Wang De, Suyu dusted off his hands. Then continued to investigate through the space system. Oh my god, there are quite a lot of people in the square. Through space investigation, he discovered that Zhao Kai and others had already started a fierce battle with the group of prisoners. Fuck, when did Sister Lin become so fierce? During his investigation, he discovered that Su Lin's attack method had changed from the original tiny water spears to a water tornado formed by rotating water energy. The water spout instantly sent a low-level animal prisoner flying several meters away, knocking him unconscious. Its power is several times greater than the previous water spear. TSK, using poison is so insidious. Suyu also saw that the poison-type superpower's attack skills were dense and small, and the small poison balls would turn into venom and disperse. Quite insidious and cunning. Fortunately, Sister Lin's purification water drops are here, otherwise we would have to eat poison gas and drink venom. Hey, it's you. After a while of scouting, Suyu finally found a target. There was a man in a black robe knocking on the prison door stealthily, and Suyu decided to find him. Suyu made a space jump and arrived at the cell around the man in black robe. Then he walked out of the cell with the broken door. You are really quick. I didn't expect you to release all the prisoners in this cell. The sneaky man in black robe was named Wang Yunbin. He was suddenly startled when he heard Suyu's words, and the door-breaking tools in his hands fell to the ground. Am I that scary? Suyu was a little confused when he saw his hands shaking. Wang Yunbin turned around and saw Suyu and immediately turned around and ran away. The prisoners in the cell were stunned by the actions of the man in black robe. No way, buddy. You're from the Black Alliance. Can you show some strength? You're running away before the fight even starts. What a disgrace to the Black Alliance. This scene also stunned Suyu. Are you just running away? At least he could say something harsh like the man in black robe did before. So boring. How could Suyu just watch him run away? Then lightning instantly condensed in his palm, ready to arrest Wang Yunbin. Who knew that he was just about to release a skill? Suddenly, a strong and dazzling light shot out. Seeing this, Suyu immediately covered it with his arms. Damn, it turns out to be a light type. No wonder she was so sneaky and ran away when she saw him. It turns out she is a light type. The light type really has no combat ability at all. If it were him, he would run away too. Want to run? No need to ask. Space jump. Wang Yunbin threw a holy light bullet at Suyu and immediately ran away. Unexpectedly, as soon as he escaped from an intersection, he saw Suyu standing not far in front of him waiting for him. Wang Yunbin looked at Suyu in shock. How did you do that? He threw a holy light bullet before he ran away. Could it be that the holy light bullet was ineffective? Otherwise, how could the other party find him? Suyu chuckled after hearing this. How did he do that? Of course, it is the space jump using the space system. When the other party threw the holy light bullet just now, the ordinary prisoners around him couldn't even open their eyes, and Suyu took the opportunity to perform space jump. Although his glare was so strong that Suyu could hardly open his eyes, he had spatial reconnaissance skills, so he could still tell which direction the other party was running. Okay, stop running. Come back to the cell with me, or I will. Suyu had an expression that said, you know what I mean. Wang Yunbin looked a little flustered. As a light element, he was no match for any other element if he fought alone, unless. Help! Someone come! Wang Yunbin shouted loudly. Suyu was impressed by his impressive operation. What the hell? Why do I feel like I'm the villain? There are prisoners all around, and I should be the one crying for help. Just as Suyu was about to take action, he was told to shut up. Unexpectedly, after Wang Yunbin shouted twice, two burly men in prison uniforms really came over. Boy from the Black Alliance, what difficulties have you encountered? Two burly men came over and asked the boy in black robe who was shouting for help. They had just been rescued from the cell by the Black Alliance and were preparing to go to the square to seek revenge on Su Changhui. Unexpectedly, when they were halfway there, they heard someone shouting for help and decided to come over to take a look. If someone is crying for help, then you should help them, otherwise don't help them. Who would have thought that it was the little brother from the Black Alliance who was shouting for help? So they decided to help him. After all, they were rescued by the Black Alliance. Seeing the prisoners coming over, Wang Yunbin excitedly explained, Brother, the man in front was killed by the prison guards. Prison guard? The two prisoners were immediately furious when they heard this. They had been tortured severely by Su Changhui and his group of prison guards before, so of course they wanted to kill the other party if they met him now. Hey, big brother, this guy doesn't seem to be a prison guard. One of the prisoners looked at Suyu's face and scratched his head, feeling a little unfamiliar. The two of them had been imprisoned for a long time and knew the appearance of every prison guard by heart. It is for the purpose of seeking revenge on the prison guards after being rescued by the Black Alliance one day. He's really not a prison guard, but it doesn't matter. If he dares to go against the Black Alliance, then kill him. Suyu smiled when he saw the two people who suddenly appeared. Buy one get two free? Very good. He really didn't mind putting these three people back in the cell. Thunder and lightning began to rage in his palm. Fuck, this guy is a thunder type. The two prisoners were shocked. They didn't expect to run into such a tough guy just after they were released from prison. Don't be afraid, brothers. I am a light element. Wang Yunbin spoke up when he saw that the two men were a little afraid of the thunder element. You are a light type? Great, great. The two were so excited when they heard that he was a light type. The combination of animal and light elements is really a great addition. It's not that you can't have a fight with the thunder system. As they spoke, the two of them suddenly unleashed their animal type abilities, their strength increased, and their bodies became even more burly and ferocious. Wang Yunbin saw the two men unleashing their animal type abilities and immediately swung out two rays of light to hit them. Brothers, I'm watching you. He can only play a supporting role in the back, and can only rely on them in actual combat. Don't worry, with you here, we will definitely catch this little brat. Bathed in the light, the two men looked fiercely at Suyu in front of them. Suyu smiled lightly. Isn't it just holy glory plus the animal system? It's not like he hasn't fought against it before. Let us test the waters with two lightning spears first. There is no need for thunder balls this time. After all, the opponent is blessed with light, so we should show him some respect. Chapter 76, Cooperation of the Trio. Two spears formed by the power of thunder instantly appeared in Suyu's hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two lightning spears were instantly fired at the two burly men. The two prisoners did not panic when they saw this. They naturally feel confident because they have Guan Yao's continuous blessing. The lightning spear shot towards him. The two men concentrated their strength on their fists and swung them hard at the flying lightning spears. Suyu, who was far away, saw that the other party was about to take his lightning spear forcefully, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time he didn't plan to let the lightning spear explode, but to use the lightning power of the lightning spear itself to give the two brothers a good lightning bath. Bang! Bang! The two men used their fists to meet the lightning spear that was as fast as breaking through the air. Sizzle! Sizzle! The lightning spear collided with the opponent's fist. Ha, this lightning system is just so-so. That's right, we blocked it. When the two men saw that their fists had taken the lightning spear, they shouted arrogantly. Yeah? Suyu smiled. In that case, the lightning shower is about to begin. In an instant, the lightning spear turned into a powerful electric current, which spread through the bodies of both men along the opponent's fist. What? Damn, this, kids, thunder, spear. The two prisoners suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over their bodies and their mouths twitched as they spoke. How is it? The lightning bath is comfortable, right? Suyu laughed when he saw the two of them twitching and dancing continuously. Comfortable, your uncle. Both of them could hardly feel their arms. The thunder and lightning were so fierce. Fortunately, Guanyo was possessed, which allowed the two to still talk. Otherwise, they would have knelt on the ground and sang conquer long ago. You two are idiots. How dare you catch the lightning spear with your bare hands? Why don't you just knock it away? Wang Yunbin, who was standing behind the two big men, looked at them speechlessly. Even with the blessing of holy glory, you can't take it head-on like this. The only lasting effect of holy glory besides the ability to recover is the ability to suppress negative effects. He's so fucking stupid. He must have become stupid after being locked up in prison. The two men smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that this lightning spear was so perverted that it could turn into lightning and spread throughout their bodies? Glory! Wang Yunbin saw that the two men were twitching continuously and he knew that this was not going to work, so he released two rays of light at them. The moment the light entered their bodies, the lightning force that was raging throughout their bodies decreased a little. Guanyao suppressed the power of thunder and lightning a little. Brother, there is something about this kid-s lightning, what should we do? The two of them stopped twitching after the light entered their bodies, but they still felt a slight numbness from time to time. What to do? One of the prisoners looked around and found that there was not even a suitable weapon around. Hey! Suddenly he saw the broken cell door on the side. Don't think you're the only one who can throw a spear. As he spoke, he came to the broken cell door. Then a powerful force erupted and pulled the iron door of the cell out from the wall. When another prisoner saw his elder brother pull down the cell door, he immediately understood what he was going to do and followed suit. The two men lifted the iron door of the cell. Take that! The power of their arms burst out instantly, and the prison door smashed towards Suyu at a speed that broke through the air. Its speed is not inferior to the Thunder Spear, and its shooting speed is even higher. So fast! Seeing this, Suyu wanted to dodge. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to dodge, a holy light bullet hit him. The next second, a strong light came blindingly. Will you still cooperate? Suyu didn't expect that the other party would throw flash and throw weapons. Just when the three thought that their coordination was perfect and they were about to hit Suyu, Suyu miraculously twisted his body between the two prison doors and easily dodged it, and the prison door passed by his clothes. It was just a scratch on his clothes. Fuck! This kid can even dodge this? Granny Lee, this is so fucking weird. The three of them stared in amazement at Suyu's gorgeous turn. The coordination between the three was perfect, and no one expected Suyu to dodge it so easily. Two prison doors are attacking from both sides, and a flash bomb is used to interfere with the opponent's vision. The opponent can still dodge it. Isn't that nonsense? Suyu breathed a sigh of relief after dodging the two prison doors that were attacking him. A trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Just now, after he was struck by the flash, he instantly used the space system to dominate everything. He was able to clearly judge the movement trajectories of the two prison doors and avoid them with his spatial control ability. Otherwise he would have been struck by the prison door and seriously injured. The power of the animal type is really great. When Suyu used his spatial object moving ability just now, he found that his power only moved the flying prison door a few millimeters. Compared with the animal type, his power is still too small. Otherwise, the prison door would never have torn his clothes. In fact, he thought about using space jump to dodge, but if he used space jump, the three people on the opposite side would see it. So to be on the safe side, I took an unconventional approach, but I almost failed. Humph. Suyu snorted coldly, and then 3 lightning spears condensed in an instant. Go! 3 lightning spears instantly shot towards the dazed trio. Not good. Wang Yunbin was the first to react and shouted, "Protect me." The two prisoners reacted immediately, throwing Wang Yunbin to the ground and protecting him under their bodies. Burst. 3 lightning spears instantly burst out with powerful lightning force. Boom. The explosion ended and a cloud of burnt smoke filled the air. The skin on their backs was charred and torn. The two men tightly protected Wang Yunbin under them. This works too. Suyu was shocked by the actions of the three of them. 2 burly prisoners protected Wang Yunbin like a turtle shell, preventing him from getting hurt. Hiss. When the 2 men saw that the explosion was over, they stood up and gasped at the pain in their backs. After Wang Yunbin stood up, he immediately threw out 2 rays of light. After the rays of light entered their bodies, the injuries on their backs began to heal slowly. Damn, this kid's lightning spear can actually explode? Not only will it turn into lightning, it will also explode. The sudden explosion caught everyone off guard. Suyu, who was far away, frowned when he saw this. The opponent has a light system and 2 animal systems, and my own basic thunder system seems to be powerless. If the explosion of the lightning spear does not cause them much damage, they can only use the space system. The intermediate space system, targeted killing within the range of space shattering, may be able to directly eliminate the opponent's light system. As long as the light type 1 dies, the remaining 2 people's thunder type 1 should be able to kill him instantly. If that's the case, Suyu's expression became stern. In an instant, a lightning spear condensed. Seeing that Suyu was still trying to shoot with his spear, the 3 people in the distance immediately took a defensive stance. Go! Suyu immediately swung the lightning spear towards Wang Yunbin. The 2 big men saw that the target of the thunder spear was actually Wang Yunbin. The animal type ability erupted instantly, and 2 powerful bodies immediately blocked Wang Yunbin like a city wall. Burst! Suyu roared, and the lightning spear exploded instantly. The powerful energy explosion immediately blocked the vision of the 3 people. At the moment of the explosion, Suyu lightly tapped the void in the direction of Wang Yunbin. The space is broken. Chapter 77, Dealing with the Trio. Boom! The explosions ended. The 2 prisoners lowered their heads to check their bodies. With the blessing of the light, there were only a few scars on their bodies. Although there was still a trace of lightning power on the surface of the scar, it was nothing to them because they had thick skin and flesh. So the 2 of them became arrogant. Little brat, is your lightning spear only this good? The 3 lightning spears just now didn't do anything to them, and now there is only 1 lightning spear. It is impossible for it to cause any waves. Yeah? Why don't you look back? Suyu smiled slightly. It seemed that these 2 people didn't know the seriousness of the matter. Look back? The 2 prisoners were a little confused. We both blocked the lightning spear, so why should we look back? Wang Yunbin behind them must have been protected intact by the 2 of them. Don't act so pretentiously here. We brothers won't be fooled. Are you kidding? It's impossible to turn back. If the other party attacks them again when they turn around, they will be in great pain. It's up to you too. As he spoke, the lightning spear in Suyu's hand condensed again. Unexpectedly, these 2 prisoners were quite smart. He had originally planned to catch them off guard when they turned around. The 2 brothers were secretly delighted when they saw Suyu's thunder spear gradually condense. They really guessed it right. The little brat was actually planning to sneak attack them when he turned around, but luckily he didn't turn around. Black League boy, come on, shine. One of the prisoners spoke up immediately when he saw Suyu's lightning spear gradually condensing. Give me one too, another prisoner echoed. As long as the 2 brothers are possessed by light, the small lightning spear will not pose any threat to them. Watching Suyu's lightning spear gradually take shape. But the brothers' glory had not yet arrived and they were getting a little anxious. Black Alliance boy. What are you doing? Hurry up and go to Guangyao. Look back and see what's going on, the leading prisoner said to the younger one beside him. What is this kid from the Black Alliance doing? He hasn't come to Guangyao for such a long time that the flowers have wilted since he waited so long. One of them must keep an eye on Suyu, otherwise it would be difficult if the other party launched a sneak attack on them. The younger brother nodded, but as soon as he turned around, he froze, his mouth open, pupils dilated, and he uttered a trembling voice, Big brother. The eldest prisoner glanced over and saw his younger brother trembling all over. He asked, what's wrong? Dead. What died? The little brother of the Black Alliance is dead. What? The eldest prisoner turned his head away the moment he heard that his younger brother from the Black Alliance had died. Wang Yunbin was seen kneeling behind the two men with blood gushing out of his body. There were thousands of cracks on his body, and each crack was several centimeters deep. The scene was extremely creepy and terrifying. How is this possible? The eldest prisoner looked at Wang Yunbin, who was covered in blood, in shock. You, two, idiots. Wang Yunbin used up his last bit of strength to curse at the two of them, then his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground, lifeless. Just now, Wang Yunbin hid behind two prisoners and thought he could successfully avoid the attack. Unexpectedly, when the lightning spear exploded, his body suddenly felt a tearing pain. After he reacted, he gave himself a light, but he didn't know that the speed of light's healing could not keep up with the opponent's speed of destruction. In this way, his life was taken away bit by the space fragmentation. How is it possible? Both prisoners felt a little unbelievable, staring at Wang Yunbin's body with dull eyes. Now the two of them are full of doubts and confusion. They clearly used their bodies to block the lightning spears, so how could Wang Yunbin, who was hiding behind them, die like that? Don't you think it's a little late to turn back now? Suyu, who was about to launch a lightning spear, felt it was a little funny when he saw the two brothers turning back at this time. He is about to launch a lightning spear. Can you please show some respect to him and at least keep an eye on him? I originally planned to launch a sneak attack, but the other party saw through it. It seems that he hasn't seen through it. Two lightning spears formed by the power of thunder were fired at the two people. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lightning spear exploded at the speed of breaking through the air and arrived in an instant. Not good. The two prisoners reacted immediately when they heard the sound of the lightning spear breaking through the air and turned around. Unexpectedly, the lightning spear was almost in front of the two of them. Seeing this, the two men subconsciously used their fists to resist, and the animal power in their bodies exploded. Bang! The fists and spears collided with each other. How the two of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the lightning spear did not explode. Etc. No explosion? If you two really want to dance, then dance for me. Suyu laughed immediately. He dared to take his lightning spear without the light element. The previous lesson was in vain. This requires a good dance for him to enjoy. He had been prepared for a long time. If the opponent knocked his lightning spear away, the lightning spear would explode immediately. Otherwise, the two brothers would be showered with lightning. The lightning spear instantly turned into a violent force of thunder that spread along the opponent's fist and spread throughout their bodies. Sizzle! Fuck! The two began to twitch on the spot. Without the suppression of the light system, it would be impossible for the two of them to resolve the lightning that was raging all over their bodies in a short period of time. It seems like the thunder and lightning are still a little bit off. Suyu saw that the two brothers seemed to be just twitching on the spot and the effect was not very good. Then he condensed two lightning balls and threw them over. The two prisoners wanted to dodge, but the numbness in their bodies made them unable to feel their limbs at all and they couldn't move at all. Just like that, two lightning balls instantly hit the bodies of the two men. The powerful lightning caused it to twitch and shake violently. That's right. What's so interesting about twitching in place? Jump up. With the power of the thunderball, the two prisoners began to twitch and shake left and right, dancing a graceful waltz. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Okay, let's get ready to go. Suyu watched waltz for a while and decided to send the two prisoners on their way. After all, he is very busy now. After dealing with these two guys, he has to continue looking for people from the Black Alliance. He has no time to appreciate it here slowly. Immediately, Suyu condensed two lightning spears again and shot them at the two of them again. There is no need to waste space energy to deal with these two now. Without the support of light, his 6-star thunder element is enough to take care of these two prisoners. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, the two prisoners were dancing and were unable to use their own animal power to resist the lightning spear. Phew! Two lightning spears instantly shot into the bodies of the two men. The two prisoners looked at the lightning spears piercing their chests in despair, fear in their eyes. Burst! Suyu instantly detonated two lightning spears, and a huge explosion suddenly sounded. The explosion caused by the lightning spear so close to the heart was enough to kill both of them. After the explosion, Suyu turned and left without seeing the bodies of the two men. If Wang De were here at this time, he would definitely be thankful that he fainted early, otherwise he would not even be able to find the body. Chapter 78 Wang Yuan Hui. After Suyu dealt with the trio, he immediately used spatial insight again to observe the entire prison. Now in the square, Zhao Kai and others were fighting with the prisoners and the members of the Black Alliance. Those who were originally releasing prisoners now joined the battle in the square. Zhao Kai's side was not at a disadvantage either. The prison guards, Wang Debao and Bai Shao also joined the battle in the square. Although they are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, their strength is almost the same. Zhao Kai has 5 mid-level prisoners, 3 of whom are prison guards, while the Black Alliance also has 4 mid-level prisoners and a group of low-level high-star prisoners. Nowadays, there are a lot of super-powered people gathered in the prison square, fighting there. We don't know when the other support teams will arrive, but once they do, the situation will be completely reversed. Hey, why are the Black Alliance members killing prisoners? Just as Suyu was about to go to the prison square to help, he suddenly spotted a man in a black robe. He opened the cell door and killed the prisoner inside with one claw. What the hell? Aren't you guys in the same group? How did they start fighting each other? Suyu instantly released Space Jump and came to the cell next to the other party. He decided to go over and see what was going on. As soon as he walked out of the cell, he saw some blood dripping from the 2 claws of the man in black robe. It must be that he had just killed someone and the blood had not dried yet. Stop! Suyu immediately called out to the other party. Wang Yuanhui, who was about to go to the next cell, suddenly heard a familiar voice. A devilish smile appeared on his lips. Suyu? He turned around and finally saw the person he had been thinking about day and night. When he learned that the Black Alliance was preparing to attack Qingyang City Prison, he knew that the Superpower Association would definitely provide support. And Suyu just happened to join the Superpower Association, so maybe he would appear in Qingyang City Prison. As a result, Suyu actually appeared in Qingyang City Prison. He had made the right choice this time. When Suyu saw him turn around, he asked, "If I remember correctly, you should be from the Black Alliance, right?" Wang Yuanhui did not answer him, but looked at Suyu quietly. Suyu frowned slightly when he saw that the other party didn't speak. This black robe gave him a strange feeling. Is it so cold and aloof? Wang Yuanhui slowly took off his black robe, then took off his mask to reveal his true face. Suyu looked solemn upon seeing this. Wang Yuanhui. Suyu. Long time no see. Wang Yuanhui grinned. Wang Yuanhui saw Suyu looking at him solemnly and cautiously, so he asked, "Why, are you unhappy to see me?" Wang Yuanhui, why are you here? Suyu narrowed his eyes and looked him up and down. He hasn't seen Wang Yuanhui for a long time. Could it be that Wang Yuanhui has joined the Black Alliance? Otherwise, why would he appear here? Of course I'm here to kill people. Wang Yuanhui raised his wolf claws and admired the undried blood on them. Kill? When Suyu saw the other party showing his wolf claws, he also condensed the lightning energy in his palms without showing any weakness. The violent power of thunder continued to make crackling sounds. Suyu, do you know how hard I tried to find you? What do you want from me? Suyu was stunned. It seemed that they didn't have any deep hatred. Of course I'll kill you. Wang Yuanhui chuckled. Suyu's body tensed up after hearing this. I don't think I've offended you, have I? He remembered that the first time they met was when he had just awakened. At that time, he seemed to have just said a few words to him, and he didn't think he would have to kill him. You haven't really offended me, but that doesn't stop me from killing you. Wang Yuanhui chuckled. He knew very well that Suyu had not offended him. But ever since he awakened his animal element, he has always wanted to kill Suyu and Wang Shueqing. Perhaps it was because of the behavior of Suyu and Wang Shueqing when he first awakened the animal element that he felt embarrassed and developed a demon in his heart. The animal element just magnified his inner demons, making him want to kill them both all the time. So, it was you who demolished my house? Suyu asked. Yes, it was indeed me who demolished your house. Wang Yuanhui nodded. That night he planned to go to Suyu's house to kill him, but Suyu was not there. So he was so angry that he demolished his house. What about Wang Shueqing? Did you kill her too? Suyu was not surprised when he admitted it, because he had already guessed it. He recalled the claw marks on the wall of his house, which were somewhat similar to the wolf claws on Wang Yuanhui's hand. That's right, I killed her. That bitch dared to play tricks on me. She deserves to die. Wang Yuanhui's face suddenly became ferocious when he heard Wang Shueqing's name. Suyu was right. Wang Shueqing was indeed killed by Wang Yuanhui. He was a little unsure at first, but now that the other party had answered in person, it confirmed his guess. You didn't see Wang Xueqing's pitiful expression when she took the initiative to take off her clothes and knelt on the ground shamelessly begging for mercy from me. It was so beautiful. Wang Yuanhui recalled the night he killed Wang Xueqing, and it still haunts him. She was more exciting than any other woman he had ever played with, and she was unforgettable to him. Ha, you are such a pervert. Suyu said with a twitching mouth. A naked girl, her fair and tender body scratched by claw marks, was thrown into the water and her skin eventually rotted. When he saw the tragic state of Wang Xueqing's body through his super watch, he felt a little nauseous. However, after such a long period of hardship, recalling the original scene now does not cause any waves. Ha, pervert? Wang Yuanhui's face gradually became ferocious. Suyu, I'm actually looking forward to seeing you kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Suyu chuckled and said, I'm sorry, you may never see me begging for mercy in this life. He is no longer the same person who can be easily controlled. His thunder system has reached 6 stars and his space system has reached 8 stars. With this kind of strength, no one can kill him as long as he doesn't want to die. It is even more impossible to ask him to beg for mercy. Yeah? Do you believe that you will kneel on the ground and beg for mercy from me in a while? Wang Yuanhui said confidently. Wang Yuanhui, stop dreaming. Just because you awakened an animal-type wolf, you think you can beat me? Suyu felt that Wang Yuanhui was a little too confident. Beginner Animal Series, wolves are so wild, do your parents know? He didn't believe that Wang Yuanhui had upgraded to a 7-star intermediate animal wolf in such a short time. He could take down a basic animal wolf without even using his space sense. So what if I reach the intermediate level? It's not like he hasn't killed a mid-level animal-type wolf before. Back when he was in the extremely cold land, Zhang Yong was a mid-level animal-type wolf, but he was easily killed by his space type. Chapter 79, Invalid Output? Are you dreaming? Just try and you'll know. As he spoke, Wang Yuanhui's animal power erupted, his muscles filled with strength, and the wolf claws between his arm bones emitted a sharp cold light. Suyu saw Wang Yuanhui's explosive power and determined his level. Sure enough, it hasn't reached the intermediate level. There is no animal shadow behind him, so he should be at the beginner level. Then the power of thunder and lightning suddenly gathered in his palm. Just give it a try, who was afraid of who? He wanted to let Wang Yuanhui taste the power of thunder and lightning. Wang Yuanhui gathered his strength in his legs, which burst out in an instant, and the wolf claws on his hands immediately tore towards Suyu. Seeing this, Suyu quickly stepped back, and the lightning in his hand immediately hit Wang Yuanhui, who was running towards him. His physical fitness is far inferior to that of Wang Yuanhui, who is an animal. There was no way he could engage in close combat with the opponent. As a nature type, he would be seeking death if he engaged in close combat with an animal type. Burst! Facing the rapidly approaching Wang Yuanhui, Suyu immediately detonated the thunder ball. What? Wang Yuanhui was startled. Seeing the thunder ball explode, he immediately raised his arms and folded them in front of him to block it with his wolf claws. Boom! The thunder ball exploded instantly. Wang Yuanhui was knocked back several meters by the lightning energy explosion. I didn't expect that thunder attacks would be so powerful. Wang Yuanhui looked at his arms and found that there was still some lightning power left on both sides. The power of thunder and lightning was causing a constant burning pain. Suyu, who was far away, was in a good mood when he saw the opponent being repelled by the explosion of his thunderball. That's it? You still want to kill him with this strength? The speed of the beginner animal-type wolf was still not enough to dodge his thunderball explosion. If it is at the intermediate level, perhaps even your thunderball cannot hit the opponent. You are indeed more difficult to deal with than Wang Xueqing. Wang Yuanhui said to Suyu coldly. When he dealt with Wang Xueqing, the opponent's attack was very weak, so he could get close to Wang Xueqing and use the advantage of his powerful animal body to defeat Wang Xueqing. But Suyu's thunder element is different. Its attack range is larger and its power is stronger than that of the earth element, making it difficult for him to dodge. What? Do you still want me to kneel down and beg you now? Suyu laughed. Wasn't he quite arrogant before? Don't be impatient, the battle has just begun. Wang Yuanhui once again burst out with astonishing speed and rushed towards Suyu. He just didn't believe it. Could it be that he couldn't get close to him? Seeing this, Suyu instantly condensed a lightning spear. He decided to give Wang Yuanhui a big one. the lightning spear immediately condensed. Go! The next second, he was thrown out by Suyu. The lightning spear burst out at the speed of breaking through the air and shot towards Wang Yuanhui, who was running quickly. When Wang Yuanhui saw the lightning spear coming, he immediately burst out with all his strength and tried to use his wolf claws to knock the lightning spear away. Burst! When Suyu saw that the lightning spear was about to get close to Wang Yuanhui, he immediately detonated it. What, this will explode too? Wang Yuanhui was stunned when he saw the lightning spear explode instantly. He thought the thunder spear was just a spear made of condensed energy and would not explode, so he was going to use his wolf claws to knock it away. Damn, the previous thunder ball exploded, but I didn't expect that the thunder spear would also explode. Boom! The lightning spear suddenly exploded in front of Wang Yuanhui. He should be seriously injured this time, right? Suyu guessed in his heart as he looked at the energy explosion in front of him. The energy explosion generated by the lightning spear is several times more than that of the thunder ball. Since the thunder ball knocked him back, the explosion caused by the lightning spear must have caused him some injuries. However, there was no sign of the person who had been blown away for a long time, and Suyu realized that something was wrong. At this moment, Wang Yuanhui slowly walked out of the explosion. He dusted himself off and asked, "Is this the only damage your attack can do? How is this possible?" Suyu looked at Wang Yuanhui in shock as he walked out of the explosion unharmed. How so? How could it be possible that the explosion of his lightning spear at such a close distance did not cause him any damage at all? At least you could cough up some blood, but you didn't even cough up any blood. Wang Yuanhui is only at the beginner level of the animal system. Suyu doesn't believe that his defense is so strong, almost comparable to the intermediate level. Confused, puzzled? Ha ha! Wang Yuanhui suddenly burst into laughter. Suyu's expression became serious. Since one lightning spear didn't work, he would use a few more. Oh shit! He just didn't believe it. How could a low-level animal-type wolf like you have such strong defense? Suyu, if your attack is only this powerful, you will definitely kneel down and beg for mercy today. Wang Yuanhui said to Suyu with contempt. Really? Suyu began to gradually condense the lightning spear. Suddenly, 4 lightning spears appeared behind him. I'll see how you can stop me this time. Go! 4 lightning spears suddenly burst out at an astonishing speed and shot towards Wang Yuanhui. When Wang Yuanhui saw the lightning spear coming towards him, a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. If 1 doesn't work, will 4 be enough? Suyu, I want you to see how big the gap is between us. Wang Yuanhui did not dodge this time, but just stood there waiting for the lightning spear to arrive. Suyu didn't expect him to be so arrogant and look down on his thunder spear so much. He didn't even try to dodge. In that case, blow it up for me. Boom! 2 lightning spears exploded instantly, and the remaining 2 instantly shot towards Wang Yuanhui's heart. This time, in order to increase the power of the lightning spear, Suyu decided to explode 2 of them, and shoot the remaining 2 through Wang Yuanhui's heart. Clank! What's that sound? Suyu suddenly heard 2 strange sounds after the 2 explosions. Suyu, is this all your attack? Wang Yuanhui said as he looked down and saw the 2 lightning spears piercing his chest. Fuck, you can still talk like this? Suyu was completely defeated by Wang Yuanhui. How could he still be so arrogant with 2 lightning spears piercing his heart? Why, you didn't think your lightning spear had pierced my chest? Aren't those 2 lightning spears piercing your chest? Really? Wang Yuanhui showed an evil smile, then stretched out his wolf claws to pull out the 2 lightning spears from his chest. Throw 2 lightning spears on the ground. His chest was intact and no scarlet blood spurted out. Suyu was shocked when he saw this. What the hell? Didn't his lightning spear already pierce into the body? How could he be fine? Burst. Since you can't get in, just blow it up for me. Don't waste it. Boom. The 2 remaining lightning spears on the ground suddenly exploded. Suyu, don't waste your energy. Your attack is ineffective against me. Wang Yuanhui said calmly after walking out of the explosion. He was fully prepared when he came to Qingyang City prison this time. How could a low-level thunder element kill him? Suyu's brows furrowed into a frown. He blasted 4 lightning spears, but they didn't cause any damage to Wang Yuanhui? If it were any other beginner animal system, it would have been blown to pieces by him long ago. Suyu was increasingly confused by Wang Yuanhui. How could a low-level animal-type wolf, without the blessing of light, withstand his energy explosion? Chapter 80 Black Turtle Soft Armor. Wang Yuanhui looked at Suyu, who was a little surprised in the distance, and said contemptuously, "Do you understand the gap between you and me? How did you do it?" Suyu was not panicked. After all, he still had a backup plan, and the intermediate space system had not yet been used. "Since you want to know, as an old classmate, I will show you the difference between us." "Tear it." Wang Yuanhui was extremely arrogant. As he spoke, he tore off his shirt, and instantly a piece of emerald green soft armor appeared on his body. The emerald green soft armor fits perfectly on his powerful body, and each piece of armor is very emerald green and smooth. "Is this the thing that allowed you to block my lightning skills?" Suyu asked. "Yes, this soft armor is called Black Turtle Soft Armor. I used a piece of tortoise shell I plucked from my father's body and crafted it with several intermediate super energy stones. Your little beginner level thunder system is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, which is no match for it." Wang Yuanhui explained to him slowly. Anyway, Suyu was already a dead man in his eyes. It would be fine even if he told him. He didn't believe that Suyu could cause any big waves now. "Superpower weapons?" Suyu's expression was stern. This was the first time he encountered a setback with superpower weapons. He had never seen anyone use superpowered weapons against other superpowered people before, so this was the first time. "With this soft armor, your attacks are completely ineffective against me. Stop struggling, kneel down and beg for mercy, and maybe I will spare your life." Suyu didn't believe it. He wanted to see what was so special about the Black Turtle software. In an instant, another lightning spear was condensed and shot out. Wang Yuanhui smiled contemptuously when he saw the lightning spear coming at him. He stood still and waited quietly for the arrival of Thunder Spear. Clang! Ripples appeared on the surface of the black tortoise's soft shell, and a green energy shield suddenly wrapped around Wang Yuanhui's entire body. The lightning spear immediately pierced the energy shield, blocking it perfectly. Immediately afterwards, the lightning spear exploded, but the energy shield showed no signs of breaking. Suyu sighed when he saw this. "It seems that it is impossible for my lightning system to penetrate this soft armor, so I can only rely on the space system. I originally thought that I wouldn't need his space system to deal with Wang Yuanhui, but who would have thought that he was actually wearing a valuable soft armor? The soft armor made of intermediate super energy stone is indeed not something that his beginner-level thunder system can touch." "Have you had enough? It's my turn now." Wang Yuanhui took out 2 gloves from behind his waist and put them on his arms. He felt that since the soft armor had been exposed, there was no need to hide the remaining super weapons. Suyu was stunned when he saw him take out another strange weapon from his back. "What the hell is this horse?" Just when Suyu thought Wang Yuanhui put on gloves and prepared to attack, Wang Yuanhui bent down and patted his 2 pairs of shoes. The heels of the 2 pairs of shoes suddenly glowed red. Suyu's mouth twitched constantly when he saw this. "Are you kidding me? You're equipped with 3 super weapons by yourself? What the hell is this?" If he didn't have the space system, Suyu felt that he would really die here. "Well, as an old classmate, I need to know what those things are on your hands and feet before I die," Suyu asked directly. He believed that such a proud person like Wang Yuanhui would definitely tell him. "Do you know you're going to die? Begging for mercy now might save your life. Begging for mercy is impossible." Suyu shook his head. "Hard talk. Do you know what I have in my hand? This is a sharp-edged gauntlet hook made of intermediate-grade superpowered stone." Wang Yuanhui showed the sharp blade gauntlet hooks on his hands. He did explain it to him as Suyu thought. "Since my old classmate wants to know, just tell him." "Blade gauntlet hook?" Suyu looked at the sharp blade gauntlet hooks on his hands. It was discovered that the weapon had 4 sharp steel blades. Wearing it on his arm, holding the handle with his palm, the 3 wolf claws between his arm bones perfectly matched with the 4 steel knives, and they were intertwined with each other. The combination of wolf claws and steel knife elevates the attack and defense feeling to a higher level, which is not comparable to the previous 3 wolf claws. If the wolf claws previously could only scratch a few cracks on the target, now with the addition of sharp gauntlet hooks, they can cut off a layer of flesh and blood. Fuck! Suyu swallowed his saliva and felt his body go cold. You can't get hit, otherwise a piece of flesh will fall off your body. This pair of shoes is called Shadow Leopard, and is also made of intermediate superpower stone. Wang Yuanhui showed off the shoes on his feet again. Shadow Leopard? Suyu looked and found that the shoes were not that fancy, except that the heels were glowing red. Damn, weapons, soft armor, and shoes, translated into attack, defense, and speed. All superpowered weapons are made of intermediate superpowered stones. My goodness, a beginner animal type was transformed into a mid-level superpower player. He is so fucking rich. He is worthy of being the second generation, and he really lives up to the name of the second generation. Okay, I've introduced you to everything. This way you can die with a clear understanding. Wang Yuanhui didn't plan to talk nonsense with him anymore. The shadow leopard under his feet started instantly, bursting out at astonishing speed. The steel claws on his hands immediately tore towards Suyu. Seeing this, Suyu retreated immediately, but Wang Yuanhui's speed was far beyond Suyu's expectations. What the hell? After image. He didn't expect that Wang Yuanhui's speed in activating the shadow leopard was comparable to that of a mid-level animal-type wolf. Its speed was so fast that after images appeared. It was in front of him in an instant. He saw the wolf claw with a steel knife coming towards him. Without thinking, Suyu immediately activated the space skill, Space Jump. If Wang Yuanhui scratched it, a piece of flesh would be lost. Disappeared from the spot the next second. Where are the people? Wang Yuanhui looked ahead in shock. Suyu was clearly right in front of him, so how could he suddenly disappear? I say, old classmate, the gap between us is indeed quite big. Suyu came to the starting position of Wang Yuanhui just now. Wang Yuanhui turned around and looked at Suyu in shock. How did you do that? Isn't Suyu a thunder element? How come he could suddenly teleport? Does the lightning element have teleportation skills? Why doesn't he remember that the lightning element has a teleportation skill? Suyu chuckled and said, "You are very rich, but you are not a bad buddy either. So what if he has money to buy super weapons? All these super weapons will be his soon. You also have a super weapon?" Wang Yuanhui instantly judged that Suyu must have used the power of a super weapon to avoid his attack. Superpower weapon? Suyu was stunned. Did he say he had a superpower weapon? Why are you the only one allowed to have superpowered weapons and no one else is allowed to have them? Humph. Wang Yuanhui looked at Suyu coldly. If there is, then there is. He doesn't believe that poor Suyu has as many super weapons as he does, or that his super weapons are stronger. Chapter 81: The Abnormality of the Black Turtle's Soft Armor. Come again. Wang Yuanhui saw that Suyu dodged his attack but did not give up. The shadow leopard shoes instantly emitted a red light, and the next second he burst towards Suyu. The claws on his hand immediately tore towards Suyu. So fast. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yuanhui was almost in front of Suyu. Watching the split claws swinging towards him, Suyu immediately performed Space Jump. Fuck it. Wang Yuanhui's face turned pale when he saw that he had hit the air again. Suyu, don't just run like a mouse. Suyu looked at his angry expression and said with a smile, "If I don't run away, do I have to fight you in close combat?" He is not a fool. If he fights Wang Yuanhui, who is equipped with super-powered weapons, in close combat, he will be seeking his own death. He must fully utilize his natural advantages. That is to use skills to bombard madly from a distance. Wang Yuanhui, how about you try this trick? Suyu raised his finger and pointed at the air in front of Wang Yuanhui. The space shattered. No moves, what? Wang Yuanhui suddenly felt a powerful strange force appearing in his chest. The black tortoise soft armor on his body activated instantly, and a layer of emerald green energy shield wrapped around his entire body. Bang! This force instantly distorted his face and caused his body to arch and fall back. Ah! Wang Yuanhui's face was ferocious, and his strength suddenly exploded to the extreme. He retreated several meters and then suddenly stopped. Ha! After stopping, he hurriedly checked his black tortoise soft armor and found that the energy shield emitted by the soft armor actually had signs of cracks. How is that possible? Wang Yuanhui looked at Suyu in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Isn't he a beginner-level thunder element? No matter how powerful a basic lightning skill is, it is still basic. How could its attack possibly cause cracks in the black turtle's soft armor? There is only one possibility that can cause the black tortoise's soft armor to crack, and that is that this attack skill is intermediate level. Suyu looked at Wang Yuanhui in amazement. Holy shit, are you fucking kidding me? This is like nothing happened? This is an intermediate skill. Is it necessary for your black tortoise soft shell to be so perverted? It can even block mid-level skills. Any other beginner would have been crushed to pieces. Suyu's expression became more and more solemn. Now his most powerful attack method was space shattering. If the space shattering cannot cause any harm to Wang Yuanhui, then his next situation will be very dangerous. Suyu, this skill shouldn't be thunder-related, right? Wang Yuanhui asked, rubbing his chest. Is the thunder element really that important? Suyu's expression was stern. Could it be that he guessed that he had another element? Indeed, since even my black tortoise soft armor was not broken, it is really not that important. Wang Yuanhui looked at Suyu with cold eyes. It really doesn't matter to him whether it's a thunder skill or not, as long as this skill can't penetrate his black tortoise soft armor. He only needs to rely on the defensive power of the black tortoise's soft armor to fight Suyu. Once Suyu's star energy disappears, Suyu will surely die. Is it really unbreakable? Suyu didn't believe that the black tortoise's soft armor could be so hard. It was okay that it couldn't be broken by the lightning element, but it was unbelievable that it couldn't even be broken by the intermediate space element. He just touched Wang Yuanhui's air twice again. He wants to increase the energy of space fragmentation. He doesn't believe it won't break this time. The space shattered. A powerful shattering force once again appeared in Wang Yuanhui's chest. The black tortoise soft armor on his body seemed to sense the attack. The entire soft armor lit up, and a green light burst out. A brand new emerald green light shield covered his entire body again. Wang Yuanhui sensed that the previous attack was coming again, and immediately burst out with all his strength to resist it. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Wang Yuanhui's body once again formed a bow shape and continued to retreat backwards. His face was constantly twisted and struggling. Although the black tortoise's soft armor blocked Suyu's spatial fragmentation, the impact force was still transmitted to his body. Fortunately, the primary animal system can absorb this impact force with all its strength, otherwise it will be tortured to death by the dull pain. He finally stopped after retreating several meters. He watched as the green light shield covering him began to crack again, and the next second he revealed a ferocious smile. Ha ha! Suyu, stop struggling. You will never be able to break my defense. Suyu was shocked when he saw this. The black tortoise's soft armor was so powerful. He thought that after using space shatter to create the cracks last time, he could shatter them directly by releasing it once. Unexpectedly, the black tortoise's soft armor actually produced a new light shield again. It seems that it must be shattered at once, otherwise it will continue to recover into a new light shield. Now his attack seemed not enough to unleash a powerful attack and smash it to pieces in one go. Got it! An idea suddenly occurred to him. Just when Suyu was thinking about how to break the opponent's black tortoise soft armor. Seeing this, Wang Yuanhui immediately burst into strength with his legs. Shadow Leopard suddenly started up and instantly rushed towards Suyu, waving the sharp blade and gauntlet in his hand. Not good. Suyu suddenly woke up, and seeing the cracked claws coming towards him, he immediately performed a space jump. But it was too late. The speed of the Shadow Leopard was too fast, and Wang Yuanhui's claws had already arrived. Die. Tear. Looking at the shreds of flesh and torn clothes on the torn claws, Wang Yuanhui's smile became even more ferocious and terrifying. He got away again. Almost. Just almost. Wang Yuanhui roared. Suyu jumped through space to a place not far behind Wang Yuanhui. Looking at the scratches on his chest and the torn clothes, he felt relieved. Fortunately, he reacted in time and was only left with a few shallow scratches. Although there was a trace of blood, this damage was still acceptable to Suyu. If it was a second later, the scratch might have been several centimeters deeper, or even a piece of flesh would have fallen off. Suyu, you only know how to run, right? I'll let you run. Wang Yuanhui turned around and found Suyu's position, then launched another charge. Shadow Leopard made him burst out again. Fuck, are you crazy? Seeing Wang Yuanhui attacking again like a mad dog, Suyu immediately performed a space jump. This time he kept a close eye on Wang Yuanhui, and he would immediately jump as soon as a red light appeared under his feet. After jumping back and forth several times, Wang Yuanhui finally stopped. Suyu! Wang Yuanhui roared. Suyu chuckled when he saw Wang Yuanhui's furious look. Isn't he very good at running? Why don't you keep running? Anyway, the energy consumed by his space jump is extremely low, so it doesn't matter if he does it dozens of times. On the contrary, Wang Yuanhui showed signs of panting after running back and forth several times. Although he has strong physical fitness as an animal type, he cannot withstand such explosive running back and forth. Chapter 82, Advanced, No Crack? Enough running, it's my turn. Lightning spears immediately condensed behind Suyu again. Wang Yuanhui smiled when he saw Suyu condense the lightning spear. How many more times do you want to try? Still using the lightning spear, aren't you going to give up yet? Since Suyu wants to waste his energy, then let him waste it. Once his energy is gone, it will be easy for me to kill him. This time, Suyu decided to attack with the thunder spear and space shattering together. If this hasn't been broken yet, then it's really bad. Go! The lightning spear broke through the air. Then Suyu pointed at the void. The space is broken. Come again? Wang Yuanhui suddenly felt that strange force coming from his chest again. He immediately unleashed his animal type power to resist it, and the black tortoise soft armor on his body suddenly activated. The emerald green light instantly enveloped the whole body. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Wang Yuanhui's body instantly bent again and he was knocked back several meters. The next second, the lightning spear exploded. Boom! A powerful energy explosion suddenly sounded. This should be possible now, right? Suyu looked at the smoke in front of him and thought that this should be able to break it up, right? This is his strongest attack now, a combination of thunder and space. Even an ordinary mid-level superpowered person would lose some flesh if he didn't die after encountering such an attack. Ahem, Suyu, you really won't give up. Wang Yuanhui brushed off the dust on his body, rubbed his chest and walked out of the explosion. Although he didn't suffer any fatal injuries, it still hurt a lot to be hit by that inexplicable attack. I saw that the emerald green light shield had some cracks on it, and it didn't look like it was getting any better. In other words, the explosion of the lightning spear couldn't even leave a trace of it. Thunder elements are such a waste. Suyu cursed inwardly. I thought that after the space was broken and cracked, the explosion of the lightning spear could directly shatter it. I didn't expect the explosion wouldn't even produce a single hair. The Thunder Star felt miserable. I'm only at the beginner level, how can I compete with the mid-level armor? Master, don't be too unreasonable. Go to hell. Wang Yuanhui launched another attack. Seeing this, Suyu made another space jump. If I can't beat you, can't I run away from you? Run, see how much energy you have. Wang Yuanhui was not in a hurry. He just kept fighting with Suyu. Anyway, he was not the one who suffered in the end. When Suyu runs out of energy, that's when his advantage will come. Wang Yuanhui launched another attack. Space jump. The space shattered. Lightning spear explodes. Leap. Leap. Wang Yuanhui attempted to attack dozens of times, and Suyu also made dozens of space jumps. Suyu's expression became more and more solemn, because he really didn't have much energy left. During these dozens of attacks, Suyu also tried to launch attacks in various ways, but he was only able to repel him and there was no follow-up. His current attack method was simply not enough to break the black turtle's soft armor. His lightning star energy has been used up, and there is not much space energy left. Suyu, you're quite persistent. You still have energy after such a long time? Wang Yuanhui didn't expect that Suyu could actually teleport now. Is this really the energy base that a beginner superpowered person can have? Can you hold on for so long? Fortunately, he is an animal type, otherwise he really can't beat Suyu. At this moment, Suyu began to have second thoughts. The opponent's black tortoise soft armor is too powerful, and now his spatial energy is only enough to support him to jump a few times. So you must retreat while you still have the energy. Otherwise, once his energy is exhausted, he will be finished and won't be able to walk. There is a saying that goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As long as he could reunite with the captain and the others, he didn't believe that Wang Yuanhui would dare to look for him. Just as he was about to make a space jump to evacuate this place, suddenly he felt a slight burning sensation on his index finger. Suyu paused, then suddenly became ecstatic. He has changed his mind now. Retreat? That's impossible. He wants to fight to the death with Wang Yuanhui. I swear to kill Wang Yuanhui here today. Wang Yuanhui, who was far away, saw Suyu's face full of ecstasy and was puzzled. What was wrong with this kid? Why are you so excited when you are almost dying? What Wang Yuanhui didn't know was that the reason why Suyu was so ecstatic was that the energy from his 170 super energy stones purified through the ancestral ring had finally arrived. Suyu looked at the ball of pure and huge energy in his mind. I feel indescribable excitement in my heart. It's like sweet dew that has been long awaited. Advance the thunder element for me. He instantly injected all of this huge and pure energy into the dim and dull thunder star without any star energy. On. The dim lightning star suddenly lit up. The star energy is restored instantly. A shining star suddenly appeared around. 7 stars in the thunder element, without any hindrance, perfectly entering the intermediate level. For Suyu, there is no such thing as a 6-star peak. After 7 stars appeared in the thunder star system, they immediately formed a cycle and rotated perfectly around the star. Call out. A huge amount of lightning energy suddenly spread throughout Suyu's body. Suyu grasped the lightning energy in his palms. Suddenly, the power of thunder in his palms spread throughout his body. Thunderous Fury. An intermediate thunder skill, elemental possession. Suyu's entire body was instantly engulfed in lightning. Wang Yuanhui, who was far away, saw Suyu's body suddenly surrounded by lightning and looked at him in shock. How is this possible? How can your lightning element be intermediate level? The elemental possession skill is a standard feature only available to mid-level naturalists. How could Suyu's thunder element possibly reach the intermediate level? He was clearly only at the elementary level just now. Wang Yuanhui, you didn't expect that I am now a mid-level thunder element. Suyu chuckled as he looked at the shocked Wang Yuanhui. Humph. So what if he's at the intermediate level? My black turtle soft armor will still block it. Wang Yuanhui snorted coldly. What's wrong with intermediate level? Isn't his soft armor made of intermediate super energy stone? It was also made of a piece of his father's tortoise shell, and it could still block mid-level skills. Oh, really? Suyu suddenly raised his palm and clenched it hard. Thunderbolt. Thunderclouds suddenly covered the sky above the two of them. Boom. A loud thunder sounded suddenly. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and instantly struck Wang Yuanhui. Fuck. Suyu was frightened by the loud noise. The intermediate thunder system is so powerful. Intermediate lightning star, humph. A fickle man. Wang Yuanhui's animal type power erupted instantly upon seeing this. The black tortoise soft armor on his body lit up as if facing a formidable enemy, and an emerald green light shield enveloped his entire body. Boom. The thunder from the sky hit the light shield, making a loud bang. Wang Yuanhui trembled all over, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his whole body suddenly felt a huge pressure. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. Snap. A huge crack appeared in the green light shield in front of him. Impossible. He looked at the green light shield in front of him in disbelief. His black tortoise soft armor was about to crack. How is this possible? Fuck. It's not cracked at all? Suyu was confused by the soft armor. This is a mid-level thunder attack, known as the strongest attack of the same level in the natural system. Are you kidding me? Your black tortoise soft shell is really a tortoise shell? Suyu looked at Wang Yuanhui, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him with a twitching mouth. Isn't it broken even like this? If it is not broken by a single blow, the green cover will return to its original state. Chapter 83, Killing Wang Yuanhui. Next second. The emerald green light shield around Wang Yuanhui returned to its original state, and the huge crack on the light shield disappeared. Ha, Suyu, so what if you're a mid-level lightning element? You still can't break my black tortoise soft armor. Wang Yuanhui stood up and laughed unscrupulously. Can't break it? Take a closer look to see if it's broken. Suyu held the lightning energy tightly in his left hand, and touched the void with his right hand towards Wang Yuanhui. Thunderbolt. The space is broken. The two systems suddenly exploded. Boom. The thunder sounded again. Bang. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Wang Yuanhui. A powerful destructive force went ahead. Break it for me. Suyu roared. Don't struggle, you will never be able to break it. Wang Yuanhui saw the thunder coming down, and the power in his body burst out instantly. The black tortoise soft armor instantly activated the green light shield that wrapped around his whole body. Bang! The force of space shattering first hit the black tortoise's soft armor. The powerful crushing force immediately made Wang Yuanhui retreat several meters. Cracks appeared on the soft shell of the black tortoise. At this time, purple sky thunder followed closely behind. Boom! The thunder from the sky accurately hit Wang Yuanhui below. Snap! Boom! The originally cracked soft shell of the black tortoise exploded instantly. No! Impossible! Wang Yuanhui was forced to kneel on the ground by the thunder, looking at the green fragments all over the ground in shock. Broken! His black tortoise soft shell was actually broken. The tortoise shell he pulled off his father's body and the black tortoise soft armor he made with several intermediate super energy stones were actually broken. Wang Yuanhui picked up the green fragments on the ground with trembling body, and looked at the fragments in his hand in disbelief. He murmured to himself in a trembling voice, "How could it be broken? I clearly blocked the opponent's attack just now, so why is it broken now?" The emerald green fragments instantly turned into energy and dissipated into the air. The bright green tortoise shell on his body turned dull and lifeless. It's finally broken. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the green fragments on the ground. If it doesn't break this time, he will chop off the author's head. Damn, it would be unreasonable if the attack of the intermediate thunder system and the intermediate space system combined didn't break it. Fortunately, the space energy he had just now was enough for him to use the space shattering for the last time, otherwise it would be hard to say. Suyu! Wang Yuanhui stood up angrily. Suyu actually broke his black tortoise soft armor, and he had to kill him to ease the hatred in his heart. He held the sharp blade gauntlet tightly in his hands, breathing rapidly and looking at Suyu with a ferocious expression. In an instant, the shadow leopard under his feet burst out. Go to hell! The sharp claws instantly tore towards Suyu. Looking for death. Suyu saw this and did not jump into space. Mainly because his space star energy was gone. Thunderous fury. Suyu's body was suddenly surrounded by lightning. Facing the oncoming sharp claws, Suyu was not at all panicked. He just turned sideways and easily dodged the attack. What? So fast? Wang Yuanhui was stunned when he saw the other party dodge his attack at close range. Why is his reaction so fast? It wasn't he like this before. Seeing him stunned, Suyu punched him in the stomach with his backhand. A fist with the power of thunder and lightning suddenly blasted out. Bang! Fuck, it's so hard. When this punch hit Wang Yuanhui's abdomen, it felt like he had hit a boulder. As expected, the strength of my body is still too small compared to that of the animal system. In an instant, the power of thunder and lightning spread throughout Wang Yuanhui's body along Suyu's fist. Not good. Lightning quickly spread throughout Wang Yuanhui's body. Immediately afterwards, a strong feeling of numbness came over him, and Wang Yuanhui's whole body became numb in an instant. He could not feel his limbs, and then he lay limply on the ground. Without the protection of the black tortoise's soft armor, the power of thunder and lightning was extremely deadly to him. To put it bluntly, Wang Yuanhui is just a beginner in the animal system. The reason why he can block so many attacks is because of the black tortoise soft armor. Now that the soft armor was broken, his defense dropped sharply and returned to its original level. Suyu saw Wang Yuanhui lying on the ground, staring at him with eyes wide open, so he said contemptuously, "So you are so weak without the black tortoise soft armor? Come to think of it, he is now a mid-level thunder element. If it is not so easy to deal with a beginner, it will really be a disgrace to the name of the thunder element." Wang Yuanhui wanted to speak, but the powerful lightning made it impossible for him to feel any organs in his body except his eyeballs. In that case, we can say goodbye, old classmates. A thunderball with violent thunder power suddenly condensed in Suyu's palm. Then he gently threw the thunderball at Wang Yuanhui, who was lying on the ground. Wang Yuanhui looked at the flying thunderball with intense fear and despair in his eyes. He was well prepared before coming to Qingyang City Prison, but he never expected that this trip to Qingyang City Prison would be his end. Boom! The explosion of the thunderball instantly created a small storm. The storm was mixed with terrifying thunder power, which sucked in all the surrounding sand and gravel and crushed and destroyed them. Fuck, so powerful. Suyu was shocked by the power of the upgraded thunderball. This intermediate skill, Thunderstorm, is more powerful than the primary thunderball. Although they are all thunderballs, the initial level thunderballs are just energy explosions. The intermediate level thunderball can not only explode, but also generate a small thunderstorm after the explosion, sucking the target into it and crushing it to death. Looking at the only 3 super weapons left on the ground in front of him, so you couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, these 3 weapons were not shattered and destroyed, otherwise he would be heartbroken. He picked up the 3 weapons one by one and examined them. A pair of shadow leopard running shoes, a set of black tortoise soft armor, and a pair of sharp gauntlet hooks. First, he picked up the most powerful weapon among the 3 super weapons, the black turtle soft armor. It was this thing that made him waste countless star energy. As hard as a turtle shell. If he hadn't suddenly advanced his lightning ability through his ancestral ring, he wouldn't have been able to break this soft armor with his previous strength. This black tortoise soft armor has lost its original luster and is now dull. Suyu folded it on his hand, and then lightning suddenly condensed in his palm, and he hit the soft armor. He needed to test whether this black tortoise soft armor could still be used. Bang! The lightning immediately hit the soft armor, causing it to become charred. Fuck, it's broken. Seeing this, Suyu immediately realized that the soft armor had been damaged by him. Now it is just a normal soft armor with some defense, and the previous extremely strong light shield no longer exists. He had originally planned to equip himself with this black tortoise soft armor, but since it was broken, he could only let the ancestral ring absorb it. The energy absorbed by the ancestral ring is also fed back to him, so he won't lose out anyway. I don't know whether the ring absorbs it or not. Then he lifted the ancestral ring on his index finger and placed it against the black tortoise soft armor. The next second, Suyu felt a slight burning sensation on his index finger, and the ancestral ring suddenly fell off his index finger. The originally ochre-colored ring suddenly straightened and turned into a long ochre-colored snake. It opened its bloody mouth, and the dull black tortoise soft armor was immediately sucked into its belly. Then it turned into a circle again and attached to Suyu's index finger. What's going on? This scene happened so quickly that the soft armor on Suyu's hand disappeared before he could react. Was that a snake just now? This was the first time such a strange thing happened to the ancestral ring. Chapter 84: The Feeling of Flying in Running Shoes. In order to see the little snake again, Suyu picked up the pair of sharp gauntlet hooks on the ground. As a nature type, he cannot use this pair of sharp gauntlet hooks. With his small body, fighting in close combat with animals of the same level is just asking for trouble. He also placed the pair of sharp gauntlet hooks next to the ring. The ring felt a faint burning sensation again. The ring turned into a small snake again and swallowed the pair of sharp gauntlet hooks into its stomach in one bite. Belch. It burped toward Suyu, then nodded with satisfaction and turned into a ring again, returning to Suyu's index finger. It's a snake. This time, Suyu saw clearly the ring's changed appearance. It was a small earthy brown snake. This was the first time he saw the ancestral ring absorbing energy in this way. Is it because these super weapons contain a lot of energy? Just then, the ring, which had been silent, suddenly emitted a faint burning sensation. Then a pair of small horns actually grew out of the smooth surface of the ring. It was as if telling Suyu, "Your snake has horns, right?" Seeing this, Suyu looked down and found a pair of tiny pointed horns growing on the ring. What the hell is this pair of corners? Snakes don't seem to have horns, right? It's not a dragon, is it? He immediately realized that this smooth little snake was a dragon? You're not kidding him. When the ancestral ring saw that Suyu had guessed its identity, it immediately transformed into a dragon with a pair of small horns, nodded at Suyu with satisfaction, and then transformed into a ring again. Suyu was stunned by its operation. Do you still need to prove this to yourself? Okay, it's a dragon, okay. But isn't your corner too conspicuous? Suyu looked down at the small pair of horns growing on the ring. It feels so abrupt. How can I explain this if someone with ulterior motive sees it? These two corners are very conspicuous, which is not good. Just as Suyu was thinking about how to cover up the pair of dragon horns, the dragon horns on the ring suddenly retracted and returned to their original appearance. Are you so sensible? Seeing the pair of dragon horns disappear, Suyu immediately ignored it. With such a sensible ring, what is he still worried about? He was now beginning to look forward to absorbing the energy feedback from these two super weapons. The energy of sensory feedback will certainly not let him down. He picked up the shadow leopard shoes on the ground, weighed them in his hands and found that the shoes were very light and looked no different from ordinary running shoes. Suyu did not intend to let the ring absorb this pair of shadow leopard shoes. He felt that this piece of equipment was quite suitable for him. I just suffered from these shoes when fighting with Wang Yuanhui. It greatly increased Wang Yuanhui's speed, causing him to be slightly scratched by the claws. Shadow Leopard can provide speed comparable to that of a mid-level animal system. So Suyu planned to use it himself. With these two Shadow Leopards and his spatial jump, the combination of the two will increase his living space again. He kicked off his shoes and put on Shadow Panther. It's a bit crowded. After he put one on, he felt that the shoe was a size smaller than his foot. After he put on both pairs of shoes, the Shadow Leopard suddenly became a size bigger, and the previous feeling of being squeezed disappeared immediately. Oh shit, can it also adapt to shoe sizes? It is indeed a super weapon made from several intermediate super stones. Really advanced. After putting it on, Suyu stood up and stamped his feet, finding that it fit him perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for him. I just don't know if it can change color. The color of these shoes is a bit flashy and he doesn't like it. At this time, the Shadow Leopard under his feet began to become colorful. It really can change color. Suyu was also surprised when he looked down and saw the shoes constantly changing color. Advanced. Too advanced. He immediately chose a black one, a low-key color that would not arouse other people's suspicion. After putting on the Shadow Leopard, Suyu immediately used its functions. Suyu stomped his foot, and the Shadow Leopard suddenly exploded, and a red light suddenly appeared from its heel. Whoosh! Suyu burst forward. His rapid speed created many shadows. So fast. He rushed to a place not far ahead in an instant. Although the speed is far less abnormal than his space jump. But it is enough to face the intermediate animal system. After testing the ability of Shadow Leopard, he immediately activated his spatial insight ability. The spatial insight skill can be used even without energy. Now, Zhao Kai and others are still fighting hard in the prison square. He found that all the people from other parts of the prison had gathered in the square. Seeing this, Suyu decided to go and provide support immediately. However, this time, space jump cannot be used because the space system has no star energy. He could only go to support on foot, but fortunately he had the Shadow Leopard, so his speed was not slow. Qingyang City Prison Square. The Superpower Association headed by Zhao Kai and the prison guards headed by Su Changhui vs the Black Alliance and prisoners headed by Luo Hua. They fought fiercely in the square. Boom! Suddenly there was a sound of thunder. In a corner of the prison cell area, the sky was covered with dark clouds and a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Is this a mid-level thunder system? The knowledgeable intermediate super-powered person instantly determined that this heavenly thunder was emitted by the intermediate-level thunder system. Seeing this, the two teams tacitly stopped attacking and retreated. Zhao Kai frowned and looked at the Black Alliance and others in front of him. Could it be that they have another mid-level lightning-type superpower user? The prison warden Su Changhui also looked serious. What the hell is this mid-level thunder system? Does the Qingyang City prison still need the Black Alliance to send a mid-level lightning-type superpowered person? Isn't this a bit of an exaggeration? He still knows the situation in his own prison. It's really not necessary for the Black Alliance to send a mid-level lightning-type superpowered person to release the prisoners. Luo Hua, the Black Alliance representative in the distance, was also confused. Damn, you people from the Superpower Association are going too far. Aren't mid-level thunder elements supposed to be on the front lines hunting extraordinary creatures? Isn't it just releasing a small prison in Qingyang City? It's not releasing the prison in Xingqing City. Is it necessary to be so cruel? Etc. When did the Star City Superpower Association produce a mid-level thunder system? How come he hasn't heard of it? Some of the prisoners around were so frightened by the thunder that they trembled. Boom! After a while, another bolt of lightning struck a certain area of the cell. All the superpowered people in the square looked over. Everyone was shocked and no one dared to attack again. After all, everyone was afraid that this mid-level thunder element was a member of the other side. After two thunderclaps, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated. Seeing that the two sides were in a stalemate, Luo Hua, a member of the Black Alliance, took the lead in launching an attack. After all, it would be disadvantageous for them to drag it on, and who knows what the situation of this mid-level thunder system will be. As far as he knew, there didn't seem to be anyone with mid-level thunder-type power in the Star City Superpower Association. Fierce fighting broke out again in the prison square. What everyone in the square didn't know was that these two bolts of lightning were exactly the two thunderbolts that Suyu released against Wang Yuanhui. Chapter 85 Actions of All Parties. Star City. Wang Transportation Group Park Office Building. In a luxuriously decorated office, a middle-aged man in black casual clothes was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. The middle-aged man is of medium build, with thick eyebrows, a square face and a dignified appearance. One can see some resemblance of Wang Yuanhui in him. This person is Wang Yuanhui's father, Wang Changyuan, the helmsman of Wang's transportation group. Knock knock. There was a knock on the office door. Enter. Master, this is a cooperation contract with other companies. Please take a look. A middle-aged man in a suit walked in with a stack of folders. Wang Changyuan put down the teacup in his hand, picked up the contract and began to read it. As he read, he said, "Zhuoyun, has Hui'er been behaving well recently?" Wang Zhuoyun bowed and whispered, "Master, the young master has been very well behaved in the park recently." "Yeah." Wang Changyuan nodded. "Just be honest." He was really afraid that Wang Yuanhui would use his animal-type abilities to go out and cause trouble. "Is the Black Alliance making any moves?" "Master, the Black Alliance is attacking Qingyang City Prison," Wang Zhuoyun said. "Are you attacking Qingyang City Prison? You are quite brave and are not afraid of retaliation from the Superpower Association." Wang Changyuan shook his head after hearing this. "Okay, I've read the contract and will follow it." Wang Changyuan closed the folder and placed it on the coffee table. "Yes, master." After saying that, Wang Zhuoyun retreated. After Wang Zhuoyun left, Wang Changyuan picked up the teacup and continued to drink tea leisurely. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his right arm. Bang! His right arm suddenly exploded with strength, instantly crushing the teacup in his hand. "It's broken. Hui'er's black tortoise soft armor is broken." Wang Changyuan looked down at the scar on his right arm in shock. This scar was caused by the tortoise shell that Wang Yuanhui pulled out from his body. There was a faint stinging pain in the scar, which meant that the tortoise shell he had given Wang Yuanhui was broken. He stood up suddenly and said in disbelief, "How is this possible? Hasn't Hui'er been staying in the park all the time? How come the black tortoise's soft shell was broken?" Wang Zhuoyun. Wang Changyuan used his animal-type abilities to roar loudly, and his voice echoed throughout the entire park. He needs to ask Wang Zhuoyun what is going on. At this time, Wang Zhuoyun, who had just walked out of the office not far away, turned pale and sweat broke out on his forehead when he heard the roar. It was the first time he heard Wang Changyuan roar like this, and the sound was deafening. "Master." Wang Zhuoyun crawled back to Wang Changyuan's office. "Wang Zhuoyun. Where is Hui'er now?" Wang Changyuan asked him with cold eyes. Young master, it's inside the park," Wang Zhuoyun said tremblingly. "I'm asking you again, where is Wang Yuanhui?" Wang Changyuan asked him angrily. "How could Hui'er be in the park? He just used his ability but couldn't sense the aura of his tortoise shell around him. This means that Wang Yuanhui is not in the park at all." When Wang Zhuoyun heard Wang Changyuan actually called the young master by his full name, he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He had never heard Wang Changyuan call him young master before. Young master, we're going to Qingyang City Prison," Wang Zhuoyun said trembling all over. "What did you say?" Wang Changyuan was furious. "Hui'er is in Qingyang City Prison now?" No wonder he felt his tortoise shell breaking. It must be Hui'er's participation in the battle between the Black Alliance and Qingyang City Prison that caused the black turtle's soft armor to be broken. Wang Zhuoyun nodded tremblingly. The young master said he's been feeling really bad lately and wants to get out. The Black Alliance attacked the Qingyang City Prison, so the young master went there with his equipment. It was the young master who told me not to tell you, not that I was intentionally hiding it from you. Wang Zhuoyuan told Wang Changyuan the whole story, fearing that he would slap him to death. "Humph. You disappoint me so much." Wang Changyuan snorted coldly. The wind energy in the palm of his hand suddenly gathered, a ball of wind swirled in his hand, and then hit the floor-to-ceiling window in the distance. Basic wind skill, vortex ball. Bang! Crash! The floor-to-ceiling window in the distance suddenly shattered. "Master, please forgive me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have kept it from you." Wang Zhuoyun was so frightened that his face turned pale. He kept trembling and begging, fearing that Wang Changyuan would throw him down from here. Wang Changyuan took a deep breath and calmed down. After all, Wang Zhuoyun had worked for him for many years, and he couldn't kill him just because of this incident. Having lost the protection of the black tortoise's soft armor, Hui'er is now in danger. He must immediately go to Qingyang City Prison to find Wang Yuanhui. He ignored Wang Zhuoyun, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and took a step several meters in the air ahead. Basic wind skill, wind wings. In an instant, a pair of white wings appeared behind him, and the wind wings allowed him to float in the air, preventing him from falling from the sky. Keep an eye on the company and wait for me to come back. Leaving a word behind, he flew towards the sky above Star City. When he arrived above Star City, he suddenly let out a beast roar. Become a beast. High-level animal ability. Wang Changyuan's originally tiny body began to grow larger and larger, and eventually turned into a huge black turtle. The black tortoise has a black and red skin color, a round head and brain, and short and thick limbs. There was a part of his right forearm that was missing a piece of tortoise shell protection, revealing the flesh inside. There are cloud-like feathers on its limbs, a slender tail with a sharp blade at the tip, and a green turtle shell on its back. Roar! The beast's roar spread throughout Star City. Then the wind skill, Wind Wings, was released, and a pair of huge white wings appeared on both sides of his turtle body. After transforming into a beast, he became huge in size, and with the help of the huge wind wings, he moved at an incredible speed, heading towards the Qingyang City Prison. In the Superpower Association building, the person in charge, Li Yuehua, was standing at the counter wiping the wine glasses. Today she was wearing a sky-blue long dress, which vaguely revealed her graceful figure, and her long, smooth black hair was fixed with a snow-white hairpin. Suddenly, a beast roar was heard. She frowned, put down the wine glass in her hand, and then slowly walked out from the counter. Several members of the Superpower Association around were surprised to see Li Yuehua walk out from the counter. Li Yuehua rarely comes out from the counter when she is working. Day. Every time Li Yuehua took a step, her high heels made a crisp sound, and a circle of frost appeared under her feet. Seeing this, the surrounding superpowered members gave way. She walked to the door of the Superpower Association building and looked up, only to see a huge black turtle flying towards the distance. Wang Changyuan? When Li Yuehua saw the giant black turtle, she quickly recognized who it was. After all, in this small star city, she is one of the best high-level superpowered people. He transformed into a beast in Xingcheng. Is he going to Qingyang City Prison? Li Yuehua saw that the black turtle was actually flying towards the Qingyang City Prison. Qingyang City Prison was currently being attacked by the Black Alliance, and members of their Superpower Association had gone to support them. What was a high-level superpowered person like him doing there? Li Wei, gather all the superpowered teams in Star City to come back and guard the association building. I'm going out for a while. Li Yuehua decided to go over and take a look. Okay, Sister Yuehua. The star in Li Yuehua's palm appeared, and an ice star surrounded by 14 stars suddenly appeared in her white and tender palm. Elemental Realm, Ice. High-level ice skill. The blue star in his palm continued to ripple, and frost gradually appeared within a radius of several thousand meters around him, and the ground began to freeze. An ice lotus suddenly appeared under Li Yuehua's feet. She stepped on the ice lotus, and the ice lotus carried her as she slid towards the Qingyang City Prison. In a hotel in Star City. Room 303. Ah. The moans of men and women could be heard continuously from inside. Suddenly, a beast roar was heard, and the naked Chen Ming shuddered. Fuck, what's going on? Chen Ming's body tensed up and he stopped moving. Someone turned into a beast? Little brother, why don't you continue? The charming woman under him stretched out a finger and slid it down his chest. Go on, go on. Chen Ming moved a few times absent-mindedly. At this moment, a sudden cold chill came over me. Whoosh! Chen Ming took a breath of cold air and shivered nakedly. The charming woman beneath him said in a delicate voice, "It's so cold." At this time, Chen Ming found that something was wrong. As far as he knew, in Star City, only Li Yuehua from the Superpower Association could use this kind of coldness. Why does Li Yuehua use the elemental field when she has nothing to do? Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. He quickly got off the woman, put on his clothes and prepared to go out and take a look. Hey little brother, don't go. When the woman saw Chen Ming was about to leave, she quickly spoke to try to stop him. You haven't been paid for the extra hour yet. When the woman saw Chen Ming was about to run away after finishing his meal, she immediately covered herself with the quilt and went out to stop him. When Chen Ming heard this, he thought he was at a huge loss. Damn, it had only just started. Forget it, then he threw a few star coins of larger denominations from his pocket and threw them over. Let's make an appointment next time. Chen Ming gave her a wink and then walked out of the hotel. After walking out of the hotel, I looked up and saw a huge monster flying towards the distance in the sky. Fuck, old turtle. Chen Ming recognized the person as Wang Changyuan as soon as he saw the body shape. Hiss. Chen Ming felt a chill coming from the surroundings, and wind energy exploded instantly. A wind star appeared in his palm, with 14 stars spinning around it. Elemental realm, wind. The wind field appeared, and the surrounding coldness disappeared instantly. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up around him, and he was suspended in the whirlwind under his feet. He was a little surprised to see Wang Changyuan and Li Yuehua heading towards Qingyang City Prison. Why aren't you all going to Qingyang City Prison? My subordinates, a group of beginner and intermediate level ones, are fighting there. Why are you two advanced ones joining in the fun? No, he has to go and take a look. It won't do if his subordinates don't have a presence, otherwise they will blame him when they are bullied. This person is Chen Ming, the regional head of the Star City Black Alliance. He is a high-level wind-type superpower, of medium height and elegant appearance. Everyone in the Black Alliance calls him Lunzi Ming. Chapter 86. Suyu arrives. Qingyang City Prison Cell Area. Suyu stepped on the body of the shadow leopard and burst out. With the help of spatial insight, he clearly grasped the route map of the entire prison and arrived at the square in a few instant steps. Captain. Sister Lin, I'm here. Su Lin and Zhao Kai, who were fighting, paused when they heard Suyu's voice and looked in the direction of his voice. Suyu, where have you been? Why are you here just now? After Su Lin knocked the prisoner in front of her unconscious with a water spout, she turned around and looked at Suyu with resentment. Dabao and Baishao had already joined the battle in the square. No one knew where that brat Suyu had gone and why he hadn't appeared for so long. She was a little worried that Suyu had been killed by the Black Alliance, but now she was relieved to see that Suyu was still alive. Suyu scratched his head in embarrassment. He also wanted to come earlier, but who knew that he would run into an old classmate and waste his time. Suyu, you're here just in time. Go take Su Lin's place. Su Lin, come and help us. Zhao Kai, who was fighting with Luo Hua and several mid-level superpowered people in the distance, was delighted to see Suyu coming. Due to the large number of prisoners on the field, they had to assign a mid-level superpowered person to share the pressure of other primary-level superpowered people. Because Su Lin had just advanced, she was the one who was separated. The power of Suyu's thunder system is among the best in the initial stage, which can make up for the insufficient damage in the initial stage. His arrival can recall Su Lin from the primary battlefield back to their intermediate battlefield. Okay. Suyu came to Su Lin's side in a flash. So fast. Su Lin was a little shocked to see Suyu coming to her side in an instant. Sister Lin, did you miss me? Suyu gave her a coquettish look. Stop talking nonsense. How come you are so fast? Su Lin rolled her eyes at him. She was a little curious about why Suyu's speed suddenly became so fast. This speed is almost comparable to that of a mid-level animal. If she remembered correctly, Suyu seemed to be at the beginner level of Thunder Elementary. This speed was not what Suyu should have. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not fast. Suyu immediately refuted her. He was very durable. Su Lin glared at him in shame and anger. What was this kid thinking about? Seeing this, Suyu stopped teasing her. Knowing what she wanted to ask, he explained, I ran into an old classmate on the way, and he gave me a pair of running shoes. Running shoes? Su Lin was stunned. What kind of running shoes could be so fast? Yes, these are running shoes made from several intermediate super stones. Made of intermediate superpowered stone. Su Lin opened her mouth wide, looking at the inconspicuous shoes on Suyu's feet in shock. Is this a running shoe made of several intermediate super energy stones? Are you kidding me? This is so luxurious. Generally speaking, mid-level super-powered people will only choose to buy weapons made of mid-level super-powered stones when their strength is difficult to improve, or when they are stuck at a certain star level for a long time. Otherwise, in most cases, people would buy intermediate super stones to improve their strength and would not spend too much money to buy super weapons. After all, only being strong is the real truth. You can imagine how luxurious it is for people who can afford to buy mid-level super-powered weapons. Yes, what's wrong? You want it? Suyu saw her staring at her shoes with shining eyes and thought that Su Lin wanted it. I don't want it, it's so ugly. Su Lin curled her lips. She said she didn't want it, but she was envious in her heart. Is it ugly? Suyu looked down at his shadow leopard, which was obviously very handsome. Is there something wrong with my aesthetic taste? At this moment, Zhao Kai's voice came from a distance. What are you two doing? Su Lin, come here quickly. What are the two of them talking about there? Why don't they join the battle quickly? I'll leave Suyu to you. I'm going to support the captain and the others. Seeing Zhao Kai urging her, Su Lin quickly left a word and left. Leave it to me. After she left, Suyu looked down at his shadow leopard. It doesn't matter if it's ugly, it's still better than her expensive high heels. Debeo, here I come. Just as Suyu was about to activate the shadow leopard to join the battle, the shadow leopard under his feet suddenly turned into a pair of black high heels. Fuck! Suyu stumbled and almost fell, and it took him a while to stand firm. What the hell? You can even change the type of shoes? After he stood firm, he looked down and was shocked to see that his running shoes had turned into high heels. Advanced, too damn advanced, change it back for me quickly. It would be better to let him admit defeat on the spot than to let him fight in high heels. After receiving Suyu's instructions, the high heels on his feet immediately turned back into running shoes. You are not allowed to change your form while I'm fighting, or I'll melt you. Suyu glared at Shadow Leopard viciously and then suddenly burst out at a powerful speed and rushed towards the battlefield. Debeo, here I come. Call out. An extremely fast figure suddenly came to Debeo. I saw a burly prisoner with a fierce look, holding an iron bar and preparing to attack Wang Debeo. Seeing this, Suyu slid quickly in front of the prisoner. One finger zen. He stretched out a finger and poked hard at the burly figure in front of him. The burly prisoner holding an iron bar was stunned when he saw a little kid suddenly appear in front of him. When did this little kid appear? When he saw that Suyu dared to poke him with his finger, he smiled contemptuously. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have felt that the other person was poking him. With the little strength Suyu had, poking him was just like being bitten by a mosquito. Court death. The burly prisoner picked up the iron rod and swung it fiercely at Suyu in front of him. Fall. A violent force of lightning instantly passed through Suyu's fingers and into the other person's body. What? The burly prisoner was suddenly shocked. The arm that was originally wielding the iron bar suddenly lost consciousness. Bang! The iron rod fell to the ground. The burly prisoner stared at Suyu in front of him with his eyes wide open. How is that possible? The next second, his whole body went limp and he fell to the ground, rolling his eyes and starting to twitch all over. Suyu blew gently at the cluster of lightning remaining on his finger, and it suddenly disappeared. Looking at the prisoner lying on the ground, he sneered, "Why do you have to learn sneak attacks when there are so many other things to learn? It is simply a pipe dream for the beginner animal system to resist his current lightning." Suyu, when did you come? Where is Su Lin? Wang Debeo was attracted by the sound of the iron rod falling. He turned around and saw Suyu, and he was delighted. I just arrived. Su Lin went to support the captain and the others. Suyu explained. Wang Debeo nodded, and when he saw the prisoner at Suyu's feet rolling his eyes and twitching all over, he looked at Suyu in amazement. Fuck, you did this? He's not dead, is he? He's still breathing, what's wrong? Suyu saw that he looked like he didn't want to kill the prisoner. When Wang Debeo heard that the other party was still alive, he explained, if you kill him, the warden will probably have to eat dirt this year. Suyu was confused. Could it be that prisoners were not killed? They are the warden's annual performance targets, so we just beat them until they lose their ability to move. We won't kill them unless necessary. Of course, if you really want to kill them, that's fine too. Is there such a saying? If that's the case, then let him live. Chapter 87 Acquaintance. The life and death of this prisoner depends on Suyu's decision. After Suyu dealt with the prisoner in front of him, he looked at the remaining prisoners around him. I found that they were actually a little afraid of me and were retreating slowly and cautiously. Sure, you've scared them with just this one move. Wang Debeo saw the scene and joked. Why, you can't scare them? How can I, a beginner earth element, scare them? Wang Debeo rolled his eyes at him. Suyu really knew how to joke. He is a beginner earth element and can only get beaten up. How can he scare the animal element? Where is Bai Xiao? Suyu asked. There. Wang Debeo pointed not far away. Suyu looked over and saw Bai Xiao with a prison guard, surrounded by a group of prisoners just like them. Suyu, my energy is running out. What should I do next? Wang Debao felt ashamed as he looked at the group of burly men around him. Don't worry, they are just little Karami. Suyu now doesn't take this group of junior prisoners seriously at all. He just used a few skills and the prisoners were scared to death. He looked at the dozens of prisoners around him and found that they were all burly and fierce, and not a single one was thin. In short, it's all animal-based and there's no natural-based one. Hey, isn't this a civet cat and a black bear? Suyu actually saw two familiar faces. How come you know the prisoners? You even know their names. Wang Debao on the side suddenly became interested. Have you forgotten the two prisoners we captured in Blackwater Valley last time? It turned out to be them. Wang Debao suddenly realized that it was the prisoners they had captured who showed up, but he didn't seem to have any impression of them. Maybe it's because arresting those two criminals has nothing to do with him. Suyu? The surrounding civet cats and black bears suddenly remembered when they heard Suyu calling their names. It was this prison that Suyu personally sent them both to. They will never forget Suyu's face in their entire lives. Why don't you recognize me? Suyu's mouth curled up slightly. What a narrow road for enemies to meet. How could I not recognize you? Even if I were dead, I would recognize you. Black Bear looked at Suyu angrily. It was this kid who tortured me madly with lightning rods. This time, I must make him live a life worse than death, otherwise it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart. Oh, then I'm so honored. You will remember me until I die. Suyu gave him a big smile. Brothers, be careful, he is a thunder element. Black Bear turned around and introduced Suyu's abilities to the brothers around him. Thunder element? No wonder old Black fell to the ground and convulsed and hasn't gotten up yet. It turns out he was electrocuted. What do you mean he's a thunder element? Could it be this little brat who set off those two thunderbolts earlier? One of the prisoners seemed to have guessed something extraordinary. When the prisoners around him heard what he said, they were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat and stepped back. Was this guy the one who set off the two thunderbolts earlier? Are you kidding them? Bullshit. This kid just awakened the lightning element not long ago and he's going to set off thunder there? Sky thunder is something that only a mid-level thunder element can release. Are you stupid? Black Bear said speechlessly when he saw that the others were actually a little scared. I can prove that this kid is indeed an early-stage thunder element and has only awakened not long ago. The spirit cat at the side echoed. It hadn't even been a month since they were captured. How could Suyu have upgraded his thunder element to the intermediate level in less than a month? It was simply a pipe dream. Beginner-level lightning system? When the prisoners around heard that it was a low-level thunder element, their previous fear eased a lot, but they did not let down their guard at all. The initial stage of thunder is also thunder, and its attack power is not small. How dare they let their guard down? Seeing them discussing their own strength, Suyu smiled bitterly and said, Ahem, let me say a few words. Now, put your hands on your heads and squat down where you are, or you will bear the consequences. The prisoners around were stunned when they heard this, and then burst into laughter. How can you be so arrogant as a beginner lightning type? You little bastard, you're so arrogant despite your young age. Suyu, you really don't know how to live or die. Black Bear looked at him with disdain. We are not wearing super handcuffs now. You really don't know what situation you will face next. Brothers, ignore that fat guy, kill this brat for me. Kill him, and when you get out, I'll take you out to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks and find a mistress to play with. When the prisoners around heard this, their eyes sparkled. They hadn't found a lover for a long time and were really fed up in prison. Everyone's animal-type abilities suddenly erupted, and they all stared at Suyu ferociously. Seeing this, Suyu shook his head helplessly. Not wanting to listen to advice? If he doesn't listen to advice, he will have to do it himself. Black Bear saw Suyu shaking his head, which was a typical sign of looking down on them. So he said, still shaking your head. I'll rip your head off and kick it like a ball. Brothers, kill him. The Black Bear attacked first, followed closely by the civet cats beside him. Wang Debao, who was standing by, was shocked to see that all the prisoners were targeting Suyu and said, Suyu, how big of a grudge do they have against you? Debao, leave this to me, you go help Bai Xiao and the others. Suyu said as he saw the other party rushing towards him, and that Shadow Leopard burst out. So fast. Wang Debao was stunned when he saw the speed of Suyu's explosion. At this speed, he believed that Suyu definitely didn't need his help. If I stay, I might even cause trouble for Suyu. Then he left Suyu behind to support Bai Xiao. The main thing is to trust your teammates. Suyu relied on the speed of Shadow Leopard to leave behind several shadows. This scene stunned the spirit cat. Wasn't Suyu's speed exactly what he had dreamed of? Fuck, what's the speed? Several low-level animal prisoners around were stunned. Is this the speed that a beginner lightning-type superpower can possess? Why do they feel like they have been deceived by the black bear and the civet cat? The black bear beside him was also confused. How could a beginner like you be so fast? This speed is almost comparable to that of a mid-level animal system. Suyu left a few afterimages and arrived in front of the civet cat in an instant. Then he swung his fist and punched the civet cat in the stomach. What? Before the civet cat could react, its fist hit his abdomen. Bang! A fist filled with lightning blasted out instantly. The civet cat looked down at the thunder fist on its abdomen, full of disbelief. What he was most proud of was his reaction and speed, but he didn't expect that he couldn't dodge this attack. Immediately afterwards, violent thunder and lightning ravaged his entire body, and he fell limply to the ground and began to twitch all over. After Suyu delivered this punch, the shadow leopard exploded again and arrived in front of the black bear the next second. Black bear was stunned when he saw Suyu suddenly appear. Court death. Then his arms burst out with strength and his big palm slapped Suyu's head. Seeing this, Suyu turned his head to avoid and suddenly blasted out with a thunder fist. Bang! The thunder fist hit the black bear's abdomen, and then violent lightning instantly ravaged his entire body. Black bear looked at Suyu with a distorted face. How is that possible? How could this lightning be so strong? In the past, Suyu's lightning only caused him a slight numbness or at most made one of his limbs numb. Now his whole body is paralyzed and he can't feel any of his limbs. Thump! The black bear collapsed to the ground, its body began to twitch constantly, and its eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 88 Battle with Wang Jia. Bang! 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 Suyu took advantage of his speed to shuttle back and forth among the prisoners. In a few seconds, this group of arrogant prisoners all collapsed on the ground, their bodies twitching constantly, and they looked at Suyu with shock in their eyes. They were badly deceived by the black bear and the civet cat. One person beats a group of them. Is this the strength possessed by the beginner? Suyu chuckled, it's useless to give you a chance. You must taste the power of thunder and lightning. Why bother? This group of primary animal types are not as fast as him, their reactions are not as quick as his, and their attacks are not as strong as his thunder type. What can they use to fight him? If he released a little mid-level lightning, these prisoners would have to lie down and wait for death. Bang! Suyu then snapped his fingers. Both the civet cat and the black bear lost their lives in an instant. I spared your lives last time, but I didn't expect you to not cherish them. If that's the case, you can't blame me. Suyu's movements naturally attracted the attention of the people around him. Wang Debao, who had just arrived next to Bai Xiao, was attracted by the sound of people falling behind him. Turning around, he saw that the prisoners who had surrounded Suyu were all lying on the ground twitching. He looked at Suyu in shock. How long has it been since then, and Suyu has already knocked them all down? The prisoners surrounding Bai Xiao and the others looked at Suyu in amazement when they saw their companions fall down. What the hell is this little brat? Why is he so strong? The superpowered people on the intermediate battlefield in the distance were also shocked by Suyu's record. This person can deal with so many beginner superpowers. Could it be that he is a mid-level superpower? Zhao Kai and others were also a little surprised. Although they thought that Suyu's joining would help them relieve a lot of pressure, they did not expect the relief to be so thorough. It only took a short while to knock down a group of prisoners. Suyu really gave them surprises everywhere. Black Rhino, you go and deal with him, we'll hold on here first. Luo Hua was a little unhappy with Suyu's performance. If he continued to be killed in seconds, the prisoners around him would probably be a little scared. Yeah. Wang Jia nodded, then beat back the people in front of him, immediately withdrew from the intermediate battlefield and turned to the primary battlefield. He would be very willing to go to the primary battlefield and have fun. After all, in his eyes, beginners are just noobs, and he can easily defeat them with just a few moves. Seeing this, Luo Hua stepped forward to share the pressure. After Suyu dealt with this group of prisoners, he shifted his target to the prisoners surrounding Bai Xiao and others. He came directly to Debao and Bai Xiao in an instant. Su Yu's arrival caused the prisoners who had been approaching Bai Xiao and others to start retreating. Don't be afraid. Su Yu chuckled. The prisoners around him were even more frightened when they saw his smiling face but hidden dagger. They don't want to collapse on the ground and twitch. At this moment, a man in a black robe came over and said, "Don't be afraid, brothers. Leave this kid to me." The prisoners turned their heads when they heard the voice and saw that it was a member of the Black Alliance. "This guy is very strong, are you sure you can do it? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Why don't you just fight him?" Wang Jia was a little impatient with the boy's excessive nonsense. "Very strong, how strong can it be? No matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than him. He is a mid-level animal system. Isn't it a dimensionality reduction attack when he comes to the primary battlefield? Come on, come on." When the prisoner heard that he was asked to fight with the Thunder system, he shook his head and said that he couldn't win the fight. Su Yu looked at the man in black robe sharply. Anyone who dared to be so confident must be no ordinary person. After Wang Jia finished speaking, his ability suddenly exploded. A black rhino appeared behind him in an instant, with a horn condensed by special energy on its head. The prisoners around him were very envious when they saw the animal shadows behind him. As for the intermediate animal system, you can definitely leave it to him without any worries. So he's a mid-level animal type, no wonder he's so arrogant. Su Yu saw the shadow behind him and knew his strength. Su Yu saw this and a thunderbolt appeared in his hand. "Debao, I will go deal with this black robe first, wait for me." "Su Yu, he seems to be a mid-level animal type. Why don't we ask the captain to call a mid-level one over?" Wang Debao looked a little worried when he saw the black rhino shadow behind Wang Jia. This was a mid-level animal system. He remembered that Su Yu seemed to be a beginner-level thunder type, so how could he possibly beat a mid-level animal type? The two were not in the same league at all. "It's okay, just leave it to me." "Then you better be careful. If you really can't get it done, call the captain." Wang Debao didn't know what to say since he insisted on facing it alone. Su Yu nodded and then looked at Wang Jia and said, "Let's go, old rhino, let's go fight over there." Su Yu didn't plan to start a fight here. After all, his skills had a wide range of power, and it would be bad if he accidentally hurt his own people. Wang Jia didn't get angry when he called him old rhino and said contemptuously, "Let's go. Don't beg for mercy later." This kid is so sensible that he actually said everything he wanted to say. He had originally planned to fight in another place because there were too many people here and it was not easy to display his abilities. So the two of them walked tacitly to a place with fewer people on the side. "Boy, prepare to die." When Wang Jia saw that he had arrived at the location, he immediately unleashed his animal-type power and decided to end the battle quickly. After all, Luo Hua was still under pressure. The eyes of the black rhino behind him turned red, and his strength suddenly increased several times, and his body suddenly became larger. The horn on its head suddenly became sharp and weak, emitting a cold and gloomy light. "Go to hell." Su Yu laughed when he saw him rushing towards him with huge horns. He wanted to hit him at this speed? The shadow leopard under his feet burst out and dodged Wang Jia's attack with a flash. Wang Jia frowned when he saw this. This kid's speed was a bit weird. How could a natural system be so fast? "You're pretty fast, kid." Wang Jia was not discouraged when he saw Su Yu dodge his first attack. Su Yu smiled bitterly when he heard his praise. With the speed boost of his shadow leopard running shoes, it was easy for him to dodge the opponent's brutal charge. "Come again." Seeing this, Wang Jia ran forward again with his unicorn horn on his head. "You're so stubborn." Su Yu was speechless when he saw him charging towards him violently again. Su Yu's evaluation of him is that he is stubborn. Well, he does have a pretty hard head. Seeing the opponent rushing towards him, Su Yu easily dodged it by turning sideways, and then instantly punched the opponent's body. Bang! After his fist hit the opponent's body, Su Yu's eyes widened. "Fuck, that hurts." The hardness of this body can only be described as exaggerated. None of the animal types he had encountered before were this hard, and his fists felt like they were hitting cement. The one who got hurt by this punch was himself. His little fists are all red. The power of thunder and lightning took this opportunity to instantly spread along his fist to the opponent's entire body. Seeing that the power of thunder and lightning had spread successfully, Su Yu immediately retracted his fist and quickly retreated. "You are quite powerful in thunder and lightning." Wang Jia stretched out his hand and rubbed the place where Su Yu's fist hit him just now and said, Although his fists had little killing power, the lightning spreading over his body felt like being pricked by needles, causing him some pain. There are even more powerful ones. Previously, Suyu was just testing his defense, but now the real show has just begun. He gathered the lightning energy in his palms together, then pulled them apart again. Lightning blade. A sharp blade condensed from the power of violent thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in front of his chest. The sharp blade filled with lightning burst out at the speed of breaking through the air and slashed horizontally. Chapter 89, Killing Wang Jie with all his might. Fuck, this is the beginner level of thunder? Wang Jie was stunned by the electric blade condensed by Suyu. Could the power of a primary lightning element be so great? Seeing the electric blade coming, he immediately burst out with all his strength and then gathered it on the unicorn horn. Then he charged towards the flying blade with his head. Bang! You can't be a beginner-level lightning type. Wang Jie's horn collided with the electric blade, causing him to retreat several meters before he could steady himself. The electric blade was bounced by his horn towards the cells on the side, and several cells were cut in half in an instant. He looked at the sharp marks on his horn and the collapse of several cells on one side, and instantly determined that Suyu's thunder element was not at the beginner level. It is impossible for a basic lightning element to have such power, and it actually scratched his horn. The answer is correct, but there is no prize. Suyu chuckled. He didn't expect that the lightning blade didn't chop off his horn. It seemed that the power was not enough. What a pity. Thunderous fury. In an instant, Suyu's body began to spread with violent thunder power. Elemental possession skills enhance the psychic's attack, defense, reaction and other abilities, which is also the standard configuration of mid-level psychics. If you want to maximize the power of the skill, you must activate the elemental possession skill. Without activating the Thunder Wrath, the power of the mid-level thunder system cannot be realized at all. However, activating Thunderous Fury will inevitably expose one's own strength. But it doesn't matter, let us deal with the person in front of me first. Lightning Blade. Suyu used both palms to pull the violent lightning energy in front of his chest. Suddenly, a lightning blade more powerful than the previous one appeared. The entire blade is dark purple in color, and one can imagine how much lightning power it contains. The previous lightning blade did not have the added effect of Thunder Fury, so it may have lacked some power. Now with the bonus of Thunderous Fury, he will definitely chop off this horn today. Go! The enhanced lightning blade burst out at the speed of breaking through the air and struck Wang Jie. No! This is impossible. When Wang Jie saw the huge lightning blade coming towards him, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. This kid was really a mid-level lightning element. A superpower who can allow elements to possess him can only be a mid-level superpower. See the enhanced lightning blade coming. His intermediate animal type power was instantly unleashed, his muscles turned blood red, the shadow of a black rhino behind him suddenly lit up, and the horn on his head suddenly emitted a red light and began to spin continuously. Unicorn spin. He bent down and gathered all his strength to charge towards the oncoming electric blade. Bang! The lightning blade collided with the constantly rotating horn, making a strong and harsh sound. Snap! The lightning blade instantly chopped off Wang Jie's horn. Then he was thrown into the air by the powerful impact. The lightning blade was struck into the air and exploded in the air, and suddenly the sky became covered with dark clouds. No! My horns! Wang Jie looked at the small piece of unicorn horn that fell to the ground in pain, and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. The tip of his horn, which was as sharp as a blade, was actually chopped off. Black Rhino, what are you doing? Luo Hua became impatient when he heard Wang Jie howling. Why is it so difficult to deal with a beginner enemy? He turned around and saw Suyu, bathed in the power of thunder, standing opposite Wang Jie. Fuck, mid-level thunder system? Luo Hua looked at Suyu in shock. Isn't this person bathed in thunder and lightning a mid-level thunder element? Zhao Kai, who was fighting against him, also looked over when he heard the sound, and saw Suyu standing there with the power of thunder and lightning all over his body. He stared at Suyu in amazement, feeling a little unbelievable. Wasn't Suyu still a 6-star thunder element last night? How come he has already reached the intermediate level today? Su Lin also covered her mouth and looked at Suyu in surprise. When did this kid reach the intermediate level of thunder? Fuck, Zhao Kai, when did your team have a mid-level thunder master? Warden Su Changhui looked at Suyu in surprise. He is Suyu. Zhao Kai said. Suyu? Su Changhui sounded a little unfamiliar when he heard it, then after thinking about it carefully, he opened his mouth in surprise and stared at the person bathed in thunder and lightning in the distance with wide eyes. Isn't this guy Suyu, who came to Qingyang City Prison with Zhao Kai not long ago to send prisoners to him? This kid has just awakened not long ago, but he has upgraded his lightning element to the intermediate level so quickly? All the intermediate superpowers in the intermediate battlefield stopped their attacks and turned to look at Suyu. Intermediate level thunder system? Oh my god, it turns out that this guy was the one who set off the two thunders? It seemed that there was no one else on the field who was a mid-level thunder type except him. Who else could it be but him? Suyu looked around and found that everyone around him was staring at him. The people in the intermediate battlefield looked at him with shock, while the super-powered people in the primary battlefield looked at him with fear and terror. Since I've been exposed, I won't pretend anymore. Suyu chuckled. He knew that once he used Thunder Fury, his intermediate level thunder element would definitely be exposed. Boom! Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds and a huge roar was heard from the sky. Thunderbolt! Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Wang Jie in the distance. The loud noise woke everyone up, and they were all stunned as they watched the thunder falling from the sky. Are you kidding me? Your lightning-type skill makes such a big noise. Wang Jie would not sit still and wait for death when he saw the thunder coming. His broken horn started to spin instantly. He tried to use his horn to resist the thunder that fell from the sky. Bang! Thunder struck instantly. No! I don't believe it. Wang Jie's pupils dilated as he looked at Suyu in front of him in despair. He couldn't even block the thunder. The thunder from the sky instantly ravaged his entire body, and all his organs lost their vitality in an instant. Even the organs strengthened by animal-type abilities could not withstand the ravages of this heavenly thunder. His body was violently attacked by the thunder from the sky. The next second, his eyes went black and he fell straight forward. Plop! Wang Jie fell to the ground and lost his life. The reason why Suyu was able to kill him instantly was because he had previously split the opponent's most proud horn. This caused the energy of his unicorn to leak out and lose its original power. After Suyu confirmed that Wang Jie was dead, he turned to look at the other junior prisoners around him and sneered, "Those who don't want to die, squat down with your hands clasped over your heads." The junior prisoners around were instantly filled with fear when they saw the ruthless man bathed in lightning. They had seen the scene just now. A mid-level animal system was killed instantly. Suyu's intimidation actually made some prisoners squat down on the spot and hold their heads in their hands. Withdraw. When Luo Hua saw Suyu kill Wang Jie with one blow, he immediately realized that something was wrong. If the fight continues like this mid-level thunder-type superpower will start to order dishes. Moreover, they have already released many prisoners. Their goal has been achieved, and the next step is to take them out of prison. If they continue fighting, it will be difficult for them to retreat once other members of the Superpower Association come to support them. When several mid-level black-robed warriors around heard Luo Hua say this, they all used their skills to repel the superpowered people in front of them. When the prisoners heard the Black Alliance say they were going to retreat, they immediately created chaos in the area to create an opportunity to escape. They have all been released, so naturally they would not choose to wait for death on the spot. Looking at the hole in the corner of the prison wall in the distance, the prisoners rushed over. Chapter 90. The support team arrives. Want to run? How can it be that easy? Prison warden Su Changhui immediately said, "Fan Xian, quickly wrap up the entire prison." After receiving the order, Fan Xian immediately used the intermediate wood skill, Vine Prison. Huge and thick vines continuously emerged from the ground and instantly wrapped around the entire prison. The prison's vision instantly went dark. Fortunately, several fire-type super-powered people used their skills to instantly light up the dark prison again. Someone the hell is going to push this vine away. Luo Hua suddenly became anxious when he saw this. Being imprisoned by giant vines is no less than being caught in a jar. The only power-type animal-type superpower, the Black Rhino, was killed by Suyu. I'll do it. A super-powered person with a tiger hunting shadow behind him volunteered to come to the previous prison hole. The eyes of the hunting tiger behind him suddenly turned red, and 10 sharp claws appeared on its fingers. He began to grab the vines in front of him. Warden Su Changhui, who was standing in the distance, saw the other party breaking the vines and yelled, "I don't want any sales this year. Kill him. Damn it, they made the prison into such a mess, they deserve to die." When Zhao Kai and others around heard Su Changhui say this, their eyes suddenly became sharp. They were a bit conservative before, but now that the warden has said so, what reason do they have not to kill him? Several people used their intermediate skills to bombard the prisoners and members of the Black Alliance gathered in front of them. Fiery Fist. Meteor Shower. Water Dragon Broken. Onuki Kiri. Ivy Leaf Flying Knife. Earth Cone. Thunderstorm. Various elementary and intermediate skills blasted out simultaneously. Several small thunderballs appeared in Suyu's hands. He threw it towards the crowded area ahead. Boom! Boom! Several thunderballs continued to explode, and each explosion would produce a small thunderstorm at the location. All the surrounding low-level prisoners are sucked in and continuously destroyed. Fuck, these people are crazy. Luo Hua was stunned as he watched several mid-level skills bombarding him. This really means they will be wiped out. Get out of the way. Luo Hua roared, and condensed a poisonous blade in his hand and attacked. Delayed the arrival of the opponent's skills. Then he rolled to the side in an instant, thus avoiding the incoming skill. The other members of the Black Alliance were also horrified when they saw this, and instantly burst out with all their strength to quickly dodge to the side. The superpowered person who was attacking the vines immediately stopped and dodged to the side. The fate of the poor first-level prisoner was not so good. He was hit by several mid-level skills and his body was no longer there. Fuck, Suyu, your skills are a bit too fierce, hold back a bit. Su Changhui saw Suyu throw out several thunderballs, and a storm was generated after the thunderballs exploded. The storm continuously sucked in several low-level prisoners around and destroyed them. Its power made him feel ashamed. Their skills are over in one wave, unlike Suyu, who stays in place and continues to cause damage after throwing out his skills. Although we don't want any performance, we can't leave him no results. If he kills all the prisoners without leaving a single one alive, he will become a prison warden without any other prisoners. Suyu was a little embarrassed, then nodded. It seems that he should pick those in the middle level to fight, otherwise he might lose all these low-level prisoners. Poisonous fog fills the sky. Luo Hua released the poison gas instantly. Now that he was in a sealed state, the concentration of his poison gas could be described as invincible. Su Lin, who was far away, saw him releasing poison gas, and a smile appeared on her tender pink lips. He dared to poison in front of her, he really didn't take her intermediate water system seriously. Purify water droplets. Suddenly, several crystal-clear water droplets condensed in her palm. Then he attacked Suyu and the others one by one. After absorbing it, Suyu and the others immediately felt refreshed and became even more ferocious. Damn, I forgot there's a mid-level water system, oops. Seeing that the prison was sealed, Luo Hua anxiously used poison mist and actually forgot that the other party had a mid-level water system. Brother Du, please take back the poison gas immediately. I'm almost poisoned to death. A prisoner said to Luo Hua with a purple face. No. Luo Hua impatiently retracted the released poisonous gas into his palm. Now they are really in a dilemma. I can't get out and I can't win the fight. Prepare to die. Lightning Blade. Suyu pulled out a sharp blade in front of his chest with both hands. He chopped at the people in front who were attacking the vines. Quick! Everyone, work together to stop it. When several superpowered people who were attacking the vines saw the lightning blade flying towards them, they burst out with all their strength and prepared to work together to block the incoming lightning blade. Bang! The lightning blade struck down instantly. Seeing this, several people used their own unique skills to attack the oncoming lightning blade. Snap! The claws and lightning blades of several people made a harsh sound. In the end, several people retreated several meters before they intercepted the lightning blade. Fuck, this thunder blade is really abnormal. One of the mid-level super-powered people said with sweat on his forehead. Is it called a thunder type if it's not abnormal? Fortunately, several people worked together to intercept the lightning blade, and it did not cause much damage to them. You're bullying me because I'm outnumbered, right? Suyu felt a little unhappy when he saw that several people worked together to block his lightning blade. Thunder and lightning. Just as he was about to use a lightning skill, he suddenly looked up and saw that the sky above the prison was being wrapped by vines, and immediately stopped casting the spell. Damn, the thunder from the sky 1T fall. If you damage your teammates' vines, you will help the enemy. Seeing this, he could only use the lightning blade again. Beep beep beep. Just as he was about to cast the spell, several dull car horns suddenly sounded outside the prison. Upon seeing this, Suyu immediately stopped condensing the lightning blade. Fan Xian, remove the vines. The Star City superpower team is here to support us. Su Changhui reacted after hearing the whistle and said. After hearing this, Fan Xian cast a spell immediately, and the vines that covered the entire prison instantly retracted into the ground. The prison, which was originally dark, suddenly became bright again. The Black Alliance members and prisoners in the prison were overjoyed to see the vines removed. Have they lost their minds? They actually took the initiative to remove the vines. At this moment, several black armored vehicles suddenly appeared in the distance. Seeing the arrival of several black armored vehicles, Haimon and other prisoners stood there in a daze, not daring to breathe. It's over, it turns out that the support team of the Superpower Association has arrived. No wonder the vines were removed. When the support team arrived, couldn't they have removed the vines to let them in? The armored vehicle rushed into the prison in an instant. Several drift cars stopped beside Zhao Kai and his group. Several armored vehicles also circled behind the prison. Creak! Creak! The armored vehicle stopped suddenly. Several superpowered people walked out from inside, some at the intermediate level and some at the beginner level. Warden Su, how are you? Said one of the team leaders after getting off the car. Are you here to collect my body at this time? Su Changhui said rudely. If Zhao Kai's team had not arrived early, he would have really become a corpse. The team leader smiled bitterly and said, we ran into some trouble in Blackwater Valley. Sorry. He knew that Su Changhui had some resentment in his heart, but there was nothing they could do. When they passed by the Blackwater Valley, they didn't know what was going on, the ground was full of huge rocks. Thinking there was an ambush, I entered the valley very cautiously. In the end, there was nothing. They searched for a long time before they found a route through the valley. I'll leave this group of people to you. Su Changhui snorted coldly, then turned his face away from him. Don't worry, Warden Su, I guarantee you'll be satisfied, said the team leader. Zhao Kai, your team arrived quite quickly. The team leader was a little surprised to see Zhao Kai standing aside. Zhao Kai and his team arrived faster than them. It's mainly because I'm eager to save people. By the way, I'll leave them to you. Zhao Kai smiled awkwardly. Is it possible that you are slow to come? They have been working hard for a long time and can't let this group of support teams do nothing. This is a good opportunity for them to take a break and recover their star energy. Now all the roads ahead and behind are blocked by members of their support team. These prisoners and members of the Black Alliance really have no way to escape. Chapter 91, each one depends on his ability. The support team knew it was their turn to perform next, and they immediately displayed their abilities. Intermediate fire system, intermediate earth system, intermediate water system, intermediate wind system. The captains of each team instantly bathed themselves in elements, and the members of each team also used their attack skills one after another. The Black Alliance members and prisoners surrounded by this support team all had expressions of despair on their faces. With so many mid-level superpowered people coming, half of the superpowered teams in Star City have been sent here. We are completely finished now. When Suyu saw his captain retract his ability, he also retracted his lightning ability. Now that the support team has arrived, he can just leave it to them. He can take a break. In his eyes, this group of support teams only served to add icing on the cake, and did not serve as a timely help. Even if they didn't come, Suyu felt that with the power of his mid-level thunder system, he could kill most of these prisoners and the Black Alliance members. Because he was standing in the front, when Suyu was retracting the lightning surrounding him, he was seen by the captains and members of the various support teams. Intermediate level thunder system. The team leaders looked at Suyu in shock. Who is this kid? Are there any mid-level lightning-type superpowered people in their Star City? How come the captains of their teams don't know this? The members of each support team were also shocked to see that Suyu could actually use the elemental possession skill. Fuck, isn't this Suyu from our association? Oh my god, he actually advanced to the intermediate level of lightning? Wow! How long has he been awakened? He's already advanced to the intermediate level so quickly. Some members of each team recognized Suyu. After all, Suyu had shown up when the teams gathered last night. The team captains were stunned when they heard that the mid-level lightning-type superpower was named Suyu. Suyu? They seemed to have heard this name somewhere. Oh shit, this guy couldn't be the Suyu who awakened into a thunder element in the energy building a few days ago. This kid's star level was raised so quickly without being stuck at any star level. Wow, it's outrageous that he advanced the lightning element to the intermediate level so smoothly. Seeing Suyu walking towards Zhao Kai and others, the captains of each team were envious. Zhao Kai really got a huge bargain. No wonder they had heard that Zhao Kai's team had made great gains in the extremely cold land. It turned out that there was a thunder-type super-powered person who joined them. If Suyu joined their team, perhaps their team's combat effectiveness would be directly improved to a higher level. When the time comes, I will definitely gain a lot from going to the extremely cold place, and I won't come back in disgrace every time. However, no matter how envious they were, they had more important things to do next, which was to deal with the group of prisoners and members of the Black Alliance in front of them. If you want to survive, retract your powers and squat down. After hearing the warning from the team captains, these first-level prisoners could only obediently retract their abilities and squat where they were. There was no other way. Before the support team arrived, they could rely on their numbers to resist. Now that so many members of the Superpower Association have come, these low-level prisoners have no way to resist. The members of the Black Alliance looked gloomy upon seeing this. Among them were several mid-level super-powered people, so they would naturally not be scared by the other party's words. Hey, why do you still want to resist? When the team leaders saw that the Black Alliance members did not follow their instructions, the elemental energy in their bodies exploded instantly. From now on, everyone will rely on their own abilities. Luo Hua sighed. It is now impossible to release these prisoners. They might all die here. The Black Alliance member beside him nodded, understanding Luo Hua's meaning. Now, whether they can survive in this situation depends on their own abilities. Luo Hua's entire body was suddenly filled with poisonous gas, and several mid-level Black Alliance members beside him also used their own unique skills. Action! This group of Black Alliance members burst out at an astonishing speed in an instant, and they seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding with each other and fled in all directions. The prisoners squatting on the ground began to get restless when they saw that the members of the Black Alliance were still thinking about escaping. Maybe they could try running too? But when they looked up and saw many members of the Superpower Association around them, they immediately backed out. Escape? How could they escape? Just a bunch of them were not enough to fill the gaps in the teeth of the Superpower Association members. Seeing this, the team captains naturally would not let these Black Alliance members escape so easily. Vine Prison. Land bound. Two of the team leaders immediately used their skills upon seeing this. The members of the Black Alliance were about to rush out of the prison when suddenly several meter-high and thick vines sprouted from the prison wall and wrapped around the entire prison. Then the ground each of them was standing on instantly turned into a pool of mud, continuously pulling their feet into it. Damn it! Luo Hua felt a little desperate when he saw this. Why did the vine come again? The mid-level wood-type superpowered person deserves to die. At this moment, he felt a strong suction and pulling force under his feet, and he suddenly stopped while running. Intermediate Earth Element. When Luo Hua saw the mud flow appearing under his feet, he immediately understood that this was the control skill of the intermediate Earth Element, land binding. The strong suction and pull made it impossible for him to move, so he tried to lift his foot and take the next step. As a result, as soon as he took the next step, mud flow appeared on the ground again and sucked him in, making every step he took extremely difficult. The other members of the Black Alliance were equally filled with despair when they saw the vines growing around them. They had experienced the hardness of this vine before, and it was impossible to break through it in a short time. Although mudslides also appeared under their feet, they had little impact on mid-level animals like them. Their physical strength has been enhanced. Although the mud flow has a strong suction and pulling force, it only slows down their speed and will not make it as difficult for them to move as it was for Luo Hua. After seeing the opponent being controlled, the captain of the remaining team immediately released his skills and attacked. Oh my god, Debeo, I seem to see you reaching the intermediate level of Earth Element. Suyu was surprised to see that several members of the Black Alliance who were not of the animal type were sucked into the mud flow and could not move. I saw it too. Wang Debeo naturally also saw the power of land binding. He really wanted to upgrade to 7 stars immediately and advance the Earth Element to the intermediate level. That way he can also use this abnormal control skill. Bai Xiao, who was standing by, was also shocked by the huge and thick vines that wrapped around the prison, and was full of yearning for the mid-level wood element. By the way, how did you advance to the intermediate level? Su Lin, who was standing aside, suddenly thought of Su Yu's sudden advancement to the intermediate level and asked curiously. After hearing this, Zhao Kai and others around him also looked at Suyu, wanting to seek answers. After all, Suyu seemed to be only at the 6-star thunder element last night, so how come he suddenly advanced to the intermediate level today? It was really unbelievable. Suyu suddenly felt that he shouldn't have said too much, and now he was really asking for trouble. He really didn't know how to explain to everyone how he advanced from a 6-star thunder element to a 7-star thunder element, crossing the 6-star peak threshold. Suyu thought about it for a long time and then prepared to make up an excuse to fool people. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to explain, there was a loud noise. Boom! The vines that wrapped around the entire prison exploded instantly. Chapter 92, High-Level Animal System. How is that possible? The team leader who released the vine prison looked at the vine fragments all over the ground in shock. His vine prison was actually broken, and it was broken so thoroughly. The huge and thick vines turned into vine fragments. How is this possible? Even a mid-level fire type or mid-level lightning type attacking superpower like the natural system cannot break his mid-level vines so thoroughly. This sudden change shocked everyone in the prison. What happened? How could the vine prison suddenly break apart for no apparent reason? After the Black Alliance members blocked the incoming skills, they were overjoyed when they saw the vines covering the entire prison explode inexplicably. Damn, God is on their side, they are saved now. They immediately rushed out of the prison desperately. As long as you break free to a certain distance, you can break free from the control of the land. Then they will be able to successfully escape from here. Unexpectedly, just after they took a few steps, a powerful pressure suddenly came. The faces of the Black Alliance members turned pale in an instant, and all their strength burst out unconsciously in an attempt to resist this powerful pressure. However, the pressure was too strong. Even if they unleashed their strongest abilities, they could only keep their bodies in a slightly bent state. The intense pressure made it difficult for them to move at all. They felt that once they withdrew their own strength, the powerful pressure would instantly crush them to the ground. A powerful pressure instantly covered the entire prison. The members of the Superpower Association and the prisoners in the prison also felt this terrifying pressure. The junior superpowered people and junior prisoners were instantly crushed to the ground by this powerful pressure and could not move. Dabeo, Bai Xiao, are you okay? Burning in flames. Zhao Kai's body was instantly bathed in flames. Only after being possessed by the element was he able to barely resist this powerful pressure. But the pressure was too strong, and he could only keep his knees slightly bent. We're fine. Wang Dabeo, lying on the ground, couldn't get up no matter how hard he struggled. The same thing happened to Bai Xiao standing beside him. Fortunately, this pressure was not lethal, it just prevented them from getting up and moving. Suyu and Su Lin felt the strong pressure and immediately used their abilities. Thunderous Fury. Holy Water Protection. After Su Lin's body was protected by water energy, the pressure suddenly decreased a lot, but it still only allowed her to keep her knees slightly bent. On the other hand, Suyu, who was standing beside him, was able to remain upright after being surrounded by lightning. Suyu's face showed a solemn expression, although he was able to remain upright after using Thunder Fury. But he felt that as long as he lifted one leg, the powerful pressure would instantly make him lose his balance and knock him to the ground. All the mid-level super-powered people on the field except Suyu were forced to keep their knees slightly bent by this powerful pressure. It's impossible to move at all. Suyu, you can actually stay upright? Su Lin looked at Suyu beside her in surprise. Zhao Kai and others on the side looked at Suyu in shock. They didn't expect that he could stay upright under such strong pressure. They truly felt the horror of this pressure. Unexpectedly, Suyu, who was also at the intermediate level, could actually maintain an upright position while they could only maintain a slightly bent knee position. Can you guys take action? Suyu asked everyone solemnly. I can't move at all. Zhao Kai said helplessly. This inexplicable pressure was so strong that they couldn't even move, let alone lift their legs. Huier, where are you? At this moment, a low and hoarse voice came from above the prison. Suddenly, a huge black turtle appeared above the prison. Fuck, an extraordinary creature. Suyu looked up and was shocked when he saw the huge creature. Oh my god, extraordinary creatures are actually invading human areas? High-level animal system. When Zhao Kai saw the huge creature floating above them, he instantly determined that it must be a high-level animal system superpowered being. It couldn't be a supernatural creature. He had never heard of any example of a supernatural creature invading the human living area in their country of China. It is extremely rare to see high-level animals transform into beasts in urban areas. High-level animal system? Suyu was stunned when he heard it. Can a high-level animal system make itself so big? Are you kidding me? This size is even larger than that of an intermediate extraordinary creature. And then tell him that this is a person transformed from a superpower? Can the animal system be so exaggerated when it reaches a high level? After hearing Zhao Kai's explanation, Su Lin and others looked at the huge black turtle in the air in amazement. It was the first time they had seen the appearance of a higher-level animal system. Huier? Holy shit, Su Changhui, when did you become involved with a high-level animal? When Zhao Kai heard Xian Gui calling Huier, he thought it was the helper Su Changhui had found. Get lost. I don't know any high-level animal system. Su Changhui explained while struggling to resist the inexplicable pressure. You are the only one here with the character Hui in your name. If it's not you, then are you from the Black Alliance? Zhao Kai heard what he said and thought that this black turtle had nothing to do with him, so doesn't that mean it must be related to the people of the Black Alliance? If this high-level animal is from the Black Alliance, then they are doomed. How would I know? Anyway, I don't know any high-level animal-type superpowers. Are you kidding? How can he, with his insignificant identity as the warden of Qingyang City, get to know high-level animal-type superpowered people? At most, I know a few mid-level superpowered people, and I'm afraid there are not many high-level superpowered people in the entire Star City. Huier? Suyu frowned slightly when he heard the sound made by the black turtle. This black turtle seems to be looking for someone. When he looked up and suddenly saw the emerald green tortoise shell on the black tortoise, he was stunned for a moment. Why does this emerald green tortoise shell look so familiar? Huier? Wang Yuanhui? Oh shit, could this guy be here to see Wang Yuanhui? He remembered that when he dealt with Wang Yuanhui before, the black tortoise soft armor on his body was this emerald green. Su Yu's forehead instantly broke out in sweat. If this high-level superpowered person was here to find Wang Yuanhui, then he would be in big trouble. Because Wang Yuanhui had been killed by him. The mid-level animal systems among the Black Alliance members in the distance were shocked when they saw the huge black turtle in the sky, and their mouths were almost drooling. Is this the high-level animal system after beastification? As mid-level animals, they naturally have some understanding of the high-level ones. Know that once their animal system is upgraded to a high level, they can enter a complete beast state. After the transformation, the animal system will be abnormally enhanced. Now that a high-level animal-type beast appeared in front of them, they did not feel the slightest fear, but were extremely excited instead. They really wanted to see how different the animal system would be at a higher level. The animal system's attack methods at the primary and intermediate levels are too lacking compared to the natural system. They must get close to each other to unleash their true animal-type strength. It is extremely rare to encounter a high-level animal system nowadays, so naturally I want to take a good look at the improvements in the attack methods of this high-level animal system compared to the mid-level animal system. Chapter 93 Beast Power. Wang Changyuan, who was floating above the prison, did not hear Wang Yuanhui's response from the prison. Is Huier not in prison? Wang Zhuoyun clearly told him that Wang Yuanhui had come to Qingyang City prison. But why is Wang Yuanhui not in the prison? Wang Zhuoyun deceived him? He recalled Wang Zhuoyun's expression when he told him the information and felt that he didn't look like he was lying. Then he looked at the people below and said, "Tell me where Wang Yuanhui is." Everyone in the prison was stunned when they heard the black turtle above speak again. Where is Wang Yuanhui? How do they know? They didn't even know who Wang Yuanhui was. When Suyu heard the old turtle's question, his expression suddenly became stern. Sure enough, this old turtle has a great relationship with Wang Yuanhui. Luo Hua, a member of the Black Alliance, frowned when he heard Xuangui's question. Wang Yuanhui? Isn't Wang Yuanhui the son of the Xingcheng Wan group? Could it be that he has also come to Qingyang City prison? As a member of the Black Alliance, Luo Hua naturally knew all kinds of young men with bad personalities. Naturally, they, the Black Alliance, who do underground business, have to deal with this group of young masters. The other members of the Black Alliance also thought for a moment when they heard the question from the black turtle above the prison. The name Wang Yuanhui is not unfamiliar to every member of the Black Alliance. They have been involved in the underworld for a long time and have access to information and photos of various young men. To them, these young masters are their employers, and they do the work for the money they pay. There is a cooperative relationship between the two. They seem to have never seen Wang Yuanhui in Qingyang City Prison. The members of the Superpower Association were stunned when they heard Xuangui's question. Wang Yuanhui, this name is really too unfamiliar to the members of their Superpower Association. Old Zhao, do you know anything about Wang Yuanhui? Su Changhui resisted the terrifying pressure and asked Zhao Kai beside him. After all, Zhao Kai is a member of the Star City Superpower Association. He has been in Star City for a long time and may have some understanding of it. Wang Yuanhui? Zhao Kai shook his head. It was the first time he heard the name, let alone understood it. Zhao Kai looked at the captains of the other teams. Seeing this, the captains of the other teams all shook their heads. They didn't understand why. At this time, a team leader said, Wang Yuanhui seems to be the young master of Xingqiang Wine Group. Wine Group? When the team leaders heard this, they knew the name. The wine group has many industries in Star City, and the captains of each team have some superficial understanding of this. Wang Yuanhui is the young master of Wine Group? Zhao Kai frowned. He didn't know much about Wine Group. The most we know is that this group has many industries in Xingqiang, and its helmsman is Wang Changyuan, but we don't know anything else. It was the first time he heard that the young master of this group was called Wang Yuanhui. If no one told him, he might never have been able to gain a deeper understanding of the wine group in his lifetime. After all, they are super-powered people. Every day they either deal with people from the Black Alliance or with extraordinary creatures. It is basically unlikely that they will have any dealings with any group. Wang Changyuan, who was in the air, became angry when he saw that the people in the prison below were not even saying a word. Beast power. An invisible pressure was released instantly. Say. A deep voice echoed into the prison, and then the terrifying pressure on everyone suddenly became stronger. Fuck. The faces of everyone in the prison changed suddenly, and they felt the pressure on them become even stronger. Everyone instantly activated the star energy in their minds to resist this terrifying pressure. The beginner's superpower went from lying on the ground to having his face pressed against the ground. The intermediate superpowered person changed from a slightly bent knee position to a horse stance. Fuck, it turns out this inexplicable pressure was released by this old turtle. Everyone was instantly awakened by the pressure. Say? What the hell? They had never seen Wang Yuanhui, so how could they tell him where Wang Yuanhui was? Debao, Bai Xiao, how are you guys? Zhao Kai felt the pressure increasing and immediately asked about the two's current situation. After all, Debao and Bai Xiao are the only two at the beginner level in their team. Without the protection of elemental abilities, they don't know if they can withstand this pressure. Captain, I'm fine. Wang Debao said with a grim face. The pressure suddenly became stronger, pressing his face to the ground and making it impossible for him to move his limbs. I am fine too. Bai Xiao said the same. Suyu was forced by this powerful pressure to move from standing upright to slightly bending his knees. He saw beads of sweat on Su Lin's cheeks and asked with concern, Sister Lin, are you okay? Lin struggled to support herself, raised her head with difficulty and smiled, it's okay. Everyone in the prison had a dark face and cursed the old turtle's ancestors for 18 generations in their hearts. Still not talking, huh? Seeing that no one in the prison below had told him the information he wanted to know, Wang Changyuan took action again. It's you! Wang Changyuan looked sharply at a member of the Black Alliance, who was a mid-level super-powered person. Wang Changyuan decided to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. The reason why he chose the members of the Black Alliance first was because his huir disappeared because he knew that the Black Alliance was attacking the prison, so he wanted to vent his anger on the people of the Black Alliance first. Hey, the pressure on me is gone, huh? Suddenly, a mid-level Black Alliance member felt that the pressure that was oppressing him had disappeared and he became extremely excited. This person's movements naturally attracted the attention of other people in the prison. Everyone was envious when they saw him dancing excitedly. Why are they still struggling to resist the pressure on their bodies, but this kid doesn't have to resist the pressure? Protest. Not fair. When the mid-level Black Alliance member who had been relieved of the pressure saw that his own pressure had disappeared, the first thing he thought of was to run away. We absolutely cannot stay here anymore. Staying here would be courting death. His animal-type abilities erupted, and the shadows of animals appeared behind him. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to run away, a deep voice came from above the prison. You, tell me where Wang Yuanhui is? The mid-level Black Alliance member froze in place upon hearing this voice. Ask him? He looked around and found that everyone around him was resisting the pressure and he was the only one who could move. It seems like there is no one else except him. No need to look, it's you. The corner of the mid-level Black Alliance member's mouth twitched after hearing this. Explain. I don't know where Wang Yuanhui is. The mid-level Black Alliance member said helplessly. How the hell would he know where Wang Yuanhui was? Don't know? Great. Can I go now? After the mid-level Black Alliance member finished answering, he quickly rushed out of the prison without waiting for the old turtle to respond. When everyone saw this mid-level Black Alliance member leave so easily, they were filled with envy. Why is this guy so lucky? Chapter 94 Turtle Paw Print. Walk? Wang Changyuan, who was above the prison, sneered at the mid-level superpowered person who was running out of the prison. You don't know anything and you still want to leave? There is no such good thing. Wang Changyuan snorted coldly, then raised his palm and slapped the mid-level Black Alliance member who was running wildly in front of him. The member of the Black Alliance who was still running wildly suddenly felt an extremely terrifying pressure coming from behind him. He looked back and saw a huge turtle paw print falling from the sky. No! The pupils of this mid-level Black Alliance member suddenly widened, his face turned ashen, and he looked at the arrival of Turtle Palm in despair. Boom! The huge turtle paw print fell, making a deafening sound. The entire prison ground was shaking. This mid-level Black Alliance member was instantly crushed into a meat patty. Everyone in the prison was shocked by this scene. Holy shit, is this the high-level animal system? A mid-level super-powered person was killed with just one slap. Everyone was glad that they were not chosen, otherwise they would have been turned into meat patties. This kid has really bad luck. Suyu was shocked when he saw the mid-level super-powered person in the distance being crushed into a meat pie. So strong. This old turtle is so strong. He was now extremely grateful that he had destroyed Wang Yuanhui's body with thunderstorm after killing him. Otherwise, if this old turtle found Wang Yuanhui's body, he would be worse than death. Everyone in the prison came back to their senses from the shock and began to feel uneasy. The remaining members of the Black Alliance all looked panicked, fearing that they would be the next. They don't want to know the difference between the attack methods of the mid-level and high-level animal system now. They just hope they won't be chosen. Seeing that the man was dead, Wang Changyuan selected another mid-level super-powered person in the prison. You, tell me where Wang Yuanhui is? Wang Changyuan asked the same question again. Everyone in the prison looked stern. Here they come. They knew that this old bastard would not give up and would definitely ask them questions again. I just don't know who the unlucky guy will be this time. Captain, why are you? One of the members of the superpower team saw his captain stand up without any pressure, and his face showed despair. Iwamori. The captains of the other teams were extremely angry when they saw that the person chosen by this old bastard was from their superpower association. Iwamori himself did not expect that he would be the unlucky one. He looked at his teammates helplessly. If I'm gone, Shinzei, you will be the captain of this team. Jensen had already made up his mind to die. He had seen the power of the old turtle just now and knew that he could not withstand the opponent's attack. Captain. Shinzei's eyes suddenly turned red. He was able to advance to the intermediate level thanks to Captain Iwamori's great help. In his mind, Iwamori is as important as his family. The junior team members lying on the ground burst into tears when they saw their captain being chosen, but no matter how they struggled, they could not withstand this powerful pressure. Iwamori looked at his teammates with a smile, then turned and walked towards where the Black Alliance members were. Team leader. Iwamori. Hoarse shouts continued to come from behind him. Iwamori did not look back but walked forward resolutely. Fuck, you're fucking sick. You're going to kill us with you. When the members of the Black Alliance saw the sandpan actually walking up to them, they immediately started cursing. Get away from us. Seeing this, the Black Alliance members panicked. They were just feeling lucky that they were not the unlucky ones, but then a bomb suddenly appeared near them. Their bodies were now under terrible pressure and they couldn't move at all. It was impossible for them to get away from the bomb. Jensen smiled when he saw how angry they were. It was worth it to take a few people with him before he died. He was seen yelling at the old turtle above the prison, "Old turtle, Wang Yuanhui is dead, huh? What the hell?" When the surrounding Black Alliance members heard this, their faces changed drastically and they looked as pale as death. How outrageous! This guy actually took the initiative to provoke the other party. Does he think he has lived too long? When the various superpowered teams heard Iwamori's roar, they were filled with admiration. Old turtle, Huir is dead? Wang Changyuan's face gradually became ferocious after hearing his answer, and he glared at Yensen below. Say it again. Old. Shut the fuck up. Just as Yensen was about to speak, he was interrupted by the angry roars of several Black Alliance members beside him. He looked at them and smiled. Why are you scared? The corners of the mouths of several Black Alliance members twitched. You are not afraid of death, but they are. Old bastard, Wang Yuanhui is dead. Yensen looked up at the old turtle in the air without any fear and said it again and again. Don't! Several members of the Black Alliance around him didn't expect that he would dare to repeat it again. Okay. Wang Changyuan glared angrily, then raised his front paw and slapped down. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. A huge turtle paw print descended from the sky and pressed down on Yensen. Iwamori looked up and saw a huge turtle paw print coming towards him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No! The Black Alliance members standing next to Yensen felt extremely desperate when they saw the turtle paw print falling towards them. Why? They were clearly not chosen by the old turtle, so why were they still crushed into meat patties? Vine prison. Iwamori naturally wouldn't just sit there and wait to die. He would try his best to die before dying. He used all of his intermediate wood energy to cast the vine prison. I saw several thick vines wrapping around him layer by layer until not a drop of wood energy was left. The Black Alliance members around him were stunned when they saw his actions. Where did your fearlessness just now go? The huge turtle paw print arrived as promised. Boom! Several Black Alliance members around were instantly crushed into meat patties. Snap! The vine prison continued to shatter, and eventually all the layers of vines were broken. Iwamori, who was wrapped in the vine prison, was eventually crushed into a meat patty by the powerful turtle paw print. Team leader! Iwamori! From a distance came the sound of heart-wrenching cries. Luo Hua's expression gradually became solemn when he saw this. Although several members of the Black Alliance had died, he would not feel sad about it. Because in the Black Alliance, people only talk about interests and not emotions, so for him, as long as he survives, the death of others has nothing to do with him. What he is most worried about now is that he will be selected next, and once he is selected, only death will await him. He had no idea where Wang Yuanhui was, and he even guessed that no one present knew where Wang Yuanhui was. He also discovered a piece of information that was very unfavorable to him, that is, the people chosen by the old bastard twice were both mid-level superpowered people. This undoubtedly increases his chances of being selected. Because he is also a mid-level superpowered person. The few remaining members of the Black Alliance just watched indifferently and without any sympathy when they saw their companions being crushed into meat patties. Chapter 95, Going to Die. Watching Iwamori's death, all the members of the Psychic Association were very angry, but they were powerless to do anything. They couldn't even resolve the terrifying pressure, so it was unrealistic to want revenge. Suyu looked at the pile of meat patties in the distance and fell into deep thought. Shouldn't he have killed Wang Yuanhui? It was he who killed Wang Yuanhui, which led to the old turtle coming here. If Wang Yuanhui had not died, perhaps Yensen would not have been killed by the old turtle in this mission. But if he didn't kill Wang Yuanhui, he would be the one to die. So he firmly believed that what he did was right. Suyu, if I am chosen, can you please not look at my corpse? Su Lin said after a moment of silence after looking at Yensen's corpse. She didn't want Suyu to see her miserable state of being crushed into a meat pie. She wanted to leave a good impression of herself in Suyu's heart. Don't worry, Sister Lin, you won't be chosen. Suyu grinned at her. What if I'm chosen? No chance of that happening. Suyu stared into Su Lin's eyes and said firmly. Su Lin didn't dare to look him in the eye, and her eyes deliberately avoided looking to the side. This time, everyone in the prison was truly awakened. At first they thought that this old bastard would leave if he couldn't find the person. Now it seems that this old bastard will not give up until he finds the person and has no intention of letting them go. In the eyes of the old turtle, they are now as weak as shrimps. Wang Changyuan, who was hovering above the prison, slapped his hands and fell into deep thought. Iwamori's words just now made him ponder. What he was thinking about was not that the other party called him old bastard, but that the other party said that Wang Yuanhui was dead. Huir is dead, he murmured in a low voice. When the mid-level superpowered person told him that Huir was dead, he was still a little bit unbelievable. Now that I think about it, it's not impossible. The tortoise shell he gave to Wang Yuanhui was destroyed, which meant that the superpowered person Huier encountered was at least mid-level. And there are more than one, otherwise it would be impossible to break his tortoise shell scales. Once the tortoise shell is destroyed, Wang Yuanhui, who is a primary animal, will naturally be no match for a mid-level superpowered person. If Huier was really killed in prison, his body would have been destroyed. Then it makes sense that he couldn't sense Wang Yuanhui in prison. If that's the case. Wang Changyuan glared at the people below. He roared, "No one of you can leave today. Tell me. Who killed my son?" Everyone tensed up immediately after hearing this. Your son? Oh shit, it turns out he is Wang Changyuan. Oh my goodness, Wang Changyuan is a high-level superpower? He's hiding it so well. When Suyu heard his words, his face turned pale instantly, his heart tightened, and cold sweat oozed out of his back. Damn, this old turtle is actually Wang Yuanhui's father. Now he is really finished. He killed someone's son. He will be chased to the ends of the earth. Wang Changyuan looked at everyone on the field angrily. Then he selected another mid-level superpowered person. He asked, "Tell me who killed my son." The only person who could break through his son's black tortoise soft armor could be a mid-level superpowered person. So all he had to do next was find the murderer of his son among this group of mid-level superpowered people. Hey, a mid-level lightning-type superpower. Who knew he just picked a mid-level superpowered person? Next to this mid-level superpowered person, there appeared Suyu, bathed in the power of thunder and lightning. He didn't expect to meet a mid-level thunder-type superpowered person here. Does the Star City Superpower Association still have a mid-level lightning superpower? Could the murderer be this mid-level thunder element? Forget it, anyone who is a mid-level superpowered person is a suspect. Don't be in a hurry, solve this one first and then choose the next one. Su Lin, why are you? Zhao Kai, who was standing by, was shocked to see Su Lin stand up without any pressure. He shouted unwillingly, "Why? Why was Su Lin chosen?" Su Lin. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao, who were lying on the ground, widened their eyes and looked at Su Lin in despair. When Suyu saw Su Lin suddenly stand up, her heart skipped a beat. Su Lin was right and chose her. Suyu, don't forget what you promised me not to look at my corpse. Su Lin's eyes turned slightly red, and 2 tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. Suyu looked at her calmly without answering. At this moment, he was very anxious. He couldn't just watch Su Lin die. After finishing speaking, Su Lin slowly turned around and looked at Zhao Kai and the others. Captain, Debao, Bai Xiao, thank you for taking care of me over the years. If there is an afterlife, we can still be teammates. Su Lin knew that there was no way she could survive. When she was chosen, she knew how miserable her fate would be. Su Lin. Debao and the other man lying on the ground were struggling unwillingly. But no matter how hard they tried, it was of no use and they could only watch. Zhao Kai closed his eyes in despair and smiled helplessly. As the captain of the team, he was now powerless. He couldn't even withstand the pressure on him, so how could he save Su Lin? Su Lin slowly came to a deserted place to prepare for the death penalty. Explain. Su Lin saw the black tortoise in the sky speak, so she wiped her tears and looked up and said, "I," etc. Just as Su Lin was about to answer the old turtle's question, Suyu suddenly spoke up to stop her. Wait. I know. Wang Changyuan was stunned. Just as he was about to beat Su Lin to death, he was stopped by Suyu's voice. You know? He didn't expect that this mid-level thunder-type superpowered person would actually jump out on his own initiative. Everyone in the prison was stunned when they heard Suyu's words. Is this kid crazy? Are you rushing to die? Wouldn't it be better if you just lived longer and honestly if you weren't chosen? Su Lin also looked at Suyu in surprise. Why did Suyu do this? Didn't he know that he would die if he did this? When Zhao Kai and others heard Suyu say this, they looked at him in shock. The pressure on Suyu suddenly disappeared. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he came to Su Lin's side and said, "Sister Lin, don't worry, you won't die." Why? Su Lin had already burst into tears. Suyu came to her and wiped the tears from her face, then looked up at the old turtle in the air. I know where Wang Yuanhui is. If you want to know, you must release them. Do you know where Huier is? Wang Changyuan became excited when he heard Suyu's words. That's right. Suyu said calmly. Okay. Tell me where my Huier is. Wang Changyuan was extremely excited. Let them go. Let them go? No, that won't work. What if you lied to me? When Wang Changyuan heard that he was asked to let this group of mid-level super-powered people go, how could that be possible? What if he let them go, and this kid turned around and deceived him, then he would never find the murderer. Black Turtle Soft Armor. Suyu uttered the 4 words in a clear and round voice. Wang Changyuan's eyes widened when he heard this and he said excitedly, it's just about letting them go, no problem. Chapter 96 Being Teased. The pressure on everyone in the prison suddenly disappeared. Everyone looked at Suyu with gratitude. Of course there are exceptions. Why didn't you stand up earlier? Chen Zhe's eyes were red and he yelled at Suyu. Suyu clearly knew where Wang Yuanhui was, so why didn't he tell it earlier and wait until now? If you had come forward earlier, our captain would not have died. The team members standing next to him all glared at Suyu and blamed him. After hearing this, some of the superpowered team members and captains in the surrounding area also joined in the accusations. Zhao Kai and others watched silently from the side, feeling chilled at this moment. Suyu saved them, so why did they turn around and blame him? Instead, the prisoners and members of the Black Alliance just stood there watching the fun without saying a word. It turns out that the people in the Superpower Association are not united either. That's right, they're not as good as our Black Alliance. At least we in the Black Alliance won't blame our saviors. Shut up. Brother Turtle. Since these people don't want to live, there is no need for Suyu to be polite to them. Although they are all members of the Superpower Association, Suyu has no feelings for them. Why did he stand up before? Are you going to stand up and die? If Su Lin had not been chosen this time, Suyu would still not have stood up. Standing up means seeking death. Wang Changyuan immediately understood what he meant and released his beastly power instantly. Those who accused Suyu were once again oppressed by the beast's power. Except for Chen Zhe and his team members, the other super-powered people who helped to accuse were suddenly dumbfounded. I should have shut up earlier. Now I can't leave. You can tell me now. Wang Changyuan said to Suyu below. After hearing Suyu say the words Black Turtle Soft Armor, he absolutely believed Suyu's words. The Black Turtle Soft Armor was the protective gear he gave to Wang Yuanhui. Most people didn't know about it. Since this guy knew about it, it meant that he must know where Wang Yuanhui was. Don't worry, Brother Turtle. I'm not going to run away from here anyway. What are you worrying about? Let's wait until they all leave here. So you certainly couldn't say it now, after all, the captain and the others hadn't left yet. Wang Changyuan thought it made sense. Anyway, the kid couldn't escape under his nose, so he just waited for a while. Brother Turtle, please trap the prisoners and the Black Alliance members. When Wang Changyuan heard this, he thought they thought he was a thug? He was actually summoned. Wang Changyuan hesitated for a moment and then released his pressure. After all, the other party has the chips he wants, so he can just use them as he pleases. The faces of the prisoners and members of the Black Alliance who were still gloating over their misfortune suddenly changed when they heard Suyu's words. Damn, they didn't join the accusation team just now, why are they being targeted? Pressure is coming. Everyone was once again forced to release their abilities to resist this powerful pressure. Sister Lin, you and the captain should leave here immediately. Don't worry about me. Suyu turned to Su Lin and said after seeing the prisoners and the Black Alliance members being pressured again. After hearing this, Su Lin froze in place. What did Suyu mean? Is he planning to face the old turtle alone? Suyu, tell it where Wang Yuanhui is, and let's leave together. Su Lin said anxiously. Suyu shook his head, you go first, I can't leave. Why? Don't ask any more questions. Let's leave here with the captain and the others. Suyu looked at Su Lin with a serious expression. Seeing Suyu's attitude, Su Lin could only lower her head, then can you still go back? Maybe. Suyu was not sure if he could leave alive. By the way, transfer your energy to me before you leave. Suyu suddenly remembered something very important. He had to replenish his lightning energy to deal with the uncertain changes that might come next. Su Lin didn't hesitate when he heard it and immediately released the primary water area. After a while, Suyu replenished the energy that was missing from his Thunder Star. Okay, let's go. Suyu urged. Then Su Lin walked a few steps and looked back to come to Zhao Kai and others, and then they got on the armored vehicle and drove quickly to the prison. Prison warden Su Changhui and others also picked up an armored vehicle and drove away. Zhao Kai and others did not go far away, because they immediately contacted Liu Yuehua, the head of the Star City Superpower Association, after the pressure ended. They learned that Liu Yuehua was heading towards them, so they did not choose to leave Qingyang City directly, but waited far away outside the prison. Everyone got out of the car and looked towards Qingyang City prison. From a distance, the turtles above the prison looked bigger than the entire prison. I wonder how long it will take Sister Yuehua to arrive. Zhao Kai sighed. If Li Yuehua didn't come, Suyu might be in danger of his life. Captain, can Sister Yuehua really beat this turtle? Su Lin asked. If Li Yuehua fails to defeat this turtle, then Suyu will be in great danger. Sister Yuehua is very powerful. As far as I know, she is also a high-level superpowered person. She should not be inferior to this turtle, Zhao Kai explained. Just as everyone was discussing, they suddenly felt the temperature around them gradually drop. Do you feel cold? Su Lin rubbed his hands. Cold? Zhao Kai really didn't feel it much. He was a fire element and was not very sensitive to low temperatures. I also feel that the temperature has suddenly dropped a lot. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao both felt that the temperature around them was constantly dropping. At the same time, in the prison, Suyu quietly watched Zhao Kai and others leave. Boy, you can tell me now. Wang Chunyuan couldn't wait any longer when he saw everyone leaving. He now urgently wants to know where Wang Yuanhui is. Don't be impatient, wait a little longer, my captain and the others haven't gone far yet. So you must ensure that Zhao Kai and others leave safely, and the farther away the better. Anyway, the initiative is in his hands. If this old turtle wants to know where his son is, he must obey him. No, I want to know now. Wang Chunyuan glared at Suyu. And make him wait. This kid wouldn't play tricks on him, would he? But this kid knew about the black tortoise's soft armor and didn't seem to be lying to him. I said no, so it's no. Do you still want to know the whereabouts of your son? Suyu shouted at the black turtle without fear. Good boy, you are so cruel. Wang Chunyuan saw that the boy was forcing him with the whereabouts of his son, so he could only wait helplessly. After a while, Wang Chunyuan couldn't bear it anymore and said, Boy, if you don't tell me, I will attack you directly. As he said this, he slowly raised his front paw and prepared to slap it. Suyu suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming, so he could only say helplessly, in fact, Wang Yuanhui is already dead. What did you say? Say it again. Wang Chunyuan's eyes suddenly turned red. The remaining members of the Black Alliance, prisoners, and some members of the Superpower Association were stunned when they heard Suyu's answer. Damn, it turns out you didn't know either. Everyone looked at Suyu in shock. So brave. He is simply making this old bastard run around in circles. I said, Wang Yuanhui is dead, and his black tortoise soft armor has been broken. Suyu repeated again. Ha ha. Ha ha. Wang Chunyuan burst into laughter. Doesn't he know that the black tortoise's soft shell is broken? This is the message the kid told himself. What a bunch of useless information. What is the difference between him and the previous Yensen? He was fooled by this kid. Chapter 97 Li Yuehua arrives. Why don't you believe it? Suyu didn't understand when he saw the old turtle laughing crazily above the prison. Wang Yuanhui's black tortoise soft shell is broken. Do you still expect him to be alive? Suyu chuckled. How do you know Huir's black tortoise soft shell is broken? Wang Chunyuan looked deeply at Suyu below. In fact, he also guessed that Wang Huihui might have encountered an accident. Wang Yuanhui, who lost the protection of his tortoise shell, was not strong enough among this group of superpowered people. But how did this guy know that the black tortoise's soft shell was broken? He could sense the tortoise shell breaking because the tortoise shell was originally one with him. How does this kid know that the black turtle's soft shell is broken? Could it be? It was you who killed Huir. Wang Chunyuan glared at Suyu instantly. That's right. It was indeed me who killed Wang Yuanhui. Suyu admitted generously. After hearing Suyu's words, everyone around looked at him in amazement. Oh my god, it turns out that the murderer is you. Damn, you're so brave to kill the child of a high-level animal-type psychic. You are really looking for death. Wang Chunyuan looked at Suyu angrily. No wonder this kid knows about the black tortoise's soft armor. It turns out that Huir died in his hands. The intermediate level thunder element was indeed capable of shattering the tortoise shell he gave to Wang Yuanhui. Suyu saw that the old turtle was about to attack him, so he immediately said, "Don't you want to know where Wang Yuanhui's body is?" When Wang Changyuan heard this, he stopped what he was doing. "Explain." "Wang Yuanhui's body has been destroyed by me." "What did you say?" Wang Changyuan was instantly furious when he heard it. Suyu looked up at the old turtle. He just liked the old turtle's frustrated look. When everyone around heard Suyu's words, they looked at him in shock. This kid is so fierce that he dares to tease the old turtle again and again. Is he really not afraid of being beaten into a meat pie? "You are very good, kid, you can die now." Wang Changyuan raised his front paw angrily and prepared to slap him. "Wait. Do you believe you can't kill me?" Suyu spoke again when he saw him taking action. When Wang Changyuan heard this, he immediately wanted to laugh. "Can't I kill you? You are a fucking mid-level super-powered person. I can kill you with just one slap. How can I not kill you?" The people around were even more shocked by Suyu's arrogant words. How dare you, a mid-level super-powered person, be so arrogant in front of a high-level super-powered person? Go to hell. Suddenly, a huge turtle paw print slapped Suyu. "Stop." Suddenly a cold voice was heard. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply and frost began to appear on the ground. The huge turtle paw that was about to fall was gradually freezing in the air. Eventually, it was frozen into an ice sculpture and frozen in the air. At this time, in the distance, there was an extremely beautiful woman, holding an ice blue star in her hand, wearing a sky blue long skirt, and stepping on ice lotus as she slid into the prison. Behind them were several black armored vehicles. "I told you, you can't kill me." Suyu smiled when he saw the turtle paw print that hid him being frozen into an ice sculpture in the air. The reason why he was so confident just now was that he used his spatial insight to see that Li Yuehua, the regional director of the Star City Superpower Association, was rushing to the prison. And Zhao Kai and others followed behind him. Since Zhao Kai and others came back with them, it means that Li Yuehua's strength is definitely not inferior to this old turtle. That's why he dared to tease the old turtle again and again. Wang Changyuan frowned when he saw that his turtle paw print was frozen. "Then I saw a woman sliding towards me on an ice lotus." Li Yuehua. Unexpectedly, Li Yuehua, the head of the Star City Superpower Association, came. "This is a difficult situation. Wang Changyuan. Who allowed you to attack members of my Superpower Association?" Li Yuehua walked down from the ice lotus and looked at the black turtle in the air with cold eyes. This Wang Changyuan actually dared to use the power of high-level animals to attack the low-level superpowered people in their Superpower Association. Is he bullying the fact that there are no high-level superpowered people here? Then she waved her hand, and the pressure on the members of the Superpower Association around her disappeared instantly. Su Yu, Zhao Kai, Su Lin, and others arrived one after another. After getting out of the car, they were relieved to see that Su Yu was still alive. Wang Changyuan looked at Li Yuehua below and said, "I came here to find the murderer who killed my son. Why is it that I just accidentally killed a few people? Don't you know that high-level superpowered people are not allowed to attack low-level superpowered people?" Li Yuehua said coldly. Wang Changyuan was speechless. He did know that high-level superpowered people were not allowed to attack low-level superpowered people within China. He now hated himself for not killing Su Yu quickly. Now that Li Yuehua was here, it would be difficult to kill Su Yu. "You have violated the Chinese superpower regulations." "If it's a violation, then it's a violation. If I can't win, I can just go to the extreme cold and hunt a few high-level extraordinary creatures to make up for it." Wang Changyuan is having a headache now. This is why he rarely displays his abilities in Star City. Once he displays his abilities, it means he is going to kill someone. Once he kills someone, he has to go to the depths of the extreme cold to hunt extraordinary creatures to make up for it, otherwise he will be liquidated by the Chinese top leaders. For every low-level super-powered person killed in the territory, a high-level super-powered person needs to hunt down a high-level supernatural creature to make up for it. This is also the reason why generally high-level super-powered people will not take the initiative to expose their strength within the country, nor interfere with the battles of low-level super-powered people. It is not that easy to kill high-level extraordinary creatures. He was just bragging. Advanced supernatural creatures are all creatures that already possess intelligence, and it is very difficult for him to kill a high-level supernatural creature alone. Generally speaking, hunting high-level supernatural creatures requires a team of several high-level superpowered people. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous for one person to go deep into the extremely cold land. Then you can get out now. Seeing how arrogant he was, Li Yuehua went back and reported directly to the headquarters, and he would be in trouble then. Get out? Impossible, I must kill this kid today. Wang Chunyuan said angrily while glaring at Suyu below. Dream on. Li Yuehua didn't expect that he still didn't give up. The ice star in his palm suddenly rippled. Elemental realm, ice. An extremely cold air spread all around. Of course, Suyu and other members of the Superpower Association were not affected by this extremely cold air. Wang Chunyuan saw her use the elemental field and then released the beast power. An inexplicable energy suddenly appeared around the huge body, protecting his body and slowing down the erosion of the cold air. This kid killed my son. As a father, why can't I avenge my son? Wang Chunyuan roared unwillingly. Li Yuehua looked at Suyu. She needed Suyu to explain. She didn't believe that Suyu would kill Wang Changyuan's son for no reason. Chapter 98 I am innocent. Suyu saw Li Yuehua looking at him and immediately explained, Wang Yuanhui released prisoners in Xinjiang City Prison and obstructed the work of the Superpower Association members. Also, harming members of the Superpower Association. As he spoke, he revealed the 3 shallow claw marks on his chest. I was almost killed, so I was forced to kill Wang Yuanhui. I didn't kill him on my own initiative. I am innocent. When Wang Changyuan heard Suyu's words, his face turned red and he almost vomited blood. What an innocent person. What a forced counterattack. You are a mid-level superpowered person and are forced to kill a low-level superpowered person, right? Li Yuehua smiled slightly after hearing Suyu's explanation, and then said coldly again, Wang Chunyuan, what else do you have to say now? I don't believe it. Wang Chunyuan roared. He is a mid-level superpower, and my son is a beginner superpower. How could he be forced to fight back? A mid-level lightning-type superpower? Li Yuehua looked at Suyu in shock. When did Suyu advance to the intermediate level? If Suyu's star level was quickly upgraded before, Li Yuehua would just sigh that this kid might have good talent and was upgraded quickly. However, the disadvantage of fast star upgrade is that the star will be stuck, that is, it will take a long time to advance to the peak of 6 stars, or even never advance to 7 stars. Therefore, to advance from the beginner level to the intermediate level, you not only need super stones but also mentality, talent, and luck. She was only slightly surprised by Suyu's performance before. She was indeed a little surprised that Suyu could advance to the intermediate level this time. Why didn't you tell me that your son is a fucking bastard? Suyu counterattacked directly. Damn it, if his thunder element hadn't been advanced, he might not have been able to kill Wang Yuanhui. How could that tortoise shell be weaker than a mid-level superpowered person? Wang Chunyuan immediately retorted, that's my tortoise shell, not some bastard turtle shell. Oh, it's your tortoise shell. How can a high-level animal-type tortoise shell be weaker than a mid-level superpowered one like me? Is there something wrong with me being forced to counterattack? After hearing this, Suyu suddenly understood. It turned out to be the tortoise shell of an old turtle, no wonder it was so hard. If he hadn't used both systems at the same time, he might not have been able to break the opponent's tortoise shell. After Wang Chunyuan finished speaking, he immediately shut up, realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag. Wang Yuanhui, you should have nothing to say now, right? Li Yuehua sorted out the conversation between the two. Even if there was no subsequent conversation, just listening to Suyu's previous explanation would be enough. Wang Changyuan's teeth were chattering with anger, and now he really couldn't continue to attack Suyu. Everything requires a legitimate reason. Now that he has no legitimate reason, how can he do anything? If he took direct and forceful action, it would be troublesome if Li Yuehua reported the news to the top management. Humph. Wang Chunyuan snorted coldly. Zhao Kai and others around them also heard their conversation, and were very happy to hear that Suyu Zanli and the others were right. At this moment, half of the frost on the ground of Xinjiang City Prison, which was originally covered with frost, suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a strong wind suddenly blew up on this half of the Xinjiang City Prison. Old Turtle, why are you running to Xinjiang City Prison instead of staying at home and waiting for your transfer? A sloppy young man appeared in front of everyone, stepping on a whirlwind. Who are you calling an old turtle? Do you want to fight? Wang Chunyuan was very angry. He didn't expect that Chen Ming would actually provoke him. Just kidding, just kidding. Chen Ming quickly changed his words when he saw that his mood was not right. Chen Ming, what are you doing here? Li Yuehua frowned when she saw Chen Ming. She didn't expect that this trip to Qingyang City Prison would actually attract the head of the Star City Black Alliance. Why are you the only one allowed to come, but not me? Chen Ming waved his hand, and all the members of the Black Alliance and prisoners in the prison were relieved of the pressure. When Luo Hua saw Chen Ming, he immediately said excitedly, "Brother Ming, why are you here?" "Of course not to save you bunch of losers." Luo Hua was suddenly embarrassed. The surrounding Black Alliance members looked at each other in confusion after being scolded. "I just came to watch the fun. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. Don't get me wrong," Chen Ming said with a smile. As the regional leader of the Black Alliance, he cannot interfere with what his subordinates do, but if the higher-ups take action, he can intervene. "Chen Ming, how about doing me a favor?" Wang Changyuan's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Chen Ming. "Huh?" Chen Ming was stunned. Wang Changyuan was a high-level super-powered person like him. What could he do for him? "I have completed my mission this year. I will not go to the extremely cold place." Wang Changyuan wouldn't want me to help him hunt high-level supernatural creatures in the extremely cold land, right? You misunderstood. I wanted you to help me hold Li Yuehua for a while until I killed a guy down there. Wang Changyuan still hadn't given up on killing Su Yu. "Chen Ming, you dare!" Li Yuehua was stunned. She didn't expect that Wang Changyuan still wanted to kill Su Yu. "Old turtle, why do you kill mid-level super-powered people when you have nothing to do? Isn't that against the rules?" Chen Ming frowned and did not agree to him immediately. "This kid killed my son, so I must kill him," Wang Changyuan said, glaring at Su Yu. "So that's how it is." Chen Ming understood after hearing it. This kid killed the old turtle's son. Wow, this kid is quite brave. It's a bit miserable to be remembered by the old turtle. Then he said to Li Yuehua, "Why don't I dare? After all, he is a high-level super-powered person. Why would he be afraid of Li Yuehua? He can go wherever he wants." Li Yuehua said slowly, "If you attack me, you should know what will happen to you." Chen Ming scratched his head and thought about it carefully. It is true that he cannot attack Li Yuehua. The main embarrassment lies with the Superpower Association and the Black Alliance. The Chinese top leaders did not allow the high-level officials of these two forces to fight to the death, saying that it was to retain the high-level power to deal with the extraordinary creatures and protect China. However, there are no regulations for the lower levels, which means that the competition between the Black Alliance and the Superpower Association only occurs at the beginner and intermediate levels. After all, Chen Ming and Li Yuehua might become comrades in arms in the future. "Chen Ming, have you thought it through?" Wang Changyuan urged. "You should play by yourself." Chen Ming rejected him. There was no need for him to cause unnecessary trouble. Then he looked at Li Yuehua and said, "I'm going to take these prisoners away. Is that okay?" "No problem." Li Yuehua nodded. As long as he did not agree to Wang Changyuan's request, he could just be taken away as a prisoner. A mid-level lightning-type super-powered person is worth more than these prisoners. "Then I'll withdraw first, you two?" Chen Ming looked at the two of them as they prepared to leave. "Wait, Chen Ming, I want to offer a reward of 30 million star coins for Su Yu's head to the Black Alliance," Wang Changyuan suddenly said when he saw him about to leave. Since Chen Ming is unwilling to help, he will choose another way. 30 million. Chen Ming looked at the old turtle in shock when he heard the price. To be honest, he was a little tempted by the price. 30 million is definitely enough to buy the name of a mid-level super-powered person. Su Yu should be the guy below. I didn't expect this guy to be worth 30 million. 30 million can buy 6 high-level superstones. Yeah. Wang Changyuan nodded. Su Yu below was stunned when he heard that this old bastard offered a reward of 30 million for him. Damn it, how is he going to survive in Star City from now on? This 30 million reward will bring him endless troubles. After hearing the price, the prisoners and members of the Black Alliance below looked at Su Yu with angry eyes. My goodness, 30 million. If they kill Su Yu, they will be rich. Chapter 99 dead? Chen Ming, are you willing to help me now? Wang Changyuan looked at Chen Ming and waited for his answer. He believed that 30 million star coins would definitely make Chen Ming tempted. Li Yuehua was also shocked when she heard the reward price offered by Wang Changyuan. 30 million is really not a small amount. Offering a reward of 30 million for a mid-level superpowered person is unprecedented. Suyu below was even more nervous. He was not really going to be stuck here, was he? Who can refuse this 30 million to buy his life? Chen Ming looked at Wang Changyuan and replied, "Okay, since you are willing to post such a large bounty within my Black Alliance, I will help you today." "Ha, once is enough." Wang Changyuan was extremely excited when he heard his answer. With Chen Ming's help, he no longer has to worry about Li Yuehua taking action when dealing with Suyu. As long as Chen Ming could stop Li Yuehua for a while, he would definitely be able to kill Suyu instantly with one blow. Chen Ming. Li Yuehua glared at him. The current situation was very troublesome. Chen Ming's strength is about the same as hers. Once Chen Ming intervenes, she will not be able to protect Suyu at all. There's nothing I can do. It's because the old turtle gave me so much. Chen Mingshuang said helplessly. Go ahead, I'm in a hurry. No problem. Wang Changyuan nodded. Wang Changyuan looked at Suyu below with contempt and said, Boy, you can go to hell now. Without Li Yuehua's protection, he wanted to see how Suyu would survive. He raised his huge tortoise paw and slapped Suyu immediately. Stop. Li Yuehua saw this and the power of ice stars in her palm burst out. An extremely cold breath instantly spread towards the turtle paw in the air. She couldn't just watch Suyu die like that. Zhao Kai and others behind him were worried about Suyu, and they didn't know whether Li Yuehua could save Suyu. When Chen Ming saw Li Yuehua using her ice field, he released wind energy from his palm. Gale field. Suddenly, a strong wind blew behind him. Faced with the constantly invading cold air, the strong wind continues to fight against it. Two areas of confrontation. Go to hell. Wang Changyuan was in a good mood when he saw Chen Ming taking action to block the ice field. The huge turtle paw print successfully hit Suyu. Facing the huge turtle paw print, Suyu looked somewhat desperate. Is he really going to die here today? No. He must fight for himself and not give up. All of his lightning energy was released instantly. Thunder and lightning. He used up all his thunder energy to release a bolt of lightning. Boom! There was a loud bang in the air, and a dark thunder struck towards the huge turtle paw print. Ha! Wang Changyuan frowned when he saw the thunder falling. It sounds grand, but is it useful? Bang! The thunder from the sky struck the turtle's paw print. The turtle paw print only showed cracks, but was not defeated. Is it useless? Suyu looked at the huge turtle paw print that was about to fall with some despair. His own heavenly thunder only caused it to crack. The gap between the two was too big. That's it? Wang Changyuan smiled contemptuously. Intermediate level was intermediate level after all. There was no point in showing off. Without high-level power, it would be impossible to block his turtle palm print. Looking at the huge turtle paw print falling, Suyu closed his eyes in despair. Now he really has no choice. He has tried his best. His spatial energy had already been exhausted after he dealt with Wang Yuanhui before, and now he had no use for spatial jump at all. He thought about using the shadow leopard to escape, but the pressure had already locked him down and he couldn't escape at all. Just when Suyu was feeling desperate, his ancestral ring suddenly emitted a slight burning sensation. Then a brown barrier instantly enveloped Suyu. Suyu was unaware of all this because he had his eyes closed. Bang! The turtle paw print fell. Suyu felt a powerful pressure that instantly pushed him to the ground. Boom! The ground shook and dust was kicked up. Suyu! Li Yuehua's expression froze. It was over. She really tried her best to prevent the turtle paw print from falling, but with Chen Ming around, she couldn't stop Wang Changyuan's attack at all. Suyu! Su Lin burst into tears and screamed at the top of her lungs when she saw the turtle's paw print hit Suyu. Zhao Kai and others beside him also looked at Suyu heartbrokenly. Shit, he's not dead, is he? Chen Ming was stunned when he saw that Suyu didn't walk out after the turtle paw print fell. It's a big loss, 30 million is gone. Damn it, I should have known not to help the old turtle. Now that Suyu was dealt with by the old turtle himself, it was not his turn anymore. Hey, let's go. Seeing this, Chen Ming reluctantly withdrew the Gale domain, then turned around and left with the Black Alliance members. He had already fulfilled the request he had agreed to, so there was no need to stay here any longer. Humph. Li Yuehua snorted coldly and did not stop Chen Ming when she saw him leave. Ha, he's finally dead. Wang Changyuan was in a good mood after seeing that his turtle paw print successfully hit Su Yu. Wang Changyuan, die. The power of Li Yuehua's domain increased instantly. Wang Changyuan saw Li Yuehua was about to attack him and immediately said, I have avenged my great hatred and I am in a good mood. I will not fight with you here. After saying this, the huge wings on his body flapped and then burst into the air. As for whether Su Yu was still alive, there was no need for him to check, because in his eyes, Su Yu was doomed to die. Even if a mid-level super-powered person could break the sky, the opponent would not be able to take his turtle palm print. Li Yuehua must be very angry now. If she continues to stay, she will only be asking for trouble. Seeing that both of them left quickly, Li Yuehua didn't dare to take action again. After all, the other party were both high-level super-powered people, and she couldn't stop them from running away. Seeing the black turtle in the sky leave, Su Lin instantly rushed into the dust. Zhao Kai and others did not stop Su Lin when they saw this. Su Lin and Su Yu have the best relationship in their team. Seeing Su Lin's condition, they all felt the same way. Li Yuehua's expression was gloomy, and she said to Zhao Kai helplessly, I tried my best. Sister Yuehua, we saw it. It was the Black Alliance who intervened, otherwise Su Yu would not have died. Zhao Kai said angrily. It was the leader of the Black Alliance who took action, which led to Li Yuehua being unable to stop the old bastard from attacking Su Yu. You should prepare for Su Yu's funeral. He seems to be an orphan. Everything depends on you as the captain. Li Yuehua sighed and then talked about the follow-up matters. I will arrange Su Yu's funeral. Zhao Kai's eyes were red, and he was determined to give Su Yu a dignified burial. Su Yu. Su Lin's eyes were red and she cried out Su Yu's name in a hoarse voice, trying to hear Su Yu's reply. But no one responded to her. Su Yu? Su Lin suddenly found Su Yu lying in the pit covered in blood. How could that be? She covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Su Yu. Su Yu's body was surprisingly intact and not smashed into a meat pie. Is Su Yu still alive? Su Lin suddenly had a bold idea. She quickly came to Su Yu and saw that he was covered in blood. Tears kept flowing from her eyes. She quickly reached out to check Su Yu's body and found that Su Yu was in very poor health. All the bones in his body were broken, his limbs were as soft as mud, and his face was as pale and scary as a dead person. Still alive. Su Lin's eyes lit up when she found that Su Yu was still breathing weakly. Excited, she quickly condensed a drop of crystal clear water and shot it into Su Yu's body. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the water droplets enter Su Yu's body. With this drop of water, Su Yu's injuries were stabilized. Chapter 100, Su Yu was still alive? Seeing this, Su Lin did not help Su Yu out of the pit because she was afraid of hurting Su Yu. She stood up, turned around excitedly and shouted, Captain. Sister Yuehua, come here quickly. She had to immediately tell the captain and the others that Su Yu was still alive. Ha! Zhao Kai was stunned when he heard Su Lin's call. Li Yuehua frowned slightly, go and take a look. Zhao Kai nodded, and then the two of them walked over. The two were shocked when they saw Su Yu lying in the human-shaped pit. Su Yu wasn't smashed into a meat pie? The body is still intact? What's going on? When Li Yuehua saw Su Yu lying in the pit, she noticed something strange and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. I didn't expect this guy to be so lucky. This can survive. She waved her hand and a thin layer of ice immediately wrapped around Su Yu's limbs and entire body. Captain, Sister Yuehua, Su Yu is still alive. Su Lin excitedly shared her joy with the two. What? Su Yu is still alive. Zhao Kai looked at Su Yu lying on the ground in shock. Li Yuehua, who was standing by, also nodded with a smile after hearing this. She had just discovered that Su Yu was still breathing faintly, which was enough to prove that Su Yu was not dead. Li Yuehua said, I have stabilized Su Yu's injuries. Go find a light-type superpower. Light-type superpower, light-type superpower. Lao Su. Quick! Call the light-type superpowered people from your prison. Zhao Kai was extremely excited and shouted to Su Changhui, who was tidying up the prison not far away. After hearing this, Su Changhui was also a little confused. What was the purpose of having a light-type superpower? Hurry! Su Yu is still alive. What? Su Yu is still alive? Su Changhui looked at Su Yu lying in the pit under the few people in shock. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao ran over quickly after hearing the news. When the members of the Superpower Association heard Su Yu's words, they all looked at him in amazement. Oh my god, how can I survive this? They had witnessed the power of the turtle paw seal with their own eyes before. They all thought Su Yu was smashed into a meat pie. What kind of monster is Su Yu, who can survive the attack of a high-level superpowered person? Wang Chang. Here it comes. Wang Chang hurried to Su Yu's side, and then quickly condensed a ray of light. Can I take the ice cover away? Wang Chang scratched his head awkwardly. The ice shield on Su Yu wrapped him tightly, making it difficult for the light to penetrate into his body. Li Yuehua nodded after hearing this, and with a wave of her hand, the ice shield on Su Yu disappeared. Her ice shield has the effect of stabilizing injuries. She saw that Su Yu's breath was weak just now, so she used her skills to protect Su Yu. Now that the light system has arrived, there is no need to continue using the ice shield. After all, everyone has their own expertise, and her ice element has no healing ability. Seeing the ice shield disappear, Wang Chang instantly shot the light into Su Yu's body. Then condense again and hit again. In this way, he exhausted all his light energy. Su Yu was seen being bathed in holy light. The scars on his body began to heal slowly. Wang Chang sat on the ground exhausted and said weakly, Su Yu is fine now. However, Su Yu's injuries are very serious. Although my Guanyo has healed his broken bones and scars, it may take some time for Su Yu to wake up. How long? Su Lin asked excitedly. Zhao Kai and others were relieved to hear that Su Yu was fine. It may take a few days, at most a week, for Su Yu to wake up. Wang Chang explained. Guanyo has already penetrated into Su Yu's body. He just needs to go back and have a good rest, and wait for Guanyo to continue to exert his strength. That's great. Zhao Kai and others were extremely excited. Thank you, Wang Chang. Su Lin quickly bowed to express his gratitude. If it weren't for him, Su Yu might have to wait until they brought him back to Star City before he could be cured. No, this is what I should do. Wang Chang immediately stopped him when he saw this. Okay, now that Su Yu is fine, let's prepare to go back. Seeing this, Li Yuehua gathered all the superpowered people who were participating in Xingyang City Prison this time. No one is allowed to leak the news that Su Yu is still alive, otherwise he will be punished as a traitor. Li Yuehua looked at everyone with a serious expression and said. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect Su Yu to be so important. After Li Yuehua left a word, Ice Lotus grew under her feet, and she stepped on the Ice Lotus and left Xingyang City Prison first. After seeing Li Yuehua leave, everyone got on their armored vehicles and left Xingyang City Prison. Old Su, we're leaving. Zhao Kai said goodbye to Su Changhui. Let's go. Su Changhui waved his hand. The prison was in a mess now, and it would give him a headache for a while. Debao, carry Su Yu on your back and let's go too. Wang Debao nodded and carefully carried Su Yu out of the pit. Su Lin beside him saw this and helped him. In this way, Zhao Kai's team also drove an armored vehicle out of Xingyang City Prison. A few days later. Star City high-end villa area. Hiss. It hurts so much. Su Yu lay on the bed and opened his eyes with difficulty. He felt his body and found that he was so weak that he couldn't even lift his limbs. He murmured softly, I'm still alive? He smiled immediately when he saw the familiar ceiling and the familiar environment. Not only was he alive, but he also returned to Su Lin's home. He tried to recall the situation. When he saw the huge turtle paw print falling, he was ready to die. At that time, he only felt that the pressure on him was getting greater and greater, and finally his eyes went dark and he knew nothing. Oh, right, the ring. He clearly remembered the faint burning sensation from the ancestral ring, and then he felt nothing. Where's the ring? Su Yu felt around with his thumb but couldn't find the ring on his index finger. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. The ring was lost. His brows gradually furrowed, wondering how the ring could be gone. Did someone take the ring off his finger? Just then, there was a noise outside Su Yu's bedroom. Snap! The bedroom door opened and Su Lin walked in with a bowl of soup. Ah! Su Yu, you're finally awake. Su Lin was so excited to see Su Yu wake up that she almost dropped the hot soup in her hand. Slow down. You little brat, you really made me worried. Su Lin put the hot soup on the bedside table and gave Su Yu a cold look. Su Yu asked weakly, Sister Lin, what happened after I fainted? He now desperately wanted to know what had happened after he fainted, to see if he could find out where the ring had gone. Su Lin pursed her lips and said unhappily, "You're asking useless questions right after you woke up. Don't you want to ask how hard it has been for me to take care of you these past few days?" Suyu smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Lin has worked hard these past few days." "That's more like it." After hearing this, Su Lin felt much better, and then slowly told him everything that happened after Suyu fainted. Chapter 101 Ring Transformation. Suyu lay on the bed and listened carefully to Su Lin's account of everything that happened after he fainted. The more Suyu listened, the more he frowned. "Is it over?" "It's over." A hint of doubt flashed in Su Lin's eyes. "What's the matter? Is there any problem?" She suddenly thought of something and added, "Oh, by the way, Sister Yuewa said that if you recover, she should ask you to report to her. She has something important to tell you." "Important things?" Suyu frowned. Could it be that his ring was taken away by Li Yuehua? But from what Su Lin said just now, Li Yuehua didn't touch her body, so how did she take the ring? "Well, I don't know what it is specifically about." Su Lin nodded. "Now is not the time to think about this, wait until you are almost well again. Come, drink the soup I made for you. It will help you recover faster." Su Lin quickly took the hot soup from the bedside table. "By the way, Sister Lin, you didn't change the clothes I'm wearing, did you?" Suyu suddenly asked an embarrassing question. Su Lin thought of the scene when she wiped Suyu's body, and her pretty face flushed shyly as she said, "Otherwise, if I don't take care of you when you live with me, who will?" Suyu looked at Su Lin with blank eyes. "It's over, he lost his virginity." "What are you looking at? Drink your soup." Su Lin's heart was pounding when Suyu looked at her. Suyu drank the hot soup mouthful by mouthful as Su Lin fed him. "Suyu, do you want to tell the captain and the others that you have woken up?" Su Lin asked after feeding Suyu. "Don't worry, let's talk about it when I can get out of bed and walk." Suyu sighed. His injuries were still quite serious. Although he was awake now, his limbs were still weak. "Okay, then I'll go out. You have a good rest and remember to call me if you need anything." Su Lin nodded, picked up the soup bowl, and closed the bedroom door. After Su Lin left, Suyu closed his eyes and began to meditate. I wonder if the old turtle knows that he is still alive. If he knows that he is still alive, will he attack him again? Thinking about how he almost died at the hands of Wang Chuanyuan due to lack of strength, Suyu secretly vowed that he would kill that old bastard with his own hands after he advanced to a high level. After this trip to Qingyang City Prison, Suyu vowed never to use up his space energy again. Without spatial energy, you won't be able to escape if you encounter a powerful superpowered person. If he had enough space energy this time and was able to use the space jump skill, the old turtle would definitely not be able to hit him. Suyu felt a headache when he thought of this. After all, his strength was not enough. He had to work hard to improve his strength. Hey, the ring isn't lost? Suddenly, Suyu saw a small earthy brown dragon in his mind. If this isn't his ancestral ring, then what is it? He didn't expect that the ancestral ring would actually appear in his mind. He thought he had lost it, but now seeing this little dragon again is so heartwarming. The earth-brown little dragon arranged Suyu's 2 stars together, then lay on them peacefully, turned over on its belly and fell asleep. Suyu smiled bitterly upon seeing this. Wow, are these 2 stars so obedient? No one resisted? Have these 2 stars been tamed? Suyu looked at the space stars and thunder stars in surprise. I didn't expect that this little dragon is so powerful and can hold these 2 stars so tightly. The sleeping little dragon seemed to sense Suyu's arrival, and suddenly woke up. It was seen standing on 2 stars, one with 1 foot. Are you awake? Xiaolong suddenly asked in a childish voice. Suyu was stunned when he heard this. Can you speak? He didn't expect that this little dragon could actually speak. Of course, you don't even look at who I am. I am. Forget it, even if I tell you, you wouldn't know. I didn't wake up before because I didn't absorb enough energy, so I maintained the status of the ring. Now that I've absorbed enough energy to wake up, I can speak naturally, Xiaolong said proudly, looking up. After hearing this, Suyu's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt like he should thank Wang Yuanhui. If it weren't for the energy contained in his 2 super weapons, the ring might not have awakened. Then can you purify energy? Suyu asked curiously. After all, this is the highlight. If it turns into a little dragon and cannot purify energy, it will be a disaster for barbecue. Are you talking about this? Xiaolong suddenly exhaled a stream of pure energy. Then it played with this ball of pure energy and threw it towards the Thunder Star. This energy was instantly absorbed by the Thunder Star like nectar from heaven. The Thunder Star trembled slightly and seemed to be upgrading. That's right. Suyu was extremely excited when he saw that the little dragon could actually condense pure energy. It's okay as long as he doesn't lose this ability. In his opinion, this ability is very important to him. As long as he has this ability, he will be able to create stars with twice the effort and half the result in the future. This kind of energy needs to obtain external energy to be converted. Xiaolong explained. I know. Before, when I was in the ring state, I could convert twice the energy. Now that I have transformed, I can convert 4 times the energy. Xiaolong said proudly, patting his dragon claws. 4 times? Suyu looked at Xiaolong in amazement. What's the meaning? Does this mean that it is even more awesome now than before? Well, but I need to take a portion of it, so it's 3 times. Do you accept it? Accept, of course I accept. Suyu nodded immediately. Are you kidding? If you don't accept the increase from double to triple, wouldn't you be a fool? In other words, before, he could use 1 superpower stone as 2, but now 1 can be used as 3. Wow! This is so cool. When will the energy absorbed last time be fed back? Suyu rubbed his hands and said in a low voice. Didn't it just give feedback? Xiaolong said with a guilty look on his face. Didn't it just spit out a ball of energy? Suyu's face changed drastically after hearing this. What does it mean? After absorbing 2 abnormal superpowered weapons, he only has so little energy? Are you kidding? Based on the experience he often absorbed, those 2 weapons could be upgraded to at least 3 stars or even more. As a result, the little dragon told him that the small ball of energy just now was. Isn't this bullshit? Judging from the size of the energy just now, it doesn't seem like the energy from absorbing the feedback from 2 intermediate superpowered weapons. Just that little? Suyu suddenly became anxious. He was waiting to upgrade, but was told that his previous energy was gone. I absorbed the energy of those 2 super weapons last time. Xiaolong said with an innocent look on his face. What did you say? You absorbed it all. Suyu was stunned. The little dragon actually absorbed it all and left nothing for him. Oh, no, he left a little bit for him. Xiaolong nodded helplessly and said, I need energy, otherwise I can't transform. Also, I used up a lot of energy saving you earlier. Consider the energy from your 2 super weapons as compensation. Chapter 102, Show Mercy? Suyu felt helpless after hearing its explanation. He had waited for so long in vain. In the end, it was all in vain. No wonder I felt a slight burning sensation on my index finger when the turtle's palm fell. It was indeed the ring that saved him. If that's the case, then let the energy be gone. Oh, don't be too sad. I'm very strong after I transform. Xiaolong saw that Suyu looked a little gloomy and comforted him. Isn't it just some energy? Suyu's eyes lit up and he asked, How strong is it? What does that mean? Can you still fight after transforming? How strong? Xiaolong thought about it carefully, then jumped down from the 2 stars and hovered in Suyu's mind. You better watch out. I saw it reach out and hug a star, then stick out its tongue and start licking it. This scene made Suyu confused. Why weren't you licking the stars? Oh shit, it doesn't want to eat the stars, does it? The villain in his mind, Suyu, immediately yelled, Shut up! Be merciful. Let Qingchen go. Slurp. Xiaolong licked the space stars with his tongue, and the originally dim stars suddenly emitted bright light. What the hell? Suyu looked at the dazzling space stars in shock, and he immediately swallowed his saliva. What's the meaning? Is the star energy full? Will the star energy be restored by being licked? Wow! Too strong. I can restore the energy of your stars instantly. Xiaolong said proudly. I'm awesome, right? Awesome. Suyu nodded continuously. If you had told me earlier that you had this ability, I would have given you all the previous energy. Well, how many times can you recover? Suyu thought for a moment and asked. You must know how many times it can restore the energy of the stars. If it happens countless times, he will directly cover the enemy with firepower when he sees the enemy next time. You can lick each star once a day. If you lick it too much, it will lose its taste. Xiaolong said after thinking for a while. Once, Suyu was a little disappointed after hearing this. It would be great if he could restore star energy infinitely. You think it's too little? Xiaolong seemed to see that Suyu was a little disappointed. Yeah. Suyu nodded, expressing his true thoughts without any hesitation. Although it is a bit disappointing, it is better than nothing. Just do it once a day is actually fine. If you think it's not enough, just give me more energy. When I grow up, I can just wave my hand to restore the energy of this star. Xiaolong said confidently as he glanced at the 2 stars beside him. Suyu felt very upset when he heard what it said. Damn, is energy that easy to obtain? He also wants to absorb energy, but he doesn't have a superpower stone. Next time, I will definitely give you more energy next time. After Suyu understood Xiaolong's abilities, he came out of meditation and ignored him. If I stay any longer, my underwear will be stripped off by it. Seeing him leave, Xiaolong waved his hand, and the 2 stars were side by side again. It lay on the stars again and fell asleep leisurely. After Suyu came out of meditation, he lifted his arm with force and found that he could actually lift his arm slightly. This made him sigh at the strong recovery ability of the light system. Gurgle. Suddenly, Suyu's stomach growled. His expression suddenly changed. Oh no, he wanted to go to the bathroom. What to do now that he is in this state? That's right. The corners of Suyu's mouth curled up slightly, and he slowly lifted the quilt covering his body. Thunderous fury. He immediately activated the lightning star, and his whole body was instantly bathed in the power of thunder and lightning. His body was suddenly filled with strength, and his body instantly changed from a weak state to a normal state. That's enough. Suyu smiled. Could this stump him? There are always more solutions than problems. The lightning stars in my mind suddenly vibrated. The little dragon, who was originally lying on the lightning star, suddenly shuddered. What happened? Seeing the lightning star being activated, Xiaolong's mouth twitched constantly. Isn't this kid recuperating from his injuries? How can you activate lightning energy while recuperating from injuries? It really makes long worry. Suyu slowly got up and felt his physical condition, and found that it was not bad. Snap. Then he opened the bedroom door and went to the bathroom. Su Lin, who was watching a TV series in the living room, heard some noise coming from Suyu's bedroom and quickly got up to check. Suyu, you. Su Lin looked at Suyu in surprise. He walked out of the bedroom, his body bathed in lightning. Don't worry, I'm going to the bathroom. Suyu chuckled and slowly walked into the bathroom. To the bathroom? Su Lin froze in place when she heard his words. Going to the bathroom? What the hell? Who releases intermediate abilities when going to the toilet? And has he recovered yet? Isn't he still unable to get out of bed and walk? After Suyu finished, he opened the bathroom door and saw Su Lin with her arms folded across her chest, looking at him fiercely. Who told you to get out of bed? Don't you know you haven't recovered yet? Didn't I tell you to call me if you need anything? This brat is such a worry. Suyu explained, how can I trouble Sister Lin with such a thing? Besides, I have almost recovered. As he spoke, he waved his arms and lifted his legs. Snort. Su Lin snorted coldly and said unhappily, are you almost recovered? You clearly used elemental possession to temporarily increase your body's strength so you can get out of bed. Do you know how painful it will be when you take back your abilities? As a mid-level superpowered person, she naturally knew that being possessed by an element could improve her physical fitness. Suyu used this characteristic to force himself to get out of bed. Suyu was speechless. Maybe it would be very painful in a while? Go back and lie down. Okay. Sister Lin. Suyu quickly ran back to the bedroom and lay on the bed. At this time, Su Lin also followed in, quickly removed the thunder and lightning. Suyu nodded and instantly retracted the lightning that was bathing him. Fuck. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain all over his body. This was the price Suyu paid for his resistance just now. His face was grim, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was trying hard to endure the severe pain. You deserve it for using your elemental possession skill to resist. Su Lin rolled her eyes at him, then condensed a drop of crystal clear water in her hand and shot it at Suyu. After Suyu absorbed the water droplets, the pain in his body suddenly subsided a lot, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Lin, I'm glad I have you. If it weren't for this drop of water, he would have to endure the pain. Let's see if you dare to do it again next time. Su Lin chuckled when she saw Su Yu's embarrassing situation. Su Yu felt bitter. Why was it so difficult? Chapter 103 Dilemma. The next morning, Su Yu opened his eyes dazedly and felt his physical condition. Today his limbs can move freely. Although they are still a little sore, it no longer affects his ability to get out of bed and walk. Guanyo is really amazing. Su Yu couldn't help but sigh again. Guanyo's recovery ability is so strong. Although the light type's attack ability is not good, its healing ability is too strong. He's really different every day. Yesterday he couldn't get out of bed, but today he has recovered and can get out of bed and walk. He put on his clothes and stumbled into the living room. The living room was a little quiet in the early morning, and Su Yu did not notice Su Lin. Then he slowly walked to the sofa in the living room, sat cross-legged and began to meditate. After a while, there was a noise coming from the second floor. Su Lin was seen walking down from the second floor wearing loose pajamas and with messy long hair. Hey, Su Yu, what's wrong with you? She suddenly saw Su Yu sitting on the sofa meditating. She thought she was seeing things and rubbed her eyes in surprise. Su Yu came out of meditation after hearing the noise and chuckled. Good morning, Sister Lin. What do you mean by early? Why did you force yourself out of bed again? Su Lin glared at Su Yu fiercely. This brat really has no memory. He forgot the hardship he suffered yesterday and even forced himself to get out of bed. Can't he just lie down and have a good rest? Seeing that Su Lin was a little angry, Su Yu immediately explained, I have recovered. If you don't believe me, just look. As he said that, he stood up, fiddled with his arms, and lifted his legs. Su Lin's eyes lit up when she saw that Su Yu could move his body freely without using the elemental possession skill. Ah! You really recovered. Su Lin hurried downstairs excitedly, came to Su Yu and looked him up and down. Her care for many days was worth it. Su Yu recovered very well. Then she asked, should we tell the captain and the others the news? Su Yu smiled and nodded. He could indeed tell the captain and the others the news of his recovery so as not to worry them. Su Lin happily picked up the super watch on the coffee table and sent a message in their team's chat group. Su Lin, Su Yu has recovered. Su Yu, I'm back. After a while, messages from Zhao Kai and others were immediately sent to the group. Zhao Kai, good. 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 Juan de Bayo, Su Yu, I miss you so much. Bai Xiao, +1. Su Yu, I miss you guys so much too. Although everyone already knew that Su Yu was fine, they were still excited to see him active in the group. Zhao Kai, by the way, Su Yu, don't forget to report to Li Yuehua in the next few days. She has something important to tell you. Su Yu, okay. Zhao Kai, Su Yu, cover your face when you go. Su Yu? Su Yu was confused. Why cover his face? Why would he cover up such a handsome face? Zhao Kai, you are now a celebrity on the Black Alliance's wanted list. If someone with ulterior motives sees you and spreads the news that you are still alive, you will be in trouble. Wang de Bayo, the captain is right. Su Yu, only the members of our Superpower Association know that you are still alive. Old Turtle and the Black Alliance don't know about it, so to be on the safe side, you'd better cover your face before going out. Bai Xiao, +1. Su Yu. After finishing the chat, Su Yu pondered for a moment. It seems that the Old Turtle and the people of the Black Alliance don't know that he is still alive, and his situation will be very dangerous. Once they knew he was still alive, they would definitely not let him off easily. Su Yu, Sister Yuehua will have a solution, right? Su Lin looked at Su Yu with slightly red eyes. She also knew that Su Yu was in a difficult situation now, and then asked with some uneasiness. She saw everything that Su Yu had experienced before. Everyone, including Su Lin herself, thought that Su Yu survived because of luck. If it happened again, Su Yu might no longer exist. She and Su Yu had been together for such a long time that they had developed a deep affection for each other. How could she possibly watch Su Yu being killed by the Old Turtle again? Maybe. Su Yu looked at Su Lin with a smile. Would Li Yuehua have a solution? Not necessarily in his opinion. Li Yuehua probably had no other choice, otherwise she wouldn't have let him swallow the slap from the Old Turtle. It all depends on him. It's okay. I'm still alive now. Su Yu reached out and wiped the tears from Su Lin's face and comforted her. You also said, what if the old turtle knew you were still alive? Su Lin couldn't stop crying. It is true that Suyu is still alive now, but once the old turtle knows that Suyu is still alive, won't he attack him again? By that time, Suyu's life would still be in danger. Suyu felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart when he saw Su Lin crying for him. He took Su Lin in his arms and comforted her, with Sister Yuehua here, how can I be in danger? Su Lin sobbed quietly in Suyu's arms. She really didn't want to lose Suyu. She had long regarded Suyu as her relative. After comforting Su Lin in his arms for a while, Suyu said, I'm going to find Li Yuehua now and ask her what to do next. He decided to go find Li Yuehua now and not wait any longer. After all, there is no wall that is impenetrable. He had to make plans before the old turtle and the Black Alliance knew he was still alive. Yeah. Su Lin wiped the tears from her face, then stood up and prepared to go with Suyu. Suyu looked at her anxious movements and chuckled, I can go by myself. If we go together, others will notice us. You just wait for my good news at home. You go by yourself? Su Lin was stunned. What Suyu said made some sense, but was his current physical condition enough? Yeah. Suyu nodded, then slowly got up and went back to his bedroom to find a black hat and a mask. Wearing a mask and a hat perfectly concealed his face. How can you not see it? I can't tell. Su Lin burst out laughing when she saw Suyu wrapping himself up like a dumpling. After Suyu was fully armed, he went to the Superpower Association under Su Lin's anxious gaze. After Suyu turned an intersection, he immediately used the space skill, space jump. Are you kidding? How could he walk over there slowly? If you have skills but don't use them, you'd be a fool. He continued to jump at a distance of 500 meters each time, and after dozens of jumps, he arrived in front of the Superpower Association building. Seeing the familiar building, Suyu walked in slowly. The people around felt strange when they saw Suyu wrapped tightly. Who is this guy? It's wrapped so tightly, how shameful it is. Hey, are you from our Superpower Association? Suddenly, a thin member of the Superpower Association couldn't stand it anymore, stepped forward and asked. Are the members of their Superpower Association so shameful in Star City? He is dressed so formally, can he be a fake? Chapter 104, Back Road. Suyu took off his mask, revealing his handsome face. Suyu. The member of the Superpower Association who was standing in front of Suyu was stunned when he saw Suyu's face. Suyu actually recovered? He participated in the last battle in Xingyang City Prison, so naturally he knew Suyu. He remembered that Suyu was a ruthless man. It was a miracle that he could survive the hands of a high-level super-powered person. Suyu chuckled and nodded, can you move aside? Oh. Okay. The member of the Superpower Association quickly made way when he saw that it was Suyu. When the people around saw that it was Suyu, they all started discussing in low voices. After all, what Suyu did in Xingyang City Prison shocked them greatly. Just like that, Suyu walked into the Superpower Association amid everyone's discussions. At this time, Li Yuehua was standing at the counter, listening to the classical music played on the gramophone and wiping the wine glass elegantly. A young man wearing a mask suddenly walked into the Superpower Association and immediately caught her attention. She put down the wine glass in her hand, then supported her chin with her elbow and looked lazily at the young man who was walking towards her. Suyu came to the counter and looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him. Suyu said softly, Sister Yuehua. After knowing Li Yuehua's strength, Suyu's eyes turned from admiration to respect when he looked at her. After all, the person in front of him is a real high-level super-powered person. Moreover, the other party had saved his life before, so he couldn't be as unscrupulous as before. Are you recovered? Li Yuehua asked curiously with a slight smile on her lips. Unexpectedly, this kid recovered so quickly. She thought it would take a few more days for Suyu to recover. Yeah. Suyu nodded, then seemed to be hesitant to speak. If you have anything to talk to me about, just tell me boldly. I don't seem that scary. Li Yuehua teased him when she saw that he seemed a little restrained. Sister Yuehua, Wang Chanyuan doesn't know I'm alive yet. Once he knows I'm still alive, I don't know if he will attack me again. So you want to seek my protection, right? Li Yuehua asked the question Suyu wanted to ask. Suyu nodded. He really wanted to seek Li Yuehua's protection. After all, Li Yuehua is a high-level super-powered person. With her protection, Suyu can face Wang Changyuan boldly. Suyu, what I want to tell you is that I can't protect you, Li Yuehua shook her head helplessly. Why, am I not worthy enough to be protected? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard Li Yuehua's rejection. In fact, he had guessed before he came that Li Yuehua might not be able to protect him, but he was still a little disappointed when he heard the other party refuse in person. No. A mid-level lightning-type Esper is valuable enough to be protected by the Esper Association. But I have to stay in the Superpower Association building and guard the transmission device here. If Wang Changyuan attacked you outside, I wouldn't be able to get there in time, so I wouldn't be able to protect you. Li Yuehua explained helplessly. It was impossible for her to stay by Su Yu's side and protect him all the time. Then what should I do? Su Yu really didn't know what to do. He felt that what Li Yuehua said made sense. Even if Li Yuehua was willing to protect him, what could he do? Is he going to stay in the Superpower Association for the rest of his life and never go out? Once he goes out, he may face the old bastard's thunderous and destructive attack. He was lucky enough to survive this time, but it won't be so easy the next time the old bastard attacks him. Have you ever thought about going to an extremely cold place or living in another city? Li Yuehua suddenly asked. Go to an extremely cold place and live in another city? Su Yu's eyes lit up when he heard Li Yuehua's suggestion. Yes, he can go to an extremely cold place. No, if he can go to an extremely cold place, then why can't the old turtle go to an extremely cold place? Moreover, the extremely cold land is a place without rules. If he goes there, the old bastard will be even more unscrupulous in dealing with him. Li Yuehua saw Su Yu struggling and said, Don't worry that Wang Changyuan will follow you to the extremely cold place to look for you. The Arctic fortress that you low-level people go to is different from the Arctic fortress that we high-level people go to. Su Yu was stunned when he heard Li Yuehua's explanation. What's the meaning? In other words, the Arctic fortress that old turtle went to was different from the one he went to. Sister Yuehua, is it possible that the extremely cold place you high-ranking people go to is different from the one we go to? Li Yuehua explained, there is only one extremely cold place. It's just that the Arctic fortress that we high-level teleport to is different from your low-level one. Our high-level teleportation location is deep in the polar cold land. Deep inside, there are 2 more in the Arctic fortress? Li Yuehua chuckled and said, there are more than 2 extreme cold fortresses. The land of extreme cold is so vast, how could we, China, have built 2 fortresses? How could 1 or 2 fortresses possibly stop so many extraordinary creatures? The Arctic fortress you were transported to last time through our Superpower Association's teleportation chamber is just one of several Arctic fortresses built by our country on the edge of the Arctic land. Ah? Su Yu was stunned after hearing this. This meant that the extremely cold fortress he visited last time was just one of several extremely cold fortresses. You don't have to worry about Wang Changyuan coming back from the depths of the extremely cold land to find you. High-level super-powered people are not allowed to retreat to lower-level areas. If they retreat to a low-level area, they will be considered as cowards and deserters. Li Yuehua continued to explain to Su Yu. Su Yu's eyes lit up after hearing this. This meant that he could indeed develop in an extremely cold place. Although strength is the bottom line everywhere, there will be no situation where the strong bully the weak. High-level super-powered people will not appear in low-level areas, so Su Yu can be completely relieved. Without the participation of high-level super-powered people, he is not afraid of anyone of the same level. Seeing Su Yu thinking about something, Li Yuehua took out an envelope from the counter and handed it to him. Here, this is a letter of recommendation from Magic City University. It might be useful to you. Su Yu was stunned and looked at the letter at a loss. What the hell? Magic City University, are you planning to let him go to school? Are you kidding? Seeing his confusion, Li Yuehua explained, staying in an extremely cold place for a long time can easily lead to boredom. After all, it's too cold for long-term living there. You could go to Magic City University and have a look. The city of Modu is protected by a very powerful superpower. You don't have to worry about Wang Changyuan attacking you there. Why don't you introduce me to the Superpower Association in Magic City? Su Yu asked curiously. Logically speaking, Li Yuehua should have arranged for him to work in the Superpower Association in Magic City, so why did she recommend him to Magic City University? Li Yuehua smiled and said, although the Magic City is protected by powerful superpowered people, it does not mean that mid-level superpowered people will not attack you. Don't forget you have a large bounty on you. Once you join the Superpower Association in Magic City, you will often interact with members of the Black Alliance. When the Black Alliance members know there's such a huge bounty on you, what do you think they'll do? Suyu suddenly understood when he heard it. With the bounty of 30 million star coins on his shoulders, if he joins the Superpower Association in Magic City, he will be walking into a tiger's mouth. Then I won't be polite. Suyu put away the letter on the counter. Don't open this letter without permission, or it will be invalidated. Li Yuehua thought for a moment and asked, by the way, if I remember correctly, you should be only 18 years old, right? Suyu nodded. He was indeed only 18 years old, so it didn't seem like there was any big problem for him to go to school. So, Magic City University is indeed a good place for you. There are still about 2 months until the Magic University opens. During this time, you can go to the extremely cold land to avoid Wang Changyuan's pursuit. Li Yuehua arranged Suyu's escape route. Thank you, Sister Yuehua. Suyu bowed deeply to Li Yuehua. Li Yuehua not only saved his life, but also arranged a way out for him. If it weren't for Li Yuehua, Suyu might not know how to deal with Wang Changyuan's pursuit next. So Li Yuehua deserves Suyu's bow and thanks. Li Yuehua chuckled and said, you don't have to thank me. This is what I should do. After all, I don't want China to lack a powerful superpower in the future. Chapter 105 Farewell Dinner. By the way, there's one more thing I want to tell you. You don't have to worry about Wang Changyuan attacking you these days. He has been forcibly transferred to the extremely cold land as punishment, so you should be safe until he returns. Li Yuehua finally told Suyu another important piece of information before he left. I understand, Sister Yuehua. Suyu nodded, which meant that he didn't have much time left in Xingcheng. Suyu took the envelope Li Yuehua gave him and turned to leave the Superpower Association. Cherish this time in Star City. Li Yuehua looked at Suyu's departing back and shook her head helplessly. Suyu Lai has obtained the answer he wanted from the Superpower Association, and he is very satisfied with the answer. This may be the best way for him to deal with Wang Changyuan at the moment. Since you can't win, just leave. Anyway, you won't be afraid of running out of firewood as long as you stay here. He looked at the envelope in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. School? Just think of it as further study. When he comes back from further studies, he will definitely pick the old turtle's shell and make soup. After he walked out of the Superpower Association building, he immediately activated his space jump ability. After dozens of jumps, he returned to Su Lin's home. What we pursue is speed and convenience. Take a taxi? How could a space-type Esper take a taxi? That would be a disgrace to the name of the space-type. At this time, Su Lin was sitting on the sofa in the living room, staring at the coffee table in a daze. Sister Lin, what are you thinking about? Suyu jumped directly behind Su Lin and patted the dazed Su Lin. Ah! When did you come back? Why is there no sound at all? Su Lin was immediately frightened by Su Yu. How is it? What did Sister Yuehua say? Su Lin anxiously asked Su Yu about the result of this trip. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Su Yu said slowly when he saw her so anxious. Bad news. Su Lin chose to listen to the bad news directly. She wanted to know how bad the bad news could be. Sister Yuehua has no way to protect me. Suyu looked into Su Lin's eyes, sighed, and shook his head. What? Sister Yuehua has no way? After hearing Suyu's answer, Su Lin's eyes suddenly turned red. She pursed her lips silently, and couldn't control herself and covered her face with her hands and started crying. She had been waiting for a long time, and now she was told that Li Yuehua could not protect Suyu? Her expectations were in vain. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. How could Sister Yuehua be helpless? How could she not protect you when she is so powerful? Su Lin asked in a trembling voice. Seeing Su Lin crying again, Suyu laughed heartlessly and said, Isn't there good news? Why are you crying? He reached out and wiped the tears from Su Lin's face. Well, what's the good news? Su Lin took her hands away from her face, looked at Suyu with tears in her eyes and asked. The good news is that I can seek refuge in an extremely cold place, but the old bastard can't go. Suyu explained, looking into her eyes. To a very cold place? Going to the extremely cold place is not good news. The extreme cold place is so dangerous, and how can we live in such a cold place? Su Lin covered her face and cried again. What good news is there? It's all bad news. Is it so easy to survive in an extremely cold place? In that unruly place, one must not only be wary of powerful supernatural creatures, but also of fellow human beings with superpowers. Moreover, extremely cold places are extremely cold all year round, and people will have problems if they live there for a long time. How could this be considered good news? Woo woo woo. When Suyu saw Su Lin crying again, he quickly took her into his arms to comfort her. He then told Su Lin every word of the information Li Yuehua had given him. Su Lin stopped crying after hearing this. She raised her tearful eyes to look at Suyu and asked, "Are you leaving?" After listening to Suyu's explanation, she immediately understood Li Yuehua's good intentions. Perhaps the safest option for Suyu was to leave Xingcheng. Yeah. Suyu nodded. He was also helpless about this. If he continued to stay in Star City, not only would his life be in danger, but Su Lin and others might also be implicated by him, so he had to leave. Captain, do they know? Haven't told them yet. Su Lin leaned in Suyu's arms with lifeless eyes and whispered, "Ask them to come over for dinner tonight." Yeah. Suyu nodded. It is indeed time to say goodbye formally to the captain and others. After all, he has been in this team for some time and has developed deep feelings for them. I'm going to prepare the ingredients. Please notify the captain and the others. Su Lin wiped away her tears, then left Suyu's arms and walked towards the kitchen in a daze. Seeing this, Suyu sighed, picked up the super watch on the coffee table, and announced in the team group that he was about to leave. Suyu, I am planning to quit the Superpower Association team. Zhao Kai? Wang Debao? Bai Xiao? Suyu, everyone come to Su Lin's house in the evening and I will explain it to you slowly. After Suyu informed Zhao Kai and others that he was leaving, he threw the super watch on the coffee table and ignored it. He took a deep breath and recalled the scenes of the mission with Zhao Kai and others in his mind. He felt mixed emotions when he was suddenly about to leave. Crunch! After a while, the sound of a car braking was heard outside Su Lin's villa. Zhao Kai, Wang Debao, and Bai Xiao came in carrying large and small bags of items. Captain! Suyu immediately stood up to greet him. No need to say anything, we already know everything. Zhao Kai said to Suyu, who was coming towards him. Wang Debao and Bai Xiao on the side also nodded. Before coming, Zhao Kai asked Li Yuehua about Suyu's situation, and learned the reason from Li Yuehua. He expressed his understanding of Suyu's approach and said that if it were him, he would do the same as Suyu. After all, if you don't run away and are targeted by a high-level superpowered person, you will only wait for death. I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Wang Debao said, raising the drink in his hand. Bai Xiao beside him also raised the drink in his hand and looked at Suyu with a smile. I won't go home until I'm drunk. Suyu nodded. He felt relieved to see that everyone was not sad about his departure. In the evening, everyone sat at the dining table, drooling at the delicious food in front of them. Su Lin, did you make all this? Wang Debao looked at the table full of delicious food in shock. Oh my god, Su Lin's cooking skills are so good? He and Su Lin had been teammates for such a long time, but he didn't even know this. Zhao Kai and Bai Xiao, who were standing by, were so shocked by the table full of delicious food that they were speechless for a long time. Yes, what's wrong? Su Lin said with a pout. It's true that our treatment is very different from Suyu's. Wang Debao sighed as he looked at the table of delicious food. It's not like they hadn't had dinner together before, but they had never seen Su Lin demonstrate her cooking skills. Today was really an eye-opener. Humph. Even such a delicious meal can't stop you from eating. Su Lin rolled her eyes at Wang Debao. It's blocked, it's blocked. I won't say any more. Wang Debao smiled. In this way, everyone started eating the farewell dinner while talking and laughing. Chapter 106 Gift. Late at night. After everyone left, Suyu returned to his bedroom and took out the gift he had prepared for Su Lin. Looking at the shadow leopard in his hand, lightning suddenly flashed in Suyu's palm, and instantly baptized the shadow leopard from head to toe. He transformed the shadow leopard into the shape of high heels and put it into the gift box. I hope Sister Lin likes it. He took a deep breath and walked out with the gift box. At this time, Su Lin was sitting on the sofa in the living room, staring blankly ahead. Just now while eating, she heard Zhao Kai and Suyu chatting there. Suyu might be ready to leave in the next 2 days. When she heard the news, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. Sister Lin, what are you thinking about? Suyu came over with a gift box, and seeing Su Lin in a daze, he handed the gift box to her. Here, this is for you. Su Lin came back to her senses and was stunned when she saw the gift box in Suyu's hand. What is this? Open it and take a look. Su Lin took the gift box and opened it carefully, only to see a pair of white high heels inside. Are these high heels? Yes. Suyu nodded, and then explained, this pair of shoes is the pair of running shoes I told you about when we were in Xingyang City Prison. They are made of several intermediate super energy stones. Su Lin suddenly remembered, but the shoes she was wearing at that time were not high heels. Suyu looked at her puzzledly and said, the shadow leopard can switch colors and forms according to the masteress instructions. So it was a running shoe, now it's a high heel, and from now on it belongs to you. I can't accept it. Su Lin immediately returned the shoes to Suyu after hearing this. She had seen the power of these shoes, which allowed the user to reach speeds comparable to those of a mid-level animal type, so how could she possibly want such a valuable item? Moreover, Suyu has to go to such a dangerous place as the extreme cold land. How can he do it without the speed boost of these shoes? Suyu, these shoes are very important to you. With them, your survival rate will be greatly increased when you go to the extremely cold place. I can't accept them. Su Lin looked at Suyu seriously and said. Suyu knew she wouldn't want it, so he said, these shoes are of little use to me, don't worry. Useless to you? The speed of putting on these shoes is comparable to that of a mid-level animal type. How could it be useless to you? She didn't believe Suyu's nonsense and she would never take the shoes no matter what. Suyu looked at her helplessly, then put the gift box in his hand on the coffee table, and then picked up Su Lin from the sofa like a princess. What are you doing? Su Lin was confused by Suyu's behavior. Why did this guy suddenly hug her? Don't talk. Suyu replied softly. Space jump. Princess Suyu, holding Su Lin, disappeared instantly and appeared on the roof of the villa. What happened? Su Lin, who was in Suyu's arms, looked up at Suyu in shock. Weren't they in the living room just now? How did they suddenly appear on the rooftop of the villa? Space jump. Before Su Lin could react, the two of them were instantly back on the sofa in the living room. Suyu held her on the sofa and said, can you accept it now? Su Lin nodded and then shook her head. What happened just now? She felt like she was traveling through space when Suyu held her in his arms. This is my second power. The second ability? Su Lin looked at Suyu in surprise. Isn't he a mid-level superpowered person? How could he have a second ability? Generally, the second ability can only be awakened after the first ability is advanced to a high level. Most people stay at the intermediate level, and only a small number of people can advance the first ability to the advanced level. How could Suyu have a second ability at the intermediate level? Suyu nodded. You are the first person who knows that I have a second ability. I named my second ability Space System, which allows me to control everything within range. Suyu said as he controlled the remote control on the coffee table. The remote control suddenly floated in mid-air and then appeared in Suyu's hand in an instant. The ability I just held you in my arms is called Space Jump. It allows me to instantly disappear from my original position and reappear at any location within the space system. That's why I said these shoes are of little use to me. Suyu explained. Space system, space jump? Su Lin was stunned by what Suyu said. What the hell was going on? Well, my second ability was awakened when I first awakened the lightning element. I have been hiding it until now. It can be regarded as my trump card. Having said all that, you can accept these shoes now, right? Suyu took out the high heels from the gift box, and without Su Lin's consent, he pulled her white and tender feet out from under her skirt and put on the high heels. The adaptive size shadow leopard shoes were instantly worn on Su Lin's small feet. Ouch, be gentle. Su Lin's pretty face flushed red. Seeing Suyu being so rude, she could only watch as Suyu put the shoes on her feet. With these shoes, your safety can be guaranteed even if I'm not around. Suyu didn't want to miss Su Lin when he returned. He had long intended to give this pair of shadow leopard running shoes to Su Lin. He has the ability to jump into space, and the shadow leopard is just icing on the cake for him. It would be better to give it to Su Lin. After Su Lin puts it on, her living space will be qualitatively improved. Su Lin's eyes turned slightly red when she heard Suyu's words. She didn't expect that this brat was still thinking about her. Space system, is the space system very powerful? Su Lin asked curiously. After Suyu's demonstration just now, she felt that the space system was more mysterious. Yeah, the space system is very powerful. Suyu nodded. The space system had allowed him to take emergency shelter many times and helped him overcome several difficulties. Come, I'll take you to experience the fun of the space system. Suyu bent down and picked up Su Lin like a princess again. Su Lin was held in Suyu's arms before she could react. She raised her slightly red cheeks and said, "Aren't you injured?" Suyu laughed and said, "My injury has almost healed." Then he hugged Su Lin and performed space jump directly. Suyu made dozens of space jumps and instantly arrived at the Superpower Association building. Suyu put Su Lin down from his arms and said, "How's your spatial ability? Is it okay?" Su Lin looked at Suyu in shock for a long time without saying a word. How could this be okay? This was obviously very good. She didn't react at all the first time when she was at home, but now she really felt the feeling of time traveling. Someone's coming. Su Lin suddenly saw a patrolling member of the Superpower Association walking towards them, and immediately spoke up to remind Suyu. Seeing this, Suyu's mouth curled up slightly. Is there anyone there? He instantly picked up Princess Su Lin, and at Su Lin's exclamation, he performed space jump and left the place in an instant. Late at night, in the Superpower Association building, Liu Hua was looking at some information at the counter when suddenly her eyes became stern. She noticed two strangers appear in her territory, but they disappeared in an instant. Liu Hua's ice field exploded in an instant, and the ground where Suyu and Su Lin were standing was instantly frozen. Is it an illusion? She shook her head absent-mindedly, perhaps because she had been looking at the information for too long and was hallucinating. Chapter 107 Leaving. Suyu held Su Lin in his arms and after several space jumps, he returned home in an instant. He slowly placed Su Lin on the sofa. It's time to lose weight, Suyu said unhappily. How am I fat? It's obviously your fault, Su Lin said with a pout. Suyu shook his head helplessly. Okay, let's stop here for tonight. He couldn't continue to hold Su Lin in his arms while leaping. It was a bit tiring to hold someone and make a long-term leap. Suyu, are you leaving tomorrow? Su Lin seemed to be worried, looking at Suyu with firm eyes. Yeah. Suyu nodded, and then said, Don't worry, when I come back strong, I will beat the old turtle to a pulp. Poochie. Su Lin was amused by his words, and then her expression became a little gloomy. She didn't know when Suyu would come back again. Suyu yawned, Okay, I'm going to rest now. You should rest early too. After saying that, he turned and left. Sitting on the sofa, Su Lin looked at his departing back and made a firm decision in her heart. Suyu returned to his bedroom and prepared the backpack, down jacket and compressed tent he had bought during his last trip to the extremely cold place. He sighed softly. He didn't want to leave Star City so early. But to be on the safe side, he should leave as early as possible, otherwise by the time the old turtle reacts, it will be too late for him to leave. I have to buy some supplies tomorrow. Suyu looked at the empty backpack and felt helpless. He had already used up all the supplies he bought last time. Although supplies can be purchased in the Arctic Fortress, the prices there are several times more expensive than in the city. Now the little he has is still not enough to spend in the Arctic Fortress. He put his equipment in order and stopped bothering. Suyu lay in bed and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. For some reason, he didn't feel uneasy at all when he went to the extremely cold place alone this time. Instead, he felt a little excited. Perhaps it was his last trip to the extremely cold land that gave him great confidence. Boom boom boom. Just then there was a knock on the bedroom door. Suyu, are you asleep? Suyu, who was lying on the bed, was stunned when he heard Su Lin's voice coming from outside the door. What did Su Lin want to talk to him about so late at night? Here I come. Suyu quickly got up and opened the bedroom door. Fuck. When he opened the bedroom door, he was stunned by the beauty before him. Su Lin was seen with a blushing face, wearing a white lace nightgown, delicate makeup, and standing outside his bedroom door with her pink feet bare. Sister Lin, you. Before Suyu finished speaking, Su Lin's pink red lips came closer. Moan. Suyu was stunned on the spot. He stared in amazement at Su Lin, who was in front of him with her eyes closed, fiercely demanding his lips. What's going on? What stimulated Su Lin? Just when he was about to push Su Lin away and ask why, he heard Su Lin's charming voice. Don't talk, just kiss me. After hearing this, Suyu could no longer bear the desire in his heart, and he picked up Su Lin. Su Lin moaned and fell limply onto the bed. The two of them became entangled with each other. The intense moans of two people were heard from the bedroom. A night of ups and downs. The next day, Suyu woke up early from his deep sleep and looked at Su Lin, who was sleeping on his chest with soft eyes. He carefully removed Su Lin's arms that were wrapped around him like jade lotus roots, then got up quietly. Seeing the bright red beside the bed, Suyu shook his head helplessly. He pulled the quilt over to cover Su Lin, then picked up the equipment he had prepared in advance and prepared to leave. After the bloody night last night, he decided not to say his final goodbye to Su Lin. He didn't want to face the scene of Su Lin crying sadly. Space jump. The spatial ability was activated instantly, and Suyu disappeared from the spot in an instant with his equipment. The moment Suyu disappeared, Su Lin, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were already slightly red, and 2 crystal tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. She pulled up the quilt beside her, buried her head in it and cried softly. Suyu put on his backpack and instantly jumped to a nearby supermarket. He bought a few bottles of water and a few bags of compressed food inside and then went to the Superpower Association. He didn't buy a lot of supplies, mainly because his backpack didn't allow him to carry a lot of supplies. Moreover, he is going to live in an extremely cold place for a long time, so he must adapt to it. He cannot eat compressed food for a long time. Space jump. After several jumps, Suyu arrived at the Superpower Association building. If he wants to enter the extremely cold place, he must pass through the teleportation cabin here. Suyu took a deep breath and walked in slowly. The members of the Superpower Association around them made way when they saw that the person coming was Suyu. Liu Hua, who was standing at the counter, was slightly stunned when she looked up and saw Suyu coming towards her with a bag on his back and wearing thick winter clothes. Are you planning to go to an extremely cold place so soon? She thought Suyu would have to wait a few more days before leaving Star City. Are you ready? Liu Hua asked when she saw Suyu walking slowly towards her. Suyu nodded, then took out the super handcuffs and super watch from his backpack and placed them on the counter. These 2 weapons will be returned to the association. The super watch and super handcuffs were given to him when he joined the Superpower Association. Now that he has withdrawn from the association, he naturally has to return them. Liu Hua burst out laughing when she saw the 2 weapons. You can keep these 2 weapons. The association has many more, so consider this your reward for joining the association these days. After hearing this, Suyu scratched his head awkwardly. In that case, he would not be polite. Liu Hua suddenly thought of something and said, Suyu, since you have already withdrawn from the association, you will not be able to continue using the association's teleportation chamber after this one is used up. Then how can I get to the magic city from the extremely cold land? Suyu asked doubtfully. If he cannot continue to use the association's teleportation chamber when he goes to the extremely cold land, how can he get to the magic city? Are we going to let him travel through mountains and rivers on foot to the magic city? Liu Hua took out a medal from the counter and placed it on the counter. She said, this association medal allows you to use the teleportation chamber of the Arctic Fortress Association building once. You must cherish this opportunity. Suyu picked up the medal with the star pattern on it from the counter and put it into his backpack. Thank you. Liu Hua chuckled and said, I hope you can become a powerful superpower. Go ahead. I will. Suyu nodded firmly, then turned and walked towards the spiral staircase on the side and went up to the 2nd floor. Seeing Suyu leave, Liu Hua secretly shook her head, hoping that Suyu could survive in the extremely cold place, otherwise everything would be out of the question. With the experience from last time, Suyu came to the room on the 2nd floor where the teleportation cabin was installed with ease. Chapter 108, Extremely Cold Fortress Number 55. Bite. The door of the teleportation warehouse on the 2nd floor of the Superpower Association opened. I saw a team of superpowered people, all of them looked pale and weak, walking out of the teleportation cabin. Suyu? The leader recognized Suyu, who was waiting outside the teleportation cabin. After all, Suyu's portrait and his deeds had long been spread among the Star City Superpower Association. Yeah. Suyu smiled and gestured. Seeing the pale faces of these people, he guessed that they must have suffered serious injuries in the extremely cold place. The leader looked at Suyu and saw that there were no other team members behind him. He looked at him in amazement and asked, Are you planning to go to the extremely cold place alone? I don't think there's anyone else behind me. Suyu replied with a chuckle. When the other team members around heard Suyu's answer, they looked at him in shock. How dare he go to the extremely cold place alone? Is this guy so brave? Their team went to the extremely cold land together but didn't gain much and almost died there. This kid actually dared to go alone. Come on. The leader gave Suyu a thumbs up, then signaled to the team members and led them away. When the team members left, they looked at Suyu as if he were a fool. There is no cure. Since Suyu wanted to die, they no longer cared about it. Suyu watched them leave and shook his head with a smile, then sorted out his equipment and walked into the teleportation cabin. Puff! The transport hatches closed. Then a slight feeling of oppression came. The transmission chamber is activated. A striking beam of light shot up into the sky from the building of the Superpower Association. Suyu stood in the teleportation cabin and did not feel depressed because he was about to enter an extremely cold place. Bite. After an unknown amount of time, the red light above the teleportation chamber turned green. The transport chamber opens. Suyu took his equipment and slowly walked out of the teleportation cabin. Suddenly a chill came over me. Hiss. He took a deep breath, wrapped himself in his clothes and said to himself, "It's still so cold." The staff standing outside the teleportation chamber were surprised to see Suyu walk out of the chamber alone. "Sir, please come here to register." Suyu came to his senses and walked to the side of the staff member. "Sir, you have one chance to return to Star City. Please keep it safe." The staff handed a card to Suyu. Suyu smiled and nodded, then took it. He knew that the teleportation chamber could be used back and forth every time. He was teleported from Star City, so he still had a chance to teleport back, but this chance could only allow him to return to Star City. He has no plans to go back to Xingqing in the near future. So this card is of no use to him at the moment. After taking the card, Suyu walked towards the headquarters of the Superpower Association in the Arctic Fortress. Why does it feel a little wrong? Suyu looked around and found that there was something wrong with the extremely cold fortress he was teleported to this time. The headquarters of the Superpower Association that we were teleported to this time seemed a little smaller than the last time I came here with Zhao Kai. Is it an illusion? Suyu rubbed his forehead, then walked out with his backpack. Fuck! It's really different. When Suyu walked out of the Superpower Association headquarters, he was stunned. Damn, the Arctic fortress I came to this time is different from the last time. Although the architectural structure of this Arctic fortress is the same as the last one, and the icy environment is also the same, the merchants inside and the direction of the city gate are completely different from the last Arctic fortress. Damn, the teleportation pods are random. In other words, he was randomly teleported to another extremely cold fortress. This time, the gate of the Arctic fortress was on the right. He remembered that the last time he and Zhao Kai came to the Arctic fortress, the gate seemed to be on the left. Suyu took a look at the surrounding environment. Except for the direction of the city gate, everything else was no different from the last Arctic fortress. He looked up at a sign hanging above the city gate in the distance. It clearly says 55, 2 Arabic numerals. Extreme Cold Fortress number 55? Suyu knew that this extreme cold fortress should be number 55 after seeing the number. He had learned from Li Yuehua long ago that China had built many extremely cold fortresses in extremely cold areas. Okay, they all seem the same. Suyu smiled helplessly, who cares what the number is? Anyway, we are all in the extreme cold land. As long as we leave the door of the extreme cold fortress, we will definitely be in the extreme cold land. He looked down at the time on his super watch and found that it was still noon and the gate of the Arctic fortress was still open. He could just go out and hunt a few extraordinary creatures to use the super energy stones to replenish his life for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, he walked towards the gate of the Arctic fortress. His super watch had already been reset by him. There was a huge red dot on it indicating the Arctic fortress, and a small red dot representing his location. With the super watch, he is not afraid of losing his way in the extremely cold place. In this way, he walked out of the extremely cold fortress with ease. At this time, outside the gate of the Arctic fortress, there were naturally several teams of hunters waiting there. When they saw Suyu walking out of the city gate alone, they all looked surprised. Is this kid alone? Daring to enter the extremely cold place alone, you really are not afraid of death. Although they were somewhat surprised that Suyu entered the extremely cold land alone, they had no intention of attacking Suyu. Suyu had just come out of the Arctic fortress, so he must not have a single hair on his body. This is also the reason why they will only attack people who come back from the extremely cold place, and will not attack the superpowered people who have just walked out of the extremely cold fortress. There's not even a hair on its body. Wouldn't it be a waste of energy to attack it? Suyu noticed that these teams were all examining him, and then he ignored them. He had no money on him now, and he didn't believe that this group of people would attack him. He now has to hurry up and earn super energy stones to solve his long-term living problems in the Arctic fortress. He has no time to chat with them here. He instantly activated his spatial insight ability. The entire area within a 500-meter radius appeared in his mind. He put on goggles, braved the light wind and snow, and walked into the snowfield. However, just after he took a few steps, the ground suddenly shook violently. What the hell? Suyu frowned immediately. This sudden change made him feel a little overwhelmed. He didn't find anything unusual within the range of his spatial insight. Fuck, brothers, get into the fortress. Oh shit. A wave of beasts is coming, run. Run, run. Just as Suyu was puzzled, several teams of hunters outside the gate of the number 55 Arctic fortress all started shouting. Beast tide? Suyu frowned when he heard this unfamiliar word. It was the first time he heard the term beast tide in such an extremely cold place. As the ground shook more and more. Suddenly, a dense group of superpowered people appeared in the distance, unleashing their skills and rushing towards the Arctic fortress. Behind them were densely packed supernatural creatures chasing after them. I'll go. Suyu was shocked when he saw this group of superpowered people and extraordinary creatures rushing towards the Arctic fortress. Damn, although he urgently needs to hunt extraordinary creatures, he doesn't need so many. This is too much. Withdraw. Upon seeing this, Suyu immediately turned around and returned the same way. He who knows the times is a hero. If he doesn't retreat now, he will be seeking death. He does not have the strength to deal with so many extraordinary creatures. Chapter 109 Beast Tide. Fortunately, Suyu was very close to the number 55 Extreme Cold Fortress, and he easily returned to the Extreme Cold Fortress after a few steps. He doesn't even need to perform space jump. Boom! After Suyu returned to the Arctic fortress, the guards at the city gate saw a tide of beasts approaching in the distance and began to slowly close the city gate. During this period, many super-powered people tried their best to squeeze in. Hey, I don't know when the beast tide will end. Suyu sighed when he saw the dense crowds of extraordinary creatures outside the city gate. What a damn bad luck, how could it be such a coincidence? He had just arrived at the Arctic fortress when he saw such a great show. He had originally planned to go out and hunt some extraordinary creatures to supplement his life in the Arctic fortress, but now it's all gone to waste. At this moment, a middle-aged man in black uniform suddenly appeared in the sky above the number 55 Arctic fortress. He stepped on the whirlwind and flew out of the city gate in an instant. High-level wind system? Suyu saw the middle-aged man stepping on the whirlwind and immediately judged his ability. He had seen Chen Ming, the head of the Star City Black Alliance, use high-level wind abilities in the Qingyang City prison before, so he could immediately determine the other party's level. Suyu frowned upon seeing this. Didn't Li Yuehua say that there are no high-level superpowered people in the low-level areas? What the hell is this high-level superpowered person who suddenly appeared? Just as Suyu was puzzled, the superpowered people around him who had just escaped into the extreme cold fortress sighed when they saw the middle-aged man flying out of the extreme cold fortress. Shit! The defender of fortress number 55 has taken action. Guardian? Don't you know? Every Arctic fortress has a high-level superpower in charge. It looks like the people outside are saved. If the defenders of the Arctic fortress don't take action, everyone outside will probably die. The defender of the Arctic fortress? After hearing this, Suyu suddenly realized. No wonder the other party was a high-level wind-type super-powered person. It turned out that he was the guardian sent by China to guard the Arctic fortress. Yes, we can't send low-level super-powered people to guard the crucial Arctic fortress. The middle-aged man's name is Li Gang. He is a high-level wind-type super-powered person and is the guardian sent by China to guard the Arctic fortress. He instantly flew out of the number 55 extreme cold fortress and hovered above the fortress. The wind star in his palm suddenly flashed, and the 14 stars around it spun rapidly. He raised his arm and waved it gently. Suddenly, a huge and thick wall of wind appeared behind the fleeing group of super-powered people. After releasing the wind wall, he stopped checking. He did not attack this group of extraordinary creatures but turned around and flew back to the Arctic fortress. The huge wind wall successfully separated the two sides. Ha, I'm saved, I'm saved. It's the defender of the 55th Arctic fortress who has taken action. We are saved. This group of fleeing super-powered people were extremely excited when they saw the huge wind wall appearing behind them. This huge wall of wind successfully blocked the densely packed extraordinary creatures behind them. In this way, this group of superpowered people who fled desperately successfully and safely returned to the extreme cold fortress number 55. Ah! Roar! This group of extraordinary creatures watched angrily as their prey escaped, roaring helplessly. They tried to break through the wind wall, but every time they touched it, they would be ruthlessly bounced back by it and could not get through at all. They can only watch their prey escape. Boom! After the last superpowered person escaped into the Arctic fortress, the huge city gate was closed tightly. The moment the city gate closed, the energy shield covering the entire extremely cold fortress suddenly became more clearly visible. After the city gates are closed, the huge wind wall that intercepted the extraordinary creatures suddenly disappeared. Densely packed extraordinary creatures launched an attack on the Arctic fortress in a rage. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after escaping into the Arctic fortress. As long as they entered the Arctic fortress, they would be safe. Damn it! They almost died outside just now. They simply couldn't deal with so many extraordinary creatures. If the Guardian had not taken action, they would have been eaten alive by the group of extraordinary creatures outside. Everyone immediately expressed their gratitude to the defenders. Seeing this, Li Gang nodded and then fell from the air. Under the grateful gazes of everyone, he walked to the city gate and whispered a few words to the guards at the gate. Then he left here again, no longer caring about what happened next. Not long after the fortress defender Li Gang left, a loud crash was heard outside the city gate. Bang! 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 The entire Arctic fortress was shaken by the impact of densely packed extraordinary creatures. Everyone was blushing and calm about this, as they were no longer surprised. After all, some of them often go to extremely cold areas, and they have seen many cases of beast tides attacking extremely cold fortresses. In their eyes, this group of extraordinary creatures outside were just incompetent and wild, and it was impossible for them to break through the Arctic fortress. The Arctic fortress is like an iron wall to the extraordinary creatures outside. Indestructible. They had not heard of any case of the Arctic fortress being breached. Brothers, it will depend on your own abilities in a moment. You're not even telling me. All the super stones on the ground will be mine soon. Look at you, you're so arrogant. Aren't you running away in such a panic just now? Who are you calling embarrassed? Didn't you run away just now? The super-powered people around immediately started to have a heated discussion with each other, without any sense of fear after surviving a disaster. This scene also left Suyu confused. So excited, so thrilled? This group of people did not choose to leave, but instead gathered here to have a heated discussion. Suyu felt something was wrong and asked the superpower beside him, "Brother, why are they so excited? New here?" The burly man whom Suyu called brother saw that Suyu was young and didn't even know the beast tide, so he knew he was a newcomer at first glance. Yeah. Suyu nodded awkwardly. He had only been to the extremely cold land twice, so of course he was a newcomer. After the beast tide ended, super energy stones were everywhere. Of course they were excited. The burly man explained casually when he saw this. Anyway, this is something everyone knows in extremely cold places. It's okay to tell this kid. Even if you don't tell him, he will understand it himself after a while. It's better to do him a favor and tell him the reason. Super power stones everywhere? Suyu was stunned when he heard this. What the hell, there is still such a benefit after the beast tide? Well, there are super stones everywhere, but whether you can grab them depends on your ability. The burly man nodded and smiled when he saw Suyu's bewildered look. He had the same expression when he first encountered the beast tide. Suyu fell into deep thought. What does that mean? Does this mean that a battle will break out after the beast tide ends? Otherwise, why would there be a need to snatch the super power stones that are everywhere? Brother, we are all in the Arctic fortress. No one has gone out to hunt extraordinary creatures. How come there are so many super energy stones on the ground? Suyu suddenly had a question. They are all in the Arctic fortress now, the city gates are closed, and no one goes out to hunt extraordinary creatures. How could the super power stone appear? Could it be that extraordinary creatures would kill each other? Who told you no one's going out? The burly man laughed when he heard Suyu's words. Newcomers are newcomers and they know nothing. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the entire Arctic fortress was filled with the sound of loud ram horns. Isn't this someone coming? Chapter 110 The Fate of the Prisoners. Someone's coming? Suyu followed the burly man's gaze. Dozens of law enforcement team members in black uniforms were seen leading hundreds of prisoners in prison uniforms and superpowered handcuffs towards the city gate where they were. Fuck! Suyu immediately understood when he saw this. They were planning to use the prisoners to deal with the extraordinary creatures outside. TSK. No wonder the Qingyang City prison warden Su Changhui didn't allow the hunting of prisoners before. It turns out that this is the use of prisoners. See these prisoners? They are the ones who are going to get out. The burly man looked at the group of prisoners with a pitiful look. This group of prisoners broke the rules within China and were arrested by members of the Superpower Association. They were then sent to various extremely cold fortresses to defend against the beast tide. If they manage to survive the beast tide, they will be acquitted. However, I've never heard of a prisoner being able to walk out of a beast tide alive. So these prisoners have been sentenced to death. The burly man complained, these prisoners have only themselves to blame. He insisted on relying on his special abilities to cause trouble in the country, so he deserved to be arrested. If they came to the polar region to cause trouble, there wouldn't be so much trouble. In this place without rules, they can do whatever they want, and no one will control them. Suyu agreed with him very much. These prisoners deserved it and it was their own fault. The reason why there are superpowered stones everywhere after the beast tide is that these prisoners hunted supernatural creatures. The burly man explained. Suyu nodded. He was now looking forward to the super energy stones that would be everywhere after the beast tide. There seemed to be quite a few prisoners in this group, and maybe soon the ground would be covered with super stones. Hurry up and go. A member of the law enforcement team saw a prisoner next to him hesitating and kicked him immediately. Seeing this, the prisoner who was kicked could only swallow his anger and dared not resist. They are now wearing super handcuffs on their hands, and have no ability at all, making it impossible for them to resist. Dare to resist? Anyone who dares to resist is asking for a beating. In this way, the law enforcement team members led the group of prisoners to the city gate. The superpowers gathered at the city gate made way for the group of prisoners approaching and stood aside to voice out encouragement. Brother, kill more extraordinary creatures later. I'll cheer for you. Yes. Brother, you will fight for me to kill the extraordinary creatures with all your might. Brother, how many super stones I can pick up later depends entirely on you. Come on. Whether I can achieve the freedom of the superpower stone depends on you. When the prisoners heard the encouragement from this group of superpowered people, their faces turned red and their teeth chattered. They didn't even dare to fart at this moment, let alone utter a word of rebuttal. Because they will face extraordinary creatures soon, and they have to kill them whether they want to or not. They have no way out at all, only killing. Whether you can survive depends on how capable you are. Suyu, who was far away, couldn't help but complain when he heard the encouraging words from this group of superpowered people. It's so fucking heartbreaking. They are all about to die, how can anyone be so encouraging? There will be a good show to watch soon. The burly man on the side laughed in silence. Good show? Suyu was a little confused. You'll find out in a moment. The burly man gave Suyu a riddle. The law enforcement team took the prisoners to the city gate and had a brief handover with the guards at the gate. Then he led the group of prisoners up the city wall from both sides of the city gate. Everyone, stand still, the leading law enforcement team leader roared at the group of prisoners. After hearing this, the prisoners stood obediently side by the city wall. They looked down and saw the densely packed extraordinary creatures under the city wall, and their legs trembled involuntarily. Roar! Ouch! The roar of a supernatural creature came from below. Some prisoners were so frightened that hot liquid flowed down their trouser legs. The law enforcement team members saw that the prisoners were already in place. The law enforcement team members nodded to each other and took out the super handcuff keys from their waists. Then he handed the key to the prisoner. Then, before they could open the handcuffs, he kicked them away. Prisoners without special powers naturally cannot resist the big feet of the law enforcement team. The other members of the law enforcement team also handed the keys to the prisoners according to the procedure and then kicked them down. Snap! Snap! After the prisoners got the keys, they quickly uncuffed their handcuffs in the short time they were on the ground. After the handcuffs were removed, his own star power instantly erupted. The prisoner, who was originally weak, thin, and with a sallow complexion, suddenly became tall and strong, full of strength. After all the prisoners were kicked down, the superpowered people gathered inside the city gate roared passionately. Let's watch the show. Let's watch the show. Let's go, brothers, let's go up to the city wall and watch the show. Let's go and watch the show. They quickly climbed up the stairs on both sides of the city gate to the top of the city wall, and stood on it in rows, looking down. The guards at the city gate did not stop them when they saw this, as if they had tacitly agreed. The burly man beside Suyu said after seeing all the prisoners on the wall kicked down, "Come on, newbie, I'll show you the real show." Seeing this, Suyu also smiled bitterly and said, "Let's go." It turns out that what this guy meant by watching the show was watching the prisoners fight with the supernatural creatures. The two men walked up the stairs on both sides of the city gate and onto the city wall. Seeing everyone standing side by the city wall watching the show, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. "Oh my god, this kid is such a wimp, he can't even kill a snow wolf." That's right, and that kid was so scared that he peed his pants when he saw a group of snow wolves, huh? Fuck, this ice bear is so fierce. And that white-haired ape is also very fierce. Oh my, doesn't that kid know there's a supernatural being attacking him from behind? Is he a fool? The crowd stood on the city wall, pointing and talking to the group of prisoners below the wall, and discussing loudly. Ice bear, white-haired ape. After hearing two unfamiliar names, Suyu also moved closer to the city wall and looked down. A fat ice bear with white fur all over its body and two sharp fangs stretched out its paw and instantly killed a low-level prisoner. Not far away, a white-haired ape with a human face and a monkey-like body covered in white hair raised his two thick arms and beat a prisoner into a bloody mist. Fuck, so fierce. Suyu was also very excited when he saw the prisoners below fighting desperately with this group of extraordinary creatures. Some prisoners cleverly gather together to hunt extraordinary creatures, while others rely on their own strength to fight alone. To be honest, this drama is really worth watching. No wonder everyone was watching, and the guards didn't try to intercept them. This scene not only allows the super-powered people to get to know some extraordinary creatures they have never seen before. Moreover, valuable combat experience can be gained from the battles with this group of prisoners, which can be used as capital for future battles against extraordinary creatures. Chapter 110 Opening the City Gate. As time went on, the number of prisoners fighting against supernatural creatures outside the Arctic fortress became fewer and fewer. Amidst the desperate roars, the group of prisoners were torn apart and eaten by the densely packed extraordinary creatures, and finally only a few were left. No matter how hard these prisoners fought against the extraordinary creatures in the beast tide, it was of no avail. There is no way. There are simply too many extraordinary creatures, and their numbers are not on the same level. Moreover, among this group of extraordinary creatures, there are not only beginners but also intermediate ones, and their strength is no less than that of these prisoners. Oh, it's over, it's over. It's gone, it's gone. Nothing to watch. The people watching on the city wall expressed that they were still not satisfied when they saw the prisoners below being surrounded and killed by the extraordinary creatures. The few remaining prisoners who were dismembered and eaten by supernatural creatures made them feel a little scared. Damn, these extraordinary creatures are so fucking cruel. When they saw the superpowered stones scattered all over the ground, the superpowered people on the city wall all showed greedy eyes. No one felt sorry for the prisoners below. All they could see were the superpowered stones scattered on the ground after the prisoners fought with the extraordinary creatures. It's over. When Suyu saw the last prisoner being killed by the extraordinary creature, he shook his head helplessly. This may be the final destination of the prisoners. Roar! Ouch! After the densely packed extraordinary creatures had dismembered and devoured the prisoners, they excitedly challenged the superpowered people on the city wall. Damn it! Scream! Wait until the beast tide recedes, and don't let me find you, or I'll kill you. Some superpowered people couldn't stand the provocation of the extraordinary creatures below, so they sprayed back angrily. Although the extraordinary creatures below could not understand human words, they kept howling in response to the sounds made by humans on the city wall. This scene made Suyu, who was watching the show, burst into laughter. Just then, the members of the law enforcement team saw that all the prisoners below were dead. So he immediately warned the superpowered people watching on the city wall. Leave here immediately, or you will be treated as a disruptor of public order. When the onlookers saw that the law enforcement team had spoken, they went down the city wall along the stairs on both sides, cursing. They wouldn't be stupid enough to go against the law enforcement team. In the Arctic fortress, there are two teams that cannot be offended. One team is the law enforcement team that roams around in the Arctic fortress, and the other team is the guard team that guards the city gate. These two teams play the role of maintaining order in the Arctic fortress. As long as you abide by the rules in the Arctic fortress and don't make trouble or cause any damage. Then these two teams can be completely regarded as decorations in front of you. Since the show was over, there was naturally no need for them to stay on the city wall. Generally, only guards and law enforcement team members are allowed to land on the city walls, and no one else is allowed to land at all. It was because of the beast tide that they were able to make an exception and climb the city wall to watch the prisoners' performance. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to climb the city wall under normal circumstances. Seeing this, Suyu followed the large group and walked down from the city wall. As he walked down the stairs, he heard the super-powered people around him cursing. Damn it! That snow wolf just peed on me. When the beast tide recedes, I'm going to find it and skin it alive. And that ice bear just now actually danced to provoke me. I'm going to kill him later. Damn it! These extraordinary creatures deserve to die. Everyone quickly came down from the city wall and gathered at the city gate again. Then came the long wait. Suyu had asked other super-powered people before. It was learned that the city gate would not be opened yet, and would only be opened again after the extraordinary creatures outside retreated. After the extraordinary creatures had eaten all the prisoners, they would naturally retreat because no one showed up for a long time and they could not break through the Arctic fortress. Seeing this, Suyu went to a corner and waited. He listened with great interest to the heated discussions of the super-powered people that could be heard from the city gate. I don't know how long it took. The guards on the city wall saw the extraordinary creatures below gradually retreating, so they hurried down from the wall. He came to the city gate and whispered a few words to the guards at the gate and then returned to his post. It's open. The super-powered people gathered at the city gate became alert when they saw someone coming down to report the news. Damn it! The city gates are finally opening. The flowers they have been waiting for are about to wither. Is it open? Suyu saw that the super-powered people around him began to gather at the city gate, so he walked over. Boom! The guards at the city gate gradually pushed open the huge gate. Suddenly a blizzard blew in. Open! Brothers! Superstone, my superstone! It's all mine! When many super-powered people saw the city gate slowly opening, they swarmed towards the city gate. Suyu was not in a hurry when he saw this. He had already looked through all the super energy stones scattered on the ground outside, and he knew exactly which area had the most super energy stones. Boom! All the city gates were opened. Suddenly, a small blizzard blew into the extremely cold fortress. This time, there were no super-powered people returning from the extremely cold land gathered outside the city gate. Because of the beast tide, the super-powered people near this extreme cold fortress either returned long ago or were very far away from extreme cold fortress number 55 and were not affected by the beast tide. If you want to avoid the beast tide, you can either hide in the Arctic fortress or stay away from the Arctic fortress to avoid the attack of the beast tide. Of course, once you are targeted by the extraordinary creatures in the beast tide, whether you can escape depends on your own ability. Is there a blizzard? The many super-powered people gathered at the city gate were extremely excited when they saw the blizzard blowing outside the city gate. Okay. Great snowstorm. This time I can finally get something. One of the low-level super-powered people saw the wind blowing outside and his hands trembled with excitement. This small snowstorm did not deter the enthusiastic super-powered people at all. Instead, it makes them more excited. A snowstorm means that the weather outside is bad and will affect everyone's vision. In this way, weak super-powered people can take the opportunity to narrow the gap with mid-level super-powered people and take advantage of the chaos in the blizzard to loot super-powered stones. After seeing the snowstorm, everyone took out the goggles, masks and helmets they had prepared in advance and put them on one after another. This scene made Suyu on the side complain in his heart. Damn, a veteran is a veteran, and his equipment is so complete. Of course, there are also super-powered people who forgot and did not wear anti-blizzard equipment, so they went to the supermarket nearby to buy it. There was no way. Although the blizzard was small, it was still a blizzard. Without equipment, you couldn't open your eyes in the blizzard and couldn't see the super stones scattered on the ground. Since they can't see the super power stone on the ground, they are afraid that they will not gain anything this time. This resulted in this group of people leaving the city later than others who were equipped with blizzard protection equipment. Charge! After putting on their blizzard-proof gear, everyone rushed out of the city gate. Seeing this, Suyu took the lead. Although his equipment was not complete, he had the most important goggles. Goggles are more than enough in this small snowstorm. Chapter 111 Encirclement and Suppression. At this time, a blizzard was raging outside the gate of the 55th Extreme Cold Fortress. The bodies of the prisoners on the snow had long been devoured by the extraordinary creatures. All that was left were pools of blood and a dazzling array of superpowered stones slightly obscured by the blizzard. Everyone quickly rushed out of the city gate, and seeing the superpower stones everywhere, they began to grab them like wolves and tigers. All the superpowered people suddenly unleashed their special abilities. Water, earth, wood, wind, fire, ice, light, and animal abilities all erupted. The battle among all the superpowered people started instantly. Now, if you want to obtain this superpower stone after the beast tide, you can only rely on your own ability to grab it. If you don't have enough strength, then I'm sorry, you won't be able to get these super stones. After Suyu rushed out of the city gate, he saw everyone scrambling for things and smiled contemptuously. He is not in a hurry at all, so why should he rob? Upon seeing this, Suyu instantly released his spatial control ability. Rise! All the superpower stones within a radius of 500 meters were instantly suspended in the air. What the hell? What's going on? Damn it! Why is my super stone floating? My super stone! The superpowered people who were frantically scrambling for the stones were shocked when they saw all the superpowered stones around them floating in the air. Why did the superpower stone float up for no reason? Ha ha! These super stones are all mine. The wind-type superpowers in the crowd were overjoyed to see this. They can fly with the wind element, so the superpower stone floating up for no reason is just what they wished for. Suddenly, a pair of energy wings appeared behind the wind-type superpowers, instantly carrying them into the air. Grass! Other superpowered people became extremely angry when they saw the wind-type superpowered people frantically searching the sky. I saw their superpowers explode quickly and attack the wind-type superpowered people in the air. Damn it, we can't get it, and you still want to get it? Dream on! Bang! Boom! The scene suddenly became chaotic. Suyu smiled helplessly upon seeing this. He didn't let the superpower stone float up to benefit these wind-type superpowers. The space-based object control ability was used again. The superpower stone floating in the air was instantly divided into two piles. One of the super energy stones instantly floated above Suyu, and the rest scattered on the ground. Suyu still understands the principle of moderation. Once he takes all these superpower stones for himself, he will become the target of public criticism. By then, the target of this group of superpowered people will not be the superpower stone but him. Suyu's current strength is not enough to fight against this group of superpowered people. The wind-type superpowered people who were searching for superpowered stones in the air were suddenly dumbfounded. Just as they were about to reach out to grab the super stone in the air, it suddenly fell to the ground, leaving them grabbing empty air. The superpowered people on the ground were also confused by these superpowered stones. Wasn't the super stone floating in the air? How come it suddenly fell to the ground? After seeing the superpower stone fall, everyone came back to their senses in an instant. No matter why it fell, they can't fly, and the superpower stone falling to the ground is good for them. Damn it! Turns out it was that kid who did it. Nema! It turned out to be this kid. Brothers, that guy took all our super stones. Kill him. Everyone saw that some superpower stones miraculously flew above Suyu. Seeing this, they immediately understood that everything that had happened before was caused by this kid. Suyu smiled bitterly upon seeing this. Didn't he just take some super energy stones? What was the big deal? He was afraid of being targeted, so he didn't take all of it, but he didn't expect to be targeted even after taking half of it. The blizzard was still too small to cover the trajectory of the large number of super energy stones flying towards him. He quickly opened the backpack on his back and poured out all the food and water inside. Food and water are not the key things now. The most important thing now is how many super stones he can carry. All the super energy stones floating above Suyu instantly floated into Suyu's backpack. Sorry guys, I have to go now. When Suyu saw that his backpack was full of super stones, he knocked all the remaining super stones away, left a word, and turned away. You're dreaming of leaving? When everyone saw that Suyu's backpack was filled with super stones, they immediately showed greedy eyes. If they can get the backpack, won't they be rich this time? Why would they still need to pick up super power stones on the ground? The star power of these people suddenly exploded, and their supernatural powers were suddenly released. Vine prison. Ice binding. Ha! Suyu frowned suddenly, and saw that several vines suddenly emerged from under his feet and tied up his legs. Several thick vines grew out of the snow around him, trapping him tightly. This is not over yet. There was actually a chill coming from the soles of Suyu's feet. Frost suddenly appeared wherever the chill spread, freezing Suyu's legs firmly. Fuck. Suyu swallowed. Damn it. Using dual-element mid-level control skills on him, they were determined not to let him live. As expected, none of these super-powered people are simple, and they are all very powerful. Two thin middle-aged men suddenly walked out. The two men said, "Brothers, this guy is under our control. Kill him and split the superpower stone equally." Under control? The eyes of the super-powered people around him suddenly lit up after hearing this. I was amazed when I saw the vines wrapped like rice dumplings in the distance. Damn, controlling superpowers is just perverted. This kid is now trapped in a jar. I saw the energy in the palms of several of them suddenly condense. Fireball, Earth Cone, Water Spear, Fujino Flying Knife, Meteor Shower, Water Tornado, Onuki Kiri. All kinds of elementary and intermediate skills immediately bombarded Suyu. The remaining few animal-type super-powered people suddenly unleashed their powers, and the claws on their palms suddenly stretched out and shot towards Suyu. Everyone cooperated very well. The animal-type psychic arrived first, stabbing his claws into the vines, followed by subsequent nature-type skills. Shit, where's the blood? After the animal-type superpowers stabbed their claws, they found that there was no blood on their claws, and they were immediately confused. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Didn't they say that this guy was charged in there? Where is he? Several animal departments knew that this was not the time to be doubtful. After stabbing a few more times with their claws, they quickly left the place. The natural skills behind them were already bombarding them, and if they didn't move away, they would be affected by the skills. Seeing the other superpowered people's skills bombarding him, the intermediate level would type superpowered person instantly remove the vine prison, so as to avoid affecting other people's output due to the vine prison. Boom. 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 Elemental energy exploded instantly. TSK TSK. Suyu, who was watching the fireworks show from a distance, was secretly amazed at their coordination. Fortunately, when he was controlled by the dual elements, wood and ice, just now, he instantly activated the space jump skill. Only then did he quickly escape from the control of the vine prison and ice restraints, and avoid the opponent's coordinated attacks. It would be difficult to escape without the skill of space jump. Otherwise, if these people attacked in coordination, he would have been seriously injured, even if he had not died. Chapter 112, Fighting 5 People. Mad. Where are the people? Where's my super stone? Why did that boy disappear? The super-powered people who surrounded Suyu did not find Suyu's body in the super-powered stone, and they were stunned where they were. Just now they were full of confidence and were ready to open the champagne and share the super-power stones, but they were told that Suyu had disappeared. And their super-power stone is missing. Mad, where is that kid? One of the thin super-powered people suddenly spotted Suyu not far from their side. Suyu waved to them and said, "Hello." When everyone looked over, they saw Suyu waving to them leisurely. Their faces suddenly darkened when they saw this. Is this kid going a little too far? I really don't take them seriously. He actually dared to jump around in front of them. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Suyu looked at the superpowers surrounding him with disdain and said, "If you keep fighting me, you won't get any of the remaining superpower stones." The superpowers who were surrounding Suyu were suddenly awakened when they heard his words. Yes, this kid must have some skills to be able to escape from so many people. It's not that they didn't try their best just now, but in the end, they couldn't catch the guy at all. If they continue to waste time like this, not only will they fail to catch this kid, but they will also not be able to get the other superpower stones. Some of the super-powered people began to waver after thinking about it and decided not to continue wasting time with this kid. Although the backpack of super stones in this kid's hand is very tempting, the prerequisite is to catch him. If you can't catch him, everything is empty talk. And even if they are caught, they will be divided equally among this group of people, and then each person will not get many super energy stones. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to go somewhere else to collect super stones. Why do you five still plan to continue to fight with me? Suyu saw the super-powered people who surrounded him. After hearing his words, some of them had dispersed, but there were still 5 super-powered people who stayed there and stared at him intently. One of the burly men with a scarred face stepped forward and said gloomily, "Stinky boy, we're going to take your backpack today." That's right. We want your backpack. The other 4 people echoed and expressed their determination to fight Suyu to the end. Suyu shook his head helplessly upon seeing this. It seemed that he really couldn't get rid of them unless he showed some real skills. 2 animal departments and 3 natural departments. Suyu observed these 5 people and immediately determined the types of their abilities. 2 of them were tall and strong, and they must be of the animal type. The remaining 3 are a bit thin, most of them are natural. Because these 5 people have not displayed their abilities, it is impossible to tell whether they are at the beginner or intermediate level. Brothers, stop wasting time talking to him and capture him. The scarred man was obviously getting anxious and didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Suyu. The other 4 nodded, and then all 5 of them unleashed their special abilities. Holy shit! Suyu's scalp went numb when he saw the special abilities of several people. Damn, among the 5 people, there are 3 at the intermediate level and 2 at the beginner level. This is a mid-level problem. I unexpectedly encountered so many intermediate level people at once. Intermediate water system, intermediate wood system, intermediate animal system wild bear, elementary fire system, elementary animal system hunting tiger. Suyu's expression suddenly became serious. These people were very strong and he could not be careless when fighting them. Vine prison. The mid-level wood type superpower immediately used control skills. I saw vines growing out of the ground under Suyu's feet and immediately wrapped him up. Go! When the scarred man saw Suyu trapped, the muscles in his arms suddenly became stronger. The shadow of the wild bear behind him suddenly turned red and he rushed forward angrily. The low-level hunting tiger beside him also exploded with animal-type abilities, and its strength suddenly increased. Its 10 claws suddenly became extremely sharp and rushed towards Suyu. Waterspout. Fire erupts. Seeing this, the intermediate water and elementary fire elements immediately launched their attack skills towards Suyu. Seeing this, Suyu smiled contemptuously. The vine prison could not hold him. Space jump. His spatial ability was immediately activated. Suyu disappeared from the spot in an instant. With the skill of space jump, the opponent cannot hit him. Boom. 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 What? This is impossible. The 5 super-powered people who surrounded Suyu were shocked when they saw that their attack hit nothing again. Among them, the mid-level wood-type super-powered people were even more stunned. How could I not control that kid? It's really fucking weird. This had never happened before in his vine prison. The most depressed ones are the 2 animal-type super-powered people. The 2 of them used all their powers to rush over, but found that the person had disappeared again, and their energy was wasted. Suyu, who jumped to a safe place, was not idle as he watched the 5 people standing there in a daze. He just raised his finger and lightly touched the air. The space is broken. A powerful destructive force instantly spread throughout the body of the initial level fire-type super-powered person. He did not choose to attack the mid-level super-powered people. Of course, when fighting, he would choose to attack the weakest one first. This will act as a deterrent. Tear. Ah. The beginner fire-type Esper suddenly let out a miserable cry. The 4 of them immediately turned around to look. Several cracks suddenly appeared on the body of this low-level fire-type superpower, and each crack was shocking. Phew! Scarlet blood instantly spurted out from several cracks. Save me! The beginner fire-type superpower looked at the 4 people with despair, his pupils widened, and he cried for help in a trembling voice. Plop! The next second, the beginner fire-type superpower knelt powerlessly on the ground, staring blankly ahead with his eyes, gradually losing his life. How is that possible? The other 4 people swallowed their saliva immediately and looked at the low-level fire-type superpowered person in front of them in shock. Die already? The 4 of them were extremely confused. Why was there no attack trajectory? This beginner fire element died inexplicably. The person died before he even saw the elemental skill coming. The 4 of them quickly looked around and suddenly found Suyu on a snowslope not far away. Suyu smiled at the 4 of them. The 4 of them looked at the beginner fire-type superpower kneeling on the ground, then looked at Suyu, and their expressions suddenly became stern. Was it this guy who did it? Could this kid also be a mid-level superpowered person? Only a mid-level superpowered person could kill a low-level superpowered person instantly with one blow. I don't want this pack of super stones anymore. I'll give it to you. I'm leaving now. The beginner animal-type tiger hunter superpower broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the miserable state of the beginner fire-type superpower. This kid is a bit weird, run away quickly. After saying that, his animal-type supernatural powers instantly erupted, and then he quickly left the place. Waste. The scarred man cursed when he saw the superpowered man running away. The superpowered people around who were snatching other superpowered stones heard the screams and looked over. Everyone was shocked when they saw the miserable state of the superpowered person kneeling on the ground and losing his life. The beginner superpowers were extremely grateful that they did not go to surround and attack Suyu. The mid-level superpowered people all looked solemn, shocked by Suyu's method of killing. It's so fucking cruel. Chapter 113 Regret. Boy, I didn't expect your methods to be so cruel. The scarred man looked at Suyu with a gloomy expression, and the other two mid-level superpowered people also had heavy expressions. The three were obviously shocked by Suyu's ruthless attack. This is an extremely cold place. Suyu replied simply. The scarred man was stunned after hearing Suyu's words. Yes, this is an extremely cold place. In this place without rules, you can play however you want, no one will restrict you. So you have to be ruthless when dealing with your enemies, otherwise you will be the one who dies. The three of them looked at each other, nodded, and then all three of them unleashed their special abilities. Holy water protection. Vine leaves protect the body. The two mid-level natural superpowers directly released their elemental body protection skills. The shadow of the wild bear behind the scarred man became even more clearly visible, its body suddenly turned dark red and was full of strength. To be on the safe side, all three of them activated their protective abilities. Previously, they thought that Suyu had no strength, but now that they have seen his strength, they naturally cannot underestimate him. The three people activated their defensive skills to resist the previous inexplicable attack. Boy, since that's the case, let us let you experience our ruthlessness. The scarred man said with a ferocious look on his face. The eyes of the bear figure behind the scarred man suddenly glowed red, and the muscles in his arms instantly exploded with strength, and he rushed towards Suyu. The mid-level wood and water superpowers behind him released their skills one after another. Onuki Kiri. 3000 waters. A thick, dark vine suddenly grew in front of the mid-level wood-type superpower. The vines are covered with dense black leaves. A sharp blade formed by vines suddenly slashed towards Suyu. The skills of the mid-level water-type superpower next to him are even more exaggerated. He put his palms together, and suddenly a large amount of water gushed out and dispersed in all directions. This water source spread very quickly, and it did not freeze in this extremely cold place. Suyu was instantly invaded by this strange source of water. He suddenly felt a heaviness under his feet. The scarred man in the water instantly increased his speed. Water area? Suyu frowned slightly as he stepped into it. Intermediate waters? He knew the ability of the water area, and Su Lin had used this skill before. This skill can increase the user's movement speed and sharply reduce the enemy's movement speed. The feeling this person's water area gave him was several times stronger than the water area Su Lin used at the beginning, both in terms of range and deceleration. Go to hell! The scarred man's speed suddenly increased because he was stepping on the water. He raised his strong arms and immediately rushed towards Suyu. As the fists were thrown out, bursts of sonic booms were heard. When Suyu saw the incoming fist, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Want to hit him? Dream on. The deceleration of the water area is of no use to him. Space jump. Suyu's entire body suddenly disappeared from the spot. What? What kind of ability is this? The scarred man was stunned. This kid was clearly right in front of him just now, how could he suddenly disappear? Watch out behind you, barbarian bear. A mid-level water-based superpower in the distance suddenly shouted a warning. Because Suyu was standing in the water, his movement trajectory was easily grasped by the intermediate-level water-powered people. Just now, Suyu suddenly disappeared from the spot and reappeared behind the wild bear, which also surprised him slightly. He didn't expect that Suyu would disappear out of thin air and reappear out of thin air again. This ability also made him full of doubts. Behind you? The scarred man turned around immediately after hearing his companion's reminder. Too late. Suyu suddenly appeared behind the wild bear, raised his finger and tapped it lightly. The space is broken. Not good. After Suyu released the space shattering, he suddenly sensed a sharp blade bursting out from behind him at the speed of breaking through the air and slashing towards him. Space jump. Suyu disappeared out of thin air again and appeared in the snow not far away. Boom! Onuki Kiri instantly chopped the air. Fuck, why is he gone again? The scarred man was dumbfounded again. Just as he turned around, Suyu once again disappeared in front of him. The scarred man frowned. He suddenly felt waves of tearing pain in his body. Roar! The phantom of the wild bear behind the scarred man suddenly let out a powerful roar. Bang! The powerful crushing force instantly knocked the wild bear back several meters. Suddenly, several shallow scars appeared on his strong body. Oh shit! That hurts! The scarred man was panting at this moment, and cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. He looked down at his body covered in scars, and his face suddenly turned ashen. He is an animal type that combines strength and defense. Unexpectedly, the opponent's attack broke through his proud defense and injured his body. Suyu saw that the scarred man had actually taken over his space fragments and exclaimed, as expected of an animal type, tough enough. This defense, wow, strong muscles and a sturdy body are so powerful. The shattering of his space only caused a few shallow cracks to appear on his sturdy body, but did not hurt the opponent's foundation. The mid-level water and wood power users in the distance were extremely shocked to see that the scarred man was actually defeated. This kid's skills are so weird. Neither of them together dared to say that they could defeat the scarred man. I didn't expect that this kid could fight off the scarred man by himself. And this kid's survival ability is exaggerated. Just now, Goemyuki was about to chop the opponent, but unexpectedly Suyu disappeared in an instant and appeared in a safe place again. They had never seen such an ability before. The two of them instantly felt a little regretful that Suyu had taken action. They simply couldn't take down Suyu, and continuing like this would be a waste of time. He missed the opportunity to compete for other super stones. The scarred man also felt a little regretful at this time. You know, this kid is so evil, I would never do anything to him no matter what. Now he is really asking for trouble. Seeing that the three of them were in a daze, Suyu raised his finger and lightly touched the air twice at the two natural-type superpowers in the distance. The space is broken. This time he decided to take the initiative and deal with the two troublesome naturalists first. These two natural-type psychics throwing knives at him from behind really affected his performance. He decided to teach these two nature-type psychics a lesson. Suddenly, two powerful space-shattering forces slammed into the mid-level wood and mid-level water superpowered people respectively. Ha! The two of them suddenly felt a tearing pain in their chest. Holy water protection. Ivy leaves protect the body. The two found something wrong and immediately released elemental body protection skills. Puff. Tear. The water curtain that the intermediate level water type superpowered person protected in front of him was instantly shattered by the shattering force. The powerful impact force instantly made him retreat several meters. The vine leaves that the mid-level wood type superpower protected in front of him were constantly shattered by the force of space shattering, and he was also pushed back several meters by the powerful impact force. Puff. Puff. The two of them spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, looking at Suyu in the distance with pale faces. What a powerful supernatural attack. Fortunately, the two of them released a large amount of star power in time and activated elemental body protection skills. This is how they blocked Suyu's attack. Otherwise, the two of them would have ended up as miserable as the previous beginner fire-type superpower user. Chapter 114 Killing 3 people. Sure, I managed to block it. Suyu sighed inwardly when he saw the two people shattering his space. It turns out that mid-level super-powered people are different. If a beginner superpower dared to take on his space-shattering attack, he would have died long ago. The three mid-level super-powered people who surrounded Suyu all looked pale at this moment. They did not expect that Suyu's superpowers were so strong. The three of them looked at each other and decided not to continue wasting time with this kid. The scarred man covered his chest and said, "Boy, we don't want your backpack anymore. Have fun by yourself. We're leaving first." After saying that, the three of them turned around and left quickly, not planning to continue fighting with Suyu. They clearly felt that Suyu was not so easy to deal with. If they continued to fight, all their time would be wasted. They were afraid that they would not gain anything from this beast tide. Watching the three people turn around and leave, Suyu's mouth curled up slightly. "Don't you think it's a bit late to leave? I asked you to leave before but you refused. How can you leave so easily now? This time, let's see how you can stop it." The lightning stars in Suyu's mind suddenly flickered. I saw a violent force of thunder appear in his right palm. Thunderous fury. Suyu clenched his right palm tightly, and the power of thunder instantly spread throughout his body. Lightning blade. Then he put his palms together, and the violent power of thunder gathered together. He pulled hard, and suddenly an electric blade condensed by the power of thunder appeared in front of his chest. After one electric blade was formed, Suyu condensed again, and suddenly 3 electric blades with violent thunder power raging around them were formed. Go! Suyu fired 3 electric blades at the 3 mid-level super-powered people who were surrounding him. After releasing the lightning blade, he gently raised his finger and touched the void 3 times in the direction of the 3 people. The space is broken. 3 shattering forces suddenly spread over the 3 people again. Double systems are launched at the same time. Let us see how these 3 people can block it this time. After releasing all his skills, Suyu disappeared instantly. The 3 people who were running away suddenly felt the tearing sensation coming again. Not good. The 3 of them cried out inwardly, and then their superpowers exploded instantly. Vines protect the body. Holy water protection. The 2 mid-level nature-type super-powered people once again activated their elemental body protection skills to resist this inexplicable destructive force. Roar! The shadow of the wild bear behind the scarred man suddenly let out a roar. His burly body suddenly turned dark red, and all his strength burst out instantly. Bang! 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 The powerful impact and shattering force of the space instantly knocked the 3 people back several meters. Cough, cough, cough. The 3 of them suddenly coughed up blood, their breath became weak, several thin cracks appeared on their bodies, and their entire faces were destroyed by the cracks. Damn it! This guy isn't going to let us go. The scarred man had a ferocious look on his face and was extremely angry, while the other 2 men were pale and looked extremely gloomy. The 3 of them looked around in an instant, trying to find Suyu, but Suyu had already disappeared. Just when the 3 thought it was over, suddenly 3 sharp blades with lightning raging around them burst out from the air and came towards them at the speed of breaking through the air. The 3 of them suddenly looked up and saw the sharp blade coming from the air. Their pupils widened and the corners of their mouths trembled in shock. Thunder! Impossible! Looking at the lightning blade coming towards them, the 3 of them showed fear on their faces. They never expected that there would be a lightning-type super-powered person who would attack them when they were weak. The lightning blade arrives in an instant. Phew! 3 lightning blades struck down. The 3 men's bodies were instantly cut in half by the lightning blade. Then the violent power of thunder instantly spread throughout their bodies, shattering and destroying all their organs. Intermediate level thunder. The 3 of them widened their eyes and looked ahead in despair. Plop! The 3 of them fell to the snow one after another and lost their lives. They never understood until their death why a lightning-type superpower would attack them. They will never know until they die that Suyu possesses these 2 systems, and both systems have reached the intermediate level. The surrounding super-powered people were attracted by the noise and turned to look. I was extremely shocked to see these 3 people being killed instantly. Fuck! Who killed him? They quickly looked around to find out who had killed these 3 people. However, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find their target. Some super-powered people were even more daring and rushed forward the moment they saw the 3 people die. He began to search the bodies of the 3 people for superpower stones. Oh my gosh, there's electricity! These super-powered people who were searching the corpses were all a little surprised. As soon as he touched the bodies of the 3 people, a slight electric current spread through their bodies, making their arms numb. At this time, Suyu had already arrived at the city gate carrying a backpack full of super energy stones. In order to avoid being discovered by other superpowered people, he made a space jump and left the original place directly after releasing his skills. He looked back at the bodies of the 3 people in the distance and shook his head helplessly. Want to steal his backpack? No matter if it matches or not. Suyu took a look and turned to walk into the Arctic fortress. He was very satisfied with the harvest from this beast tide, and there was no need to continue competing with that group of superpowered people for the superpowered stones. If he fought too much, it would cause public outrage, so he decided to call it a day. Just as he was about to enter the Arctic fortress, suddenly, not far from the side of the city gate, he saw the burly brother who had previously informed him of the beast tide. The burly man was collecting super stones in the snowstorm with a frustrated look on his face. Hey, this time the harvest should be greater than last time. The burly man sighed and took inventory of the super stones in his hand. He had been collecting for half a day but only managed to collect a few super stones. He saw some super stones and was about to pick them up, but they were picked up by other super people. There was no way he could be strong enough, and because of the blizzard he didn't dare to go too far away from the Arctic fortress. Otherwise, even if he picked up the super power stone, he would not be able to protect it because of his lack of strength. This resulted in him collecting super energy stones too slowly. Just as he lowered his head to collect super power stones, suddenly an intermediate super power stone and a dozen primary super power stones floated in the air. Crash! Several super-powered stones fell at the feet of the burly man. The burly man suddenly froze in place, and became extremely excited when he saw the several super energy stones under his feet. What's going on? Pie in the sky? He came back to his senses, his expression gradually becoming serious. He quickly picked up the super power stone on the ground and put it into his backpack. Then, without looking back, he burst out with all his strength and rushed towards the gate of the Arctic fortress. This pie was too big, forcing him to quickly return to the Arctic fortress to seek shelter. Only when he returns to the Arctic fortress will the super power stone in his hand truly belong to him. Otherwise, if he were seen by someone with ulterior motives, he would not be able to protect so many super power stones. Suyu, who was in the distance, smiled when he saw the burly man running towards him cautiously and hurriedly. These super power stones are a gift to repay the burly man for telling him the information about the beast tide. As for why he didn't give him a few more super stones, Suyu felt that giving more would not be a thank you but would be harming him. Chapter 115 Wangduanda. Suyu slowly walked into the number 55 extreme cold fortress. As long as you enter the Arctic fortress, no super-powered person will attack you anymore. In short, if there is a place that is absolutely safe in the extreme cold, it must be the Arctic fortress. He decided to find a hotel to stay in first. He had learned before that it was not advisable to enter an extremely cold area immediately after the beast tide. Although a large number of extraordinary creatures have left the Arctic fortress, there are still small groups of extraordinary creatures wandering around the Arctic fortress. The best time to enter the Arctic fortress is the day after the beast tide ends. There are many homestays, hotels and inns in the Arctic fortress. Mainly to make it convenient for super-powered people to stay overnight here, so you can find a homestay just a few steps away in the Arctic fortress. Suyu chose a slightly larger hotel and walked in. The owner of this hotel is a short, fat middle-aged man named Wangduanda. At this time, Wangduanda was sitting on the sofa at the counter, drinking tea leisurely. When he saw a young boy walking in with a backpack, he looked disdainful but continued to sit there drinking tea. Since he is so young, he must have just become a super-powered person not long ago, and he certainly doesn't have much wealth. I'm afraid I'll just leave when I ask about the hotel price. So it wasn't worth his while to get up and greet her. Suyu walked slowly into the hotel and saw someone at the counter and walked over. Boss, how many star coins per night? Suyu asked. 5 primary super power stones a night. Wangduanda said casually while sitting on the sofa. 5 primary super stones? Suyu was stunned when he heard the price. Damn it, why don't you go and rob it? 5 primary super stones a night is equivalent to 25,000 star coins. It's too incredible. Is this the Arctic fortress? How come he remembered that the last time he and Zhao Kai and others lived in an extremely cold place, they only spent 1 primary super energy stone? He found a luxury hotel. What? If you can't afford to live here, just get out. Wangduanda said contemptuously when he saw Suyu's stunned expression. The hotel in the Arctic fortress is never short of customers. Moreover, he has run a shop in the Arctic fortress for many years and has seen all kinds of super-powered people. Although he is just an ordinary person, this is the Arctic fortress and there are law enforcement teams patrolling outside. He is not afraid that these super-powered people will dare to attack him. Suyu frowned when he heard his words. He didn't expect that the boss was so angry. Bang! Suyu immediately placed his backpack on the counter. Can't afford to stay here? I'm staying here today. He opened his backpack, and there were so many super stones inside that they were almost overflowing. Wangduanda, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, suddenly became stunned when he saw a backpack full of super power stones. Damn, is this kid a nouveau riche? He immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. My hotel is famous for its luxury in this extremely cold fortress. I wonder how long you would like to stay. When Suyu saw his boss's attitude change 180 degrees, he complained in his heart, what a fucking reality. If he turned around and left, the boss would probably still have a sour face. He reached out of his backpack, pulled out 5 primary super stones, threw them on the counter, and said casually, "One day." One day? Wang Duanda's face instantly darkened when he heard Suyu say stay for 1 day. I took so many super stones and told him that he would only stay for 1 day. Why not 1 day? Suyu asked with a chuckle. Wang Duanda quickly responded with a smile, yes. Of course. A day also costs money, and generally most of the super-powered people in the Arctic fortress will choose to stay for a day. After all, the super-powered people come to the Arctic fortress not to live, but to hunt extraordinary creatures. Wang Duanda accepted the 5 primary superpower stones and handed him the card for the hotel room door. Turn left on the 2nd floor, the first room. Suyu took the card, then put on his backpack under Wang Duanda's reluctant gaze, and went upstairs. It seems like there's a beast tide today. Could it be that this kid got the super energy stones in his backpack during the beast tide? Wang Duanda muttered to himself as he watched Suyu's receding back. He opened a shop in the Arctic fortress, so naturally he had some understanding of the beast tide. Shouldn't the superpowered people be fighting for the superpowered stones outside the Arctic fortress at this time? Could it be that this guy has already fought for the superpowered stones and returned? Wang Duanda was puzzled. Although he felt greedy when he saw the tempting bag of super energy stones, he didn't have the courage to snatch them in this extremely cold fortress. Then he stopped caring about it and started to drink tea. Following Wang Duanda's instructions, Suyu came to the first room on the 2nd floor and opened the door with a card. Well, it's indeed luxurious. He looked around the room and found that it had all the necessary facilities. The luxurious decoration of the entire room is indeed worth 5 primary super stones. Suyu came to the bed, poured the super stones in his backpack onto the bed, and began to count them. This time, he harvested about a dozen intermediate super power stones and hundreds of primary super power stones from the beast tide. Suyu smiled when he saw this. He couldn't help but sigh that it would be great if there were beast tides every day. In this way, he can obtain so many super power stones every time, and he won't have to worry about upgrading and advancing. He closed his eyes and began to communicate with the little dragon in his mind. The super stone is ready for you. Suyu was speechless as he looked at the little dragon lying leisurely on the stars. He is working hard outside, but you are relaxing here. Next time, no matter what, I'll make it do its part. Super power stone? Xiaolong's eyes lit up when he heard Suyu's words, and then he turned into a ray of light and emerged from Suyu's forehead. Looking at the bed full of super stones, Xiaolong was extremely surprised. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked hard, and all the super energy stones immediately turned into a stream of energy and were sucked into its belly. Etc. Seeing this, Suyu immediately spoke out to stop him, and then immediately reached out and took back a few primary super power stones. He still needs a few primary super stones to improve his food, and he can't let it absorb them all. Go on. Suyu gestured with a smile. Xiaolong looked at Suyu speechlessly. Aren't they just a few primary super stones? Do we need that much? After Xiaolong absorbed all the super energy stones, he burped towards Suyu, then turned into a ray of light and rushed into Suyu's mind again. It lay on 2 stars and said lazily, I need to digest the energy. Don't disturb me these days. After that, it closed its eyes and fell asleep. Suyu? He has raised a big boss who eats his super power stone and is still so arrogant. If Suyu didn't know that it can purify the energy of the super power stone for himself, he would have been beaten with athlete's foot long ago. Watching Xiaolong fall asleep, Suyu cursed and withdrew from his mind. Seeing the few remaining super energy stones on the bed, Suyu suddenly felt a huge gap. 1 second he was a nouveau riche, the next he was penniless. It seems that I still need to work hard to earn super energy stones. Chapter 116 Special Services? After taking care of the little dragon in his mind, Suyu stretched. Gurgle. At this time, his stomach began to rumble with hunger. Suyu looked at the empty backpack helplessly. He immediately took a few primary super stones from the bed and went out and downstairs. He had thrown away the food and water he had previously provided, and now he had to buy new ones if he wanted to fill his stomach. He went to a nearby supermarket to buy some pre-prepared meals, compressed food and water, then hurried back to the hotel. On the way back, he couldn't help but complain, the prices in the Arctic fortress are really damn expensive. The supplies he bought cost him 2 primary super power stones. It turns out that one cannot live in the Arctic fortress for long. If I live here for a long time, I wonder how many super stones I will need to cover my daily expenses. As for the fierce battle outside the Arctic fortress, it had nothing to do with him. All he wanted now was to fill his stomach and have a good sleep before waiting for tomorrow. After returning to the hotel, Suyu filled his hungry stomach, took a hot bath, and lay comfortably on the bed. It's great to have a super stone in the Arctic fortress. Lying on the bed, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. If there hadn't been this beast tide, he would have to eat dirt and sleep in an extremely cold place. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on Suyu's door. Suyu, who was lying on the bed, was startled when he heard the knock on the door. It seems like he doesn't know anyone in this hotel? Who would knock on his door for no reason? The hotel owner. Hearing the continuous knocking sounds outside the door, Suyu got up helplessly and opened the door casually. He was not afraid that anyone would cause trouble for him in the Arctic fortress. After all, there was a law enforcement team patrolling outside. Suyu opened the door. I saw a young woman with revealing clothes, a hot body and charming appearance standing outside the door. Suyu was stunned when he saw this. Holy shit! What is going on? Who is this woman? The hot young woman's eyes lit up when she saw a young and handsome guy walking out of the room. Fatty Wang really didn't lie to her, he was really a handsome guy. Young man, do you need any special services? I only need 3 primary super stones. With 3 primary super stones, you can release your inner desire until the young man is satisfied. The young woman immediately cast a coquettish glance at Suyu. Then she slowly pulled down the straps on her shoulders, revealing her beauty vaguely. Seeing this, Suyu's face darkened and the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. It's really a luxury hotel, and it has such fucking service. Bang! He slammed the door shut and went back to bed cursing. If I had known there was this thing outside the door, I would never have opened it. It really disgusted his eyes. The hot young woman was stunned when she saw Suyu ruthlessly close the door. Oomph! The young woman stomped her feet in anger. Is she not sexy enough? Or is she not hot enough? Why did this guy close the door without saying a word? No! She must have a taste of this handsome guy today. Boom boom boom. She knocked on Suyu's door again, and then let out an unbearable moan. Little brother, I see that you have never experienced the harmony of yin and yang at such a young age. Sister, I know a lot and can do any position. How about this? 1 super stone will do. I'll serve you until you are satisfied. When the young woman saw that the door had not been opened for a long time, her face froze. This guy is not playing hard to get with her, right? She has lowered the price to the lowest and he still won't open the door. The price of 1 primary superstone is extremely low in the Arctic fortress. Bang! At this time, the tenant next door to Suyu suddenly opened the door. A middle-aged man with a burly build and medium stature walked out. He glanced up and down at the hot young woman, and immediately revealed a lustful look. A primary superpower stone. If he doesn't come, I will. When the young woman heard the voice, she looked over and saw the middle-aged man with a stubble on his face, and she immediately looked disgusted. 1 super stone is the price for young guys. For someone like you, the minimum is 10 super stones. $10? You bitch. Do you really think you're worth that? The middle-aged man became furious upon hearing that. Why does it cost him 10 super stones to enjoy a service, while the guy next door only needs to pay 1 super stone? What? If you can't pay, get out and don't bother me soliciting customers. The hot young woman frowned, but she was not angry when being scolded. It was normal for people in their line of work to be scolded. Can't afford it? $10 is fine, I'll let you know how powerful I am tonight. The middle-aged man angrily took out 10 super power stones. Sorry, the price suddenly increased by 20 yuan, the hot young woman chuckled. 20 yuan, you're worth 20 super stones? The middle-aged man's face turned red with anger. 20 yuan is enough for him to serve in the Arctic fortress several times. Oomph. The hot young woman snorted coldly, then turned and left, twisting her enchanting buttocks. The middle-aged man looked at the young woman's twisting back, feeling itchy inside, and the fire of desire in his heart suddenly ignited. Okay. 20 yuan is 20 yuan. The middle-aged man said immediately with lust in his mind. 30 yuan. The young woman didn't look back, but reported a number coldly. 30 yuan? Bitch. The middle-aged man was suddenly furious. Sometimes it's 10 yuan, sometimes 20 yuan, sometimes 30 yuan. This bitch is playing tricks on him. The hot young woman turned around and sneered, Are you worthy enough to touch my body? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? What the Arctic fortress lacks the least is animal-type psychics who want to vent their lust. So her clients will only be those who please her. But she just didn't like the middle-aged man in front of her. So even if you give her more super stones, she will not provide the service. She is not a super-powered person and is not that eager for superpower stones. She just needs them to satisfy her daily life. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in anger at her words, and his animal-type power suddenly erupted as he angrily said, "I think you're tired of living." The hot young woman was not at all panicked when she saw this. What if he was a super-powered person? What kind of storms and waves has she not seen in the Arctic fortress? She didn't believe that the other party would dare to attack her in the Arctic fortress. She said slowly, "This is the Arctic fortress. Think carefully before you act." The middle-aged man woke up instantly after hearing this, and his supernatural powers were suddenly withdrawn. "It's not worth risking his life for a bitch. Don't let me see you in the extreme cold." After saying that, he closed the door with a bang. He really didn't dare to kill anyone in the Arctic fortress, otherwise he would be the one to escape during the next beast tide. Seeing this, the hot young woman sneered, then turned and left, twisting her coquettish buttocks. A place of extreme cold? As an ordinary person, she wouldn't go to such a place. At this moment, Suyu was lying on the bed in the hotel and sleeping soundly. They will enter an extremely cold area tomorrow, so he must recover enough energy. What happened outside the door had nothing to do with him. Chapter 117, Return to the Extremely Cold Land. The next morning, Suyu got up early and took a hot bath, then put on cold-resistant clothes and packed his equipment. He put on his shriveled backpack and walked out of the room. At this time, the tenant next door to Suyu also came out. The two of them happened to look into each other's eyes. The middle-aged man with a stubble on his face immediately looked at Suyu with resentment. So this is what this kid looks like. He is so young. This guy is definitely a young hunk, and the one he's with is a greasy old man. No wonder that bitch looked down on him yesterday. He touched his stubble and decided that he must tidy up his appearance and then find his two mistresses to vent his anger. He was really upset yesterday. Suyu was puzzled when he saw the middle-aged man looking him up and down and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's okay." "Boy, why did you come to this extremely cold place at such a young age?" the middle-aged man asked curiously. Suyu smiled at him and said, "Why the hell are you staring at me for no reason?" "Escape." Suyu replied casually, then turned and went downstairs. Since there was nothing wrong, there was no need for him to waste time talking to the other party. Seek refuge? The middle-aged man was stunned when he saw Suyu's departing back. Coming to a very cold place to seek refuge at such a young age, aren't you kidding him? What a serious crime one must have committed to choose to seek refuge in an extremely cold place. This kid is a tough guy despite his young age. The hotel owner, Wang Duanda, was extremely surprised when he saw Suyu leaving the hotel with a shriveled backpack. "Oh my god, this kid finished a backpack of super stones in one night? My backpack was full yesterday, but today it is completely empty." No wonder Wang Yan went to find this guy yesterday, but he ignored her. It turned out that this guy was practicing yesterday. TSK, not bad. A superpower who is not obsessed with beauty at such a young age will definitely achieve great things in the future. At this time, a large number of superpowered people gathered at the city gate, all of whom were preparing to go to the extremely cold place this morning. Yesterday, because of the beast tide, no one chose to enter the extremely cold land, but now is the best time to enter the extremely cold land. Therefore, the number of super-powered people gathered this morning was no less than that of yesterday. After Suyu arrived at the city gate, he saw that some of the super-powered people around him were wearing thin clothes and some had bare arms, which made him very envious. It's a pity that he is not an animal-type psychic or a fire-type psychic. Otherwise, you can directly resist the severe cold in extremely cold places without having to wear thick cold-proof clothes. He decided that this time when he entered the Arctic fortress, he must find a way to get a piece of protective gear that could withstand the severe cold. Wearing thick clothes inevitably affected his outstanding performance. Boom! At this time, the gate of the Arctic fortress was slowly opened by the guards. Everyone set out on the journey to the extremely cold land with high morale. In the extremely cold land in the early morning, the blizzard stopped and was replaced by icy cold air. The extreme cold fortress is protected by an energy shield, which reduces the coldness in the extreme cold land a lot. The coldness in the Arctic land is much colder than that in the Arctic fortress. Hiss. After Suyu stepped out of the extreme cold fortress, he immediately felt a chill coming. Yesterday's blizzard wasn't as cold as today, he complained, then wrapped himself in clothes. After stepping out of the Arctic fortress, he instantly activated his spatial insight ability. All objects within a radius of 500 meters appeared in his mind. Today, there is no superpower stone left on the snow outside the gate of the Arctic fortress. There are only the corpses of superpower users who were frozen into ice sculptures after fighting each other. The bodies of several superpowered people he killed yesterday had now been frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing this, Suyu didn't pay much attention and immediately stepped into the endless snowfield. In the extremely cold land outside the number 55 extreme cold fortress, there are many cedar forests. The layout of the cedar forest was very different from the last time he and Zhao Kai and others first entered the extremely cold area. Suyu walked in the snow for a while and then stepped into the cedar forest. After entering the cedar forest, the icy cold suddenly decreased a lot. Suyu frowned slightly. Not long after he stepped into the cedar forest, he suddenly discovered through his spatial insight that there were 4 superpowered people following him. Being followed right after entering the extremely cold place? This is not a good sign. Suyu didn't expect that he was being targeted. At this time, not far behind him, behind several thick cedar trees, 4 superpowered people were whispering and plotting. "Boss, that guy seems to have discovered us." A thin superpowered person saw Suyu stop and immediately reported to his elder brother beside him. "Yeah." Zhao Gang frowned. Unexpectedly, this kid was so alert that he actually discovered them. Their team had been targeting Suyu during the Beast Tide yesterday. At that time, because there were too many people surrounding Suyu, they gave up the encirclement and suppression of Suyu and turned to collect other superpower stones. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked out of the city gate today, I saw him entering the extremely cold place alone. So a few people became greedy and followed him all the way. Several people were obsessed with the backpack of super stones that Suyu had yesterday. Although his backpack was a little empty today, several people believed that Suyu must still have some super energy stones in his hands that had not been absorbed. So what if we find out? Can't the 4 of us capture him? Zhao Gang didn't know how Suyu survived the siege of so many superpowered people yesterday. Now that this kid dared to enter the extremely cold place alone, he decided that he must teach him a lesson. Get ready! Since the other party has already discovered them, there is no need for them to hide. Yes. When the 3 heard their boss preparing to take action, they spread out and surrounded Suyu. Suyu had already seen the movements of the 4 people through his spatial insight ability. Surrounded? Suyu sneered. Thinking of surrounding him is simply a dream. He felt that these 4 people were not as strong as the 5 people who surrounded him at the beginning. I don't know who gave them the confidence to surround him. Forget it, I'll spare your lives. Suyu suddenly decided not to attack these 4 people. It's unlucky to see blood just after leaving the city gate. Moreover, he felt that instead of wasting star energy to kill these 4 people, it would be better to find a few extraordinary creatures to kill. At least you can get superpower stones by killing extraordinary creatures. Killing these 4 people not only wastes star energy, but also wastes energy and time. The most important thing is that the superpower stone cannot be obtained. Seeing this, Suyu unleashed his spatial abilities. Control things. He swung his sword vigorously at the snowy field around him. Suddenly, the thick ice and snow on the ground began to fly, gradually forming a snow curtain around Suyu and covering him. Space jump. Then he took advantage of the cover of the snow and disappeared instantly. The 4 people who were gradually approaching were stunned when they saw snowflakes flying around Suyu. What is this kid doing? Playing in the snow? Damn, playing in the snow in an extremely cold place? Are you kidding me? Seeing this, the 4 of them rushed over and surrounded the snow curtain. Boy! Hand over the superpower stone immediately, or I'll kill you. Zhao Gang warned towards the circle of snow in front of him. The other 3 also looked ahead with fierce expressions. Seeing that there was no response for a long time, Zhao Gang felt something was wrong. Just as the 4 were about to take action, the flying snowflakes slowly fell down, and the people inside disappeared. Damn it! Where are the people? Zhao Gang was stunned when he saw this. Where is Su Yuran? Wasn't that kid still here? The other 3 looked at each other in shock. Didn't they just surround Suyu? I didn't see that guy leave from anywhere else. But the result told them that they were surrounded by air. The 4 people's faces suddenly turned dark. They followed Suyu all the way, but Suyu disappeared. It was all in vain. At this time, Suyu had already jumped out of the encirclement of 4 people through the space jump skill. Suyu turned around and saw 4 people in the distance constantly digging the snow on the ground, and he also laughed out loud. Just search slowly. They won't be able to find him even if they search their whole lives. Chapter 118 White-Haired Ape. Hey, I finally found it. In a cedar forest in an extremely cold place. Suyu finally discovered the figures of several primary snow wolves within the range of his spatial insight. After playing tricks on the 4 people who surrounded him, he then used space jumps to continuously cross the void in search of extraordinary creatures. After a few jumps, he found several primary snow wolves. It's just a beginner level, as long as I can get the super energy stone. Suyu was also helpless about this. He didn't even encounter any intermediate supernatural creatures. Although the primary super energy stone is not enough to quench his thirst now, it is better to have it than not. He had been searching for a while and finally found these junior snow wolves. We can't just kill this extraordinary creature right in front of us. Even mosquito legs are meat. Immediately, he used the space jump skill to instantly arrive in front of the 3 primary snow wolves. 3 snow wolves that were sniffing around suddenly smelled human presence in front of them and raised their heads abruptly. When they saw Suyu standing in front of them, they immediately bared their sharp fangs and stared at Suyu fiercely. During this time, he kept making low growling sounds. Suyu smiled contemptuously when he saw the 3 snow wolves making hunting gestures. These 3 snow wolves don't seem to know who is the hunter and who is the prey. Suddenly, 3 snow wolves pounced towards Suyu. The sharp wolf fangs immediately bit towards Suyu, as if to tear him to pieces. The 3 snow wolves cooperated very well. One pounced towards Suyu, and the other 2 attacked from both sides. Suyu sneered at the sight, and lightning stars suddenly flashed in his mind. Suddenly, violent thunder power appeared in his palm. He raised his palm and swung it hard at the 3 snow wolves rushing towards him. 3 slender bolts of lightning shot out instantly. Phew! The power of thunder and lightning arrived in an instant. The 3 snow wolves fell to the ground instantly after being hit by lightning. Powerful lightning instantly ravaged their entire bodies. Then they began to roll their eyes, stick out their tongues, and twitch all over. In the end, the 3 snow wolves lost their lives and turned into several primary superpower stones. Seeing this, Suyu instantly activated his spatial object control ability, and several superpower stones instantly appeared in his hands. 6 super stones? Not bad. Suyuching counted the superpower stone in his hand and was very satisfied with it. These 3 snow wolves got off to a good start. Although the super stones obtained are not many, it is better than nothing. He only consumed a tiny bit of energy to deal with these 3 primary snow wolves. In this way, he obtained 6 primary superpower stones, and he was quite satisfied. After dealing with the 3 snow wolves, Suyu once again began to search the surroundings using his spatial insight ability. After searching and hunting in the snowfield for a while, Suyu, standing in the snowy plain, frowned slightly. Looks like we need to go a little deeper. After searching and hunting for a while, he has obtained about 20 primary superpower stones. They were all obtained by hunting snow wolves, and they were all primary. This made him a little depressed, as he had not encountered any intermediate level extraordinary creature during this period. That's why he decided to walk a little further inside. He used the positioning function of his super watch to initially determine that his location could only be considered a very marginal area in the extremely cold land. There are generally not many extraordinary creatures and their levels are low. Only when you go deeper into the extremely cold land, the extraordinary creatures will become more and more dense and their levels will become higher and higher. Suyu immediately walked forward. After walking for a while, Suyu looked up and saw a dense and thick cedar forest in front of him. There should be quite a few extraordinary creatures beyond the cedar forest in the distance. He speculated that there might be more extraordinary creatures behind this cedar forest. Space jump. He wasn't going to waste any more time. I saw his spatial ability burst out. By crossing a distance of 500 meters at a time, they entered the thick and dense cedar forest in a few seconds. As soon as Suyu entered the thick cedar forest, he used his spatial insight to find that there were 2 or 3 teams of superpowered people fighting with several extraordinary creatures. Sure enough, there are not only many extraordinary creatures here, but also many superpowered people. Suyu shook his head helplessly. But it makes sense. In order to hunt more extraordinary creatures, superpowered people can only go deeper, so the superpowered teams here are relatively dense. Fortunately, he has the ability of spatial insight to avoid these unnecessary troubles. So Suyu used this ability to start searching. Suyu walked in this thick cedar forest for a while. Suff! Suddenly, there was a sound of branches shaking from the thick cedar tree in front. Suyu frowned immediately. White-haired ape. Using his spatial insight, he discovered that a white-haired ape was standing on a thick cedar tree in front of him, waiting for him to approach. At this time, the white-haired ape was holding a thick tree stump in his hand, ready to attack. A sneak attack? Seeing this, Suyu couldn't help but complain in his heart, why do they always like to launch sneak attacks? In the extremely cold land, not only do superpowered people like to launch sneak attacks, but even extraordinary creatures like to launch sneak attacks. Just when Suyu was thinking about how to play tricks on this white-haired ape, suddenly, the white-haired ape threw the thick tree stump in his hand towards Suyu. No way, buddy, you're just going to sneak attack me like that? I'm a million miles away from you, and you just attack me? Suyu looked up and saw the flying tree stump and was stunned. Is this white-haired ape stupid? It attacks when the target is still far away. It's really not very smart. Space jump. Suyu activated his spatial ability and disappeared instantly. Bang! The thick tree stump suddenly hit the ground and exploded. The white-haired ape on the cedar tree scratched his head when he saw that there was no trace of human beings after the tree stump exploded. Where did the human being from before go? Suyu leaped onto the cedar tree behind the white-haired ape, broke off a branch from the tree and threw it over. Big guy, I'm here. After being hit by the branch, the white-haired ape turned around immediately, and his eyes turned bloodshot when he saw Suyu. Roar! It raised its two big arms and slapped its chest while roaring. Oh my god, such a strong reaction? Suyu felt ashamed when he saw the white-haired ape looking like he wanted to tear him apart. He just threw a branch, but he didn't expect the big guy to react so violently. Roar! The white-haired ape roared, and then it jumped up in an instant with the help of a thick branch, and stretched out its thick arms to hit Suyu. Suyu's eyes widened upon seeing this, and he looked up in shock at the white-haired ape that jumped up. Fuck, can you jump that high? Space jump! Seeing two huge arms coming towards him, Suyu immediately performed a space jump without thinking. Bang! The next second, the cedar tree where Suyu was instantly smashed to pieces. Suyu, who had jumped to a safe location, swallowed his saliva when he saw the cedar tree being smashed to pieces by the white-haired ape falling from the sky. Fortunately, he ran fast just now, otherwise he would have been crushed to pieces. This big guy is really powerful. Chapter 119, Battle of the Apes. Suyu was also amazed when he saw the white-haired ape's powerful and thick arms. Intermediate extraordinary creature. This white-haired ape is definitely a mid-level extraordinary creature. Only intermediate-level extraordinary creatures have such destructive power. Seeing this, Suyu's expression became stern. Since it was a mid-level extraordinary creature, its strength should not be underestimated. Thunderous fury. The lightning star in Suyu's mind suddenly flashed, and the power of the lightning star was instantly activated. Let's test the waters with the thunder blade first. As he spoke, a sharp blade filled with the power of thunder and lightning suddenly condensed on Suyu's chest. Lightning blade. Go! After the lightning blade was condensed, it burst out at the speed of breaking through the air and instantly struck the white-haired ape. Roar! Seeing the lightning blade coming, the white-haired ape roared angrily. Then the white hair on his body instantly turned red. The thick arms were suddenly filled with strength, and the thickness of the palms suddenly doubled. Now it can no longer be called white-haired ape, it has to be called red-haired ape. It raised its broad palm and grabbed the flying lightning blade. Bang! Sizzle! The lightning blade made a sharp and piercing sound when it hit the red-haired ape's palm. The powerful impact of the lightning blade forced the red-haired ape to take several steps back before it could take it. The lightning spear continuously emits violent lightning power. However, in front of its broad palm, it was impossible to spread the lightning to its whole body. The power of thunder and lightning merely lingered in its palm. What a powerful force! Suyu was shocked by the power of the white-haired ape when he saw it take his lightning blade with its bare hands. He actually caught his lightning blade with his bare hands. Just when Suyu was surprised, the white-haired ape grabbed the electric blade in his palm and threw it towards Suyu in the distance. Its powerful force increased the speed of the thunder blade to a higher level again, but this time the target of the thunder blade was Suyu. Is this possible? Suyu was stunned when he saw the lightning blade flying towards him. Isn't this thunder blade his skill? Why is it turning around to hit him? Thunder blade rebelled? Space jump. Seeing this, Suyu did not hesitate. His spatial ability was activated instantly and he disappeared from the spot the next second. Although he could dissolve the power of this lightning blade. However, he still didn't dare to take on the terrifying impact. To be on the safe side, Suyu decided to use some of his spatial abilities to dissolve the lightning blade. Bang! 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 The lightning blade instantly cut several cedar trees in half. Suyu, who had jumped to a safe location, frowned slightly when he saw this. Looks like I can't use the thunder blade anymore. Since the thunder blade had no effect, he decided to give up using it and switch to other skills to attack the ape. The space is broken. Suyu decided to try using space-related skills to see if it would work. He can't use Thunderbolt now because the noise it makes is too loud. It will attract all the super-powered people in this cedar forest, and then we will be in trouble. So he would not use Thunderbolt unless it was absolutely necessary. He raised his finger and lightly touched the air at the red-haired ape in front of him. Suddenly, a powerful destructive force spread throughout the ape. Roar! The red-haired ape was hit by the shattered space and immediately let out a roar. Tear! I saw the flesh on its chest gradually begin to crack. It works! Suyu's eyes lit up when he saw cracks appearing on the red-haired ape's body. Although this red-haired ape is powerful, its body's defense is far too weak. Roar! The red-haired ape roared in pain and kept beating his chest with his fists. Cracks continued to appear all over the body, and scarlet blood continued to flow out of the cracks. Make its originally red hair become a darker red. So tough. Suyu couldn't help but sigh that the ape was quite tough when he saw that the space-shattering force had not killed it. Although the space shattering can cause it to be injured, it is not enough to cause it fatal damage. Roar! Seeing the breaking force disappear, the red-haired ape suddenly exerted force with its legs and flew into the air. It put its fists together and smashed towards Suyu. It wants revenge, and this human actually made it bleed. How can this be tolerated? Ha! Suyu saw the other party raising his big fist to hit him, and he did not hesitate. Space jump! Suyu disappeared instantly. Bang! A 1-meter deep pit was suddenly smashed into Suyu's original position. You can imagine how powerful this red-haired ape is. Seeing the red-haired ape perform the disappearance trick again, he became extremely angry and kept hammering the ground. Suyu jumped to a safe place and raised his finger again, pointing it at the ape like contact void. The space is broken. The breaking force once again spread throughout the red-haired ape's body. If it doesn't work once, try it twice. If it doesn't work twice, try it 3 times. Suyu didn't believe that he couldn't kill this ape, so he would grind it to death even if it took a lot of effort. The red-haired ape who was hammering the ground angrily suddenly felt the same destructive force coming again and shuddered. Tear! The cracks on the red-haired ape's body gradually widened. Roar! Its eyes were bloodshot, and it kept growling, with its hands covering its chest as if it was in unprecedented pain. Blood kept dripping from its body, and a pool of blood had already formed under its feet. It's almost there. Suyu saw the red-haired ape's weak state and realized that he only needed 1 or 2 more space shatterings to kill it. The force of space shattering gradually dissipated. The red-haired ape dragged its weak body out of the pit. It looked around and found Suyu's location. The red-haired ape looked at Suyu angrily. It didn't expect that this human supernatural power was so powerful. The opponent not only has powerful superpowers but also runs very fast, so it can't hit him at all. Roar! The red-haired ape roared, and then looked at the thick cedar forest beside him. It just exerted force with its arms, and in an instant a thick cedar tree was uprooted. It lifted up the thick cedar tree and threw it hard at Suyu. Suyu smiled contemptuously when he saw the cedar tree falling towards him. You've run out of tricks. Do you want to kill him with a cedar tree? Space jump! The spatial ability was activated, and Suyu disappeared from the spot in an instant. Bang! Massive cedar trees crashed to the ground. In that case, it's over. Suyu jumped to a safe place and slowly raised his finger, touching the void with the red-haired ape. What? Just as Suyu was about to release the space shattering, several thick cedar trees fell from the sky again. Not good. Seeing this, Suyu immediately gave up using space shattering and made another space jump. All power releases have one thing in common. That is one kind of ability that cannot release two skills at the same time. Of course, two special abilities are excluded. Bang! 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 Several cedar trees smashed into the air again. More coming? Suyu, who had jumped to a safe place, suddenly looked up and found that several more cedar trees were falling towards him. Space jump! Seeing this, Suyu was forced to jump again. It's not over yet, is it? Suyu, who had jumped to a safe location, became angry when he saw several more cedar trees falling towards him. He actually found a way to disgust this red-haired ape. Chapter 120. Good luck. Bang! 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 Several thick cedar trees fell on Suyu one after another. Suyu kept making space jumps to avoid it. Several cedar trees were smashed into thin air. After dodging several times, Suyu, who had leaped to a safe location, looked at the red-haired ape in the distance and chuckled. Should they calm down now? The red-haired ape in the distance was stunned to see that Suyu was still alive. This human being is actually fine? It looked around and wanted to continue throwing trees, but it found deep pits all around. All the surrounding cedar trees were pulled out by it, leaving not a single tree. Seeing this, the red-haired ape's face suddenly darkened. I saw it quickly exert force with its legs and jump towards the cedar tree in the distance. It must move to a location with cedar trees to continue fighting with this human. When it was throwing the cedar tree just now, it found that this human seemed unable to attack, which made it think this technique was good. As long as it continues like this, its injuries will slowly recover with its own abilities. Want to come again? Suyu, who was far away, saw that the red-haired ape actually wanted to jump to another area of cedar trees, and smiled contemptuously. You are really looking for death. Without the influence of the cedar tree, he quickly released his skills at the leaping red-haired ape. The space is broken. A powerful destructive force was instantly triggered in the ape. The powerful impact of the space shattering directly knocked the red-haired ape down from the air. Bang! The red-haired ape fell to the ground, and his body instantly felt an inexplicable tearing sensation. Roar! It curled up on the ground, growling in pain, enduring the pain in its body. Its eyes were wide open and the cracks on its body were even more noticeable. Scarlet blood continued to spurt out of the burly body. I'll give you some more. Seeing that the ape had lost its ability to move, Suyu decided to let it disappear. Lightning blade! A violet lightning blade instantly struck the red-haired ape. When the red-haired ape saw the lightning blade coming towards him, he immediately showed a look of fear. It tried to raise its arms to resist, but it was so weak that it couldn't even lift its arms. Phew! The electric blade instantly cut off the red-haired ape's head. The red-haired ape instantly lost its vitality, and its burly body instantly disappeared, turning into two blue intermediate superpower stones. Space system, control objects. The two super stones on the ground instantly floated into Suyu's hands under the influence of spatial power. Good luck! Suyu was in a good mood and played with the two intermediate superpower stones in his hand. Unexpectedly, he got two intermediate superpower stones by hunting this intermediate white-haired ape. His luck was pretty good. Generally speaking, you can get up to 3 pieces by hunting intermediate-level extraordinary creatures, and the minimum is 1 piece. The probability of getting 3 pieces is very small, and the probability of getting 1 piece is the highest. Being able to get 2 pieces is enough to show that Suyu is very lucky. Suyu frowned slightly as he played with the super stone. Within his spatial insight range, he discovered that 2 teams of superpowered individuals were rapidly approaching him from different directions. The total number of people in the 2 teams is as many as 10. They must have been attracted by the noise made by his fight with the white-haired ape. He put 2 intermediate super stones into his backpack, and then immediately made a space jump and left. He wouldn't be stupid enough to wait for them to arrive and then show off the intermediate superpower stone in his hand to them. By then, this group of people will definitely eat you up until nothing is left. He had just finished a fierce battle with the white-haired ape, and the most important thing was to find a deserted place to restore his spatial energy. Suyu disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared in the next second at a location 1,000 meters away from where the battle had just taken place. He looked around and found that there was no superpower team coming, so he felt relieved. Then he came to a big cedar tree and sat cross-legged. Then he took out the food and water from his backpack to satisfy his hunger, and began to meditate to restore the star energy. After an unknown amount of time, the energy of the 2 stars in Suyu's mind gradually recovered. Suyu slowly opened his eyes, and then used his spatial perception ability to find that there was no one around. He immediately put on his backpack and embarked on the journey of hunting extraordinary creatures again. After walking in the snowy field for a while, Suyu suddenly felt his face become a little stiff. My exposed hands even felt a little numb. Looks like we need to find a place to warm up. Suyu sighed upon seeing this. Ever since he entered the extremely cold land, his hands and exposed skin have been constantly corroded by the icy cold air in the snow, and now he has frostbite. Seeing this, he did not hesitate, and immediately used space jump to continuously cross the void, and once again found a cedar forest and went in. In this cold snowfield, only the cedar forest can provide some warmth. After Suyu entered the cedar forest, he immediately released a space-shattering force to smash a thick cedar tree, and then built a fire next to it to keep warm. As for whether the smoke produced by the fire would attract extraordinary creatures and super-powered people, that was not something Suyu could control. The most important thing for him now is to keep warm, otherwise it will be troublesome if the frostbite gets worse. Bang! The pile of trees instantly burst into flames. Suddenly a warm feeling came over me. Suyu now had to sigh at the benefits of having a fire-type superpowered person by his side in the extremely cold land. The last time he and Su Lin and others were able to operate in the extremely cold place for a long time. It was because of Zhao Kai, the big furnace, that they would not have been able to walk in the snow for so long. Help! 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 Just as Suyu was warming himself by the fire, a cry for help suddenly came from afar. Suyu's expression was stern. A woman? Through his spatial insight, he discovered that the person crying for help nearby was actually a young girl. This woman is tall and graceful, with a beautiful appearance like a fairy. She has a fair, oval face with a snowflake faintly visible in the center of her forehead. A pair of ice blue eyes are as crystal clear and moving as sapphires. She has a small nose and thin, rosy lips like tempting cherries. Her skin is as white as ice and snow. She has long sky blue hair and wears an ice blue dress. At this moment, she was being pressed down by several thick cedar trees and could not move. Suyu frowned when he saw this. Is it reasonable for a young girl to appear in an extremely cold place and be crushed by a thick cedar tree? This is definitely unreasonable. What kind of people can come to such an extremely cold place? Only those with special abilities and superpowers would come to the extremely cold place. How could a superpowered person with special abilities be crushed by just a few cedar trees? Something is clearly wrong. Suyu adhered to the principle of minding his own business and decided not to go over. It would be more comfortable to just sit here and warm himself by the fire. Anyway, he has the ability to see through space, and the girl's every move is in his eyes. Once the girl makes any unusual movement, he will make a decision immediately. Help! Can someone help me? The delicate cry for help came again, but Suyu turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside the window and only wanted to warm himself by the fire. Chapter 121 Yi Binglan. Help! 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 The delicate cries for help continued to be heard, but Suyu continued to roast the fire indifferently. He knew very well that a place like this extremely cold land was not the place to act like a pushover. Every person and thing you encounter here is potentially dangerous. Anyone? Just as Suyu was roasting the fire, two thin superpowered people appeared within his spatial perception range and were walking towards the girl. Want to be a hero and save the beauty? Suyu smiled immediately. There was something interesting to watch. He didn't believe that woman was so weak that she couldn't even deal with a few cedar trees weighing on her. In the cedar forest not far from Suyu, two skinny super-powered people were walking towards the beautiful girl. Did you hear that? It seems to be coming from the front. Guahao listened carefully and found that the delicate cry for help came from the front. I heard it. This sound made my heart itch. Li De swallowed his saliva, feeling extremely excited. The two of them had been in the extremely cold place for some time, and had not satisfied their inner desires for a long time. Now I meet a girl with a sweet voice, how can I resist? Let's go and take a look first. Looking at Li De's hungry face, Guahao also smiled. He knew exactly what kind of character his brother was. Now, hearing such a delicate voice, he felt the same itchy feeling in his heart. The two of them walked towards the sound. Help! 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 Yi Binglan lay in the snow, constantly making delicate sounds. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Seeing that no one had come for such a long time, she became a little anxious. She has been lying here for a long time. Why hasn't any super-powered person come? Even if there is no superpowered person, a supernatural creature will do, but in the end there is no supernatural creature. It seems that she needs to move to another cedar forest, as there are too few prey in this cedar forest. Just as she was about to get up and leave, she suddenly heard a rustling sound from the front. Here it comes. Yi Binglan's eyes suddenly lit up. After shouting for a long time, the prey finally came. Then she clamped her throat and called out softly to the front, "Help, someone save me. Little sister, we are here to save you." Li Di and Gua Hao walked out of the cedar forest. When Li Di saw the woman trapped under the tree, his eyes widened and he swallowed. She was so beautiful. It's so beautiful, they made a lot of money this time. Gua Hao was also extremely surprised when he saw the woman. How could there be such a beautiful woman? Brothers, can you please save me? Yi Binglan looked at the two of them with a pitiful look. When Li Di heard the girl's delicate voice, he felt extremely itchy all over and extremely hungry inside. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. With a lewd look on his face, he said, "Little sister, I can save you, but you have to do me a favor later." Gua Hao, who was standing by, saw that the beautiful girl was also extremely hungry. He wanted to enjoy this piece of white jade immediately. "Well, as long as you save me, I'm willing to help you in any way." Yi Binglan's face flushed immediately, and she shyly lowered her head to her chest and spoke in a delicate voice. Li Di and Gua Hao could no longer bear the desire in their hearts when they saw the girl looking so shy. Now they just want to capture this woman and ride on her on the battlefield. Both of them were bewitched by Yi Binglan's peerless beauty and sweet voice. They had lost their minds and walked over eagerly. Suyu, who was observing this scene through his spatial insight ability, also laughed when he saw this. So interesting. This woman is definitely not simple. Suyu deduced from Yi Binglan's shy expression and various small movements that she was fishing here, and she was fishing for these two old perverts. He immediately took out food and water from his backpack and decided to watch the show carefully. Li Di and Gua Hao walked towards Yi Binglan, who was lying on the ground with lustful looks on their faces. The two men were now imagining the woman lying on the ground begging for mercy. Seeing the two of them coming over anxiously, Yi Binglan decided to give them some spice, so she said delicately, "Brothers, please be gentle later." Li Di almost drooled after hearing this. "Gently, definitely gently." Gua Hao on the side echoed, "Yes, we must be gentle and we'll never let you get hurt." "Yeah." Yi Binglan nodded shyly when she heard the two agreed. When the two men saw that they were about to reach Yi Binglan, they released their supernatural powers. Li Di's body was instantly bathed in a curtain of water, while Gua Hao's body beside him was covered with earth armor. Oh my god, they are two mid-level super-powered people. Suyu was also very surprised to see the two people possessed by elements. Are all mid-level super-powered people so brainless? It seems that these two people have been stuck in the extremely cold place for too long, and their souls were attracted by the sight of a beautiful woman. Yi Binglan, who was lying on the ground, frowned when she saw the two people releasing their superpowers. Was she discovered? That's impossible. How could she be seen through when she acted so pitiful? Yi Binglan suddenly showed a frightened expression and said, "Brothers, what are you doing?" Li Di and the others saw Yi Binglan's frightened expression and immediately explained, "Brothers, aren't we releasing our special powers to help you move the trees?" "Oh, then brother has to be quick, otherwise my sister will be crushed." Yi Binglan said shyly again. "Don't worry, with the two of us here, it's no problem to cut down these trees." Li Di and the other man replied confidently. Yi Binglan nodded shyly. It turned out that they didn't see through her plan. In that case, she would not be polite. Boom! Just as Li Di and the other man were about to lift the thick cedar tree. Suddenly, the cedar tree pressing on Yi Binglan exploded instantly. What? Li Di and Gua Hao were stunned. Bang! The thick cedar tree exploded instantly and knocked the two men to the ground. Cough cough. The two men coughed up blood one after another, quickly got up from the ground, and looked at the girl with pale faces. Fortunately, they used the elemental possession skill in advance, which greatly reduced the damage of the falling cedar trees. Otherwise, your bones will be broken if hit by a thick cedar tree. At this time, Yi Binglan was floating above the ice and snow, and the snowflake pattern on her forehead became clear and bright. Yi Binglan looked at the two of them with a cold expression. The original image of a pitiful, pure and cute girl has long disappeared, and has turned into a noble and cold queen. Li Di and Gua Hao suddenly came to their senses. It turned out that they were being tricked and there was something wrong with this woman. Humph. You're quite calculating, little beauty. But are you sure you can beat both of us? Gua Hao snorted coldly, then glanced at the other person unscrupulously. Li Di on the side spat and rubbed his chest. Damn it, he must enjoy this beauty for a while, otherwise it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart. Yi Binglan sneered. She didn't take these two super-powered people seriously at all. She simply waved her jade hand gently at the two of them, and two terrifying ice and snowstorms instantly appeared around them and swept away. Wherever the storm passed, the ice and snow on the ground were immediately sucked into it. The surrounding small cedar trees were uprooted and sucked away. With the addition of ice, snow, and cedar trees, the two storms became bigger and bigger, reaching tens of meters high. Suyu, who was not far away, could see two terrifying ice and snowstorms moving in the distance when he looked up. Chapter 122 Yi Binglan's Strength. Li Di and Gua Hao felt their scalps tingling when they saw two terrifying ice and snow blizzards approaching. Thick earth wall. Waterspout. Seeing this, Gua Hao immediately released the intermediate defense skill Thick Earth Wall. Boom! Suddenly, a several meter high and thick earth wall emerged from the ground in front of the two of them, protecting them behind. Li Di suddenly gathered water energy in his palm and hit the ice and snowstorm coming from the front, trying to stop it from moving. What? Li Di regretted it the moment he sent out the waterspout. His waterspout had no effect on the storm. Instead, it merged into the ice and snowstorm, making it even more ferocious. Bang! Two ice and snowstorms hit the thick earth wall in an instant. Snap! After the thick earth wall was hit by two ice and snowstorms, the strong airflow continued to impact it, and cracks suddenly appeared on the wall. How is that possible? Gua Hao was stunned when he saw his thick earth wall cracking. Li Di, who was standing aside, looked at the cracked thick earth wall in front of him with a look of panic on his face. Once the thick earth wall is broken, they will be swept into the storm and then they will be in trouble. Bang! The thick earth wall exploded instantly. Two powerful ice and snowstorms suddenly swept towards the two of them. When the two saw this, their faces turned pale instantly. They wanted to dodge to the side, but the strong suction of the storm made them unable to move. It's over. Seeing this situation, the two knew that they could no longer avoid the two blizzards. Then the star power of the two of them suddenly erupted, and they all used elemental body protection skills to resist this terrifying ice and snowstorm. The two were instantly caught in an ice and snowstorm, and the ice and snow in the storm kept attacking them like sharp blades. Wounds continued to appear on the two men's bodies, and soon their clothes were soaked with blood. Humph! Yi Binglan snorted coldly when she saw the two of them being sucked into the storm, and she immediately clasped her palms together. The two ice and snowstorms in the distance actually merged into one, turning into an even more terrifying ice and snowstorm. Impossible! Li Di and Gua Hao in the storm showed despair in their eyes when they saw this. How could this ice skill be so powerful? The two of them had encountered mid-level ice-type superpowers before. The power of his skills is not as terrifying as that of this girl. The two of them frantically released the star power in their bodies to try to use it to resist the storm. Just then. Burst! Yi Binglan shouted coldly, and the ice and snowstorm suddenly exploded. Li Di and Gua Hao were shocked by the sudden change and roared in despair. The powerful blast wave instantly blew the two men several meters away. Bang! The two men fell to the ground and passed out. Ice binding. Yi Binglan waved her hand, and frost suddenly appeared under the feet of the two people. The frost spread rapidly and froze the two people into ice sculptures. Break! Yi Binglan clenched her palms, and the two ice sculptures instantly turned into pieces. Suyu, who saw everything through his spatial insight, immediately spat out the water in his mouth. Puff! Cough cough! Fuck! This woman is so fierce. Suyu was stunned. He thought that Yi Binglan must be very powerful and able to kill the two opponents, otherwise she would not dare to use herself to fish. But what he never expected was that Yi Binglan could kill the two of them so easily. My goodness, the power of that storm is too terrifying. Suyu swallowed. He felt that the power of Yi Binglan's ice and snowstorm was comparable to his lightning blade. Just now, the two storms merged into one, and their horror was no less than his thunder and lightning. Can a mid-level ice element be so powerful? Suyu couldn't help but frown. According to his understanding, the most powerful natural element is definitely the thunder element. But why did Yi Binglan's ice power give him the feeling that it was no less powerful than his thunder power? This left Suyu puzzled. Could it be that the other party was high level? Suyu shook his head. If Yi Binglan was a high level 1, the two of them would be defeated in a second. It's not like he hasn't seen high level superpowered people take action before. The power of their domain can instantly suppress low level superpowered people. Obviously, Yi Binglan is not that terrifying, which means she is just a mid level superpowered person. Suyu didn't think about it anymore and continued to warm himself by the fire. Nothing would tempt him more than to warm himself by the fire. As for the superpower stones on the two superpower users, they were not enough for Suyu to take the risk of attacking Yi Binglan. After Yi Binglan killed the two people, the snowflake on her forehead suddenly dimmed and became vague. Her cold and domineering temperament disappeared instantly, and she returned to her original playful and cute appearance. She slid happily on the ice and snow, came to the bodies of the two people, and took out the superpower stone from her backpack. That's all? Yi Binglan was speechless when she saw that there were only dozens of primary superpower stones and 2 or 3 intermediate superpower stones in the two people's backpacks. I caught 2 fish but didn't expect to get this little super stone. She thought the two of them together had hundreds of super stones, but it turned out that they didn't even have 50. Yi Binglan also shook her head helplessly. Come to think of it, the strength of these two people is just so it's understandable that they don't have many superpower stones. Then, she collected the two people's superpower stones. The delicate and simple snowflake pendant on her neck suddenly sparkled. Then several superpower stones suddenly turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the snowflake pendant. Mission accomplished, time to look for the next target. After Yi Binglan put away the super stone, he was in a good mood and decided to go to the next cedar forest to continue fishing. She shouted for a long time in this cedar forest, but only 2 prey came. It was too few. Besides, there were no extraordinary creatures nearby, so it was really not worth it for her to stay any longer. She decided to go to other cedar forests to see if she could get a good harvest. Suyu, who was warming himself by the fire in the distance, used his spatial insight to see Yi Binglan putting the super energy stone on the ground into the snowflake pendant, and his eyes lit up. What is this treasure? This snowflake pendant was so plain that he had never paid much attention to it before. Now, after seeing the uniqueness of this pendant, I suddenly became interested in it. He found that Yi Binglan didn't seem to have a storage backpack. Could it be that this snowflake pendant was a super storage device? Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly became extremely excited. If this snowflake pendant is a super storage device, then he is ready to take the risk and snatch it. He didn't care how powerful Yi Binglan's performance was just now. What does it matter how powerful you are in front of such a treasure? As long as it's not high level, he dares to give it a try. He had never heard of a storage super device in Star City, so he could imagine how precious it was. Now that he had a treasure in front of him, he couldn't let it go no matter what. Damn it, warming yourself by a fire? There's a treasure there, why would you warm yourself by a fire? Suyu immediately kicked away the fire in front of him, determined to burn his boats just for the pendant. Chapter 123. Take the initiative to deliver. Hey, there are still people. Yi Binglan was about to leave when she suddenly saw a wisp of black smoke coming out of the woods not far away. Yi Binglan's eyes lit up when she saw this. It seems that there are prey waiting for her in this cedar forest. Yi Binglan was seen sliding on the ice and snow towards the direction of the black smoke. Suyu, who was about to go find Yi Binglan, suddenly frowned. He suddenly discovered within the range of spatial insight that Yi Binglan was gliding towards him. Are you here to deliver the treasure? Suyu smiled when he saw this. He was still thinking about going to the other party to get the treasure. I didn't expect Yi Binglan to come to me on her own initiative. Seeing the black smoke rising from the side, Suyu realized that it was probably because he excitedly kicked out the fire just now that caused the black smoke, which attracted Yi Binglan over. Since Yi Binglan came to him on her own initiative, he had to accept the small gift from the other party. Space jump. Suyu put on his backpack and instantly crouched on a nearby cedar tree. Since the other party was following the black smoke, he would take the opportunity to ambush them. Yi Binglan continued to slide on the snow and soon arrived at Suyu's position. She saw a fire-emitting black smoke in front of her and realized that this must be where the prey was. She slid to the fire, picked up a branch and looked at it. She found that there were still some sparks on it, and she became alert instantly. This fire must have been put out not long ago. Yi Binglan frowned slightly, it seemed that the prey was nearby. Little brother, don't hide, I saw you. Yi Binglan looked around and said in a delicate voice. Come out quickly, little brother, I have found you. Yi Binglan kept looking around, trying to find her prey. She wasn't sure whether the prey had left or was hiding nearby, ready to attack her. Hearing the delicate voice coming from under the tree, Suyu's mouth twitched constantly. Still clamping, where did that cold look go? At this time, he was hiding on a thick cedar tree, obscured by dense branches. Seeing Yi Binglan looking around, Suyu knew that he probably couldn't continue the ambush. The other party's alertness is quite good. But even so, Suyu still decided to use a skill to disgust her. The power of thunder in Suyu's palm gathered and suddenly formed a violent thunderball. Thunderstorm. Suyu threw it towards Yi Binglan below. Yi Binglan looked around and saw the thunderball flying towards her. She chuckled and said, "So you are here." She just stretched out her hand and waved, and the ice and snow on the ground instantly condensed into a net and flew towards the thunderball bag. Boom! The lightning ball exploded immediately after hitting the net condensed by ice and snow. Immediately afterwards, a small thunderstorm was generated at the spot, sucking in the surrounding trees and crushing them to pieces. Thunder? Yi Binglan frowned when he saw the thunderstorm in front of him. He didn't expect to meet a thunder-type superpowered person in such a cold place. She grew up in the Magic City and had naturally seen many lightning-type superpowers, so she was not surprised by this. "Little brother, do you still want me to invite you out?" Yi Binglan looked up at the thick cedar tree in front of her and said in a tender voice. I saw the ice energy gathering in her palms, preparing to use an ice storm to destroy the trees in front. Seeing this, Suyu shook his head helplessly and then jumped down from the cedar tree. Yi Binglan looked beside her instantly after hearing the noise. A handsome young man with short black hair jumped down from the cedar tree beside her. Yi Binglan looked at Suyu, then at the thick cedar tree in the distance and wondered, are there two people? Don't look, I'm just alone. Suyu chuckled when he saw Yi Binglan's cautious look. Just after he threw the thunderball, he silently leaped to the cedar tree next to Yi Binglan, creating an illusion for the other party. Little brother, you are so hateful. Why did you ambush me? Yi Binglan immediately showed a pitiful expression after hearing this, and said in a delicate voice with a pinched throat. Can you speak normally? Suyu looked at Yi Binglan speechlessly. Yi Binglan's face froze instantly. This kid actually didn't fall for it. Well, can you give me your superpower stone? Yi Binglan said in a normal voice. Ah? Suyu was confused. Is it so direct? No. Suyu shook his head. In that case, I'll take it myself. As she spoke, the snowflakes on Yi Binglan's forehead suddenly lit up. Yi Binglan was seen rising slowly into the air, hovering above the ice and snow, and her entire aura instantly transformed into that of a cold queen. Split personality? Suyu was stunned when he saw the changes in Yi Binglan. Wow, from a pure and cute girl to a cold and domineering lady, the difference is too big. Seeing that the other party was about to attack, the lightning star in Suyu's mind suddenly flashed, and his body was instantly bathed in lightning. Intermediate level thunder element? Yi Binglan was slightly surprised to see that the other party was possessed by the thunder element. This prey was a bit tricky. The mid-level thunder type is much more difficult to deal with than the two superpowered people before. Suyu had seen the other party's strength, so he was not going to be conservative. Not only did the lightning stars light up in his mind, but the space stars also lit up directly. He vowed to pull the snowflake pendant off Yi Binglan's neck today. Suyu used his supernatural power in one hand, looked at Yi Binglan in the distance and said, the super energy stone is in my backpack. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Then I won't be polite. Ice storm. Yi Binglan suddenly released the power of the ice stars, and a storm formed by ice and snow instantly formed beside her. She just waved lightly at Suyu, and the ice and snowstorm immediately swept towards Suyu. Lightning blade. When Suyu saw the storm coming, an electric blade suddenly condensed on his chest and burst out at the speed of breaking through the air and hit the storm. Clank. The two powers, the lightning blade and the ice storm, collided, and suddenly a harsh sound was made. The ice and snowstorm continued to spin and strike, trying to absorb the lightning blade into it and dissolve it. However, the lightning blade remained motionless in the air, continuously emitting the power of lightning, preventing the ice and snowstorm from moving. The two superpowers can counteract each other and neither can dissolve the other's superpower. Seeing this, Suyu and Yi Binglan both looked at each other solemnly. There really is something wrong with this woman's ice element. When Suyu saw that his lightning blade was blocked, he immediately confirmed his previous speculation. Yi Binglan's ice element is not an ordinary ice element. If it was an ordinary ice element, how could it be possible to block his lightning blade? His thunder system is known to have the strongest attack power among all natural systems, so how could he not be able to dissolve the ice system of the same level? How could this happen? Yi Binglan, who was far away, felt unwilling to accept this. She has already activated her ice-type talent, so why can't she dissolve the lightning type of the same level? Is the gap between the thunder and ice types of the same level really that huge? Chapter 124 Absolute Zero. Looks like you can't take my super stone away. Suyu chuckled and said as he looked at Yi Binglan in the distance. So what if Yi Binglan's ice element is unusual? Obviously, his thunder system can still resist it if it is of the same level. Yi Binglan looked at Suyu coldly and replied, that's not necessarily true. Frozen rain of arrows. The cold air around her suddenly condensed, and eventually formed many dense ice arrows around her. Each ice arrow is extremely sharp, and exudes a heart-pounding icy chill. She waved her jade hand, and dense icy arrows suddenly shot towards Suyu. Ha! Suyu frowned slightly when he saw the dense ice arrows shooting towards him. He raised his finger and lightly touched the air at the incoming ice arrow. The space is broken. A powerful braking force was generated in this pile of ice arrows. The ice arrow that was originally intended to be shot at Suyu was instantly attacked by the force of space shattering. Snap! The dense ice arrows exploded in the air before they could hit Suyu. What kind of ability is this? Yi Binglan was very confused when she saw that the ice arrow she shot suddenly exploded for no reason. The ice arrow just now seemed to be shattered by the space in front. Isn't this person a mid-level lightning-type superpower user? The supernatural attack that shattered her ice arrow was obviously not of the lightning type. Does he have two superpowers? Thinking of this, Yi Binglan's expression suddenly became stern, and she looked at Suyu with cold eyes. It is unbelievable that a mid-level person has two superpowers. She grew up in the Magic City and had never heard of a superpower who could possess two superpowers at the intermediate level. Only when a certain system reaches a high level can a second awakening be performed. This person does not appear to be a high-level superpower. You have two superpowers? Yi Binglan asked curiously. Suyu smiled and didn't answer her directly. Instead, he asked, your ice element shouldn't be an ordinary ice element, right? Seeing this, Yi Binglan did not answer him, but looked at Suyu coldly. Suyu didn't answer her question, so she naturally wouldn't answer his question. How about this, I answer a question for you and you answer a question for me. Suyu looked at Yi Binglan and chuckled. Yi Binglan nodded after hearing this. After two fights, the two found that each other was quite strong, so they could take the opportunity to test each other's strengths. I do have two superpowers. Suyu admitted generously. He looked at Yi Binglan with purple light in his left hand and white light in his right hand. In fact, even if Suyu did not reveal his second ability, Yi Binglan basically guessed that he had two abilities. He had used his thunder ability before, and just now he used space shattering to shatter the ice arrow. Anyone could guess that he had two abilities. But let it be known now. Anyway, Yi Binglan doesn't know what the capabilities of his spatial ability are. Yi Binglan saw that Suyu's hands were flashing with different energies, and there was a hint of shock in her eyes. This person actually possesses two superpowers. White energy. Yi Binglan fell into deep thought. Although she had seen a lot since she was a child, she had never seen any supernatural power that was white energy. It's your turn. The energy glow between Suyu's hands suddenly disappeared. My ice element is just an ordinary ice element. Yi Binglan said in a cold voice. Impossible. Suyu didn't believe that Yi Binglan's ice element was an ordinary ice element. How could it be an ordinary ice element that could block his lightning blade? I have had an affinity with the power of ice elements since I was a child, so my ice abilities are stronger than ordinary ice abilities. Yi Binglan explained. She didn't tell Suyu why her ice element was unusual. This is because when she awakened her ice-type abilities, she also awakened a talent that could enhance her ice-type abilities. That's the snowflake on her forehead, Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero can enhance the power of her ice-based skills. This is what makes her ice type seem more powerful than other ice types. Suyu frowned slightly. Is there such a saying? How did you manage to awaken two superpowers at the intermediate level? Yi Binglan asked the question she wanted to know most. She was really curious about why Suyu could possess two superpowers at the intermediate level. I've had an affinity for multiple superpowers since I was young, and I can easily awaken 2 of them. Suyu explained casually. Who doesn't know how to show off? Isn't Yi Binglan friendly to the ice element since childhood? He has also been friendly to many kinds of superpowers since childhood. An affinity with the ice element is nothing, I also have affinity with many kinds of superpowers. Yi Binglan was not surprised after hearing Suyu's answer, but began to think seriously. Could it be that Suyu also possesses some kind of elemental talent? This talent allows him to possess 2 superpowers at the intermediate level. Yi Binglan had never heard of anyone with an affinity for multiple superpowers. She did know of many talents that were very compatible with a certain type of superpower. Suyu was stunned when he saw Yi Binglan lost in thought. She wouldn't really believe it, would she? I made up a reason on the spur of the moment, but I didn't expect the other party to actually believe it. He felt that if he continued asking like this, he would never get to the bottom of it. Only in battle can you clearly know how strong the opponent is. Yi Binglan came back to her senses and looked at Suyu with a serious expression. If the other party also possesses some elemental talent, then she will have to take it seriously next. The 2 of them stared at each other, neither of them spoke, both thinking about each other in their hearts. Upon seeing this, Suyu instantly released his dual abilities, and then gathered the lightning energy in his palm. Seeing this, Yi Binglan, who was far away, immediately released his ice-based abilities. Thunder and lightning. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky above Suyu and Yi Binglan. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky and thunder appeared. Bang! A purple bolt of lightning suddenly struck Yi Binglan below. Feeling the pressure of the thunder, Yi Binglan frowned slightly. Absolute zero. The snowflake pattern on her forehead instantly turned red. The sky blue hair that was originally draped over her shoulders suddenly began to flutter. Fuck, transformed? Suyu was stunned when he saw Yi Binglan's changes. Yi Binglan was seen floating above the ice and snow, with a red spot on her forehead and her long skirt and long hair suddenly fluttering. At this moment, she stared at Suyu coldly like the Snow Queen. Small elemental field, ice. The temperature within a radius of 100 meters dropped sharply, and the cedar trees within the range were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. She just clenched her hands towards the incoming thunderbolt, and the surrounding cold air instantly condensed into several thick ice chains. Bang! The ice chain suddenly locked the thunder firmly in mid-air. Break! Yi Binglan shouted coldly. The ice chain tightened, and the thunder locked in it continued to struggle, releasing the violent power of thunder. Boom! Finally, the thunder and the thick ice chains dissipated in the air in an instant. The power of the domain. Suyu felt a strange biting chill coming from the surroundings, and was suddenly stunned. Only the power of the domain can affect the surrounding environment. A mid-level ice-type superpowered person could actually use the power of the domain? Are you kidding me? Thunderous fury. Seeing this, Suyu quickly released his wrath. The violent power of thunder instantly spread throughout his body, protecting him from the erosion of the cold. Yi Binglan, with her long hair flying in the distance, shook her head helplessly when she saw that her ice chain actually offset Suyu's thunder. She used all her unique talents, the small elemental field and absolute zero. It didn't even dissipate the thunder, but instead offset it. You can imagine how overbearing the power of the same level of thunder is. Chapter 125 The Power of Domain? Can you use the power of the domain? Feeling the chill coming from all around, Suyu looked at Yi Binglan in front of him with a serious expression. Suyu didn't expect that his strongest attack skill, Thunderbolt, was actually blocked by the opponent. What he didn't expect was that Yi Binglan, who was a mid-level ice element, could actually release the power of the domain. This is outrageous. To stay in the opponent's territory, he needs to continuously release Thunder Star energy to resist it. Otherwise, if he is not careful, the cold air will corrode his body and turn him into an ice sculpture. Yi Binglan pursed her lips and sneered, "Why, are you scared?" The reason why she can use the power of the domain is mainly due to her talent, Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero allows her to release a domain force with a range of 100 meters at the intermediate level. Although its power is not as strong as that of high-level domain power, it is still unique among the mid-level ones. Afraid? Suyu smiled contemptuously. Although it is true that this is the power of the domain. However, the feeling that this ice-type domain power gave him was nothing compared to the domain power of the high-level super-powered Liu Hua. If Liu Hua released the high-level ice-type domain power, Suyu might be afraid. Because of the domain power of a high-level ice-type superpower, he can be frozen into an ice sculpture in 1 second. But Yi Binglan is at the intermediate level, and even the most powerful of his skills are at the intermediate level, so he is not afraid at all. He is now standing in Yi Binglan's territory. Although he will continue to be eroded by the cold air, he is not unable to resist. It just requires continuous consumption of star energy. Ha, I see. Suyu suddenly laughed out loud. Through his spatial insight ability, he discovered that the range of Yi Binglan's domain power was only 100 meters. All the cedar trees within 100 meters were frozen into ice sculptures, while the cedar trees 100 meters away were safe and sound. He said, how could a mid-level superpowered person use the terrifying power of the elemental field? Yi Binglan must have used some ability to release a small domain force. Your domain power is only 100 meters. What's there to be afraid of? Suyu said to Yi Binglan with disdain. 100 meters, and he can just jump out of the opponent's ice field through space jump. Yi Binglan's eyes narrowed after hearing this. How did Suyu know that her domain power was only 100 meters? There were cedar forests all around blocking his view, so how did he find it? What's wrong with 100 meters? 100 meters is enough to take care of you. Yi Binglan snorted coldly, then raised her jade hand and shouted softly. Ice storm. Rain of frozen arrows. Ice binding. Suddenly, 2 terrifying ice and snowstorms appeared beside her. With the blessing of the power of the domain, the ice and snowstorm absorbed the cold air and became even more terrifying. The icy air behind him suddenly condensed into several sharp ice arrows that emitted cold air. These densely packed ice arrows are even harder with the blessing of the power of the domain. Frost spread under Suyu's feet and soon froze his feet. What the hell? Suyu was stunned when he saw Yi Binglan release 3 skills at once. Can you release skills so unscrupulously in the elemental realm? He also discovered that Yi Binglan could release her skills with just a wave of her hand while in the elemental realm. The power of his skills becomes even more terrifying with the addition of domain power. Let's see if you're scared. Yi Binglan smiled smugly when she saw Suyu's feet were frozen by frost. Although the power of the intermediate domain is not as strong as that of the high-level domain, it has all the characteristics of the domain. Although the range is small, isn't Suyu still within the range of the elemental domain? As long as he is in the elemental realm, he can't escape. Suyu's scalp tingled when he saw the sweeping skills. Space jump. The spatial ability was suddenly released. His entire body instantly turned into nothingness. Only a pair of foot models frozen by frost were left. The next second, Suyu appeared 1 meter outside the range of Yi Binglan's ice field power. That's right, Suyu appeared at a safe position of 101 meters. It's comfortable without the cold. After Suyu jumped out of the domain, he couldn't help but sigh that without the erosion of Yi Binglan's domain power, he felt extremely comfortable. Hey, where is he? Yi Binglan was also confused when she saw Suyu disappear in an instant. Why did the person suddenly disappear? She raised her jade hand and waved it, and the ice storm and rain of icy arrows that had originally swept over Suyu suddenly stopped in place. Is this his second superpower? Yi Binglan whispered to herself. When she saw Suyu disappear on the spot, she knew that this ability should be Suyu's second ability. Suyu, who was standing 1 meter outside Yi Binglan's field, was also shocked to see that she could actually stop the skill she released. Can I control the skills I throw out at will? My damn domain power is too abnormal. What the hell is this? He originally wanted to use the space jump and the little dragon in his mind to fight with Yi Binglan. His space jump consumes extremely low energy. As long as he keeps making space jumps and avoiding the opponent's skills, sooner or later Yi Binglan will run out of energy. Now that he saw that Yi Binglan could control her skills at will, the idea of consuming her completely disappeared. Boy, this bone is a bit tough to chew. Suyu was secretly amazed when he saw the peculiar power of Yi Binglan's domain. Sure enough, the treasure is not that easy to get. At this time, Yi Binglan, who was in the elemental realm, closed his eyes and felt the slightest movement in the realm. Gone? Yi Binglan opened her eyes and looked around. She didn't even notice Suyu's presence in the elemental realm. She didn't believe that Suyu had left like that, and he must be hiding nearby. Yi Binglan looked around vigilantly. As long as Suyu appeared in her elemental domain, she would know it immediately. Suddenly, she sensed in the elemental realm that a terrifying force of space shattering was coming from in front of her. Seeing this, Yi Binglan frowned slightly and shouted coldly, Congeal. The cold air in the surrounding elemental field instantly condensed into a mysterious ice shield in front of her. Bang! The force of space shattering instantly hit the shield. Snap! Cracks suddenly appeared in the shield. Yi Binglan was knocked back several meters by the powerful impact before she stopped. Sure enough, it's nearby. Yi Binglan looked around with cold eyes. But no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find Suyu. Has this been blocked? Suyu used his spatial insight ability to see every move Yi Binglan made as she tried to resist his spatial shattering power. He didn't expect that Yi Binglan could actually block the space shattering force he quietly released. What should I do? Suyu is in trouble now. His most powerful thunderbolt was blocked by the opponent, and he couldn't launch a sneak attack or defeat the opponent. What should he do? You can't just not eat the treasure that's already in your mouth. Chapter 126. Let me go. Got it. Suyu pondered over it and finally came up with a good way to easily take the treasure. I've got this snowflake pendant today. I saw lightning stars shining in his mind. Thunder and lightning. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered over Yi Binglan. Bang! A bolt of lightning struck down instantly. The moment the thunder struck, Suyu's spatial ability was instantly released. Space jump. The next second, Suyu disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Yi Binglan, who was in the ice elemental realm, looked up and saw the thunderbolt coming down and sneered, "Is all you can do is sneak attacks?" She just waved her jade hand towards the thunder that was coming. The cold air in the area instantly condensed into several thick ice chains, which instantly locked the thunder in the air. Who said I only know how to sneak attack? Suyu, who appeared in front of Yi Binglan through space jump, smiled when he heard her words. He didn't expect that he would leave such a bad impression on the other party, and become someone who only knew how to launch sneak attacks. How is this possible? Yi Binglan looked at Suyu in shock as he was bathed in lightning. When did Suyu come to her? Why didn't her domain power detect Suyu's trace? Suyu was amazed to see Yi Binglan's beautiful face at such a close distance. No wonder the two mid-level super-powered people were bewitched by Yi Binglan. With her icy temperament and peerless beauty, she looks like an ice queen in the snowfield. However, Suyu's final gaze fell on the snowflake pendant on Yi Binglan's fair neck. This is the main goal of his attack. He was thinking hard just now and suddenly came up with the method of close combat. So he used his spatial jump ability to cross the void and come to Yi Binglan. Yi Binglan is a natural type superpower, so his physical fitness is definitely not high. They are both mid-level naturalists, he is a male and Yi Binglan is a female, so his advantage is very obvious. Watch the punch. Suyu instantly punched Yi Binglan, who was close to him. Seeing the sudden thunder fist, Yi Binglan immediately became angry. He suddenly appeared in front of her and punched her without saying anything. If this isn't a sneak attack, what is it? Seeing this, Yi Binglan's entire body was instantly wrapped in ice elements, and then she clenched her fists to meet the attack. At such a close distance, she couldn't use her ice skills at all. He was forced to choose close combat with Suyu. This is also the shortcoming of natural psychics. Once the enemy arrives, the natural psychic can only choose to fight the enemy in hand-to-hand combat and cannot use elemental skills to fight the enemy. Bang! The two fists collided, and the two energies counteracted each other. So soft? Suyu exclaimed in surprise after his fist collided with Yi Binglan's. His fist felt like hitting cotton and he didn't feel any pain at all. Humph! Yi Binglan snorted coldly after hearing this, and a blush appeared on both sides of her cheeks. What's wrong with being weak? Her strength is not strong to begin with, so it's normal that she can't compare to a man. Feeling the burning pain in her left fist, she gritted her teeth and immediately retracted her fist. Then he raised his slender legs and kicked Suyu sideways. Seeing Yi Binglan's long legs kicking towards him, Suyu smiled. If the fists are weak, then these thin legs that are jumping must not have much strength either. He stretched out his palm and grabbed the long leg that was kicking towards him. Bang! I really don't have the strength. Suyu held Yi Binglan's ankle tightly in his hand and chuckled. Just as he thought, Yi Binglan's limbs were too weak. Although it is weak, its skin is smooth and delicate. Suyu suddenly frowned. When he held Yi Binglan's ankle, a chill actually took the opportunity to spread throughout his body. Seeing this, his lightning ability suddenly erupted, instantly eliminating the cold air. Yi Binglan felt her ankle being grabbed by Suyu's big hand. Her pretty face flushed immediately and she said coldly, "Let me go." She didn't expect Suyu to catch her sidekick so easily. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to use the cold air blessed by the power of the domain to erode the opponent. Facing a lightning element of the same level, her domain power was unable to freeze Suyu instantly. Now her long legs were caught by Suyu in an extremely indecent posture. If she wasn't careful while wearing a long skirt, her underwear would be exposed. Let you go? Suyu smiled. How could he give up such an opportunity so easily? He grabbed Yi Binglan's long legs and pulled hard, and Yi Binglan's slender body immediately fell towards him. Ah! Yi Binglan screamed. She was originally standing on one leg, but Suyu pulled her hard and she lost her balance in an instant. Suyu saw her falling towards him and dodged to the side. Then he quickly stretched out his hands, grabbed Yi Binglan's arms, and pressed her into the snow. Let me go! Let me go now! Yi Binglan, who was pressed under Suyu, was a little panicked at this time. She had never been so embarrassed before, with her limbs locked and pressed under a man. In the extremely cold land, as a woman, she knew very well that the more beautiful a woman was, the more miserable her fate would be after being controlled by a male superpowered person. Let you go. Are you dreaming? Where did that fierceness go? Suyu pressed the struggling Yi Binglan tightly under him. Withdraw the power of the domain first. Suyu threatened. The surrounding cold air was corroding him, making him constantly consume lightning energy to resist, which was very uncomfortable. The power of the domain? Yi Binglan's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing this. Within her domain, there are 2 storms and a bunch of ice arrows frozen in the distance. You can use the freeze skill and the power of the domain to save yourself. The snow on her forehead was shining red. The ice arrow that was frozen in the air in the distance suddenly shot towards Suyu. Suyu sensed through spatial insight that ice in the distance was shooting towards him. So he chuckled and said, if you don't want to die, you'd better withdraw the ice arrow. As he spoke, the lightning in his palm condensed and placed it in front of Yi Binglan's face. Retreat, retreat immediately. Seeing this, Yi Binglan could only helplessly retract the power of the domain. The red snowflakes on her forehead suddenly dimmed. The power of the surrounding domain disappeared instantly, and the 2 storms and ice arrows in the domain instantly turned into nothingness. Yi Binglan's original cold queen-like temperament disappeared in an instant, and she turned into a pure and cute girl. That's pretty good. Suyu nodded in satisfaction when he felt the surrounding domain power disappear. Wow, can you let me go now? Seeing that struggling was futile, Yi Binglan begged in a hoarse voice with a look of panic on her face, and 2 tears actually rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Now she was really afraid that Suyu would do something excessive. Cannot. Will please let me go, please. Yi Binglan kept begging. Shut up. When Yi Binglan heard Suyu's serious voice, she immediately closed her mouth and began to sob. Suyu nodded in satisfaction, and then it was his turn to perform. The treasure he had been waiting for so long was finally in his hands. He first pressed Yi Binglan's arms behind her back with both hands. Then hold it down with one hand and withdraw your other hand. With one hand free, Suyu could go get the treasure he had been longing for. Chapter 127 Snowflake Pendant. What are you doing? I'm warning you, if you hurt me, my family will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Yi Binglan sensed something strange and frightened behind her, and quickly warned Suyu. Suyu frowned after hearing this. He had originally planned to get the treasure and ask how to use it before killing Yi Binglan. Now after hearing her words, I fell into deep thought. Yi Binglan can use the power of the domain at the intermediate level, and also has treasures that can be used for storage. The power behind him must be strong, and he might get into trouble. Although this is an extremely cold place, killing the opponent will not have any impact. But Suyu didn't dare to gamble. It would be troublesome if this woman had other means of saving her life. He decided to let the other person go after taking the snowflake pendant and asking about its usage, and then left the place through space jump. The extremely cold land is vast and boundless, so Suyu didn't believe that Yi Binglan could find him. Then he reached out for the snowflake pendant on Yi Binglan's neck. Yi Binglan, who was pinned to the ground by Suyu and unable to move, was stunned when she saw Suyu putting his hand into her chest. Is Suyu going to start ravaging her? Seeing this, Yi Binglan began to struggle frantically, crying heart-wrenchingly. Wow, help! Help! Suyu, who was about to pull the snowflake pendant, was stunned when he saw Yi Binglan struggling frantically under him. Isn't it just a pendant? Why are you so excited? If you didn't know, you would think that he stripped her clothes off and raped her. Suyu was quick to see the pendant and snatched it away instantly. Bang! Suyu pulled off the snowflake pendant easily. Suyu was a little surprised that he got it so easily. The ice silk threads on both sides of this snowflake pendant are surprisingly fragile. He didn't even feel like he was using much effort, but he pulled the snowflake pendant off Yi Binglan's neck. Yi Binglan, who was pressed to the ground, felt the snowflake pendant on her neck being taken away, and her heart-wrenching cry stopped abruptly. She stared blankly ahead, as if she had lost her mind, and murmured softly, "Why?" In her opinion, any male superpower in the extremely cold land, after subduing a very beautiful woman, would first ravage her and release the pent-up desire in his heart. She initially thought that Suyu would do the same and remove her underwear from her chest to release the lust in her heart. But what she didn't expect was that Suyu would be the first to take away the most inconspicuous snowflake pendant around her neck, which left her puzzled. Suyu was stunned after getting the snowflake pendant, and he secretly wondered in his heart when he felt that Yi Binglan under him had stopped struggling. It really is a treasure, he was not mistaken. Suyu curiously placed the snowflake pendant in his palm and examined it carefully. This pendant is simple and beautiful, but there is nothing special about it. It's a pendant with a snowflake pattern. If Suyu had not used his spatial insight to see Yi Binglan put several super energy stones into the snowflake pendant, he would definitely not have coveted the pendant. How do I use this pendant? Suyu asked Yi Binglan under him. Use it? It's just an ordinary pendant. How else can it be used? Wear it around your neck. Yi Binglan explained calmly. An ordinary pendant? Suyu smiled after hearing her explanation. How could he not know whether it was an ordinary pendant? He saw with his own eyes the peculiarity of this snowflake pendant. How could it be an ordinary pendant? You're not going to tell the truth, are you? Suyu said as he pressed Yi Binglan down hard. Yi Binglan's face turned red as she was pressed by Suyu. Seeing that Suyu had been holding the snowflake pendant tightly, she suddenly became anxious. How did Suyu know that she was lying? Could it be that Suyu knew the peculiarity of the snowflake pendant? But how is that possible? She has never used the power of the snowflake pendant in front of outsiders except her parents. They had just met for the first time, and she hadn't used the power of the snowflake pendant yet, so how could Suyu know? I'm telling the truth. It's just an ordinary pendant. It's useless, so just throw it away. Yi Binglan said anxiously. Throw it away? Suyu was very surprised after hearing this. He had taken great pains to get it and he definitely couldn't throw it. Since Yi Binglan wanted him to throw it away so much, it would be even less likely for him to throw it away. Quick! Throw it away! Yi Binglan felt that time was almost up, her face turned panicky, and she began to struggle frantically. Suyu, sensing Yi Binglan's strangeness, held the snowflake pendant tightly in his hand. He immediately subdued the frantically struggling Yi Binglan. If you keep struggling, I won't make sure you see the sun tomorrow. Yi Binglan suddenly felt a mysterious connection with Suyu. Her face flushed and she whispered, "It's over." Is it over? Suyu, who was pressing on Yi Binglan, was also stunned when he saw that she stopped struggling again. At this moment, the ice silk on both sides of the snowflake pendant in Suyu's palm gradually disappeared. Then the snowflake pendant burst out with a bone-chilling cold air. The cold air instantly spread from Suyu's palm to his whole body, and finally gathered in his mind. What the hell? Suyu shuddered all over. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately threw away the snowflake pendant in his hand. It's too late. Yi Binglan, who was lying on the snow, shook her head helplessly when she saw Suyu throw away the snowflake pendant just now. What do you mean it's late? Suyu was confused by this sudden change. Feeling the chill in his palm, Suyu hurriedly checked. I saw that on the palm of his hand, there was a snowflake pattern exactly the same as the snowflake pendant, which was faintly visible at this moment. Just when Suyu was puzzled, he suddenly felt weak. He felt weak all over and his limbs were powerless. Then he lay directly on Yi Binglan's delicate body. At this time, Yi Binglan under Suyu was in the same situation, with a flushed face and weak limbs. At this moment, the two of them established some kind of connection through the snowflake pendant. Why is this happening? Suyu asked weakly beside Yi Binglan's ear. I told you to throw it away earlier, why didn't you throw it away? Yi Binglan felt the heat beside her ears, her face flushed and she said in shame and anger. Suyu had 1,000 alpacas running in his heart at this moment. He really didn't know what to say at this moment. At this time, the two of them were lying together weakly, with Suyu lying on top of Yi Binglan's body. Broken. Suyu suddenly discovered within the range of spatial insight that an intermediate snow wolf was heading towards them. Suyu leaned over to Yi Binglan's ear and said weakly, "A snow wolf king is coming. Do you have any solution?" Yi Binglan felt the heat wave coming from her ears again, her pretty face flushed and she asked in confusion, "How did you know that a mid-level snow wolf was coming? Is there a snow wolf king around? Why didn't she find it in her territory before?" Suyu's face suddenly darkened. "Do you have any way to deal with it? Isn't the problem now to deal with the intermediate snow wolf king? Why are you asking him about his special abilities? He is now weak and can only use the space jump skill. If Yi Binglan has no other choice, then they can only choose to run away." Yi Binglan thought for a moment and replied weakly, "There is a way." Chapter 128. See you later. Ah. At this moment, a huge snow wolf king walked out from behind a cedar tree in front of the two people. There really is a mid-level snow wolf. Yi Binglan was filled with surprise when she saw the intermediate snow wolf appear. Suyu was right. There really is a snow wolf king. What else? Suyu chuckled. How could his spatial insight be deceiving? "I'm leaving Yi Binglan, the snow wolf king, to you." Suyu, who was lying on Yi Binglan's delicate body, said weakly when he saw the Shuayuan wolf king in front of him. When he finished speaking, his brows suddenly furrowed slightly. Found something wrong. He remembered that the two of them had never revealed each other's names before. It is a taboo to reveal your name in an extremely cold place. People usually use pseudonyms to address others, otherwise if they do bad things in an extremely cold place, they will be remembered and it will be very troublesome when they leave the extremely cold place. How did he know Yi Binglan's name? Suyu turned around and looked at Yi Binglan's beautiful profile in surprise. Are they familiar with each other? Yi Binglan, who was pressed under him, felt the heat wave by his ears. Her heartbeat quickened, her face flushed as she turned around and said angrily, "Could you please stop talking?" Their eyes met immediately, their noses only an inch apart. Looking at the face so close to him, Suyu said dully, "Okay." When Yi Binglan saw Suyu's face at such a close distance, her heart began to flutter. Humph. Yi Binglan's pretty face flushed as she snorted coldly and quickly turned her head away, leaving Suyu still in a daze. The snow on her forehead suddenly sparkled and turned red. The whole person's temperament suddenly turned cold, and the originally blushing face disappeared in an instant. Small elemental field, ice. The area within a radius of 100 meters was instantly invaded by the cold air, and all the trees within the range were frozen into ice. Just when Yi Binglan used the power of the domain. The snowflake pattern on Suyu's palm gave him a cool feeling. This cool feeling has the effect of refreshing the mind. The originally icy power of the domain, after invading his body, he did not feel the slightest bit of coldness. This shocked Suyu, who was lying on Yi Binglan. He was actually immune to Yi Binglan's domain power. He turned his head sharply and looked at the snowflake pendant he had thrown on the snow, thinking to himself, this snowflake pendant is definitely not as simple as it seems. After the Snow Wolf King followed the scent, he found two humans lying together motionless, full of confusion. What the hell? Are these two humans lying here giving birth? No. There's a problem. It looked at the two people warily, fearing that there was an ambush nearby. It was able to evolve to the intermediate level because it had suffered a lot from humans. In the eyes of these extraordinary creatures, humans are too cunning, either fighting in groups or launching sneak attacks. Now it must tread carefully. Ah. The intermediate Snow Wolf King growled to provoke the two men, trying to get them to attack. This Wolf King doesn't think we are ambushing it, right? Suyu asked doubtfully. He was really curious that the Wolf King was wandering around in the distance and didn't choose to attack them immediately. Who are you asking? Aren't you the one who loves sneak attacks the most here? Yi Binglan glanced at Suyu coldly. Don't talk nonsense, am I that kind of person? Suyu curled his lips. How could that be called a sneak attack? It was clearly an offensive strategy. Seeing that the two humans did not move for a long time, the Snow Wolf King could no longer wait. You can't just not eat the meat that's already in your mouth. It bared its two sharp wolf fangs, then suddenly exerted force with its limbs, and its huge body pounced towards Suyu and the others. Suyu looked extremely solemn when he saw the huge Snow Wolf King rushing towards him. If the Snow Wolf King is encountered in his prime, he can be easily killed. Now he is weak and powerless, and it is really a pipe dream for him to resist the attack of the Wolf King. At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt that his body's strength was slowly recovering. Suyu was delighted when he saw this. He slowly moved his arms to embrace Yi Binglan's delicate body. If anything unusual happened, he would immediately carry Yi Binglan and escape from there through space jump. For some reason, his subconscious told him that he couldn't let Yi Binglan die here. As for why he didn't use his skills to attack the Snow Wolf King, it was mainly because he was too late. The Snow Wolf King was about to pounce on the two of them. Now Yi Binglan's attention was all focused on the Snow Wolf King who had pounced into her territory. She didn't feel Suyu hugging her at all. She looked cold and sharp as she nodded slightly at the Wolf King. The power of the domain suddenly erupted. The Snow Wolf King pounced into the air, and the cold air around him instantly condensed into several thick ice chains. The ice chain suddenly locked the Snow Wolf King in mid-air, making him unable to move. Suyu was relieved to see the Snow Wolf King locked in mid-air. I have to sigh that Yi Binglan still has some tricks up her sleeve. At this time, Suyu felt that his physical condition had returned to normal. So he immediately pulled back his hands that were around Yi Binglan's delicate body, and then pressed Yi Binglan down hard again. Yi Binglan was speechless as Suyu pressed her down again. Her strength naturally recovered. Originally, she planned to take the opportunity to push Suyu away. But before she could use any strength, Suyu locked her up again. Why are you like this? I just saved you. Yi Binglan said angrily. Suyu felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. Then he looked up and saw the Snow Wolf King who was locked in mid-air. He said helplessly, "Don't worry, I'll let you go right away." He quickly picked up the snowflake pendant he had thrown on the ground. "I'll take this pendant. We'll never meet again." Space jump. After saying that, the space-related ability was activated. The next second, Suyu, who was pressing on Yi Binglan, disappeared from the spot. Suyu! Wait! Don't be impatient. Give me back the pendant. Before Yi Binglan could finish her words, Suyu disappeared with the pendant. Seeing this, Yi Binglan immediately became angry. She didn't even finish her words as she asked why she was running so fast. Her entire body floated up from the snow, and then she stood on the snow, her long skirt and hair fluttering in the wind. She looked angrily at the Snow Wolf King in the air. Go to hell! Thunder and lightning. Yi Binglan's lightning power suddenly erupted from his palm. Her body was suddenly bathed in the power of thunder. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Bang! There was a loud bang in the sky, and thunder appeared. The ice chain also began to shrink tightly at this time. The Snow Wolf King, who was locked in mid-air, was stunned when he saw the thunder coming down from the sky. Ayo! The Wolf King struggled angrily, trying to break free from the control of the ice chain. It didn't expect that this human being was so powerful. It turns out that humans are not trustworthy. You are so powerful, why were you lying on the ground motionless just now? If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. This time it fell into the hands of humans. Phew! 2 types of mid-level supernatural attacks. The Snow Wolf King was killed instantly and turned into 2 intermediate superpower stones that fell on the snow. After Yi Binglan released the thunderbolt, the power of thunder on his body disappeared instantly. If Suyu were here at this moment, and saw that Yi Binglanchi could actually release lightning powers, he would be shocked and speechless. After seeing the Wolf King die, Yi Binglan's cold temperament disappeared. She picked up the 2 intermediate superpower stones on the ground, then closed her eyes and sensed them carefully. Then he opened his bright eyes and said angrily, Suyu, let's see where you can run. Yi Binglan slid towards a certain direction in the snowfield. Chapter 130, Working in Vain. At this time, it was in a cedar forest somewhere in the snowfield. Suyu lay on the trunk of a thick cedar tree, closing his eyes to recover his star energy. Just a few hours ago, Suyu picked up Yi Binglan's snowflake pendant to prevent it from being found by Yi Binglan. He frantically made space jumps in one direction until the space system consumed a star. Done. Suyu came out of meditation. His space star power has now recovered by more than half, enough to deal with the next changes. He looked up at the sky. It was already late in the extremely cold land. So he gave up his plan to look for supernatural creatures. Then he took the snowflake pendant out of his pocket and studied it. How do I use this? Suyu stared at the snowflake pendant in his hand and asked himself in confusion. He bit the pendant with his teeth, broke it with his hands, and then he used the power of thunder and lightning to electrocute it. There was no reaction from the snowflake pendant at all. In the end, he refused to believe it and followed the method of activating the treasure in the novel of his previous life. He used his fingertip blood to drip on it, but found that it was useless. This left him speechless. I got the treasure, but I don't know how to use it. The things inside cannot be taken out. It's not a vain grab. But fortunately, it wasn't a complete failure. Ever since he had a snowflake pattern printed on his palm, he would no longer have to endure the freezing weather in the polar regions. The feeling in the extremely cold place is like being in Star City. You won't get frostbite even if you wear a pair of shorts. He was still very satisfied with this. Now he was resting on a thick tree trunk wearing a light shirt and long pants. He had long since thrown away his heavy winter clothes in the snow. By the way, let's look for Xiaolong. Su Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Since it cannot be used, let the little dragon swallow it. It is better than leaving it there and watching it helplessly. Su Yu suddenly closed his eyes and began to communicate with the little dragon in his mind. At this time, Xiaolong was lying on 2 stars and sleeping soundly. Get up, I have a treasure for you. Su Yu looked at Xiaolong speechlessly. Whenever he saw Xiaolong being extremely leisurely, he wanted to curse in his heart. Xiaolong, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened when he heard the word baby. Baby, where is the baby? It stood up like a dragon, stepped on 2 stars, and looked around in Su Yu's mind. Come out, I'll show you. Su Yu smiled when he saw it like this. It was really a greedy dragon. After hearing this, Xiaolong immediately turned into a ray of light and rushed out of Su Yu's mind. Seeing this, Su Yu also withdrew from his mind. A small earth-brown dragon suddenly emerged from Su Yu's forehead. Where is it? Where is the treasure? It looked around and found that they were on a thick tree trunk. There was no treasure there. Su Yu handed the snowflake pendant in his hand to it. Here, baby. The little dragon turned its head, and when it saw the snowflake pendant, its face suddenly darkened and it was happy for nothing. Why is this thing in your hand? Do you know this thing? Su Yu heard that Xiaolong seemed to know the snowflake pendant. I don't know him. Xiaolong said with a smile. At this moment, the snowflake pendant in Su Yu's hand fell out. It flew to the little dragon in an instant and then started spinning beside it. Seeing this, Xiaolong grabbed the snowflake pendant with a fierce dragon claw, then looked at Su Yu with a wry smile and said, I really don't recognize it. Su Yu's face suddenly turned dark. This was the first time he saw anything unusual about the snowflake pendant after he got it. I don't believe it. I really don't know this thing. I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, forget it. By the way, I suggest you return this thing to the girl as soon as possible, otherwise you will be in trouble in the future. Xiaolong laughed secretly. How do you know this thing was snatched from a woman by me, and why is it so tragic? Su Yu asked doubtfully. Seeing Xiaolong's despicable look, he felt that Xiaolong was definitely hiding something from him. Since you've been holding the snowflake pendant for so long, it means a connection has been established between you two. So I can't absorb this thing. Bye. After saying that, Xiaolong threw the snowflake pendant towards Su Yu, and then it turned into a ray of light and rushed into Su Yu's mind. Wait. Su Yu wanted to continue asking, but he didn't expect Xiaolong to run away directly. He caught the snowflake pendant and stared at it intently, frowning slightly. Give it back? I spent so much effort to pull it down, how can I give it back? What a joke. Since even the little dragon can't absorb it, it means it must be a treasure. Since it doesn't tell me, I can only figure it out on my own. He then put it around his neck and didn't bother with it anymore. Immediately close your eyes again and meditate into your mind. Now that Xiaolong is awake, he has to ask how the beast tide absorbed the energy of the super energy stone last time. This cannot be let off the hook. Just as Su Yu was meditating, the snowflake pendant around his neck suddenly emitted ripples in all directions. Where's my energy? After Su Yu entered his mind, he saw Xiaolong trying to fall asleep again and shouted. Xiaolong, who was about to lie down, froze when he heard Su Yu's words. He then turned around and said with a wry smile, Don't worry, the energy will be back soon. It suddenly exhaled a breath of dragon's breath towards the front, and a ball of pure energy appeared between the 2 stars. The energy this time can allow you to upgrade any mid-level star by 2 stars. You can distribute it yourself. Xiaolong said with a somewhat weak breath. Are you okay? Su Yu asked with concern when he saw that Xiaolong was in a bad condition. It's okay, I just spit out too much energy. It will be fine in a while. Xiaolong explained with a smile. Because it absorbed the energy from the superpower stone and stored it purely in its body, it was inevitable that it would feel uncomfortable to spit it out now. It's okay. Suyu felt relieved. Ever since the little dragon transformed, Suyu has been communicating with him frequently, and now they get along like close friends. The last time, Xiaolong saved him from the old turtle, so it was impossible for him to cause any problems to Xiaolong just for a little energy. 2 stars? Suyu smiled when he saw the ball of pure energy in front of him. A 2-star intermediate upgrade is enough. Now his thunder element is 7 stars and his space element is 8 stars. Seeing this, Suyu didn't think much about it and put all his energy into the space star to upgrade it to 10 stars. As for the thunder element, intermediate level is enough. Although the star rating has been upgraded, its damage has not been improved qualitatively, and it still belongs to the mid-level combat power. Ever since Suyu fought with Yi Binglan, he discovered that the thunder element was not invincible among the same level. When encountering someone like Yi Binglan who can use the power of domain at the intermediate level, one will still encounter obstacles. This also made Suyu very depressed. Fortunately, he had space-related abilities, otherwise he would have really fallen into Yi Binglan's hands this time. Now he needs to quickly get the space system stars to a high level so that he can have a powerful way to save his life. After upgrading the stars level, Suyu withdrew and stopped disturbing Xiaolong's rest. Then he took out the backpack on his back and prepared to fill his stomach, but he found that there was not much food left in the backpack. Suyu sighed upon seeing this. It looked like he would either have to go hunt for superpowered people to get food tomorrow, or go back to the Arctic fortress to replenish his supplies. Otherwise, he would have to starve in the extremely cold place.